I was clearly dying of cancer, but I roasted myself over a fire for 81 minutes, sank into the water for 49 hours, and then leaped from a 100-meter high building, all because my cancer cells had mutated to adapt and evolve. Roasting gave me high temperature resistance, drowning gave me hypoxia tolerance, and falling from a great height gave me a tough exterior. Any method that cannot kill me will only make me stronger. However, I had already spent all my savings on treatment before, leaving me penniless and destitute. In order to supplement the energy consumed by cell evolution, I turned to the landlord's genuine leather sofa and had a bold idea. An hour later, on the tattered leather sofa that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, I endured the pain and swallowed the foreign object in my mouth, then spat out a broken tooth. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to hard objects. Evolving passive skills. Tough mouth level 1. Your digestive organs have successfully adapted to foreign objects. Evolving passive skills. Iron stomach level 1. After 3 stomach bleeds and all teeth shattered, adaptive evolution can be considered successful. Tough mouth has enhanced my biting force and tooth hardness, while iron stomach ensures that I can digest many strange things that ordinary people cannot digest. Gaining energy. Next, the leather sofa can be used as food, probably enough for 2 days. The food issue is temporarily resolved, and the next step is to continue developing cell evolution. Suddenly, a burst of cell phone ringing interrupted my thoughts. I took out my phone from my pocket and found that the number was labeled as a creditor. Previously, in order to treat the illness, I borrowed a high-interest loan of 200,000. According to the interest rate in that contract, 2 months have passed and I probably have to repay 500,000. I looked slightly serious, answered the phone, and said, "Hello, Mr. Chin. According to our company's investigation, you have currently lost the ability to repay the debt. Our staff will come to your place soon to discuss alternative repayment methods with you. Please stay awake, stay at home, and do not die prematurely." Without giving me a chance to speak, the call was hung up after conveying polite words similar to orders. I'm just not sure what the alternative repayment method refers to, but anyway, I'm broke and there's no way I can repay 500,000. It's better to stay at home and wait and see. Soon, there was a knock on the door outside. Opening the door, there stood a blonde and a young doctor. Before I could speak, the blonde impatiently waved his hand and said, "We are debt collectors. You owe the cult of the Eldritch 500,000, and today is the day to repay. Of course, we know you don't have the money, so you can repay in another form." With a nod, the young doctor opened his briefcase, and a chill rushed out as 3 surgical knives gleamed on display. "Your cancer cells haven't spread to your kidneys yet, so 500,000 for both kidneys is fair." I remained silent, staring thoughtfully at the doctor and the surgical knives in his hands. The blonde thought I was scared silly and joked, "Don't just stand there, my time is precious. Let's get the surgery done. You're not thinking of running away, are you?" I shook my head, walked straight to the young doctor, took a surgical knife from his briefcase, and, under their gaze, stabbed myself in the waist, cutting open a small incision. Without changing my expression, I reached out my right hand, pulled out a fresh kidney with a sharp sound, and handed it to the stunned doctor in front of me. "Don't just stand there, store it quickly while it's fresh." After speaking, I looked at the yellow-haired person standing at the door, and explained apologetically, "These two are creditors. How can I let you work? I can handle this small matter of organ harvesting myself. Please wait a moment, the second kidney will be here soon." With a smile, I once again made an incision at my waist, reached in, and removed the second kidney. After removing the 2 kidneys, I awkwardly asked the young doctor, "2 kidneys for 500,000. Do you still want them?" "Don't worry, I have more. The supply is abundant." Silence, a deathly silence. As a martial artist, Yellowhair knew clearly that organ regeneration was something only low-level warriors could achieve. The information was incorrect. The young man in front of him, pretending to be weak, seemed like an ordinary person with a serious illness, but in reality, was he at the level of a warrior? Wu Jiming hastily collected his killing aura. In front of a martial master, he, a second-stage martial artist, was nothing. He weighed his phrases for a moment, put on an ingratiating smile, and said carefully, "I wonder what you mean. Breaking through the 9th stage of a martial artist in order to become a low-ranking martial artist. A martial artist in a prefecture-level city is an absolutely honorable existence. Even if the Yuhang consul sees it, he has to put on a smiling face. Although martial arts masters have the ability to regenerate organs, they have never seen a martial arts master who actually takes his organs and sells them. This one right here, he's not making fun of them, is he?" Wang was emboldened and cursed himself for being unlucky enough to encounter a martial master on a random mission. "I don't mean anything." Qin Yi toyed with the scalpel with a serious face. I'm really short of money and want to sell organs to you guys for a long time. Don't worry, I can provide any organ here except the heart and brain. In the course of 3 words, the young doctor noticed that the 2 wounds on Qingyi's waist had quietly healed, leaving not even a scar. With this kind of recovery ability, there was absolutely no escape from a martial master. Wu Zhiming and the young doctor's scalps tingled as they glanced at Qingyi's tattered tunic covered in blood, and without saying a word, they smiled and agreed to the matter. Well, it's a good thing to work with you for a long time. The words just fell. In front of the 2 of them, Qingyi took out a few more healthy organs and sold them, completing the transfer on the spot and easily harvesting $1 million. Because all the energy in his body had been used for evolution, Qingyi's stomach quickly became hungry, so he casually plucked off a piece of leather couch and put it in his mouth to chew. With a look of eating beautifully, Wu was looking at him all wrong. What kind of monster is this? The deal done. He and the young doctor didn't dare linger for a moment and hoofed it away. Looking at the backs of the 2 of them as they hurriedly left, Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. Truly 2 good people who send charcoal in the snow. Selling my own organs for both money and evolution is a perfect fit for my situation. Qingyi opened his personal panel. The act of pulling out his organs alive just now allowed him to evolve 2 more passive skills, Blood Creation LV1 and Organ Rebirth LV1, respectively. These 2 skills fused with Cellular Value-Added Recovery LV2 and became Physical Resilience LV1. This debt collector is obviously a martial artist as well, but after I displayed my organ rebirth, he suddenly became so respectful. Is he mistaking me for some high-level martial artist? Qingyi is not a little cutie. Naturally noticing the change in Wu Zhiming's attitude. As an ordinary person with no talent for practicing martial arts, he had always lacked a detailed understanding of martial arts, and now he would have to find an opportunity to learn it. The number of martial artists encountered in the future would only increase. Going to the restroom to wash off the blood stains and change into a clean set of clothes, Qingyi was ready to make a trip out to buy supplies. With $1 million in savings, you can do anything. In the meantime, Wu Zhiming and the young doctor, who had fled the white-shirt department in a panic, could breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Qingyi hadn't come after them. They walked into a bar called Lifeless, went to the bar, grabbed a drink, and drank it down. Why so angry? The debt collection didn't work and that Qingyi died early? In front of him, a bartender in a white shirt took the suitcase handed to him by the young doctor and smiled like a spring. Debt collection? Wu Zhiming spat without a good breath and said indignantly, "What kind of crap investigation did you do? You didn't even investigate that the other party was a martial artist, and you almost caused the 2 of us to get killed." The bartender froze for a split second and said in shock, "Martial master? You're saying that Qingyi is a martial master?" Wu took another drink and nodded. "Isn't that right? He can organ rebirth." He roughly recounted what he had seen and heard on the trip, and hearing the bartender's growing consternation, he couldn't help but interrupt with a voice. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've personally investigated Qingyi's information. From birth to cancer, there's not a single problem. He's just an ordinary person." The bar was quiet for a moment. The bartender put down the mixing glass in his hand and frowned. "If you're not lying, then there's only one possibility. This person must have gotten some kind of strange encounter in the last month and suddenly became a martial master." Wu was shocked. To go from an ordinary person to a martial artist in a month, that must be at least a C-grade spirit or a second-rank spirit plant, right? The matter of a sparrow turning into a phoenix was not unheard of after the revival of the aura, and many of the spirits in the secret realm had this kind of efficacy, which was precious and incomparable. Like a C-grade spirit, the price was at least $10 million to hit the bottom, and it was still priced to sell. The price of second-order spiritual plants could be higher if they could leave behind seeds. Unsuppressed greed flashed across Wu's face, but soon, he deflated. The competition for a C-grade spirit object was not something that he, a second-stage martial artist, could participate in. "You've done a good job with this. First stabilize Qingyi's side and don't tell anyone about it." The bartender licked his lips. "I'll report it to the higher-ups of the organization and get someone to handle it. When the time comes, if something is gained, you won't be shortchanged." The Altered God Society has been rooted in the Jiangnan province for 40 to 50 years, including Yuhang City. There are members stationed in all major urban areas. The forces are huge and the roots are intricate, down to loan sharks, up to arson and murder. They do it all in the pagan society, and they do it big. A mere teenager who had crossed over to the martial arts path by luck was not enough to put in his eyes. With a few simple words, they set Qingyi's future. It's a sin to harbor a C-grade spirit, not something a waste of space who doesn't even have martial arts qualifications can possess. The bartender shook the mixer and when the liquor in it was mixed, stopped the gesture and opened the lid with force. Snap! Scarlet wine poured over the red wine glass. A glass, called Desire. Chapter 6 Fruit of the Spirit. White clouds floating. A few strands of warm sunshine spread on the earth. The wide road. Occasional pedestrians pass by. Not crowded. Sheeny lives in the eastern suburb of Yuhang City, where the environment is very good and there are not many people, which belongs to the top choice for the poor. It was currently 9:30 in the morning, and after the organ trade with the Altered God Society, he had gotten a huge $1 million, enough to buy a batch of supplies to develop slowly. Walking to the street of a street, there was a supermarket around the corner. Unlike 100 years ago, the supermarket after the recovery of Aura not only sells ordinary food, but also has some spiritual fruits that do not enter into the rank for sale, for the ordinary people to overindulge in. These spiritual plants that are not even first order are extremely special, and many varieties are beneficial to the human body, and the Human Alliance had spent decades on research, and finally summarized more than 1,000 common, edible ordinary spiritual plants. For example, at the entrance of today's supermarket, a billboard was put up, labeling purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit for special sale, one costing $1,000. It's really a money grab. This kind of unimpressive spirit fruit can be found everywhere in the outermost part of the secret realm. One pick is a few thousand. Take it back to the city and resell it. It's more profitable than speculating on real estate. Because Qin Xian practiced martial arts, Xin Yi for some martial arts common sense a little bit. Once poor, also fantasized about going to the secret realm luck, picking fruit to sell. Unfortunately, after all, I was afraid of death and didn't go in. The closest secret realm to Yuhang was the Xiantian secret realm, which was recognized by the Zhenling Bureau as a Class D secret realm, where at least a section of martial artists could enter, and the core area could only be involved by at least a low-ranked martial artist. So if an ordinary person went in, he or she would definitely die in 9 deaths. The Human Alliance divided the secret realm into 8 levels, with the lowest level being E and the highest being S. The secret realm was divided into 8 levels, and above the S-class secret realm, there was the cave heaven, and it was said that a cave heaven was comparable to a side of the world, which encompassed at least 3 S-class secret realms, which were vast and perilous. More than 10 years ago, China's renowned Grandmaster Chen Feng had teamed up with the Western Holy Sun Johnson to enter the South China Sea cave, and so far has not come back. Life and death is uncertain. In the past, I guess it would hurt me to buy one of these fruits, right? Xin sighed and walked quickly into the supermarket. The unorthodox spirit fruits were also spirit fruits, and under long-term consumption by ordinary people, they could enhance their physical fitness and improve their martial arts potential. It was just that the vast majority of ordinary people couldn't possibly have the money to take it for a long period of time, and generally speaking, unimpressive spirit fruits were snacks for the landed gentry. He walked straight to the cash register of the supermarket and found that the cashier was actually a gray-haired grandfather with wrinkles piled up on his face. Even his eyes were squeezed into a slit. "Old master, I'll buy a purple bamboo fruit plus a snow fruit." Sheeny flashed his cell phone payment code. In his previous life plus this one, he had never been so confident. The old man stayed for a moment, then nodded his head numbly and took out 2 round and full fruits from the counter at the back. 1 white and 1 purple. Exactly what Sheeny needed. After paying painfully, he didn't walk away and directly ate the 2 spirit fruits in front of the old man, without even spitting out the core. The flavor of the purple bamboo fruit is extremely sour. The texture is soft and sticky, like a persimmon, and the body is warm and indescribably comfortable after eating it. The snow fruit was the opposite, with a taste as light as water and a cold entrance. When swallowed, it felt like the meridians of the whole body were frozen. Phew! Sheeny subconsciously rubbed his hands together and exhaled a mouthful of cold air. Seeing this scene, that old man at the front desk slowly reminded, "Snow fruit and purple bamboo fruit ordinary people can't eat more than 1, up to 3 a day. Any more than that, the meridians and organs can't withstand it, and it will be dangerous." Will it be dangerous? Sheeny's eyes lit up on the spot when he heard those 4 words, and he hurriedly asked after them, "Master, when you said it would be dangerous, just how dangerous is it?" Sheen, who had adaptive evolution, wasn't afraid of danger, he was only afraid that it wasn't enough. A trace of surprise flashed across the old man's face. He had been selling spirit fruits in the supermarket for so long, and he had never seen anyone ask this kind of question. As he was thinking about how to answer, a young man suddenly came aside and took the lead in answering the question. "Is it the first time you've eaten a spirit fruit, and you don't even know this?" Ordinary people who eat 5 purple bamboo fruits a day are likely to scorch their hearts and lungs and brand the roots of their illnesses, and if they eat more than 10, they are overcompensating, and they will bleed and faint, and their lives will be in danger. As for the snow fruit, the medicinal properties are even heavier. If an ordinary person eats 5 of them, their heart may stop beating due to the coldness entering their body. The young man wearing a duck-tongue cap surveyed Sheeny with interest, and in his eyes was undisguised contempt. This kind of bumpkin who ate spiritual fruits for the first time, without more reminders. Many would even eat themselves to death. Sheenie glanced back at him and ignored him as he continued to say to the old man, "Give me 5 more each of the snow fruit and purple bamboo fruit." The old man did as he was told, collected the money, packed and handed over 10 fruits. He had thought that Sheenie wanted to take the fruit home and eat it slowly, but he didn't expect Sheenie to peel off the skin of the fruit on the spot and eat 5 purple bamboo fruits in one breath, which he couldn't even stop. The young man watching Sheenie from the side was stunned and exclaimed, "You don't want to die?" The plainly dressed teenager in front of him was obviously not a martial artist, and eating so many spirit fruits in one breath, he would have to go to the emergency room even if he didn't die. Sheenie remained lazy and 5 purple bamboo fruits went into his stomach, counting the previous one, a total of 6. The medicinal effect was amazing. The original manhwa warmth converged into a rolling wave of heat that instantly swept over his entire body, making Sheenie sweat profusely in just a second. The terrifying heat was destroying his meridians and churning towards his heart, making him feel like his entire body was burning. His mouth and nose continued to ooze blood, frightening the old man and the young man to fire out their cell phones and to call an ambulance. No need for an ambulance. I'm fine, just a little hot. Sheenie wiped off the blood on his face and took off his jacket in the process, laughing and shaking his head while bleeding in an extremely frightening manner. "No, you're like this and you're saying it's fine?" Although he, Li Wufeng, looked down on Sheenie, he didn't want to witness his death. So, Li Wufeng decided to continue making rescue calls. The phone was quickly picked up, and after Li Wufeng briefly described the current situation and where they were, the ambulance side immediately turned on the action and rushed towards the supermarket in the eastern suburb of Yuhang. What is the patient's current state? Fainting in shock? Contact was not broken during the rescue, and the doctor on the other end of the line needed to ask about the situation. Li Wufeng hurriedly looked at Sheenie and truthfully stated, "He is full of spirit and glowing, just like a new." The lively Sheenie in front of him directly gave Li Wufeng a silly look. "Am I dreaming? Didn't this guy look like he was dying a minute ago? Full of spirit? Please don't joke. It's a matter of life and death. How exactly is the patient doing now? Hello, are you still there?" The doctor's anxious cries kept coming from his ears, but Li Wufeng didn't have the time to pay attention to it, because Sheenie didn't stop. He stepped out from the pool of his own shed blood at his feet, flashed out his payment code, and smiled at the old man. "Old man, it tastes good. Let's have another 100 purple bamboo fruits." Li Wufeng, Old Masters, Chapter 7, Gambling. "You're not going to tell me that you're going to eat these 100 spirit fruits on the spot, are you?" Li Wufeng was incredulous. He came from the Yuhang Li family, a low-profile but huge martial arts family with a prominent status and successful cultivation. The cultivation of the Li family favored the tempering of the eyes, and the void-breaking pupil, compiled by their old ancestor, was a grade B technique that a party of patriarchs could use as a family heirloom. At this moment, Li Wufeng's chi and blood surged up to his eyes, a pair of eyes glowing with a strange ghostly light as he stared at Sheenie, able to ascertain that the chi and blood in this person's body was not even 5 calories. 5 cards of chi and blood was the sign of an ordinary person becoming an introductory martial artist, and if they didn't have even 5 cards of chi and blood, then they were absolute ordinary people. Your physical qualities are quite a bit stronger than mortals, perhaps with some talent, but not being a martial artist, it's ultimately impossible to eat more than 10 purple bamboo fruits, or you'll surely die. Li Wufeng thought that he had seen through Sheenie's falsehoods, and he felt that Sheenie was bravado in a hard way, just to punch him in the face and gamble with his life. There's no point in being intentional, dying here and wasting someone else's time collecting your body. Sheenie glanced at him and returned indifferently. "Don't worry, I won't eat 100 purple bamboo fruits on the spot." At these words, the old man at the supermarket cashier and Li Wufeng both sighed in relief, but halfway through this sigh of relief, he was choked by Shenie's next sentence. "I'm just going to eat 50 of them, and I'm going to take the remaining 50 back to my friends." He took out a purple fruit as if nothing had happened and swallowed it in 3 bites. Leaving 50 spirit fruits for Chen Xian was his idea. He took a big bite of the spirit fruit and still chatted with Li Wufeng like it was nothing. "You said that ordinary people can't eat 10 purple bamboo fruits. I don't believe you. Practice makes truth. I'll eat it for you today." Li Wufeng was exasperated by him and laughed, coldly uttering, "If you want to seek death, it's not good for me to stop you." Sheenie swallowed the 8th spirit fruit. "What if I really finish it? I'll kneel down and call you father, and report all the spirit fruits you buy here on my account from now on." After saying that, he clasped his hands to his chest and stood indifferently to the side, sitting and waiting for something to happen to Sheenie. He had repeatedly confirmed with his void-breaking pupil that the man in front of him could not possibly be a martial artist. After these words, the agreement had been made, and the old man on the side had a complicated look on his face, wanting to come out and stop it, but as he looked at Sheenie, who was constantly swallowing the spirit fruits. A look of astonishment flashed through the slits of his narrowed eyes. 9th, 10th, 11th. As each purple bamboo fruit was swallowed by Qin, his fair skin looked like it had been set ablaze, scarlet as blood. A single blood vessel gnarled, and white smoke continuously emitted from the top of his head. Gradually, a charred odor filled the air, as if the beef had been fried. It was as if Qin could not carry on at any time, but he never collapsed, and even after eating the 35th purple bamboo fruit, the reddened surface of his body receded some of its color, and the situation inside his body began to improve. To an outsider, it was a scene worthy of a miracle. In the 100 years since the recovery of spiritual qi, there had never been an ordinary person who had eaten so many spiritual fruits and remained unharmed. Li Wufeng, who was silently watching from the corner, had an expression that kept changing with the amount of spirit fruits Qin ate, from the initial indifference, to the silence in the middle, and finally the jaw-dropping, incredulous look on his face. Finally, after the 48th purple bamboo fruit was consumed, a familiar system voice rang out in Qin's mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to the large amount of nourishment from the unranked fire attribute spirit fruit, evolving the natural skill Aura Affinity LV1. Your meridians and organs are remodeled through the calcination of spiritual fire, evolving the passive skill Perseverance LV1. Adaptive evolution succeeded. Not only did it succeed, but the skills that it brought with it were also extraordinarily special. Qin noticed that the first skill that he acquired from eating the spirit fruit this time around was a talented skill, not a passive skill. It seems that the rank of natural skills is inherently greater than passive skills. Maybe the skills that evolved were of a higher quality because they were exposed to things related to aura and martial arts. Qin's heart rejoiced and made a guess. LV1 Fortitude boosted his constitution by 1 point and made his organs and meridians more resistant to beatings, increasing his survivability once again. The talent skill, Aura Affinity LV1, was even more perverse. He was originally immortal with no martial arts qualifications at all, and it was difficult for him to perceive the presence of aura when cultivating, much less actively pulling it into his body, so he could only rely on passive, accidental inhalation of aura to sharpen his qi and blood. However, after possessing a level 1 aura affinity, Qin was pleasantly surprised to find that he could sense a cyclone floating in the air and could barely pull the cyclone into his body. These cyclones are auras. Cellular adaptive evolution. Even the talent for martial arts can evolve. It's too heaven-defying. A level 1 aura affinity has such an effect. What about level 10? What about level 100? Qin felt that if he evolved 100 levels of aura affinity, he was afraid that if he didn't need to actively pull the aura, it would pour into his body on its own and actively help him cultivate. As a matter of fact, this situation that Qin fantasized about had appeared before in the history of the 10,000 races. The legendary martial god body that came out once in 1,000 years was able to do this. But Qin, he was able to metamorphose from a mortal body step by step, and artificially create a martial god body afterward. He could even surpass the martial god body in the end, reaching an unimaginable level. Spirit fruits are so useful. When I go back, I'll have to see if I can buy higher ranked spirit fruits to eat. Qin made a silent note of this matter in his mind. In less than 15 minutes, 50 purple bamboo fruits were eaten cleanly by him. He burped, turned his head to look at Li Wufeng, who was like being struck by lightning, and raised his eyebrows. How do you say, son? When do you recognize your father? Li Wufeng was pulled back to reality by these words, surveying Qin, who was as good as new, and even in a state that had changed for the better, and was almost so angry that he spat out blood. What kind of demon is this? To eat spirit fruits indiscriminately without having been initiated into martial arts? Constrained by his face and dignity, Li Wufeng didn't want to break his trust, but he didn't want to kneel down either. For a while his face turned blue and he gritted his teeth. I'll take a first-order spirit fruit as a price, and let's pretend that I didn't say anything when I said it earlier, okay? Your physical talent is strong, and the benefits you receive from eating a first-order spirit fruit after initiating the martial way are unparalleled. Qin didn't immediately agree with Li Wufeng. He looked at the contempt in the other party's eyes that completely disappeared and teased. I see that you come from an extraordinary background. I guess you're the young master of one of the big families. Can it be that such a scandalous thing as you kneeling down and recognizing your father as the young master of a great clan is only worth one first-rank spirit fruit? The implication of Qin's words was simple. Spare you can, but it's gonna cost you extra. Li Wufeng's qi and blood were a bit on top of his head, but he sneaked a look at the old man behind Qin and held back from exploding. 3 first-order spirit fruits? You don't want them? Then I'll kneel. Deal. Okay, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. You can meet me here at the supermarket. Li Wufeng recognized his own bad luck, and after leaving these words, he slipped away without looking back. But he had only just stepped out of the supermarket when he heard a siren go off and an ambulance came speeding in and stopped in front of the supermarket. The car hurriedly came down a few doctors and nurses. Seeing Li Wufeng walk out of the supermarket, they surrounded the past to ask about the specifics. After a flurry of explanations, when the doctors and nurses saw the incredibly healthy Qin Yi, their brows tightened as they harshly criticized Li Wufeng. Next time, don't call an ambulance indiscriminately. It's a lifesaver. You're wasting life-saving resources, you know. Look at this young man with the strength of an ox. Does he look like he has eaten too much spirit fruit? Li Wufeng's face darkened and he was so depressed that he couldn't speak. Damn it. Who could believe that Qin Yi had eaten 50 spirit fruits and was still fine? Who am I going to talk to about this? Chapter 8, Push Harder. Didn't you eat? As Li Wufeng and the medical staff left one after another, a farce came to an end. In the supermarket, only Qin Yi and the old man at the cash register were left. 100 purple bamboo fruits cost Qin Yi $100,000, but it was nothing. Anyway, when the time came to resell a few more organs, he would be able to earn it back. Thus, Qin Yi bought another 100 snow fruits. Master, are there any other spirit fruits for sale in the supermarket? Receiving the heavy fruit box, Qin Yi was still not satisfied and wanted to spend the money until it was finished. Unfortunately, the old man shook his head, indicating that there were only these two types of spirit fruits this week. What spirit fruits are sold in supermarkets mainly depends on what the martial artists who came out of the secret realm picked. We also buy from the martial artists. You can come back next week if you want another spirit fruit. All the spirit fruits in the eastern suburbs supermarket are supplied by the Li family, so perhaps you can check out the other areas of Yuhang. The Li family? Qin Yi was thoughtful, then asked, that youth just now is a member of the Li family, right? The young man in the duck-tongued hat looked non-rich, and it was very strange to appear alone in a suburban supermarket. But if he was a member of the Li family and came to deliver or inspect the supermarket, he worked with his family. It would make sense. Hearing Qin Yi's question, the old man's face showed appreciation as he smiled and nodded. You're very smart. His name is Li Wufeng. He's the leader of the Li family's current generation. He just turned 18 and broke through to the martial master realm. His future is unlimited. Qin Yi's heart was stunned. He wasn't frightened by the young man's identity, but he was surprised that the old man knew so much. He carefully sized up the old man and guessed that there was probably something special about this old man's identity as well. No wonder Li Wufeng didn't impress me based on his strength. It's likely that he had consideration for the old man and was afraid of losing face in front of him. Feeling that he had guessed the truth, Qin Yi didn't say much as he bowed his hand to the old man and sincerely thanked him. The appreciation on the old man's face grew stronger, and he took the initiative to introduce himself. My surname is Wang. You can just call me Old Man Wang, and in the future, if you encounter any problems in practicing martial arts, you can always come and ask me. Thank you, Elder Wang. Qin Yi gave another salute, then resumed his favored appearance and left the supermarket carrying the fruit box. Elder Wang silently watched Qin Yi's back disappear from view and murmured in a low voice. Intelligent, excellent heart, and good qualifications, but it's a pity that he practiced martial arts late. It'll take about a month before he can get started. Alas, it's a pity that one step is late and one step is late. Practicing martial arts after the age of 18 is destined to suffer great losses. After coming out from the supermarket, the time has come to 12:30 noon. The original cold street gradually lively, coming and going, a lot of people passing by. Qin Yi was carrying a large box of spirit fruits on his shoulders. His appearance was particularly conspicuous and attracted attention. This is the eastern suburb of Yuhang, not the center of the city. The security environment is not good. Kidnapping and robbery happen from time to time. When people are poor, they dare to do anything. However, it was as if Qin Yi didn't notice this. Not only did he carry the fruit box in a big way, but he also purposely chose the path with fewer people to walk on. As he passed by a certain shady alley, at the mouth of the alley, two gangly youths stared at Qin Yi's fruit crate, their noses twitching slightly as if they had smelled something. It's the scent of spirit fruits. That big box is full of spirit fruits. That's a pretty fat order. The inchman licked his dry lips. Stupidly. Don't be anxious. We're all introductory martial artists now. How can we show such an ugly face? On the side of the inch-haired man, a man with a strong physique and wearing a small white undershirt smiled faintly and placed his large hand on the inch-haired man's shoulder. The inch-haired man's body stiffened, and he quickly put on a smiling face. Yes, 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 big brother, how can we do this vote? It's very simple. Looking at this direction of his advance, it's estimated that he's going back to the white shirt apartment. The burly man obviously understands the terrain of the eastern suburb well. Let's go ahead and wait for him at the stairway of the apartment. When we see him coming over, give a smothering blow and take away the spirit fruit that is. I see. Let's get going now. Shall we? The inch-haired man couldn't wait. Two people slightly some martial arts training talent, cultivation for more than 20 years. A fluke entry. Now there are 6 or 7 cards of chi and blood. then the top is not enough, but bully underlings. Or easy. To be honest, it wasn't the first time they had done something like robbing spirit fruits. Picking up a steel rod, they navigated the intricate alleyways, took shortcuts, and arrived at the white shirt apartments ahead of schedule. Naturally, there would be no security guards in such apartments where poor people live. And even the gates are open 24 hours a day to come and go as you please. They sneak in, secretly hiding in the dead end of the first floor stairway, armed with steel rods, patiently waiting for their prey to come to them. The dimly lit stairwell was dead silent, and nothing could be heard but the breathing of the two of them. At this hour, most of the occupants of the white shirt apartments had gone to work, and few people showed up. Within a few moments, a steady footstep sounded, and the man with the inches perked up. The footsteps grew a little louder, and through the gap, the inch-haired man's heart couldn't help but beat 3 times faster when he saw the tantalizing fruit crate. Seeing Chini step onto the stairs carrying the fruit crate, the inch-headed man quickly gave the burly man a gesture, signaling that he could move. Swish! In the next second, a white shadow leapt out from the dead center of the building, aiming a muffled stick at the back of Chini's head. The force of this stick is extremely well controlled, and will not kill anyone, but will only knock out, as long as no one is killed. It's hard to cause the police department to investigate. They know a lot about the business of hijacking cargo. Dang dash! The steel rod struck on the back of Chini's head, and even erupted into a loud sound of metal collision. And the strong man only felt that he had smashed this rod on top of the golden stone, and the force of the recoil was extremely terrifying, and the shock of his tiger's mouth ached. What the hell is this guy doing with a steel plate in his head? The strong man did not believe in evil, and while Chini had not yet turned around, he copied the stick and made a full effort to swing it 6 times in a row, each time aiming at the back of his head's lifeblood. Although he had not yet become a section martial artist, after nourishing the chi and blood of 7 cards, his strength was 180 kilograms, 4 times that of an ordinary person, and it was enough to beat a tiger to death. But this time, dang it dash, like a bell ringing sound continuous, and the youth in front of me actually did not mean to fall down at all, standing on the steps, not moving at all. The moment he froze, and so did the inch-haired man hiding in the shadows. The burly man clutched the steel rod with both hands, still holding the stance of swinging the bat and knocking the man into a stupor. Immediately after, only heard a crunching sound. The steel rod fell to the ground. Why don't you keep knocking? The young man carrying the fruit crate slowly turned around with a spring-like smile on his face, staring at the strong man, his handsome face filled with incomprehension. He put down the fruit crate, leaned over slightly, picked up the steel rod on the ground, and gave it a couple of bangs against his arm. And then, he shoved the steel rod back into the burly man's hand, pointed to his head, and said earnestly, "Keep knocking. Knock here." With so little strength, if you didn't know, you'd think you hadn't eaten. Why don't you guys eat 2 spirit fruits before continuing? Chapter 9, A Great Increase in Strength. Big brother, we've run into some tough guys. Let's go. Hidden in the corner has not moved. The inchman is still considered righteous. After being stunned, Silly first reacted, jumped out violently, the same steel rod in his hand. At Chin-E head is a stick. Unfortunately, a tough guy like Chin-E wasn't just tough in terms of strength, he was also tough on the physical plane. Although his passive skill Copper Skin and Iron Bone was only at level 1, it was still not a problem to block the full force of an entry-level martial artist. Snap! This time, the steel rod smashed hard against Chin-E's head, but instead of erupting into a metallic clash, a crunching sound was emitted. Then, as the two men watched in shock, the steel rod broke in half, one half falling to the ground, the other half still held in his hand. The two of them looked at the half-steel pipe rolling on the ground, and then at the smiling, unharmed Chin-E, and in the blink of an eye, an icy fear surged through their hearts and swept through their bodies. Click! Without saying a word, the two of them directly fell on their knees in front of Chin-E, trembling and praying for forgiveness. "Brother, do you believe me when I say that we were both careless? The difference is too great." They couldn't figure out, even if they thought about it, why there was a martial artist of at least the 3rd stage who would stoop to living in a dilapidated eastern suburb apartment. Experience life at the bottom, right? Chin-E stared down at the two punks with lowered eyes and did not speak, his smirk unabated. The more he laughed, the more scared these two became. The inch-headed man and the strong man were both deliberately lured by Chin-E, who, as an old resident of the eastern suburbs, had always known that the eastern suburbs of Yuhang were chaotic, with quite a few landed ruffians committing evil deeds. But the strength of this group of people was average, with the strongest being introductory martial artists. If he became a full-fledged martial artist, even for a period of time, it would be impossible for him to continue to be a ruffian. Therefore, it is safest and most prudent to test your current strength with this group. The difference in strength between a section martial artist and an introductory martial artist was not too great. Now, it seemed that even though Chini lacked offensive means and his strength and agility were only at the level of an ordinary person, he was able to violently beat a section of martial artists by relying on his defense and recovery alone. To be precise, he stood still to give a one-segment martial artist a beating, and could exhaust a one-segment martial artist alive. As for second and third stage martial artists, surviving from under their hands shouldn't be a problem. After all, what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. Looking at it this way, if I improve for a few more days, I'll be able to go exploring the outer perimeter of the mysteries on my own. It is said that the environment of the secret realm is extremely harsh, so perhaps it is just the right place for me to exercise myself. Chini was very keen on the spirit plants in the secret realm. It was a shortcut for him to become stronger quickly. With that in mind, he turned back to the two brothers who were still kneeling on the ground and politely thanked them. "Thank you for your hard work." The brothers looked at each other, not understanding for a moment why Chini thanked them, but by the sound of it, they're saved? The two were about to be grateful, but they heard Chini continue. "Trouble yourself to go to the eastern suburb police station and turn yourselves in. I'm very busy right now and I don't have time to take you out." With that, Chini turned around and went upstairs on his own. Before he left one last word, which sounded glib, but screamed, "I'll go to the police station in a few days when I have time to make sure. And if I don't see you, then no one in the world will see you again anytime soon." This was a threat, a naked death threat, and under the absolute crushing strength, the two did not dare to gamble with their lives and could only obey. Gollum! The inch-haired man and the burly man subconsciously gulped, and the last trace of luck in their hearts disappeared. Returning to his familiar room, Chini looked at the tattered leather sofa in the living room and was momentarily in a trance. Just a few days ago, he was so poor that he could only eat couches to feed his hunger, but now he was a millionaire with an open road ahead of him. I wonder how that Chen Xian kid is doing. Chen Xian hadn't returned his messages until now, which more or less made people worried. Can suffer together, is bound to be a true brother. Chini is not a thinly veiled person. Their own developed, naturally will not forget the brother. He left 50 purple bamboo fruits and snow fruits for Chen Xian, while he himself took out the other 50 snow fruits and began to devour them. Spirit fruits contained extremely rich nutrition, and after those 50 purple bamboo fruits went down in the morning, Chini honestly wasn't even hungry right now, but in order to get a grip on getting stronger, he still ate them hard. Soon, an extreme coldness spread along his meridians and madly drilled into his organs, and in just a minute, a thin layer of frost formed on Chini's body surface. It was now a September day. The heat had not subsided, and it was absolutely bizarre that a living person could be so cold that frost formed on the surface of his body. Chini felt as if even his blood and heartbeat were freezing. He kept on harping out cold air and his entire body was shaking like sifting chaff. This was an unimaginable pain, but Chini, who had gone through the torture of cancer and evolved level 3 pain tolerance, was able to endure such pain perfectly without uttering a word. Enduring the pain was rewarding. After more than half an hour of extreme cold, Chini gradually returned to normal. His body calmed down and his body temperature slowly rose. In the dark, he found that he could see more cyclones floating in midair, and that it required less effort to pull these cyclones, and it was easier to contain and absorb them. Your cells have successfully adapted to the excessive nourishment of the orderless ice attribute spirit fruit, evolving the natural skill Aura Affinity LV2. Your cells are remodeled through spirit ice freeze, evolving the passive skill Cryogenic Resistance LV4. Very good. Aura Affinity has improved again. What Chini cared most about right now was this natural skill. As for the level 4 cryogenic resistance, it could only be considered an unexpected blessing. Level 4 cryogenic resistance would probably allow him to walk around naked in environments up to -10 degrees Celsius without his organism being affected, which was pretty good. It was one step closer to his goal of building an invincible physical body with top-tier passives hanging from his entire body. Chini squeezed his fists and felt his strength and agility increase as well. Was it improved by the fruit of the spirit? He possessed the passive skill, Iron Stomach, and his digestion and absorption abilities were far superior to normal people, probably about the same level as certain ferocious beasts. An ordinary person would eat one spirit fruit a day, and after eating 100 of them in 100 days, perhaps there would only be changes in his body, but Chini ate 100 spirit fruits in 3 hours, and was immediately able to finish digesting and absorbing them through his iron stomach, acquiring a boost. Opening his personal panel and taking a look, sure enough, all of his attributes had changed except for his spiritual power. Name, Chini. Race, planetary human, 9%. Power, 7. Physical fitness, 13. Agility, 6. Spirit, 6. Talent, adaptive cellular evolution. Skills, hypothermia resistance LV4, pain tolerance LV3, aura affinity LV2. Anaerobic tolerance LV2. Battle evaluation. Flesh strength exceeds that of a third-stage martial artist. A full-force punch is comparable to that of a first-stage martial artist. Not afraid of pain. Not afraid of cold. Not afraid of heat. You've already taken the first step to becoming a demon. For the first time, the battle power evaluation in the personal panel did not disparage and ridicule Qin Yi. This was enough to illustrate Qin Yi's tremendous change within 3 days. When I get the 3 first-rank spirit fruits tomorrow, I'll be able to get much stronger again, and then I'll find a way to improve my agility and means of attack, so I can try to enter the secret realm. Qin Yi clearly knows his own shortcomings. His agility is too low right now. He can't run fast. His reaction is slow, and he has empty strength but doesn't know how to attack. The means of offense could be made up by purchasing feats to practice. But what about agility? Perhaps I should also cultivate once in a while, evolving while practicing martial arts. A two-pronged approach for a stronger effect. Practicing martial arts enhances a person in all aspects. From a section of martial artists to a ninth section of martial artists, a person's speed can easily break through from 7 or 8 meters per second to 40 meters per second. Martial arts had been promoted in the human world for so many years that information below the level of a zongsure had been made public a long time ago, and Qin Yi was able to look up the body data of an ordinary martial artist with a casual internet search. How scary would I be if I started practicing martial arts? With anticipation on his face, he sat down on the spot, held his breath, and began the first time in his life of pulling aura into his body, hammering the meridians of his flesh, and quenching his qi and blood. The first step in martial arts is to draw spiritual qi into the body, so that every cell in one's body is accustomed to spiritual qi, undergoes the nourishment of spiritual qi, and possesses the ability to carry spiritual qi and give birth to qi and blood. Immortal martial arts together. There is no cultivation technique to say. Everyone is practicing martial arts along the experience of the previous person, refining the body and hardening the bones, opening up the meridians, and opening up the brain area. These 12 characters were the cultivation method that hundreds of millions of human beings had opened up with their blood and flesh, symbolizing the process of going from a period of martial artists to a patriarch. A martial artist refines the body and hardens the bones, a martial artist opens the meridians, and a patriarch opens the brain area. As for that so-called kung fu, it was nothing more than combat techniques such as sword techniques and swordsmanship. However, it was said that some breathing techniques could enhance one's cultivation speed, but every breathing technique was an absolute heavenly treasure, precious and rare. Qin Yi's original martial arts talent couldn't even sense aura, but now that he had a level 2 aura affinity, the process of pulling aura into his body was exceptionally smooth with very little resistance, coupled with the fact that his physical quality had been upgraded to the standard of a martial artist early on. The speed at which his cells accepted aura was exaggeratedly fast, and in less than an hour, he had completed the first step of a martial artist's initiation. A large piece of heart essence blood was gradually concentrated under the wrapping of spiritual qi, and eventually turned into a drop of blood interspersed with golden threads, which was incredibly thick and heavy, far exceeding ordinary blood, and could transform its form at will, changing from liquid to gaseous. This was qi blood, the first drop of qi blood that Qin Yi had quenched. Chapter 10, Does it really work? The first drop of qi blood had become a reality. Qin Yi clearly felt his strength had increased again. He didn't suspend his cultivation, and with a burst of energy, he continued to start quenching his qi blood. Unlike ordinary initiated martial artists, Qin Yi's physical body had already surpassed that of a third-stage martial artist, and now adapted to the aura at a ridiculously fast speed. A strand of aura flowed along the meridians, and in the next second, his physical body was able to absorb the nourishment of the aura, glistening and emitting a shimmering light as it began to metamorphose. In this way, a day without words, until the next day when the rising sun gradually radiates light. Qin Yi only opened his eyes, long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, only to feel refreshed, like a newborn. Inside his body, 5 drops of light golden qi and blood were suspended in his heart vein, returning to the basics, seemingly ordinary, but actually containing amazing greatness within. Taking out his cell phone to see that it was currently 4 in the morning of the next day. In the past 10 hours, Qin Yi had quenched 5 drops of qi and blood, officially becoming an introductory martial artist. This kind of efficiency, this kind of talent, even the first genius of Yuhang would have to sweat. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Yi did not become complacent. Instead, he got up and walked out of the apartment, moving his muscles in the open space in front of the apartment to test the limits of his current battle power. Boom! Full force fist blasted out. The empty field suddenly erupted in the air above the sound of a broken whistling. This fist, there are 300 kilograms of force, comparable to the third stage of the martial artist, running wildly as hard as he could. His figure could even drag out residual shadows, and he could span a distance of 40 meters in a second. I've just been initiated with 5 cards of chi and blood, and I'm actually comparable to the strength of a 3rd stage martial artist. Qin Yi's face glowed with a different color as he estimated that this was the effect of the series of passive skills he had evolved. Opening the panel again, 3 attributes changed dramatically. His strength skyrocketed from 7 to 12, agility increased to 10, and his physique came to 15. Unfortunately, the spirit remains at 6, unchanged. It made sense. After all, introductory martial artists didn't cultivate their souls or brain domains. Analogizing from the data, the 3 attributes of a 3rd stage martial artist should only be around 10 points, and my physique far exceeds theirs. This was still just a surface enhancement. Secretly, Qin Yi's perception had also gained enhancement. He was separated by a dozen meters, yet he could hear light footsteps in the apartment not far away. Looking down at the clock, it's only 5 a.m. Who would be out this early? He looked toward the apartment door and his eyes glazed over, spotting a familiar figure. Wang Yueling? By the way, the last time I free fell from the 3rd floor, it was also 5 a.m. And I just happened to run into her. Good morning, Qin. Brother Qin, you're working out again? When Wang Yueling saw Qin Yi, she wanted to take the initiative to go up and greet him, but suddenly recalled the bloody scene yesterday, and was a bit scared, so she only waved from afar. She looked at Qin Yi. See, it is not full of sores today. A little peace of mind, but take a closer look, and then surprised. In Wang Yueling's eyes, at this moment, Qin Yi's chi and blood were as exuberant as the sea, as if a round of sunrise was hanging in the sky, burning hot and piercing. This is the sign of becoming a martial artist. Yesterday you were an ordinary person, but today you're a martial artist? It's a no-brainer. Wang Yueling was so astonished that he first congratulated Qin Yi for entering the martial arts and couldn't help but look at him a few more times before leaving in a hurry. As she walked, she was still wondering, is it hard to believe that the freefall style exercise method really works? Wang Yueling had been stuck at 4-card chi and blood for a long time. She woke up every day at 5 a.m. to work part-time just to try to earn money, hoping that one day she could buy spiritual objects to help her become a martial artist. But that's ultimately too far away to be successful. At the thought, she couldn't help but look over at a 5-story building to her side and stop in her tracks. After Wang Yueling left, Qin Yi also returned to his room and simply cleaned up his body. And then, he immediately went out and rushed ahead to the eastern suburbs supermarket. The spirit fruit transaction with Li Wolfeng would probably take place after 9:30, and he went over early mainly because he wanted to ask Elder Wang for some advice. The street was very cold in the early morning, and only 3 or 4 pedestrians could be seen occasionally buying breakfast. As he walked, Qin Yi always felt that there was a gaze falling on him, if anything, as if someone was secretly observing him. Qin Yi had always trusted his perception and did not ignore this feeling. Who could be following me? The Lees? You don't want to give me the fruit of the spirit, so you want to get rid of me in advance? He secretly guessed, but on the surface, he didn't move, secretly observing the situation around him. Soon, he noticed a dark shadow behind him that followed him like a shadow. This black shadow didn't seem to be thinking of hiding himself at all, as he sensed Qin Yi's gaze, and even met it with a big smile and nodded. Swish dash. Immediately after, the man flashed across a distance of 10 meters like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Qin Yi and extending his right hand. The Altered Gods Society. Lu Yi, the Pagan Society? With a little recollection, Qin Yi remembered that this was the organization he had borrowed from loan sharks and sold his organs to. What do they want with me? To keep buying organs? Raising his eyes to look, this man named Lu Yi had a demonic and handsome face. His skin was miserable white, and his body was draped in a wide black robe. If not for his self-reported name revealing a male voice, Qin Yi would have thought that he was a woman. Keeping his guard up, Qin Yi reached out his hand and simply shook his hand, but the moment his skin touched, a majestic chi and blood surged into Qin Yi's body, destroying 3 of his meridians in an instant. Luckily, Qin Yi had evolved the level 1, toughness and perseverance, and his meridians were extremely strong, paired with his superb recovery power, stopping the injuries and annihilating the aftermath of that strand of chi and blood. The handshake was a hidden kill shot. The man was giving himself away. He let go of his hand, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Lu. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi shrugged indifferently and said lightly, I didn't expect you to be so weak that a strand of chi and blood could mess up your injuries. Alas, I thought I'd finally meet someone strong. Looking at you, even if you're a martial master, you're still in the weakest class, right? Why don't you hand over the wonders yourself? You're too weak for me to bother. How do you feel about being self-conscious and still living? This Lu Yi looked soft on the surface, but in reality, he was arrogant to the extreme and didn't put Qin Yi in his eyes at all. Through his words, Qin Yi's heart trembled as he probably guessed the ins and outs of this matter. The Altered God Society definitely grasped his details and found that he suddenly possessed the power of a martial artist from an ordinary person, suspecting that he had received some kind of miraculous encounter. This reasoning is indeed correct. The system is indeed a wonder, but it is impossible to hand it over. Still not cautious enough, I thought that the Altered God Society was just a slightly powerful loan shark organization, but I didn't expect to be able to send out such a strong person. Qin Yi was helpless. The Lu Yi who stood in front of him was at worst a low-ranked martial master, surpassing him by a whole large realm. What do we do now? Run away? Or fight hard? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Lu was clearly short on patience and didn't want to waste time standing around dry. So, without waiting for Qin Yi to respond, the sandbag-sized fist broke through the air and slammed into the small of his back. Chapter 11. The more you fight, the stronger you get. The speed of this punch was so fast that Qin Yi was unable to follow it with his naked eyes and could only hear the sonic boom. And in the next instant, the fist's blade had already bombarded Qin Yi's body, blowing up waves of air. Boo! Qin Yi was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away. His blood was churned by the fist force, his bones were all broken, and most of his organs were shattered. This punch, which already had a ton of force, was the most mediocre punch for those in the martial master realm. It was such a simple punch that knocked out half of Qin Yi's life. Martial artist and martial master. A difference of one word. A world of difference. No wonder Wu Jiming was scared like that when he guessed that Qin Yi was a martial master at that time. Weak. Too weak. Why do you have to make me fight? Wouldn't it be good to hand over the wonders yourself? Lu Yi shook out his fists and paced from the other end of the street, leisurely and without the slightest fear of Qin Yi's escape. He didn't go all out and didn't want to kill Qin Yi for fear that the other party would hide the wonders and no one would know about it after his death. Ha! Qin Yi collapsed to the ground like soft mud. After that punch just now, he likewise thought of the other party's mind to collect his strength, and had a solution in mind. What doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. The level 1 flesh recovery power was taking effect. His broken bones and organs were recovering frantically, and if someone could see the changes within his body at this moment, they would definitely gasp in shock. Inside Qin Yi's body, a single flesh bud wriggled and intertwined, squeezing energy and remodeling brand new bones and organs with great efficiency, recovering close to a third in just a minute. And the newborn bones and organs are stronger and tougher than the last. Qin Yi staggered up from the ground, covered in blood, but moving calmly. He took out what he had prepared earlier in his pocket, tore open the package and swallowed it. In a flash, a mellow energy was digested and broken down by the iron stomach, allowing him to recover even faster. Lu Ye's expression stared as he took a serious look at what Qin Yi had taken out, then froze for a few seconds, a huff appearing on his face. Qin Yi is eating a Snickers bar? So calm. And you're still snacking? Are you looking down on me? He had thought that the other party was going to take out the spirit fruit, but he didn't realize that it was actually just a mortal object. Veins rippled on his white face as Lu Yi took another step forward and started throwing punches at Qin Yi. His fist smashed into Qin Yi's body like a blizzard, but he precisely controlled the force and position. Not killing him. Come, agonize. Beg for mercy. Kneel and submit. The more Lu Yi fought, the more excited he became. The splattered blood stained his face, but he didn't care. Hissing like a pervert, he expected Qin Yi to lose his composure, to lose his cool, to cry out in pain and despair, and to beg for mercy. But to his surprise, Qin Yi remained the same indifferent look, showing no fear, no despair, and even less pain. How can a flesh wound compare to the torture of terminal cancer? With the addition of level 3 pain tolerance, not only was Qin Yi not in pain, but he had a marvelous feeling of exhilaration, and he almost didn't tense up and laughed out loud. His flesh, meridians, and bones were remodeled in one destruction after another, becoming stronger and more terrifying. How is it possible? Why is your flesh recovery speed so fast? Lu found the end of it and frowned, struggling to comprehend it. As a martial artist, his chi and blood could already achieve simple outward release, so in every punch he blasted out, it was laced with the power of chi and blood, which could destroy the meridians and organs in the opponent's body and prevent them from recovering. But these killing moves were actually ineffective against Qin Yi. I can't believe it. It must be the effect of that strange encounter. Greed flashed across Lu Ye's face as he once again struck out in a blazing manner, wanting to blow up Qin Yi, making him powerless to resist and directly dragging him away. But Qin Yi now even vaguely have some resistance. A short time, Lu Yi if not all out, but also cannot take away the desperately struggling Qin Yi. I don't know how many times I've wrestled with it. Qin Yi had been able to temporarily block Lu Ye's attacks, and even had the strength to raise his hand and pound Lu Ye's flesh. Even though this kind of attack was ineffective against Lu Yi, the implication of humiliation contained in it called for Lu Yi to be unable to endure it. Is that all the strength you have? It's like I can barely feel it. Chini was once again sent flying, and this time, he climbed up more quickly than ever, even having the time to take out another chocolate bar from his pocket and eat it. With enough energy, cells can adapt and evolve indefinitely. You seek death. Lu lost his cool. He couldn't tolerate a weakling picking on him, especially a weakling who couldn't even fight back. He no longer stayed his hand. His attack was several times swifter than before, and the wind of his fists was so powerful that when it blasted on the ground, it was able to set off a small area of tremors. A residual shadow appeared in midair. This was a phenomenon that could only be caused by extreme speed. The movement speed of a martial artist was so fast that it was comparable to a bullet. But alas, after the previous attacks, Chini had finally completed his metamorphosis. Your cells withstand the spiritual energy chi and blood rush of a low-ranked martial artist, and you have successfully evolved the natural skill, Aura Affinity LV3. Your cells withstood the hammering of a low-ranked martial artist and successfully evolved the passive skill, Flesh Resilience LV1. 5. Your cells withstand the sustained impact of more than 1 ton of force, and you have successfully evolved the natural aptitude, Soft and Boneless. 3 skills in 1 fight. The lift is too big. As it turned out, as long as he didn't get killed, the tougher and more horrific the circumstances, the only thing that would come in return was stronger skills. It was also at this moment, Lu Ye's eyes penetrated with a ferocious light. No longer holding back a bit, his chi and blood were like rainbows. His fist power rushed to the sky, heading straight for Chini's death point. Chini didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used his just acquired natural aptitude, Soft and Boneless. Shasta. It was as if his torso had suddenly lost its skeletal support and had become soft and dried out, as if it were a balloon that had not been blown up. This innate divine ability had evolved from Lu Ye's attacks and killings, and it could be said that it completely targeted Lu Ye's attacks and was born to defuse Lu Ye. The fist blade containing monstrous power rolled up an astral wind, suddenly bombarding Qin Yi's chest cavity, which should have penetrated through his chest and burst his heart with a destructive force. But unexpected things happened. Qin Yi's chest actually stopped Lu Ye's fist like a sponge, constantly concave inward to unload the force. Within 10 seconds or so, it was almost unloaded more than half of the strength. Qin Yi was once again sent flying a dozen meters away, but this time, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. The damage caused by Lu Ye's all-out punch was repaired in the blink of an eye with the increase of his fleshly recovery power LV1. 5. You can't be. Lu Ye was shocked. He was aware of how terrifying his punch was. Qin Yi smiled in a cloudy manner and stood at the corner of the street, spreading his hands and said, "Did you not have breakfast, brother? Come on, beat me to death harder. If you don't beat me to death today, I'll beat you to death later." He puffed up his chest and used a pat. He looked like he wasn't afraid to die. Lu Ye's face was so gloomy that he could squeeze out water, and he was about to continue striking, but he suddenly sensed someone approaching the place, and could only grit his teeth and glare at Qin Yi, running away for the time being. He was so overconfident that even under the streets in public, he wanted to hang Qin Yi with lightning speed and then capture him, but to his surprise, Qin Yi, like the undead mighty, just wouldn't go down. At this moment, a martial artist sensed the commotion and came to investigate, so Lu Yi naturally couldn't continue to linger. "What are you staring at? If you can't beat them, you'll just run away? Hey, stay if you can and we'll keep fighting." Qin Yi relentlessly shouted loudly at Lu Yi with a conspiratorial tone, infuriating Lu Yi to the point where he almost spat out blood. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure completely disappeared at the end of the street that Qin Yi closed his mouth and sighed in relief. "That's bad luck." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yi ate the last chocolate bar and looked up as a silhouette appeared on the street not far away. Chapter 12, People and their bodies cannot be generalized. After the battle between the two martial artists, the originally tranquil street became a complete mess, with billowing and rolling gravel everywhere, and a large circular pit spread all over the highway, pitted like a post-war ruin. Qin Yi looked at the visitor on the street and noticed that this person was wearing a neat police uniform, with short, dry hair and delicate, three-dimensional features that naturally carried a heroic aura that was not angry. "Sir is here." "Well, it's still a girl." Qin Yi's taut heart finally loosened up, making such a big commotion on the street. Sure enough, there would still be someone to take care of it. This police flower stood in front of Qin Yi with an expressionless face, glanced at Qin Yi who was in a miserable state, then looked at the direction where Lu Yi had fled, and asked solemnly, "The person you fought with ran away?" Qin Yi similarly observed the one in front of him. From the experience of dealing with martial artists so many times, she was definitely a martial artist as well, and her cultivation level was not low. Qin Yi smiled sarcastically and scratched his head. "Comrade officer, I didn't fight with that man. It was that man who took the initiative to kidnap me. Fortunately you came just in time or I would have almost been abducted." Hearing Qin Yi's explanation, the female officer didn't say anything more, but just flashed her credentials according to the rules, ready to take Chini away and go to the police station for record. Chini glanced at the ID and could see the name of the female police officer written on it, Xiao Shi. He didn't resist and followed Officer Xiao back to the police station. It's 8 a.m. And the police station has only just opened its doors, but there are several guests. Chini had just walked in when he heard a series of serious teachings, as if the male police officer was admonishing someone. Life is precious. If there is anything you can't think of, communicate with your parents and relatives more often. Don't keep it inside. You're still so young. You're in the prime of your life. Why do you have to go to hell and back? No more of that. Got it? Chini followed the sound and looked around, and realized that a familiar face was sitting on a chair in the police station, with his head lowered and full of shame, nodding his head continuously to the police uncle. Isn't this Wang Yueling? Encountering an acquaintance. Chini didn't think much of it and waved his hand to greet her. Hearing Chini's voice, Wang Yueling first froze, then secretly looked up at Chini, and then immediately lowered her head, blushing as if she was about to burn. The moment was so awkward that her thumbs buckled. In order to become stronger, she stole to learn Chini free fall cultivation method. The results did not work out, but was instead saved by the passing Good Samaritan alarm. Now looking at Chini's demeanor, it was obvious that he understood something from the police uncle's words, and his gaze towards her changed. Chini really did not expect. He casually mentioned, Wang Yueling actually really go to imitate the exercise body. Against the day, the verbal education on the police officer's side was almost over, and Wang Yueling got up with difficulty, staring at Chini, who was once again covered in blood, and said curiously, You went jumping again? Saying that, she looked back at the female police officer in front of Chini and suddenly realized, Oh, you've been arrested too. Ah, but you were arrested after jumping. The chi and blood on Chini's body had been raised again from when he was at 5 a.m. Wang Yueling could tell, and she pointed to Chini with delight, defending herself to the officer who had just educated her. Look, officer. He also often jumps down from the 3rd and 4th floors to exercise, and when he was originally still an ordinary person, he quenched 6 or 7 cardinalities of chi and blood in just 2 days. Let me tell you, I'm not looking for death. I'm looking to get stronger, to work on myself. The police officer who had just finished educating Wang Yueling's face darkened, suddenly feeling that simple verbal persuasion could no longer be effective on the young girl in front of him. Perhaps she needs to be admitted to psychiatric care. After the recovery of the aura, many law enforcement positions in the Human Alliance, all each has its own set of martial realm screening. If not a martial artist, cannot be elected. Police officers are no exception. In all his years of martial arts training, he had never heard of jumping from a dozen meters to become stronger. I'm lucky if I don't fall into a pulp, and I'm getting stronger? When the young girl saw that the police officer did not believe her, she could only cast a hopeful gaze at Chini, hoping that he would come forward to explain. But unfortunately, Chini didn't do as she wished and echoed the police uncle with a serious face. That's right. You can't get stronger even if you jump 100 times. But you clearly got stronger by relying on this. Wang Yueling was unconvinced. Chini shook his head. You can't generalize between people and their physiques. I can become stronger even if I eat. Can you? Wang Yueling. I can get stronger without eating. Can you? Wang Yueling. In a flash, the young girl was speechless. She always felt that something was broken, shattered by Chini's words. That's her dawning heart. The incident of Wang Yueling was only a small episode that passed quickly. After ending the conversation, Chini followed Officer Xiao to the interrogation room and was just about to enter when 3 people walked out from inside. 2 of them looked familiar. A lewd one with an inch head and a balding, burly one, both with special shackles on their wrists, being escorted out by an officer. The 2 of them had just gone out the door when they saw Chini's face, and they were so horrified that they plopped down and knelt in front of him, kowtowing frantically and begging for forgiveness. Big brother, we turned ourselves in as you said. Ah, spare our lives. We confessed everything. Really? Even when I was a kid I spied on the ant next door taking a shower. I didn't hide anything. These 2 were the very same punks who would sneak attack Chini not long ago in a vain attempt to rob the spirit fruit. After the 2 of them turned themselves in, everything in detail, from birth until now have committed all the wrongdoings. Said a whole night, almost to the interrogator to boil head. This time, just after the interrogation, they came out and made such a move, which immediately made several officers stare at Chini. Chini's body stiffened and hurriedly waved his hand. Comrade officer, I'm a good citizen of the 3. These 2 punks were caught by me in passing, so they could just turn themselves in. Officer Xiao also couldn't help but look at Chini a few more times as she opened the door to the interrogation room and lifted her chin. Go in and talk. One after the other, the 2 walked into the interrogation room. Boo! As the thick door closed, the entire world was quiet at the moment. and Qin could even hear his own heartbeat. Aside from his own adaptive evolutionary traits, Qin did not hide anything and roughly recounted Liu Yi's affairs, including the fact that Liu Yi came from the Altered God Society. Of course, the process of fighting with Liu Yi, Qin lied. He only said that Liu Yi wanted to capture himself. He kept resisting and was injured. He didn't say that he fought with Liu Yi with all his might for a while. For a newly initiated martial artist to be able to resist the full force of a martial master's strike was simply a mirage, and saying it out loud was bound to attract a lot of attention and get into trouble. Qin, who narrated the case, appeared relaxed, not like he was lying, and his every cell did not exude an unnatural state. Plus, Qin was certain that Liu Yi had destroyed all the monitors on that street before he did it, and the police department couldn't access the specifics, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. And it is true, Altered God will be in the eastern suburb of Yuhang police station. This early left the file, is an illegal organization. Kidnapping and robbing no evil, to Qin hands is really normal. Xiao Shi silently observed the man across from her, but she couldn't see anything wrong with the other party, whether it was his words or his expression. After many years in the field and having interrogated countless people, this was the first time she had seen such a dripping young man. The latter is a great thing. In the end, she believed Qin Yi's account and handed him a cup of hot water. Your file shows that you are not a martial artist, and according to league regulations, whenever you practice martial arts, you must keep a file. You are already an initiated martial artist with good natural talent. It would be best to go to the Martial Arts Federation in the next few days when you are free to test yourself and leave a record. Xiao Shi closed the file. She could see that Qin Yi was extraordinary. Some days ago he was clearly still terminally ill, but now he was alive and well. Not only had he recovered from a serious illness, but he had also become a martial artist, so he must have had some strange encounters. However, every martial artist had their own secrets, and as a police officer, she wouldn't pry, let alone get greedy. Thank you, comrade officer. Qin Yi drank the cup of hot water in one go, and the system's beep sounded in his ears in the process. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to lying, and you've evolved the passive skill blushing without jumping. You're comfortable with lying? A flash of surprise flashed in the depths of Qin Yi's eyes, but he quickly adjusted and left the police station accompanied by the relevant personnel. After Qin Yi left, Xiao Shi was still sitting alone in the quiet interrogation room, seemingly considering something. In the middle of the day, the door to the interrogation room opened again, and a police officer walked into it and saluted Xiao Shi. Bureau Xiao, you're looking for me? Xiao Shi handed him Qin Yi's file, then took a light sip of tea. After reading the file, the visitor's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "What do you mean?" Xiao Shi put down his teacup and nodded slightly. That's right, the people of the Alien God Society won't be willing to give up the something on Qin Yi. As long as we follow him, we'll be able to catch a big fish sooner or later. From today, you'll be responsible for protecting him. If he could catch the big fish of the Altered God Society, it would be at least a first-class merit. The man respectfully led the order to leave, and Xiao Shi was left alone in the interrogation room again, leisurely drinking tea. Chapter 13, First Grade Spirit Fruit. Level 3 Poison Resistance. When I came out of the police station, the time was just 9 o'clock, half an hour short of the appointment, so I didn't need to rush too much to get to the supermarket on time. Qin Yi tapped on his personal panel as he walked. The newly evolved skill, Face Without Redness, as its name suggests, allows Qin Yi to remain natural when lying, telling ghost stories as unshowy as telling the truth. There is no level for this skill. It should evolve out even if it's full. It doesn't add much to the battlefield, but it still feels useful. Qin Yi's gaze skimmed over the skills and landed on his 4 attribute panels, then was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength, agility, and physique attributes had once again gained a boost. Today, he had 13 points of strength, 11 points of agility, and 16 points of physique, which far exceeded the average 3rd Dan martial artist and was barely comparable to a 4th Dan. The martial arts rank is divided into 9 stages, every 3 stages for a grade. For stage martial arts seems to be only 1 stage stronger than 3-stage martial arts. In fact, the difference is very big. I also have to thank Liu Yi for his good intentions. He's so strong that he beat me and made sure not to kill me, which allowed me to be metamorphosed. Qin Yi was in an excellent mood and hummed a little song. Martial artist 9th stage needed to refine his flesh and temper his qi and blood with his aura, and Liu Yi bombarding him with the power of qi and blood from the outside was equivalent to helping him hammer his flesh and was even more efficient than gulping down aura to cultivate, refining a drop of qi and blood in 10 minutes. Nowadays, Qin Yi had 6 cards of qi blood, not far from the 10 cards of qi blood of a segmented martial artist. The most crucial thing was that Liu Yi had also helped him evolve his level 3 aura affinity, and his future cultivation would only be faster. Such a great favor. When I have accomplished my cultivation in the future, I will repay it with my life. Qin murmured to himself, his face chilling. Without realizing it, he was already extremely far away from the police station and could see the sign of the Yuhang Dongjiao supermarket not far away. When he came forward, he immediately saw Li Wufeng holding 3 wooden boxes, standing in front of the supermarket cash register and waiting for someone. It must be that the 3 wooden boxes are the containers for storing first-order spirit fruits. Qin puts on a smiling face and strides into the supermarket, greeting Li Wufeng enthusiastically. Long time no see, brotherly. Ha ha. Hearing this voice, Li Wufeng's face turned cold and did not reply. We just met yesterday. What's with the long time no see? Do I know you that well and call me brotherly? He was not surprised that Qin knew about his surname Li. After all, the old man stationed at the supermarket was very unusual and had probably talked to Qin. Li Wufeng turned around, his face indifferent, his pair of black eyes ancient and unperturbed, looking straight at Qin. In the next second, however, his face lit up with an irrepressible look of consternation, and he nearly lost it. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin once again, the look of shock on his face intensifying. He wasn't wrong. Just one night had passed, and yesterday's commoner had actually refined 6 cards of qi and blood. Did you really not hide your strength yesterday? Li Wufeng couldn't believe it. Even for a genius like him, who had been bathing in elixirs since birth and eating spiritual fruits as sugar beans, refining 6 cards of qi and blood had taken more than a week. Qin faintly shook his head in amusement. What strength can I hide in front of Elder Wang? The owner of the supermarket, Elder Wang, was in a profound realm, and if he wasn't a great master, it would be impossible to hide his reality in front of him. Li Wufeng understood Qin's hints, and his expression became more and more complicated, his eyes colorful. Not to mention him, even Elder Wang behind the cashier's desk was astonished. He had lamented yesterday that Qin had practiced martial arts too late, but today, the other party had already crossed the gate of martial arts. Refining 6 cards of qi and blood in one day was truly a heavenly talent. Qin peeked at Elder Wang with slight nervousness, and finally let go of his heart when he saw that he was still smiling warmly at him. As an old man, Elder Wang must have guessed that he was carrying a secret. However, Elder Wang did not intend to look deeper into it, much less point it out. At his realm, as long as it was a genius of the human race acquiring opportunities, a heavenly blessing, he wouldn't go out of his way to take it. It's true that there's a bit of talent, but with immortal martial arts, it's useless to have talent alone. You have to cash in on it in order to become a strong person. I hope to see you in the future in the depths of whatever secret realm. Don't fall early. Li Wufeng was, after all, a heavenly pride from the Li family, and after a brief moment of shock, he still resumed his usual aloof demeanor, handing over the 3 wooden boxes in his hands to Qin. Qin took the wooden box and looked down, realizing that these 3 brown wooden boxes were small but incomparably exquisite, carved with dragon and phoenix patterns. The spiritual qi was internally restrained, and the first-order spirit fruits were stored in them without a single bit of smell or spiritual energy actually leaking out. Obviously, the wooden box itself was also a valuable storage device. It was just that the Li family was so big that Li Wufeng didn't put it on his mind and gave it away casually. Gee, damn dirtbags. Rich is great, isn't it? After the spirit fruit was delivered, Li Wufeng turned around and left without stopping for half a second. Qin looked at his back and couldn't help but snicker. Cheer up your cultivation. Don't see me next time and your cultivation isn't as good as mine. Li Wufeng's footsteps froze, and he immediately refuted. You're dreaming. I'm just going to sleep for the first half of the year first, and you won't be able to surpass me. As the young master of the Li family, Li Wufeng was 18 years old today, and had already stepped into the low-ranked martial master realm, which was sufficiently 2 major realms higher than Qin. No matter how talented Qin was, he was currently only an introductory martial artist, not even a section martial artist. If I can be surpassed by you, I'll let you sit in this Li family's young master position. Li Wufeng grunted out, and then he quickly walked away and disappeared. Qin shrugged his shoulders and said in a low voice, the Li family's young master position? I can't see it yet. Elder King, how come the young people nowadays are getting madder and madder? Sure enough, I'm still getting old. He hunched over inside. When Qin got the first-order spirit fruit, he didn't go straight home like he did last time. Instead he decided to stay at the supermarket and eat the 3 fruits directly. The eastern suburb of Yuhang was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and the value of the first-order spirit fruit was too high, so if he took it out, he was afraid that he would be targeted by powerful people. It would be better to take advantage of Elder Wang's shelter and take it first. Elder Wang could see what was on Qin's mind and didn't refuse. Getting up and opening the door to the storage room, he said to Qin, come eat in the storage room. Qin hurriedly followed. In the storage room, he placed 3 wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one. Click! The first wooden box opened. A refreshing fruit fragrance overflowed out, as if a cool spring breeze brushed across the face. Just smell the flavor, called the mind and soul. Elder Wang on the side nodded slightly and introduced. This is the spring heart fruit, a fruit in March of Yangchun. It is the spring heart. It has the effect of nourishing the spirit and moistening the prana. It is considered to be a high-quality first-order spirit fruit. Nurturing the spirit? Qinyi's eyes lit up and without hesitation, he immediately ate the spring heart fruit. And then, he only felt the warm spring sun shining in his heart. Slightly warm, soothing and soft, and when he opened his personal panel to take a look, the spirit attribute that hadn't changed for a long time actually prompted from 6 points to 10 points. Before the sovereign, martial artists did not open their brain domains and did not cultivate their souls, so how much mental power they could have depended on their talent. But generally speaking, even geniuses have an initial mental strength of around 7 points. Even if he ate the same spring heart fruit as Qinyi, it would only raise 1 or 2 points, but Qinyi had raised 4 points. This is a level 1 iron stomach ability. The strength of this skill far exceeded Qinyi's imagination, and its benefits lay not only in being able to eat what others could not, but also in digesting the spirit fruit more thoroughly and absorbing it more comprehensively. The remaining 2 wooden boxes were opened together by Qinyi, in which the first-order spirit fruits stored therein were the red blood orange and the earth wind chestnut. These 2 kinds of spirit fruits are both enhancing the human body's qi and blood. After taking them, Qinyi's body's blood qi tumbled. The original 6-card qi and blood had improved again, coming to 10 cards, directly crossing over into the ranks of the first-ranked martial artists. Seeing this, Elder Wang was first startled, then worriedly admonished, taking a large amount of spirit fruits, although it can quickly enhance the qi and blood, it will also lead to unstable foundations and a weak base, which will not be beneficial on the road ahead. You have eaten too many spirit fruits in the past few days. It is better to eat less in the future and consolidate your foundation first. Like the children of the family like Li Wufeng, most of the spirit fruits they ate were not this kind of fruits that directly increased their qi and blood, but rather those that increased their potential. Quenching the qi and blood had to be done step by yourself. Qinyi respectfully noted down this matter, but his heart was a bit strange. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his roots. It was also at this moment that the sound of the system's prompt echoed in Qinyi's mind. Ding! You have taken a large amount of spirit fruits in a short period of time, successfully adapting your cells to the spirit poison, evolving the passive skill Poison Resistance LV3. Ding! You have taken 3 consecutive first-order spirit fruits, pure aura cleansing your meridians, evolving the natural skill Aura Affinity LV6. The sound of the system's prompt made Qinyi gradually understand. It turns out that spiritual plants absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to grow, and in order to avoid being eaten, most of them have spiritual poison deposited in their bodies. This kind of toxicity would consume and destroy the potential of the martial artist, but the amount of spiritual poison deposited by different spiritual plants varied, like the spiritual plants that were recognized as harmless and beneficial by the Human Alliance. Most of them were varieties that deposited less spiritual poison. As long as you don't eat too much, you'll be fine. But now that Qinyi had evolved poison resistance, he was already able to ignore spirit poison, so he would be able to eat as much as he wanted in the future without having to have any scruples. This shortcut to martial arts practice was beneficial to Qinyi. Chapter 14 The Martial Arts Federation. With the matter of the spirit fruit out of the way, Qinyi seemed to remember something and inquired with Elder Wang. By the way, do you know about the Martial Arts Federation? Elder Wang led Qinyi out of the storage room and nodded. The Martial Way Federation is the organization responsible for coordinating the management of human martial artists. And now that you've successfully broken through to become a segmented martial artist, you do have to make a trip there. Under Elder Wang's explanation, Qinyi gradually understood. The Wudao Federation was founded more than 80 years ago as a superorganization in official cooperation with the Humanity Alliance, and at the time of its founding, it set the prevention of martial arts offenders and the maintenance of social harmony as its purpose, which has been carried out to this day. The power of those who practice martial arts is so overpowering that it does require some organized suppression to avoid chaos. However, the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Federation over martial artists was very loose. As long as they didn't make any major mistakes, they basically didn't care. They just needed to go register and update their martial arts realm from time to time. This kind of registration is not without its benefits. When your profile is updated to a martial artist profile, you will enjoy many conveniences in society, such as tax breaks, discounts on public transportation, and so on. It's still not bad. Elder Wang stood back at the front desk and commented casually. A world where martial arts is the norm is so realistic. It seemed that it was still necessary for the Martial Arts Federation to register once, and there was little risk of exposing the system if it was done carefully. Qinyi made his decision, and after thinking about it, he asked another question. Elder Wang, I want to learn some killing techniques. I wonder where there are channels. Although Qin now had great strength and physique, he lacked the means to attack, and simply thrashed around with his king's fists without any rules. This shortcoming must be made up if we want to cope with the various upcoming crises. Elder Wang smiled faintly and specified, the Martial Arts Federation has it. Once you've registered for membership as a martial artist, you'll be able to log into a website called Martial World with your ID. This website sells everything related to martial arts, including Kung Fu, so you can pick the one you want by yourself at that time. So it is. This Martial Arts Federation was interesting enough to start such a website, and it seemed to be intent on advancing the cultivation of human martial artists. Thank you, Elder Wang, for clearing up the confusion. So I'll take my leave now. Qin was becoming more and more curious about the Martial Arts Federation and was ready to set off now to meet the world downtown. Before Wang Lao answered these questions, he only knew that there was such an organization, and the specifics were not known. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Xian had mentioned a few words to him, he might not have even heard of the Martial Arts Federation. Come back to me when you break through to Martial Master. Elder Wang hung his curtains and closed his eyes, and said no more. Qin's heart was delighted as he bowed to Elder Wang and then retired. Wang Lao's identity was extremely mysterious. His strength was even more unfathomable. Qin had seen so many martial artists. Even Lu Yi had not felt this invisible sense of oppression when he met Wang Lao. Returning to the basics, the seemingly ordinary old body contains amazing greatness. It was unknown what realm of martial artist Elder Wang was. Qin thought wildly, but his footsteps didn't stop. He didn't go home. Instead he walked straight to the subway station, intending to leave the eastern suburbs and go downtown for once. The Martial Arts Federation of Yuhang City was then located in the city. But of course, it was only the chapter. The headquarters of this organization seems to be in the capital of China, Tianjin. If I go home now, I might be ambushed by the people of the pagan society. But if I head to a crowded urban area, the pagan society should not dare to come back to arrest me again. Qin scanned the crowded subway and settled down a little. Unlike the suburbs, the defense force in downtown Yuhang was very strong. If Lu Yi dared to make a fuss in the city as he did, he was afraid that he would be suppressed by the official martial artists in less than a minute. Not long after, the subway arrived at the station. Qin followed the crowd to squeeze out of the station. When the forest of high-rise buildings into the eyes, he was in a trance for a moment, and then showed his determination and let out a long breath. Once upon a time, I was just an inconspicuous ant in the big city, so humble and small that I didn't even have the ability to get a foothold in the city, and I could only slink off to the outskirts of the city. But from today, everything will be different. Without wasting any time, Qin immediately opened his navigation and headed towards the Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Federation. Busy streets, bustling crowds, noisy traffic. After about half an hour or so, Qin arrived at the city center and looked up. Among the buildings made of steel and glass, a huge martial arts hall built of mahogany was particularly conspicuous. At the main door of the Martial Arts Center, there was a gilt plaque with 5 big words, Martial Arts Federation, with dragons and phoenixes flying, implying the meaning of sword. Worthy of being a super martial arts organization, just one chapter was quite extraordinary. Qin couldn't help but nod his head as he stepped into the Martial Arts Center. The gates of the Martial Arts Federation appeared to be unguarded and unimpeded on the surface, but it seemed to conceal some sort of screening means, so that if one was not a martial artist, one could not enter. Qin could see that there were a few ordinary people hovering at the entrance, unable to walk in no matter what. He himself, on the other hand, came in unimpeded. Could it be that the plaque is secretly mysterious? Qin speculated in his mind. Looking around, he was in the hall of the Martial Arts Federation. The space was wide, the floor was paved by white tiles, 4 huge pillars were divided into 4 directions, on which there were carvings of vermilion bird, xuanwu, white tiger, and green dragon, the 4 divine beasts suppressing qi. It was really atmospheric. Looking up, right in front of the hall, there was a tens of meters sized wooden list, on which was engraved one name after another, and under careful counting, one would find that the number of names was not too many, not too few, just 1,000. This wooden list was as if it was the golden list of the ancient imperial examinations, attracting attention. This list is called the limit list, and what is recorded on it are the 1,000 strongest martial artists with the strongest physical bodies below the martial master realm over the past 100 years. This list was established by the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, Elder Su Jinhasu, in order to explore the limits of the physical body of the martial realm. In order to ascend this list, many martial artists' prides have expended a great deal of energy and time, preferring to linger at the 9th degree martial artist realm without breaking through, and polishing their fleshly bodies to the extreme. In addition to this list, for the martial master, sovereign master, and grand sovereign realms, there are also limit lists established. At some point, there was a middle-aged man on Qin Yi's side, with an 8-bearded beard, squinting eyes, a white shirt, and his hands on his back, resembling some immortal cultivators in the deep mountains and forests. He sized up Qin Yi and introduced himself. My name is Su Roaxu, and I'm the president of the Yuhang chapter. Little friend is here for the first time today, right? Chapter 15 Strength Test, shocking the whole room, coming up and staring at the limit list with a puzzled face. With a realm of a segmented martial artist, then it must be a newcomer without a doubt. There weren't many new martial artists in Yuhang, and the vast majority of them were from the disciplines, from certain martial arts families or martial arts schools, so they would all gather in a unified group and come over to register. Scattered people like Qin Yi who came alone to register generally had their own extraordinary features. These days, Chinese martial arts are prevalent, and 12 years of compulsory martial arts training has been promoted early on, and seedlings with martial arts talent are basically tapped into during the process of compulsory martial arts training to join those prestigious martial arts schools. As for casuals like Qin Yi who could cross over into a section of martial artists, most of them had acquired changes and strange encounters, and were more likely to emerge as geniuses. Su Roaxu had been stationed here for many years and had quite a bit of experience, especially in distinguishing between Heaven's Pride. The last time a loose person had come over to register, it had to go back 7 or 8 years ago, and that one's realm today was extremely terrifying. That was why he personally showed up to guide Qin Yi, wanting to take a look at the teenager's bottom. Thank you, senior, for explaining. Qin Yi turned back to thank him, and then wondered, is there any purpose to setting up a limit ranking in a lower realm? Purely to motivate future generations of martial artists to practice martial arts? Even if the extreme physical body strength of a low realm was high, it would still be difficult to surpass a high realm. Like the martial limit ranking in front of him, the first place at the top was a man named Cloud Confusion, who set the record roughly 40 years ago. He was invincible as he blasted out 2 tons of power with a single punch at the 9th stage of the martial artist realm. One should know that the theoretical strength limit of a 9th dan martial artist was 2 tons, and 2 tons of strength was already comparable to the full strength of a low-ranked martial artist. But what's the point? To play hard to get? It was better to waste time pursuing the limits of the martial realm than to break through the realm earlier. Both take about the same amount of time and achieve the same results. Su Roaxu slightly surprised to look at Qin Yi. This age of young people, often hot-blooded, the most love to show off. Rare to see such as Qin Yi on the pretense of ex-disdain. Being on the list does take a lot of time and resources, and will keep one trapped in the martial artist realm for a long time. But, Su Roaxu turned his words around, and if he was referring to it, he said, if you are fortunate enough to be crowned king in the future, then you will know why a martial artist has to spend a lot of effort to pursue the limit. A vassal and a king? It was said that only the top powerhouses in the mountain and sea realm could be sealed as a marquis, and after the mountain and sea realm, it was the seal king realm. These 2 realms were too distant for the current Qin Yi, to the point that he had only seen a few princes and lords across the internet. I didn't realize that the limit list had such a hidden secret, hiding the chance to be crowned king? Qin Yi silently made a note of this matter. He followed Su Roaxu through the hall to the several training rooms at the back of the martial arts center, and along the way, many of the staff would salute Su Roaxu and greet him, so it was clear that the other party was not faking and was really the president of the Yuhang chapter. Through the casual conversation with Qin Yi along the way, Su Roaxu had already determined that the young man in front of him was a purely casual person who had not been trained by any martial arts school or martial arts family. The 2 of them stopped at a room filled with special wooden figures. Su Roaxu looked at Qin Yi, a flash of anticipation in her eyes. Go and take some tests. We need to register your basic physical data. These wooden figures were all forged from special wood produced in the secret realm, which was incredibly tough and could recover on its own after taking heavy blows, paired with the instruments set inside, which was enough to accurately measure the strength of everything below a martial master. Since records have been kept, the limit record for a section of martial artists is 600 kilograms of punching force, so maybe you have a chance to break it. Su Roaxu joked to Qin Yi. This record actually came from the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, Su Jinhe's hand. For more than 80 years there has never been anyone to break it. It may seem easy, but in reality, it is even more difficult than ascending to the top of the martial artist limit list. However, this record was only circulated among some groups of martial artists and did not make it to the limit list. After all, it was only a segmented martial artist. No matter how strong it was, it would not be strong enough to be a 9th segment extreme martial artist. Good. Qin Yi nodded in agreement and randomly picked the closest stake to himself, poised to strike. He hadn't tested his limits after swallowing the spirit fruit, nourishing 10 cards of chi and blood, and stepping into a section of martial artists. This is just the right time to try it out. In addition to Qin Yi and Su Roaxu in the strength testing room, there were also a few martial artists who had just finished their tests. roughly at the third stage level, and a single blast of their fists could leave a deep fist mark on the body of a wooden man for a long time before recovering as before. 450 kilograms of force. This kind of punching power was quite a bit higher than the 400 kilograms that was standard for a standard third stage martial artist, which was considered good. At this moment, these few martial artists had finished their tests, and instead of leaving in a hurry, they observed Qin with interest, wanting to see the results of his tests. Someone who could be personally brought in by President Su for testing couldn't be a mediocrity, could he? Several people stepped back and waited up in silence. Qin did not let the crowd wait. He stood in front of the wooden man, calmed his breathing, raised a force, the body's chi and blood roared, the power gathered in the right hand, violently smashed into the wooden man. Phew! The speed of this punch was beyond the crowd's imagination. Qin's right hand transformed into a residual shadow in a matter of moments, and before they had time to see it, they heard a deafening thud. Boom! The terrifying power poured out as much as it could on top of the wooden man, blowing up a circle of air waves, and only the residual power, all of which pushed away several wooden men placed in the surrounding area by a few meters. The crowd of onlookers were stunned for a moment, then gazed at them, only to see Qin retracting his right hand in a cloudy manner, shaking his fist, and smiling. Not a bad score. Ha! Good grades? The gazes of the crowd once again flowed and landed on the screen that displayed the power, and immediately, everyone was stunned. The three-dan martial artist who had blasted out 450 kilograms of power earlier was even in a trance, thinking that he was dreaming, and his mouth was constantly murmuring, "How is this possible? This is absolutely unrealistic, isn't it?" Fixing his eyes on the screen, it showed an incredible number, 601 kilograms. This was enough power to rival the full force of a fifth-dan martial artist, and it even just happened to break the record that the old President Su Jinha had held for 80 years. A paragraph martial artist compares to a fifth paragraph? Chapter 16, don't be shocked yet, more shocking things are coming later. Su Roaxa stared at Qin dead on, his originally narrowed eyes widening. Not caring about anything else, he dashed to Qin's side in 3 or 2 steps. Excited. You try again. Go all out. Don't hold back. Staying power? The few people present were even more stunned, looking at Qin as if they were looking at a monster. Such a sick record. And this kid hasn't even gone all out yet? The several third dan martial artists felt that the martial confidence they had cultivated all the way through had been knocked out of them. However, Qin merely nodded without showing any other expression. When he refined 5 cards of chi and blood and became an introductory martial artist, he had more than 300 kilograms of power in one punch. Now that his chi and blood had doubled, wasn't it normal for him to have more than 600 kilograms? I'm all turned on and I can't crush the rest of them. That would be a waste indeed. The wooden man in front of him had been hit by Qin with dozens of cracks, and it looked like it would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Therefore, Qin switched to a wooden man and slightly repaired for a few seconds before taking a deep breath, and after a simple assisted run, he blasted out a punch with all his might. Boom! The force of this strike was even more terrifying, and after Qin finished it, he felt his entire body's chi and blood churning and boiling for a long time. The condition of the wooden man was even more exaggerated. 30 to 40 centimeters deep fist prints appeared on it, with the fist prints as the center, densely cracked hundreds of cracks. The whole wooden man looks like any time may be completely collapsed and destroyed. 780 kilograms of force. This punch was already close to the full force of a 7th-stage martial artist. However, the one who swung such a punch was actually only a one-segment martial artist. This son has the qualifications to be crowned king. Su Roaxa was pleasantly surprised. Yu Hang had only produced one king in the past 100 years, or was barely able to cross into the true king realm in his old age. Anyone who can be crowned king is not a dragon and phoenix among men, and it is difficult for 10 million people to come up with one. I never thought I would see one in person today. Because of the commotion caused by Qin, there were more and more martial artists coming to the strength testing room to watch, almost surrounding the gate and the aisle. But these people who had rushed to see what was going on fell silent, not saying a word, just staring intently at the numbers on the screen. The numbers silenced them. 1 million people are watching. Su Roaxa laughed out loud, and with the intention of cherishing talent in his heart, he asked Qin, "Little friend, I would like to take you on as a disciple. I wonder if you're interested." When these words came out, everyone returned to their senses, revealing a look of admiration as they looked at Qin, hating to take his place. Su Roaxa's realm was extremely high, and it was rumored that when he first arrived in Yuhang 7 or 8 years ago, he had already entered the realm of a great master. 7 or 8 years had passed, and his strength today was unimaginable. Most importantly, Su Roaxa's last name was Su, and behind him stood the Su family, one of the 10 great families of Tianjing, which dominated the martial arts federation and was extremely powerful. If he could hook up with the Su family, all kinds of high-level cultivation resources would surely be endless. But it is such a great opportunity. Qini even a little thought. Export refused. I already have a teacher. I can't worship anyone else. Qini arched his hand and politely refused, shocking the entire audience. What master, within Yuhang, can compare to Su Roaxu? The chief consul of Yuhang doesn't deserve it either. Outsiders were puzzled and cursed Qini for being too young and having eyes that didn't know the strength of the Su clan. Su Roaxu was also a bit sleepy. It was the first time he had been rejected. Qini didn't look like someone who had received systematic martial arts training. How could he have a teacher when he didn't understand many common sense? Puzzled, he asked Qini for his teacher's name. Who would have expected Qini to smile faintly and spit out four inexplicable words? East Suburban Supermarket. East Suburban Supermarket? Mr. Su asked you about your master's name. What does it mean for you to answer the name of a supermarket? The onlookers were baffled, but Su Roaxu heard the deeper meaning and came to a sudden realization. Nodding his head continuously, that's actually the case. If you are worshipping under that person, then it would indeed be me who is being abrupt. As expected, Elder Wang's level was so high that even existences such as Su Roaxu were exceptionally in awe. Knowing that he was living in seclusion in Yuhang, after learning that there was such a layer of relationship, Su Roaxu became more and more appreciative of Qini, and while leading him towards the next testing room, she said, if there are any difficulties in the future, you can come here to find me. Thank you, Elder Su. Qini sincerely thanked him, becoming more and more curious about his mysterious teacher. However, he was not in a position to ask Su Roaxu directly. After all, he said that he was Elder Wang's disciple, but Elder Wang's side didn't really say that he would accept him. At most, it's just a registered disciple. The two of them continued to start the regular tests. Besides strength, Qini also needed to test the three major items of speed, reaction, and physical fitness. As for spirit-related items, that was something at the level of a patriarch. Less than a patriarch, the brain area was not open, unable to cultivate spiritual power. Naturally there was no need to measure it. Due to the uproar caused by the strength test breaking Su Jinha's record, there was a large group of people following Qini, wanting to see the level of Qini's subsequent tests. In the speed test, Qini did his best to run wildly, reaching a peak movement speed of 21 m/s, slightly higher than the average level of a 5th stage martial artist. As for reflexes, they were also vastly different, comparable to a 5th dan martial artist. The results of these two tests were good, but they were a little short of the wow factor than what we saw during the power test. Neural reflexes and speed are both related to the agility attribute, and my agility attribute does fall short of the strength attribute by quite a bit. Qini secretly opened his personal panel. At this time, his strength attribute had been raised to 17 points, and his agility was still only 14 points. However, the physique attribute did soar to 20 points, which was extremely terrifying, almost surpassing a 9th stage martial artist. Only one last fitness test remains. Our Yuhang's physical fitness test is rather special, using multifold gravity for the test, gradually increasing the pressure. If you feel you can't carry it anymore, remember to speak up earlier. Su Roaxu sized up Qini, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became, thinking that if the sun didn't fall in the middle of the day, he would be able to achieve great things. Why do you say that Yuhang's physique test is a bit special? Qini wondered. Because other regions use the hammering method to test their physique. While Yuhang is very close to the Xin Tian secret realm, which specializes in a kind of gravity stone that strengthens gravity, and it's very good to use it as a testing instrument, and it's several times better than the hammering method, Su Roaxu patiently explained. So that's how it is. The secret realm of Xin Tian? Qini had already heard the name of this secret realm several times. Maybe after this registration information is over, you can prepare a little bit and try to go straight to the secret realm. With this in mind, he then stepped into the separate gravity test room in full view of everyone. The onlooker martial artists looked at Qini inside the glass room, but they weren't as expectant as they were at first. They believed that this son's specialness was in his strength, and that he could only be considered to be on the level of an average heaven's pride in other aspects. Although it was also far more than 99% of ordinary martial artists, they had still seen quite a few geniuses at this level of one stage of martial arts compared to 5 stages, so there was no need to make a big fuss about it. If you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run? The gravity test was about to begin, but among the crowd of onlookers, there was one person who was soulful, as if he had been struck down to his Tao heart, looking at Qini with a gaze full of fear. His name was Chen Shen, and he came from the Yuhang Eastern Suburbs police station, the very same officer that Xiao Shi had assigned out not long ago to secretly protect Qini. Chen Shen had read Qini's detailed file and had followed him all the way, witnessing him finish the 3 tests, and at this moment, He had been struck by Qin unbelievable performance to the point of losing his mind. Others don't know, but he does. Just in the morning, more than 4 hours ago, Qin, who was staying at the police station, was still just an introductory martial artist who had refined 6 cards of Qi and blood. 4 hours? Just 4 hours? Qin had not only become a segmented martial artist, he had also displayed such heaven-defying battle power that it was hard to imagine. What kind of demon is this kid? Is it really possible that he had no one to turn to and was an orphan with no martial arts talent, as recorded in his file? Shen couldn't understand it. However, the next scene of outrageous things that happened in the gravity test room even more nearly made his jaw drop in shock. Chapter 17, 100 times gravity is like drinking water. As Qin walked into the gravity test room, the crowd of outdoor onlookers began to chatter and discuss again. How many times gravity do you think this man can handle? His strength is strong, comparable to that of a 7th dan martial artist, but otherwise he's basically at the level of a 5th dan martial artist, so I'm guessing that the physique is the same. 50 times gravity tops. Let's hope it will be a surprise. Surprise? It's already considered good to have one attribute at the level of an extinct heavenly pride. Don't expect a double attribute extinction. That's the kind of demon that could only be cultivated in the heavenly capital. Chinese martial arts had been prevalent for 100 years, and there was a vague division of qualifications for young martial artists. Taking a segmented martial artist as an example, if by virtue of a segmented martial artist realm, one attribute could be comparable to a third segmented martial artist, one could be called a genius or a heavenly pride. If he could match the 5th stage, he would be a super genius. As for those like Qin, who were comparable to 7th stage martial artists, they were the so-called greatest generation pride. Of course, there was a level division amongst the heavenly prides of the same level, and the more attributes that were able to break through the limits of the realm, the stronger the qualification. Buzz dash. Just as the crowd was talking, the gravity test had already been opened, and a fluctuation faintly came from the test room. The light blue crystal set on the ceiling burst out with a blinding white light, tampering with the laws of gravity in a small area. Qin, who stayed right underneath the gravity crystals, was expressionless, sitting in place, looking unchanged and unaffected. He raised his head and looked at the gravity crystal on the ceiling, constantly observing what the crystal looked like, keeping it in mind. I heard that this kind of gravity crystal, each kilogram is sold for $10 million, and this one set in the gravity room weighs 5 tons. But its volume is only the size of a basketball. Let's memorize its appearance first, and when we enter the Xian mysterious realm in the future, let's see if we can mine for a wave of wealth. The gravity in the chamber spiked wildly, and soon the big screen showed that the gravity in the core area had reached 10 times that of Blue Star. Under 10 times gravity, an ordinary person before the recovery of the aura would faint from shock within a few seconds, and even trained astronauts would have blurred consciousness. 2 eyes would be dazed. Internal bleeding in the organs. Internal injuries would be formed, and they would not be able to hold out for a minute. However, for martial artists after the revival of their aura, this kind of gravity was nothing, and a section of martial artists could easily resist it. Gravity continues to increase. 15 times, 20 times, 25 times. By the time the intensity of gravity reached 30 times, Qin's head full of black hair was pressed close to his scalp, and his entire body's clothes were torn downward by gravity and gradually crumbled, revealing his robust and exquisite body. Fortunately, his pants were still there. Qin wasn't afraid of making a fool of himself, but he was mainly afraid that if his pants were gone, it would strike the male martial artists here and make them feel inferior. 30 times gravity was already the average level of a 3rd stage martial artist's physique, but for Qin, it didn't cause any pressure at all, and he was even able to go off on a tangent and ramble on. The gravity test chamber was capable of creating extreme gravity environments, and assuming that gravity could be increased indefinitely, it would be an opportunity for Qin to evolve. Let's have some pressure. Don't spoil it for me. Qin was secretly looking forward to it. 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. The gravity crystals above his head permeated with a mysterious aura, as if they had touched the rules of the Great Tao, continuously exerting pressure on Qin. However, under 60 times gravity, Qin was still able to tenaciously straighten his back and deal with it calmly. This had already touched the realm of a 6th degree martial artist. An ordinary 5th degree martial artist staying under 60 times gravity would immediately have to prostrate themselves on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Is Qin once again going to break the limit and sprint to the 7th stage martial artist level? The martial artists watching outside the glass room changed their faces once again. A supreme pride with dual attributes comparable to the 7th stage had not appeared in Yuhang for 100 years. Are we about to witness history? This young man was so obscure before today that no one knew his name at all. But after today, I'm afraid that it's going to create a huge uproar in Yuhang and become an undeletable historical record. 70. 70 times gravity now. A fourth Dan martial artist stared at the big screen dead on. And when the number on it jumped to 70, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. As long as he can hold on for 10 seconds, even if he resists 70 times gravity, with a section of the body, hard against 70 times gravity, proper absolute generation of pride, the capital of sealing the king. Another male son from a family was also shocked. He was in a high position and had seen a lot. He had seen a lot of heavenly pride in Tianjing, but he had never seen but only heard of it when it reached Qinyi's level. It was because the heavenly capital reaching a peerless heavenly pride of Qinyi's caliber was not something that could be accessed by a person of his status. The always calm Su Ruoxu was also a bit nervous. He wasn't worried about whether Qinyi could hold up to 70 times gravity. He was only worried that Qinyi would continue to harden himself against higher multiples of gravity, resulting in his body being left with dark injuries that would jeopardize his future. See what you can do. Don't try to be strong. Su Ruoxu transmitted his voice to Qinyi. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. Qinyi lifted his lips and smiled. And on him, he could not see half the pressure. 70 times gravity was resisted without difficulty. And when the gravity level surpassed 80 times, the tone of the crowd of onlookers began to tremble as they spoke. Is he still human? Even ferocious beasts known for their physical bodies can't carry 80 times gravity in the same realm, right? They were previously speculating whether Qinyi would be able to resist 70 times gravity, but they had never imagined that the other party had easily broken through 80 times and was about to reach 90 times gravity. What is the concept of 90 times gravity? Assuming that a person weighs 70 kilograms, 90 times gravity would be equivalent to that person carrying a 6-ton hill on his or her back. This was 6 tons. Even an 8th stage martial artist would be crushed into dregs in a matter of moments. Only a 9th Dan martial artist could barely resist. Qinyi's physical body was so strong that it had reached such a level. One must know that he had only just reached the first stage. However, under this extreme gravity environment, Qinyi's face actually revealed a look of excitement as he waved his right hand with difficulty and took out a chocolate bar that had been crushed into dregs from the pocket of his pants, ripped open the package with his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. What's going on? He's got room to eat? The crowd looked at Qinyi as if they were looking at perverts. 90 times gravity can't stop him, can it? Even a respected 8th Dan martial artist was surprised by Qinyi, who had tested his physique many times, but the highest record was just 89 times gravity. 90 times gravity was an area he would never dare to attempt before his breakthrough, because if he did, his life would be in danger. Today, when he saw Qinyi, a one-segment martial artist, easily challenge 90 times Qinyi, he always felt that he had cultivated his body in vain. Smaller pattern. I reckon 100 times gravity won't be able to stop him. 100 times gravity, martial artist level. Looking at Qinyi, who was glowing after eating the chocolate bar in the gravity chamber, the crowd was a bit dry-mouthed for a while. You kid, I'm afraid you're not going against the odds? Chapter 18, Hidden Secrets of the Human Race. Realm after sealing the king. As long as there was an ample supply of energy, paired with an extremely hard environment, Qinyi would be able to turn on cellular adaptive evolution. A chocolate bar down, the gravity room finally reached 100 times gravity. In this environment, even space began to vaguely tremble, and the gravity crystals above his head were buzzing, sending up layers of ripples. Qinyi felt like he was carrying several big mountains on his back. Even with 20 points of physique he couldn't carry it anymore. His straight waist couldn't stop bending downwards. His whole body hunched and curled up, as if there was a heavenly pressure pressing down on him. Billions of cells all over his body were constantly being crushed. His bones were breaking. His organs were shattering. And every pore on his body was crazily spilling blood outward. This kind of pressure was even more terrifying than Lu Yi hitting him with his full strength. In no time, Qinyi's entire body was bathed in blood, becoming a scarlet blood man with a horrifying appearance. He's still going hard? 10 seconds have passed. It's totally unnecessary. Is it hard to challenge 110 times gravity? He's crazy. Damn. This maniac. He's so crazy. He's afraid he's passed out of shock and can't make a sound for help now, right? The martial artists were all shocked by Qinyi's choice. A section of the body hard against 100 times gravity. This was already a miracle that had never been seen before. But the youth in front of him obviously hadn't given up yet. Does he want to set a record that can never be broken? Most of the martial Dao prides have a resolute heart. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to walk on the martial Dao for a long time. But those who were as desperate as Qinyi were really rare. Su Ruoxu was the first to sit up, and he opened his hand, wanting to forcefully turn off the gravity increase and bring Qinyi out. Yet his hand had only just been stretched out when he was interrupted by a low roar from the gravity chamber. There's no need for Elder Su. I can still hold out. Don't turn it off. The youth who appeared like a dead body in the pool of blood opened his mouth. His tone was slightly anxious. probably because he really didn't want Su Ruwaksu to turn off the gravity increase. As soon as these words came out, the crowd's expressions completely tensed up. In their minds, Qin had become a complete martial arts madman. It's all this way and he's still thinking about sticking around? Perhaps he was trying to hammer his flesh under the pressure of death to build a stronger physical body. An experienced middle-aged martial artist seemed to have seen through Qin's intentions and secretly spoke out. Certain young martial artists with unlimited potential could sometimes resist the critical situation when faced with the trials of life and death, shedding their nirvana from death and becoming stronger. But this kind of nirvana is unstable, and there is no guarantee that one's own flesh really harbors the potential for that kind of resurrection. Is Qin so confident that he will succeed? Dead silence once again descended inside and outside the gravity chamber as pairs of eyes stared intently at Qin, wanting to see just what the final outcome would be. The gravity increase was still increasing, and it was about to reach 110 times. Qin's crumbling bones and cells were frantically remodeled with the help of his level 1 fleshly body recovery power. And in the hundreds of destructions and new births, a mysterious vitality was birthed, polishing and hammering his fleshly body a little bit to the limit. The pain of this insane destruction of flesh was beyond cancer, and level 3 pain tolerance was a little too much to stop. Qin was shivering violently like sifting chaff. He forced himself to endure the pain without uttering a sound, and his spine that was bent by the high pressure gradually lifted upwards, as if he was adapting to the environment of 100 times gravity a little bit. Raise, and raise again. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, a teenager as resolute as iron was fighting against 110 times gravity, gradually straightening his bent torso. Eventually, he did. Under the pressure of nearly 120 times the pressure of the gravity chamber, Qin stood tall with the strength of a segmented martial artist, proudly looking down on the millions of celestial prides of the past and present. The blood on the surface of his body had long since dried up into blood scabs and fell off piece by piece, revealing the crystalline and radiant newborn treasure body below. This brand new flesh seemed to contain infinite greatness and vitality. Every muscle was the right size and shape, refined and handsome to the extreme. Ding! The cells in your entire body have adapted to 100 times higher pressure, evolving the passive copper skin and iron bones LV2. Ding! Your meridians have gained full enhancement, evolving the passive skill perseverance LV2. Passive skill perseverance and copper skin and iron bone have successfully fused, evolving into passive skill steel bone LV2. Ding! The cells of your entire body are remodeled in destruction and rebirth, evolving the passive flesh resilience LV2. Hearing the sound of the system ringing in his head, Qin smiled faintly and stood up from the 100 times gravity chamber without any pressure under the attention of the public, manually turning off the gravity increase himself and walking out. 120 times gravity was simply beaten out of him. This kind of achievement was something that even a supreme heavenly pride on the martial limit ranking would not be able to achieve when only a segment of the realm was available. Looking at Qin, who had triumphed from the testing room, the outside crowd was first silent for a long while before thunderous applause rang out. Dude, you're awesome. I'm really impressed. Invincible. If you become a 9th stage martial artist in the future, won't you easily top the limit ranking? The extreme list was a comprehensive ranking through the 3 attribute tests of strength, speed, and physique. This list was after all cast by the initial president of the Martial Arts Federation, Su Jinhe, and was quite divine, as long as the test was conducted in the test room of the Martial Arts Federation. Once the test was done, it would be automatically scored to determine whether or not it could be on the list. Nowadays, the first place of the martial limit ranking, Cloud Confusion, had a physical level of 96 points, which was equivalent to resisting 250 times gravity for 10 seconds. But, he reached that score at the 9 division level. No one would doubt that Qin could easily break this record after 9 dan. Don't take such a risk next time. Seeing that Qin was safe and sound, Su Ruwaksu then put her heart down and thoughtfully took out a jacket from somewhere and handed it to Qin. Receiving the jacket, Qin then remembered that the upper half of his body was still exposed. His heart warmed up and he hurriedly thanked and put it on. This martial world didn't seem to be quite the same as what he thought. Most of the martial artists were good people and wouldn't stifle human geniuses out of jealousy. Instead, they tended to offer help, like the surrounding group of passerby martial artists who had watched him create miracles from beginning to end. Most of their faces couldn't see the color of jealousy. Instead, they were very appreciative of him, and quite a few of them wanted to pull him in to join certain forces. Humans still seem mostly united. Is it because of the oppression of the foreigners in the secret realm? Qin guessed in his mind, but on the surface, he still had a warm look on his face, politely refusing the solicitation of the rest of the martial artists. 100 times gravity was nothing to him, and if he really wanted to break the record, 1,000 times gravity would have a chance to take it. The reason is simple, because he has an anti-stress magic skill, soft and boneless. This skill turns his physical body into like a sponge and pulls full resistance to pressure, perfect for high-pressure environments. With all 4 tests over, Shinji got rid of the harassment from the crowd and followed Su Ruwaksu all the way to the backstage of the Martial Arts Federation. After personally helping Shinji register a series of information, Su Ruwaksu handed him a URL, informing him that this was the martial world, and that any future martial arts resources he wished to purchase or sell could be traded on it. Shinji gladly accepted, and took this opportunity to ask Elder Su many questions. For example, what is the current realm of the strongest person in the human race? Hearing this question, Su Ruwaksu's expression was stunned. Then he sighed and smiled bitterly. After the mountain and sea realm is the seal of the king, and the realm after the seal of the king is the venerable. The supreme powerhouses among the Zunis are known as heavenly Zuns, and each heavenly Zun is a supreme existence that can suppress a clan's chi and push across a realm. His Holiness, Heavenly Father. It was the first time Shinji knew about the martial realm after the sealed king realm. After all the martial realms that were widely rumored on the internet stopped at the sealed king. However, when he saw Su Ruwaksu exuding a bitter demeanor, something ominous came over him. It's not possible that my human race doesn't have a heavenly father, right? He asked cautiously. Su Ruwaksu shook his head and sighed again. My human race originally had a heavenly father in existence. Just a few decades ago, the heavenly father of my human race died in battle. Chapter 19, a mortal race called honorable. When suppressing a worldly enemy, killed in action? Shinji's heart throbbed. Although he had never met a heavenly sovereign, he had seen a Seal King level powerhouse on the internet. Just a Seal King realm powerhouse alone had the power to penetrate the heavens and the earth, let alone a heavenly father who was 1,000 times stronger than a king? Such immortal giants would also fall, or would they die in battle? Shinji fell silent and waited for Elder Su to continue his story. A complicated look flashed across Su Ruwaksu's face as he sighed quietly. You only know that the cave heavenly mysteries descended upon the blue star 100 years ago, but you don't know that the 10,000 races of the stars that descended along with the cave heavenly mysteries weren't the good ones. The Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, the Kuei beast, the Harvest, and the Sea clan. These foreign clans from the stars are far superior to my human race in terms of both heritage and strength, and they reside in the secret realm of the cave heaven. And every once in a while they send people out to show up and seem to be searching for something, but whether they find what they want or not, they will kill and wantonly slaughter humans, especially taking pleasure in strangling the pride of the human race, and killing until they are physically and mentally happy. The strength of my human race is so different from theirs that I could only endure humiliation and cultivate through gritted teeth at first, but more than 80 years ago, a batch of the human race's supreme celestial pride came out at the same time, opening up the first radiant great world in the history of our human race. As they fought with 10,000 clans for hegemony, pushed the ancient race's holy sons across the board, and were crowned king and title in the crucible of blood and flesh. Among this group of human race's heavenly prides, there is one person who has reached the end of the path of the great Tao, and he is the first venerable of the human race, and the first heavenly deity of the human race, the 10,000 Thunders heavenly deity. He rose in the midst of all the tribulations, strong and domineering to the extreme, and finally became the tribulation of all the tribes. Speaking of this past event, even after many years, Su Ruwaksu was still with honor and excited tone, but when he thought about the end of this heavenly father again, his face dimmed a few more points. On that day, each of the 4 ancient clans sent out a venerable, plus there were 2 ancient clan celestials in attendance, making a total of 6 people, who emerged from the South Sea cave with monstrous might and invaded in a big way. On that day, the 10,000 robber heavenly father answered the battle indifferently, fighting 1 against 6. Killing 2 Zunis with his bare hands, heavily injuring a heavenly father, and hardening his hand to kill back all the ancient clans, but he also spilled his blood in the South Sea, and nearly fell. On that day, heaven and earth cried out in sorrow, and blood rained down, but the earth remained peaceful, and no one knew of the great battle that took place in the South China Sea. Su Ruwaksu's old body trembled slightly, his entire being showing uncontrollable sadness. Before his death, the 10,000 sacrifices heavenly father looked back at this earth for one last glance. Closing his eyes in delight and laughing, he said, "This life is enough." In the end, he used the remnants of his heavenly father's body to transform into a supreme great formation, suppressing the largest cave sky of the blue star, the South Sea cave sky. Since that day, it has been difficult for foreign races above the Seal King realm to cross the cave heaven and descend into the present world again unless they pay a great price and lose their own Tao origin. How terrifying was the power of a heavenly sovereign. The 10,000 Havoc heavenly father might not have reached the point of exhaustion in the end, but he knew the killing intent of the foreign races, so he did not choose to live and die, but took the last of his life and exchanged it for 100 years of peace and stability in the world of man. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Hills, so why bother to return in a horse hide? Qin had actually never had any sense of belonging after traveling to this world for so many days, but at this moment, he felt it. He believed that as long as he was a human, no one would not feel it when they learned about it. Emotions are all common. Su Ruoxu closed his eyes. Recounting this past event seemed to have taken all of his strength. Only after a long time did he re-emerge and said to Qin, "In the future, if you travel to the South Sea Cave Heaven, you can take a look at the stone tablet left behind by the 10,000 Tribulation Heavenly Father." Qin Yi's heart was heavy. What did that stone tablet record? Above the stone monument, there is only one sentence, and that is the last words of the 10,000 Searches Heavenly Father. Swish! Su Ruoxu snapped his eyes open, his eyes bursting with boundless arrogance, his words resounding. "Whoever my human race claims to be honored, shall suppress a world of enemies." This night, Qin Yi chose to stay at the Martial Arts Federation for the night. There were many experts sitting at this place, so there was no need to worry about the Fey God making a move against him. In just one day, he had experienced too many things. First he fought with Lu Yi, a martial artist from the Altered God Society, and was taken away by the police officer for interrogation. And then he ate 3 first-order spirit fruits at Elder Wang's supermarket and advanced to the stage of a martial artist. Eventually, he came to the city and befriended President Su Ruoxu Su at the Martial Arts Federation, completing the 4 attribute tests and incidentally evolving a stronger passive. Open your personal panel and see that the sky is the limit again. Name, Qin Yi. Race, planetary human, 20%. Power, 20. Body mass, 25. Agility, 17. Spirit, 10. Talent, adaptive cellular evolution. Skills, aura affinity LV6. Cold temperature resistance LV4. Toxicity resistance LV3. Steel strength LV2. Flesh resilience LV2. Battle evaluation, apparently only a 2nd division martial artist, but can actually kill a 7th division martial artist with a single punch, and can even stand still and let a 9th division martial artist fight for 5 minutes first. That's right, after the afternoon's gravity room workout, Qin Yi had once again upgraded, breaking through from martial artist section 1 to section 2, with 20 cards of Qi and blood, which was a whopping 10 cards of extra Qi and blood, breaking through 2 realms in a day. Spreading the word would definitely scare a group of geniuses to death. 6th level aura affinity now. I wonder what it feels like when this is cultivated. Qin Yi secretly looked forward to it. He ate 3 first-order spirit fruits, which boosted his aura affinity by 3 levels, and a fight with Lu Yi also boosted it by 1 level. In this way, it seemed that fighting with a middle or high-ranked martial artist and enduring the other party's Qi and blood rushing through them had the same effect of enhancing aura affinity, provided, of course, that you don't get killed. When I get a little stronger and break through to martial master, maybe I can get President Su to step in and beat me up. With this thought, Qin Yi closed his eyes and slowly settled down, attempting to pull the aura into his body for cultivation. In almost an hour's work, Qin Yi completed a circumferential rotation, moisturizing his entire body once more with his spiritual Qi. 10 circumference days could quench 1 card of Qi and blood. According to this efficiency, Qin Yi would cultivate for 10 hours a day, and in just 10 days, he would be able to cross over into the 3rd stage martial artist. This kind of cultivation speed had already surpassed 90% of human martial artists, calling them geniuses in martial arts practice. One must know that just a few days ago, Qin Yi was still a martial arts loser who couldn't even perceive aura. But, it's still too slow. Level 10 aura affinity might be a threshold. I'll spend more time cultivating after level 10. Until level 10, it's still mostly cellular evolution. A single flesh evolution had allowed Qin Yi to raise his Qi and blood by 10 cards, and it was self-evident who was faster and who was slower. Qin Yi ended his cultivation, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and boarded a marvelous website. Martial World. This was a special area that belonged to martial artists who could only set foot in it, and it was said that in the martial world, as long as you had money, you could buy anything, including time and life. Chapter 20, a wide range of goods. 7 injuries crazy fist, feats, weapons and equipment, spiritual plants, elixirs. On the main page of Martial World, there are over a dozen major categories of goods to choose from alone, and after clicking into a random major category, you can continue to select a minor category. For example, if Qin Yi now tapped into the category of Gongfu, at the very top of the screen, a long and small column of subcategories appeared for Qin Yi to choose from. There were all kinds of boxing, gun techniques, sword techniques, and even extremely rare breathing techniques. Qin Yi clicked on the breathing method area and took a look at it, his eyes almost looking straight. Yang Yen breathing method, grade A technique, realistically tested to enhance cultivation efficiency by 5 times below the level of a Zhongshe, and twice the cultivation efficiency after the level of a Zhongshe, with no side effects. Price, $250. $5 off coupon available. A copy of the Class A breathing method with an explicit price tag of $250 million. This is the kind of money that ordinary people can't earn without eating or working for 1,000 years. $5 coupon. Am I missing the $5? Genie's head was filled with black lines as he prepared to see how much the cheapest breathing method would cost. He ranked the prices from low to high and quickly found a D-ranked breathing method. 9 myriad breathing techniques, grade D technique. Realistically tested to increase cultivation efficiency by 2 times below Martial Master. Invalid after middle rank Martial Master. Price, $15. 000. Well, it seems that Genie can't afford the most trashy breathing method. The more than $700,000 of savings he had made on him by selling his organs was so pathetic that he couldn't even turn over a splash in the martial arts world. Practicing martial arts really burns money. $100 million is not enough. Genie sighed from the bottom of his heart, casually exited the breathing method area, and clicked into the weapons and equipment partition to stroll around. The weapons and equipment of the martial realm are similarly differentiated in terms of rank by SAPT, with E-ranked weapons matching the martial realm, D-ranked matching martial masters, and so on. Of course, there are fine divisions of strength for weapons of the same rank, differentiated by the number after the letter. For example, a D1 ranked weapon is stronger than a D2 ranked one, with the weakest being a D9 ranked one. Don't look at C rank weapons and D rank weapons that sound weak, but in reality a D9 rank weapon would take at least $1 million to take. As for the E rank weapons, although they were a lot cheaper, the base price was still over $100,000. After browsing through the weapons and equipment categories, Genie silently made up his mind it was better not to buy weapons and equipment. It's not that he can't afford it, it's mainly that the bare bones are more cost-effective. With the divine skill, cellular adaptive evolution, he could completely make his physical body into an invincible weapon. There was no need to use equipment. In other words, after using the equipment, it might instead slow down the speed of his physical body's evolution. Exiting the weapons and equipment division, Genie roughly looked around the entire martial world. His heart and mind shook, rather like a feeling of a bumpkin being shocked when he first arrives in a big city. In the spiritual plant area, the first-order spirit fruit is the sky price, like the 3 first-order spirit fruits that Li Wolfing lost to him. In the martial world even less than 100 million. Genie didn't realize that he had eaten 3 small targets in 3 small bites. As for the higher-ranked second and third-ranked spirit fruits, they were already priceless, and all of them required contribution in order to be purchased. The Martial Way Federation and the Human Alliance had their own contribution system for the martial artists under their rule, and martial artists could exchange their contributions for completing official missions, destroying the cave mysteries, stopping foreigners from being killed, and selling the corpses of ferocious beasts, among other behaviors. That's right, in the martial realm, you can even pick up quests to do. There are official quests as well as private bounties, and the quest rewards, mostly money and contributions, but also a few are weapons and equipment, and Gongfu spirit plants. Having said that, the most expensive thing in the spiritual plants zone was actually not those high-grade spiritual fruits, but some plantable living spiritual roots. These spiritual roots were preserved by special means by the martial artists, and as long as they were planted in a suitable environment, they could immediately regain their vitality and blossom again. A living spiritual root, even the worst first-order spiritual root, was still of infinite value, and needed to be purchased with contribution points, which could not be measured in terms of money. After all, that symbolizes an inexhaustible supply of spiritual fruits. Genie definitely couldn't afford the things in the spiritual plants zone. Maybe some spirit fruits that didn't enter the rank he could buy, but those kinds of fruits were no longer useful to him. The main reason why eating the purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit that were not in the rank was useful in the first place was because he was still an ordinary person at that time, and his fleshly body had very low resistance to the spirit fruits, which would cause a reaction. Now with his physical quality of a second-stage martial artist, he wouldn't react to eating 1,000 spirit fruits a day without entering the rank. Without a reaction, nature does not evolve. However, this wide array of sky-high priced items did not dampen Genie's confidence, as he knew that he would be able to have the money to buy these things one day in the future. In the martial realms, fierce beasts and Fey area, in addition to being able to purchase precious materials from the fierce beasts and Fey, there was also a special sell button. If a martial artist obtained the corpses of ferocious beasts and foreigners from the cave secret realm and did not know how to deal with them on their own, they could completely sell them to the local martial arts federation or the ruling hall in exchange for money and contribution points. The complete flesh of a first-ranked ferocious beast is worth more than $1 million, and a foreign race of the same rank is at least double that. Had I known the easy way to dispose of the carcass of a ferocious beast, the price would have been even higher. Genie's eyes glowed, finally understanding how martial artists made money. Those martial artists who rounded up garbage spirit fruits outside the secret boundaries to go to the supermarket to sell them can only be said to be making a small fortune, not earning a few pennies. If you really want to get rich, you still have to kill ferocious beasts and foreigners. Go to the core area of the secret realm to pick high-grade spirit fruits and dig for high-grade spirit roots. The Xian Tian secret realm was a trip that had to be made. Qini silently memorized the characteristics of those valuable ferocious beasts and alien species, and if he could come across them in the future, he must seize the opportunity to take them. He once again tapped on the gongfu categorization, ready to finally pick a cheap gongfu that suited him. Since he didn't need to use a weapon, it was most comfortable to go with boxing, and Qini had always promoted the aesthetics of bare-knuckle combat and fist-to-flesh violence, setting the sorting of the feats to price from low to high. It wasn't long before a special feat entered Qini's line of sight, making his eyes light up. An A-ranked fist technique that only costs $100,000? Isn't that a cabbage price? The seller accidentally mislabeled the price and it just so happened that I picked up the slack? Great, a fist technique was something at that level of the mountain and sea realm. In other words, as long as one learns it, it would be enough to use at least until one is sealed as a king. Qini hurriedly clicked on the detailed introduction of this technique, and as the lines of text came into view, he somewhat understood why this A-ranked fist technique was so cheap. It wasn't that the seller had mislabeled the price, but that the technique was only worth this price, and no one would buy it any higher. Name of fist technique: 7 Injuries Madness Fist. Grade A. Author: Mad King. Introduction: this technique is based on the principle of attacking and destroying, emphasizing the ultimate offense, without any sense of guarding or retreating, divided into 7 layers, and after cultivating to the 5th layer, one can realize the true king's Daoi. Please note that since this technique was created by the Mad King, the Mad King's way perceived after practicing to the 5th level may affect the practitioner's Taoist heart, causing him or her to fall into insanity, making it difficult to save him or her. Please note that the lethality of this technique is comparable to S-class boxing, but when practicing and using it, you will damage yourself, resulting in unavoidable dark injuries, so if you can't find a solution, it's best not to learn it. Please note that the purchase cannot be refunded. Do not accept the refund request. The martial artist to practice this gongfu, all the risks are not related to the store, you need to bear their own. Price, $100. 000. Chapter 21 Wanted Side Effects. This was a killing fist technique with great side effects, injuring the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times. Under normal circumstances, the lowest price for an A-rank technique would require tens of thousands of contribution points, but if the technique itself had side effects, then the price would not be easy to say. Qini estimated that the side effects of the 7 Injuries Mad Fist were definitely not small, otherwise it would be impossible to reduce the price by so much and buy it for only 100,000 yuan. But, side effects that were unacceptable to other martial artists were good things in Qini's case. Does practicing this fist hurt you? I'm sorry, but Qini doesn't want to practice a technique that doesn't hurt his body. Originally, he could not possibly afford to buy a good thing only for a cabbage price. What else was there to think about? He immediately paid $100,000 and formally photographed the 7 Injuries Crazy Fist. In the Martial World website, purchasing a kung fu requires facial recognition and incidentally a contract promising not to spread the word. Qini roughly swept a glance at the contract, found that this seemingly ordinary electronic contract seems to conceal some kind of Taoist intent. After signing, will be sensed in the netherworld, once their own breach of contract will certainly be punished. Such a simple contract, but it vaguely reveals the depth of the human race, which is extremely extraordinary. Daoi, in the conception of a martial artist, are actually 2 separate things. It is said that after ascending to the Great Master realm, the brain area is wide open, the sea of consciousness appears, the martial artist can begin to contact the intention. A great master's real strength often depends on whether it has realized the intention, such as the sword intention, the knife intention and so on. The so-called intent is actually a kind of vague sensation of the martial artist for the great Tao, and after waiting for the mountain and sea realm and the Seal King realm, this kind of sensation gradually deepens and materializes into the Taoist intent, and this process is then called enlightenment. I heard Su Ruoxa say that the birth of every true king represented the end of a great road being traveled. I don't know who drew up this contract, but it's at least a true king. Qin scat in wonder. He was originally still puzzled, selling feats. Weren't you afraid of being bought and then resold? It seems that the founding fathers of the martial world took this into account a long time ago. The contract was successfully signed, and in the next second, a document was added to Qin's cell phone, which was precisely the text of the 7 Injuries Mad Fist and its detailed explanation. The seller even thoughtfully sent Qin a set of walkthrough videos that he could follow. He first couldn't wait to open the main text of the merit law and read through it, and then his eyes lit up with elation. This gong method was too suitable for him. 7 Wounds Crazy Fist is a main fight is not life. The whole text does not talk about a guard word, only offense. The 7 layers of the gong method corresponded to a martial artist's journey from the Access Gate realm all the way to the Seal King realm, only that the 7th layer symbolizing the Seal King realm was not yet perfect, thus resulting in the gong method having flaws and great side effects. Prior to the 5th level, practicing this technique will result in killing chi entering the body, damaging the meridians and organs, and falling into incurable disease. And after the 5th level, there will even be epileptic Tao intent surging into the sea of consciousness, washing over the soul, and if you're not careful, you'll go completely insane. Ha ha, good, great. Taking the killing chi to temper the physical body before the 5th layer, and also hammering the soul with the Tao intent after the 5th layer. Perfect. After reading the side effects, Chini smiled until he couldn't stop smiling. A grade A technique that only cost 100,000 yuan was just fine, and it also solved several of his troubles. It was too good to be true. Without further thought, he simply opened the first walkthrough video. In the video, a middle-aged man with a full head of white hair stood in the empty backyard, wearing a black power suit, with thick hair and beard covering his features, looking extremely dirty and unkempt, and looking like he hadn't taken care of himself for at least another 7 or 8 years. His face expressionless stagnation in place, after a few seconds, and then suddenly his sinister smile, violently blasted a fist. The punch struck the air, but it caused a small piece of the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble for a split second, and the 2 large trees in the backyard swayed, dropping a large amount of branches and leaves. This couldn't be the Mad King who created the 7-injury Mad Fist, right? Qin Yi's heart was startled, and then he stared intently at the video, not daring to lose focus for a moment. As the middle-aged man gradually entered his state, his moves became more and more maniacal, watching Qin Yi as if he was mesmerized, unconsciously immersing himself in the punching technique, his body unconsciously swinging along. Crazy Fist appeared to be a messy flurry of punches without any rules, but in fact, every punch was a killing move that went straight to the opponent's door. A night passed, and Qin Yi practiced the first layer of the fist technique along with the video, benefiting greatly from it, and a restless killing aura gradually grew in his body. This killing chi was a secret treasure to kill the enemy, and the reason why the 7-injury Madness Fist was able to rival the attack power of S-ranked fists with its A-rank quality was precisely because the person who practiced this fist had to take their own flesh to nourish the killing chi. This gas is overbearing. Enemy and self are not distinguishable. Want to contain it? Either cast their own invincible flesh, or take the spirit medicine and fruits hard to make up, equivalent to the side of the deduction of blood while getting high to return to the blood. However, Qin Yi, on the other hand, didn't even have to go through so much trouble. Hard resistance was done, and if he couldn't resist then he would evolve. Anyway, as long as it doesn't kill him in seconds, he'll never lose. The killing chi in my body now is still too little, and the speed of damaging my muscles isn't as fast as I can recover. There is no evolutionary effect. The effect will only become apparent in the future when you have practiced for a long time. Qin Yi nodded silently as he felt the cold breath in his meridians. He now had level 2 flesh recovery and steel bones, and his physique was comparable to that of a martial artist, and a single layer of 7-injury killing fist would do too little damage to him. Phew! He coldly clenched his fist and blasted a punch out of thin air, only to see his right arm instantly turn into a residual shadow, hitting in midair and shaking away a circle of airwaves. The original 800 kilograms of force broke through a ton with the addition of the A-ranked fist technique. Not only that, this punch of his was also mixed with a killing aura. If the enemy tried to rely on their physique to resist it, they would be invaded by the killing aura, damaging their heart and veins and hindering their recovery. When I'm a martial master, I'll also be able to externalize my chi and blood. When I punch out, it's both the killing chi and blood power. With the negative effects drawn out, a martial artist of the same rank who eats a punch will surely lose most of his life. Qin Yi withdrew his right fist and glanced at the sky outside the window. It was already noon on the second day. After practicing boxing all night, his stomach was hungry, so it was time to bid farewell to President Su, have a full meal, and then enter the Xian Tian secret realm. After making up for the shortcoming of his attacking means, Qin Yi appeared to be only a second-stage martial artist on the surface, but his true strength was comparable to that of a martial master, and was enough to sweep through the outer regions of the Xian Heaven mysterious realm. After reading about the secret realm for so long, I was finally able to go in and see it for myself. He opened the door to his room, took a deep breath, and strutted out. President Su still treats him quite well, lodging in someone else's house for the night. Naturally he has to go and say hello when he leaves. Qin Yi walked towards President Su's office, walking, and from time to time, he also suddenly struck out and punched the air a few times, as if he was having an attack. Passers-by along the way saw this scene and thought that Qin Yi was a psychopath, revealing gazes of disgust as they moved away. Only Chen Shun, who was secretly following behind Qin Yi, could see the way these punches were performed and was greatly surprised. He felt that the few punches that Qin Yi casually threw out, if he hit himself, he was afraid that he could kill himself on the spot. This fist technique was very uncomplicated, and it was at least C-ranked. It's only been one night. Where did Qin Yi learn a high-level boxing technique from? Chen Shun's face showed a strange color as he felt more and more that director Xiao Shao was being funny when he sent himself to protect Qin Yi. This kid could punch me to death and still needs my protection? Chapter 22 Storage Bag. Promise. Budo Federation. President's Office. Su Ruoxu sat on a chair, holding a newspaper in his hand, taking a sip of hot tea every now and then, leisurely. Nowadays, young people like to use cell phones to read the news. But Su Ruoxu's self-confessed antique left over from the last era, not accustomed to using a cell phone, or like to subscribe to the newspaper to read. Crunch! Suddenly, the office door was opened, and Su Ruoxu knew who the visitor was without even lifting his head. Qin Yi. Putting down the newspaper, a smile appeared on his face as he sized up the young man in front of him and nodded. It seems that you've gained something in the martial world. Are you ready to leave now? Yes, thanks to your care. I plan to make a trip to the Xian Heavenly Mysteries next. Qin Yi did not hide anything and directly told President Su about his plans. Xian Tian's secret realm? That's right. With your strength nowadays, it's just right to enter a D-level secret realm to practice. But, Su Ruoxu frowned, as if he thought of something, and pointed to the newspaper on the desktop. There's a disturbance in Xian Tian's secret realm in these few weeks, and there's a large-scale beast tide that appears. It's very uneasy. If you must go, remember not to go too far. A tidal wave of animals? Qin Yi heard that the environment in the secret realm is very different from the real world. The aura is more abundant. The origin of the great Tao is naturally manifested from time to time, and it belongs to the holy land of cultivation, in which there are countless terrifying ferocious beasts. It was said that if an ordinary puppy that had just been born was put into the secret realm, the dog would become a ferocious beast if it managed to live to adulthood. It shouldn't be much of a problem if it's just a wave of beasts. If Qin Yi wanted to rapidly increase his strength, he had to go to dangerous places. And as his physique continued to grow, many behaviors in the real world could no longer work on him. If he were to play free fall, he would have to start from the 30th floor to be useful. But there are very few buildings this high in Yuhang City. Even if they did find a building that high, negotiating with the owner to make themselves jump would be a pain in the ass, and would draw the attention of ordinary people, causing unwanted repercussions. After thinking about it, it was still convenient to enter the secret realm to practice. Therefore, no matter what had happened in the Xian Tian secret realm, he had to go in and explore. The threat of the Altered Gods Society was a constant warning to get stronger as fast as possible. President Su and Elder Wang had already helped him quite a bit, and for the future, Qin Yi still had to walk on his own. Click. Seeing Qin Yi's firm face, Su Ruoxu immediately understood the other party's meaning, and without saying anything more, he pulled open the drawer under his desk and took out a black leather pouch from it. This leather pouch was roughly the size of a palm, and seemed to be made from the leather of some kind of ferocious beast, with complex silver-colored patterns engraved on it, faintly emanating spatial fluctuations. Su Ruoxu handed the leather bag to Qin Yi while explaining, "This is a spatial storage bag. Since you're determined to enter the secret realm, it's only natural that you have to prepare the backpack used for storing your harvest first. I just happen to have an extra one here, so I'll give it to you." Receiving the spatial storage bag, Qin Yi's heart warmed as he secretly remembered President Su's kindness towards him. This space storage bag is easy to use. Just open the mouth of the bag, aim it at the item you want to store, cover it up and keep touching it for 3 seconds. Still, it's a bit difficult to remove something from it with precision. Only until a martial artist steps into the Zhongshu realm. After opening up the brain domain, can he use his spiritual power to manipulate the storage bag? And with a single thought, he can store whatever he wants to store, and take out whatever he wants to take out likewise, which is convenient and incomparable. Qin Yi remembered that the price of this kind of spatial storage bag was not cheap, and the worst one would cost big hundreds of thousands of dollars. Its raw material was the skin of a ferocious beast called the Void Beast, along with the sealing of spatial runes by professional runesmiths. In order to make it, this Class B storage bag has 1,000 cubic meters of space, enough for you to use until you reach the mountain and sea realm. Su Ruoxu glanced at the black leather bag that had fallen into Qin Yi's hands, his face showing nostalgia. This bag had followed him for more than 20 years. And from the time he became a martial artist, to the time he established his reputation, and eventually retired to Yuhang, there were too many stories to tell. But, he was finally too old to keep killing the enemy. 1,000 cubic meters. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Qin Yi's heart was shocked. The value of a B-grade equipment could no longer be measured in terms of money. He could not afford this kind of favor. Seeing that Qin Yi wanted to reject this gift, Su Roaxu waved his hand. His demeanor vocified by 3 points. The so-called weaponry is not considered to be outdated only if it can be used in battle to kill the enemy and be put to use. It's useless to follow me. And instead of accompanying me to the ground, it's better to follow you to a new life. Su Roaxu's mind was made up, and Qin Yi was silent for a moment before he finally put the B-grade storage bag into his pocket. He gazed at the old man, who was suddenly tired, and said earnestly, I promise you that one day in the future, I will personally go and swing the Taishan secret realm. Qin Yi had seen Su Roaxu's life story in the martial world yesterday, and knew that the old man had entered the S-rank Taishan mysterious realm with a group of celestial pride 8 years ago, but of that group, only Su Roaxu ended up surviving. Since then, Su Roaxu hadn't appeared on the front lines of the secret realm, retiring in Yuhang and becoming a branch president of the Martial Arts Federation. This was the first time Qin Yi had made a promise to someone else, although it seemed extraordinarily comical and ridiculous for him, a second-stage martial artist, to make a bold statement about leveling the S-class secret realm. Su Roaxu's expression leapt to solemnity. He stared at Qin Yi for a long time, and then turned to the sky and laughed with exceptional abandon, as if he had become dozens of years younger. Good. Very good. I'll wait for you. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he came out of the Budo Federation. The entrance to the Xiantian secret realm was on the northern outskirts of Yuhang, controlled by the Secret Realm Bureau under the Yuhang ruling office, and any martial artist who wanted to enter had to register in advance. Of course, admission money is not necessary. I heard that the secret realm also had some hidden entrances that were hidden in the shadows, held by certain organizations and used for smuggling, but the specifics were not too clear to Qin Yi. Boarding the crowded subway, Qin Yi inexplicably sensed that someone in the crowd had been staring at him. After his mental power had been raised to 10 points, he had become much more sensitive to this kind of secret snooping, secretly seeking this feeling and scanning around. Qin Yi quickly found a man wearing a brown trench coat. This man looked all righteous, but his eyes were pretending to fall on himself unintentionally from time to time. I seem to have seen this person when I was in the Martial Arts Federation. Qin Yi had some impression of him. He's following me? Didn't feel the killing intent. Is the other party hiding too deeply I can't see it? Or is it not someone from the Alien God Society? Qin Yi's eyes twitched, not intending to just spend time like this, since he had already discovered the existence of the other party. It would be best to take advantage of the large number of people now and go over immediately to feel out the reality. He took a step, squeezing through the crowd in front of him and gradually leaning towards the trench-coated man. The other side. Shenshin also noticed Qin Yi's movements, and the other party seemed to be heading his way. Is it hard to get ready to get off? Shenshin's position was close to the door of the car, thus making this inference. He thought he was following very stealthily, and never thought that Qin Yi would see through him at a glance. What does Qin Yi want to do when he gets off at this stop? Shenshin buried half of his face under his trench coat, silently pondering Qin Yi's next move. But what he never expected was this. Qin Yi actually walked straight to his front. His eyes narrowed slightly as he condescendingly asked, Dude, are you following me for something? Chen Shen. Chapter 23 Bloodsword Town Mystic Realm. Chen Xian in distress, facing Qin Yi who stood straight in front of him. Chen Shen was actually oppressed by the other party's aura for a moment and fell into a trance for a few seconds. When he came back to his senses, his mind fluttered again, feeling incredulous at his reaction. He was the second in command of the Yuhang Eastern Suburbs Police Department, at the low-level martial master realm, and he would actually be intimidated by a second-dan martial artist? Chen Shen had difficulty accepting this fact, but when he recalled the punches Qin Yi had thrown by chance, he felt that it seemed justified. Such a demonic-level character would not have any difficulty at all in crossing a large realm to press people in the pre-martial Dao stage. The young man in front of him seemed to be kindly asking him the reason, but in fact, he was carrying an extremely strong pressure, making Qin Shen realize what it was like to be interrogated. He forcefully braced his bent waist pole to slightly support the scene, calmed down, and roughly explained the reason why he was following Qin Yi. After explaining, the pressure from the youth suddenly loosened, and Qin Yi showed his teeth and smiled lightly, snorting. So it's a comrade police officer. This misunderstanding is lifted. Well, I'm here to prevent you from being retaliated against by the Fey God Society. Chen Shen secretly sighed in relief. He had to admit that Qin Yi was definitely stronger than him now, and the sense of oppression was simply overwhelming. Hard work, but I'm going to enter the Xian Heavenly Mystic Realm next. Do you want to follow me in as well? The dangerous aura on Qin Yi's body completely disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. You're going into the Xian Heavenly Mystic Realm? Chen Shen raised his eyebrows, pondered for a few seconds, and shook his head. Then I won't go in with you. Joking. He thinks his strength is not as good as Qin Yi. This time is naturally looking for a slope down, where we'll still mention the word protection. Taking out a business card from his bosom and handing it over to Qin Yi, Chen Shen followed the fixed procedures and instructed him, then hurriedly got off the subway while it was at the station. Looking at Chen Shen's hastily departing back, Qin Yi thoughtfully shook the business card in his hand. It looks like the Yuhang Police Department has also been staring at the Altered God Society for a long time, but it just lacks an opportunity to make a move. When I come out of the secret realm, I can take the initiative to contact them and cooperate for once. Not seeking to completely defeat the Altered God Society, but catching a few big fish should not be a problem. Qin Yi put the business card away as such a thought flashed through his mind. In the netbooks he had read in his previous life, the vast majority of the protagonists had fought alone, never even thinking of cooperating with official organizations. In Qin Yi's opinion, this is simply a moldy brain. Obviously can lie to win. Why do you have to tire yourself? The police department must have my details and must have analyzed that I had a strange encounter. Yet they didn't think to come and rob me of my opportunity. So it's clear that the Yuhang Police Department is an official force that can be trusted. Thinking of the female officer who had taken him away and all the things he had seen in the police station, Qin Yi was basically certain of this. However, it was better to wait until the secret trip was over. The subway moved forward quickly, and before long, it finally reached the northern suburbs, the destination of the trip. The environment of the 4 suburbs around Yuhang is not very bad. Qin Yi did not stay. Opened the cell phone navigation, straight to the secret administration, compared to the Martial Arts Federation, which was brightly established in the city center. The location where the Secret World Administration was situated was so remote that Qin Yi followed the navigation and even almost got lost in the 7 twisted alleys. What lack of navigation! He turned off his cell phone and noticed that there were often groups of martial artists walking in the alley in pairs, so he found a random group of martial artists to follow. The martial artists who could appear here were obviously going to the secret realm as well. Qin Yi trailed them all the way and finally found the Xiantian Secret Realm Administration. In front of him was a long street with flourishing trees on both sides, and the roadside was filled with martial artists setting up stalls, hawking the resources they had obtained from the secret realm. At the end of the street, there was a Chinese-style building with a wide-open doorway, green tiles and red walls, simple and elegant, and all the people traveling to and from the building were martial artists. These people are really good at doing business. The lowest level E-grade spatial storage bag is even sold for $600,000 here, which is fully twice as high as the price in the martial world. Qin Yi noticed that there were martial artists selling storage bags not far away, and the most exaggerated thing was that there were quite a few people in front of the stalls to buy them. It was estimated that these people lining up to buy storage bags were all budding martial arts practitioners like Qin Yi, who only reacted to the need to prepare their storage bags in advance when they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, and in order to avoid the trouble, they had to spend a little bit more money to buy one on the spot. After all, you have to wait a day or two for delivery when you buy it on Martial World. Qin Yi swept past these stalls, large and small, and walked into the Secret Realm Administration Bureau, and as he looked around, there were a total of 12 windows in front of him, which were labeled with a sign that read, "Register for entry." Perhaps it was because of the recent beast tide in the Xiantian Secret Realm and the increase in the danger factor. It seemed as if there were very few people lining up to register to enter the secret realm. There were only 2 windows with martial artists lined up and only 3 or 4 of them were in the queue. Qin Yi curiously surveyed the hall of the Secret Realm Administration, and gradually, his gaze landed on a huge electronic screen in the center. On that screen, an official secret realm quest was displayed for martial artists to take in exchange for rewards. 18 gravity crystals, requiring a single one of 10 kilograms or more, can be handed over to window 3 for the task. Reward, 600 points of contribution, 100 million yuan of currency, 3 wind-colored peacock's native plumes, second-order quality required. Scanning through the various types of tasks that were constantly refreshed on the screen, Qin Yi suddenly had his eyes condensed and saw a familiar name on it. Rescue martial artist, 3 days ago. For low-stage martial artists, Wang Lu, Wang Xianfan, Chen Xian, and by Xianhua, entered the Xiantian mysterious realm and used the summoning talismans in their hands to ask for help from various martial artists. Reward, 50 million yuan currency, 100 points of contribution. Chen Xian? Almost 3 days ago, Chen Xian had sent a text message to Qin Yi once, telling him not to give up hope of survival. After that, Chen Xian never returned Qin Yi's text messages. The timing just happens to match up. It's definitely not a coincidence of the same name. This request for help mission was sent by Chen Xian and the others. Qin Yi frowned. If he wasn't wrong, Chen Xian was afraid that he hadn't personally entered the Xiantian mysterious realm in order to save him. This kid wants to pick spirit fruits to cure Qin Yi's cancer. However, coinciding with the outbreak of the beast tide, Chen Xian was trapped in the secret realm, and after 3 days had passed, he was afraid that he would die in 9 deaths. No, I have to go save him. Qini would not be a saintly mother to help strangers, but if those who were kind to him were in trouble, he would certainly not sit idly by, grabbing an unoccupied window to take the mission and register his information. Qini was guided by the staff through 2 inspection doors to an empty square. Above the square, there was a tens of thousands of meters long spatial crack, deep and dark, as if a true dragon was coiled in midair, shocking to the eyes. Above the spatial crack, a sharp sword stained with blood hung in the air, its blade downwards, and vast sword intent poured out, suppressing the entire secret realm crack, making it impossible for the beings in the secret realm to come out, while human martial artists were able to enter freely. What level of character must this be to leave such a sword? Qin Yi's heart surged. He subconsciously clenched his fists and took a big step into the corner of the spatial rift, and in an instant, the space around him swirled and blurred like flowing water, and he only felt that the sky was spinning and his eyes were black. Next, overgrown weeds, ancient trees, a completely different scene from the real world reflected in the eyes. Chapter 24, Forest of Ginseng Insects, Weedy Wild Dogs. Phew! Qin stood in a pristine forest and took a deep breath, only to feel that the air was fresh and clean, and naturally pure spiritual qi was integrated into his body between breaths, making his body and mind happy. The aura concentration of the D-class secret realm was at least 5 times that of the outside world. No wonder it was said that even if a dog was put in and lived for 10 years, it could become a terrifying ferocious beast. After passing through the spatial rift, human martial artists would randomly appear in the outer area of the secret realm, and some people with bad luck might be surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts as soon as they landed. Thus, after Qin settled down, he raised his guard at the first opportunity, his expression solemn as he carefully observed the surroundings. He now seems to be in the middle of a certain mountainous area, and as far as the eye can see, there are all the ancient trees in the sky, with thick branches and trunks, and the smallest tree needs 7 or 8 people to embrace it. The forest of giant trees was full of life, and the ringed crowns were like giant umbrellas shading the sky, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to penetrate and shine down. The damp, shady land was covered with all kinds of unknown ferns and weeds, and occasionally black beetles the size of a man's head flickered through the weeds. Qin stood alone in the woods, as if he was in a different world, with strange things everywhere. In the secret realm, cell phones naturally had no signal, but the Xian secret realm had long been explored by human martial artists except for the core area, so the secret realm administration would provide free maps for martial artists before entering the secret realm. I should be near the middle of the outer perimeter of the Xian mysteries. Qin reached out his hand, fished out a map from his pocket, and gently unfolded it. During this process of using his hand, he detected a pressure, if any, appearing on his right hand, which was a special feature of the Xian heavenly mysteries. The center of the Xian secret realm was a gravity crystal mining area that was several hundred kilometers vast, and due to its size being too large, it caused the gravity of the entire secret realm to be different from that of the blue star, and the gravity of the outermost area was twice as much as the gravity of the blue star. Thanks to 10 points of spiritual attributes, Qin had a strong perception of his body and could subtly notice that the current gravity on his body was roughly 2.7 times. He looked to the map and skimmed right over the outermost area, searching from the outer ranges near the middle, and quickly found where he was. He was not so lucky that this place happened to be a dangerous place. According to the brief labeling on the map, this place was the heavenly insect forest on the western cloud peak, which was rich in all kinds of fine spirit wood, but the number of insects in the forest was huge, and it was not recommended to enter it for martial artists of the 9th stage or below. Bugs? Qin frowned slightly and was thinking of taking a casual walk, but unexpectedly, as soon as he lifted his leg, he was shocked to find that his pants had torn open a few small openings, while his legs were crawling with yellowish-brown soft-bodied bugs at some point. These bugs were much like the leeches on the blue planet, but several times larger, with the smallest head the size of a palm. They attached themselves to Qin's legs with their sucker-like mouthparts, constantly grinding his skin and trying to suck his blood. During this process, Qin was so unaware that he didn't feel a thing. But these leeches are not even to the first order, cannot be called ferocious beasts, simply cannot break Qin's steel bones, wriggling half a day cannot suck blood. Too trashy for you guys. Qin purposely waited for a while, and after realizing that these small things couldn't break the defense at all, he reached out with his big hand, grabbed them all, kneaded them into a meatball, and casually threw them away. Immediately afterward, Qin came together before a sky-high ancient tree, built up his strength, and threw a punch towards the trunk with all his might. Boo! A muffled sound was heard, and under his full-force punch, the ancient tree in the sky didn't even move a bit, only leaving a shallow fist mark at the tree trunk. 3 or 4 seconds later, Even the fist marks disappeared and everything was back to normal. Familiar to the touch. Extremely hard. And self-recovery. This is presumably the raw material used to forge test wooden men in the Martial Arts Federation, isn't it? Shinyi's eyes lit up as he remembered the name of this spirit wood, Cloud Peak Cedar. When this spirit wood grows to 100 meters, it will be 1 rank, and after that, every 500 meters will raise 1 rank. The one in front of him, which was expected to be more than 600 meters tall, was a second-order spirit tree that required a middle-ranked martial artist wielding a D1 ranked weapon in order to be able to cut it. Looking around, there were Cloud Peak firs everywhere, and all of them started at the first rank. He was being teleported to the deepest part of the Samsonite bug forest. Although the second-order spirit wood can't be cut down, it's promising to get some first-order Cloud Peak fir to go back. No, I came in to save Qin Xian. It's better to talk about chores like making money later. Shinyi took out a shining talisman paper from his pocket, which was a sensing talisman that could pull martial artists to a specific area. Runes together is another path for martial artists. Shinyi did not have much contact, only know that rune masters are very lucrative. A first-order rune can be sold to hundreds of thousands of dollars. The so-called formation masters were actually essentially rune masters as well, both being professions that studied runes and engraved great Dao patterns. The squad that Chen Xian had joined was estimated to have someone who was worth a lot of money. Not only had they bought a communication talisman in advance to use to call for help, but they were also able to issue a bounty quest after the shipwreck. This sensing talisman in Qinyi's hand was also bought by the tycoon in Chen Xian's squad, and could only sense that tycoon's location. He held the sensing talisman in the palm of his hand, and a coordinate instantly appeared in his mind. Over 200 kilometers to my northeast? They've already entered the core area of the Xian-Tian mysterious realm. Qinyi didn't hesitate, and after confirming the direction, he immediately began his rush. However, he had only just run out less than 10 meters when he heard a hard and ear-piercing crunching sound ringing out from his side, and in the weeds, a red-cloaked heavenly cow that was the size of an adult swallowed a group of leeches, and then violently turned around and directly slammed over towards Qinyi. The leech meatball that Qinyi had just casually dropped had actually become bait and caught a big guy. This red heavenly cow beetle was already a ferocious beast that had initially crossed into the first stage category, and at this moment, it came crashing in aggressively, with its wings vibrating behind it, and its speed was astonishingly fast, far exceeding that of a first or second stage martial artist. The overgrown weeds were flattened by the gusts of wind swept up by the heavenly cow's sprint, and Qinyi stared straight at the beetle that was the size of his own, with no sign of fear on his face, but instead laughed out loud and said, "Good coming." After he said that, he actually lowered his head as well, like a fighting bull, his legs glaring downward as he charged out with a loud bang. "Since we're going to crash, let's do it the hard way." In the snap of a finger, the two residual shadows collided with a roar, exploding into a roaring shockwave. The heavenly cow beetle never expected that the human in front of him would dare to take his head and clash hard with his horns. Never in his hazy memory had a humanoid creature dared to do so. Snap! Unsurprisingly, the heavenly cow beetle flew directly backwards for more than 10 meters, ruthlessly crashing into a Cloud Peak fir, its long horn snapping off and its torso bursting apart, splattering out disgusting green liquid. Qinyi stood in place expressionlessly, without even a red mark on his forehead. Today's him was not something that a mere early first-stage ferocious beast could touch. It took at least a second-ranked ferocious beast to make him feel the pressure. The flesh of a first-order red-armored heavenly cow seems to be a good material for forging weapons. Selling it for 2 million won't be a problem. Qinyi took a big step and looked at the blurry pile of bloody armor under the tree not far away, feeling a bit remorseful in his heart. TSK, should have been more careful. With the flesh shattered like this, I guess I can only sell it for $500,000. That's just it. A mosquito leg is still meat even if it's small. Qinyi slowly approached the pile of corpses and was thinking of taking out his storage bag to store it, but to his surprise, a sudden change occurred. A yellow and white mongrel wild dog suddenly burrowed its head out of the thick trunk of that Cloud Peak fir, and with a leap, landed precisely on the heavenly cow beetle and nibbled on it. In just a dozen seconds of work, an adult-sized red-armored sky cow was eaten clean, and even the hardest armor part of its body was eaten by that wild dog. Qinyi, who was a few meters away, looked dumbfounded. Where's the dog? Isn't this the Samsonite forest? He froze for a moment, then grimaced and gnashed his teeth at the dingo. Dog meat is good for tonight. Chapter 25, Sea of Worms. Master Dog. Qinyi's murderous aura escaped and permeated the area, frightening the wild dog so much that it jerked and turned its head, about to crawl back to the Cloud Peak tree cave. How could Qinyi let it get away like that? He has never seen anyone who dares to whore himself out for nothing. Oh yeah, it's the delusion of whoring your own dog. Swish! With a single stride, Qinyi instantly crossed a distance of 5 meters and caught the dog that had leapt into midair with one hand. He lifted the back of the weedy wild dog's neck. His eyes narrowed as he laughed. You eat my beetles. I eat you. Fair enough? Ow. Oh. Being grabbed by the throat of destiny, the big wild dog suddenly lost, stammering and whimpering, a pitiful look. No longer the earlier tiger's mouth to seize food bravely. Seeing that Chini was about to pinch himself to death, the big wild dog panicked. His mouth opened and even spat out human words. Brother, don't be like this. Give my buddy a way out. We just couldn't hold back when we saw the delicious food. We really didn't mean to steal your food. Xinyi's face darkened. It's just that this dog can talk, but he even calls himself a brother. Do you think I'm a dog too? He glanced with his afterglow at the hole in the tree on the cloud peak cedar and realized that it was not too big and not too small, just enough to accommodate this wild dog in and out. And the edges of the hole in the tree, dog-eared, seemed to be holes gnawed out hard by this dog. Cloud peak fur over 800 meters high, close to the strength of a third-order spirit wood. How did this dog manage to bite it? Xinyi had a strange expression on his face as he looked back at the big dog in his hands. This big dog was also interesting. Seeing Xinyi's gaze sweeping in, he hurriedly put on a pleasing smile, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Did you chew the dog hole up there? Hey, have a vision. Indeed, under the gnawing. How is it? I'm great, right? Talking about this tree hole, the big dog all of a sudden branched out, radiant, tail wagging fast. You're only at the first rank level. How can you bite a 2-rank extreme spirit wood? Xinyi saw through the realm of the big dog's reality. It was the first rank, yes. At most the middle of the first rank, equivalent to a human 6th stage martial artist. Humph. That is naturally this big master is gifted. The big dog immediately stomped on his nose and boasted, by the way, you can call me Master Dog in the future. If you have to spare the dog and spare the dog, let me have a life. Master Dog, I can also save your life. Xinyi's head was filled with black lines, and when he saw this big dog's stinky appearance, he couldn't help but beat him up. Ow ow ow. You perverted human. Obviously only at the 2nd stage realm. Why can you be so strong? The big dog's nose was bruised and swollen, and he was beaten by Xinyi. Doubting the dog's life, he wasn't one to be passively beaten, and desperately resisted, biting Xinyi several times in turn. The big dog's teeth were indeed divine, and it had easily bitten through Xinyi's level 2 steel bone, leaving several rows of teeth marks. Your teeth are not bad. You should be able to sell them for a good price by stripping them off. Xinyi's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura, and without stopping, he tried to help the big dog pull out his teeth on the spot. When the big dog saw this formation, he immediately wimped out, prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, Stop, stop, stop. I'm wrong. I'm a dog's grandson. Don't fight. I have a way to save your life. You really don't need to beat me to death. Saving my life? Xinyi was happy. He wasn't in any danger right now. Just the other party was such a dog. What was there to talk about saving himself? I'm in a hurry. You can either go and catch me an equivalent ferocious beast now, or sell yourself to me. Either way. The big dog saw that Xinyi no longer made a move, and slowly raised his head from the ground, like a human, standing up on 2 legs in a godly manner, and said quietly, Aren't you curious about why I, a dog, would live in a tree? Not curious. I don't have a penchant for studying wild dogs. Xinyi shook his head. A dingo? Have you ever seen a talking wild dog? The word wild dog seemed to have touched the big dog's scales, telling him to jump up and down. Here, don't you see it now? The big dog was speechless for a while, waved his dog paw in a bad mood, and said seriously, I won't be general with you. Let's get straight to the point. The main reason why I'm living in a tree is to guard against the sea of worms. Sea of insects? Xinyi caught the fear that flashed in the big dog's eyes. That's right. The scented bug forest is full of bugs, and every 2 hours, hundreds of millions of them crawl out of the ground, converge into a mass, and sweep across everything in sight in the woods. That kind of scene. It really is like a tsunami of mountains and seas. Other than this cloud peak spirit wood, nothing can block the sea of worms. The big dog grimaced as he recalled the image he had seen. Don't you find it strange that no other animals have appeared in a forest with such an abundant aura? It seems to be true. It stands to reason that a grove of trees in such a nice setting should be able to see animals just a few steps away. But in reality, other than this weedy dog who called himself Master Dog, Xinyi only saw bugs and trees. How strong is the sea of insects? Xinyi asked with interest instead of fear. The big dog looked askance at him and woofed. For that red-armored heavenly cow you just killed, there are at least 100,000 of them in the sea of worms. 100,000 first-ranked heavenly cow beetles? This is indeed a bit of an exaggeration. Even a high-ranked martial artist would have a hard time surviving, right? The realm gap is not considered large. When the number is large enough, it will cause a qualitative change and make up for the gap in strength. But, so many times the sea of insects has erupted. Why are there no corpses left on the ground? Shin-Yi was puzzled. The sea of bugs was huge in number. Every time it went out, more or less a part of it would die, right? Even if you only die 1% at a time, that's an extremely significant number. Hearing this question, the big dog's eyes suddenly became contemptuous, as if discriminating against Shin-Yi for having too low an IQ. Why did you ask such a stupid question? As I said before, wherever the sea of insects goes, it sweeps away everything. And this so-called everything naturally includes the corpses of the same race. The feeling of being despised by a dog was too marvelous. Shin-Yi's forehead veins rippled and he couldn't help but beat the big dog again until the other party wailed and begged for mercy before stopping. I'm your future savior. There's only an estimated 10 minutes left until the next insect sea outbreak. You won't be able to make it out of Xi'an Peak in time, much less the Shitian mountain range. The big dog grumbled and ran his paw over the swollen dog face. Shin-Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him and only said indifferently, "Lead the way to the tree." The western cloud peak was vast, and judging from the map, Shin-Yi would have to spend a day and a night to walk out even if he hurried with all his might. This, however, was only out of the western cloud peak, and listening to the tone of the big dog, it seemed that a sea of insects would erupt in several peaks at the core of the western heavenly mountain range. The official simple map is still too brief, not as good as the detailed map that you pay real money for. Shin-Yi had some momentary regrets, but what he didn't know was that in all these years, no one had ever appeared in the deepest part of the western heavenly mountain range just after entering the Xi'an heavenly mysterious realm, because this place, although it was on the periphery of the area, the degree of danger was comparable to the core area of the secret realm. Ordinary 9th Dan martial artists would at most walk to the fringes of the western heavenly mountain range, kill a few bugs, dig up a few spiritual plants, and would not be able to encounter the sea of bugs, nor would they have the life to encounter the sea of bugs. Otherwise, if there were so many high-grade spirit trees on the western cloud peak, they would have been packed away by the martial artists in pairs. Where would they leave them for Shin-Yi? If a knowledgeable martial artist were to discover that Shin-Yi was in the western cloud peak at this moment, they would definitely drop their jaws in shock, believing that Shin-Yi would surely die. Other than the true king who had subdued Shen Tian with a single sword 60 years ago, no martial artist had yet explored Shin-Yi to this depth. Chapter 26, The Origin of Big Dogs. Strange Foods. One person and one dog deftly climbed up the cloud peak fur in front of them. Originally this kind of big tree was extremely difficult to climb because of the material, but the big dog apparently often went up and down, leaving behind quite a few new traces, allowing Shin-Yi to utilize the depressions to climb upwards. I have to climb Cloud Peak Cedar 3 times a day, or the claw marks left on it quickly disappear and go back to recreate the thief's trouble. The big dog smugly climbed in front of him, obviously looking very pleased with Shin-Yi's reliance on himself to get up the tree. The recovery speed of a second-order cloud peak fur was so fast that if one didn't go about maintaining the claw marks regularly, it was indeed possible for a night to pass before they completely dissipated. The dog hole gnawed out by the big dog was about 40 meters up, which sounds high, but is actually low compared to the 800-plus meter trunk. Rustle. It was also at the time when the man and the dog were desperately climbing the tree that there was a sudden and faint commotion coming from the ground below, as if something was moving through the grass. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the entire earth of the giant peak began to shake violently. The tremor was extremely pronounced, at least 7 levels, and it almost shook Shin-Yi down. He maintained his climbing stance while looking down. The eyes of a martial artist nourished through aura were sharper than a falcon's. Even though they were spaced more than 20 meters apart, they could clearly see what they found on the ground. In Shin-Yi's line of sight, one worm after another of various shapes and forms broke out of the ground, shaking their bodies and shaking the dirt and grime from their bodies, then stretching out their sensing organs and silently searching for their kind, their sensing organs or tentacles, or narrow mouthparts. With the help of such organs, a huge number of bugs actually began to form up in an orderly manner. Beetles followed beetles, mosquitoes followed mosquitoes. Like the outbreak of the ancient war, the major types of soldiers assembled, well organized. The bugs in this hellhole definitely have a mother bug hiding deep in the ground for production command. It's estimated to be at least second order. Big Dog also turned back to look at the ground and said with palpitations, "Female insects of the first rank can even surround and kill human sect masters by exploding soldiers. Definitely not to be underestimated. This existence of the bug race is very outrageous. They are cranky. Once they develop, they will destroy everything in sight. They are the mortal enemies of the 10,000 races. Once the people of the 10,000 races know that there is a mother bug that has appeared, countless foreign powerhouses are sure to appear to surround and annihilate them. Even between mother bugs and mother bugs, the relationship is equally hostile. An isolated race? Interesting. No wonder this area is virtually untouched. The human race's clan master-level existences, who were already the top pillars of the bright side, would rarely step into a D-rank secret realm. much less dare to take their lives to snipe a second-rank female insect, because there is so little benefit to be gained. For patriarchs and great patriarchs, even a third-order spirit wood was not enough to make their eyes water, and if it was too difficult to obtain, they would definitely give it up. You silly dog knows quite a lot. Shinee had already climbed to the entrance of the tree hole and didn't continue upwards, instead fixing himself firmly to the tree trunk. Silly dog? The big dog's face showed displeasure as he said indignantly, Master Dog, I followed a supreme being back then, so I naturally know more than you. A rookie who's new to the martial arts path. Supreme being? Shinee became interested and pursued. Who is it? What race? What realm? What name? Talking about these detailed information, the big dog suddenly looked confused again and shook his head. I can't remember. Master, he placed me in the western cloud peak, and before he left, he deleted all the memories of him from my mind. I only know that there is that one supreme being who was my master and placed me here. I don't know all the rest. Shinee raised an eyebrow and guessed, leaving his pet in the outside world. I guess that supreme being is in trouble and doesn't want you to follow him on his adventures. Deleting your memories. I'm afraid that you're not worried that you'll be captured by his enemies, and through certain soul-searching methods, you'll be able to obtain information about him, and even gain insight into his weaknesses. You're such a metrosexual master. More of a dog than you are. Woof woof. Hearing someone mocking his master, the big dog subconsciously barked at Shinee, protecting his master. However, he couldn't beat Shinee either, so he could only scream a few words to stop. He felt that Shinee's speculation was right because whenever he tried to leave the western cloud peak, his heart would inexplicably palpitate, a reaction to the foreknowledge of danger. As a dog raised by a supreme being, he certainly had his own extraordinary features. Apart from his teeth, he also had an instinct to avoid evil and good fortune. My instincts told me that it was dangerous to leave West Cloud Peak, which is why I stayed in the tree. Although the second-order mother bug is dangerous, as long as she is avoided, this place can be an equally excellent place of refuge, with few creatures able to fight their way in. Big Dog said resentfully. Shinee, on the contrary, remembered something because of his words, and his expression was subtle. You just robbed my beetles to eat. It couldn't be because you didn't feel the danger, right? Big Dog nodded. Shinee was a bit speechless. Was he being judged as a good old boy? He himself clearly started out with murderous intent towards the big dog, just didn't end up killing him. It seemed that the big dog had something to offer with this talent, worthy of being the dog of a supreme being. Shinee gazed at him, only to see the big dog slipping into the dog hole, lying at the mouth of the hole, looking down at the vast sea of insects below with a cozy face, as if he was watching a movie. Occasionally, when he was hungry, he took a bite of the edge of the dog hole and chewed it up with a mouth full of wood cinders and wood shavings. You usually eat bark and wood chips? Shinee frowned. The big dog had a dog hole to rest in, but he couldn't burrow into such a small one, so he could only maintain his tree climbing stance. Yeah, after the sea of bugs erupts, it will last for about 5 hours. There are almost no creatures in the forest other than bugs and spirit wood, and you have to go down the tree to find them to eat the bugs, and you have to spend your strength to fight, so it's not as refreshing as eating the bark of a tree. The big dog looked like he was taking it for granted, his dog eyes twinkling as he teased at Shinee. Let me remind you first, you'd better not learn how to eat spirit wood like I do. Mortals, can't learn how to do that. Without my titanium alloy dog's mouth and dog's stomach, you can't bite this spirit wood, not to mention that you can't absorb the nutrients and spirituality contained in it, and when the time comes, you'll definitely have to break a mouthful of teeth. Speaking of his advantages, especially the ones that Shinee didn't have, the big dog's tail buckled again, wagging merrily. If you want to escape from the range covered by the sea of insects, it will take at least 5 days, and counting the rest time for climbing trees to circumvent the sea of insects, it is estimated that it will take 10 days to do so. You'd better figure out what you're supposed to eat early on in these 10 days. Let me first remind you that the red armored skink you killed earlier was actually a rare edible bug. Most of the bugs in the forest are inedible, and the trail is secretive and very hard to find. The big dog assumed the posture of a spectator, staring at Shinee with interest, wanting to see what the young man would do next. But what amazed him was this. After listening to his story, Shinee actually did not show any other expression. His face was plain. He just opened his mouth slightly and bit down on the bark in front of him. Click! 2 of his teeth immediately chipped open, and a mouthful of blood flowed out. Hey, are you crazy? I told you humans can't gnaw on second-order spirit wood, much less digest it. The big dog barked in consternation, but Shinee acted as if he hadn't heard his cries and just buried his head in the tree and chewed on it. You say I can't do it, then I still have to do it. The main theme is a rebellion. I've eaten leather sofas. What's a bit of bark? Chapter 27, What Normal Humans Cannot Do. In the face of the big dog's persuasion, Shinee not only didn't stop, but instead gnawed on the bark more and more, his 2 rows of teeth constantly crumbling, while the tree trunk in front of him remained virtually unchanged, only dropping a small layer of faintly unnoticeable skin. Finally, Shinyi's 2 rows of teeth all crumbled, and all that was left in his mouth was meat, with not a single tooth visible. Thus, Shinyi stopped his gnawing action, as if he froze in place, not moving a muscle. See, I told you that you can't bite a second-order spirit wood. If you don't listen to the dog master, you'll suffer. The big dog was lying at the mouth of the cave, pointing at the miserable Shinyi, rather like a worldly high dog. There you go, all your teeth are chipped. It'll be at least 2 or 3 days until you regrow them. You're going to starve. The flesh recovery ability of a second-stage martial artist was quite good, although it couldn't be done to regenerate a broken limb. It was still not a problem to spend a month to grow a new set of teeth. Considering Shinyi's perverted special physique, Big Dog's prediction that it would take him 2 or 3 days to recover was already considered to be overestimating Shinyi, and trying to go as far as possible towards an exaggerated time prediction. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated Shinyi's regenerative ability. In just less than 5 minutes of work, Shinyi's mouth grew a single pure white tooth, so white and flawless that it actually looked a lot tougher than his previous old teeth. Grow new teeth in 5 minutes. What kind of demon are you? The big dog was dumbfounded. Even for a knowledgeable god dog like him, he had never seen such a pervert. This was already comparable to the recovery power of a middle-ranked martial master, but Shinyi was only at the second stage of martial artist. He had even stopped looking at the vast sea of insects below him in the grand show, his pair of doggy eyes staring dead at Shinyi, his eyes full of skepticism. He suspected Shinyi of hiding his cultivation. The big dog's pair of dog eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant luster, and he seemed to have opened up a kind of pupil art, his gaze instantly sharpening quite a bit. However, despite being under this grade A pupil art, the Shinyi in Big Dog's eyes was also a proper and regular second-stage martial artist, not hiding his cultivation at all. If it's not an old Inbi hiding his cultivation, there's only one possibility. Shinyi is a legendary immortal species that is rare to see in 1,000 years. The so-called immortal seed is actually an honorific title for a person whose qualifications have crushed the pride of a great generation, implying that this person will be able to ascend to immortality if he doesn't die in the middle of the journey. The big dog's doggy eyes shone more and more as his gaze towards Shinyi changed to another meaning. When the immortal seed comes out, the path of cultivation is often smooth and unrivaled, and with great fortune following him, one might be able to walk out of the western heavenly mountain range unharmed and head to the human world. Why wouldn't Big Dog want to see the outside world? He stays here. He's just afraid of dying. The dog was fighting for power, and if he managed to get on Shinyi's good side, he would probably be able to get some light in the future. With this in mind, the big dog's eyes turned thievishly and said to Shinyi, although your recovery speed is fast, it's impossible to digest the spirit would bark even if you recover like this for another 10 million times. Tell you what, why don't I have mercy on Master Dog and use my precious titanium alloy dog mouth to help soften your bite before I feed it to you? The big dog stood up his head and smelled like I have sacrificed so much for you. Why don't you come and thank me? However, he didn't know that the dog words coming out of his mouth were exceptionally harsh and disgusting in Shinyi's ears. Roll. Are you itching your skin again? Shinyi's face was disgusted as he locked one hand on the bark of the tree, and with the other hand, he took out a chocolate bar from his pocket, tore it open with his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Brother, you brought food with you, so why are you still here chewing on the bark? Murphy, what's your special fetish? Big Dog's face looked strange. Suspecting that Shinyi had masochistic tendencies, Shinyi didn't even bother to pay attention to him. After digesting the chocolate bar, the energy stored in his flesh was once again filled up, so he could continue to attempt adaptive evolution. That's right, he was going to rely on the second-level Cloud Peak fur to upgrade his first-level hard mouth and first-level iron stomach. Ow! Ignoring the big dog's subtle gaze, Shinyi once again opened his mouth and took a bite on the bark. Snap! Unsurprisingly, his teeth chipped once again and flew out of his mouth with blood flying horizontally, falling into the sea of insects below and disappearing. The pain of this hard biting of teeth was extraordinarily horrifying. But fortunately, Shinyi had a level 3 pain tolerance, and could completely withstand this pain sensation. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, 10 bites. Shinyi seemed like a madman who didn't want to die, trying to gnaw on the bark again and again, chipping all his teeth again and again, but not giving up for half a second. Teeth broke and grew and grew and broke, and in order to provide the energy needed to evolve, Shinyi had eaten all the chocolate bars in his pocket. During this process, the big dog's eyes gradually changed, and the more he looked at Shinyi, the more alarmed he became. He could see the metamorphosis that Shinyi had undergone in a short period of time. Those fragile human teeth, from the first instantaneous disintegration, slowly evolved into being able to leave traces on the bark of a tree, and then evolved into being able to bite off some wood veneer. Eventually, under the 5th attempt of the new teeth, only to hear a crunching sound, Genie bit off a large piece of bark and put it in his mouth to chew. This time, his teeth didn't crumble, they were as solid as gold, and he easily bit into the spirit wood. Ding! Your mouth cells have successfully adapted to the second stage spirit wood leather, and you have evolved the passive skill, Tough Mouth LV3. Paying it forward really did pay off. After this tree gnawing, Genie's tough mouth skill had directly increased from level 1 to level 3, with a mouth that could easily bite through even second order spirit wood. His mouth was probably already comparable to a D1 level weapon. Seeing that Genie really managed to bite off the bark of the tree and swallow it into his stomach, the big dog was completely shocked. He was even beginning to wonder about the dog life. However, for the sake of face, he still forced himself to put on an unsurprising expression and bared his teeth in disdain. Even if you can eat the bark, so what? Can you digest it? No, Master Dog, I'll use my dog's mouth to help you with the wood. It's impossible for a human stomach to digest second order spirit wood. Due to the fact that the evolution skill had consumed too much energy, Genie's current state was looking a little weak, his face slightly white. However, as he swallowed the spirit wood in a big mouthful, his iron stomach first experienced a heart-rending cramping pain, and then the pain gradually subsided, and the iron stomach evolved successfully. Ding! Your stomach cells have successfully adapted to the second stage spirit wood, and you have evolved the passive skill Iron Stomach LV3. With the level 3 Iron Stomach, Genie was already able to easily extract nutrients and spiritual substances from the second stage spirit woods, and his frail breath became substantial at a speed visible to the naked eye. His cheeks flushed, and he could no longer see any weakness. Second order Cloud Peak Fur, digested successfully. Genie smiled faintly and threw a sneering glance towards the disoriented big dog in the dog hole above, calling the big dog angry and instantly back to his senses, biting 2 mouthfuls of bark viciously. In front of the big dog, he provocatively gnawed a large piece of bark and swallowed it, and when he swallowed it, he did not forget to let out a ha sound, indicating that the food was delicious. Isn't it just eating second order spirit wood? How can I not do what one of your dogs can do? Genie was frantically yin and yang, trying to provoke the big dog, but he didn't expect the anger on the big dog's face to suddenly dissipate, only to see his dog's mouth tilted as he sneered. Anything I can do, you can do? Joke. I can eat, can you do that? Genie. Great. Count your blessings. You actually have such a trick up your sleeve. Chapter 28 Symbiotic Relationships? Genie, who possessed a grade 3 hard mouth and a grade 3 iron stomach, gnawed on the second order spirit wood, and to be honest, the Yunfeng cedar came with an extremely strong recovery power, and the gaping hole that he had bitten out had been slowly recovering, which was equivalent to Genie having a constant source of food. Moreover, the effect of the second order spirit wood is not only emergency food so simple. The spirit contained in the spirit wood for the martial artist also has a nourishing effect. A large number of swallowed can be compared to the second order spirit fruit. Unconsciously, Genie bit out a small enough to accommodate his own tree hole. This tree hole looks small, but compared to the big dog's dog hole is still more than twice as spacious. In fact, the tree hole created by the two of them was nothing compared to the thick and huge second order Cloud Peak fur. Just like 2 black moles growing on a human's body, it was unobtrusive. However, this bark gnawed and gave Genie a wave of unexpected joy. After eating for at least 2 hours as a child, the voice of the system once again sounded in his head. Ding! Your cells have been flushed with the spirituality of a large amount of second order spirit wood and have successfully evolved the natural skill Aura Affinity LV7. A 7th level Aura Affinity was actually reached here. Genie's heart was delighted, so he immediately sat down and stopped eating the bark of the tree, wanting to try out the effects of the 7th level Aura Affinity. However, his eyes had only just closed when the big dog upstairs stretched out its neck and barked at Genie's cave below. Prepare yourself, the recovery power of the second order spirit wood will surge next. It's time to compete in the speed of dry rice. If you eat too slowly, the hole in the tree you managed to gnaw out will have to grow back. Will Spiritwood's recovery ability still surge in a short period of time? Slightly puzzled, Genie asked rhetorically, why is this happening? Upstairs, the big dog made a gentle leap and precisely jumped into Genie's tree hole, smilingly surveying the surroundings while replying, I don't know. Anyway, every time the Sea of Worms appeared for roughly 2 hours, all the spirit trees in the Shiyun Peak would begin to burst with vigor, thickening and growing, and their resilience would be increased by several times. Then again, aren't you a dog race disillusioned into a human being? This tree hole chews more old-fashioned than I do, and it's a soothing place to live. The big dog beautifully found a corner and lie down flat, hands crossed pillow in the back of the head, 2 dog legs cocked into a 2-legged look. So uncomfortable. Come on, Sheenie didn't need to ask to know that this guy was trying to rely on himself and not leave. Seemingly catching Qin disgusted look, the big dog smiled sarcastically and snorted. Gnawing on tree bark is also a hard job. You humans have a saying that many hands make a big difference. So if the two of us are responsible for maintaining a tree hole together, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Sheenie didn't bother wasting his breath with him, and after stopping his luck, he walked to the edge of the tree hole, poked his head out, and watched the situation below. At this moment, the ground had been completely enveloped by billions of bugs, and as far as the eye could see, there were densely packed bugs everywhere. Most of these bugs were at the level of first-order ferocious beasts, and occasionally one could see giant bugs of extraordinarily large size infesting the swarm, with 6 tentacles on top of their heads, a single compound eye occupying the entire head, and 8 spear legs that resembled spiders, but their bodies were more like dragonflies, long and narrow, and presenting a strip-like shape. This kind of bug barely gave Qin some sense of danger, and it was estimated to be a second-order Lord-class bug. In the human definition, the only criterion for distinguishing between beasts and foreigners is whether or not they possess intelligence and whether or not they are able to communicate. It was clear that the bugs in front of them were not intelligent and were undeniably fey, and as for the big dog, it would be more appropriate to call it an alien race. I heard that the difference between the high martial realms of the foreign races and the human race was not too great, and the names were almost the same, and even though it was not mentioned in the history books, Sheenie guessed that the human race's path to martial arts must have been a reference to the foreign races. After all, the alien race has existed for less than hundreds of thousands of years, and the human race has only just recovered its aura for less than 100 years, so it's impossible to rely purely on originality and create a human cultivation method. A cultivation path that is stripped of foreign races cannot be completely suitable for the human race after all. Perhaps when I am strong enough in the future, I will be able to create a gong method that is perfectly adapted to the human race. Qin thought silently. If this idea of his were to be publicized, it would certainly be ridiculed by many parties, because nowadays the cultivation path of the human race has not even been improved by the 10,000 joys Heavenly Father. But, what's the difference between a person without a dream and a salted fish? Qin was endowed with God-level talent. He wouldn't be presumptuous. What the 10,000 heavens couldn't do didn't mean that he, a hungover man, couldn't do it as well. By the way, that oddly shaped second-order Lord-class bug obviously has wings and can fly, so why wouldn't it fly up and attack us? Qin suddenly felt a bit confused. The big dog was instantly stumped by the question. In fact, he had pondered it at one point, but racked his brain and couldn't come up with an answer. For the sake of his own face, he could only make up a tough story. It's probably because I'm intimidated by Master Dog's power. Qin, then you have a big face, the strength of a 6th or 7th stage martial artist, suppressing a 2nd stage lord, right? The big dog grunted coldly. Can't I? This master was born noble. Bloodline suppression, understand? Ask this head of the big dog is not in tune with the answer. Qin sunk his heart, staring at the ground of the sea of insects. Suddenly, below the sea of insects all of a sudden, half of the sea stopped moving. After careful observation, it is not difficult to find that all the bugs stopped, the mouth or the back with harvest. These harvests were either spirit soil, spirit ore, and to a lesser extent, the corpses of ferocious beasts. These bugs stopped in place, began to use their bodies to desperately digging soil. They dug out. The pit is not big, but extremely deep. Do not know where to lead. Qin can only see these bugs into the ground, after a while and come back up, and the body with the harvest are all gone. The harvest was left in the ground? At the same time, his afterglow noticed that the edges of the tree hole were growing rapidly, at more than twice the original speed. Hey, stop gawking and come chew with me. Seeing the hole in the tree become narrower and narrower, the big dog, who wanted to put up a bad game and touch the fish, hurriedly moved to start eating, and was busy. However, Qin did not respond to him, still staring down at the sea of insects in a daze. In his line of sight, the bugs, which had not stopped moving, were bringing in new harvests in waves from far away, handing them to the bugs in charge of digging holes, so that they could send them into the ground. Between the bugs, there is a clear division of labor and a smooth workflow like a robot. That second-order female insect was able to control so many bugs by controlling them. Her mental power was bound to be strong. Snap! Qin bit down hard on a large piece of bark that was about to block his vision, and as he chewed, he muttered, I seem to understand. On the side, the busy sweaty big dog said in a bad mood, you understand what I still understand? Quickly eat ah! Qin ignored the big dog's words and paused for a split second, then continued on his own. The insect race buried all of the scavenged harvest underground, never leaving it all for themselves to eat. The large part of these harvests were quickly decomposed by the insects and turned into pure spiritual nutrients that fertilized the soil of the western cloud peak. which led to the sudden rapid growth of the spirit wood. The spirit wood of the western heavenly mountain range and the mother worm hidden in the ground should have a symbiotic and mutually beneficial relationship. The big dog was suddenly dumbfounded and subconsciously wanted to retort, but after careful consideration, he realized that Qin Yi's words were really logical. Every time, it was only after the sea of insects started burying things that the spirit wood began to mutate. Moreover, as far as he knows, there is a kind of nanny bugs among the insect race, which can use saliva to dissolve solid food to make spiritual nutrient liquid, which can be used to feed the larvae and promote the larvae to accelerate their growth. Chapter 29, Wealth and Risk. Stud. Gambling for life. My guess is that the root vein of a spirit wood has the effect of fixing the spirit, which can gather the aura of the surrounding area at the root. The location where the spiritual root is located is likely to have a dazzling abundance of spiritual chi to the extreme, and this concentration of spiritual chi is just right for the growth of bugs, especially the growth of bug females. Otherwise, those bugs would have been able to bulldoze through all the cloud peak furs long ago, not to mention a mere second-order spirit would. Even a third-order spirit wood wouldn't be able to carry the sea of bugs' onslaught, right? Qin Yi tirelessly speculated, and the remarks he made gave the big dog a great deal of feeling, and many doubts that he couldn't figure out earlier were solved. Woof, I didn't expect your kid's brain to be somewhat intelligent. It's already comparable to Master Dog's my dog brain. The big dog bit off a few more pieces of bark and nodded in approval. But what can you do even if you discover the secret? It's useless except to solve the unanswered questions in your mind. Qin Yi shook his head. Your dog's brain is indeed not very good, and knowing this setting, it naturally has new and wonderful uses. He poked out half of his body, pointed at the sea of insects laboring hard below, and said indifferently, haven't you noticed that ever since we stayed in the tree, the bugs haven't had half the desire to attack us? Do you think it didn't notice us? Or, Big Dog frowned and speculated. Second-order females produce bugs equipped with specialized scouting categories, and each swarm is followed by 3 first-order eye bugs. The so-called eye worms were actually an extremely bizarre type of worm that was born with a full point of the observation attribute, and the rest of their attributes were practically zero. This bug has almost only one basketball-sized eye, which has tens of millions of pupils, suspended in midair like a balloon, with a thin, odorless fleshy line underneath. Eye worms are usually randomly tied to another worm with a flesh rope and move along with him, drawing energy from the other's body for their own survival. First-order eye worms can easily see through D-rank concealment feats. The two of us don't even have D-rank concealment feats. 100% is going to be discovered. As he said that, Big Dog's doggy eyes snapped open. An incredulous look surfaced on his face, and he tentatively asked, you shouldn't be trying to say that due to the symbiotic relationship between the spirit wood and the insect race, we, who are hiding in the spirit wood, are enveloped by the spirit wood's aura, and are therefore recognized by the insect race as a friendly party? You mustn't tell me that your next words are for the two of us to bathe in tree scum all over our bodies, and then walk out of the western heavenly mountain range with the bark of a tree as our clothing. The hard way. The big dog took 2 steps backwards, not even wanting to eat the newly grown bark. Qin Yi shook his head. Smaller pattern. I'm going to directly utilize the spirit wood's aura to conceal myself and sneak into the bug race's old home to do a big job. Big dog. Ha! You're a complete lunatic. Wouldn't it be nice to stay here, until you familiarize yourself with how to make holes and spend some time being able to walk out more safely? Qin Yi pulled out the induction talisman from his pocket with a resolute expression. I have brothers waiting for me to save them, so I can't afford to spend time. I must rush over there as fast as I can. When the sea of worms erupts, the number of worms inside the mother worm cave must be less than on the ground, and safety is not considered low. There were a limited number of bugs that a second-order female could produce, and it was impossible for her to personally manipulate every single one of them in real time. Moreover, the western heavenly mountain range didn't have any natural enemies of the insect race, and it wasn't unreasonable for Qin Yi to bet that the number of insects that stayed behind in the insect caves was low after such a long, leisurely period of time had passed. The most crucial thing was that Big Dog had said that the sea of insects had nearly covered the entire western sky mountain range, so it was certain that the holes in the ground that the insect race had punched out would inevitably have several of them leading to the outermost part of the western sky mountain range. This is a bet that can be wrestled with. Stud. Qin Yi began to seize the time to collect spirit wood debris. He planned to get a sharp spirit wood spear, and incidentally, a simple wooden armor. As for the materials used to prepare the fixed wooden armor, you can use the leaves and whisker hairs at the crown of the spirit wood. The big dog looked at Qin Yi, who was actively preparing, and for a while, he was inwardly torn. He both wanted to follow Qin Yi and sneak out, but he didn't want to use such a dangerous method. Helplessly, he borrowed the sensing talisman in Qin Yi's hand and kneaded it for a while, before his doggy face trembled in shock. Are you sure you really want to go save your brother? I dare ask. What realm is that, brother of yours? Genie stared back. When I entered the secret realm, I think I was an introductory martial artist. An initiated martial artist? You're a pervert. Your brother is also a pervert. An introductory martial artist actually dares to break into the Blood Mist Desert? The Blood Mist Desert? The name of this place was unfamiliar, and Genie didn't seem to have seen it in the map. This is a Jedi that just appeared a few months ago, and is suspected to have something to do with the sudden outbreak of the beast tide in the outside world. At that time, there was a scarlet blood aura filling the sky above the firmament, and a few martial artists, probably at the Zongshire realm, were seriously injured and broke through the mist, cursing and shouting noises like Blood Mist Desert and beast tide in midair as they fled, waking up me who was sleeping. Big Dog glanced at Genie and advised, entry-level martial artists entering the Blood Mist Desert, unless they are as demonic as you, they will surely die. You don't need to go through the trouble of going over there, and then take this life of yours with you. Genie's determination remained firm as he faintly said, live and let live, die and let die. If you don't want to come with me, you can continue to stay here on your own. Actually, you have the instinct to warn of danger, so you could have crafted the wooden armor and then watched for a moment for palpitations before jumping into the cave before making your choice. Right. Oh, I have a warning instinct coming. To be honest, the warning instinct wasn't absolutely correct, and many times when he followed the Supreme Lord, crises were defused by his master after the instinct appeared. I can't recall how it was defused, but the Big Dog understands this. He hesitated for a while, but still gritted his teeth and answered Genie's request to form a group. Okay, I'll go crazy with you. Following the existence of the suspected son of Heaven's destiny, it is reasonable to expect that there will be good fortune and danger will be turned to good. This time, I'm betting on it. The Big Dog also began to actively prepare for the wood. Compared to the huge size of Genie, his ordinary canine size couldn't use too much wood, but the Big Dog still frantically piled up the spirit wood, begging for a peace of mind. In addition, the business of climbing trees was also something that Big Dog was more proficient at, so the task of going to the 800-meter high canopy to pick spirit leaves and whisker hairs was likewise given to him. The Big Dog came and went along the trunk, tiring him out with each trip as he had to reopen the path upwards and leave paw marks. He seriously suspected that Genie was trying to use him as free high-quality labor, which was why he kept persuading himself to join the team. Damn, what an abomination of a human being. I'll put up with it. Master Dog. Chapter 30, Dog Words. It took a total of 8 hours and 25 minutes for one man and one dog to craft their disguise to the point of perfection. In the tree hole, the fast recovery of the spirit wood was all removed by them as materials. Fixed eyes, Genie's appearance just like a strange shape of the ancient soldiers. Head wearing a simple wooden helmet, clad in wooden armor. The lower half of the body also wore a tawdry wooden beard skirt. No difference with the grass skirt. Wearing a wooden beard skirt is not because Genie has any special women's clothing fetish. The main thing is that this kind of pants is relatively easy to make, and will not affect the movement of the legs, is barely acceptable choice. In addition, Genie also has a wooden spear in his hand. The head of the spear is the Big Dog with dog teeth sharpened, but also residual his saliva. Listening to him say that this wooden spear into the body of the enemy will be attached to the magic attack, resulting in the other side of the poisoning. Hearing the Big Dog's vaguely proud explanation, Genie's face darkened on the spot as he had been bitten by the Big Dog several times before as well. However, after such a long time had passed, his body did not show any abnormalities, so it seemed that the Big Dog had left a mouthful at that time. Genie glanced at the insanely self-absorbed Big Dog on the side and couldn't help but shake his head. He had never seen such an odd dog. At this moment, every inch of Big Dog's body was wrapped in the wooden armor. This set of wooden armor carefully polished by himself was several times finer than Genie's set, perfectly fitting his figure. And the surface was also carved with auspicious cloud patterns, which inexplicably reminded Genie of the skills of a certain famous anime in his previous life, Susanoo. Has Suna no Hado gotten on the dog? Genie didn't have the eyes to look at the Big Dog, because the dog had just peed and was now scratching its head in front of the urine, asking Genie if he was handsome. Now that the sea of bugs has faded, the next outbreak is estimated to be more than an hour away. We can go down ahead of time and guard the entrance of one of the caves, and as soon as the sea of insects appears, we'll be able to determine whether the spirit wood covering is effective or not. If there is, then dive into the cave at once. It is the law with the most time. Genie climbed out of the tree hole and climbed downward for a few dozen meters before he leapt down and landed on the ground. He wasn't afraid of falling to his death at a height of 50 to 60 meters, but he was afraid of falling out of his improvised wooden armor. Woohoo! The Big Dog obviously had no such qualms, and leapt straight down from a height of over 60 meters, landing easily. It has to be said that as a dog, he has the same racial advantage as a cat, being naturally less prone to falling to his death. Otherwise, If it was an ordinary first-order beast or a sixth-dan martial artist, jumping down from such a high position would at least fracture the bones. I have observed that a group of swarms ended up disappearing here, and it is likely that there is a downward passage left at this place. Following his memories, Chini took the big dog and traveled all the way through to a muddy ground where not an inch of grass grew. The soil here is very sticky, but it is not because of the water that it becomes like this, but because a large number of insects have hoarded prey in this place, and the blood of those prey has soaked the soil, which makes the current situation appear. The big dog came up to the muddy ground, put his dog's ear to the ground and listened for a moment, then whirled around and exclaimed, "It looks like it's hollow down there. I suspect that the bugs deliberately bleed their prey, and the blood of these bug-bitten prey becomes particularly sticky, like an adhesive that holds the dirt together and acts as a lid to cover the passage." The big dog's dog nose flicked as if sniffing out something. Chini was not right or wrong about this, and raised his head to scan the surrounding area, looking for the nearest cloud peak fir and walking over. To be on the safe side, it would be best for them to test the reliability of the wooden armor next to the cloud peak fir, so that if something went wrong, they could climb the tree and slip away at the first opportunity. Just like that, one person and one dog sat around under the cloud peak fir, quietly waiting for the sea of insects to erupt. The atmosphere suddenly became still. In the woods, in addition to the breeze stirring the leaves issued by the rustle sound, cannot hear other sounds, even the always restless big dog or rare quiet. Time passed, and gradually the man and the dog tensed a trifle and breathed a little more rapidly. "Hey, you're not scared, are you? I hear your heart beating so fast." "Don't worry, if you, a dog, aren't afraid, how can I, as a human, be afraid?" Chini and Big Dog exchanged a glance, and their nervousness was relieved a bit. Wow dash! Suddenly the earth trembled under their feet, and not far away, in the muddy place, there was dirt abandoned high in the air, as if something were about to come out from underneath. Immediately afterward, the sound of breaking earth appeared more and more compactly. In a continuous stream, the earth trembled more and more bugs burrowed out of the ground. In just less than 5 minutes, the muddy land was already occupied by the swarm, and it even spread to Chini's side. Right in front of Chini, less than 3 meters away, stood a firefly insect, second-ranked lord class, with an eye insect, looking around tied to his transparent, glowing tail. They were too close to this firefly, so close that the big dog could clearly see the tiny fluffy hairs on the other's legs. Don't panic. Firefly bugs are pathfinding bugs. Their main advantage is speed. Their combat power is weak and they are considered to be at the bottom of the observable bug population. Chini tried to lower his voice as much as possible to appease the big dog. As soon as he finished speaking, the big dog's voice rang in his head. "I definitely won't panic. However, you kid is a bit powerful. Did you deliberately choose this place as the entrance? With the exception of the eyeworms, the swarms are all of the same species moving together, and only firefly insects will appear in this place, so the danger is indeed much less." The big dog was worthy of being a first class in the Go sector, and directly used the method of sound transmission, without leaking half a bit of sound out. In addition, he had taught Chini the method of voice transmission. This was a C-grade sound transmission method, which did not require the use of spiritual power, and could be done by relying on spiritual power in chi and blood alone to transmit sound across the air, and was worth a lot. To say that the only drawback was that the name of the gungfu was not very good, and it looked like it was deliberately taken by the big dog in order to disgust Chini. This gong method, called dog words, Chini didn't count too much, and with 2 minds, he practiced the sound transmission technique while observing the situation of the firefly flying insects as well as the eye insects. At a certain point, the eyeworm's huge eyes and the firefly's compound eyes suddenly looked at them in unison, startling the big dog so much that his heart skipped a beat. The cover of the second-order spirit wood material was useful, and the bugs that approached them didn't notice their presence at all. One by one, they walked past the edge, ignoring Chini and Big Dog. Slowly, the big dog's guts were growing. He first took his dog's paw and patted the passing bugs, and after seeing that they didn't react, he jumped directly onto the back of one particular bug. "Ha ha ha, these bugs are stupid." The big dog stepped on a giant insect with an open smile and kept transmitting his voice to Chini to show off. But the next second, the giant bug froze in place coldly, and the startled big dog almost peed in fear and hurriedly slipped back from above. Fortunately, the giant insect still didn't notice them and stayed for a moment before walking away on its own. "Okay, stop it. We should go in." Chini sighed and looked at the reopened cave entrance not far away, his eyes showing a brilliant light. Chapter 31, Deeper into the Wormhole. Carefully weaving through the gaps where the swarm of insects walked, Chini and Big Dog returned to the hole they had found at the beginning. The bugs in this area are all fireflies. There are big and small, but the constant is that the tails are shining brightly. Thousands of light clusters converged together, almost turning this place into a sea of light. And it didn't give the big dog's 24K titanium alloy dog eyes flash blind. On the ground, the thick soil that had originally covered the area had been broken open by the glowworms, revealing a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters, from which a steady stream of glowworms lifted their wings and flew out, merging into the large force. A man and a dog find the right moment to jump into the tunnel and slide all the way down, one side against the rock wall. With the help of the light of the fireflies along the road, it can be seen that the tunnel dug by the bugs is a regular and neat circle. All the rock and soil were glued and rammed by them with some kind of special means, and the wall is smooth and even, and the forging process is very fine. They slid down the inclined tunnel as if on a slide, which felt more exciting than a car race, because there would also be fireflies speeding on their way, and if they weren't careful, they would collide and get each other's attention. This is playing for keeps. However, Sheeny seemed to feel that this alone wasn't bold enough. Facing a firefly flying at high speed head-on, he didn't dodge or avoid it. A hint of madness appeared on his face, and he violently threw a punch forward. Bang! Sonic explosions rang out. Air waves churned. The force of this punch definitely exceeded a ton. The head of a first-order firefly flying insect was burst like a water bag, and large swaths of green juice splattered in all directions. And then, the bug corpse that had lost its head fell out of mid-air, smashing a small crater and getting stuck inside, blocking a small portion of the tunnel. One punch, killing a first-order bug. The big dog was so shocked by this sudden change that his dog's eyes glared. And before he had time to say anything, he saw Sheeny pulling out the wooden spear pinned behind his back, and with his right hand, he thrust it fiercely into the earth wall, cutting out a long trail, and eventually stopping his skidding. What's this about? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the swarm? The big dog could hear a few fireflies coming right up ahead, and he stiffened his paws to stop the movement and ran quickly to Cheeny's side, asking what he was mad about. However, Sheeny ignored him and sat on the ground, holding a wooden spear, sharply dividing the insect corpses and applying the fluorescent substance that was still emitting afterglow from the tail onto the wooden spear. All of a sudden, the wooden spears flickered up as if they were possessed, a little brighter than ordinary torches. Subsequently, rushing to catch the rest of the bugs before they passed by this place, Sheeny took out his B-grade storage bag, opened the mouth of the bag, stuck it on the bug corpse, and waited for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the insect corpse was gone, leaving only an empty field of green blood. With this processing speed, those who didn't know would think that Sheeny had already killed thousands of firefly flying insects. Buzz. It was also at this time that 2 later firefly flyers made their way to the area, sensing the blood and scent of their own kind, stopped their flight and stood frozen on the rock wall for a moment. Then, silently brushing past the big dog and Sheeny, he went to clean up and repair the broken tunnel. They say a dog's guts are bigger than my dog's guts. I see you have more guts than my dog's guts. Big dog wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sheeny looked calm. It seems that the insect races don't share their minds with each other. Killing one of them won't do anything. We just have to strike quickly enough to actively kill the worms in the cave. You went out just to verify this? Cows. Risking your life to verify something like that. You really are a talent. Speechless, the big dog stared at the fluorescent flickering wooden spear for a while, then followed Sheeny to continue exploring the path. It was just a hiccup on the road that passed quickly. Next, they skidded along for about 20 minutes or so, and slowly the slope of the tunnel was getting lower, eventually turning into a flat tunnel. This place was at least 10 kilometers away from the ground. The environment was dim and cold, and apart from the wooden spear in Sheeny's hand, no light source could be seen. The fireflies have finished their set and there are no more fireflies underground. The big dog's eyes emitted a ghostly green luster. As a dog race, his was born with night vision, so he was not afraid of the darkness. This is a racial gift. Humans can only make up for it later in life with their pupils. Wait, this way? Sheeny deliberately took the wooden spear to dip the fluorescent powder, just to explore the road at this time. The dog came to a realization. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the empty underground cavern, a faint sound of water dripping could be heard for a long time. The big dog took the initiative to stand in front of Sheeny, opened his doggy eyes wide and looked into the distance. Then, dumbfounded, he realized that his night vision was actually ineffective here, and after switching to pupil magic, he even felt an invisible force blocking his observation. Rank pupil magic can stop it? The big dog was a little scared. The scariest thing for an intelligent creature was the unknown. There was nothing to see in this cavern. Everything was unknown, and there was no way to even know for sure if you would run into a bug if you went forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water still echoed, and the big dog's ears twitched, hearing something. The sound of water dripping doesn't originate in one place, but in all directions. He transmitted the message to Sheeny. incidentally silently walking behind him and getting close to the glowing wooden spear. Light always brings security. Big Dog wasn't going to go out on top. He obediently stayed by Qin-Yi's side, surveying his surroundings with the help of the faint luster, occasionally glancing back at Qin-Yi's complexion to find the teenager standing in a daze, staring into the darkness, his eyes deep and lost. Don't look! Even my dog's eyes with their rank pupil magic attached can't see through this darkness, let alone your eyes? Grab the wooden spear and let's leave while we can. The big dog bristled. Qin-Yi blinked, a flash of suspicion on his face. Ding! Your eye cells and visual nerves have successfully adapted to the darkness, evolving the passive skill, night vision. Just now, the system had clearly prompted him to evolve his night vision ability, but he still couldn't see through the darkness. Is it more than brightness that obstructs the view? Qin-Yi had previously taken a few steps, utilizing the light from his wooden spear to observe the cave's environment, and soon noticed something wrong. In the closed underground cavern, both the stone walls and the floor were crawling with patches of green carpets of fungus, some of which resembled normal mold, but which would constantly squirm and seem to be following some sort of instinct to do something. Qin-Yi bent down and gazed at it, and was shocked. These carpets of fungus, at a closer look, are actually densely packed with countless heads of tiny worms. Convergence, they are moving collectively, so the fungus carpet appears to be wriggling. The big dog also saw the scene, and for a moment he couldn't help but bare his teeth, feeling like he had bugs crawling on him as well. After all, they had just been stepping on such bugs. This little bug is special. It can't be stepped on. I don't know what it's called. I reckon that the mysterious power that blocks observation originates from them. The knowledgeable big dog made a mistake for the first time. Even if he rummaged through his memory, he could not find the name of this kind of bug. On the other side, Qin-Yi stared at the squirming little worms and once again began to gawk. It had to be said that the fact that Qin-Yi was still able to wander off in such a situation really made the big dog admire him. Chapter 32 Bug-Eating Clusters. Tick-tock. The sound of water dripping persisted as the man and the dog walked forward holding onto the stone wall with a brisk gait, but Qin-Yi was clearly distracted. His attention focused on the small bugs hanging all over the stone wall. After seeing Qin-Yi continue to look at the little bugs for more than 20 minutes, the big dog finally got a bit unable to hold back. No, I mean brother, what's so pretty about that little bug anyway? Is it hard to look at them long enough for you to be able to see the wormholes without the aid of external light? Qin-Yi returned to his senses, his complexion permeated with pleasure, as if he had encountered something good again. He grinned and looked at the big dog, who had a head full of questions, and nodded naturally. Clever, I really can. The big dog's face stiffened, thinking that Qin-Yi was making fun of himself. However, in the next second, Qin-Yi actually threw the glowing wooden spear in his hand to the big dog and said indifferently, "You can use it next. I can't use it anymore." With those words, he took 2 big strides at once and walked to the front of the big dog, leading the way with exceptional confidence. When the big dog saw Qin-Yi striding forward, it didn't look like he was pretending, and it was obvious that he could really see the way. This little bug has been watching for a long time and has really adapted to the special environment of the wormhole. The big dog will doubtfully hold the wooden spear in his mouth, while grasping to keep up with Qin-Yi, while doubtfully studying Qin-Yi looking at the green fungus carpet to start a daze. Qin-Yi glanced at the handyman's big dog and felt a bit funny. This big dog was somewhat skeptical of the dog's life by his series of operations, but unfortunately, he was the only one capable of adaptive evolution, and even if the big dog imitated it, it was impossible for him to evolve a new dog's eye. That's right, just a few seconds ago, the system voice went off once again. Ding! Your eye cells and nerve cells have successfully adapted to the pheromone interference of the echidna cluster, evolving the passive skill, Mindfulness LV1. The system prompt was no different from the previous one, but the information that came out of it allowed Qin-Yi to obtain additional intelligence. It turned out that these small bugs that were all over the place were named eating bugs, and when they converged together in large numbers, they would release a special kind of pheromone that would be used to shield the observation of the foreigners. Not only would the naked eye and pupil observation be shielded, but even the spiritual power of the clan masters would be difficult to externalize in this place. The second-order mother bugs were worthy of being a terrifying race that could hard-kill great masters, and this special arrangement of the old family alone could disgust the opponent. However, thanks to the power of the devouring bugs, Qin-Yi's evolved, Mind Bright Eyes LV1, ability was extremely strong, and with just this one Tier 1 passive, it was already comparable to a B-ranked pupil art, making his eyes dozens of times sharper. And the strongest thing was that his soul had also gained a natural resistance to illusion-type skills, increasing the 10 points of mental strength that hadn't changed in a long time to 12 points. Before even starting to open his brain domain, he had 12 points of mental power, already surpassing 99% of his class. Damn! Looking at these little bugs makes me dizzy and pressurized. It's useless. No more. The big dog was not a patient dog after all, and after 2 or 3 minutes he couldn't watch anymore. His 4 little legs ran as fast as they could, and in the blink of an eye, he ran to the side of Chini and followed him side by side, no longer staying behind. The underground wormhole was connected in all directions, and to be honest, from the time they first came in until now, they hadn't seen any large-scale insect clans appearing, and apart from the bug-eater cluster, it was as if there were only the 2 of them in the huge hole. They weren't sure exactly how far they had traveled, but every now and then a large hole could be seen at the top of the wormhole, presumably the entrance to the wormhole from a different area. Hey, there's another fork in the road ahead. Which way do we go? Suddenly, Chini and Big Dog stopped in their tracks, and in front of them, 6 holes appeared, each of which was more than 10 meters in diameter in size, capable of accommodating giant bugs to enter and exit. A casual glance showed, again, that every cave entrance was lined with phagocytes, a moss-like insect race that was very conspicuous and ubiquitous, like a carpet of tunnels all the way down, never breaking. The big dog could still hear a similar sound of water dripping echoing from all 6 holes. What the hell is that noise? They had traveled all this way and pressed on without seeing any water. Previously, Chini and Big Dog had already taken a fork in the road once, and that time they immediately chose to continue onward. But, this time, Chini didn't make a decision right away. The wormhole was intricate and complex, so you couldn't just walk around with your head buried in the ground, or else it would be hilarious to walk to the core of the place and get face to face with that second-order female worm. Wait a little longer. Something will show us the way when it's about time. He sat on the ground in front of the intersection, both eyes closed, and actually cultivated in his old insect home in such a dignified manner. Something will show us the way? What kind of stuff? Why don't I know? The big dog was confused, always feeling that he had become a stupid dog since he had followed Chini. Obviously, he had never left Chini from start to finish, so why was he not at all clear about the arrangement Chini had made? The big dog lay beside Chini, scrutinizing the young man who was meditating to draw in the spirit in front of him. Silent. The concentration of aura in the wormhole was frighteningly high. Originally, the concentration of aura in the Xiantian secret realm was about 5 times that of the Earth. In this situation, the aura could almost be compressed into a liquid state and turned into spiritual liquid. Xin-Yi, who had just upgraded to level 7 aura affinity, was like a fish out of water here. He hardly needed to expend much effort, and a large amount of aura would come towards him, merging into his meridians and flowing recklessly, nourishing his flesh and quenching his chi and blood. Under this favorable environment, it took Chini less than 10 minutes to quench a drop of light golden blood, accumulated 21 cards of chakra blood now. In this instant, Chini almost couldn't help but want to stay hidden here and cultivate until he was invincible before going out again. However, when he thought of Chen Xian who was in danger for himself, he suppressed the thought. Chen Xian, your brother yet has sacrificed too much for you. Unconsciously, more than an hour had passed, and Chini had directly jumped from a 20-card Chi Blood 2nd Division martial artist to a 30-card Chi Blood 3rd Division martial artist. This kind of speed, even with the bonus of aura concentration, was still considered outrageous. Only level 7 aura affinity was this terrifying. If we waited for level 10, level 100, just how terrifying would it be? Chini was secretly looking forward to it. On the other hand, the big dog had little to say about Chini's cultivation speed. From his memories, this kind of speed was barely considered to be at the level of an absolute heavenly pride, and it felt a bit slow when placed on a pervert like Chini. Big Dog is not a stupid dog who was shocked by any situation. To shock him, it had to be something unthinkable, like the 2 that Chini had done earlier. Ah, after waiting here for so long, when the hell is the guide thing coming? The big dog yawned, slightly impatient. Chini slowly opened his eyes and felt a vague vibration coming from above and stood up violently. Already here. Chapter 33 Sprint. The big dog followed Chini and stood up together, and just as he raised his head, he saw that 4 of the 6 cave entrances in front of him were trembling, and the moss-like clusters of devouring worms on the cave walls suddenly went berserk and began to gush outward in large numbers. These clusters of phagocytes actually acted as conveyor belts, carrying prey of different sizes on their bodies and transporting them towards the depths of the wormholes little by little, as if they were human assembly line factories that were generally organized and orderly. Not only that, Chini also noticed that the devouring worms, while carrying their prey, were actually slowly eating and decomposing it, breaking down the huge prey into drops of easy-to-preserve black liquid, swallowing it into their bodies, and transmitting it to various regions through the well-connected wormholes. The entire wormhole was dotted with green phage worms, and at this moment, the phage worms began to move, like a green river beginning to run. In a flash, Chini instantly realized where the sound of water drops that had been echoing in his ears had actually come from. The sound of water drops is made by the nutrient solution broken down by the phagocytes and dropped on some specific areas. It was estimated that the devouring worms were watering the roots of the spirit woods, and the root systems of the spirit wood clusters on the ground were located in some of the caves in Chinese vicinity, only that he hadn't explored them, so he hadn't seen them. The originally quiet and peaceful wormhole suddenly bustled with activity, to which the big dog was slightly worried and anxiously asked, **********, where's the thing you said would lead the way? Hasn't it come yet? It's already here. Woof, follow. Woof woof. Sheeny spread his legs, selected a passage with prey transportation out of it, and drew his legs and ran wildly. The big dog froze for a split second and hurried to follow. A person and a dog soon put the speed to the extreme, occasionally met with a large volume of prey on the conveyor belt pushed head-on. Sheeny does not avoid, actually silently took out his B-class storage bag, directly to the whole head to collect. This is a wool gathering of bugs. The trophies from the hard work of the bugs themselves were probably never expected to be reaped by someone in their old home. The big dog clearly saw that just in the past 5 minutes, Sheeny had already collected the corpses of 2 first-order ferocious beasts plus half of the flesh of a second-order lord. Damn! It's too good for a free ride, isn't it? The big dog got a little misty-eyed and just hated that he didn't have a storage bag, but at the same time, he finally understood what exactly Chinese guide was. Turns out it's these prey items that are transported from the outside world. In the core area of the western Sky Mountain range, the creatures that could be hunted had long since been caught, and if the swarm wanted to transport back a large number of ferocious beasts, they would have to go to the fringe area, and since these prey were brought back from the fringe, it was natural to follow them upstream and return to the fringe. Simple and genius idea that the big dog's dog brain didn't figure out at first, and indeed it's normal. A head of voluminous trophies was casually stolen by Chinese, and the transporting devouring insects below were all a bit confused, still maintaining their upraised posture running forward in formation. Chinese saw the good to end. Wool gathering is the most taboo is too greedy, attracting the attention of others, leading to their own exposure. But he had wasted more than half an hour of labor on the insect sea, and the resources in his storage bag could already be measured in billions. Worthy of the secret realm, getting rich is just a thought away. Too tired. I can't run anymore. Behind Sheeny, the big dog stuck out its tongue tiredly, panting. In fact, Sheeny himself was also a bit tired. It wasn't because the two of them couldn't work on their endurance, but the floor of the cavern was filled with forward-moving devouring insects, and they stepped on this to run in the opposite direction, which was equivalent to spending twice the usual effort. In addition, the overall gravity environment of the Xian secret realm was far stronger than that of the Blue Star, which was even more burdensome for movement. Ow! I can't! The big dog was really close to its limit. The dog's legs were on the ground, and it leapt up high, landing on Chinese shoulder, lying on its back like a dead dog. There was no need to ask to know that this dog thing was trying to use Sheeny as a tailwind, and would definitely play dead and not go down next. Sheeny did not throw him down, and just continued to run forward with the big dog, running until his legs were so sore that they were numb, and did not stop. Tired? To be tired. He maintained a high speed forward while also avoiding the bodies of the ferocious beasts that crashed into him. The physical requirements were exaggeratedly high, and Sheeny felt that every cell in his body was on overload, as if he was about to burn up. Limit. Break the limit of my physical body. Right under such circumstances, Sheeny not only didn't slow down, but instead gritted his teeth and frantically increased his speed, transforming into a remnant shadow and charging across against the flow. The potential and energy from the depths of the physical body were turned into the power to break through the limits, and the tiredness of the body was dissipating little by little, and a wonderful taste was bursting out all over the body. A transcendent pleasure. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the overload, and you have evolved the passive skill Bloodstorm LV1. Yes, every inch of Chinese muscles and every meridian was releasing energy to the fullest outwardly, and at this moment, he couldn't help but let out a long whistle as his chi and blood boiled and he violently blasted out a punch. Bang! This punch smashed like lightning on the corpse of a second-ranked lord, and in an instant, the corpse, which was comparable to a middle-ranked martial artist, exploded apart, spilling blood and flesh all over the sky, and Sheeny bathed in it, his face mixed with madness, a very violent aesthetic. Over his shoulder, the big dog witnessed the fuming Sheeny, his heart and liver trembling, his eyes filled with shock. Just now, he sensed a kind of meaning from Sheeny's series of crazy moves, a kind of seemingly crazy, but actually profound meaning of the great Tao. That was a Tao meaning that only princes and lords were capable of comprehending. Click dash. Suddenly, Sheeny quieted down and stopped walking. He looked at an exit not far away and suddenly grinned, looking back at the big dog. Want to play big for once? The big dog's heart trembled with a bit of a bad feeling. How big? Chini retraced his steps, gazed at the exit, and said indifferently, "Face the sea of insects straight on." With those words, he strides forward. The big dog completely panicked. "Dog day. You want to go crazy to die. Do not take me. Aren't your brothers waiting for you to save them, and you have time to waste here?" Chini stepped firmly. "It's to save him that I have to become as strong as possible before entering the blood mist desert. Don't worry. I'll take you when I can't carry you. Not a big problem." He dug his fingers into the rock wall and climbed step by step toward the path to the surface. 10, 20, 30 minutes, just half an hour later, Chini and Big Dog finally saw the light of the ground once again. A light that was different from the dullness of the western cloud peak that was hidden by the spirit woods, glittering and warm and cozy. Crunch, crunch. Chini and the Big Dog crawled out of the wormhole and raised their eyes to see that there were worms everywhere. Everywhere. First-order ferocious beasts, second-order lords, and vaguely near third-order overlords hid in the shadows, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. It was also the moment Chini and Big Dog appeared on the ground that the spirit armor on their bodies seemed to have run out of spirit and no longer had the effect of concealing them. Swish! More than 100,000 bugs sensed the human's aura and stopped all their movements in unison, as if time had been suspended for an instant. Immediately after, thousands of disgusting insect heads turned, bit by bit, staring at Chini. At this moment, the Big Dog's scalp was numb, feeling cold all over the place, and the feeling of palpitations could not be restrained from erupting. Mother **********, you call that a minor problem? Chapter 34, Bloodbath. One head of worms after another crawled out from the mountains and forests in all directions, converging on the open space around Chini, crowding the area. And as far as the eye could see, all the flowers, plants and trees were withered and broken, losing their vitality. In this place, there were not only the dragonfly giant bugs that Chini had seen earlier, but also a kind of ground beetle shaped like a centipede. 2 entire swarms of more than 100,000 bugs, covering the sky and making the mountains and the earth gradually fall into darkness. Don't ask me to take the blame for the trouble you've caused. The Big Dog lay on Chini's shoulder, shivering, as he sensed a powerful aura hiding in the swarm of bugs and was ready to move. Definitely a third-order overlord-class bug. Raising his eyes, Chini had been completely surrounded, and there was no other way back except to kill his way out. The masking effect of the spirit would happen to end, and they happened to walk out of the wormhole, and it was not known whether all this was a coincidence, or whether Chini had calculated the time early on. "General, come and fight." The rigid and domineering fist force tore through the air, erupting into an ear-piercing shrill sound, and before the sound could spread, Chini's fist had already blasted and killed an earth beetle that had leapt up. Boom! This first-order earth beetle was directly smashed into the ground, exploding into a deep pit. Chini's face was fearless as he began to fight the tens of thousands of insect clans with his physical body. This was a killing of blood and flesh, without any flashy techniques or the collision of high-grade weapons, only the hard shaking of flesh and flesh. Snap dash. In the Big Dog's line of sight, a speeding second-order lord-level dragonfly flying insect was crashed into Chini's soul, its emerald green sap bursting out in all directions, causing a green rain to fall on the sky. 1 head, 10 heads, 100 heads. The countless bugs were not even aware of what death was, and they desperately pounced on Chini, surrounding him without leaving any way back. If this batch of bugs died out, there would immediately be the next batch of bugs to make up for it. A steady stream, as if they could never finish killing the bugs here. The insect corpses on the ground were piled up as high as a mountain, and Chini stood at the top of the mountain of corpses, his body stained with mottled blood, and his face filled with madness. War, war, war. His blood is boiling to the point of burning up. Not an inch of skin on his body is intact, all with injuries, but even so, Chini's face does not see the intention to retreat, but more and more frantic fists and insects to fight. The shifting double fists appeared to be unorganized, but every punch that smashed into the thick outer armor of the large insect would burst out with extreme power, shattering the insect armor. Big Dog could vaguely tell that Chini wasn't just fighting randomly without rules and regulations, but was using a fist technique, one that carried the true King's Dao intent. Mad Fist. Each of Chini's punches held a murderous aura, strangling and surging into the body of the large insect, helping Chini to erase the vitality of the dying insect, saving him the trouble of having to make up for it. And in turn, the bugs that were obliterated by the killing chi entering their bodies and still had residual heat in their corpses would quench a few strands of brand new killing chi on their own and incorporate it into Chini's body. In this way, the killing chi cultivated within Chini's body became more and more pure, and the killing intent that came through became even more appalling. Cultivating this kind of killing aura with a human's physical body storage. Damn, it's really perverted. Big Dog's heart shook as he caught the icy cold killing aura overflowing from Chini's fist wind. A martial artist would have to damage his own heart veins to do such a thing. But this kid was acting like nothing was wrong, nourishing his chi while attacking and killing the sea of insects. What level had his physical body reached? Slaughtering first and second order bugs like this may seem like a strong scene, but in reality, a martial master who was also a greatest heavenly pride could also do it. Only, they could continue to kill for a day and a night and then come to an end. But Chini didn't look exhausted at all. Instead, he killed more and more fiercely, with a look of killing red eyes. As Chini gradually familiarized himself with the weaknesses of these two types of bugs, the speed at which the bugs were replenishing their troops back was almost no match for the speed at which he was killing them. You're only a third dan martial artist. Is there really no limit? Rumble. The earth trembled tremendously, and an earth beetle with a dragon's horn leaped out suddenly, killing Chini. This was a third-order overlord-class insect lord, with a body size as heavy as a mountain. The strongest insect soldier that a second-order female insect could produce, and although it had no intelligence, its pure battle power was comparable to that of a Zongshur. As soon as he appeared, he instantly squeezed away the hundreds of bugs around him and fought with Chini alone. The town's Chini retreated back and forth, revealing his fatigue for the first time, surpassing him by 2 great realms. Chini's 7 injuries insane fist, even if it was as lethal as it could be, would only be scratching an itch on the body of the overlord-class earth beetle, unable to break the armor, much less cause substantial damage. Finally getting into trouble? Seeing this scene, Big Dog coldly and secretly sighed in relief. He was really shocked to the point of numbness by Chini's exaggerated performance. If a third-stage martial artist's strength could kill an overlord-level existence in seconds, it would truly be beyond a dog's imagination. But, why be relieved when Chini is in trouble and his life seems to be in danger? The big dog froze. Obviously, Chini was challenging the sea of insects, but the various images he had seen before were more like the sea of insects challenging the great demon king Chini. Pust. The third-order overlord-class ground beetle had a head that appeared to be like a scaly dragon, with a terrifying dragon horn that was several meters long on top of its head, and it instantly pierced through Chini's torso, even going straight through his chest. Chini spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps explosively, obviously seriously injured, his face 3 times paler. This was the first time he had been so badly injured since he had level 2 steel bones. He wanted to rest for a little while, but the swarm wouldn't give him a chance to rest. And when they saw him backing away, dozens of bugs that had surrounded the area immediately leaned in. The fight won't stop until one side is dead. For a while, under the siege of hundreds of bugs, Chini was somewhat overwhelmed, and the injuries on his body became even heavier. Are you dying? Why don't we run away first? The big dog lying on Chini's shoulder was the one who could best appreciate Chini's weakness. The original youth's exuberant and proud chi and blood had dimmed 100 times at this point, and looked like it was about to go out. The big dog still had some life-preserving secret techniques on him, so if he couldn't, he could escape with Chini. But, without experiencing a deadly battle and bathing in the essence blood of all the races, how could Chini quickly transform and become a strong man? He was determined to face the sea of insects alone here, in order to sharpen himself as much as possible. He had sworn that he would never again be as desperate and powerless as his then terminal cancer waiting to die self, lying in a cold rented room, unable to do anything. Crunch, crunch. Chini ripped off the wooden armor on his body, put it into his mouth and chewed and swallowed it, digesting and decomposing the remaining nutrients in the spirit wood into the energy needed for evolution. Subsequently, his eyes glowed fiercely as he once again rushed towards the third-ranked overlord-class dragonworm. What doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. He was going to use the Endless Insect Clan as the battlefield for his metamorphosis. Come and fight. Chapter 35. Let her come. Ho ho ho. The overlord-class dragon bug let out a sonorous low roar, as if it thought that Chini, who continued to walk towards him, was provoking, and its horns, which were glowing with murderous intent, lowered down, with the tips of the horns aimed at Chini. Boom! In the next second, as if it was a landslide, the ground beetle dragonworm violently charged forward. Its flesh as strong as a giant mountain seemed to be able to crush a tank, directly slamming into Chini. Dodge! Big Dog felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was the full force charge belonging to a third-stage overlord-class insect race, capable of crashing a martial master alive into meat slag. However, Chini didn't dodge or avoid this, and his crazy fist stormed up, charging straight at the dragon's horn. Hiding? The thought just didn't cross his mind. Killing gas surging, Chini's fist and the ground beetle dragonworm blasted collision, exploding endless wind, like an ordinary person hard against the speeding truck. Only heard a snap sound crunch. Chini whole body bones and organs were all the horror of the shock broken. A smiling figure flew out horizontally, smashed on the ground. Still can't beat it. The gap between him, who was only at the third stage martial artist realm, and the third stage overlord ferocious beast was too great. A gap that could not be bridged by evolution by simply escaping death a few times. Why don't we withdraw first? The tragic state of Chini was too shocking. Big Dog could clearly sense that not a single bone was intact in the youth's body, and now he was struggling to even stand up. But, if he left at this moment, Chini would not be Chini anymore. He spat out black bruises and fragments of organs in a loud gulp, his level 2 flesh recovery power running at full speed to help him grow brand new bones and organs, and these newly grown organs will only get tougher and tougher. Bang! Chini took his head and pushed it forward, killing a first-order bug that took the opportunity to pounce on him, and then staggered and braced himself, continuing towards the third-order ground beetle dragon bug. His pace was slow, but he walked with a clang, one step at a time, no retreat in sight. Another bloody fight began. A person and a bug. The size difference is huge. The realm difference is huge, but the two sides of the killing is fierce. There is constantly blood spilled in the air. This time, Chini lasted even longer as his newly evolved body fought against the earth-armored dragon bug for a full 3 minutes before losing the battle. And, when the ground beetle dragon bug hissed and tried to come up to make up for it, Chini would strongly stand up and proceed to circle the dragon bug to recover his tattered flesh. As for the first-order and second-order insect clans around the circumference, they did not just watch. There had been coming to harass Chini, coming to block Chini, not giving Chini any time to rest and recover. But this human was like an undefeatable little strong man, never seeing where his stamina ceiling was, and in the blink of an eye, recovering from his half-dead, half-crippled state. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, Big Dog watched as Chini fell and stood up again and again, and when the battle was in full swing, he even peeled off the weak points of the third-order dragon bugs and drank the blood of the dragon bugs in raw form to replenish himself. The situation was originally lopsided, but gradually, Chini began to gain the upper hand. The physical strength of a third-ranked earth beetle dragon bug was actually consumed by a human alive for the most part? Unbelievable. So unbelievable. The Big Dog had always only heard of the insect race using insect sea tactics to sap the stamina of their enemies, and had never heard of any human race being able to sap the stamina of the insect race. This is going against the grain. Pools of blood all over the ground. Piles of insect corpses piled up into the sea. Only one weak-bodied young man stood upright with a smile on his face, battling to the point of insanity. Like a never-ending machine, tirelessly decimating the insect race. The youth's clothes had been tattered to rags, and he simply tore the upper half of his clothing, revealing his fine, crystalline muscles. Every inch of his skin was dense with subtle vitality, and when the Big Dog took a closer look, the dog's eyes almost stared out. Unconsciously, Chini actually relied on the pressure of death provided by the insect race to squeeze out all the potential hidden deep within his flesh, completing his transcendental metamorphosis. His flesh at this moment, even the teeth of a big dog couldn't bite through it anymore. It was comparable to that of a high-ranked martial master, and even rivaled the treasure bodies of some patriarchs. And in Chini's perspective, he didn't know anything about corporeal potential or transcendental metamorphosis. All he knew was that cellular adaptive evolution had once again succeeded. Ding! Your physical body has successfully resisted the attack of a third-stage overlord-class ferocious beast, and you have evolved the passive skill, Steel Bones LV3. Ding! Your cells have successfully recovered from the rags, and you have evolved the passive skill, Flesh Resilience LV3. Level 3 Steel Bones, Level 3 Flesh Resilience. These two skills at Level 2 had given Chini enough physical strength to match that of a middle-ranked martial artist, and now at Level 3, he was afraid that even a Zongshire would be able to match it. He raised his hand and opened his palm, placing it in front of him, only to see that the earth-armored dragon bug that was charging again was actually resisted by Chini with one hand, and the sturdy dragon horns did not penetrate through Chini's palm, but only slightly pierced the skin of his hand, dripping out a little bit of blood. Chini was propelled backward 7 or 8 meters by the huge force, but this time, he didn't fly out horizontally, much less get punched through his chest. With one hand, he caught the ground beetle's impact. Howl! Now! Not to mention the big dog. Even the geoduck dragonfly itself was a bit shocked. He growled lowly in confusion, and instead of continuing his attack on Chini, he retreated a few steps back one after another, before erupting into a buzzing sound. Whoa! In a flash, an oval beetle beast shaped like a 7-star ladybug burrowed out from underneath, and with it, a 6-winged flying insect. The 3 third-stage overlords appeared in front of Chini together, wanting to kill this human as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Chini, who possessed grade 3 steel bones, was already able to confront the 3 overlords head-on, and although he couldn't kill them, it wasn't difficult to pluck some parts off of them. On a third-order overlord, no matter if it was blood or parts, they were all extremely valuable items, so Chini wouldn't lose out either way. Qin Yi's recovery ability was unrivaled, while the overlords were far inferior. And this kind of bug race that could be mass-produced wouldn't focus on boosting their recovery ability by itself. The mother bugs use them up once and send them back to the drawing board anyway. And now, this weakness of most of the bugs of the bug race had met Qin Yi and was directly pressed by him across realms. A three-headed overlord that couldn't help a third-stage martial artist. If this were to be said, the big dog guessed that others would think they were stupid dogs. But this thing just happened right in front of him. Even so, the big dog sympathized in his heart as he watched the three-headed overlord keep getting beaten up. Pretty much just call it a day. If you keep this up, the second-order females are going to focus all of their attention on you and converge their forces to specifically kill you alone. The big dog felt that more and more terrifying auras had appeared underneath, and that the second-order motherworm might have awakened and noticed Qin Yi as a variable. It was the most profitable thing to do now that he had seen fit to withdraw. After all, Qin Yi wouldn't be able to kill a third-order overlord in a short period of time. Across two great realms, his attacks were too difficult to break defense, but no one expected that Qin Yi's head was truly iron, and actually just glanced lightly at the big dog and laughed. A second-order female insect? Let her come. Chapter 36, Scared Miserable Old Acquaintance. Damn, the pussy is all over you. The big dog spat darkly, obviously being shown up by Qin Yi's flurry of pusillanimous kingly remarks. Currently, the three overlord-class insects couldn't kill Qin Yi, and Qin Yi couldn't beat them. And both sides were caught in a stalemate. But as time passed, the insects eventually gradually slipped away and disappeared. The sea of insects would only last for 5 hours. This was the rule that the insect race had always followed, and it seemed that Qin Yi's appearance couldn't break this rule and allow the insect race to stay a little longer. But, looking at the insect corpses piled up on the ground, Big Dog rubbed his dog paws together, and for the first time, he had the feeling of being rich overnight. This time, the insect race didn't even leave with the corpse. Presumably because they were afraid of being blocked by Qin Yi and wasting the time to go back? In short, the sea of insects receded in this way, and Qin Yi stood frozen in place for a long time, so he could count on a long breath of relief, his brows slightly furrowed. Just moments ago, a tingling psychic force had burrowed out of the ground and landed on him, hovering for several minutes before dissipating. Qin Yi guessed that this was the mental power of that second-order female insect, who had sensed her presence and was trying to memorize her scent to make a targeted attack next time. Stop gawking and clean up and leave. The mother bug is definitely on to you. She has a way of targeting individuals and producing a whole new class of bugs that specialize in hitting your weaknesses. And the next time the sea of bugs erupts, it's not going to be so easy for you to tough it out. Seeing Qin Yi frozen in place, Big Dog hurriedly reminded him. The bug mother bug was very similar to Qin Yi and also had evolutionary type abilities, only that she was adapting and improving her production against her enemies, while Qin Yi was self-evolving against the external environment. When you look at it that way, the bugs in him are a perfect match. Wouldn't it help him evolve adaptively indefinitely if the mother bugs produced new bugs that specifically targeted his weaknesses? Kind of looking forward to what new types of bugs will appear in the future. Qin Yi found that he had found a brand new use for the insects, but unfortunately now he didn't have enough time to wait here for the second insect sea outbreak. It's okay, the female bugs won't run away. Big deal, just come back next time. He took out his B-rank storage bag and began to collect the broken bug corpses on the ground. And since the number of corpses was just too much, he didn't even ask for first-rank bug corpses, just second-rank ones. Even so, there were still a large number of second-rank corpses lying on the ground when the 1,000 cubic meters of storage space in the B-rank storage bag was filled. Scratch that. What a blood loss. The big dog was in pain, feeling that leaving these precious bug corpses behind was harder on him than the party Qin Yi. There's no need to be difficult. The sea of bugs will always be here, and we can keep coming here to stock up in the future. Qin Yi put away his stuffed storage bag and was satisfied. You really think you're invincible? The next time an insect race that specifically targets you appears, it won't be easy to deal with it. Big Dog sighed. Unimpressed by this, Qin Yi crossed the mountain of corpses, took out the still glowing sensing talisman, and shook his head. The bug race is getting stronger, and so am I. Do you think that the next time I come over, I'll have the strength of a false mother worm? He held the sensing talisman and began to rush towards the northeast. The Blood Mist Desert is located in this direction. The big dog lying on Qin Yi's shoulder originally wanted to refute Qin Yi's words, but upon careful consideration, Qin Yi's speed of becoming stronger along the way was indeed exaggerated, so he couldn't say anything for a while. You don't say. This kid is really a demon. At this rate of cultivation, the next time he comes back, he might have to push across the western heavenly mountain range. A man and a dog quickly moved away from the western sky mountain range. Along with their departure, coupled with the temporary fall of the sea of insects, the western heavenly mountain range once again fell into silence, and a large amount of first-order and second-order insect blood seeped into the ground, adding nutrients to the barren earth, prompting a piece of spirit grass to grow rapidly. A few days later, this place still maintained its tragic appearance, with scattered and broken insect corpses everywhere, and the blood of many corpses had not even flowed out yet, constantly dripping outwards. For some reason, the sea of bugs that erupted later didn't even come to clean up the bodies in this place. It wasn't until 4 days later that a small group of several human martial artists intruded into this place, which broke the long-lasting tranquility and caused waves. The western heavenly mountain range is said to be entrenched by a huge amount of insect clans, so we must not stay for long, and even more so, we must not go deeper, and at most take our chances in the peripheral areas. And once we realize that something is not right, we must evacuate as soon as possible. A white-clothed young man with an extraordinary demeanor walked at the forefront of the group, reminding the others in the group while exhorting the green-clothed man at his side. Windless, your pupil skill is the strongest in the group. When you enter the western heavenly realm, remember to always pay attention to the movements around you. Behind the white-clothed youth, the slightly gangly Li Wufeng collected his careless demeanor and solemnly nodded his head. According to their family's intelligence, the bugs in the western sky mountain range were so terrifying that even a patriarch's life was in danger if he entered, let alone his tiny low-ranked martial master. Of course, the more dangerous a place was, the richer the rewards it often symbolized, or else their group of 3 wouldn't have come here in pairs. That's right, this Li Wufeng, who was known for his pupil skills, was the young man who had lost 3 first-order spirit fruits to Qin Yi in a previous bet. At this moment, he and his captain, Fong Yu, as well as another team member, Chen Xiaotian from the Yu Hangchen family, were wandering around the edge of the Shitian mountain range, observing the situation inside the mountain range. Li Wufeng's eyes were deep and lightless, translucent with a ghostly charm. Relying on his Li family's self-created B-grade technique, the pupil of void breaking, he could see through the dangers hiding in the vicinity in advance. But just like that, suddenly, a bloody and tragic picture like a battlefield was introduced to his eyes, calling him to freeze in place and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Did I read that right? Corpses. So many corpses. Uncountable corpses of second-order bugs. Hundreds and thousands of insect corpses piled up together, forming a scene that seemed like hell. A sea of blood and mountains of corpses. As far as the eye could see, each of these corpses was real and emitted a palpitatingly terrifying aura. Casually taking out a second-order insect corpse, it would have been able to cause Li Wufeng big trouble in life. Not to mention so many bodies, the cold and dead atmosphere was mixed with an epileptic intent. Almost able to ignore the obstacles of space and time to spread out, Li Wufeng was shocked by this kind of scene, and his Taoist heart was so unstable that he unconsciously took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. It wasn't until Chen Xiaotian and Fong Yu shouted at him with worried faces that he snapped out of his fear. What did you see? Fong Yu anxiously inquired. Insect corpses. Endless insect corpses, Li Wufeng murmured in disbelief. There are first-order ones, second-order ones, and even the broken bodies and blood of third-order overlords. A third-order hegemon? Fong Yu and Chen Xiaotian's hearts were shaken. As Li Wufeng's close friends, they naturally came from prominent clans and knew the meaning of a third-order overlord. It was an existence that they could hardly resist, and to encounter it was to die 9 deaths. Are all those bugs dead? Are there any living things left? There's no more. There's nothing left. It's all been killed. Some monster killed them all clean. Li Wufeng's face showed a grimace, as if he had seen some blurred images of the past through his void-breaking pupil. Chapter 37, A Spreading Mist of Blood. The 3 of them observed the battlefield warily for a long time, making sure that there were no more living creatures in the battlefield before stepping into it. Fong Yu bent down and carefully surveyed the wounds on the bug corpses. His face was grave. All of them were killed by a single punch. This punch strength is at least 2 tons. It directly killed the second-order bugs. He rubbed the fist marks on the insect armor, and suddenly his face turned pale and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Fist intent. These fist marks all come with fist intent, an epileptic to the extreme fist intent, which princes and lords passed through here and struck out. The so-called Dao intent was a realm that could only be touched by those strong in the mountain and sea realm. Of course, some absolute heavenly prides might also participate in the enlightenment in advance, but the number was even smaller. He stood up respectfully and bowed to the seal of the fist he had touched, showing his reverence for the one who had sealed the title of king. On the side, Li Wufeng was silent as he used his void-breaking pupil to probe the aura of this place, and inexplicably captured an extremely familiar aura, like it was emitted by someone he had met before. Who could it be? He searched through his memories meticulously, but the answers he found from the depths of his mind screamed disbelief. That guy? How is that possible? He had seen that person once before entering the secret realm, but at the entry-level martial artist realm, not to mention killing a second-order bug. Even a first-order bug could easily take his life. Definitely I'm misremembering the breath. Li Wufeng shook his head vigorously and immediately followed Feng Yu and Chen Xiaotian away from this place, not daring to think the slightest ill will towards the insect corpses all over the place. The king and his vassals cannot be humiliated. Even if it is the garbage that people leave behind and don't want, they don't have the guts to pick it up. In the boundless desert, half a bit of green could not be seen, and in addition to the yellow sand flying in the sky, there were only a few crocodile-sized desert lizards lying prostrate on the ground, buried in the wind and sand, crawling silently. Boo! Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted as Qini formed his right hand into a fist and leapt out of the shadows, accurately striking the desert lizard's head, killing it with a single blow and taking away the life of this first-ranked ferocious beast. Rustle! The desert lizards lurking around sensed the danger and disappeared in a puff of smoke into the yellow sand, leaving only a fresh lizard carcass in its place. Build a fire. We're still having roasted lizards today. Simply taking care of the desert lizard's flesh and blood, he tore out chunks of white meat with force and threw them to the big dog to deal with. It had been almost 5 days since they came out from the western heavenly mountain range, and as they hurried day and night, they could be considered to have entered the desert in the northeast of the Xian heavenly mysterious realm. The vast desert contains endless deadness, with little life to be seen, and only occasional food and water replenishment through some desert specialties, like the desert lizard in front of us, or the supergiant cactus that is being burned by a big dog for firewood. This supergiant cactus is rich in pure water, and when you drain it, you can also use it for firewood. So you get 2 birds with 1 stone without waste. As for how to start a fire, that's up to the big dog's mastery. I saw the big dog familiarly pluck a few dog hairs from his tail and throw them on the dried cactus, while showing his teeth and grinding sparks with his sturdy canine teeth. He ignited the hairs and firewood in the process, and at once the fire was up. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, but it's still no problem to make a fire. Under the scorching heat, a few pieces of white and tender meat were quickly cooked, and 1 person and 1 dog began to devour them. Ever since leaving the western heavenly mountain range and following Qini around, Big Dog had been starving 3 times a day, rarely seeing a time when he was full. Qini's pussy's ability to resist hunger was better than a dog's. Every time he was about to starve to death, Qini still looked like he was fine. Big Dog was getting more and more skeptical that this guy Qini wasn't human. There was no way. Drying his dog brain how to think, it was impossible to think that Qini possessed the ability of adaptive evolution. And through starvation and thirst, he managed to evolve level 2 energy saving and stream saving, and if he didn't go out of his way, he could go 10 days and 10 nights without eating or drinking, swallowing a large mouthful of delicious lizard meat. Qini felt more and more that entering the secret realm was a good choice. The meat of a random ferocious beast in here contained nutrients that were hard to compare to ordinary food in the outside world. After eating too much of it, it also has a quenching effect on the qi and blood, which strengthens the body. The key thing was that the meat of most of the ferocious beasts was quite tasty and not disgusting at all. After a 5-day period of calm, Qini persisted in his cultivation all the way. Level 7 aura affinity was not wasted on him. In 5 days' time, he refined more than 30 more calories of qi and blood, coupled with the enhancement gained from his earlier physical body metamorphosis. Nowadays, no matter whether it's in terms of realm or strength, it's not what it used to be. Name, Qini. Race, planetary human, 55%. Power, 34. Physical fitness, 50. Agility, 32. Spirit, 10. Talent, adaptive cellular evolution. Skills, aura affinity LV7. Cold temperature resistance LV4. Toxicity resistance LV3. Steel bones LV3. Flesh resilience LV3. Battle evaluation, 85 cards of qi and blood. Has crossed into the ranks of the 8th stage martial artists. But the strength of the physical body is close to the sect masters. Killing across the realm is as simple as drinking water. An ordinary middle-ranked martial artist can't even carry you hard enough to take a collision. In 5 days' time, crossing over from a 2nd stage martial artist to an 8th stage martial artist, breaking 6 stages in a row. This kind of shock directly gave the big dog all dry hump. The big dog is now 100% sure that Qini is the legendary immortal seed, an existence that will surely become an immortal and an ancestor in the future. Of course, the big dog didn't know that although Qini's realm hadn't kept up, his physical body had been polished to the strength of the Zongshi level long ago. And with the Zongshi's physical body quenching the martial artist's qi and blood in the afterlife, how could it not be fast? An 8th stage martial artist has around 80 calories of blood, possesses roughly a ton of strength, has a speed of around 35 m/s, has a fleshly body that is fearless of small caliber handguns, and reshapes their meridians with aura. And when all of their meridians have been reshaped, they will be a 9th stage martial artist. But being the same 8th stage martial artist, Big Dog was sure that Qini could take his physical body and harden it against a tank. You call this an 8th dan martial artist? The big dog ate all of the lizard meat and patted his paw, the tip of his nose twitching slightly as if he had smelled something. Hiss, there's a very strong odor of blood filling our way. This kind of smell. It couldn't be the mist spreading out from the blood mist desert, could it? Chini raised an eyebrow and sniffed carefully, but he didn't smell anything strange. What a dog's nose. He didn't ignore the big dog's words, swallowed the meat in his hand in 3 or 2 bites, took out the sensing talisman whose luster had dimmed considerably from his pocket, and closed his eyes to feel it for a few seconds. It's close. The stricken squad is at most 30 kilometers away. Chini stood up and looked ahead, vaguely seeing a large scarlet mist surging towards them on the horizon. The ominous feeling in the big dog's heart grew more and more intense, and he couldn't help but jump onto Chini, clinging to him and saying nothing to leave. I have a feeling that something is going to happen. It was also the next second after the big dog finished speaking. Wow dash. The originally dazzling and piercing blazing sun was instantly covered by a thick fog, and between heaven and earth, it dimmed hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, as if someone had turned off the lights in a room. Chini turned around fiercely and raised his eyes to look into the distance. All the surroundings were inexplicably shrouded in a sky of blood mist, making it impossible to see anything. The blood mist desert spread out of its own accord before he even entered. Chapter 38. The mist that flowed like blood wrapped around everything in the world, and when they raised their eyes to look, Chini and Big Dog could only see a large area of scarlet, but nothing else. The big dog climbed onto Chini's shoulder in a fiery hurry, feeling Chini's active and restless chi and blood. His heart settled down a little, less tense, but soon, enveloped by the blood mist, he couldn't feel at ease, because he found that these weird mists seemed to possess life, and were constantly drilling into his body through the tiny pores on the surface of his body, eroding his life force, hooking his chi and blood out, and converting them into new mists. Woof, this mist will actively corrode living creatures. If you're not in the martial master realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold out for a day. The big dog collected his mind and used some kind of gong method to lock all the blood in his body, preventing the chi and blood from flowing out. After waiting for the martial master realm, martial artists would be able to control the flow of chi and blood in their bodies, and even manage to exude chi and blood and invade the enemy's body. Previously, Lu Yi of the Altered God Society had blasted chi and blood power into Chini's body in the process of beating him up, although Big Dog had not yet reached the martial master realm. But after all, he had followed the Supreme One, and it was normal that he would have so many feats that controlled his chi and blood in advance. But Chini wasn't so relaxed. The Big Dog's gong method was specifically for dogs. There was no way to pass it on to Chini. Not every feat is as multiracial and universal as dog talk. That brother of yours is definitely dead. He hasn't reached the martial master realm yet. How can he survive in the blood mist for 10 days and half a month? Don't go in there and look for it. Turn back as soon as you can while we're still on the edge and slip away. The big dog was still familiar with Go. If he could stay away from danger, he would be the first to warn Chini. However, he had come this far. How could he turn back without caring about anything? I said, live and let die. Chini gripped the sensing talisman tightly, not seeing the slightest intention to retreat. If you can't hold out, you can leave first. You don't have to follow me deeper. He could feel his own chi and blood slowly draining away, and it was an unstoppable drain. At this rate, in about 2 days, he would fall into weakness due to the depletion of his chi and blood, and ultimately die from the exhaustion of his vitality. But this kind of negative effect that persistently damaged the body was simply impossible to kill Chini. He was only afraid of seconds, and for the extreme environment where he couldn't be killed in seconds, it was a good environment, and there was only good and no harm in it for him. It's ready to evolve again. Sensing the vague directions coming from the rune in his hand, Chini took a step and began to go deeper into the blood mist desert. On his shoulder, the big dog did not leave without Chini. As a dog proficient in Godao, he naturally knew that it was safest to follow Chini. Even if they followed Chini deeper into the blood mist desert, that would still be safer than leaving alone. No dog understood the gold content of the word, immortal seed, better than he did. Although the blood mist reduced visibility, the good thing was that there was nothing obstructing the desert in the first place, and Chini was able to move towards his destination unhindered all the way according to the guidance of the sensing talisman. Being in the middle of the blood mist, it seems like the chi and blood flow will become much faster if one exercises strenuously. Chini experienced the changes in himself and reminded the big dog. As he reminded, he also accelerated and suddenly took a big run. Big dog? I thought you said no strenuous exercise. What are you doing? He was a bit unable to understand Chini's operation. As an 8th stage martial artist, running so intensely amidst the blood mist, the speed of chi and blood flow was simply the same as opening a floodgate and releasing water. Don't you want to die? 2 flowers bloom each. Just as a man and a dog slowly delved deeper into the blood mist desert, 100 meters above Chini's head, a large and a small figure suddenly appeared in the thick blood mist. One of them was dressed in a white sweatshirt. looking bland and squinting, looking like a good old boy. At his side stood a respectful young girl with a single ponytail and a gallant face. "Master, aren't we going to save the youth in front of us?" The young girl was only 16 years old, but her chi and blood had already exceeded 300 calories, crossing over into the low-ranked martial master realm, calling it a phrase of heavenly talent. However, the martial master realm could not yet do the job of stepping into the air, and the young girl was still relying on her master's power to fly in the sky. Walking in the air by oneself alone is the symbol of a great master. That's right, this middle-aged man on her side was a grand master named Zhang Tianfang, who had been entrusted by the Yu Hang ruling office on this trip, and had specifically come to investigate the issue of the blood mists and beast tides in the Xin Tian mysterious realm. The Xin Tian secret realm's danger level was not high, but the blood mist that appeared these days far exceeded the difficulty that should be present in a D-rank secret realm, thus attracting the attention of the officials, which led to the sending of a Grand Master to explore the area. There's no rush. He clearly knows the danger of the blood mist. He still dares to go deeper into the blood mist with the 8th stage martial artist realm. He's youthful. It's time to let him suffer a bit and grow a long memory. Zhang Tianfang put his hands behind his back and smiled gently. The young girl on the side secretly sighed when she saw her master's pretense of being high and mighty. Her master was of this nature, liking to pretend to be a high-ranking person, showing up from time to time to instruct strangers, especially unfamiliar celestials. Of course, as a grandmaster in his 30s, Zhang Tianfang did deserve the word senior, and the youth not far away did insist on risking his life. So let him suffer a bit before saving him, and no one could say that his master had done wrong. The master and disciple duo slowly followed Qini and the big dog forward. Suddenly, disciple Choehan lightly eeked. Her pretty face flashed a touch of doubt. "Master, look, why is that youth suddenly running? There's no way he doesn't know that strenuous exercise accelerates the flow of qi and blood, right?" Zhang Tianfang's brows furrowed. Even though he was experienced, he was confused at this moment. It was impossible for the youth not to notice that his qi and blood were being pulled away from his body by the blood mist. So how could he move on his own accord? Isn't that killing yourself? Could it be he has a blood-locking technique? Choehan guessed. Absolutely not. I can see his qi and blood draining away. In Zhang Tian's eyes, Qini's qi and blood were leaking out crazily just like a deflated balloon. It's not like there's a blood-locking feat in any way. Perhaps he has some special method of preserving his life or not. It's just that you can't see it. Choehan glanced at his master, his tone derisive. If he had a way to save his life, I wouldn't be able to see it? Joke. Zhang Tianfan obviously didn't want to lose face in front of the female disciples. I've never heard that there's a method of bloodletting to save one's life. If he just bleeds out and bleeds out, if I don't make a move to save him, he will definitely run out of qi and blood and turn into a dry corpse. Certain death. Zhang Tianfan was sure as hell. You watch. In less than an hour he won't have the strength and will be on the floor waiting to die. Choehan looked at the seriousness on his master's face, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't utter any more rebuttals. In fact, in her opinion, Qini really couldn't carry on for an hour either. However, in their eyes, the youth who was about to die, but as if for their own for-death behavior does not care, and even disliked running to bleed blood is not fast enough, actually began to run while playing boxing, only to see him in the blood mist, urging his entire body's qi and blood, frantically rehearsing the 7-injury madness fist, hitting the blood mist and continuously rippling. The master and disciple looked at the tiger's fist and glanced at each other, dumbfounded. They had seen those who didn't want to die, but they really hadn't seen those who didn't want to die fast enough. Chapter 39 The Palace Beneath the Desert. No. Are you really okay with this? The big dog sized up Qin, a bit unable to hold back. In his eyes, Qin's footsteps were weak, his cheeks were sunken, and his entire body was like a walking corpse, as if he might fall at any moment. Going to the Daughter Kingdom to fight for 5 days and 5 nights in a bloody battle doesn't seem so vain. Shoo shoo dash. Qin ignored the big dog and walked straight ahead. His hand suddenly swung violently and threw 2 punches into the air. At this moment, he was clearly weak, but these 2 punches were able to stir up the wind, vaguely sounding like an explosion. 7 injuries Mad Fist. This A-grade boxing style created by the Mad King already had a madness attached to it, and now that Qin kept swinging his fist when he was about to die, he gradually realized this madness and became intoxicated by it, taking the initiative to send to death, and also madly punching to accelerate the death. This kind of madness, the Mad King would have to say mad when he saw it. Silently, the second layer of the 7-injury madness fist was melted through by him, and the killing chi flowing within his body surged and surged, solidifying several times in the blink of an eye. Put. Coldly, Qin spat out a large mouthful of blood. His fleshly body, which was fragile due to the erosion of the blood mist, failed to resist the impact of the second layer of the killing chi for a moment, resulting in internal injuries and the heart veins were broken by inches. A mouthful of heart blood spat out. Chini suddenly lost his strength, collapsed on the ground, no longer able to walk forward. It looks like he is not long for life. Not far away in the sky, Zhang Tianfang's face sank as he said breathlessly, there really isn't much in the way of preserving one's life. It's purely and simply sending one to his death. Quickly, let's hurry over to save his life. Young people nowadays really don't want to die. Each of their brains don't look too bright. Zhang Tianfang is also a knife mouth and tofu heart. For their own family clan's pride, of course, will not sit idly by, although the mouth is spitting, but the action is not slow. With the disciple Qiuehan, a step out, is 100 meters away. He was about to show up to aid Qin Yi, but he didn't expect that Qin Yi, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly trembled for a moment, and then his dried-out cheeks recovered like an inflatable, and in a minute or so of work, the whole person went from being miserably white to being rosy and healthy. Woohoo! Refreshing. Qin Yi rose from the ground, slightly moving his muscles and crackling. In his ears, the voice of the system sounded obediently. Ding! Your blood cells have successfully adapted to the sucking of the departed true god, evolving the passive skill, Solidify. Another passive skill with no rank. The effect of this skill was also very simple. It could guard Qin Yi's qi, blood and yuan yang, preventing external forces from sucking them away. Originally, this was an ability of the sovereign realm, and due to the special nature of the blood mist, it allowed Qin Yi to learn it in advance. But, a few words in the system prompt caught Qin Yi's attention. The inhalation of the departed true gods? What does this mean? Isn't the blood mist eating away at me? Qin Yi was thoughtful. On his shoulder, the big dog witnessed Qin Yi's back from the dead and was so shocked that he couldn't speak a word, even forgetting to bark. Not to mention him, even Zhang Tianfang and Qiuehan, who were hidden in the shadows, were stunned. Zhang Tianfang had never seen this situation before, having cultivated from a martial artist to a grandmaster. If you want to be resurrected like Qin Yi, you have to swallow at least a third-order spirit fruit. But Qin Yi obviously didn't eat anything and naturally returned to normal. That's not normal, is it? Zhang Tianliang judged with the eyes of a grandmaster and still couldn't see through how Qin Yi had done it. This teenager has a secret, and it's a big one. As thousands of thoughts flashed by, Zhang Tianfang did not develop any greed. Instead, he became more and more interested in Qin Yi. Come on, let's go say hello to him. It's a bit rude to keep hiding in the shadows and following him. Zhang Tianfang brought Qiuehan with him, appearing out of the hazy blood mist and arriving in front of Qin Yi. Woof! The sudden appearance of two human martial artists, a man and a woman, startled the big dog, who was naturally alert to all the winds and grasses around him, but didn't perceive the presence of these two at all. These two, especially the male, their realm was not low, at least a grandmaster. Humans that came out of nowhere. Looked like they've been following us for a while. No offense, but you should still be careful. The big dog pretended not to be able to speak and obediently lay on Qin Yi's shoulder, secretly transmitting his voice to Qin Yi in dog language. Qin Yi naturally kept his distance from the duo, cautiously sizing them up. The 16 or 17-year-old girl was probably at the martial master realm, while the middle-aged man's realm could not be seen through. Cough cough. We master and disciple have no malice. We originally wanted to step in to save you, but I didn't expect you to recover on your own. Zhang Tianfang didn't have much of a stance, briefly recounted his identity, and also took out a few official documents. Qin Yi couldn't read these documents, but Zhang Tianfang's strength was not bad. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have struck long ago. There was no need to say such a lot of nonsense. Therefore, his expression was also a bit kinder, and he briefly introduced himself with the master and disciple. Hearing his introduction, Qiuehan was slightly surprised. You went deep into the blood mist to save a brother? But the blood mist encompasses such a large area. How will you find him? Qin Yi shook the induction talisman in his hand. Seeing this first-order induction talisman that was still glowing, Qiuehan's frown deepened, and a trace of incredulity permeated her pretty face. The blood mist has the effect of shielding spiritual power and runic detection power. How can a first-order sensing talisman take effect in the midst of the blood mist? This sensing talisman of yours really still guides? A first-order sensing charm that fails in a blood mist? Qin Yi froze, while chills ran down his spine and he fell silent. This induction talisman that was still in effect, was it really guiding one to find Chen Xian and his squad? In the middle of the day, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'm still going to try following the sensing talisman, just in case I can really find it. Chen Xian had dared to delve into the Xian heavenly mysterious realm at the introductory martial artist stage for his sake. It was only right for him to go deep into the blood mist to save Chen Xian. Maybe there's something special about this induction talisman. Let's go. Don't hesitate since we're trying to save someone. Zhang Tianfang glanced at the sensing talisman in Qin Yi's hand and couldn't see anything special about it at all. However, he was curious about Qin Yi as a person, so he wanted to follow him to take a look. Moreover, saving his fellow clansmen trapped in the blood mist was originally the purpose of his trip, so there was no harm in saving them in passing. After all, he loves to mind his own business. Qin Yi looked at Zhang Tianfang a few more times, not having thought that this big brother would actually be willing to follow him further in, as prevention was not an option. He kept a few more eyes peeled, then relying on his sensing talisman, he began to roam around in the blood mist. The group continued deeper into the desert. Slowly, the blood mist floating around his body was getting thicker and thicker, and when Qin Yi touched it with his hand, he could almost feel the cold liquid staining his palm. Woohoo! In the fog, there was a vague sound of wailing that was transmitted, like sobbing, indistinguishable from men and women. Qin Yi always felt that something was secretly watching him. Tensing his heartstrings, he suddenly stopped, looked at the churning mist in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "We're here." Zhang Tianfang and Xiaoyihan stopped with it, only to see Zhang Tianfang let out a cold snort as a strong wave of divine thoughts rippled out, actually slowly plucking away the fog, revealing what was hidden underneath the fog. It was a rotting stone staircase, maybe 5 or 6 meters wide, all the way down to the bottom. Qin Yi gazed at the ladder and suddenly felt that the wailing sound had become louder, as if it was coming from just below the ladder. Chapter 40 Giant God. Qin Yi's gaze moved back and forth at the mouth of the ladder, and he also observed that amidst the fine sand, there was constantly a wisp of blood mist seeping and floating upwards, merging into the large mass of fog. So the blood mist originated underground? Are you going to continue? At his side, Zhang Tianfang's face heaved a few points as he sensed danger from underneath this ladder. Down! Come all the way! Qin Yi's expression remained unchanged. Do you need me to help you carve a night vision formation pattern? Xiaoyihan bit through her right index finger at an unknown time, and dots of blood blossoms haloed out, being outlined by her to create a subtle and strange pattern, like a lotus flower, blooming in the corner of her eye, pure white and holy. This young girl turned out to be a formation master. Formation masters in this realm were not quite the same as the traditional concept. In addition to laying formations, they also had to be proficient in all types of formations, and could inscribe formations on their own bodies, or on the bodies of others, triggering magical effects. Of course, if a formation pattern was inscribed on some special objects, it could also create the so-called runes, such as the first order induction talisman in Qin Yi's hand, which was made by a formation master. Rune masters and array masters, in fact, were essentially the same, only the direction of proficiency was different, and some array masters who were talented enough were equally capable of crafting high-level runes. Second order night vision formation pattern. The level of refinement is very high. It's probably an exclusive secret recipe. This woman has something. Big Dog secretly transmitted his voice to comment. There was also a difference between high and low array masters, and an array master who could inscribe an array pattern on his body was definitely the most talented one. No thanks. Qin Yi rejects the young girl's goodwill. He possesses the level 1 passive skills, mindfulness, and night vision. Without applying any pupil techniques, his eye power can hang on to second order formations. Thus, Qin Yi and Zhang Tianfang walked in front, with Xiaoyihan behind them, and the three of them carefully stepped into the first section of the ladder, their steps gentle and without making any sound. Xiaoyihan looked at Qin Yi's bright eyes and realized that the other party actually didn't use any pupil techniques, relying solely on his physical eyes. He was able to survey the darkness. No wonder the blood mist in the outside world didn't hinder his vision either. Qin Yi's eyes are inherently special? Her curiosity about Qin Yi increased a few more points in her heart. This man was obviously only at the 8th stage martial artist realm, but he was even more mysterious than his grand master teacher. Click, click, the three of them gradually explored downwards, and in the process, the big dog lay on Qin Yi's shoulder without saying a word, not daring to utilize its pupil technique, pretending to be an ordinary ferocious beast. He seemed to possess some sort of special concealment technique, and Zhang Tianfang, as a great master, didn't even see anything divine about him. Big dog, do you have any powerful techniques to conceal your realm and breath? Can you teach me? Qin Yi silently transmitted his voice. As he gradually became stronger, the people he encountered also became more and more powerful. If he didn't cover up more, I'm afraid that there was a possibility of exposing his adaptive evolutionary talent. Only dogs can learn. You want to be a dog? The big dog spat out his tongue and harumphed. It seems that learning masking feats from Big Dog isn't going to work out too well, and you'll have to return to Yuhang to buy them from the martial world. At the moment, the downward ladder seemed endless, and Qin Yi's trio still hadn't seen the bottom after walking for almost half an hour. Suddenly, Zhang Tianfang stretched out his hand, signaling Qin Yi and Xiaoyihan to stop. He then pointed to a corner a dozen meters away and frowned. There are two corpses there. Qin-yi and Xiao-Han's eyes stared as they looked along. Autumn Han, who relied on the second-order night vision array pattern, actually didn't see anything. Her line of sight was somehow obstructed, with only 5 or 6 meters of visibility. And to the side, Qin-yi clearly saw the two corpses. His face solemnized a bit. He felt the sensing talisman in his hand tremble, its luster much brighter. As the three of them came closer, Qin-yi was basically certain that the locator talisman that corresponded to the induction talisman was on these two corpses. It's the rescue mission they posted. Qin-yi's expression was cloudy, but he eventually calmed down. The aura of these two corpses was not Qin Xian's. Xiao-Han leaned down and looked at the two corpses up close, and after some effort, he did not see any injuries. These two corpses had become white bones. One of them had a locator talisman clamped to his hand bone, and his whole body was devoid of blood and flesh, as if he had been dead for more than 10 years. But Qin-yi knew that the two of them wouldn't be dead for more than a month. The fog here is several times thicker than up there. The two of them should have died from their qi and blood leaving their bodies. Not only qi and blood, but the entire body's essence was sucked dry by the blood mist. Zhang Tianfang said in a deep voice. Qin-yi found some clues from his speculation and wondered. The blood mist under the ladder is obviously thicker than on the ground. Why would these people walk down the ladder if they want to take refuge? This is so out of character. At these words, all three of them fell into deep thought, and it was at this moment that Qin-yi's ears once again resounded with a sultry wail. This time, Qin-yi heard the wailing clearly. Blood for blood, blood for blood. As if a ghost was whispering, this mysterious voice was filled with violence and resentment, but also mixed with a hint of holiness, contradictory and incomparable. Qin-yi's mind moved, turned his head, and was about to ask Xiao-Han and Zhang Tianfang if they had heard the wailing, but he did not expect. Xiao-Han's eyes were all of a sudden red and scary. Her face was confused, as if she had lost control, and she darted towards the bottom of the ladder. On the other side, Zhang Tianfang's situation was not quite right either. His 5 senses were hideous and he seemed to be struggling against something. And for a while, he actually did not care about his disciple, nor did he pay any attention to Qin-yi. You're under an illusion? A wail from the depths of the ladder with mind control powers? Qin-yi snapped awake, instantly realizing why the existences in Chen Xian's squad had taken the initiative to walk down the ladder to their deaths. They're being controlled by Mystic Whale here. So Chen Xian is down there too? Qin-yi glanced at the big dog that was shaking its head and barking all over the place. Apparently, the big dog's mental power was stronger than Xiao-Han's, and although it had been hit by the Weiling's mental attack, it was able to fight back and wouldn't be controlled. As for Qin-yi himself, thanks to the passive skill he had previously acquired, Mind Brightening, he had no special feelings at all for a short period of time. Mind Brightening greatly enhanced Qin-yi's mental resistance and could immunize him against many illusions. The second-ranked motherworm nest was really powerful, and through the skills it had evolved, even Mystic Whale could be ignored. Even Zhang Tianfang, who was at least a grandmaster, was hit, but he was fine. Qin-yi stared and held his breath, raising his alertness to the highest level, and then he didn't bother about Zhang Tianfang, who was still struggling in place, and let go of his steps to follow Xiao-Han, running downwards furiously. As he took one step downward, the blood mist around him became more and more solid, and the wailing sound was no longer hidden, but resounded all around at all times. Finally, Qin-yi walked to the end of the ladder and stepped on a large open flatland. Raising his eyes, in front of him was a large pool of serene blood. Xiao-Han stood frozen in front of the pool of blood, not knowing what she was doing. The blood mist dissipated and disappeared in this place, and except for the blood pool, it was surrounded by tall red walls with rough and uneven surfaces. The sight crossed the pool of blood, which flowed into several separate holes that led to nowhere. Qin-yi moved a few steps forward and suddenly saw a broken stone tablet standing in the center of the blood pool, and on top of the tablet, a few large words were carved crookedly. It wasn't Chinese characters, nor was it any kind of writing currently used by humans, but the first time Qin-yi saw the writing, he was able to understand what it meant. Today, I behead the great god in Xiantian. A short line of words with a murderous aura overflowing, and with just one look, Qin-yi's brows ached and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Chapter 41, Dead Souls. Woof woof woof. Qin-yi's gaze was hastily detached from the stone tablet, and before he had time to think more, the shouts of the big dog rang in his ears. It broke out of Whale's grip early? Faster than the suspected Grandmaster Zhang Tianfang? Is it true that the Archon is less than a dog? Qin-yi, sneak away. Be careful not to listen carefully to that wailing sound. That's a soul trap. Big Dog was also considered a conscientious one. The first thing he said when he woke up was actually a voice transmission to remind Qin-yi. However, when he saw Qin-yi, who was staring at him with a speechless face, he froze. with Qin Yi's appearance. Where did he look like he had been caught in a soul trap? Do all these high-level soul traps not work on you? The big dog realized that he couldn't see through Qin Yi anymore. It's just that his physical body is perverted, but his soul is also so terrifying? Is it possible that all fairy species are so evil? That great master will take at least a day to break free from the trap. You'd better. The big dog originally wanted Qin Yi to obediently stay in place and wait for Zhang Tianfeng to come to his senses. But after carefully thinking about Qin Yi's behavior over the past few days, he felt his reminder was superfluous. Feel free to wander around and be safe. Finally, the big dog waved his doggy paw. Not knowing what else to say, Qin Yi glanced at Zhou, who was motionless next to the blood pool not far away, and asked while taking small steps to get there. Your mental power is stronger than a grandmaster? How did you wake up so quickly? Speaking of which, a hint of doubt appeared on the big dog's face as well. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be my own doing, but it has something to do with that stone tablet. The murderous intent pouring out of the stone monument sobered me up early. So it is. Perhaps the wailing in the blood mist desert was the death cry of the same giant god that the monolith's owner had killed. That was why the breath left on the stone tablet restrained the wail. So, the remnants of the giant god are hidden in the deepest part of the blood pool? Qin Yi's thoughts were so complicated that he unknowingly arrived behind Zhou, and was thinking of bringing her to the stone monument to try and help her regain her consciousness with the help of killing intent, when he didn't realize that the surface of the originally calm lake suddenly lifted up in waves. Wow! Drops of sticky blood splashed out, dense out a large area of fog, but gradually coalesced into a head of distorted face of the fog people. Towards Qin Yi pounced over. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. Qin Yi didn't even think about it and instantly blasted out a fist. This punch was hasty, but it was definitely full strength, with a power of over 2 tons, and could instantly shatter even gold and stone. However, it was this fist force that even a high-ranking martial artist would not dare to resist, that penetrated the Misty Man's torso without any hindrance, piercing through a gap. The next second, all the power poured out to end. The fog man was pierced through the gap in the blink of an eye to close, only to hear plop sound. Qin Yi's right hand from the wrist was cut off. The entire fist directly disappeared, swallowed by the fog man into the body. A monster made of this blood mist, impervious to rank and immune to all physical attacks? A large amount of blood sprayed onto the ground, and Qin Yi's face turned white as he hurriedly retracted his right fist. Fortunately, the recovery power of the flesh that had been raised to level 3 was strong enough. The blood from the severed limb stopped immediately, and on the cross-section, a bud of flesh grew, and a new right hand would grow in 5 minutes. The core of this mist man is the souls of the departed. Those creatures were drained of all their chi and blood by the blood mist while they were alive, and in the end, even their souls fell into the pool of blood, transforming into the mist man. Big Dog's doggy eyes sparkled, seeing through the essence of the mist people. Normally, the stronger the soul is before death, the more terrifying the fogman that appears after death. Get out of here as soon as possible. There's definitely more than one Misty Man in the Blood Lake. Rumble. The big dog's voice transmission had just ended when the entire Blood Lake began to fluctuate violently, and the blood water seemed to boil, frantically agitating. You unlucky thing, what you're reminded of comes back. Qin Yi's face darkened as he took 2 steps out and walked to the side of Zhou, and with his eyes fixed, he suddenly discovered that there was blood seeping out of Zhou's body, and the whole person looked like he was about to dissolve into a puddle of blood and merge into the blood lake. I'm afraid that's how the fogman evolved. Don't think about saving her. The hemolyzed state requires you to injure her in order to wake her up. You can't even hit the fogman. It's equally impossible to hit her. The big dog couldn't even care about transmitting his voice. The dog's eyes glared as he saw an extremely terrifying mist man about to come out from the depths of the blood lake, and when that time came, Qin Yi would definitely not be able to block it. Qin Yi ignored it and clenched his left hand into a fist, slamming it towards Zhou shoulder. The big dog stared intently at Qin Yi's fist blade, and the scene that happened next was beyond his imagination. Qin Yi's punch seemed to have struck into the pool, and was about to follow the inertia to penetrate Zhou's body, but a sudden change occurred, and an icy breath overflowed, causing the originally stagnant Lin Xiuhan to tremble for a moment, and then her godless eyes took on color. Physical attacks are ineffective, so what about the killing breath? Inside Qin Yi's body, there was a second level of killing aura that was not a physical attack. The big dog didn't even realize that Qin Yi had left such a hand. Cough cough cough. Lin Xiuchan woke up from his dazed state in an extremely poor condition, spitting out blood, and before he could thank Qin Yi, he was grabbed by the arm, legs off the ground, and rushed towards the raging pool of blood. Qin Yi wasn't prepared to go back the same way. Instead he wanted to go deeper underground and drill into the blood hole directly in front of him to explore. Compared to returning the same way, it was obvious that the hole ahead was much closer. and he brought Shoeihan with him in a forceful stomp, easily spanning half of the blood lake and crashing down towards the blood hole. Snap! The two small mist people that blocked the path along the way were directly destroyed by Chini with his killing aura. Completely unable to stop him by half a step, the two of them just landed steadily in the dark cave entrance, looking at the deep hole where the blood-colored stream gurgled and flowed, and without saying a word, they dove in headfirst. Outside, the terrifying fog people were molding one by one, going crazy, almost filling the entire palace. They seemed to have sensed the scent of a living person, and the vast hundreds of fog people followed Chini all the way along the path he had taken, wanting to drill into the blood hole together. However, the stone monument in the center of the blood lake suddenly shook, and all of a sudden, all of the fog people present froze in place, and then, step by step, they withdrew from the mouth of the blood cave, not daring to continue to chase after them. The monolith seemed to lock the fog people into this empty lake of blood, unable to leave too far away. Chini had once again gambled correctly. If he chose to turn back and take the ladder, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to escape too far in time before the fog people caught up with him. But, on the other side, the narrow bloody hole seemed to never end. Chini and Linshochan dripped blood that didn't reach their knees and struggled forward. The wailing around them became clearer and louder. They were probably getting a little bit closer to the departed giant god. Nope, that giant god. Is he really dead? On the stone tablet, it only said behead the giant god in Xiantian, but not kill. One word makes a world of difference. Chapter 42, The Absolute Divine Soldier. In the narrow cavern, Chini and Shoeihan walked side by side, their steps light, stepping in the bloody water without splashing. Shoeihan had been eroded by the blood water, and had also been punched by Chini with his killing chi. His injuries were extremely severe, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. In particular, Chini's punch had completely exceeded her expectations, and there were several strands of terrifying killing aura remaining in Shoeihan's body, preventing her from using her energy to recover, and her entire body's meridians were cold and incomparably cold, sending out bursts of stabbing pain. No one would believe it when they said that she was a low-ranked martial master with second-ranked formation patterns engraved on her bones, but she was actually beaten half to death by Chini's punch. What was even more bizarre was that both she and her master were affected by the mysterious wail, while Chini was completely fine and remained as usual. You really didn't hide your strength? Shoeihan couldn't help but ask. Chini gave him a strange look and shook his head. No, I'm just martial artist 8th stage. What's wrong? Is it strange that a martial artist 8th stage can ignore compulsion? Adami-chan, where's the weirdness in that, big brother? She sighed, forcibly gathering her chi and blood, biting through 2 fingers and inscribing formation patterns on her shoulder wounds, wanting to stabilize her injuries and dispel the killing chi. However, he didn't expect that he had only just sunk his mind into inscriptions when he was distracted by Chini's words as if nothing had happened. Chini said, "Look, my big dog wasn't affected by the wailing either, and is still alive and kicking." He pointed to the big dog on his shoulder, and Shoeihan looked along and saw the big dog's burning gaze, almost taking a breath and aggravating his injury. Do you see how that sounds? It's true that people are worse than dogs. Shoeihan was speechless and silently stilled his mind, inscribing the array pattern. A few minutes later, a pure white pattern that bloomed like a lotus flower was inscribed, emitting pure life breath to assist Shoeihan in recovering from her injuries. Chini's eyes lit up as he watched. Formation patterns were really strange. There were so many different kinds of them that they could even assist in healing. However, he didn't seem to use external things like formation patterns either. There was adaptive evolution and all problems could be solved by evolution. Don't look. I know formation patterns too. When I get stronger, I'll help you carve them later. Big Dog secretly transmitted his voice to Chini. This couldn't help but make Chini look at the big dog a few more times, sighing that the world had really changed, and that a dog would be able to set up a formation. I don't need formation patterns, but you can craft some runes for me later, and I'll take them and sell them for a nice contribution. Chini thought of the future use of the big dog. The big dog rolled its eyes and stopped paying attention to Chini. The human in front of him was the real dog, and wanted to use himself as free labor, exploiting himself and working for him for nothing. Bad as hell. A small hiccup on the way to exploration passed, making the otherwise dull and dead atmosphere much better. Chini didn't continue to go further in. He realized that in the depths of the cave, the fog actually gradually dissipated, and there was nothing else here to obscure his vision except for the darkness. He lifted his fist, put all his strength into it, and blasted it forward with all his might, hitting the black and red wall. Boo! When this punch went down, the wall in front of him wasn't blown through. It was only dented inwards, leaving an extremely shallow punch mark, which was restored to its original state in a few seconds. This wall isn't right. It's not hard. Instead it's kind of soft, like a sponge. Chini frowned. He wondered if he had a special connection with the cave, and how he kept hanging around in the underground cave after entering the Xiantian mysterious realm. Am I the reincarnation of a gopher? On the side, Xiaohan leaned most of her body against the red wall, closed her eyes, and felt carefully, then snapped her eyes open. Did you feel a regular tremor, both under our feet and in the walls around us? It vibrates very slightly about every 2 minutes. Vibrating once every 2 minutes? Xin Yi carefully felt it for a while, and then he really felt the vibration that Xiaohan was talking about. This kind of movement is very difficult to detect if you don't go through the fine-tuning process of empathizing. But what does that mean? Neither of them had figured it out. They just had a guess in mind. Not to the point of certainty. Keep going deeper. Can't see anything by staying here. Xin Yi looked out over the road ahead and made his decision. When your master Zheng Tianfang wakes up, it will also be difficult to cross the blood lake and come to the cave to join us. In the lake of blood, it seems that a mistborn with a level of danger beyond that of a great master has been born and will stop your master. With the back roads blocked, it might be better to continue to go deeper as it might be a death sentence to stay here. Xiaohan certainly understood this, and she nodded without raising any objections. The two proceeded to walk deeper into the cave, and as they walked, they suddenly stopped in unison with a look of astonishment on their faces. In front of them, a huge iron plate appeared, like a curtain, blocking the way forward and leaving no gaps. This piece of iron plate was snow-white in color, and it was impossible to determine what the exact material was. It was just somewhat like iron, so it was called an iron plate by Qin Yi. On the iron plate, there was a streak of blood stained with a boundless murderous aura, and when Qin Yi got a little closer, he began to spit out blood crazily and his skin cracked. There is a Dao intent remaining on this iron plate. Above the mountain and sea realm, Qin Yi took 5 steps backwards in succession, leaving the iron plate 4 or 5 meters away before he slowed down. He was sure that if he stayed by the iron plate and didn't leave, he would be dead within a minute. Too late to even evolve. The power differential is too great. He had seen the Mad King's way, and the Dao he left on the iron plate in front of him felt even stronger than the Mad King's. He had seen the Mad King's way before, and the Dao he left on the iron plate in front of him felt even stronger than the Mad King. In addition, this kind of killing aura and Dao intent was very familiar, and Qin Yi felt that he had once seen it before. No, I'm afraid this isn't an iron plate, but a weapon. Xiaohan's eyesight was far superior to Qin Yi's, having seen many high-grade divine weapons, and vaguely recognized the nature of the iron plate. It's either a partial fragment of a supreme divine weapon that was straight here, or it's the body of the divine soldier. It's just that the size is so huge that we can only see a corner of it. Stuck in the cave, Qin Yi was stunned. You mean, if we go to another cave, we might end up seeing similar iron plates blocking the way forward? A huge overwhelming divine weapon chopping into the ground and truncating several caves. Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. A high-ranked martial artist really does have the ability to go against the heavens. Slow down. A supreme weapon that cuts into the ground? Qin Yi snapped back to the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake, which had a sentence written on it. Today, I behead the great god in Xiantian. The blade that cut off the road ahead was perhaps that martial artist's weapon, left behind in the Xiantian mysterious realm. The more Qin Yi thought about it, the deeper it became, to the point where he had a pie-in-the-sky idea in his mind. But just then, Xiaohan found another thing wrong. Have you noticed that the wailing that had been ringing in our ears has disappeared? Qin Yi was suddenly startled. Yeah, the deeper you go into the cave, the louder the wailing should be. But at some point, the wailing actually disappeared. Chapter 43 Big Dog and Divine Soldier. Chen Xian Opportunity. What do we do? Do we turn back now? The uneasiness in Xiaohan's heart grew heavier and heavier. Ever since she walked down the steps, she encountered more and more bizarre things. She always felt that in the deepest part of the cave, there was a danger hidden that was deadly enough. I had thought that with my master present, there wouldn't be any trouble, but I hadn't thought that a mere D-level Xiantian secret realm would be this terrifying. At this moment, as a martial artist, she subconsciously inquired about Qin Yi's opinion, and it was clear that Qin Yi was already the main focus. Qin Yi didn't say anything, staring blankly at the divine soldiers blocking the road ahead, his heart torn. From the desert all the way here, he hadn't even found any trace of Qin Xian. It couldn't be that little Xuanzi had already been pulled into the blood lake and transformed into a certain head of weak fog people, right? Besides, he had a premonition in his mind that he had to keep going and not turn back. But how do you move on when a weapon that can't see through the level is stretched across the room? He couldn't make a decision, and fell into a long hesitation. In the midst of a silence, the big dog that was obediently lying on his shoulder suddenly seemed to sense something, pivoted and barked a few times towards the divine soldier in front of him. Woof woof woof. Immediately afterward, that huge divine weapon unexpectedly gradually emitted a brilliant luster, with a thick Daoyuan dense diffusion on its surface. but it was extremely soft and did not carry an offensive intent. Both Choi-han and Chi-ni were startled by this sudden change. They glanced at each other and hurriedly tensed their entire bodies to prevent any danger that might appear at any time. Woof! The big dog jumped off Chi-ni's shoulder and ran to a position extremely close to the divine soldier, barking again. And then the incredible scene appeared. Instead of obliterating the big dog, that divine weapon of extremely high grade buzzed a bit, and a joyful and leaping emotion fluctuated out. Rumble! Subsequently, the entire cavern, or rather the entire underground area, began to vibrate violently, and under the stunned gaze of Choi-han and Chi-ni, the divine soldiers slowly moved their shells, and the tightly blocked front path revealed a little bit of a gap, just enough to allow an adult human to pass through. This weapon. It couldn't be that your master left it behind, right? Chi-ni came back to his senses and transmitted his voice towards the big dog. The person who beheaded the gods is your master? The stone monument in the lake of blood had helped the big dog regain his senses, and now the divine weapon blocking the way forward was connected to the big dog. The truth shown in this is not a little cute. All can guess a thing or two. It could be, I've forgotten everything I remember about my master, so I can't be 100% sure. The big dog looked in a trance, scratched its doggy head, and jumped back onto Chi-ni's shoulder. A few meters away, Choi-han looked at the big dog and then at Chi-ni, wanting to speak. It was only now that she could see the extraordinary nature of this pet dog, as she had always thought that the big dog was just an ordinary spirit animal raised by Chi-ni. After all, the big dog was only at the level of the first rank. To be precise, it was the top realm of the first rank, which was nothing for a martial master. The top-tier spirit beasts of the first rank were sold in the martial world for a maximum of 1,000 contributions, unless they were a special breed. But a ferocious beast like the big dog that could influence a mysterious weapon must be hiding a big secret behind it. Choi-han didn't want to offend Chi-ni, so she didn't want to delve into the matter and pretended not to see it. I'll keep your secret. Don't worry, I'm not a talker, she mentioned casually. Chi-ni nodded and didn't bother mentioning this matter again. The two of them walked towards the small entrance vacated by the divine soldier one after the other, but before they could go in, Chi-ni's pupils suddenly shrunk and his heart and mind shook. Below this piece of entrance was a bottomless gully, and the red wall that he and Choi-han couldn't fight against. The divine warrior easily chopped out a gaping hole, leaving an indelible mark. Most importantly, at the bottom of the gully, just like lying two people, the whole body covered with thick blood vessels, almost fused with the surrounding red wall, as if to be knotted into a blood figurine. One of these two people, young in age and with a clear face, was clearly Chen Xian. What's he doing here? Chi-ni was a little anxious as he saw that Chen Xian was still clutching a round object in his right hand, which seemed to be a spirit fruit. This was the spirit fruit that Chen Xian desperately wanted to bring out of the secret realm and give him a cure. Deep in the Jedi and on the verge of death, Chen Xian didn't even eat the fruit, much less leave it behind. Don't be impulsive yet. Your brother isn't dead. He's just in a bit of a state. The big dog saw Chi-ni's picture that he was about to jump down to save the others on the spot, and hurriedly transmitted his voice to dissuade him. The two below, the one on the left is dead through and through. His whole body's vitality dispersed, only withered bones left. The one on the right, whose flesh is still sound, seems to have fallen into some kind of special state and is in the process of metamorphosis, possibly by chance. Chen Xian was exactly the person on the right side of Big Dog's mouth. Chi-ni calmed down, and at that exact moment, Choi-han also came to his side, and following his gaze, he similarly saw the two people at the bottom of the gully, almost merging with the red wall. After learning from Chi-ni's side that the person below was the person Chi-ni had entered the Blood Mist Desert to save on this trip, Choi-han's eyes flickered as she carefully observed for a while. Then, the many questions in his head were mostly unlocked and clarified all at once. That friend of yours has strong chi. He can survive even this. My guess is that he absorbed nearly all of the blood mist in the cave, and stayed next to the divine soldier, resisting the blood mist through the Tao intent emanating from the divine soldier, striking a marvelous balance and getting trapped here. The guy next to him apparently did the same thing, but didn't resist, while your friend resisted and is likely to gain a metamorphosis and a great chance. The divine soldier and the blood mist were clearly two hostile existences that fought against each other. Chen Xian utilized this hostile relationship, using his physical body to contain a large amount of blood mist, and taking a divine weapon to suppress the mist in a desperate attempt to ultimately benefit, relying on the blood mist to shed his body, which was a logical, but extremely difficult method for an ordinary person to think of. It would also be absolutely impossible to endure such a painful process if not for a tenacious will. No wonder in the cave, there was no blood mist and the wailing stopped. It was only feared that Chi-ni had activated the power of the divine soldier earlier, thus causing the wailing sound to be isolated and eliminated at this place. Big Dog and Choi-han both said the word metamorphosis, so I think with their eyesight, they can't be wrong. Chini settled down a little. He would only be happy that his brother had an opportunity. Let's go in first. Since it's his opportunity, let's not disturb him, so as not to do anything bad with good intentions. Aha! Chini and Shoeihan crossed the gully and proceeded to walk forward. As expected, on the other side of the divine soldier, the blood mist refilled and did not disappear. As they moved away from the divine soldier, the wailing sounds resounded once more, and Shoeihan's demeanor was ice-cold as she struggled to deal with the compulsion of the wailing sounds. Those who had already experienced a wail and detached themselves from it would acquire some resistance, but they still couldn't ignore the wail as Chini did. In this way, they stumbled on for more than 10 minutes before they finally came to the end of the cave. Further on, there is no way out, only a vast sea, a sea that cannot be seen at all. Chapter 44, Sea of Souls, Blood Mist Truth. The vast and boundless sea was calm and quiet, as if it were an ancient mirror. Not a single ripple could be seen. The seawater was not as viscous as the blood lake, but instead was pitch black, like thick ink. Standing on the shoreline, Qin-Yi and Lin Xiuchan could clearly hear that every drop of seawater was wailing, and the sound coming from them sounded like someone was pouring in their ears, hoarse and sad. That eerie wailing sound was actually coming from the ink ocean in front of him. A talking ocean? Qin-Yi raised his head and scanned his surroundings, realizing that the surrounding area was very empty, and he didn't see anything other than the red wall that was still shrouded at the very top of his head. Shoeihan and Big Dog were both staring intently at Mo-Hai, and it wasn't clear if they saw any clues. After thinking about it, Qin-Yi took out a part of a second-stage Lord-class insect's armor from his B-class storage pouch and gently threw it into the sea of ink. Plop! The second-order armor shell didn't enter the sea, splashed a few drops of waves, and then floated up and hovered on the surface of the sea, not sinking or floating around, just quietly stagnating. Qin-Yi sank his heart and gazed at the armor, and even Shoeihan and the Big Dog on the side were attracted and turned their eyes together. Slowly, the second-order bug armor was dissolved by the mysterious power, thinning a bit, and finally, after 10 minutes, it completely disappeared and turned into nothingness. During this process, Qin-Yi keenly captured a trace of strange fluctuations, but was unable to identify what exactly they were. Shoeihan, on the other hand, felt nothing, including the strange fluctuations perceived by Qin-Yi. The waters of the ink sea are corrosive? But looking at the time, the corrosion rate is not fast. I won't be killed in seconds if I immerse myself in it. Qin-Yi's current physical body was definitely stronger than a second-order Lord-class insect. The second-order armor could last for 10 minutes, so he should have no problem soaking in the sea of ink for half an hour. Don't be in a hurry. The fluctuation overflowing from the ink ocean's corrosive armor is a bit strange. Big Dog frowned with a solemn expression. This kind of fluctuation, it's kind of like a spiritual fluctuation rather than chi and blood or Dao intent. Mental flux? Human martial artists needed to cultivate to at least the sovereign realm in order to open their brain domains, cultivate their souls, and enhance their spiritual power, and wanting to release mental fluctuations, or even divine thoughts. In that case, one would have to be at the upper level of the sovereign, or even the grand sovereign realm. The Big Dog jumped off his shoulder and walked to the seawater, getting close to observe for a long time, and then shocked. This black seawater is too weird. Every drop seems to contain pure spiritual power. The total spiritual power composed of it is endless, really majestic like the sea. Such a terrifying spiritual power, even worse, could only be possessed by a true king. It is a sea of spirit, or a sea of souls. So this ink sea, can I take a bath in it? Qin-Yi was more concerned about this. The corners of Big Dog's mouth twitched, not expecting Qin-Yi's brain circuits to be so strange, and he transmitted his voice to reply. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. These seawater didn't corrode the second-order armor, but rather, it decomposed the second-order armor. Countless mental powers spontaneously activated, tearing up the armor, a foreign object, a little bit and throwing it away. Your flesh is stronger than a second-order armor. Soaking for an hour won't be a problem. Qin-Yi was waiting for these words. After getting the Big Dog's confirmation, he didn't waste any more time, and in front of Shoeihan, he directly walked into the sea of ink, immersing his entire body under the sea of ink. You, what are you? Said Shoeihan, who instantly looked dumbfounded. This guy Qin-Yi really didn't follow common sense, knowing that there was danger, but going straight to it time and time again. Is it hard to believe that there is some deeper meaning to this action? Shoeihan's heart throbbed as she recalled the image of the other party actively allowing the blood mist to absorb her chi and blood when she had just met Qin-Yi. She had read from certain ancient books that in the starry sky, many supreme prides of the foreign races would intentionally enter the forbidden zone to train, squeezing their full potential in the trials of life and death. This kind of martial artist was honored as extreme martial artist, and what they did was just like the intent of the extreme list established by the Martial Arts Federation. It was rumored that extreme martial artists were invincible in the same realm, and many also had the ability to fight across realms. Qin could be so ridiculously strong nowadays, and he was afraid that he hadn't also stepped onto the path of an extreme martial artist. Xiaoyihan was rambling on the coast, while on the other side, Qin was having a hard time. The big dog looked away. Although the Sea of Ink was indeed a sea of spiritual power, it treated dead things and living things differently. Dead things would only be dismantled by the countless channels of spiritual power on their own, while living things would enter the Sea of Ink. And while there would be nothing wrong with their physical bodies, their souls would be crazily torn apart. If Qin didn't have 10 points of spiritual power, or else his soul would have almost been dissolved by the Sea of Ink. Gulp. Floating in the sea, his features were twisted together and he felt a knife was constantly swinging to divide his soul. This kind of pain from the soul has surpassed the pain brought by terminal cancer. And level 3 pain tolerance can't be suffered. His entire body was covered in sweat like a waterfall, but as soon as it seeped out of his body, it merged into the Sea of Ink and disappeared. Such pain could no longer be described in words. Even if a needle was poked into the tips of 10 fingers at the same time, it would not be as bad as 1% of the pain of soul division. Qin was almost about to faint from the pain. His consciousness had gone into a trance, and in a haze, some unique memory images flooded into his mind along the waters of the Ink Sea. He saw a spear that went through the sky as if it could pierce the firmament. This spear was held in the hands of a man who resided above the 9 heavens and threw it violently downward. Boom! Space was silent, the great Tao trembled, and a giant god that was incomparably powerful was pierced through the neck by a spear, blasted hundreds of meters into the ground, and ultimately nailed to death. Before dying, this giant god hissed at the sky unwillingly, but in the end, it was to no avail. A broken stone tablet descended from the sky and dived into the giant god's chest, suppressing it at the heart position and sealing the delusional attempted resurrection of the giant god forever. Since then, all that remained in heaven and earth was a wail of agony that echoed ethereally. Wow! The memories ended there, and Qin awoke suddenly, poking his head out of the Sea of Ink. The familiar sound of the system rang in his ears, but he had no time to pay attention to it, recalling the unfamiliar memories he had just read with a dumbfounded face, and all the puzzles were solved at that moment. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? On the coast, Xiaoyihan hurriedly asked Qin when she saw him lost in thought. However, Qin didn't talk back to her, only muttering to himself, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. We have been inside that giant god. Chapter 45, The Passing of the Immortal Gods. The tunnel that they had traveled through earlier, where a large amount of blood had been deposited, was the veins of the giant god. The red walls that can be seen everywhere and are incredibly strong are actually the flesh and blood of the giant god's body. A martial artist who had cultivated to the divine spirit realm, his flesh and blood were naturally tough and superb, and even if his flesh had died for many years, it would not decay, much less be broken by ordinary creatures. Only that man who was remembered as holding a war spear was so powerful that he was able to drive a spear through the giant god's neck and nail him to the ground. No wonder we felt a regular, slight vibration when we touched the red wall and stood on the ground. It's the vibration from the faint heartbeat and breath of a giant god, the suppressed giant god, coming to life? Hearing Qin Yi's refined explanation, Xiaoyihan and Big Dog came to a sudden realization, their faces revealing uncontrollable shock. It turned out that they had been walking around inside the dead giant god all along. Now it seems that the so-called blood mist, I'm afraid it's a mutation produced by the flesh of the giant god after his death, his chi and blood leaving his body on its own and permeating the outside world, devouring the chi and blood of all living beings within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After the chi and blood of these living beings are swallowed, they will be converted into nutrients for the giant god to revive, supplying him to repair his injuries and wake up again. From memory, that giant god had definitely been decapitated by the war spear, but at his kind of realm, perhaps even if he died, he could still be gradually resurrected. Otherwise, there was no need for the mysterious man holding the war spear to leave behind a stone tablet to suppress the giant god's heart before he left. I'm afraid that the area of the blood lake we passed through earlier is the heart of the giant god, the stone tablet that suppresses the most central area of the giant god's resurrection. All the way up along the heart, we were stopped in mid-stride by divine soldiers who blocked our way forward, and you said that the war spear, nailed to the neck of the giant god. Xiaoyihan suddenly paused, raising her eyes to look at the not-too-distant Mohai, her tone trembling slightly. We are now supposed to be in the giant god's brain. The bizarre sea of ink in front of us is the sea of consciousness of the giant god, the sea of consciousness of the brain that martial artists open up at the Zhongshu realm. The sea of knowledge is a fantastical space that hosts the soul and accumulates spiritual power. Qin originally always thought that the sea of knowledge was not real, but an illusory spiritual world. But today it seems that after cultivating to a high enough level, even the sea of consciousness can be transformed into real matter. Not to mention the sea of consciousness, The giant god's physical body was large enough to rival a city on one side. What realm of existence is he? How strong must the man who could kill a giant god be? Shin-Yi couldn't help but think deeply. Regarding the realms above Grand Master, he knew nothing about them except for the names of the realms. But while he didn't get it, Big Dog did. As a family dog that had followed a supreme being, he had only lost his memories about his master, and he still remembered the rest of the large number of hidden secrets of martial artists. This so-called giant god is most likely a venerable. Rumor has it that exalted ones have a lifespan of 100,000 years, are immortal, and can be reborn with a drop of blood. Even if one does die, one can rely on the immortal golden body to coalesce a wisp of spirituality, gradually restoring the soul and returning again. In the stars, as well as in the heavens and the worlds, the Zuni-level powerhouses are already top-notch existences, and thus, they have another name. The beings also call them by 4 words. Immortal deity. His Holiness, Shin-Yi recalled the term, and as far as he could remember, someone else had mentioned it to him, before he entered the Xian-Tian mysterious realm. Su Ruoxu, the president of the Yu-Hang Martial Arts Federation, had told him that there had been a superpower in mankind, the 10,000 heavens. Above the mountain and sea realm is the true king realm. Above the true king realm is the venerable. Then above the venerable, is the heavenly exalt? Shin-Yi was very curious. Big Dog shook his head. No, the heavenly exaltation realm is not a separate realm, but rather, it's the strongest person in the exalted realm who has broken through the limit that can be called a heavenly exalt. Just like the martial artists who break through the limits in the mountain and sea realm are called the Seal Marquis realm. The heavenly honors is an honorific title for those strongest martial artists among the honored ones. A limit-breaking powerhouse in the mountain and sea realm was the feudal Marquis realm, and a limit-breaking powerhouse in the venerable realm was called a heavenly venerable. No wonder Su Ruoxu had said that the martial Dao limit list hid the secrets of the high realm. Only by touching the limits of a realm and breaking through them could one become the strongest in that realm, thus influencing the advancement of the next realm. Shin-Yi completely understood, but Big Dog's words weren't finished yet, and with a hint of excitement in his grave eyes, he continued to voice Shin-Yi. Legend has it that within the body of an immortal deity, there is a drop of supremely pure divine blood hidden within the body of an immortal deity, the root of immortal divinity. If you haven't reached the exalted realm yet, take the most pure divine blood. It will lay down the divine qualification, and your cultivation will be unhindered all the way thereafter. Now that the giant god was dead and still in the process of struggling to revive, it was the best time for Shin-Yi to obtain the most pure divine blood. In normal times, it would be difficult to encounter an opportunity to obtain supreme pure divine blood in 10,000 years. But where would the most pure divine blood be hidden? Shin-Yi carefully thought about it, and felt that it was either at the bottom of the ink sea in front of him, or at the bottom of the blood lake, being suppressed by the stone monument. Either of these 2 places was life-threatening, and it was possible that he wouldn't even have time to adapt and evolve before he was killed in seconds. Nope. Shin-Yi stroked his chin and suddenly remembered that he had just successfully honed his soul through the sea of ink, and at this moment, his attributes had undergone a major change. Opening his personal panel to take a look, his mental strength had actually soared from 10 points to 20 points, and a new passive skill had been added. My heart is like ion LV2, your soul has undergone the refinement of the venerable one's crippled sea of consciousness, completing its metamorphosis and successfully evolving this skill. This passive skill increases the strength of your soul, and incidentally, the total amount of mental power. The mental power and soul peace had always been his shortcoming. Now with mindfulness and my heart is like iron, his huge shortcomings have been made up a bit more. Perhaps, I could try diving into the sea of ink to give it a try. If there was no supreme pure divine blood at the bottom of the ink sea, then forget it. Shin-Yi stared at the calm sea surface of the ink sea for a while, then he gritted his teeth and decided to take another risk. How can you build an invincible physical body and traverse the stars if you don't have enough guts? Spell it out. He entrusted the big dog to Choi-Han and retraced his steps back to the ink seaside, ready to enter again. The dark waters reflected a hideous, eerie face as he tore himself apart in a constant wail. Shin-Yi ignored him, gazing at the abyssal sea of ink, calmed down, and leapt forward. Poof! The waves churned and his tiny body disappeared into the seawater, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Choi-Han looked at the location where Shin-Yi had gone into the water with a complicated expression and did not remove her gaze for a long time. Is the sea of consciousness of an immortal deity really like a swimming pool, where you can go up and down whenever you want? With this thought, her body silently moved a little closer to Mo Hai. Chapter 46 Broken World. Revived Divine Soul. The conversation between the big dog and Shin-Yi had been transmitted using dog speech dog language and had not been heard by Choi-Han. Now that Shin-Yi had dived into the sea of ink in search of the most pure divine blood, the big dog followed behind Choi-Han like an ordinary puppy, unobtrusive. Gradually, though, the big dog realized something was wrong. This ninny, why is she getting closer and closer to the sea of consciousness of the dead giant god? Big dog cocked his head in confusion. Then, he saw Choihan extend his hand and probe into the sea of ink. The big dog was startled and wanted to speak out to stop it, but he didn't want to reveal too much and, in his haste, remained silent. Whoa! Choihan's entire right hand didn't go under the sea of sense. She had thought that her right hand would be eroded, but she didn't expect that the sea of sense would not attack the physical body at all for living things, but would directly tear the soul. Buzz! The small piece of the sea of consciousness that was touched by Choihan let out a buzz, and immediately after, a domineering and treacherous spiritual power instantly pierced into Choihan's brow and seized her soul. In this instant, the heart-rending sharp pain spread from her head all over her body, and Choihan was almost about to pass out from the pain in the blink of an eye. She had grown up so much, and she thought that she had suffered a lot, but this level of pain was still not something that she could withstand. A second before she fainted in consciousness, she made a strong effort to pull out her right arm which had dived into the sea, and then both eyes went black and she fainted to death on the shore. Big Dog watched in disbelief from behind her. According to his observation, the MOI should only tear the flesh of the intruder. So why did Choihan not even last a second before she fainted? Moreover, her right hand, which she had reached into the sea, was clearly intact. The big dog was puzzled. He tiptoed to the inked seashore, followed Choihan's action, stretched out his dog paw, and carefully probed into the sea. Ow! And then, only a miserable yelp could be heard as the big dog drew back its claws like lightning, its eyes white with pain, and it too fainted from the pain. On the empty, dead shoreline, a man and a dog, lying together, sleep peacefully. In the meantime, Chini was continuously diving down in the ink sea, which was not only wide, but also extremely astonishing in its depth, which could be described as bottomless. He had been diving for over 10 minutes and still hadn't seen the bottom. Moreover, as the depth he was at increased rapidly, the mental pressure of the sea of ink on him became more and more terrifying. If he hadn't just evolved, my heart is like iron LV2, he would have already lost his soul by now and would only be left with a fleshly body to dive down silently. Immortal deities were truly terrifying. After dying for so many years, the residual sea of consciousness still had this kind of strength, and it would be difficult for a Grand Master to defend against it. With the augmentation of level 2 my heart is like iron and level 1 mind bright and eyes bright. Xinyi's soul strength even surpassed that of an average Grand Master, reaching the point of a mountain and sea realm powerhouse. What he lacked right now was spiritual power, and when a Grandmaster cultivated to perfection, he could usually externalize his spiritual power and become a divine idea, but Xinyi couldn't do so with his soul strength alone. I'm definitely diving deeper than 500 meters, right? After diving for a while, Xinyi's heart became a little bottomless. He was afraid that he would never see the bottom of the sea, and because he was diving too deep, it was too late to come up for air. Mohai was an immortal deity's spiritual sea of consciousness, which naturally couldn't contain oxygen, and if he hadn't evolved an oxygen-free tolerance LV too early on, he would probably have already fainted from lack of oxygen. Anaerobic tolerance LV2, granting him close to 3 hours of closed air. It had to be said that the adaptive evolution talent was indeed too practical, giving Qin-Yi a lot of convenience. Continuing to dive for more than half an hour, Qin-Yi estimated that he had already dived to a depth of more than 1,000 meters. At this point, his soul was vaguely aching, and the sea of consciousness at this depth was already capable of inflicting damage on him. Luckily, after his first dive, his pain tolerance had risen from level 3 to level 4, which temporarily allowed him to endure the pain of his soul tearing. 10 minutes. Dive down for another 10 minutes. If you don't see the bottom yet, give up. Qin-Yi thought in his mind. He'll take risks, but he'll never die. It was too unworthy to send one's life away for a nebulous drop of supreme pure divine blood. The supreme pure divine blood was a supreme divine medicine to others, but to him, it was dispensable, and at most, it accelerated the speed of cultivation. Possessing adaptive evolution, he could cultivate to invincibility without relying on these external objects. Time passed by, and finally, in the 8th minute, Qin-Yi saw a different kind of bright light. In the endless sea of ink, this one pure white light cluster appeared particularly blinding and eye-catching, as if it was a star in the night sky, instantly attracting Qin-Yi's attention. He first observed and tested for a while, making sure that there was no danger in approaching the light mass, and then began to slowly approach. In this mass of light, new soul water kept flowing out, sinking into the sea of ink and expanding its size, and outside the light cluster, dots of starlight coalesced from all directions and fell on top of the light cluster, causing the vastness of the light cluster to gradually solidify. Qin-Yi guessed that this was where the source of the sea of ink was located, and with the sea of ink as the sea of knowledge, it can only have one thing as its source. That's the soul. This mass of light in front of him, The probability was that the residual soul of that dead giant god was still in a deep sleep and unable to awaken. I'm afraid that the starlight converging all around is a sign that the giant god's soul is reviving. However, just because the soul was here, it didn't mean that the most pure god's blood was also here. Genie came up to the light mass directly in front of him, less than a meter away. And it was only at such a close orientation that he was surprised to find that the light mass was even larger than himself. He dismissed distractions and stared intently at the light mass, his gaze penetrating deeper into the light mass through the dazzling luster. No, wait, to be precise, it should be the light mass that actively absorbed his gaze. At this moment, he saw a very different world, where heaven and earth were dim and dead. He didn't see any creature, not even a weed or a wildflower. There wasn't even a single cloud in the sky. And in one corner of the dome, a huge hollow was cracked open, with starlight constantly dropping down here. As far as the eye could see, there was devastation, and not far away on the dry, cracked earth, there were bodies everywhere, too many to count. Some of the corpses weren't even decayed, their appearance intact, emitting a terrifying aura, and their realms were definitely not low. These corpses looked slightly different from ordinary humanoids, with a thin slit in their foreheads that seemed to be a third eye, and withered feathered wings growing behind them. Their faces were all very handsome, permeated with a divine aura that, when placed among humans, would be hard to match even the best-looking stars. Is this Fae? The souls of the dead giant gods actually hit a blighted world, burying countless alien races. Chapter 47, The mortal body suppresses the divine soul. Subconsciously, Genie moved a little closer towards the light mass again, wanting to see a more genuine and clear picture. But right at this moment, the dazzling flames of light on the light mass suddenly dimmed for a split second, and then a strand of golden spiritual substance flew out horizontally, directly drilling into Genie's brow. It hurts. It hurts. The strangling sensation that could not even be relieved by level 4 pain endurance traveled throughout his body from his head, and Genie covered his head, only to feel that his head was about to split open. He felt an extra person inside him, a new thought in his head, the remnant soul of the giant god that was reviving drilled into Genie's head, wanting to erase Genie's soul and take over this physical body. Vast memory images surged into Genie's brain like a tsunami, mixed with a large amount of violent emotions, causing his features to grimace and wanting to hiss out. But the sea of ink around him gradually emerged as a bubble, wrapping him in the center, unable to escape, but also temporarily possessing enough oxygen to breathe. The remnant soul of the giant god. This was premeditated, ready to take over Genie when it saw him go down to the sea. The bubble he released now was akin to a prison cage, preserving the activity of Genie's fleshly body while not allowing him to re-embark, giving the remnant soul ample time to launch its seizure. But this operation of the remnant soul also happened to expose his weakness. Otherwise he could have directly struck out to suppress Genie. Even 1/1000th of the power of a giant god at its peak would be enough to take Genie down. While the remnant soul did not do so, it's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. The cluttered and complicated memories along with the heart-piercing spiritual power were destroying Genie's soul. But the process wasn't fast. Instead it seemed a bit tough. Genie's soul strength was beyond the expectations of the giant god's remnant soul. Looking at his tens of thousands of years of experience, he had never seen an existence with a soul as tough as Genie's at the 8th stage of martial artist. This body, it was definitely a demonic-level genius. Although the residual soul's consciousness could only think intermittently, it didn't prevent him from seeing through Genie's bottom line. This human flesh, he wants it. Wow! In Genie's chaotic sea of consciousness, which had not yet been opened up, there was a withering silence, with two balls of light frantically intermingling with each other, one golden and one white. The golden one being a smattering of the giant god's residual soul spirituality, and the white one being Genie's soul. The tens of thousands of years of the giant god's memories blasted into Genie's head. The scale of the giant god's memories was too exaggerated compared to Genie's memories of less than 50 years and 2 lifetimes. If the two were compatible, it would inevitably be the giant god's memories that would dominate and assimilate Genie's soul. I'm bound to lose at this rate. The giant god's remnant soul specially released a bubble. It's ready to fight a protracted battle and slowly wear down my soul. Genie stood in the bubble gasping for air as he once again felt the threat of death. An immortal deity plotting against an 8th stage martial artist. The disparity was outrageous, and if he wanted to break free, he might only have one chance. The influx of massive memories caused Genie to have a splitting headache, but at the same time, the pain was gradually weakening and being adapted to by him. His soul was embarking on some sort of metamorphosis dependent on the intrusion of the remnants of the giant god. The surface of the giant god's remnant soul was wrapped in a layer of blazing golden light flames, and at this moment, most of the golden light flames had already merged into Genie's soul, coloring his pure white soul into a light golden color. The soul seizure has been completed for the most part. This kind of seizure is not a direct obliteration of the other party's soul, but it takes some trickery, weakening the other party's soul drastically, and then carrying out soul fusion. There was no way. The giant god's residual soul currently only had the residual strength to do this. Allowing him to directly erase Qingyi's soul would not work for the time being. After the fusion of souls, the giant god with tens of thousands of years of memories would be absolutely dominant, and Qingyi's 50 years of memories would only be a drop in the ocean to him, making it very difficult to have an impact. After using Qingyi's physical body to regain a certain amount of strength, the giant god would be able to strike again to eliminate his soul to prevent any future problems. However, Qingyi was not sitting around waiting for death. He was just waiting for a chance to mess up the remnants of the giant god. Now comes the opportunity. Ding! Your brain cells have been flushed by the flood of memories of the deity's remnants and have successfully evolved the passive skill Brainstorming LV2. Ding! Your cells endured the pain of soul splitting and successfully evolved the passive skill Pain Tolerance LV5. The headache and discomfort completely dissipated the moment the system voice appeared, and the swelling in the soul that couldn't carry the memories was gone. The tens of thousands of years of memories of the giant god's remnant soul could barely be contained for Qingyi at this point. This is the effect of level 2 brainstorming. Buzz dash. The remnant soul of the giant god in the brain domain fluctuated, as if it had been hit by something, overflowing with disbelief. Under his gaze, Qingyi's soul had actually grown stronger once again in such a short period of time. What kind of talent is this? Fairy seeds? The remnant soul of the giant god went crazy. If the flesh in front of him was truly an immortal seed, then after his new birth, the potential would be even stronger than the original god's body. Even in the future, going for revenge on the man with the war spear had a chance. The remnant soul of the giant god fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted with even more astonishing spiritual power. He was going to fight for his life. But Qingyi had anticipated this and similarly set off his own bottom card. He didn't know what he had done to the giant god's remnant soul, but he had actually caused it to freeze in place for the next 3 minutes, without continuing to move. It was these 3 minutes that gave Qingyi the chance to counterattack. He clenched his teeth and rushed his entire body's qi and blood into his brain domain, only to hear a roaring explosion as a certain strange area was forced out of the gap by Qingyi, and the invisible spiritual power was concentrated into a liquid and deposited in it. The brain domain that could only be opened up by the sovereign realm was forced open by Qingyi at the 8th stage martial artist realm. In a flash, Qingyi realized that he had a clear perception of his own soul, and with all his heart and soul, he could still barely pull his spiritual power. At this point, he had also begun to fight for his life. Regardless, manipulating the few spiritual powers he had and bombarding the remnants of the giant god soul with all his might to suppress it in the bottom layer of the sea of consciousness. Fortunately, during this process, the giant god's remnant soul seemed to have lost its consciousness, completely motionless and unresponsive, and was so easily suppressed by Qingyi. Qingyi separated some of his power and began to slowly consume the remnants of the giant god's soul, converting it into pure spiritual power to enhance his own body. After doing so, he let out a long breath. The final process of wrestling with the remnants of the giant god's soul seemed simple, but it was actually because the undercard that Qingyi had used was strong enough. With the fusion of souls, not only could Qingyi see the giant god's memories, the giant god's remnant soul could also see Qingyi's memories. He had thought that Qingyi's memories were no big deal and couldn't affect him, but unexpectedly, Qingyi actually sent his memories about the existence of the system to the remnant soul of the giant god to watch, and the remnant soul of the giant god was dumbfounded on the spot, and even his consciousness was disorganized. The existence of the system was Qingyi's biggest secret, but at the moment of life and death crisis, he used it to act as a weapon against the remnants of the giant god. Today, it seems to be working remarkably well. Ho, ho. After temporarily escaping from the danger of his life, Qingyi lay in the transparent bubble, his complexion pale and drained. Adaptive evolution is powered by energy. Going through 2 adaptive evolutions in a row had depleted the energy in his body, and now he had to eat immediately. But, despite his current poor state, reviewing the thousands of years of memories that had appeared out of nowhere in this mind, Qingyi's heart rejoiced, forgetting his fatigue for a moment. After this battle, not only did he obtain a large amount of precious memories of the giant god, but he also opened up a sea of consciousness in advance, and his mental power was already comparable to that of a top grandmaster. It is true that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Chapter 48, The Counterparty. After resting briefly for a while, the hunger in Qingyi's belly intensified as he climbed up and surveyed the bubble wrapped around him with a frown. The bubble was somewhat ingenious. It seemed to have been constructed with spiritual power, possessing a solid body that could touch living things, belonging to the higher order usage of spiritual power now. It seemed like there were records of this in the memories of the giant god he had obtained. When we returned to Yuhang, We can try meditating and diving. Genie opened his hand and was just about to poke the spiritual force bubble out when he realized that the soul-like mass not far in front of him began to weather rapidly, like wind sand, gradually dissolving, along with the strange world in it. The core of the soul-like cluster's giant god's residual soul was suppressed by him in the depths of his sea of consciousness, and without the core, the light cluster naturally couldn't exist for a long time. The dissolution of the soul-like mass soon triggered a series of drastic changes. Boo! The spiritual power bubble Qin was in ruptured in response, and immediately afterward, the sea of ink began to dry up at a rate visible to the naked eye, the sea level sinking so rapidly that it almost disappeared before Qin could swim up himself. He followed the sea of ink as it sank, and finally stepped on the bottom of the sea, witnessing the vast and boundless sea of ink completely dissipate. Looking up again, not a single drop of soul water could be seen. The sky was dark, and Qin was standing at the bottom of a giant sinkhole, wanting to climb upwards, needing to climb more than 500 meters, to say the least. The source of the Sea of Souls had been cut off, and he hadn't expected the changes that arose to be so great, so rapid. But there's not much else to do now, just find a cliff face and climb upwards. Against extreme hunger, Qin fought his way upwards and climbed for more than 2 hours before climbing back to the original coastline. His strength was almost empty, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, panting for breath. Ding! You insisted on strenuous exercise in the midst of extreme starvation, causing your cells to successfully adapt to extreme starvation, evolving the passive skill Energy Saving LV3. The energy saving skill was raised to level 3, allowing Qin to alleviate his hunger and gradually have the strength to stand up. He hobbled and walked around the coastline for a while, but he could finally find Shoeihan and the big dog. But, why are they both on the ground? Has something changed? Qin was puzzled and poked around, but he didn't see any traces of a battle. Big Dog and Automichan couldn't see any new injuries on their bodies. It didn't look like they had been attacked. Well, coincidentally, Big Dog and Automichan woke up at just the right moment, pivoting with a blank face and rubbing their eyes. Then the two of them saw Qin at their sides. And, huge sinkhole in front of us. Am I still awake? What about the Sea of Ink? What about the big Sea of Ink? Big Dog and Shoeihan reacted in a surprisingly consistent manner, completely in a state of confusion. It wasn't until Qin briefly recounted to them what had happened at the bottom of the ink sea that they came back to their senses, their faces full of incredulity. You mean, you encountered the revived remnant soul of the giant god at the bottom of the ink sea, and then you were also possessed by the remnant soul? That's right, Qin nodded. Then, you forcibly opened up the brain domain and sea of consciousness in the martial realm, suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god, and also used the remnant soul of the giant god to refine it into pure spiritual power to nourish your own body? Exactly. Qin nodded once again. The giant god's remnant soul was still in an unconscious state now, and he was indeed wearing down the other party, albeit slowly, but after spending a few years, there was still a chance to completely devour the giant god's remnant soul. Shoeihan fell silent. Even though she had a hard time believing this matter, she couldn't deny that the odds were that this was the truth. Can't you see that the Sea of Ink is all dried up by Qin? When you get out, add a martial world contact? After a long time, Shoeihan proposed in this manner. Okay. Qin was not unavoidable since, but such a trivial matter as adding friends was not the current key. The key at the moment was to quickly find something to eat and fill his soon-to-be parched stomach. Level 3 energy savings are getting hungry. He asked Shoeihan if there was any food left, but unfortunately, Shoeihan shook his head. I lost my storage bag in the blood lake, and the food was in it. As for this neighborhood, there's even less to eat, unless you can bite the flesh and blood of a giant god. The flesh and blood of a giant god? Qin looked down at his feet. That's right, they're inside the giant god, and the high walls and cliffs around them are actually the flesh of the giant god. Something to eat. Just a shame. Can't bite. He didn't have the energy now to continue evolving until he evolved teeth that could bite into the flesh and blood of a giant god. Adaptive evolution. It takes energy. What to do? There was no way he could eat the giant god's flesh and blood. What else could he eat to fulfill his hunger? Qin and Shoeihan contemplated together, and as they thought about it, they silently looked at the big dog. Big dog. Hey, can you two stop looking at me? I'm creeped out. You're not really using me as a backup ingredient, are you? Big dog subconsciously took a few steps back. Of course, Qin was only teasing the big dog. There was no way he would actually eat him. Carefully reviewing the details of this journey, Qin tried to search for some food clues from his memory, and after spending a few minutes, he actually found them, embedded in the red wall. Chen Xian, who was transforming, gave him inspiration. Good buddy, it's still up to you when it counts. Qin's eyes lit up as he said to Shoeihan, let's return to the blood vessel, where there's plenty of food. Enough to cope with us getting out of the giant god's corpse. Veins? Xiaoyihan was slightly puzzled. She couldn't think of anything to eat in her veins. But for Qin, she was already convinced and completely obedient. The big dog re-jumped onto Qin's shoulder, and the two of them quickly returned to the blood vessel, where everything was still the same as it was originally, with blood and water deposited on the ground, and a mist of blood wafting through the air, except that the wailing had disappeared. The remnants of the giant god's soul were suppressed, but the blood mist still obeyed the instincts of the god's body, sucking in the qi and blood of passing lives to replenish the god's body. Qin walked to the area where the mist was the thickest, and immediately opened his mouth, surprisingly sucking in a huge breath, inhaling a large amount of blood mist into his body. Xiaoyihan's eyes widened at once. You're going against the grain. The fog sucks in people. You suck in the fog? She had just thought that this was a very crazy move, but on second thought, Qin Yi's friend, Chen Xian, also seemed to have relied on sucking blood mist to complete his metamorphosis. The blood mist contained pure qi and blood, and this kind of qi and blood, if it could be digested and absorbed, would definitely be incomparable to even second-order spirit fruits. But, can Qin Yi really digest it? One should know that after Chen Xian inhaled the mist, he fainted and almost fell. Chapter 49, Cool Eats, Wild Dazzle. Qin Yi's abdomen bulged rapidly, and a large amount of blood mist was inhaled into his body without a single ounce of it being spat out. These blood mists already had the ability to invade the flesh and devour qi and blood, and now that Qin Yi had taken the initiative to inhale them, their ability to pull and devour qi and blood was even stronger. For a moment, Qin Yi's body's qi and blood boiled and agitated, unconsciously surging towards his stomach, making it difficult to control. The digestive system that was augmented by the level 3 iron stomach was running at full speed, dissipating and absorbing the nutrients and spirituality in the blood mist, but the efficiency was extremely slow, completely unable to keep up with the speed at which the blood mist was devouring Qin Yi's qi and blood. At this rate, before Qin Yi finished digesting his bellyful of blood mist, he would die due to qi and blood depletion. Luckily, Qin Yi had evolved the passive skill, Solidify the Origin, not too long ago, and this skill had no rank, but the effect was extremely special, granting him absolute control over his own qi and blood. This kind of control had even surpassed the true king realm, reaching the level of meticulousness. Even the blood mist emanating from the divine corpse couldn't snatch half a bit of qi and blood from him. Buzz! With a single thought, Qin Yi calmed the frenzied qi and blood, dispatching the blood qi back to the various parts of his fleshly body individually, and no matter how much the blood mist was involved, these blood qi wouldn't move a single bit. Fixing the root and cultivating the vital energy can even fix yang qi, not to mention qi and blood. Xiaoyihan and Big Dog were staring at Qin Yi closely, but they saw his face suddenly turning white and red, constantly transforming, and his breath fluctuating, sometimes surging and sometimes weak. It was not clear what exactly was going on. Are you really alright? Xiaoyihan subconsciously worried. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, exhaling a few mouthfuls of blood mist as if smoking. It's fine. This bit of blood mist isn't enough for me to eat. With that, he took another long breath, his mouth like an abyss, and swallowed a large mouthful of blood mist. His stomach was like a balloon that kept inflating and deflating, constantly expanding and deflating, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. After more than half an hour, the mist in this blood vessel had obviously thinned out quite a bit, while Qin Yi still hadn't stopped eating. The divine spirit blood mist was composed of pure qi and blood supplemented with some sort of legacy thought and Tao intent. The nutritional value was extremely high. Qin Yi felt even more refreshed than eating second-order spirit fruits. Unfortunately, half of the blood mist in this vein had been eaten by Chen Xian and his teammates, leaving only the other half for Qin Yi. It didn't take long for him to wind up settling all the blood spray in his veins, his stomach bracing and belching. It's been a long time since I've been so refreshed and full. The giant god is really a good person. After he died, not only did he take the remnants of his soul to strengthen my soul for me, but he also strengthened my physique with his blood mist. So he was really thinking of me in every way. Qin Yi stretched his back, only to feel his entire body filled with power, every cell filled with pure energy. At the same time, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Your digestive cells have successfully adapted to the violent qi and blood of the departed true god, evolving the passive skill Iron Stomach LV4. Ding! You absorbed the divinity contained in the flesh and blood of immortal deities and evolved the natural skill Aura Affinity LV9. This time, it actually boosted 2 skills in a row. The Iron Stomach raising to level 4 was expected by Qin Yi, but this Aura Affinity rising 2 levels in a row was a real surprise. Just one step away from level 10 Aura Affinity. Phew! Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm full enough to try and get out of here. Qin Yi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, glowing. Xiaoyihan could sense that Qin Yi had once again completed some sort of metamorphosis. but she did not know exactly what had happened. Swallowing blood mist. Is it really that simple? She looked at Qin as if he hadn't encountered any trouble in the process of eating the mist. Xiaoyihan's curiosity arose again, but recalling the earlier image of mimicking Qin's touching of the sea of ink and not being able to hold on for even a second before fainting in agony, she hastily shook her head and shook the thought of mimicking Qin out of her mind. This man is not something that can be imitated by the average person. He who learns from him will die. Never mind. Where are we going next? After breaking through the martial master realm, martial artists could simply rely on aura to survive. And although they hadn't completely cut out the grain, they could still go without food for a long time. So Xiaoyihan wasn't hungry yet. It's almost time to return to the blood lake. Qin's eyes flashed as his tone sank. Good. Xiaoyihan nodded dumbfoundedly, not even asking Qin how he would deal with the fog people in the blood lake, and just followed him outside. Qin glanced back at Xiaoyihan, who was slightly lost in thought, and said strangely, by the way, why did you and Big Dog pass out on the coast before? Is something wrong? Talking about this, Xiaoyihan suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face reddened, and only after a long time did she stifle a sentence. It's fine. There was a little accident, but it's not dangerous. You don't have to think too much. She didn't tell the truth, choosing to respond perfunctorily. If she were to tell Qin the truth, Xiaoyihan estimated that she would be so embarrassed that her thumbs would buckle. Oh. Qin looked at Xiaoyihan's reaction as a bit strange and became more and more puzzled. Is there any truth that's too difficult and inconvenient to tell me? Women are such unpredictable creatures. Qin was also too embarrassed to continue pursuing the matter, and secretly sighed as he turned to transmitting his voice to the big dog on his shoulder and inquired, Big Dog, what exactly happened while I was away? The big dog glared at Qin, but he didn't even tell the truth, and faintly said, nothing, it's really just something small. Our fainting was just a small accident, so don't ask. He was more willing to die than letting the big dog admit that his soul had been crushed by Qin. The big dog had followed the Supreme Being for so many years, and had actually broken through to an extremely profound realm long ago, only to later take the initiative to break up his cultivation, retaining only the strength of his soul, and retraining for a new life. However, his soul, which retained its peak strength, was actually unable to resist Mohai's mental shock, while Qin, an 8th Dan martial artist, carried it off. It's really humiliating. The two men and the dog fell into silence at this, and they returned along the same path, gradually, once again coming to the location where that absolute divine weapon had truncated the blood vessels. Qin stopped here and came to the gully stabbed out by the divine soldier, looking down to see Chen Xian's condition. During this time, the veins on Chen Xian's body continued to intertwine, slowly forming a blood chrysalis that wrapped Chen Xian within. As for the teammate by Chen Xian's side, even his withered bones had rotted away, turning into a handful of blood and water, and he was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Qin observed the blood chrysalis that Chen Xian was in and coldly felt a trace of vitality leaking out. After opening up the brain domain sea of consciousness, the strength of his soul had increased by another 3 points, and with his spirit power full, it was impossible for him to feel wrong. As luck would have it, a few seconds later, a small, unnoticeable gap broke open in the side of the blood chrysalis. The gap continued to widen and spread, and the entire blood chrysalis had a tendency to disintegrate. Chen Xian, is he going to complete his metamorphosis? Chapter 50, Did I really just sleep for a month? Qin was a bit excited. Chen Xian should be the closest person to him in this life. Let's wait a little bit. Chen Xian, he might be coming out. He turned his head to Xiaoyihan and said, and his tone, which had originally been undulating, finally had some ups and downs. Xiaoyihan came to Qin's side and looked downward with him, surveying Chen Xian's blood chrysalis, only to see this blood chrysalis violently wriggle twice, followed by a powerful drumming sound that spread in all directions and resounded in a loud manner. Knock 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 knock. The sound was loud and ear-shattering, and when carefully distinguished, it was not the so-called drum sound, but the loud sound of Chen Xian's heart beating. Pust. Under the passing of a round of heartbeats, the blood chrysalis broke open a large hole along the seam and gradually dissolved, revealing the human encased within. Thousands of blood mists returned to one, melting in the heart vein. Chen Xian completed the absorption of the blood of the gods, and at this moment, it was like a newborn, permeated with a thick and majestic vitality. He has shed his bones. Xiaoyihan's eyes swept over Chen Xian and made a judgment. If the former Chen Xian was equivalent to an ordinary person with a level 2 aura affinity enchantment, then today, it was comparable to an ordinary person with a level 10 aura affinity enchantment. Even the current Qin couldn't surpass the metamorphosed Chen Xian in terms of martial arts practice talent. After all, Qin wasn't an ordinary person. He was a scum with absolutely no martial talent, and his enchantment of level 9 aura affinity was far inferior to that of an ordinary person with the same skill. However, martial arts training talent was not everything for a martial artist. In terms of combat power and potential, Chen Xian was still no match for Qin Yi, and he couldn't even see Qin Yi's taillights. The son of Qi is ultimately hard to beat the system hangers-on. Wow! Chen Xian, who was lying flat on his back at the bottom of the ditch, slowly opened his eyes, and there was a brilliant aura that burst out, dazzling and fleeting. Bewilderment and dismay then surfaced in his eyes, and scratching his head, he rose from the ground and was about to survey his surroundings when he unexpectedly looked up and saw a familiar face. Qin, brother Qin Yi? Am I dreaming? How did brother yet appear in the blood mist desert? Chen Xian squeezed the second-order spirit fruit in his palm tightly, suspecting that he had fallen under the spell of the mysterious whale. That constantly echoing wail had a seductive effect on the human mind, and Chen Xian had barely made it to this place because he had crookedly happened to utilize the remaining power of the Blood Lake Stone Tablet. But when he listened carefully, he didn't hear any wailing. Little Schwanzi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and climb up, Qin Yi shouted at the bottom. Chen Xian froze. This kind of address, this kind of voice, it really was yet alright. The two of them had been in the same orphanage and the same dormitory for over a decade, and knew each other all too well. But isn't Yat suffering from cancer and dying? How is it that now it looks like it is full of essence and chi and blood, obviously having crossed over into the realm of martial arts, or an 8th stage martial artist? How long have I been asleep? It can't have been years, can it? He shifted his gaze and looked at Xiaoyihan, who had a beautiful face beside Qin Yi, and became more and more certain that he had been asleep for a long time. If not, how could brother yet have cultivated to martial artist stage 8 and found a girlfriend? He hurriedly climbed up to the ground along the bloody crags, and after the divine blood cleansing, not only did he leap over the quasi-martial artist barrier and become a full-fledged martial artist, but he was also directly a 9th dan martial artist, with 99 cards of chi and blood, just one step short of a martial artist. But even so, when he stood in front of Qin Yi, he actually felt an inexplicable pressure and subconsciously lowered his stance. This pressure was not intentionally released by Qin Yi, it was just that he had just finished digesting the blood mist, and the chi and blood contained within his body was simply too active. And only then did he passively emit the pressure. I can't beat 8th dan martial artist brother yet? Chen Xian was slightly surprised. He and Qin Yi had a brother-like relationship. There was no such thing as jealousy. Perhaps brother yet has had some strange encounters during the years of my slumber. Thinking happily, he asked in passing, Brother Yat, how did you come to the blood mist desert? And how was the cancer cured? This one on the side, is that sister-in-law? Xiaoyihan froze and hurriedly waved her hand to explain. Qin Yi and I are just friends. Is that so? Nodded Chen Xian, not giving it much thought as he raised his eyes to Qin Yi. In the face of Chen Xian's brainstorm of a whole bunch of questions, Qin Yi was not slow to answer them one by one. He answered most of the questions truthfully, but the existence of the system was too bizarre, and there were probably some top-level big shots scheming in it, so Qin Yi really didn't want Chen Xian to get involved in inexplicable karma, so he hid the system. The cure for cancer was codified by him as a cure due to the accidental acquisition of a first-order spirit fruit. After listening to Qin Yi's brief overview, Chen Xian was shocked and incredulous. I just slept for less than a month? Right. Really and truly it's less than a month? Really? Why would I lie to you about this? Qin Yi felt puzzled. Chen Xian was silent. He relied on the blood of the divine spirit to break through to martial artist 9 in less than a month. What exactly had he gone through to be able to cultivate all the way from a martial arts loser to martial artist 8? And it even took less than a month to do so as well. Xiaoyihan and Big Dog glanced at Chen Xian's expression, secretly saying that this kid's mental capacity was still too weak. Knowing so little was so shocking. If they knew that Qin Yi had single-handedly suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god, they were afraid that they would have to be shocked to the point of fainting. After staying with Qin Yi for a long time, their shock thresholds were much higher, and ordinary things could no longer make them react. Qin Yi was still continuing to recount his experience in the blood mist desert, and as Chen Xian listened, the shock on his face became harder and harder to hide. Did he hear right? This place was actually the body of the departed deity, and the cave they were in was actually the deity's meridian vessels. Ink sea of souls, remnants of a giant god, blood mist. When Qin Yi finished recounting this series of events, Chen Xian could no longer describe his feelings. Brother, tell me honestly, is it on? He had a dumbfounded look on his face. Qin Yi laughed and nodded his head. You guessed right. Your brother, I'm still really hungover. The two brothers hooked up and did not become rusty due to the issue of realm strength. Qin Yi, such a jokey sentence. In fact, said the truth. Only, neither Big Dog, Xiaoyihan, nor Chen Xian would really believe it. Yat, so where are we going next? Leave the veins and return to the blood lake. Returning to the blood lake? Worry surfaced between Chen Xian's brows. The depths of the blood lake harbor mist people that are comparable to the powerhouses of the mountain and sea realm. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths by going back? Shinee shook his head indifferently and pointed to his head, calmly saying, "Don't worry, the ways to break the situation are all here. I'm not stupid enough to go and send myself to my death. The way to break the game. In the head?" Shoeihan and Chen Xian thought carefully and quickly understood. Shinee had suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god and obtained quite a few hidden secrets about immortal deities, and I'm afraid that there was a part about the mist people among them. Chapter 51, The Strongest Fogman. Shinee and the three of them had been tossing and turning in the giant god's veins for most of the day, and it was finally time to return to the blood lake. As they turned back to catch up, Shinee suddenly broke through the realm as he walked, gloriously rising from an 8th dan martial artist to a 9th dan one, just one step short of a martial master. You can break through even when you walk? Shoeihan increasingly realized the terror of Shinee's natural talent. Nope, I felt that walking was too boring, so I practiced while walking and got lucky with a breakthrough. Shinee humbly explains, the blood mist contains a sufficient amount of blood chi. After absorbing and digesting it, and condensing it a little, I was able to refine my own chi and blood. Nowadays, Shinee already had 90 cards of chi and blood, because he had eaten too much blood mist, and there was a large amount of scattered blood chi hidden in his body, which had a multiplier effect on chi and blood cultivation. As for using two minds at once and practicing while walking, Shinee, who possessed level 9 aura affinity, was already able to do so without any pressure. Big Dog and Chen Xian were not surprised by this. Only Shoeihan was slightly surprised. In Big Dog's heart, Shinee was an immortal species. It has been recorded in certain ancient books that the talent of the immortal species level already allows martial artists to do passive cultivation, which means that at all times, no matter what they are doing, their bodies can automatically remain in a state of cultivation, quenching the chi and blood. To convert, this was at least an effect that could only be achieved with an aura affinity of level 50 or higher. Although Shinee was currently unable to do so, he had a good chance in the future. Now, it seems that the beast tides that have erupted one after another in the Xian Heaven mysterious realm during this period of time are probably also caused by the corpses of deities. This divine body is immense. We've been walking for so long, but we've actually only been wandering around the chest, neck, and head, and we haven't even finished yet. The lower parts of the gods probably cover the area beyond the desert. He released the blood mist and disturbed the foreign beasts in some areas of the Xin Tian mysterious realm, which led to the beast tide. The so-called beast tide might just be a mass migration of ferocious beasts with no choice. Shinee coughed and changed the topic. Let's put the issue of the beast tide aside for now. Shouldn't we discuss the matter of the blood lake first now? Chen Xian felt that he and Shoeihan were also a little too relaxed. There were many crises in the blood lake. Was there really no pressure at all? A group of 3 people had infinitely approached the mouth of the blood vessel. The straight line distance would not be more than 10 meters, and Chen Xian even saw the blood slowly flowing from the mouth of the blood vessel. What exactly is our next plan? Chen Xian scratched his head. It's simple. You and I will just head inside, while Shoeihan and Big Dog stay in the blood vessel and wait. Shinee had an early arrangement. Wait until the two of us take the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake, then come back to bring them. That's it? No? How does the most feared Misty Man in the blood lake feel neglected by Yat? Not a single mention. Shinee looked at Chen Xian's mute appearance and guessed the confusion in the other party's mind, answering in detail. Don't worry, the two of us have inhaled the blood mist and are tainted with an aura similar to that of the mist people. That mist people, no matter how strong they are, will only treat us as their own kind and won't make a move. And the stone monument in the center of the blood lake, which was left behind by the person who beheaded the giant god, has the ability to suppress the blood mist, so if you bring it with you, you won't be afraid of the mist people. The memories given to Shinee by the giant god's remnant soul were really good, containing too many hidden secrets, enough for Shinee to digest for many years. After hearing this detailed explanation, Chen Xian's heart was greatly determined, not expecting there to be such a layer of relationship. Come to think of it, it's true that I didn't see a struggle break out between the mist people and the mist people when I passed by the blood lake. Boom! However, just as the two of them were about to join hands and enter the chest cavity of the giant god, a thunderous, deafening roar came violently from the mouth of the vein. The blood flowing into the veins rippled wildly and bubbled. What's going on here? The three of them looked at each other in dismay and rushed to the mouth of the vessel in unison. Looking out, one could only see a middle-aged man in a white tracksuit standing in the air, his chi and blood rushing out as he fiercely fought the 3 giant mist people. Zhang Tianfang is here. As Shoeihan's master, he had awakened from his divine wail in advance and chased after his disciple without a second thought, wanting to save him. At this moment, Zhang Tianfang's white clothes were stained with blood everywhere. His hands became palms, wrapping heaven and earth's Tao meaning, breaking the blood mist, and actually pressed the 3 giant mist people to fight, and beat them so much that their mist dissipated and kept shrinking. Those in the Grand Master realm had already comprehended at least one of the Tao intentions, and a punch or a palm was no longer a purely physical kill. Extremely restraining Misty Man. Under his all-out effort, the interior of the giant god's cavity roared continuously, with chi and blood overflowing and astral winds rising in all directions, stirring up the great waves of the Blood Lake. The terrifying fog people hidden in the deepest part of the Blood Lake gradually awoke. The boundless fog converged and went. The most powerful few existences were about to revive. Zhang Tianfang felt threatened, but he was unwilling to leave because this place had the scent of Xiaoyihan. He kept approaching the Blood Lake, wanting to scout for his disciple's trail, and he wouldn't leave no matter what until he found him. Snap! His sinews and bones exploded, and arcane patterns were branded on top of his meridians and bones, weaving them into heavenly formations. In an instant, Zhang Tianfang's aura was several times stronger, and as he gently slapped out his palm, the void shattered, and the three fog people blocking the way instantly dissipated without a trace. Boo! Rolling waves of air agitation, blowing at eight-sided blood mist scattered. Actually the original fog-rich chamber a sweeping empty. Zhang Tianfang was also a formation master, and a fifth-order formation master, possessing a strength comparable to a mountain and sea realm powerhouse. He took one step out and shrank, several meters apart in a flash, appearing directly over the Blood Lake. Looking downwards, his eyes glowing with starlight, the formation spreading to the corners of his eyes, Zhang Tianfang saw through the dirty scarlet blood water, and at the bottom of the lake of blood, he saw a drop of pure golden blood, permeated with the aura of immortality. Just the moment he looked directly at the golden blood droplets, Zhang Tianfang's eyes suddenly stung and bled. He hadn't found Xiaoyihan, nor had he seen through the golden blood droplets level. The danger of this blood lake was likely beyond his imagination. Wow! A blood-colored giant of almost 100 meters burrowed out from the bottom of the lake, setting off monstrous waves, and the entire chamber seemed to be raining heavily. The mountain-like misty bloody hand covered and pressed down, rolling up boundless wind pressure, depressing Zhang Tianfang who was treading in the air by several meters, almost falling into the bloody lake. Zhang Tian was assured that his head was silent. This fogman was truly too terrifying. Even if a mountain and sea realm powerhouse came over, he would have to drink his hate. Not to mention him, a half-step mountain and sea realm that relied on formations? He desperately wanted to dodge, but the endless killing machine carried by this palm locked him up, making it difficult for him to break free. Dying? Zhang Tianfang didn't think he would die so suddenly. But, just in the nick of time, at the entrance of a certain cave on the opposite shore of the Blood Lake, a young man stepped out with great strides and shouted to him, "Drink a mouthful of the water of the Blood Lake, quickly!" Zhang Tianfang's expression froze. He couldn't think too much, and immediately did as he was told, giving up his resistance and being pressed into the Blood Lake by the palm wind, violently drinking a large mouthful of the lake water. Chapter 52, A Little Bit of Dog Use. Grumble grumble. The massive amount of blood surged into Zhang Tianfang's stomach, instantly causing him to feel an intense burning pain, as if something was burning in his stomach. This burning pain was spreading rapidly to the rest of the body, first to the limbs, and then to the head, and eventually even to the soul. It hurts too much. He was in so much pain at the moment that his features were twisted into a ball and his consciousness was blurred, so much so that he didn't even have the strength to wonder if Genie was tricking him into drinking blood water indiscriminately. But, after all the pain, the giant fog man above hadn't even grabbed him out of the lake of blood, and the killing machine locked onto him had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Zhang Tianfang's current crisis was the blood water that was constantly corroding his flesh, as well as the blood mist that was evaporating and boiling inside his body. Blood water was actually a concentrated state of blood mist, possessing a stronger erosive property than mist. Swish! The luster of the array pattern on Zhang Tianfang's body gradually dimmed, as if it was being worn down by the blood water and was about to lose its effect. In pain to the point of unconsciousness, even if Zhang Tianfang was a grand master, he couldn't control his own chi and blood to prevent the blood water from sucking himself. Once the array pattern shattered, he would inevitably be turned into withered bones and his flesh and blood dispersed within 10 minutes. Fortunately, Genie would not stand by and watch him die. A minute before the formation pattern completely failed, a silhouette fell into the water, grabbed Zhang Tianfang's shoulders and led him towards the lake. Wow! A few minutes later, with a splash of water, Genie poked his head out of the bloody lake, first making a strong effort to throw Zhang Tianfang onto the shore, and then climbing out again himself. His current state is a bit dangerous. We have to hurry to fetch the stone tablet and use it to help him digest the blood water. Genie wiped his face and said to Chen Xian, after Zhang Tianfang drank the blood water, he possessed the same blood mist aura as they did, which allowed him to escape the fogman's killing lock and save his life. However, the Archmage level's digestive system was no match for Genie's level 4 iron stomach, so if he wanted to digest the blood, he would have to mimic Qin Xian and borrow the power of the man who had decimated the gods. There's no way. Even a grandmaster wouldn't specialize in exercising his stomach and intestines. Qin left Zhang Tianfang in the care of Qin Xian, while he himself made a jolt and plunged into the blood lake once again, swimming rapidly towards the center of the lake. 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at the edge of the piece of stone monument, and when he raised his eyes, he could see a few large characters engraved on the monument. The dragon flew and the phoenix danced, and the killing intent was cold. He tried to reach out his hand to approach the stone monument, and suddenly waves of air swirled out of nowhere, blowing through Qin Yi's head of black hair, causing him to squint his eyes and his heart to miss a beat coldly. No! If I venture out like this, I'll die before I even touch the stone tablet. He retracted his hand, blinking and sweating. The stone monument left behind by the man who decimated the gods did not allow any being to touch it. What to do? If there was no stone tablet, Zhou Han would definitely die, and Zhang Tianfan's life would also be in danger. Although these two hadn't spent too much time with Qin Yi, they had released their goodwill towards him from the very beginning and had even tried to help him. They were all fellow human beings, so if they could help, they naturally had to. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, looked back at the blood-red body of Zhang Tianfang on the distant shore, as if he was about to be set ablaze, and with a clench of his teeth, decided to try a risky move. He turned his head to look at the vein where Big Dog and Zhou were, and transmitted in dog language. Big Dog, pluck a few dog hairs and throw them to me. Ha! The big dog didn't get the situation clearly for a while, but still scratched off a handful of dog hair with its paw, released a trace of Qi blood to attach to it, and threw it to Qin Yi from afar. The dog hair with Qi and blood attached to it fell precisely into Qin Yi's hands as he lifted the big dog's hair and tried to approach the stone tablet once more. Phew! The palpitating killing aura fluctuated recklessly, penetrating Qin Yi's body, causing him to tremble violently and have a premonition of death again. However, in the next second, as if sensing the aura on the dog's hair, the stone monument suddenly collected its killing intent, as if it was an ordinary stone monument, and no longer moved. Success! Now he could be sure that the owner of the big dog and the man who had beheaded the gods were the same person. Qin Yi collected the dog's hair and tucked the stone tablet in his arms as soon as he could. Nothing happened. With certainty in his heart, he grabbed the time to swim back to the lakeshore and placed the stone tablet beside Zhang Tianfang. Gradually, a layer of strange light flames permeated the stone tablet, inducing dots of essence in the void to hang down and not enter Zhang Tianfang's body. And then, Zhang Tianfang's extremely hot flesh finally cooled down, slowly returning to normal, and his tangled features loosened up. Sure enough, no matter if it was a divine weapon left behind by the person who decimated the gods or a stone tablet, it had the effect of suppressing the blood mist in the giant gods. According to this efficiency, Zhang Tianfang will be cured in less than half an hour. Qin Yi signaled Chen Xian to carry Zhang Tianfang on his back while he took the stone tablet and went to the mouth of the blood vessel to pick up Zhou Han and Big Dog. In such a state of proximity to the stone monument, the blood lake was incredibly calm, and the mist people didn't reappear to exterminate Zhou Han and the Big Dog. Success! The three of them were uncharacteristically relieved, and the Big Dog could be counted on to have the presence of mind to blow off steam. How's that for awesome, you dog master? He winked divinely as he transmitted his voice to Qin Yi. This time, Qin Yi didn't say anything to refute him, and let him pretend to be a bully in front of him. After all, the Big Dog did get 2 big hits and a bit of dog use. If it weren't for him, Qin Yi would really have fallen within the corpse of the giant god. The three of them rested for a while, and after a long time, only a low roar could be heard, and Zhang Tianfang groaned and slowly opened his eyes, rising from the ground. The first thing he did when he came to his senses was to look at his disciple, Zhou Han, and confirmed that she was fine before settling down. Immediately afterward, he looked at Qin Yi again with an inexplicably complicated expression. I'm being saved by you? Well, it's just a small matter. You don't need to be too concerned. Qin Yi smiled, and in passing, informed Zhang Tianfang of the general information and situation in the giant god's corpse. Zhang Tianfang listened in awe. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Qin Yi was able to ignore the fogman and save himself, he would have ironically said that the other party was daydreaming. It's too much. Discovering the divine beheading soldier, seeing the source of the blood mist, and suppressing the remnants of the giant god, no one dared to imagine that this was something an 8th-stage martial artist had done. Zhang Tianfang had originally wanted to come and save Qin Yi and Zhou Han. Now that he looked at it, it had reversed and turned into Qin Yi saving him. Manhwa has produced another demon. He was overwhelmed with emotion and kept Qin Yi's kindness in his heart silently. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly spoke again. By the way, when I was observing the blood lake, I found a mysterious golden droplet of blood at the bottom of the lake that is extremely extraordinary. Do you know what that is? At those words, Shinee was instantly startled. Golden drops of blood? Shouldn't it be the most pure God's blood, right? Chapter 53, Divine Blood? Bring it to the dog. After the death of the nameless immortal deity, they left behind 3 relics, which were the indestructible divine body they were currently in, a strand of revived residual soul deep within their brain domain, and the supremely pure divine blood under the lake of blood that brought together all the immortal spirituality of the deity. If one was to wash their body with to pure divine blood, they would certainly be able to obtain a unique creation, but for some reason, Shinee was only excited for a moment, and then calmed down, even instinctively rejecting that drop of supreme pure divine blood. Strange, why did I instinctively have this reaction? Shinee never ignored the subtle changes that occurred in his body, even if they were fleeting and strange emotions and sensations. He guessed that this feeling of repulsion towards the supreme pure God's blood might be related to the fact that he had suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god and acquired some of the deity's memories. You guys recover at ease first, and don't think much about the golden blood issue for now, Shinee said to Jiang Tianfang and Xiuihan, and just after he finished speaking, he sat down in place with his eyes closed tightly, seemingly starting to cultivate. When Shen Xian saw Brother Yi begin to cultivate, he of course didn't want to be left behind, and similarly gazed and held his breath, sinking his mind to consolidate his martial master cultivation. Hey, the golden blood drop in Jiang Tianfang's mouth is 100% supreme pure divine blood, so if you don't seize the time to collect it, you still have the heart to cultivate here? Big Dog was perplexed and couldn't help but send a voice message towards Qin to remind him. That was supremely pure divine blood, the immortal spirituality of an exalted one who had quenched it for 10,000 years, and it would be of great use even to the immortal seed. However, Qin appeared to be very plain about this, and remained silent for a long time before replying. There is a problem with the supreme pure divine blood. Seriously, how did you know? The Big Dog would be skeptical. In his memory, the supreme pure divine blood was a top-tier divine item, at least 7th order quality, and he had never heard of any problems. Why does your brain go on and off? Qin opened his eyes, contempt flowing from his eyes. Did you forget that I obtained some of the memories of an immortal deity? I just reviewed the memory of the giant god and realized that the immortal spirituality he left behind secretly contains a backstabbing. If we take it, it will inevitably become the seed of his resurrection. If we want to rule out a backhand, we must have a power of the same rank to purify the most pure divine blood. But where are we going to find an exalted being? Saying this, Qin suddenly changed his tone and transmitted a voice to inquire. If you can drive that divine spear, perhaps we have a chance to use the supreme pure divine blood. Otherwise forget it. We will only be assimilated by the divinity and become the next giant god. The Big Dog was a bit offended by Qin's contemptuous look and grunted. If I could drive the divine spear, I would have killed it indiscriminately all by myself long ago. And it would still be my turn to look for you to seize the most pure divine blood? Because of some special connection, Big Dog was able to make the divine spear react in some passive ways, but if he wanted to drive the divine artifact, that was still too far away. Even if it was a stone tablet, the Big Dog couldn't catalyze the power contained in it. Alas, it seems that this supreme pure divine blood can only be missed. Watching a divine artifact of less than the 7th rank slip out from under his hand, the Big Dog stifled his wrists and sighed with a bitter heart. The corners of Qin's mouth twitched as he said breathlessly, "No, why are you still lamenting? Even if I could take the most pure divine blood, it would definitely be for me to use it. So it's not your turn. You don't understand. Although it's not my turn to use the supreme pure divine blood, the giant god itself was most likely beheaded by my master." The Big Dog rarely revealed a serious demeanor. If you take the most pure divine blood, you will be able to completely cut off the possibility of the giant god's revival. Otherwise, even if you take the remnants of the deity's soul, hundreds of years later this place will still breed new remnants that will try to resurrect because of the presence of immortal spirituality. Cultivating to the exalted realm, martial artists were already difficult to kill to the extreme, and there was a chance to be resurrected when they died. The Big Dog is worried that the giant god will come after him and his master when he is resurrected, so he wants to cut off the root of the problem. Qin was slightly surprised by this. He hadn't thought that the Big Dog was quite loyal. Even if he didn't remember his master anymore, he was still looking out for that master. That master of mine didn't deal with it cleanly after beheading the giant god. Apparently he was in an emergency and couldn't delay for half a second and had to leave immediately. The Big Dog was sad in his heart. He had a premonition that his master had died, but was unwilling to say it, and even more unwilling to face it. I'm afraid the master erased the memories from his mind, not to protect himself, but to protect the Big Dog. After saying this, the Big Dog slumped to the ground and said no more. The atmosphere grew sad. Qin didn't like this kind of atmosphere and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I've always been righteous. I wouldn't mind even if you were a dog. You helped me, and I will help you find your master later. If your master is no longer possible to find, then I will help you kill the enemy. Qin uttered these words half jokingly, half seriously. The big dog, however, could hear the solemnity and seriousness in Qin's joke, and knew that the other party was sincere, and was somewhat moved for a moment. He wanted to say something else, yet Qin suddenly blushed and took the lead in transmitting his voice. Interrupting him, I've come up with an idea. It's risky, but there's a big chance for you in it. Want to try? The big dog's eyes lifted out of the corner of his eye and he resumed his godly appearance. Pretending. Risky? Would I be afraid of that? Say, what a way. Qin immediately replied. It's very simple. You go and take the supreme purity divine blood on your own initiative. Ha, big dog couldn't tense up. What's the difference between you and sending me to my death? There's no difference. Qin's face was rightful. I just want you to go and die. The big dog first had a doggy face of disbelief, and then his eyes turned thievishly and guessed Qin's idea. I have to say, the idea put forward by this kid really has a few feasible, and it is indeed risky. If the bet is wrong, absolutely certain death. But if the gamble was right, the odds were that he would be able to reopen this life and break the limits of his previous life and go even further. It's even possible to avenge your master with your own strength. The big dog's heart was beating furiously, and there was a sense of palpitations in his heart, which was an early warning of possible danger to his life, and was his natural instinct for avoiding evil. But this time, one didn't know whether he was impressed by Qin's desperate method of becoming stronger along the way, or whether he had finally decided to put up a fight for once. The big dog ignored the palpitations and decided to do a big job with Qin. He stood up from the ground, facing the lake of blood, head held high. Let's go. I'll take this one. Good. Worthy of being a big dog. Dog courage. Qin laughed out loud and secretly gave him a thumbs up. The two of them got up and prepared to walk towards the blood lake, triggering a commotion that woke up the master and disciple Qiuihan and the three of them. Chen Xian, you guys are going to search for that drop of golden blood? Zhang Tianfang asked. That's right. Qin nodded. Zhang Tianfang wanted to say that he could step in to help, but he was afraid that Qin would mistakenly think that he was going to take the opportunity, so he chose not to say anything. That golden blood droplet, at a glance, was a great chance, but he had no intention of fighting for it. After taking the golden blood drops, are you going to use them yourself? Qiuihan coldly added. Chen Xian on the side was filled with black lines and said in amusement, the golden blood droplets must be transcendent divine objects. After brother took them away and didn't use them himself, could it be that he would give them to a dog? Chen Xian had wanted to make a joke, but unexpectedly, just after the words were said, Qin actually nodded and said in a serious manner, Little Schwanzi, you guessed right. The golden blood drops are really for dogs. Chen Xian? Zhang Tianfang? The three of them looked at the godly big dog not far away, and then at Qin who had made up his mind, their brains buzzing. No, you're not kidding, are you? Chapter 54, Immortal Golden Body. The windless, bloodless lake. A large dog stood on its legs, its two paws clutching the stone monument, staring at the deep, abyssal lake and gulping. Behind him, Qin put away his smile and transmitted his voice to urge. Don't rush down first. Send Qiuihan out of the giant god's chest before jumping. Of the 4 people and 1 dog present, Qin, Chen Xian, and Zhang Tianfang had all inhaled blood mist and possessed a fogman's aura, which would not cause an attack from the fogman in the lake. However, Big Dog and Qiuihan did not have the mistman's aura and had to rely on the stone monument to shelter them from harm. Now that the big dog was going to jump into the lake with the stone tablet, Qiuihan naturally had to go ahead and take refuge. It was clear to everyone at this moment that Misty Man would not leave the blood lake. You didn't say so earlier? The big dog was so depressed that he had made half a day's mental preparations and was just about to jump when he was interrupted by Qin again. A man and a dog brought the stone tablet and escorted Qiuihan back to the staircase, heading to the ground before returning with peace of mind. As for Chen Xian and Zhang Tianfang, they remained near the blood lake in case there was a mutation, and Qin was isolated with no helpers. Standing back up on the lake shore, the big dog was hesitant again and slowly began to do his mental build-up. Behind him, Qin waited impatiently, reached out and directly pushed the big dog into the lake. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand with Chen Xian and jumped down himself. Poof! The water splashed and the shouted curses of the big dog reached his ears. Fried. I may not be human, but you guys are real dogs. After entering the blood lake, the boundless blood water wrapped the big dog inside, gradually eroding his flesh and devouring his chi and blood. At first, the sensation was like ants crawling on your body and slightly itchy, but after more than a minute, the itching slowly turned into pain, a sharp pain that pumped the marrow. The big dog bared his teeth in pain, wanting to let out a yell, but fearing that the blood and water would be imported. triggering a greater risk. He could only hold it in, stifling the dog's face reddening. In such a painful situation, he still had to insist on running the chi and blood control technique, forcing his mind to be quiet and meticulously maneuvering the chi and blood in his body, just in case he wasn't careful enough to be drawn and swallowed by the blood water. This feeling is equivalent to a human doing surgery without anesthesia and solving math problems while doing it. If it wasn't for the fact that the big dog's soul strength was extremely high and had the experience of his previous life as a base, he would have been unable to withstand it. Buzz off. In the big dog's arms, the piece of broken stone tablet constantly buzzed, causing the surrounding blood water to become more and more agitated. And not only did it not protect the big dog, but instead aggravated the pressure on the big dog. The big dog was really exhausted this time, glancing at Chin-Yi, who swam in front of him to lead the way, but saw that the other party had a calm face and could not see any pain. Damn, you really are a demon. This cannot change its face, afraid that it is not already adapted to the corrosion of the blood lake. After one person and one dog swam for more than 10 minutes, Chin-Yi detected the location of the supreme pure divine blood by virtue of the connection between the remnants of the giant god soul and his brain domain. He turned his head, and more than 10 meters below him, there was a drop of pure golden blood suspended, which was particularly conspicuous in the scarlet lake of blood. Looking closely, the surface of the golden blood droplet was surrounded by a tiny chain, dense with a thick aura of the great Tao, sacred and pure, calling people to look at a glance. They could not move their eyes, and their minds were filled with the thought of swallowing the most pure God's blood. The big dog is looking at it with a harumph. Even Chin-Yi, who had level 2 my heart is like iron and level 1 mindfulness and eyesight, was a little too tempted to move. He seized the big dog's dog flesh with force, and the sudden flesh pain superimposed on the constant pain of the eroding lake of blood instantly jolted the big dog out of his ecstasy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you grabbing me? Don't you just send a message to remind me? Your meat feels good. I can't help it. Chin-Yi realized that chatting with the big dog in voice transmission could effectively resist the resistance of the supreme pure divine blood. You, forget it, the dog master I do not and you general calculation. First step, wait for my good news. After flirting for a couple of sentences, the big dog's mind relaxed quite a bit, and he spat out a few bubbles, and with a burst of energy, he hugged the stone tablet and swam towards the supreme pure divine blood in a dog crawling style. Wow! The closer the big dog got to the most pure God's blood, the more amazing the luster burst out from the stone tablet. And later on, when it was about to touch the God's blood, the stone tablet had already begun to tremble violently, driving the entire blood lake to boil. Chin-Yi followed the big dog and swam towards the supreme pure divine blood together, ready to strike at any time to bring the big dog ashore. However, he gradually discovered that the closer he got to the divine blood, the more violent the properties of the blood water became, and the pressure on his physical body suddenly skyrocketed, changing several times for every meter he advanced. Chin-Yi violently swam a large step forward, and his flesh that possessed level 3 steel bones was actually fragile like glass, gradually shattering and crumbling out blood. And this bloodstream, just like encountering a pump, madly rushed outward and was swallowed by the blood water. He was shocked and hastily took a few steps back. The pressure was immediately reduced, and the level 3 flesh recovery power took effect, healing the cracked wounds. Looking up, the big dog holding the monolith actually advanced unharmed, slow as a tortoise, but always without incident. Before swallowing the divine blood, the stone tablet could protect a person unharmed. Chin-Yi calmed down for a while, then continued to swim forward. This time he learned his lesson and slowed down, gradually adapting to the increased pressure, utilizing the most pure divine blood to hammer his flesh and activate adaptive evolution. Time passes by. With a distance of more than 100 meters, Big Dog and Chin-Yi had swum for almost 2 hours, and were finally about to touch the supreme pure divine blood. During these 2 hours, Chin-Yi's flesh continued to crack and heal, gradually, completely adapting to the extreme erosion and oppression brought about by the supreme pure divine blood, metamorphosing into a completely new flesh. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the Tao pressure of the immortal spirituality of the Exalted One, evolving the passive skill, Steel Bones LV4. Ding! Your cells have recovered from their brokenness many times and have successfully evolved the passive skill, Flesh Resilience LV4. These two skills, which have the most to do with combat, can be considered level 4. Level 3 Steel Bones plus Flesh Resilience could make his body resistant to a Grandmaster. And now at level 4, I'm afraid it's comparable to a Grandmaster. But this proximity to the supreme pure divine blood brought much more than that. There were also unexpected benefits. Ding! Your cells have absorbed a trace of immortal spirituality in the midst of destruction and rebirth. Immortal spirituality fused with Steel Bone LV4 fused with Flesh Resilience LV4. You evolved the natural aptitude Immortal Golden Body LV1. The system announcement ended. and the erosion and oppression brought about by the most pure god's blood could no longer be felt by Qin, who found that golden lines were faintly surfacing on his body surface, permeating an immortal aura of vitality. And the other side, the big dog levitated in front of the supreme pure divine blood, and the dog's mouth opened, eating the supreme pure divine blood in one bite. Immediately afterward, he anxiously transmitted his voice to Qin. I'm expected to pass out soon, so hurry up and get me to the absolute divine soldier. That's right. The risky scenario that Qin had proposed was to have the big dog deliberately swallow the supreme pure divine blood to send it to its death, and then help the big dog send it to the absolute divine soldier, betting that the absolute divine soldier wouldn't just sit back and watch, and would step in to save the big dog, and help him regulate the supreme pure divine blood in his body. The plan was a gamble, but once the gamble worked, the payoff for the big dogs was too big to measure. Chapter 55, Divine Soldier Out. Big Dog Metamorphosis. Snap snap snap. The next second the big dog swallowed the most pure god's blood. Qin did not hesitate for a second. His body's tendons and bones roared, and a layer of brilliant golden aura surfaced on the surface of his skin. He broke through the sticky blood water with a miso, grabbed the big dog, and rushed towards the lake with it in his arms. The strength of the immortal golden body was beyond Qin's expectation. No matter whether it was the erosion of the blood water or the obstruction of the lake water, there was no way to slow down the immortal golden body's forward speed. He was like a fish, penetrating through the water and arriving at his destination. A skill that carries the word immortality can't be bad by any stretch of the imagination. Wow! The distance that originally took more than 2 hours to swim, Qin only took more than 10 minutes to finish this time, and he violently rushed out of the lake and stomped downward with all his might. The rich qi and blood power whistled out, propping up Qin's feet so that he didn't fall back into the lake. Instead, he used his strength to sprint and fly towards the mouth of the blood vessel in the distance. He tapped the surface of the blood lake with his toes, treading the water like the rumored Lingbo Weibo, agile and light. This unimaginable scene fell into Zhang Tianfang's eyes, shocking him so much that his eyes widened and his breath stopped. The release of qi and blood was something that could only be done at the martial master realm, and it was just a matter of Qin doing it at the 9th stage of the martial artist realm. But this kid was actually able to utilize his qi and blood in such a refined manner, with the help of a small amount of outwardly released qi and blood, patting himself, which seemed simple, but it was something that was very difficult for even a Zhongshu-level martial artist to do, polishing the control of qi and blood to the subtle level. Even today's Zhang Tianfang could not do it yet, and he was able to step into the air, mainly with the help of the power of divine thoughts. Just how much more shock and surprise could Qin bring to himself? Zhang Tianfang was silent. After practicing martial arts for so many years, he thought that he had seen countless heavenly prides, but never thought that he was inferior to them. However, this time, the gap between him and Qin was already visible to the naked eye, a world of difference. For the first time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he was not a martial artist on the same level as Qin. Da, da, da. The crunch of a dragonfly still echoed. Zhang Tianfang could never have imagined that Qin, who had evolved the solidify the origin skill, had a qi and blood control that was far beyond what enter the subtle could touch. Holding the big dog, which had already fainted, his pace continued to accelerate, like a phantom, darting above the water, and in less than a minute's work, he arrived at the familiar mouth of the vein and stepped into it. At the same time, the big dog in Qin's hand was blood red in color. Its fur was scorched black, and its blood seemed to have been set on fire as its body surface temperature skyrocketed. If it wasn't for the stone tablet buzzing continuously, utilizing the Tao intent to contain the supreme pure divine blood, the big dog would have already turned into mature dog meat. According to reason, after taking the most pure god's blood, the stone tablet won't bother with the god's blood anymore. The fact that it's still firing today should be because the big dog is facing a life-threatening situation, and the residual Tao intent on the stone tablet is actively rescuing the big dog. In that case, it seems that the probability is that the divine soldier will also make a move. Qin's mind was set, and without wasting any time, he ran furiously all the way, not daring to stop for a moment. However, after the big dog took the most pure god's blood, it was not only the big dog itself that suffered. Qin, who was holding onto the big dog, also felt a strange change. There was an inexplicable gravity pressing down on him, which was insanely enhanced, and was about to break through 150 times the gravity pressure. 100 times gravity was the limit of what a 9-dan martial artist could withstand, and 150 times gravity beyond that was already in the category of a martial artist. Luckily, this kind of pressure was not worth mentioning to the immortal golden body, and it didn't even produce much sensation as Qin continued to walk as if he were flying. From the memories left behind by the remnant soul of the giant god, Qin also knows a hidden secret. That is, The giant god's ethnic group is called the divine race, which is extremely extraordinary, born with a divine soul, with white wings on its back, and possessing a third eye at the forehead, which can pry into the mysteries of life and death. The giant god, as an exalted one, had ruled over the gravity avenue and explored the laws of gravity, which was why the most pure divine blood was able to put a terrifying gravity pressure on outsiders. Qin Yi even suspected that the gravity crystals in the Xian Tian mysterious realm were also related to the departed giant god. Buzz. A few seconds later, the gravity imposed on Qin Yi had reached 200 times, and it was as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back if he stepped on normal ground. I'm afraid that every step would create a large pit and cause an earthquake. But inside the giant god, such gravity could not make any waves. Finally, before the gravity broke through 300 times, Qin Yi saw the part of the giant spear that had pierced into the deity's flesh. And without even thinking about it, the first thing he did was to place the big dog on the side of the giant spear. The dog hair on the big dog had all burned away, and the air was filled with a thick charred odor. Qin Yi touched the neck of the big dog. His face was grave, his right hand was hot, and he didn't feel a pulse. Knowing that Qin Yi had evolved a level 1 high temperature resistance, he would barely feel temperatures within 300 degrees. But at the moment, the big dog's flesh was making him feel hot. How hot does it have to be? It won't be ripe for dog meat already. Qin Yi was a bit flustered. He had thought that nothing would happen to the big dog for at least an hour with the help of the stone tablet. However, taking the most pure god's blood, one has to carry through a series of extreme states before one begins to face the divine assimilation pollution. After all, the giant god wouldn't want to be resurrected in the body of a loser. So the most pure god's blood had to be somewhat selective, sifting out those whose flesh wasn't quite up to snuff. The big dog's flesh had already incinerated at this point, and all of its organs had been crushed by the high pressure. So it was not too much to say that it was a dead dog. However, Qin Yi was still able to find some life through his weak spiritual energy as he carefully probed. The big dog had a hard life and didn't die completely. Now, one could only pray that the divine spear would take the initiative to save the dying big dog. Qin Yi squatted beside the big dog, his heart so tense that he didn't dare to breathe. In the time the big dog had followed him, he had come to think of the other man as a friend. With his character, he naturally did not want his friend to pass away. It's got to work. Damn. Big dog, how are you going to get to your master if you die here? It's a shame to call yourself master dog and end up turning into mature dog meat and dying. So hang in there. Qin Yi clenched his fists and secretly growled lowly. Swish. Seemingly hearing Qin Yi's words, the big dog's body trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, the giant spear in front of him erupted with 10,000 lights, and an overpowering murderous aura surged into the big dog, suppressing the power of the supreme pure divine blood in the blink of an eye. Success. Success. The mark and power of the big dog's owner remained on top of the divine soldier, and this power eventually stepped in to help the big dog digest the supreme pure divine blood. Although the divine soldier and the stone tablet were unconscious, they were instinctively close to the big dog and would not sit back and watch the big dog die and see it die. The side effects of the supreme pure divine blood were being forcefully suppressed by the divine soldier, and the power of the big dog's master was pressing the immortal spirituality in the golden blood droplets little by little, integrating it into the big dog. The dog hair on the big dog's entire body began to grow and recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the newborn dog hair was translucent with a faint luster, full of vitality, and quite unimpressive. Wisps of blood drifted out from the 7 orifices of the big dog, intertwined and converged, gradually enveloping the big dog and knotting into a red blood chrysalis. The metamorphosis of the big dog begins. Chapter 56, Leaving the Divine Corpse. The blood chrysalis formed by the big dog was about a meter in size, and the surface temperature was as hot as 200 degrees. However, this temperature was nothing to Qin Yi, not even reaching the threshold of level 1 high temperature resistance. The blood chrysalis had condensed, and in addition to the big dog, the stone tablet that the big dog had been holding stayed in the blood chrysalis along with it. All the commotion died down. The divine soldier also dimmed, its luster dissipating and no longer fluctuating, as if it had turned into an ordinary iron plate. Is this exhausting the power to save the big dogs? Qin Yi stroked his chin and tried to touch the divine soldier, realizing that it was easy to do so. Originally, if he got too close to the divine soldier, his life would be in danger, but now it was fine if he touched it directly. Being able to pass by the divine soldier was still thanks to the shelter of the big dog's breath. However, even though the divine soldier had lost the vast majority of its power, a tingling sensation still came from his right hand that was in contact with the divine soldier's body, and when he retracted it to take a look, there was an additional flat wound on the skin of his index finger that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. To be able to break through my immortal golden body by relying on the material alone, I'm really still far from being able to do so. During the few hours when Qin Yi had just tempered his immortal golden body, He rather had the illusion that I'm already invincible. Now that illusion has been dispelled. At least before claiming honor, the word invincible had nothing to do with Qin. I'm just a knife-dan martial artist, not even a martial artist, so quit being arrogant and crippled. After being bragged about for a long time, people will unconsciously drift away, which is not desirable. He held the blood chrysalis formed by the big dog against his shoulder, then strided out of the blood vessel, ready to leave the giant god's physical body with Zhang Tianfang and Xiaoyihan. Since coming all the way down from the ladder, they had already spent 2 or 3 days within the giant god's flesh, and this short period of 2 or 3 days had made Qin feel like years had passed. There's too much going on. Returning back to the blood lake, after losing the supreme pure divine blood, the color of the blood lake even slowly faded. The scarlet color faded, gradually turning into a clear, ordinary lake. Countless mist people that depended on the existence of the blood lake broke apart and died in hissing, and at the bottom of the lake, 2 top-ranked mist people that were comparable to the strongest of the mountain and sea realm were similarly struggling, but to no avail. Without a constant supply of power from the origin, it was impossible for the Mistborn to survive. This giant god, who had presumed to be resurrected, was completely killed by Qin and Big Dog, with no further chance of revival. Let's go. It's time for us to get out of here. Qin withdrew his gaze and said to Chen Xian and Zhang Tianfang, I told you that Brother Yi could make it, right? Chen Xian was relieved to see Qin Yi's safe return and revealed a smile. Zhang Tianfang took a few more glances at the blood chrysalis on Qin Yi's shoulder and basically guessed the end of the big dog. Nodding his head, it's time to go. The 3 of them stepped onto the ladder that returned to the ground, and within a few steps, they saw Xiaoyihan, who had stayed in place waiting for them. All solved? Xiaoyihan curiously observed Qin Yi and the blood chrysalis. Qin Yi nodded. It's resolved. The supreme pure divine blood was consumed by the big dog and needs to be slowly digested and metamorphosed. Although Zhang Tianfang and the 3 of them had expected this ending, when Qin Yi actually said it himself, their expressions were still somewhat subtle. Legendary 7th order spiritual object to the pure god's blood, but really fed the dog. Moreover, on Qin Yi's face, no regret or heartache could be seen, indicating that Qin Yi really didn't care too much about the attribution of the most pure divine blood. It doesn't matter if you give it to the dog. Your heart may be more mature than an old man like me. Zhang Tianfang sighed with emotion and suddenly captured a subtle fluctuation. He followed the fluctuations and sensed them, and eventually, his divine thoughts landed on Qin Yi. It seemed that although the supreme pure divine blood had been given to the dog, Qin Yi had also had a great harvest, completing a metamorphosis once again, or a metamorphosis in the flesh. This fluctuation, it's somewhat similar to the supreme pure god immortal, both carrying immortal spirituality. Still a 9th stage martial artist, had Qin Yi already begun to touch the key to the Zun realm? Man to man, it's still a gas. Zhang Tianfang didn't move, not exposing the information that Qin Yi had birthed an immortal spirituality in advance, but only hinted to him, this time when you go back, you'll have to go to the martial realm immediately to exchange for a B-ranked or higher concealment technique to hide your aura and realm. Otherwise, there is a risk of trouble. If you don't have enough contribution points, you can come to me, and then we'll just add a martial world friend. Zhang Tianfang's own concealment technique needed to be used in conjunction with a formation pattern and was not suitable for Qin Yi, so he did not directly send Qin Yi a technique and instead told him to buy it himself. Qin Yi heard the concern and deep meaning in Zhang Tianfang's words. His heart warmed and he nodded vigorously. The journey was uneventful, and the 4 of them walked for more than 2 hours, but they could return to the surface and see the light of day again. Sweeping around, yellow sand filled the sky, the blazing sun hung in the air, a dead silence. The blood mist, however, had receded and was no longer visible. The blood mist desert, after this, will cease to exist. Qin Yi subconsciously stared back at the deep abyss-like staircase, his heart filled with mixed feelings. There were still a lot of good things in the giant god's flesh that he couldn't take away, and in the future, he would definitely make another trip back to this place. The danger level of this forbidden land far exceeds D level. It's not suitable for martial artists entering the Xian Heaven mysterious realm to practice. I'm going to seal this entrance. Zhang Tianfang began to seal large formation patterns on the ground, constantly taking out materials from his storage bag in preparation for the formation. You guys think again? Is there anything else left down there? Wait until the sealing formation is set up. It won't be easy to unlock it. Qin Yi and Xiaoyihan looked at each other and shook their heads. Everything that should have been taken has been taken. Then I'll begin. Zhang Tianfang put his whole heart into setting up the formation. Sealing the entrance to the giant god's flesh body was a big job. He didn't dare to be careless and brought out his full strength. On the side, Xiaoyihan was carefully observing her own teacher's techniques, learning to accumulate experience in arranging high-level formations. Chen Xian, on the other hand, squatted on the ground thoughtfully, surveying the blood chrysalis formed by the big dog, and couldn't help but gently touch it with his index finger. There, in a flash, a wisp of black smoke rose up, and Chen Xian hurriedly retracted his index finger as it burned from the high temperature. It's so hot, how come yet carries it all the way back? And his face doesn't even change? He turned his head to look at Qin Yi, but he saw that the clothing on Qin Yi's shoulder had a large gaping hole burned out by the high temperature, but his skin was as white as jade, and there was a flow of vitality on the surface of his body that was flawless. Is Brother Yi's fleshly body already terrifying to such an extent? Chen Xian's heart was shaken. Originally he was still proud of his top-notch natural talent after the metamorphosis, but now he was not proud at all. He had been practicing martial arts for a shorter time than him, and now he was already strong to a level he couldn't understand. No, it must be cultivated immediately. Chen Xian no longer looked at the blood chrysalis much and sat on the ground, concentrating on his cultivation. The Qin Yi in front of him didn't realize that he still had an incentive effect on little Xuanzi, and at the moment, he was focused on watching his personal panel. After experiencing so many things and evolving so many skills within the giant god's flesh, his various attributes had long since changed drastically. Chapter 57, Return to Yu Hang, Future Planning. A curtain of light flashed out and no one could see it except Qin Yi himself. Name, Qin Yi. Life level, race stellar human, 1%. Power, 65. Body mass, 500. Agility, 50. Spirit, 150. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, soft and boneless. No red face, no jumping heart, aura affinity LV9, immortal golden body LV1, pain tolerance LV5, iron stomach LV4, tough mouth LV3, antitoxicity LV3, my heart is like iron LV2, mindfulness LV1, battle evaluation, not afraid of high temperatures, not afraid of poison, not afraid of no oxygen, severed limbs can be reborn, self-combustion can grow birds, and the flesh is beginning to take on the nature of immortality. You're just short of time to make up for the realm gap, and you'll be able to sweep away all the celestial pride of the blue star human race. From the beginning, when he was in the advanced stages of cancer and couldn't even beat a wild dog, to the present, when his physical body was comparable to that of a grandmaster, it had taken Qin Yi less than 2 months. Looking at the long list of various types of passive skills in the skill bar, a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment arose in his heart. It's one step closer to being completely invincible with a passive hanging all over your body. Although Qin Yi's physical body nowadays could be comparable to that of a grandmaster, his strength and agility were all stuck at the level of a martial master, and his physique was 2 large realms away, which was extremely unbalanced. The total amount of qi and blood also stopped at 90 cards. As this develops, some problems may arise. When we return to Yu Hang, we must seize the time to cultivate, at least until we reach a high-ranked martial master before we leave the gate. He silently planned out his future cultivation plans and resolved to go into seclusion for a period of time. After sucking in a large amount of blood mist, there were countless amounts of pure blood qi remaining in Qin Yi's body, which could be transformed into his own qi and blood to enhance his strength with just a little bit of quenching. Coupled with the fact that Qin Yi's physical body had reached Grandmaster strength ahead of schedule, and with the level 9 aura affinity, his cultivation speed was definitely 1,000 miles a day, and he would be able to break through the martial master barrier right away. As for mental power, it was difficult for other martial artists to cultivate their spiritual power before achieving the rank of sovereign, while Qin Yi had opened up his sea of sense in advance, so he could try to cultivate it a bit. In addition, the remnant soul of the giant god was still suppressed deep within his sea of consciousness, and through the exploitation of the soul power of the remnant soul of the giant god, Qin Yi's spiritual power was already steadily growing. By the time the remnants of the giant god's soul were completely digested, it was estimated that the total amount of spiritual power would be able to break through 10,000 points. With 1,000 points of spiritual power, one could fill the sea of consciousness into a large pond, possessing the ability to condense the spirit and transform it into consciousness. That is, releasing divine consciousness. Divine sense, also known as divine mind, was a symbol of a martial artist crossing over into the Grand Master, a wisp of divine idea. At least 100 spiritual power needs to be closely woven to form. The intensity is 100 times more terrifying than spiritual power. In addition to being able to outwardly probe the surrounding environment, it is said that the operation of using the idea to imperialize the sword, stepping in the air, etc., are all related to the divine idea. What a lot to look forward to. However, apart from the attributes and skills, what was more concerning to Qin Yi was that line of the so-called life level race. If he remembered correctly, not long ago he was still a planetary level human, 55%, and after evolving the immortal gold, he directly morphed into a stellar level human. This is supposed to represent the evolution of the life level. The planetary-level human race, presumably the human race that can only survive on the blue star. And becoming stellar means I have the ability to leave the planet and survive on my own in outer space. If the current Shinee were to leave the blue planet and travel to outer space where the environmental conditions were extreme, as long as he didn't force himself to die, he could still barely survive. It looks like no matter how much I evolve, I'll always be human and won't turn into some other weird race. Shinee's biggest worry was that he would wake up with a start and suddenly look so different that he wouldn't recognize himself. The personal panels are almost done reading. Shinee erased the light screen with his consciousness and came back to his senses. And just as he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Xian, who was practicing hard. Not bad. Young people are very motivated. Shinee had actually been worried that he was becoming too strong too fast, slowly having an unbridgeable generation gap with Chen Xian and eventually drifting apart. But now that Chen Xian had also gained supreme talent, he shouldn't be left too far behind. Turning his eyes to look into the distance, the entrance to the god's corpse directly in front of him had been filled with yellow sand. An invisible array was set up, wiping out all traces and completely covering up the traces of the entrance to the god's corpse, so that even Shinee couldn't tell that there had once been an entrance to the steps all the way down here. Formations were really convenient, with a wide variety of effects that could be adapted to the vast majority of a martial artist's needs. Try learning a little sometime. The array is finished, with this fifth-order wind and sand wandering array in place. Martial artists below the Seal Marquee realm won't be able to detect the existence of the entrance. Zhang Tianfang gathered the unused materials on the ground, and then he clapped his hands and slowly stood up, his expression faintly carrying a hint of smugness. Formations were his specialty, after all. Behind him, Xiuyihan finished admiring her master's handiwork and similarly stood up, asking towards Qin. Where are you and Chen Xian going to go next? Directly back to Yuhang? Yes. After entering the mysterious realm for so long, it's time to go back to tidy up and rest. Qin nodded and asked rhetorically, what about you guys? Listening to your tone, you master and disciple don't intend to go back right away? That's right. Zhang Tianfan was the first to reply. I was entrusted by the Yuhang ruling hall, and in addition to investigating the blood mist, I also need to quell the beast tide and return the Xian Tian mysterious realm to normal, so I can't go back for the time being. A tidal wave of animals? The large beast tide that had strangely appeared in the Xian Tian mysterious realm seemed to be related to the blood mist. Because the ferocious beasts' habitats were eroded by the blood mist, they migrated in groups, which led to frequent large-scale beast tides. Qin weighed his words and informed Zhang Tianfang of his guess. The other nodded slightly, showing a dazed look. The insight of the youth in front of him was really meticulous, and through the blood mist, he surmised the cause of the beast tide, saving him a large amount of time. Another favor owed. Your guess is most likely correct. If it weren't for the blood mist, the ferocious beasts of the Xian Tian mysterious realm wouldn't have stirred. Zhang Tianfang appreciates Qin more and more, and once again urges, you must add my martial realm when you go out. Just search my name directly. Remember, don't forget me. Speaking of the matter of adding friends, Xiuyihan on the side also looked very concerned, a pair of beautiful eyes frequently looking at Qin, but not speaking. Qin scratched his head and agreed to the matter, promising that he would definitely add the duo's close friends. He had also discovered Xiuyihan's constant peeking at himself, but Qin was bent on practicing martial arts, and would never be emotionally involved until he was invincible. Women. It would only hinder the speed of his evolution. Slow down. That doesn't seem right either. If I found a girlfriend and then worked day and night, would I evolve some weird skill like Golden Gun LV1 or something like that? Ahem. Qin was a bit misguided all of a sudden. Oh yeah, your dog doesn't know when it will break out of its chrysalis, and carrying such a blood chrysalis on its back might attract unnecessary trouble when it returns to Yuhang. Zhang Tianfang opened his right hand and threw Qin a white talisman. This is a third-ranked spirit beast talisman. It can be used as a residence for spirit beasts, allowing them to live in it temporarily. You can save a lot of work by putting the blood chrysalis into the spirit beast talisman. Qin's face was delighted. He first thanked him, then received the spirit beast talisman, slapped it on the blood chrysalis, and with a thought, the blood chrysalis disappeared into thin air, and was incorporated into the talisman. Everything in the spirit beast talisman was clearly displayed in Qin's mind, and once the big dog broke out of its chrysalis, he would be able to sense it at the first opportunity. Good stuff. After thanking Zhang Tianfang once again, the four of them formed a group 2 by 2, said goodbye to each other, and went their separate ways. Zhang Tianfang's master and disciple continued to delve deeper into the Xian heavenly mysterious realm, while Qin woke up Qin Xian and together they walked towards the exit of the mysterious realm. After staying in the secret realm for more than 10 days, I don't know if anything big has happened in Yuhang. Chapter 58 Fatty Kim. In the middle of the strange and rocky Gobi beach, two figures sped past, raising wind and dust. Fixing their eyes on them, these two figures were clearly two human martial artists with notable realms, one at the 9th stage, and one even at the lower level of martial master. These two were none other than Qin Yi and Chen Xian, who had just left the Blood Mist Desert. At this moment, both of them didn't converge their powerful aura, allowing it to drift out and shock the foreign beasts lurking around. Fierce beasts below the top of the second order. Once they smelled their scent, they would inevitably retreat, and would not get killed by a frontal hard-on. As for the overlord-level ferocious beasts that were higher than the second rank, they generally lived in their own territory at a snail's pace and rarely went out, so as long as their luck wasn't too bad, it was very difficult for a normal martial artist to encounter them. In the Xian heavenly mysterious realm, not counting the foreign races that might appear, the strongest would be the 3rd stage hegemony level ferocious beasts. All in all, the duo didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Originally, they would have been able to find the nearest spatial exit by running at full speed for a day and a night, but Chen Xian always stopped halfway, picking first order and even unimpressive spirit fruits, hacking a few low-level alien beasts, collecting corpses, and having to fill up that E-class storage bag of his before he could feel comfortable. According to his words, this one unimpressive spirit fruit could be sold for thousands, comparable to an ordinary person's salary for a month. Qin Yi also understood after hearing this. Chen Xian was afraid of being poor. It was not easy to have the strength of a martial artist, but his mentality was still stuck in the bottom of the poor period. This is good. People get rich all of a sudden. The mentality and character may have problems. Take your time. Qin Yi tightened the B-grade storage pouch pinned to his waist and pressed on with the idea of telling Chen Xian just how rich he was. This B-class storage bag was full of bug corpses. At worst second-order bugs, and he couldn't even look at first order. Converted into contributions or money, it was definitely a sky-high price. A sky-high price that was enough to allow him to act recklessly and spend up to the level of a patriarch. Well, the kind that incidentally also underwrites Chen Xian. Brother, yet we're here. After traveling through the secret realm for almost 2 days, they could finally arrive at their destination. Looking at the black crack suspended in midair in front of him, Qin Yi subconsciously sighed in relief and took the lead. Buzz. The scenes around him swayed like flowing water, gradually blurring, and finally his eyes went black and he felt a force of gravity pressing down on him. In less than a second, the gravity dissipated. Qin Yi's vision slowly recovered and he regained his sight, and as soon as he opened his eyes, what met his eyes was the crowded secret realm square, where thousands of martial artists were lining up to enter the secret realm. Is this back, and no one came to check on me? Qin Yi shook his head and waited a little while, but no staff member came to examine himself. Aren't you afraid I'll be taken over by a foreigner or parasitized by some plant beast? He frowned and raised his eyes to look at the terrifying blood sword hanging high in front of the spatial rift. I'm afraid that the security check for the return of human martial artists has already been completed by the blood sword in silence. He looked around and, to his surprise, saw 3 staff members cleaning up a mangled body in a clearing a few hundred meters away. On that corpse, it was clearly emanating a harsh sword aura. Needless to think, this corpse must have been in some kind of mess in its lifetime, and upon its return, it was detected by the hanging blood sword and killed with a single sword. Kinda secure, I must say. Swish. Right at this moment, Chen Xian also returned to the secret square through the spatial rift. He looked at the crowded square with an inexplicably somewhat saddened expression. Clutching a few tokens in his hands, he sighed deeply. These tokens? They should be the relics of those teammates of his. Qin Yi patted his shoulder without saying anything more. Can bring Chen Xian, this quasi-martial artist, into the secret realm? Must also be extremely good friends. Now fell. Can only say that the world is unpredictable. Chen Xian quickly adjusted his emotions, stepping out of his sadness, determination surfacing in his eyes as he collected his token and followed Qin Yi back to the main hall of the Mystic Realm Bureau. Brother E, I'll go register my information first, and settle your mission on the way. Chen Xian and his squad had posted a distress mission earlier, which had led to Qin Yi's rescue. Now, although only Chen Xian had been rescued, the rewards that should be settled still had to be settled. Alright, go ahead. Qin Yi nodded and walked to a window himself, registering the information about his safe return. Afterward, he touched his storage bag, ready to dispose of the goodies in it first. Speaking of selling alien beast corpses, Qin Yi only knows 2 channels. One is to sell on the martial world, similar to the previous life in Taba and in Shi Open Store. The advantage is that the price can be set by yourself. Only need to pay a little share to the platform. The disadvantage is that you have to wait for the buyer slowly, and there is a risk of rotting in your hands. The other channel is to sell it locally at the secret bureau. The advantage is that you can get out immediately and get contribution and money. The disadvantage is that the price is lower than the market price. Thinking about it, Qin Yi decided to take out a portion of the second-order insect corpses and sell them on the spot. while the remaining portion of the fine products would be placed on the martial realm to be sold slowly. He took off his storage bag and was about to ask the front desk lady where to sell the bug corpses, but he suddenly heard the yelling outside the hall and then closed his mouth. Collecting ferocious beast corpses in large quantities, as long as they are above the second order, not the first order, at a fair price. Collect as many as you can. On those roads outside the secret bureau, there were often martial artists setting up stalls to sell all kinds of spiritual objects, so the appearance of acquirers was not unusual. As many as you can collect? Interesting. Sheeny became interested and walked out of the hall, and the first thing he saw was a fat man surrounded by the crowd. This fat man had an 8-pointed beard, his features were narrow, and his eyes looked like thin slits, squinting so that he couldn't see his eyes. He was dressed in a suit, bloated and slightly comical, and kept yelling about his acquisition business. The first time Sheeny saw this fatty, one word popped into his head: fat but not greasy. This fat guy looks like an honest man, but I guess he's shrewd. Seeing his funny appearance, his cultivation actually had the level of a middle-ranked martial master. That's right. If you don't have enough cultivation, how dare you come out to do business in person? Sheeny took a big step towards the fat man, squeezing through the crowd of people and getting in front of him. Most of these onlookers were just watching the show to join in the fun. They were of average strength and couldn't possibly sell a second-order ferocious beast corpse. You say the price is fair. How much is it? Come up with a clear figure. Sheeny opened the door. The fat man caught traces of measuring Sheeny. Seeing that the other party was only at the 9th stage martial artist realm, his heart was amused, but his face still seriously replied, depending on the completeness and freshness of the corpse, we have professional appraisers. If the quality is high enough, a second order, low-grade lord, I can bid 3 million, plus 3,000 points of contribution. Or you can choose not to have contributions or money in barter for equivalent spiritual items. Fatty didn't think that a 9-dan martial artist could have many second-order ferocious beasts in his hands, and at best, he would just rely on luck to pick up a head. However, out of professionalism, he would not offend anyone, even if it was a quasi-martial artist who came to ask for a price. As usual, he treated him with courtesy. $3 million plus 3,000 contribution points was indeed not a pitiful price. It was a fair price. Sheeny had flipped through the martial realm and knew that a first-order spirit fruit was only a small few hundred contribution points. I have second-ranked ferocious beast corpses here in large quantities. How many do you say you want? Can you really eat them all? Sheeny continued to ask. Upon hearing this, the fat man was a bit shocked. A mere 9th dan martial artist was actually worried that he didn't have the strength to eat the entire load? Is it hard to believe that you, a 9th stage martial artist, have a family background and have come here specifically to sell second-stage ferocious beasts for your family? It can't be, right? The families have specialized channels. Where would they share their profits with outsiders? He cautiously arched his hand and asked, I wonder which family's background you are from. Little brother? Sheeny shook his head and replied honestly, I don't have any background. A loose cannon. But I happen to have a lot of second-ranked ferocious beasts in my hands, so if you can really take all of them, then I'll sell them to you. You're just an ordinary man, and you're talking like that? If you didn't know, you'd think you were a patriarch. The fat man sighed with relief and cheerfully said, Don't worry little brother, I, Jean Fong, have never grown so big that I can't eat the goods. Come on, I'll take as much as you have. If you can't, there's no harm in mortgaging that 5th order spirit fruit at my home at a premium to you. A 5th order fruit? This fat guy is really a big dog. Geeny's heart fluttered and he laughed along with Fatty. That's what you said. Then I'll be polite. Chapter 59, Pretending to be a pig. Definitely pretending to be a pig. Snap. With a thought, Geeny gently tapped the storage bag, and the mouth of the bag opened on its own. The power of space shook, and a huge insect corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. Thanks to the special preservation of the storage bag, this insect corpse was still fresh, 4 or 5 meters long, with transparent insect wings on its back, shaped like a flying mosquito, and just as soon as it appeared, it emitted a lurid smell of blood. The crowds of onlookers around the perimeter fell back a few steps, leaving a large area of flat ground empty. Second-ranked intermediate firefly flycatcher. The body is fresh and extremely intact. Behind Fatty Jean came out a white-haired old man, wearing a lab coat, crouching beside the insect corpse, and with a slight touch, analyzed the specifics of the insect corpse. This caused Fatty Jean to be slightly alarmed, suspecting that Genie had the assistance of a high-ranking person behind him. Otherwise, how could a 9th stage martial artist hunt 2nd stage intermediate bug races? He secretly gave a wink to his subordinate not far away, signaling him to check out Genie's details, but on the surface, he did not move his face and smiled broadly with a joyful face. I'll take this bug corpse. I don't know if little brother still has. Wow. Before Fatty Jean could finish his sentence, The storage bag on Chinese waist shuddered again and threw out an insect corpse. This insect corpse was also a second-order firefly flying insect. Not unlike the first corpse, even the wounds and cause of death were identical. The old man in the lab coat was experienced in detecting the corpses of ferocious beasts for many years, and after looking at these two insect corpses, his heart was already shaking a little. Both of these corpses were killed by a big punch, which struck them in the vitals of the head and killed them with one blow. Whether it's the location or depth of the fist marks, the two corpses are actually exactly the same. I can't tell the difference at all. Young master, you must be careful. There is definitely someone high behind this youth. If not for a strong person, it would be impossible to control the power with such precision and just the right amount. He secretly transmitted his findings to Fatty Jean. Fatty Jean's complexion instantly became a few points heavier, and once again, he wanted to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by a ringing sound. Snap, 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 only to see Chini waist of leather storage bag pouch mouth wide open. Crazy outward release the body, not long to stack like a mountain. Each body is emitting at least second-order atmosphere, and even the top of the second order there are several. All the corpses were all glowflies, and the number definitely exceeded 50. With so many second-ranked ferocious beast corpses piled up together, the scene was spectacular and many martial artists had never seen it before in their lives. This visual impact is even more exaggerated than the mountains of gold and silver. After all, gold wasn't as expensive as a second-order ferocious beast corpse, not to mention ordinary martial artists. Even Fatty Jean, the son of a family that managed financial and spiritual resources, felt his mouth dry after seeing the mountain of corpses. With so many second-order bug corpses, I'm afraid I'd have to stab an entire nest of flying insects to get them. Fortunately, his family was full of money, so buying these 50 or so bug corpses at once was not a big problem. If this is handled well and resold, it's definitely going to make hemp one more bargaining chip in the race for the position of family head. The smile on Fatty Jin's face grew even thicker, the fat on his face squeezing together. He first made a gesture, signaling his own martial artists to stand by to prevent anyone from coming to steal the goods, and then took out a gold card and handed it to Chini. Little brother, there's a total of 200 million plus 200,000 contributions in this card. It's enough to pay for this shipment. But unexpectedly, Chini shook his head and did not accept the gold card. What do you mean? You're worried I'm cheating? Fatty Jean frowned and reminded, if you are not assured, you can go to the secret bureau to check this card first. I, Fatty Jean, have always been honest and will not corrupt the Jean family's reputation for some petty gains. Chini shook his head again, revealing a spring breeze-inducing smile, and said lightly, Mr. Jean, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished releasing the goods on my hands here. Ha! And, Jean Fong steeply had a bit of an unsettling premonition. At this moment, he was very close to Chini, and with a downward observation of his line of sight, he was able to see that the storage bag pinned on Chini's waist was a B-grade storage bag. This kind of spatial fluctuation is definitely B-grade. This kid really has no background? I don't believe it either. A grade B storage bag couldn't be bought without a million or so contribution points. Slow down. You wouldn't have used a second-ranked insect corpse and filled a B-ranked storage bag, would you? Fatty Jean was shaking as he spoke. Fortunately, Chini denied the matter. No, he wasn't lying. Chini really hadn't filled the storage bag with second-order bug corpses, as there were still a few partial carcasses of third-order hegemony-class bugs in the storage bag. That's what he worked so hard to dismantle. That's good. If there really were that many insect corpses, Fatty Jean wouldn't have enough contributions on hand to buy them all, and would inevitably have to give that fifth-order spirit fruit to Chini, because the Fong family from business has always been honesty as a family rule. So many people present heard the promise that Jean Fong uttered. If he violated the contract, he would not be able to inherit the head of the family in his life. Swish! Chini's storage bag was still transporting insect corpses outwards. Apart from the firefly flying insects, there were also ground beetles, eye worms, heavenly cow beetles, 9-star ladybugs. There were a wide variety of species, and all of them were uniformly above the second rank, calling for a dizzying array. In less than a minute, the storage bag had already thrown out more than 100 insect corpses, and it had no intention of stopping. The crowd's eyes changed when they looked at Chini. Your number of insect corpses is no longer something that can be explained away by stabbing a nest of glowworms. It couldn't be that this youth in front of us had overturned a second-order female worm nest, could it? This was something that was difficult for even a patriarch to do. Seeing the mountain of insect corpses gradually evolve into a sea of insect corpses, the old man in the lab coat as an appraiser was a bit busy. He kept touching the insect corpses, and by chance he accidentally touched a fist mark. His face turned pale in an instant, and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. His heart and mind were shaken and terrified to the extreme. He could not suppress his injuries in time and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Fatty Jean. Young master, I've captured, Dao intent, on this insect corpse. That's a kind of fist intent. Crazy. Probably touching the Great Dao level. Avenue level? Wasn't this something that could only be accessed above the mountain and sea realm? And you kids say you have no background. Fatty Jean was a bit flustered. Now he was in a soothing and difficult mood. The cool point was that there were so many bug corpses. Enough for him to make a big profit. And the hard part was that the number of bug corpses appearing on the field was almost over 200. Almost filling up the entire aisle. And he was about to run out of contributions on hand to buy them. His heart was dripping blood at the thought that he might lose out to Qin and the fifth order spirit fruit. No! Why would IBA? Fatty Jean just wanted to slap himself a few times. It was also at that moment that his cell phone vibrated. And the minion he had sent out earlier had returned with the news. Fatty Jean silently turned around, took out his cell phone, and opened it. Then he suddenly froze in place. According to his little brother back to this information. And he made a deal with the young man named Qin. Press simply do not have any background. Really is clean a civilian. Not to mention the background. Qin's life was described as human suffering. Damn. We've run into a tough opponent. I'm afraid this person is a heavenly pride born at the bottom of the hierarchy. And has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and hiding his strength. He killed all those bugs himself. Ninth stage martial artist realm? Dogs don't even believe it. It's just for confusing outsiders. Grr. I'm being punked. Fatty Kim tapped his cell phone in remorse. What's wrong with me? Chapter 60, The Mind of a Family. Although the human martial arts path was basically occupied by the major clans at the top position, it was far from being monopolized, and under the official checks and balances, ordinary people and even those at the bottom could grow all the way to the top through the public martial arts schools as long as they had the talent to do so. It can be said that over the years, just Huaxia is out of the very bottom of the story, and I do not know if these bottom of the rise of the network novels to see too much, each like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, all the way to the top of the face. Fatty Jean had familiarized himself with the many canonical books collected at home, and knew that every era would produce so many one or two demons who had gone all the way against the odds. The remaining slightly less demonic geniuses were even more numerous. The Jean family, which Fatty Jean was a member of, had been in business for generations and had accumulated stronger intelligence channels than the Yuhang ruling office, and it was almost impossible to make a mistake. And according to the intelligence, Qin was still a zero-card waste more than a month ago, not even a quasi-martial artist. But now, at a glance, it was already a ninth-stage martial artist. Realm breakthrough so fast, who would believe it? The stronger the person, the more they focused on their foundation. Even if they could really break through so quickly, they would suppress their realm and tamp down their foundation. He definitely has been hiding his strength for a long time, and only recently has he gradually exposed it, preparing to pretend to make a name for himself and gain official support. Fatty Jean instantly decided that Qin was a supreme heavenly pride who had hidden his strength for a long time, waiting for a worldly dude to come forward to provoke him and give him a slap in the face to make a name for himself. I must not be the one to be punched in the face. Instead, I'll have to befriend him and place an early bet on him. It had to be said that Fatty Jean had a few brains and quickly made up his mind. Paying a fifth-order spirit fruit was heartbreaking, but it wasn't a loss to be able to make friends with a big brother who had a chance to rise in the future. Think of it as a long-term investment. He looked around at the insect corpses that were about to flood the entire area, worrying that it might cause an accident and the emergence of people who steal chickens and dogs, so he hurriedly walked over to Qin and bitterly laughed. Brother Qin, stop for a while, this is too much of a commotion. Why don't you let me acquire some of it first? Take your time putting the rest of it away. I'll buy it all. Qin looked at his pleasing expression and nodded in agreement. He took away 2 gold cards from Fatty Jean, which each contained 300 million deposits plus 200,000 contributions, almost enough to pay for 100 insect corpses. These gold cards are all premium savings cards issued by the official authorities, and can be used to make withdrawals from the Secret Service or the Treasury, which is very convenient. Generally, the transaction is a call, not a direct card delivery, but Fatty Jean especially likes to send cards as a way of transaction, because he thinks it is very pushy, different from others, and more impressive to customers. Collecting the 2 gold cards, Qin for the first time had the feeling of getting rich in a second. So good, but a little empty. Fatty Jean took this opportunity to add Qin's martial world friend, sending the savings card password in the process. Faced with the insect corpses that were piling up into a sea on the grounds, he called for 7 or 8 storage bags to be fetched and inventoried 100 corpses, no more, no less, and stored them. This is slightly surprising to Qin. The other party did not have a hand in receiving the goods, nor did they have a mind to strike at him. It seems that this Jean family really has some family culture. Netflix novels harm people. He always felt that the world's children more dude. Come to think of it, in the context of the invasion of foreign races and the crisis of the human race, the world family should be more strict in disciplining their own children. But instead there should not be too many dilettantes. After 100 bug corpses were bought away, the scene looked like the sea of bugs had shrunk in size. However, Chinese storage bag was still throwing out insect corpses in a steady stream. And at this rate, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for the road to be piled up again. There is no way. Fatty Jean can only go out and continue to take the gold card to buy bug corpses. This time he brought a total of 10 gold cards and 30 silver cards. Originally thought that it would be good to spend half. But I didn't expect such a pervert as Chin E to come out. Fatty Jean really wants to ask, Big brother, are you an expert in killing bugs? How do you catch bugs and kill them? The B-grade storage bag's 1,000 cubic meters of storage space had a total of more than 1,500 insect corpses stored in it. And after removing the 200 or so that had already been released, there were still 300 left. After that, every time 100 heads were thrown out, Fatty Jean would take out his gold card to buy them. And the process was repeated. Watching the onlookers TSK. Half an hour later, Fatty Jean pulled out the last savings card on his body and looked at the storage bag that was still throwing bodies outward. His face ashen. Even if he had prepared himself psychologically, when he really had to face the reality, he still had no talent for heartache. How many more bug corpses do you actually have? Not much more. Just over 300 left. Fatty Kim. There's over 300 left. You call that not much? Not only him, but the onlookers were speechless when they heard this reply. This random second-order bug corpse could be their wages for a whole year of hard work. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Fatty Jin's fat face trembled slightly as he said painfully, didn't you say that the second-order bug corpses on hand didn't fill the storage bag? A total of over 1,500. And you call that unfilled? Sheeny innocently spread his hands. I didn't lie to you. My storage bag really wasn't filled with second-order bug corpses because there are still parts of the third-order bug race's carcasses. With that, he threw out a long black horn full of cracks. A faint dragon's might flowed from this black horn. And the martial artists present felt their scalps tingle as if they were facing a great enemy just by looking at it with their naked eyes. This was the dragon bug horn. From a third-ranked overlord class fierce beast. There's absolutely no mistaking it. You even killed a third-order overlord? Fatty Jean lost his temper as he couldn't help but come over to Chin-E, staring daggers at the black dragon bug horn. Chin-E put away the dragon bug horn and shook his head. No, just got part of the body. Oh, so it is. Fatty Jean was inexplicably relieved. To be able to kill a third-order overlord, that must be an overwhelming existence amongst the Zong masters. The fact that Chin-E hadn't been able to do this meant that he wasn't at that level yet. In this way, he could still invest in a situation where Chin-E wasn't as strong. To summarize, Chin-E's current true strength should be around that of a lower-grade Zongshire. Having comprehended the Tao intent ahead of time and being an enlightened genius with a promising future. Not bad. Not a bad investment while he's still too strong. Fatty Jean nodded silently, but immediately afterward, he choked on Chin-E's next words in shock. At that time, there were 3 overlord bugs that surrounded me, and I didn't kill them after half a day of fighting, giving them a joint run for their money and only leaving behind some of their bodies. Chin-E shrugged with a look of regret. After hearing this, Fatty Jean had let out a cry in his heart, pressing the 3-headed overlord to fight. Brother, you can't be a top-grade sect master already, can you? Then this 5th-order spirit fruit of his was not that valuable of an investment. No, we've already lost all our money. Why don't we just increase our chips and take out spiritual objects that would make even a Grand Master's heart flutter to befriend Chin-E? It's only a gamble. Fatty Jin's heart was hardened and he was ready to make the riskiest investment of his life. He was betting that Chin-E was a person of good character who could remember the good intentions of others, as long as he made the right bet. When the time came for Chin-E to be crowned king and support him to become the head of the family, wouldn't the position of the head of the family be at his fingertips? Having read Chin-E's profile, he had no doubt that Chin-E had the potential to be crowned king. He's going to pike the potential stock. Chapter 61, Breaking Through is like drinking water. No, you're not too big for your little brother, but you're not too big for your mouth. Do you blow up without a brain? You're a 9th stage martial artist, pressing down on a 3-headed overlord and beating him up? Dream on. Among the crowd of onlookers, a man with an unruly face walked out, his eyes carrying disdain as he scanned Chin-E and Fatty Jean. I say, Lao Jean, are you out of your mind? Believing such nonsense? This person's bug corpse is of unknown origin, so be careful of taking over and making a mess that you can't end up with. Ha! This man's tone was quite unkind, and he wasn't polite in the face of Jean Fong from the Jean family, so it was obvious that his origin was not small. Seeing him speak out in mockery, A flash of scorn flashed in the depths of Fatty Jin's eyes, and he didn't return the favor the first time. This person was from the Yuhang Li family. Unlike the Jin family, the Li family was a martial arts family, not business-oriented, and had a stronger overall strength. And it was rumored that the old man who had started the Li family was still alive. There were a total of 2 people in the Li family's new generation who had broken through to fame. One was named Li Wufeng, who had broken through to martial master at the age of 18 and had extraordinary potential. The other person was Li Wuyun in front of him, who had also broken through to martial master at the same age of 18, and had also worshipped under a great master as a prospective disciple, and would be officially initiated soon. That great master had a heavenly background, and Li Wuyun was extremely talented in the runic formation method, which made him enter that great master's eyes. My Jin family's business. Naturally my Jin family is in charge. It's not your turn to interrupt as an outsider, right? Fatty Jin sank his heart into a thought. Without giving Li Wuyun face, he smiled broadly and talked back. Upon hearing this, Li Wuyun's face sank as he coldly grunted. You really don't know what's good for you. I'm helping you deal with the crooks, and you're still on the side of the crooks? I can see for myself if it's a liar or not. I don't need to bother Mr. Li. Fatty Jin arched his hand and saluted, seemingly polite but actually ridiculing Li Wuyun, which infuriated him. This Li Wuyun were all good. Is the brain as sinewy? Do not like to think, especially love to be serious. If this person's insect corpse is related to the Fae, you should be careful of involving the entire Jin family. Li Wuyun narrowed his eyes with intent. Today's human alliance often has alien infiltration sneaking in, and many human martial artists have been tempted to become human traitors. Once someone is found to be involved with the Fae, they are bound to suffer horrific scrutiny. Hearing the word foreigner, Fatty Jin was a bit frightened and glanced at Qin with no confidence. On second thought, Qin was born at the bottom and hid his strength, and this kind of dossier information was likewise very much like what a human traitor would have. Hiss, shouldn't really be a problem, right? Seeing Fatty Jin's sudden silence, Li Wuyun's heart was so happy that he was thinking of catching up with the victory, but he did not realize that the aura around the secret realm violently swirled, and immediately after, the white clouds in the sky circled and rotated, transforming into a vortex. Within a radius of a few miles, spiritual chi gathered crazily and swept up gusts of gale. Li Wuyun looked startled and uncertain as he looked all the way along the aura turbulence, and eventually, his eyes landed on Qin, who hadn't said a word. At this moment, Qin's body was covered in blood veins, with golden lines emerging on his body surface, and his chi and blood were burning hot and exuberant like the blazing sun, making people look at him as if they were looking directly at a star. This kind of vision is a symbol of breaking through to martial master. The melon eaters were astonished beyond measure that Qin, a 9th Dan martial artist, had actually managed to advance to the martial master realm during Li Wuyun and Jin Fang's quarrel. When did martial masters break through so easily? The crowd stared at Qin with unblinking eyes, but they saw him suddenly blast out a fist. A sonic boom exploded, layers of airwaves scattered and surged, and everyone present felt a Taoist intent. A Taoist intent that was insane to the extreme. Martial master enlightenment. Absolute heavenly talent. This young man in front of him had most likely been suppressing his realm, and actually had the ability to break through to martial master long ago. To have mastered a fist Dao meaning with such a realm, this son's future is unlimited, and fighting across realms is by no means empty talk. If it is combined with 1 or 2 spirit items, there is a slight possibility of hard fighting away the 3-headed overlord. In the crowd, a martial artist who was over half 100 years old voiced out a comment. The Jin family's appraiser was even more horrified, as he felt the exact same flavor from the insect corpse's fist prints from the Dao intent that Qin had just unleashed. His epileptic Dao intent is identical to the Dao intent flowing from the insect corpse fist seal. It's from the same person without a doubt. The one who killed those bugs is Qin. The old man in the waistcoat exclaimed with an unusually determined look. Even a pair of masters and disciples who had participated in the same great Dao could not make the exact same Dao intent. It would just look similar at first glance. Dao intent could not be imitated. At least the old man in the lab coat had never heard of anyone being able to imitate someone else's Dao intent. Everyone in the room knew this deep down. In the face of such ironclad evidence, it was almost certain that the insect corpses were all killed by Lin Chongqing. This was because each bug corpse had only 1 fist mark on its body, killing it with 1 blow, and other than that there was no damage. After getting this result, Fatty Jin smiled and settled down, staring at Li Wuyun with a playful face. Didn't you say there was something wrong with the origin of these bug corpses? Now that it's 100% Qin's handiwork, what else can you say? Li Wuyun's face turned blue, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he actually spoke indignantly. He's a 9th stage martial artist. Even if he suppressed his realm, it's absolutely impossible for him to kill so many 2nd stage bugs, or even repel a 3rd stage overlord. He was born clean and had no background, so it could only be that the Fae had given him help, or he was a Fae himself. So, as soon as this statement was made, before the bystanders could refute it, a loud and clear sword sound was heard from the depths of the Mystic Realm Bureau, and a sword she chopped through thousands of spaces, and in the blink of an eye it did not enter Li Wuyun's brow, telling him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, take a few steps backwards, and collapsed on the ground, his whole body shaking like sifting chaff. Those who came out of the Shin Tian mysterious realm were tested by that hanging blood sword to make sure there was no difference before they passed. Li Wuyun's words were questioning the work of the suspended blood sword. It was too treasonous, and the divine sword had a spirit that immediately caused him to be punished. Thanks to Excalibur for being merciful. In the corner shrouded in shadows, a black-robed old man emerged with a helpless expression, grabbing the still shivering Li Wuyun and apologizing while walking out. The children of a family, especially the children of a family that had hopes of inheriting the position of family head in the future, naturally had a high-ranking person sheltering them in secret. Only, this time, Li Wuyun spoke nonsense in public and angered the hanging blood sword. It would be a bit difficult to still want to inherit the family head. The hanging blood sword was terrifying, and the origin behind the blood sword was even more astonishing. That was an existence that the Li family could not possibly provoke, and even the slightest possibility of angering the other party had to be erased. Li Wuyun was taken away by the black-robed old man, and a farce ended. Genie completed his martial master breakthrough. His mood was soothed, and with a little bit of luck, his heart chakra chi and blood stirred, and the pure blood chi that remained in each cell was madly refined, and he even ushered in a second breakthrough after the breakthrough was completed. The aura cloud that had only dispersed originally converged back and remained above Genie's head. Spiritual chi from all directions rushed in and surged into Genie's body, assisting him in his second breakthrough. The audience had thought that the breakthrough was over, but no one had expected that Genie, the demon, had caused another big commotion. They stared and froze in shock. This. You're breaking through again? Chapter 62, Genie's Virtue of Humility. 10 minutes later, the storm clouds receded and everything returned to normal, as Genie completed his second breakthrough, directly breaking through from a 9th-degree martial artist to an intermediate martial master in a single breath. The martial master realm was divided into 3 levels, low, middle, and high, and the middle martial master was already a big name in Yuhang City, and could be treated with courtesy everywhere he went. Genie's thick and thin, using blood mist plus a physical body that has already reached the level of a Grand Master grade to cultivate the martial master realm is equivalent to a high level, allowing college students to write elementary school questions, hand in hand. Nowadays, he already had 500 cards of chi and blood, which happened to be stuck at the bottom line of a middle-ranked martial artist. According to the description on the network, the middle-ranked martial artist already has 2 tons to 3 tons of strength, 100 meters of distance can be crossed in a second, and incidentally also mastered the ability of chi and blood exodus, which allows chi and blood to leave the body for 5 meters, forming an offensive or defensive position. However, Genie's breakthrough into the middle-ranked martial master was not that simple. He felt it a little bit and was able to determine that his strength was definitely more than 3 tons. His speed was rather similar to 100 meters a second. As for skills such as chi and blood exudation, he who possessed Solidify the Origin would have done so long ago. Not only could he exude it, he could even take chi and blood to carve stone sculptures, with a fine and subtle control. You can find a chance to test your specific physical qualities again when the time comes. After breaking through to the middle-ranked martial master, Genie felt that he could still continue to break through, but was slightly forced to do so he called it quits. A martial artist's foundation was important, and he planned to close his eyes for a few days to stabilize it before considering anything else. The second breakthrough ended, and the onlookers waited for a few moments, relieved to see that Genie hadn't moved. They were genuinely afraid that Genie would make 3 breakthroughs. It should be known that at least 80% of the population of China was stuck in the martial artist realm for the rest of their lives and could not cross over. And now Genie not only crossed over in front of them, but also jumped in a row and became a middle-ranked martial artist all of a sudden. If they were to make 3 consecutive breakthroughs, they would probably have to have their Dao hearts shattered on the spot and prepare to reincarnate for a new qualification. Of all the onlookers, only Fatty Jean wasn't too surprised. He had long guessed that Genie had hidden his strength, and thus decided that the 2 consecutive breakthroughs he had just made were illusions, and that Genie had actually long had a realm close to that of a Grandmaster. It was even possible that one had already achieved a Great Master. He took advantage of the commotion of Genie's breakthrough to find a few acquaintances from the onlookers and borrow some money and contributions, and now that he saw that Genie had finished his breakthrough, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face, and credited the money and contributions to his martial realm account. What do you mean by that? You want to renege on your debt and not give me the 5th order spirit fruit? Genie raised an eyebrow. According to the bet, Fatty Jean borrowed someone else's money to buy the bug corpse, which was not counted. Ha ha ha, you are overly concerned. I, Jean Shanglai, am willing to gamble and is known for my honesty. Fatty Jean waved his hand and explained, you give me an address, and the 5th order spirit fruit will be delivered tomorrow. I pledge my life. What's Fatty Kim up to? Not only did he not renege on his debt, but he even sent me more money? Shin-Yi was puzzled. His remaining 300 second-order bug corpses plus parts of the bodies of 4 third-order overlords were still not worth the 5th-order spirit fruits. Can't it be that this fatso is trying to befriend me? It's kinda good at what it does. The road is wide open. Stretching his hand, Shin-Yi nodded and sent an address to Fatty Jean through the martial realm. He didn't use his own address, but wrote the words, Yuhang Dongjiao Supermarket. The 5th-order spirit fruit was too important, so he had to let Elder Wang help watch over it before he could feel comfortable taking it out. The transaction with Fatty Jean ended successfully. Fatty Jean was satisfied and commanded his household servants, carrying a dozen or so storage bags home, with such a large number of second-order insect corpses. If they were handled properly and with the Jean family's specialized channels, not only would they be able to earn back the money that was sent to Qin-Yi, but they would also be able to earn a few million more contribution points. As for that 5th-order spirit fruit, can't mention it. It hurts to mention it. Think of it as an investment in a future bigwig. The Jean family's team left in great numbers, and as soon as they left in the front foot, Shin-Yi noticed in the back foot that there were quite a few people in the crowd who were watching themselves with unsavory eyes. That's right, he was now carrying a huge amount of money, and this contribution was more than enough for a mediocre martial artist to pile up all the way to a high-ranked martial artist through spiritual objects. It would be strange if he didn't attract people's attention. However, Shin-Yi didn't care about these stares in the slightest. The strongest of the martial artists that came and went in the Xin Tian Mysterious Realm Bureau were only at the high level of the Martial Master Realm, and it didn't even matter if Qin-Yi stood and gave him a beating. If he dared to come and loot him, it could only be said that he had come to give away money. As time passed, the crowd of onlookers dispersed and returned to their previous state. Qin-Yi waited for a long time at the entrance of the secret bureau and finally waited for Chen Xian. What's taking so long? He asked. Chen Xian sighed. Inside the people who brought me into the Xin Tian secret realm, there is a brother whose family is not bad. He died in the Xin Tian secret realm. As the only survivor, I must make a detailed statement to give his family an explanation. I see. Qin-Yi realized. This brother from a not-so-distinguished family was presumably the one who had issued the help quest to buy the sensing talisman and locator talisman. The person who fell into the gully with Chen Xian and tried to devour the blood mist to transform but failed would be the brother with the not-so-impressive family. He's pathetic, but the rest of his teammates are even more pathetic. From Chen Xian's words, it was not difficult to hear that when other teammates died, they didn't even need to make a detailed statement and died. There are countless people who die in the Xin Tian secret realm every year, and if you don't have a background, there won't be anyone who cares if you die in there, much less make any waves. In the era of martial arts, people with no background and no strength are so obscure, born in obscurity, and die in obscurity. Chen Xian didn't want to talk much about this, and turned to Qin-Yi. Right, brother Yi? I just felt such a big commotion in the secret bureau. Did something happen? Qin-Yi smiled. Nothing, it's just that I accidentally broke through the realm. And by the way, I also did a small business with the Jean family. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian then noticed that the qi and blood in Yi's body had changed tremendously. His qi and blood were even more majestic, and his breath was dozens of times sharper, as if he was a sharp sword that could come out of his body at any time and decapitate him with a single blow. This kind of qi and blood strength. You are breaking through to the middle-ranked martial artist, in a few hours, you've gone from a 9-dan martial artist to an intermediate master. And you call that carelessness? 90 cards of qi blood instantly rushed to 500 cards, which was too much. More outrageous than me. Brother E, you're fiercely somewhat terrifying. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up with you even if I cultivate 24 hours a day in the future. Chen Xian looked at the ocean inside. The little bit of pride that had originally arisen due to the metamorphosis of his qualifications was completely dispersed. By the way, when you say small deal, you're not being modest too, are you? How much money was actually traded? Ahem. Hearing this kind of inquiry, Qin-Yi would probably have to be a little embarrassed if he didn't have the added power of, his face doesn't redden, his heart doesn't jump. He took out his cell phone, opened the martial world, clicked on deposit, and placed it in front of Chen Xian to light up. Then, the cell phone screen more than dazzling zero, directly to Chen Xian dry confused. Brother, be honest, did you rob a bank while I was gone? Chapter 63 Selection. Poisoning. 10 gold cards, 30 silver cards, plus Fatty Jin's subsequent calls, when Qin-Yi went to the Secret Realm Bureau and finished transferring his account. His Martial Realm account instantly possessed a deposit of 3 billion plus 1.5 million contribution points. One trip down to the secret realm. Chini earned money that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn without eating or drinking and working for 1,000 years. Martial artists, this industry is really profitable. As long as you have the strength and courage. Want to get rich can be too simple. Have you created a Martial World account yet? Walking out from the secret bureau to a neighborhood in the northern suburbs, Chini asked Qin Xian while waiting for the subway. Just created one by the way at the secret bureau. Wait, I'm going to get off in the city first and go to the Martial Arts Federation to register my information. Chen Xian took out his cell phone and added a friend with Chini. Immediately afterward, he received a remittance message that Brother E had credited him with 100,000 contribution points plus a deposit of 100 million. This, Chen Xian looked up at Chini and was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Chini. A family doesn't talk about two families. If you don't feel comfortable accepting this money, then consider it as me borrowing it from you and return it to me in the future. Chini intentionally didn't call Chen Xian too much money because he knew little Xuanzi and knew that once he called too much money, the other party was bound to refuse. Nowadays, the amount of money is not too much, not too little, just right. To Chen Xian as the startup capital is very sufficient. When Chen Xian himself had enough strength in the future, he would be able to explore the secret realm on his own to earn money and no longer needed Qin Yi to transfer money. Knowing Qin Yi's mind, Chen Xian couldn't help but grip his cell phone tightly and said seriously, "Thanks, Brother E, I'll refuel my cultivation." The subway slowly pulled up to the station, and neither brother said much as they entered the subway together and found an empty seat. Chen Xian didn't want to waste time and just sat down and started cultivating, while Qin Yi, who was on the side, took out his cell phone and leisurely strolled around the martial world. When he first downloaded the martial world, he was still a poor boy, facing many commodities that he could only look at and could not afford to buy. His eyes were hot. Now that the family is well funded, it's really time to go on a spending spree. Without saying a word, Chini opened the martial world and went straight to the spirit fruit and spirit plant area. And the spirit fruits below the second order did not even look at a glance, specifically picking the high quality to buy. From the second rank onwards, the value of spirit fruits could no longer be measured in terms of money, and the price tags were all in contribution points. A second order spirit fruit would cost 3,000 contribution points at the cheapest. With my current physique, would a second order spirit fruit really still be effective? Adaptive evolution requires stimulation from the external environment in order to be activated, and for Qin Yi, who has awakened his immortal golden body, it seems that second order spirit fruits can't provide external stimulation. Just to be on the safe side, Qin Yi still bought one. It wasn't expensive anyway. Skimming over the second order spirit fruit entries directly to the third order area, the spirit fruit varieties here instantly became less than half. It seems that the third order spirit fruits belong to rare products in the human world, and are not very common, not to mention the number of varieties. Compared to the second order spirit fruits, the price of the third order spirit fruits had also doubled several times. The cheapest third order spirit fruit, named Earth Heart Fruit, was priced at 180,000 contribution points, which was slightly exaggerated. A complete second order bug corpse could only be sold for 3,000 contribution points, which would require 60 kills to buy a third order spirit fruit. Let's buy one and try it first. Qin Yi's small hand pointed. More than 1,400,000 contribution points under the account instantly turned into more than 1,200,000. I have to say, this money is really not forbidden to spend. After buying the Earth Heart Fruit, he curiously clicked on the fourth order spirit fruit mall and glanced at it slightly. TSK, there were only 6 of the fourth order spirit fruits currently in stock, and the cheapest of them, the Dragon's Blood Pure Young Fruit, cost 1 million contribution points and required helping the seller complete a quest in order to take it. The price knocked Qin Yi back to reality on the spot. In that light, he's not exactly rich. There was no way he was going to spend all 1 million contribution points on spirit fruits. Apart from spirit fruits, Qin Yi also planned to buy a breath masking technique that was at least C-ranked as well as a body technique, which would also require a large amount of contribution. Exiting the spirit fruit zone, Qin Yi clicked on the feats zone and began to select his favorite feats. In the meantime, the subway passed through several stations, and the occupants of the car gradually became more and more, and a woman holding a brand name bag and wearing heavy makeup sat down next to Qin Yi. She first took out a small mirror to fix her makeup, and then glanced at Qin Yi, who was concentrating on swiping his cell phone, slightly curious about what the other party was looking at. Sneaking a glance, the woman almost let out a pft of laughter. In broad daylight, strolling through the martial realm's B-ranked feats area here to provide fodder for nighttime dreams? It's kind of funny. The average price of a B-level technique in the martial arts world is 500,000 contribution points, and you can't afford it even if you're a bottom rat who still has to take the subway to get around. So what's the point? A hint of contempt flashed in the woman's eyes, and without moving, She took a piece of foundation out of her bag and gently patted it onto her face, raising a white dust that blended into the air. Looking around the noisy and dirty environment, the woman was upset and just wanted to get off earlier. If it wasn't for the sake of taking Qin away, she wouldn't have condescended to come to this kind of public transportation used by the underclass. Humph. If I'm not satisfied with what I get from this person, Lu Yi, you must be prepared to bear the pleasure. The heavily made-up woman kept patting her foundation, raising dust, and over time a strange fragrance filled the carriage, making people drowsy, with heavy eyelids and blurred consciousness. That's right, this thickly made-up woman came from the alien god society, and was entrusted by Lu Yi to intercept and capture Qin. Although her own realm was only that of a middle-ranked martial artist, she was skilled in the use of poisons and had practiced a Class A poison technique, able to concoct poisons that were enough to stun a zongshi. The invisible powder that filled the carriage at this time was called drunken heart yen, made from a variety of second-order spiritual flowers ground up, and also used a drop of the third-order honeybug's essence blood, and it was highly likely that a grandmaster would be struck and briefly lose consciousness if he was unprepared. As for those below the sovereign, that is bound to lie down in seconds to fall asleep, at least half a day's sleep to wake up, and after waking up, will lose all the memories of a small period of time. As the drunkenness phase gradually filled the entire carriage, everyone quieted down, and they either fell asleep sitting on the bench with their heads hung low or gripping the armrests in place, without exception. Even Chen Xian, who was in the low-ranked martial master realm, was also hit. He was still in deep meditation and cultivation, when he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and then he sat down in a platter and fell asleep. The subway surveillance system has been disposed of by the people involved in their organization, and none of it will be in effect today. Next, the thickly made-up woman will have plenty of time to slowly deal with Qin. Aha! Why are you still swiping your phone? The thickly made-up woman didn't turn her head and was thinking of lifting Qin away, but she didn't think that Qin was still sitting there in his old age, concentrating on brushing the B-ranked feet small. You don't smell the drunken heart face? Impossible. Even if one did not actively breathe, the drunken heart yen would seep through the tiny pores on a martial artist's body to take effect. Therefore, the only possibility was Qin had taken the initiative to inhale the drunken heart yen, but the toxicity of the drunken heart yen was not enough to poison Qin. This is even more incredible. Qin sat on the side of her, defenseless and in the area of the highest concentration of drunken heart yen. The patriarch is fainting. You don't faint? Chapter 64, The Alien Gods Association is full of good people. The thickly made-up woman didn't believe it, and frantically slapped the foundation, causing dust to rise up in all directions, and the commotion was so loud that some of the dust floated onto Qin. However, despite the movement, the effect was not there. Qin's brows furrowed in disgust as he glanced at the thickly made-up woman. Then he patted the powder that was smeared on his body and continued to bury his head in the shopping mall. Woman in heavy makeup. For the first time, she, Zhuang Muai, had felt humiliated after growing up and practicing the poison Dao for so long. Qin was completely immune to her proud drunken face and didn't even react a little. Still swiping his phone, Zhuang Muki lowered her eyes to see that Qin had already selected the gongfu at this moment, and without hesitating for a second, she directly clicked on purchase and painfully paid the money. He actually had the money to buy a B-ranked technique? Still, I bought 2 books in one sitting. A breath masking technique with over 400,000 contributions and a body technique with 600,000 contributions, adding up to a total of 1 million contributions. This was 1 million contributions. Even if Zhuang Mushi could sell the poison she made in the organization, it would take a small half-year to earn this much, and Qin spent it without batting an eye. Recalling that she had just cursed Qin as a bottom-feeding rat who liked to daydream, Zhuang Muki suddenly felt like a clown. According to the information Lu Yi provided me with, there's absolutely no reason why Qin would be able to earn 1 million contributions in a month's time. Unless, the origin of this money has something to do with his strange encounter. The reason why Zhuang Muki had taken on the commission was down to the fact that he had seen Qin's strange encounter and wanted a piece of the pie. Now, it seemed that the wonders in Qin's body were becoming more and more attractive. Not only could he make a poor boy with no martial arts talent become a martial artist in a week, but he could also make him earn so many contributions. No, I must get my hands on this strange encounter. Zhuang Muki was secretly vicious in her heart, and while Qin hadn't yet noticed the changes around him, she rummaged through her bag and found a bottle of light blue perfume, pretending to spray it on herself as if nothing had happened. Put. A few mists of water were blending into the air, overpowering the scent of the intoxicating face, which smelled fresh and soothing. This is phantom blue water, taken from the core area of a sea-level secret realm, ground from the second order, top-grade phantom blue ore, with a strong hallucinogenic effect. If a grandmaster is trapped, his soul will be blinded for at least 1 minute, during which time, he will not be able to have any reaction or action. However, after Zhuang Muqi sprayed more than 10 times in a row, he did not see any change in Qin Yi, and he was still in the same glowing and energetic manner, full of energy. Phantom blue water cost a lot of money. Using up so much at once and still having no effect, Zhuang Mu felt his heart dripping blood. Is it possible that there is a natural poison-free body in this world? She was made a bit skeptical by Qin Yi. Just then, her cell phone screen vibrated, and she secretly opened it to see that it was a text message from Lu Ye's side, urging her to speed up, in a tone that was so nonchalant that she could see Zhuang Muqi wanting to stomp her feet. Looks like we'll just have to pull out the crusher. With a clench of her teeth, she plucked a teardrop necklace from her chest and clutched it in the palm of her right hand, gently rubbing the droplets. In a flash, this water droplet necklace dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a wisp of invisible mist misted out and floated towards Qin Yi. Mist of eternal dreams, a third-order poison, using the third-order psychedelic butterfly as the main ingredient, supplemented by 68 flavors of second-order top-notch materials in order to make a single drop, costing more than 1 million contribution points, was the bottom card Zhuang Mu used to defend against Zone Masters. This fog of eternal dreams has the probability to poison lower-ranked sect masters to death, and 100% can poison and stun middle-ranked sect masters. I don't believe it. This thing can't even hold you. Zhuang Muqi clenched her hands and silently observed Qin Yi's state with her afterimage. In her line of sight, Qin Yi, who had always been very energetic, appeared for the first time to have a dazed demeanor, his eyes slightly drawn down, seeming to have a sleepy feeling and yawning. It worked. Zhuang Muqi sighed in relief, while being extremely shocked by Qin Yi's performance. It took a third-order poison to make him feel sleepy, and it still couldn't poison him to death. This person was really a pervert. She stared tightly at Qin Yi, her movements becoming bolder and bolder, no longer hiding her face. Qin Yi, on the other hand, was getting more and more drowsy, as if he might fall asleep at any time, but he was never completely asleep. How much longer is this going to take? You wouldn't have resisted all the third-order poisons, would you? Zhuang Muqi was so anxious that she wanted to personally punch Qin Yi in the head and knock him out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. As time passed by, Qin Yi remained in a half-asleep, half-awake state, just not closing his eyes completely. Zhuang Muqi was really a little too tormented to stand it anymore. Her right hand opened and a poisonous needle stretched out from her cuff. She flipped her wrist slightly and shot a needle at Qin Yi's thigh. Dang! Then, a sound of metal colliding rang out, and the poisonous needle actually broke into 2 halves after hitting Qin Yi's skin, falling to the ground. This is a second-order poison needle. How could you, a martial artist, possibly defend yourself without defense? How terrifying must one's flesh be to resist this shot? Zhuang Muqi's eyes widened and she was about to do something more, but Qin Yi seemed to have been awakened by the shot and suddenly widened his eyes as well, slowly turning his head to look at Zhuang Muqi. Knock! At this moment, Zhuang Muqi's heartbeat coldly missed a beat. She saw a pair of nice eyes with slightly longer lashes and deep, playful eyes. Next, Qin Yi smiled faintly and opened his mouth as a gentleman and inquired, "Have you had enough?" Boom! Surging like a giant wave of qi and blood erupted with a roar. The wind howled, and Zhuang Muxia was shaken out tens of meters away in the blink of an eye, ruthlessly smashing against the iron door and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. She collapsed helplessly to the floor, her face in unconcealed panic and weakness. They were both martial masters, but her and Qin Yi's battle prowess was not on the same level at all. Just by exchanging hands like this once, she knew that there was no difference between Qin Yi beating himself to death and stepping on an ant. Escape! Only escape! She wanted to bite through the poison capsule hidden at the bottom of her tongue and use the poisonous mist to escape far away, but Qin Yi simply didn't give her this opportunity. Taking one step, his figure instantly flashed in front of her eyes, and he grabbed her by the neck, lifting her up out of thin air. The sharp sword-like killing qi pierced into Zhuang Muqi's body, severing several of her key meridians, causing her to be powerless to move, unable to even bite through the poison sac. This man, so ruthless, so decisive. She was utterly desperate and gave up struggling. Someone from the Altered God Society? Qin Yi sized up Zhuang Muqi, his smile unabated. Your Altered God Society is quite good at being nice, and has helped me quite a bit. Zhuang Muyi? What do you mean? I'm not here to poison you? What do you mean? I've helped you a lot? Zhuang Muqi was perplexed. She couldn't have imagined even if she thought about it, that Qin Yi had relied on the mist of eternal dreams that she had painstakingly ground out, and managed to obtain an evolution, raising the level 3 resistance to toxicity to level 4. Qin Yi was not a little cutie, had long sensed that something was wrong, but seeing as Zhuang Muqi's strength was average and she could only release poisons, he got the idea of borrowing her hand to evolve. His original level 3 poison resistance was still evolved from adapting to the spirit poison in the spirit fruit, and it was difficult to raise it to level 4. I didn't expect Zhuangmu AI to fulfill Qin Yi. And before her, Lu Yi had even helped Qin Yi to drastically increase the strength of his fleshly body, and also enhanced his first degree aura affinity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who says the altered gods are a bad organization? It seems like a bunch of good guys to me. Chapter 65, Long time no see. Chen Xian. Hurry up and wake up Chen Xian. In a daze, Chen Xian felt that someone was constantly shaking him so much that he didn't get tired of it, and jerked his eyes open. Then, he saw Qin Yi and the miserable-looking sister beside him. What's happening here? Chen Xian was dizzy, always feeling that a memory was missing. Am I not practicing on the subway? How can I fall asleep while practicing? Qin Yi pointed at Zhuangmu Xie and roughly explained, which allowed Chen Xian to understand the series of events that had occurred not long ago. So it is. It's amazing that Yat is being targeted by the Alter Ego Society. He glanced again at Zhuangmu Xie, his heart palpitating. I thought that I should have the ability to preserve my life after becoming stronger, but I didn't expect to be given a blow as soon as I left the secret realm. If Zhuangmu was able to poison him unconsciously, she could naturally kill him with her hands as well. All talent and potential are empty talk until you truly have great strength. Chen Xian's heart was enlightened, and he became more and more eager for cultivation, and was even filled with the idea of grasping the time to cultivate and make a breakthrough quickly. Brother Yat, what are you going to do next? In the current compartment, only 3 of them were awake. The rest of the patrons were still drowsy and wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Manipulated by the pagan society, this subway won't stop until it reaches the city center and is expected to drive for another half hour or so. As you planned, proceed to get off at the city center, but report to the police before going over to the Martial Arts Federation to register, so that the official people can come over and clean up the scene. Qin Yi had already made arrangements for the subsequent handling. As for this Altered God Society's poisoner, I'll personally bring her to the Eastern Suburbs police station and help her turn herself in. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chen Xian was completely obedient to Qin Yi, trusting him more than a blood brother. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at the city center station. Qin Yi took Zhuangmu off the bus, changed buses, and spent more than 40 minutes to return to the eastern suburbs. Looking at the familiar surroundings, although he had only left for more than half a month, Qin Yi always felt like he hadn't been back for a long time. If you wanted to turn me over to the police department, you could have just let me stay downtown to be picked up by the downtown officers. Why did you have to keep taking me to the eastern suburbs? Zhuangmu was puzzled. Qin Yi had bombarded a large amount of qi and blood power into her body, which was also mixed with a strand of killing qi, causing her injuries to be so severe that she was still unable to recover from them. And this time, after following Qin Yi all the way to the eastern suburb, she was already on the verge of not being able to hold on. She suspected that Qin Yi was deliberately torturing her. Qin Yi glanced sideways and said indifferently, "I'll do whatever I want. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Keep poisoning me if you don't." In 2 short sentences, it directly gave Zhuangmu dry silence. In fact, Qin Yi specially brought her to the eastern suburb police station in order to return Officer Xiao Shizhao's favor. When Lu Yi pressed him to beat him up, or Officer Xiao came over to help him out, Qin Yi never forgets the favors others have done for him. And even if it's just an insignificant piece of trivia, he will look for an opportunity to return the favor. He tackled Zhuangmu all the way to the eastern suburb police station, attracting a lot of attention along the way due to the 2 of them being in such an odd position. At the police station, the officer in charge of front desk registration looked up and saw a lean, handsome man grabbing a heavily made-up girl and striding in. "Ha, what's the deal? Catch a chicken and throw it in?" This male police officer has been in the front office for many years and has seen very many funny cases, including one where the John himself caught the chicken and turned himself in because of the price. He stood up and was about to ask for details, yet the man in front of him took the initiative to speak. "This woman is from the Altered Spirit Society, Martial Master Realm, good at using poison. Your police department should have a bounty on her, right?" Qin Yi had learned from Zhuangmu's mouth before he came to the police station that she was wanted by all the major police departments, which was why he said this. Martial artist? The male police officer looked stunned. He looked at Qin Yi's face and it didn't look like he was joking. So he hurriedly asked for instructions from his superiors and used his computer to pull up a wanted notice. A few minutes later, he really found Zhuangmu in the wanted list, with the exact same appearance. Since ancient times, folk have produced great gods. According to the information, Zhuangmu had assassinated a senior clerk of the ruling bureau, and not only succeeded, but also got away in the pursuit of the subsequent patriarchs, and the danger level was extremely high, and just by providing her information, one would be able to obtain a commendation of 10,000 contribution points. If he caught her with his own hands, the reward was doubled to 250,000 contribution points. Just a moment. Director Xiao will be here soon. The male police officer hurriedly brought a stool and poured another cup of water for Qin. Then he stared at Zhuang Muqi with slight excitement, afraid that she would run away. Such murderers in their eastern suburbs police department to close the case. The relevant personnel have awards. In the resume can be more exciting one. The future promotion is expected. Not long after, the sound of the door opening rang out. Chen Shen walked out from the interior of the police station, and at the first glance, he saw Qin who was grabbing Zhuang Mu. His face suddenly froze, and he was directly dumbfounded. Isn't this Qin? The Qin that Director Xiao asked me to protect earlier. What the hell? He went out and caught a super murderer who came to the East Suburban PD to turn himself in? Chen Shen's mind surged, and his heart was extremely unsettled. Just a few days ago, he had been complacent because he had managed to break through to martial master. But now when he looked back, Qin, who had been practicing martial arts for less than 2 months, was already a middle-ranked martial master, with his realm even higher than his. Can't compare with demons. Really can't compare with demons. I'll just try to cultivate myself. Chen Shen silently recited these words, worrying that his Dao heart would be broken again and he would live under Qin Yi's shadow in the future. At that exact moment, a cool voice sounded behind Chen Shen. Comrade Chen Shen, what do you mean by blocking the doorway and not moving for half a day? It was only when he heard this voice that Chen Shen suddenly came back to his senses, sidestepping out of the way while smiling bitterly. Bureau Xiao, don't be surprised when you wait to go out. Xiao Shi raised her willow eyebrows and said in amusement, what inexplicable? What else could I be surprised by? Isn't it just the Scorpion Woman of the Altered God Society being caught in the net by civil martial artists? See, Xiao Shi was born in the Xiao family in Central and South China, with a distinguished life and extraordinary eyesight, and had been accustomed to seeing all kinds of high-grade spiritual objects and princes and lords from all provinces since childhood, and thought that his mind was like water, and he could remain unperturbed when encountering anything. Seeing this, Chen Shen did not say anything more and watched Xiao Shi step into the front desk of the police station. Then, he saw Xiao Shi's pair of beautiful eyes looking around, and then violently fixed still, exuding disbelief. The facepalm came fast. You're Qin? The Qin who came to the police station once in the beginning? For the first time in so many years, Xiao Shi showed a lost color, and a slightly exaggerated demeanor surfaced on her cool face, and compared to her with a pompous expression, Qin looked calm and nodded. Director Xiao. Long time no see. Oh no, it's not long either. It's only been less than a month. Xiao Shi, in less than a month, you're already at the middle rank of martial artist. Almost catching up with me? Xiao Shi since young cultivation resources pull full. Bitter cultivation 27 years. Now also only high-level martial artist. Half-step sect master. Qin had turned from a mortal into a middle-ranked martial artist in a month. The speed of cultivation was extremely fast, not to mention the fact that he was able to capture the Scorpion Woman of uncommon strength alive. So it was evident that he had a solid foundation and was not purely relying on his spirit to break through. Having the ability to fight across realms. This kind of natural talent, even Xiao Shi, who was used to seeing geniuses, had never heard of it. Chapter 66, Worship, Immortal Beheading Sect. Associated with Qin Yi's background of having both parents dead, Xiao Shi could not help but suspect that Qin Yi was the legacy of a certain two true kings. After a martial artist stepped into the Grand Master realm, their life level would change qualitatively, even to the point of affecting the next generation. Generally speaking, the talents of the sons and daughters of great masters would be slightly stronger than normal people, and it would be easier for them to awaken all types of innate physical qualities. But even the son of a true king didn't have to be as terrifying as Qin Yi. It was because Xiao Shi had met the true king's son in Tianjing. Take her into custody. After a long period of silence, Xiao Shi waved his hand and called for 2 police officers and a medical staff to take Zhuang Niu away. At a martial realm, the Scorpion Lady's bounty is worth 250,000 contribution points. I'll call you in a little while. 250,000 contribution points? Is Zhuang Mu Xiang so valuable? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He added Xiao Shi's martial realm and then proposed. Director Xiao, after taking down Zhuang Mui, the Altered God Society's interest in me is expected to grow. Next time, the Altered God Society will probably send a great master to suppress me. From the previous events that the Altered God Society had done to Qin Yi, it was easy to see that this organization was still very cautious in its work. And at the very beginning of apprehending Qin Yi, who was still a second division martial artist, a martial master was dispatched. According to common sense, it was impossible for a martial artist to miss against a martial artist, yet Qin Yi was someone who could not be measured by common sense. Therefore, he guessed that the next time the Altered God Society would definitely play hardball with him for once. and directly find a Grand Master to crush him. As far as the Fey gods giving up on capturing him. Think about it, the more he behaved strangely, the more the pagan society would be interested in the strange encounters he had received. Grand Master. Xiaoshi found a chair to sit face to face with Qin, her well-proportioned and slender legs folded together, her eyes lowered, seemingly in thought. If an ordinary person told her that a great master was after her, she would definitely think it was a joke. Grand Masters in Yuhang were already high-level existences, and explicitly the various lineages plus the ruling hall would not exceed 30 Grand Masters. One must know that Yuhang has a population of 10 million, and there are only 30-odd Great Masters within 10 million people, which shows its rarity. Still, she immediately believed Qin when he told her that the Grandmaster would make a move. Officials had once investigated the alien god society in depth, and the more they investigated, the more alarmed they became. This organization's depth was very deep, and it was said to have a true king sheltering it, and the appearance was so sudden that it didn't seem like a reclusive and ancient organization. The official side suspected that the Alter Ego Society was involved with the Fae, or perhaps it was an organization formed by the Fae. In recent years, the Altered God Society had been strangling talented human martial artists at the bottom of various cities, showing that their hearts were sinister. So, what are you going to do? Xiaoshi threw the question back. The corner of Qin Yi's mouth lifted slightly as he instantly replied. I want Director Xiao to go downtown and ask for help to find a few people of sufficient weight to follow me in the shadows in 15 days. 15 days from now? Why not now? Xiaoshi didn't refuse. His eyes glazed over. Because the movements of the Altered God Society have just been discovered by us, and the other side is also afraid of an ambush on our side. So nothing should happen in the short term. Qin was confident that his analysis was actually only one of the reasons. The most crucial reason he did not disclose with Xiaoshi. For the next 15 days, he would hunker down in Elder Wang's supermarket to enhance his realm and would not go out. With Elder Wang around, it would be tantamount to sending death if the pagan society dared to come to their door. The strength of the members of the Alien God Association who will continue to assassinate Qin in the future will certainly not be bad, and the reward amount will definitely be higher than that of Zhuang Mu, and if the other party likes to send money, Qin will naturally smile in a beautiful way. Xiaoshi hesitated for a moment. She had thought that she would veto Qin's sketchy plan, but when she saw the bland, self-contained look on Qin's face, she still nodded and agreed to the matter. In 15 days, I will contact you in the martial realm. Thanks a lot. Qin smiled and stood up, ready to leave the police station. The incident was actually a win-win for him and the police department. The police department won honor and he won safety. No need to thank me. I'm just doing my job. Serving the people. Just don't you dare die in those 15 days. Xiaoshi similarly stood up and resumed her usual cool appearance. Don't worry. I'm safer than anyone else. Without looking back, Qin walked out of the police station. Half an hour later, Yuhang Dongjiao supermarket. Elder Wang sat at the cash register, not saying a word, staring into the air in front of him. Ding bell. Suddenly, the open doorbell rang, and Wang Lao's eyes coalesced with color, and without lifting his head, he spoke. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. Have you grown? Living up to Elder Wang's expectations. I've grown slightly. Qin walks up to the cashier's desk and salutes with his armrests. Slightly improved? Didn't you say don't come to see if you haven't reached Martial Master? Elder Wang raised his eyes and choked on the words he wanted to say in his mouth. You're already a middle-ranked martial artist? The air was suddenly flooded with divine fluctuations, and Qin vaguely felt a spiritual force sweeping over his body. In the next second, surprise flashed in Elder Wang's eyes and he slapped his legs and laughed. Good, good. The roots are thick and have a limit breaking level, and there is no half-spirit poison in the body. It's the old man that I'd misjudged. I didn't expect you to be unhindered even though you practiced martial arts so late in life. It's really a heavenly talent. Elder Wang deserved to be called Elder Wang. He was the first person today to see Qin's cultivation speed and not be stunned. Ginger is still hot. Although Qin's currently revealed natural talent was demonic, it was estimated that Wang Lao had seen about the same caliber. I originally thought that you just had an excellent heart and a mindset to practice hard, which is why I took up the idea of accepting a disciple, wanting to formally accept you after you were a martial master. Elder Wang was a bit emotional. At first, I estimated that you would need at least a year to step into the martial master realm, but I didn't realize that half a month would be sufficient. He flipped his wrist and a long wooden box was revealed in his palm, emitting an ancient aura. This is the gift of worship I have prepared for you. If you are willing to worship under me, then accept him. If not, there is no harm. In the future you can still come here to find me. My cultivation technique is extremely harsh and requires a lot of suffering, so think it over before you make a decision. Elder Wang placed the wooden box on the desktop. His eyes narrowed, and he stopped making a sound. Qini had a lot of respect for Elder Wang. This old man had been equally gracious to him, and he believed that the other party would not trap him. Thus, without much thought, Qini immediately agreed to pay his respects and gave Elder Wang 3 big salutes. Disciples aren't afraid of suffering, they're only afraid that they won't be able to become stronger after suffering, he said sincerely. Elder Wang slowly opened his eyes, the admiration on his face grew stronger, and he couldn't help but smile. You can rest assured that our immortal beheading sect's gong methods are not comparable to even the so-called S-ranked gong methods that are currently found in the mundane world. Get up and open the wooden box and see. S-class feats can't even be comparable? Disciple obeys. Qini's heart was delighted as he respectfully opened the wooden box and lowered his eyes. In it were 2 items, a rolled-up parchment and a withered black seed. Chapter 67, Seed Soldier Technique. Spread out the parchment, on which was drawn a small person, respectively, doing different actions. The painting style is simple, but the action depicted vividly, quite dynamic. When Qini took a closer look, his eyebrows immediately ached, and a memory appeared in his mind out of nowhere. When he came back to his senses again, the parchment in his hand had disappeared as if it had never existed. However, the evolving memories in Qini's mind were reminding him that everything was true. What was recorded on the parchment was a strange body forging technique, unlike those on the market that used various types of spiritual substances to quench the physical body. The Zhanxian school's body forging technique was unique and extremely interesting. This method is called the soldier planting technique, which requires the practitioner to choose a withered spirit soldier seed before breaking through to the Grand Master, and use his body as the soil to plant the spirit seed, revitalizing it and making it take root in his body. Thereafter, the spirit seed continued to develop and branch out, and the branches would become potential pillars of the martial artist's meridians, widening them once again. The trunk, on the other hand, is integrated with the bones and strengthens them. Even when cultivation reaches a high level, the root vein birthed by the spiritual seed penetrates deep into the sea of consciousness, and can become the martial artist's second spiritual root, helping the martial artist to realize the way. Martial artists who practiced the seed soldiering technique often possessed unrivaled greatness at the same level, and their martial potential could be increased by several times on top of the original, which could be called a divine technique. The name of the immortal beheading sect sounds very crazy. Maybe when you reach your full strength, you really have the ability to behead immortals. Elder Wang hadn't lied to him. This kind of soldiering technique indeed surpassed all the S-ranked feats Lin Changqing had ever seen. Above the S-class feats, there are also 3 types of feats: holy, divine, and immortal, and this type of weapon art should be a divine feat according to what the ancestor said. If we can find the original spirit soldier species, we can even have the level of an immortal. Seeing that Qini was deep in thought, Elder Wang added in a leisurely voice. There were 3 major difficulties in the cultivation of the soldier seeding technique, one of which was the need to constantly feed the withered spirit soldier species to revitalize and slowly grow, a process that would inevitably consume a great deal of energy and time, and was exceptionally painful. After all, the spirit soldier seed would be buried in the martial artist's heart, drawing on his heart's blood, and after germination, it would even pierce the heart and meridians with its branches and leaves, forcibly transforming the human body. This excruciating pain far exceeds the torture of terminal cancer. The second was that the spirit soldier seed, as a special high-grade spirit plant, was very hard to find, nearly extinct, and only the current master of the immortal beheading sect had a stock in his hands. That's right, Elder Wang's true identity was the current Zhanxian sect master and the only member of the sect. This spirit soldier seed he had given to Qini was of a quality as high as the 6th rank, a superb product bequeathed by the ancestor master. As for the third difficulty in practicing the art of planting soldiers, it was a bit of fun. The spirit soldier species planted into the body by the seed soldier technique couldn't actually be intact. It had to be a nearly withered spirit soldier species. Otherwise, once the intact spirit seed enters the body, it is bound to instantly drain the vitality of the martial artist's entire body, causing the martial artist's chi and blood to dry up and die. Before planting soldiers, the spirit species should be inactivated in advance. And this process of extinguishing the living was extremely difficult, and could only be achieved with the help of at least a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse. After all, the spirit soldier species is extremely high quality, itself has a super survival ability, in the desert can grow up, want to let it wither, not on a little fierce force cannot do. Only the spirit soldier species after extinction could be safely planted into the heart, hooking up with it and establishing a connection with the blood of the heart. When the sea of consciousness is opened up and one is able to manipulate spiritual power, one will be able to separate some of the spiritual power into the spiritual seed and completely control it, reaching a unity of spirit and flesh. Even the inactivated spirit soldier species are dangerous to martial artists, which is why I asked you to come back to me after stepping into the martial master realm. Elder Wang clarified the ins and outs to Qin. After listening to him, Qin became more and more interested in the founding ancestor of the immortal beheading sect and couldn't help but ask, "Master, I wonder what the name of my immortal beheading sect's ancestor was." A look of remembrance and sadness appeared on Elder Wang's face as he sighed. "His name is Chen Zi Luo. You may not know his name alone, but if his name is mentioned, you may know it. When he was still alive, all the races of the heavens honored him with the name Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father of 10,000 sacrifices." Qin's heart shook. 10,000 Hail Marys. This supreme powerhouse, who was the first in the history of the human race to step into the heavenly exaltation realm, was actually the first sect master of the immortal beheading sect. In that case, it seemed that Elder Wang's origin was even greater than he had imagined. Ancestor, his old man, was last buried in the South Sea, and since you've already worshipped under the immortal beheading sect, you'll have to make a trip to the South Sea cave in the future to pay your respects. The increase of the seed soldier technique on a martial artist depends on the level of development of the spirit soldier species. In addition to the quality of the spirit soldier species itself also has a great impact. This 6th order spirit soldier seed I gave you is strong, but it's not the strongest. The strongest spirit soldier seed is of the 8th rank, known as the immortal seed, which followed the ancestor and was buried in the South Sea cave. If it's meant to be, maybe you can find that seed. I see. The primordial spirit soldier seed that Elder Wang said at the beginning should be the so-called immortal seed. The South Sea cave? I'll make a trip down there. According to the memories in his mind, the seed soldier law didn't actually limit the number of spirit soldier species that could be planted into the body. If the physique and soul were strong enough, there would be no problem planting another one, and the increase would be strengthened again, so strong that it would be exaggerated. Unfortunately, other than the 10,000 searches Heavenly Father Chen Ziluo, the immortal beheading sect hadn't had anyone who could plant 2 spirit soldier seeds. As for planting 3 or 4 spirit seeds in one flesh body, it was already a pipe dream, something that existed theoretically, and Chen Ziluo had failed to do it. Planting a spirit soldier seed, as long as it can be cultivated all the way, at worst, it can break through the realm limit and become a marquis in the mountain and sea realm. This divine grade technique is already so perverse. I wonder how outrageous the legendary immortal grade technique can be. Qin carefully took out the spirit soldier seed from the wooden box, cupped it in his hand, and released a strand of qi and blood to drill into it. In an instant, the withered spirit soldier seed was nourished, its surface radiating a dark luster. Qin didn't hesitate, and while Elder Wang was shielding himself, with a fierce strike, he directly pressed the spirit soldier seed into the position of his chest. The next instant, the spirit soldier seed that felt the exuberant qi and blood suddenly disappeared into Qin's chest, penetrating through the obstacles of flesh and bones and sinking into the left atrium of his heart. Immediately afterward, Qin's heart tightened as a stabbing pain then erupted, spreading throughout his body in an instant. His qi and blood converged towards his heart, and the withered 6th-rank spirit soldier species devoured the qi and blood like a hunger, as if it was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin's face turned white, and his breath suddenly became a bit weak. Elder Wang had expected this. He took out a 3rd-order spirit fruit specializing in replenishing qi and blood from the cabinet below the cashier's desk, and was about to hand it to Qin, but unexpectedly before his hand reached out, Qin's complexion steeply flushed, and he could no longer see any weakness. Wang Lao's hand froze, a bit not feeling the situation. Could it be that Qin could make a breakthrough on his own without the need to take the spirit fruit anymore? It can't be. All the generations of disciples plus the grandmasters, when they first planted their soldiers, they all had to take spirit fruits to carry them through. Elder Wang was personally experienced in planting soldiers, and he knew very well how exuberant the thirst for qi, blood, and vitality was for a spirit soldier species that had initially regained its vitality. The patriarchs have to be drained. Chapter 68. 5 centimeters is a long time. Elder Wang didn't expect that Qin had harvested a large amount of divine spirit blood mist after merely making a trip to the Xin heavenly mysterious realm, which had a D-level danger level. These divine blood mists were left behind by exalted ones, with a quality comparable to that of a 6th-order spirit, and after being digested by Qin's level 4 iron stomach, they were transformed into pure blood qi and dispersed in various cells, ready to be refined into qi and blood power by Qin. However, now that he was practicing the seed soldiering technique, he was in dire need of blood qi to replenish it, so the blood qi left behind after the purification of these divine blood mists came in handy on the spot. In Wang Lao's eyes, Qin's face suddenly turned white and red, fluctuating, but there was no accident, not to mention the omen of essence collapse. I'm afraid that this kid's fleshly potential was still above his expectations, to the point that he was able to harden himself against the spirit soldier species overdraw. Elder Wang thought secretly, becoming even more satisfied with this new disciple. After a massive supply of blood, the withered spirit soldier species gradually glowing with vitality, the surrounding dense with life, only to hear a slight crunch. The black seed coat broke open a gap, a white shoot slowly drilled out, revealing the sharp corners, and began to struggle upward to grow and take root. The roots of the spirit soldier species do not grow downwards as in the case of unusual plants, but upwards. The reason for this is also simple, as the roots of the spirit soldier species need to penetrate deep into the sea of consciousness, which is above the atrium rather than below it. After breaking the shell and sprouting, the growth of the spirit root is particularly slow, and it may take several years before it reaches the sea of consciousness and opens its branches. If you want to speed it up, the only shortcut is to cultivate it with other spirits. It can be costly and time-consuming, but when you consider the bonus to combat power of this method, it's all worth it again. According to the memories in Chinese mind, the art of planting soldiers was divided into 6 stages, which were sprouting, rooting, branching, scattering of leaves, entry into the soul, and fruiting, wherein entering the soul corresponds to the body crossing over into the Grand Master and the divine mind moving into the spirit soldier species. Result, the stage corresponds to the insta-feudalization of the body and the maturation of the spirit soldier species. Then the subsequent paths are different. One can find a way to raise the level of the spirit soldier seed, or plant a second spirit soldier seed. In short, it depends on how Qin makes his subsequent choices. Cultivating the art of planting soldiers is a long-term endeavor. Don't be too anxious, take your time, Elder Wang exhorted to Qin. Once you've stabilized your realm, I'll give you another killing technique to use in battle. Disciple understands. Qin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and got up to thank Elder Wang, looking forward to the immortal beheading sex killing technique. This is done. He then took this opportunity to tell Elder Wang that he still needed to stay at the supermarket for a few more days to receive a few deliveries and cultivate for a while. Naturally, Elder Wang wouldn't have any objections to this, and only asked Qin what packages he had bought. A few spirit fruits to aid in cultivation. Qin did not hide it. In that case, you will go to the storehouse to practice. There just happens to be a bed there as well, and there is enough space. Time passes like running water. Eyes closed and opened. The day passed like this. Staying in Wang Lao's supermarket, Qin felt incomparable peace of mind, and slept beautifully. After stepping into the martial master realm, most martial artists didn't need to sleep anymore, but Qin felt that it was easier to sleep to restore his mental state and reduce his fatigue, so he still got used to sleeping occasionally. He sat cross-legged on the bed and looked inward into his heart, realizing that 24 hours had passed without his spirit soldier seed half-growing, and that the shoots were exactly the same as they were when he first broke out of his shell. Sure grows slow. After breaking the shell and sprouting, the spirit soldier seed's nutrient extraction for the human body changed from a violent and chaotic sucking to a fine flow that wouldn't make the martial artist unaffordable. However, Qin was curious as to whether he could accelerate the growth of the spirit seed if he took the initiative to water it with his qi and blood. He didn't dare to try it on his own at will, and got up to go to the front desk to ask for advice from Elder Wang. Knowing that the young man was anxious, Elder Wang replied blandly, "If you can master the degree of watering, it is possible to try. However, if the quality and quantity of qi blood is too low, the effect is very insignificant for the spirit soldier species, and if high quality is required, it would be difficult for you, who is only a martial master, to quench enough high-quality qi blood. It's not bad to fill it with quantity if it's aided by spiritual fruits, only it can't be overdone, leading to uprooting and unstable roots. Spirit soldier species with unstable roots don't grow much. Fruit of the spirit aid? It's totally unnecessary." Qin still had a massive amount of divine spirit blood qi remaining in his body, and only consumed less than 1/10 of it yesterday to allow the spirit soldier seed to germinate. Disciples try first. Qin couldn't wait to find an open space and sit down in place, mobilizing the divine blood qi stored in the cells of his entire body to water the spirit soldier seed. The divine blood qi was sucked up by the spirit root little by little, and immediately afterward, the spirit root that had only just shown its tip began to grow upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than half an hour it had grown 5 centimeters, and was about to touch the wall of the atrium. Is that only 5 centimeters? Qin opened his eyes, slightly helpless. He had just used up 1/5 of his divine spirit blood qi, yet the enhancement wasn't as much as he had imagined. The rest of the divine spirit blood qi, he still planned to use it himself and break through the realm first. After all, before the spirit soldier seed took root, this kind of sub did not enhance him in any way and was purely a liability. Re-entering in front of Elder Wang, his face was bitter, but Elder Wang was in a lofty stance of anticipation and took the initiative to comfort him. "Tried it, right? The quality of qi and blood at the martial master realm is too low. It's hard to have an effect. If we make up for it with quantity, we will again drag down our own cultivation, and the loss will outweigh the gain. It's better to take it slowly. one step at a time. Xinyi was taught and nodded. You're right. It took me a lot of effort to make the young root grow 5 centimeters. Well, 5 centimeters is no longer. Wait, how many centimeters did you say? Elder Wang's eyes condensed and his tone changed abruptly. Unaware of this, Xinyi repeated. 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters? Elder Wang released his divine mind once more, probing Xinyi's physical body, then clearly saw the 5 centimeter long young root in Xinyi's left atrium. When he was young, it took him a full year to cultivate the young roots to 5 centimeters, and now Xinyi had done it in one day? What kind of monster is this? What's wrong, master? What's wrong with 5 centimeters? Xinyi saw that Elder Wang's face looked odd, and suddenly felt a little nervous in his heart, fearing that he had practiced wrongly. Wang Lao glanced at him, secretly saying that 5 centimeters is a big problem. How is it possible for someone to grow soldiers so fast? And the roots are still strong. Fortunately, he was ultimately someone who had seen the world, and quickly concealed the abnormality in his complexion, shaking his head and saying, no problem, you've practiced well. Just keep practicing and maybe before too long, you'll catch up to me. Elder Wang's tone was sighing. Xinyi scratched his head and was thinking of saying something more, but a knock happened to sound from outside, and he glanced back. At the entrance of the supermarket, Fatty Jean was standing there with a smile on his face, holding a space storage bag in both hands. The 5th order spirit fruit has arrived. Chapter 69 Ice Heart Fruit. Fatty Jean had gone to great lengths to make friends with Xinyi, and had even personally come to be this courier, escorting 5th order spirit fruits from downtown Yuhang to the eastern suburbs. The main point is a sincere one. At the moment, he stood in front of the eastern suburbs supermarket, a smile spreading on his face, unable to see anything strange, but his mind was flowing, and there was some doubt inside. According to Xinyi's information, he should be living in a ground floor apartment, so how could he put his shipping address in a supermarket? Is it hard to make money and then buy a supermarket to continue hiding your identity? Fatty Jean did not say the doubts in his mind. He had talked business for so many years and knew that many martial artists did not like outsiders to talk about them. Sometimes keeping silent was the best way to deal with them. Ding 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 ding. The doorbell rang and the supermarket door opened in response. Xinyi poked his head out from it and saw Fatty Jean standing at the door, followed by an old man with a kind face. Well, a young master of a family with an old man's bodyguard. Classic standard. Xinyi cast his gaze towards the old man behind Fatty Jean, and after gazing at him for a few seconds, he was able to tell that this person's strength was not bad, and that he was definitely the top expert protecting Fatty Jean, probably at the Zhongshe realm. A martial artist at the Zhongshe level was already difficult to bind with contribution points and money, and it was unknown how the world family had hired these people to work for them. Of course, it's also possible that the old man's name was also Jean, and it was purely a matter of his own family protecting his own family. Ha ha, brother Qin, don't come back. Well, I heard that there's a lot of chaos in the eastern suburb of Yuhang, and that's why I specially invited Elder Chu to accompany me on my journey. Fatty Jean saw that Xinyi had been sizing up old man Chu behind him, so he took the initiative to introduce himself, without any hint of twisting or hiding. Being a businessman who was naturally life-thirsty, he was bound to be cautious about coming to a place like the eastern suburbs where the law and order was bad, and brought one of the stalwarts of his family out straight away. One could say he was afraid of death, or he had a good mind. In short, Fatty Jean was such a person. Understood. Xinyi withdrew his gaze and smiled as he took the storage bag from Fatty Jean's hands, and his spiritual energy probed inward to find a fruit shaped like a love heart. This fruit was extraordinary, and even in the storage space with extremely high storage capacity, there was a trace of essence overflowing. 5th order spirit fruit is really strange. Through the storage bag, only with the weak spiritual power, Xinyi can feel the surging vitality contained in the spirit fruit. I can't imagine how good the effect will be when this one fruit goes down. In addition to the 5th order spirit fruits, there was also a blue Dao robe in the storage bag, which looked plain and didn't know what purpose it served. This 5th order spirit fruit I collected is called Ice Heart. The fruit is called Ice Heart, but in reality, it doesn't carry half of ice cold, and only contains pure life force. No matter if it's healing wounds or tempering the physical body, it has miraculous effects. Fatty Jean has a face of flesh pain, his eyes full of reluctance, staring at the storage bag in Xinyi's hand. This fruit is still rewarded down by my father, and is likely to be the only 5th order spirit fruit in Yuhang at the moment. The rarity of the 5th order spirit fruit was self-evident. The 4th order spirit fruit could be sold for millions of sky-high prices on the martial world, and the 5th order was even more priceless. It was normal for Fatty Jean to have a flesh ache, but for him to show such heartache in front of Xinyi, it was definitely intentional. If he wanted to leave enough weight in Xinyi's heart, he naturally had to fully demonstrate the preciousness of this spirit fruit. You're a capitalist. You've got a hidden agenda in every word you say and every action you take. Sheenie felt that this fat man was quite interesting and quite good at what he did, so it wouldn't hurt to make friends. After all, people were giving themselves so many things for nothing. Stretching out his hand, Sheenie nodded and responded. Still, thank you, Mr. Gene. Your Gene family's honesty is the way of the world, and I've seen it today. I'm just not sure. What is this blue Dao robe in the storage bag? Fatty Gene took Cheeny's reaction in his eyes, knowing that the two were considered to be involved in a relationship, and his smile became 3 times more intense. This clothing is called the Xianshui Dao robe, although it is only of second-order quality, but it's easy to wear, and it can also change its appearance at will. So let's just take it as a gift for our transaction. Xianshui Taoist robes? With a thought, Cheeny took out his Dao robe and wore it on his body in front of Fatty Jin's interview. Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and the blue Dao robe instantly changed its appearance into a sweatshirt that fit just right. Even the pants changed out. Good stuff. Good. He was worried about what to do in the future when the fights appeared to explode his clothes and pants. There will be new corpses of ferocious beasts in the future, guaranteed to be above the second order. I will contact you at any time. Cheeny looked at the tracksuit on his body and sighed that it was still capitalists who knew how to bribe people. Ha ha, no harm no foul. Just keep in touch more often. I won't disturb your cultivation. Fatty Gene saw the good in it and didn't pull Cheeny to speak nonsense. Leaving his storage bag behind, he left with Old Man Chu. Cheeny quickly returned to the supermarket and couldn't wait to take out the spirit fruit and take it. Your spirit fruit has arrived? When Elder Wang saw Cheeny walk in with a face full of joy, he knew what had probably happened. Did you buy a 3rd or 4th rank spirit fruit? If the rank is too high, it's hard to get rid of the spirit poison at your current realm, and it might damage your foundation. Elder Wang had already exaggerated as much as he could to predict Cheeny. A 4th order spirit fruit, in the place of a martial artist, would have to work for at least 3 or 4 years in the inner scrolls or go to the secret realm and fight for his life to be able to afford it. However, he had still underestimated Cheeny's class. When the ice heart fruit was taken out of Cheeny's storage bag, the entire supermarket was filled with a rich vitality, and strands of anger flowed through the gaps to the outside of the supermarket, even making the green belts on both sides of the road grow secondarily, branching out and flourishing several times over. 5th order spirit fruit. It's not about price anymore. Once the 5th order spirit fruit was listed in the martial realm, it would be auctioned off in seconds, even if it was 100 million contribution points. The martial artists who were able to buy them all had internal channels and learned in advance that the 5th order spirit fruits would be on the shelves, and specialized in snapping them up. Your Elder Wang didn't even know what he could say for a moment, and after some thought, he still didn't ask Cheeny about the source of the 5th order spirit fruit. The apprentice should also have the secret of his own privacy. The spirit poison of the 5th rank spirit fruit is too strong for you. If you want to eat it at the martial master realm, you must either find an alchemist to deal with it or let master dissipate half of its spirituality. Spirit poison? In the face of adaptive evolution, this persistent poison was a treasure to Cheeny, and it was too late for him to be happy after eating it, so how could he let half of it dissipate? He scratched his head and opened it without blushing or jumping, and lied to his master. Master, my disciple discovered earlier that he could immunize himself against spirit poisons. It could be due to the physique. No matter what level of spirit poison is ineffective against the apprentice. In all the worlds, there were billions of martial physiques, and no one could say that they wouldn't include the spirit fruit body, which was immune to spirit poison. There was no such physique in Elder Wang's memories, but he quickly chose to believe it when he saw that Cheeny didn't look like he was lying at all. Maybe it's because of your special physique that caused the spirit soldier species to grow so fast as well. Not only did Elder Wang believe Cheeny's words, he even unleashed a brainstorming session, rounding up Cheeny's suspicion that the spirit soldier species was too fast. Blushlessness seems to be a godly skill as well, and seems to have the ability to strengthen verbal credibility. Fooling around with God's techniques? Chapter 70, Level 19 Aura Affinity. Divine Grade Natural Talent. Miscellaneous things aside, at this time, with the company of Elder Wang, it was definitely the best time to take the ice heart fruit. Cheeny and Wan Lao came to the supermarket storehouse and without hesitation, wolfed down the palm-sized ice heart fruit in 3 or 2 bites, not even sparing the core. The kernel of the high-grade spirit fruit was so difficult to plant again that it was nearly impossible, so it would be better to eat it to get more nutrients. Slightly cool fruit meat under the stomach, bloomed endless vitality. Through the meridians flow through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, moisturizing every cell of Cheeny, so that he felt soothing, as if every pore in his body opened up. Ice heart. Although the name carries the word ice, but it symbolizes the frozen vitality. Once thawed, the warmth is endless. But, along with the proliferation of spirituality, the spirit poison was also secretly breeding. depositing itself in Qin Yi's various organs, gradually corrupting his organs and ultimately leading to an indelible blow to his martial arts foundation. There were two sides to everything, and the spirit fruit, in order to prevent it from being devoured by creatures on a large scale, spawned a large amount of the poison of aura in its flesh, specializing in poisoning the underbelly of martial artists. Therefore, in this realm, relying solely on getting high on spirit fruits, one could at most elevate to a high-ranked martial master. As for a grandmaster, one can only dream about it. However, Qin Yi was able to ignore the effects of the spirit poison, and even use it in turn to evolve again. In Wang Lao's eyes, at this moment, Qin Yi's face was suddenly white and black. 1 second it seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow and extremely poisoned, and the next second it changed back to its original state. With white skin, the spirit fruit in his stomach was being rapidly digested by the iron stomach, and the spirit poison was being released. But in Elder Wan's opinion, Qin Yi's foundation not only wasn't poisoned, but it was getting more and more solid, which was a miracle. There is nothing strange in the world. After living for so many years, I have never heard of a physique that is immune to spirit poison, and today I have seen it. Elder Wan was a million times more surprised. He realized that not only was Qin Yi immune to spirit poison, the speed at which he digested spirit fruits was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary martial artist. If an ordinary middle-ranked martial artist wanted to thoroughly digest a 5th-ranked spirit fruit, it would take at least 10 days and half a month. But when it came to Qin Yi, he seemed to be able to digest it completely on the spot. Could it be that this apprentice of his could do everything a little faster than others? Or is it a special physique that is immune to spirit poisons and comes with the ability to accelerate the digestion of spirit materials? Then this physique is really ridiculously strong. Of the top 100 martial arts physiques currently ranked by the Human Alliance, Qin Yi's emerging physique could casually be ranked in the top 30. Ignoring spirit poison, what is this concept? It meant that Qin Yi could mindlessly eat spirit fruits before he was a grandmaster, fearless of side effects, and soar all the way up the realm, to the point where he could go from an ordinary person to a grandmaster in just 3 days. It was a pity that if a martial artist wanted to go further after the grandmaster, he would have to contact the Great Tao, and just eating spirits had no effect. Not much longer. All of the spirit poison deposited in the ice heart fruit was released, and the spirituality and vitality contained therein was also absorbed by Qin Yi, so this 5th-order spirit fruit was basically finished. Inside the storehouse, Qin Yi's breath climbed violently, and in the meridians, a little bit of spirituality each became a nucleus, actually drawing blood qi and spirit qi on its own, quenching a large amount of concentrated qi and blood, which converged into Qin Yi's body. In just an hour's work, Qin Yi's total amount of qi and blood soared from 500 to 1,000 calories, and the bottleneck of a high-ranked martial artist was crossed over as if it didn't exist. Qin Yi had only just broken through to the intermediate-ranked martial master not even 3 days ago, and he had walked to the final stage of the martial master realm. This seemed to see the old Wang heart mixed feelings, remembering his own year, although also known as the pride of heaven, but still in the martial arts master realm stuck for 2 years. 2 years to break through from a low-ranked martial master to a high-ranked martial master. He was already proud of himself. However, when placed in Qin Yi's place, he had broken through from a waste to a high-ranking martial artist in a month, so there was absolutely no comparison. The future is bright for the latter. Elder Wan was not so jealous. At his age, he had looked down on everything and would only be happy and proud of Qin Yi's talent. However, if he knew that Qin Yi could actually break through to Zhongshi in one go, he wondered how he would feel. That's right, the energy contained in the ice heart fruit was actually enough for Qin Yi to break through to the sovereign, but he forcefully suppressed the realm breakthrough. And the reason for that was simple: he was afraid that something would happen to his haphazardly expanding his brain area, and he planned to ask Elder Wang first before continuing. The breakthrough of the sovereign realm originally required the opening of the brain domain, but Qin Yi had opened up the brain domain sea of consciousness in advance because of the passing away of his deity, and although it was only a tiny piece, small was small, it was still considered to have a sea of consciousness. After that, he was breaking through to Zhongshi and had a chance to expand his sea of consciousness. He was worried that he might make a mistake, so he decided to consult the experienced Elder Wang first. Time passed minute by minute. The total amount of qi and blood in Qin Yi's body still didn't stop after breaking through 1,000 calories. It was still rising until it rose to 2,000 calories, which was the limit of a high-ranked martial artist before stopping. Looking at Elder Wang couldn't help but be staggered. And the most terrifying thing was that the elevation of the realm was not the biggest gain after Qin Yi took the spirit fruit. His greatest reward will always be the new skills he evolves through adaptive evolution. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the 5th order spirit poison, evolving the passive skill Poison Resistance LV5. The poison resistance, which had originally been raised to level 4 through Zhuang Muxie, was once again upgraded to level 5. Level 4 poison resistance would allow him to ignore the vast majority of 4th order toxicity, and after leveling up to level 5, it was expected that he would be fine with 4th order poisons as a meal. Level 5 represented the 5th rank, which meant that if Genie encountered a mountain and sea realm powerhouse whose main means of attack was to use poison, he would even have a chance to kill the other party by relying on his level 5 poison resistance. After all, his physical body had a level 1 immortal golden body enhancement, which was equivalent to a grandmaster's physical body. In the case of attribute restraint, it wasn't too much to cut down the enemy across a large realm, was it? Sure, level 5 poison resistance is really good, but it's still way worse than the following passive skill that evolved successfully. Ding! You have successfully digested all the spirituality of the 5th rank spirit fruit. Washing your roots and bones, your qualifications have been fully improved, and you have evolved the natural skill Aura Affinity LV19. Level 19 Aura Affinity. If Genie remembered correctly, he had only started out at level 9, but he didn't expect that a 5th order spirit fruit would go down and instantly raise him by 10 levels, crossing the level 10 threshold. How sick is level 19 Aura Affinity? It was rumored that the martial god body could be used without cultivation, with the aura drilling into the body on its own, quenching the chi and blood on its own and helping the martial artist become stronger. Genie had thought that the martial god body was at least something after level 50 Aura Affinity, but he hadn't realized that level 19 Aura Affinity already had the effect of the martial god body. After that, he no longer needed to dive into cultivation, and even if he played games every day, his body would remain in the optimal state of cultivation, and his aura would automatically enter his body. His body was like an assembly line factory, and his aura was the exploited free labor, working and sacrificing itself to actively help Genie create assets. His cultivation speed was more than tens of times faster than before, and he was able to quench a card of chi and blood in a minute, which was unknown how many times stronger than Chen Xian as well. Spirit fruits. What a good thing. The effect of a 5th order spirit fruit was so exaggerated. Then what about the 6th order, 7th order, and even the legendary 8th order spirit fruit? It's not possible to eat one and become immortal, is it? Genie secretly fantasized. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more likely it was to produce high-grade spirit fruits. Perhaps next, after dealing with the troubles of the alien god society, he could try his luck at the B-rank secret realm in the Yendang Mountains next door. Chapter 71, Why Don't You Be My Master? As the total amount of chi and blood reached the bottleneck of the grade, the aura automatically entered Genie's body, unable to continue quenching out the chi and blood, and instead began to help Genie polish his flesh, further compressing the concentration of the chi and blood, with a hidden tendency to press the liquid chi and blood into the flesh, hammering it into a solid form of chi and blood. The quality of each martial artist's chi and blood varies, and can be generally categorized into 3 levels: gas, liquid, and solid, where gas belongs to the level of a quasi-martial artist, liquid belongs to the level of a martial artist to a grandmaster, and as for solid, often, one needed to step into the grandmaster realm before having the opportunity to make a compression attempt. This was because in order to quench solid chi and blood, one needed a fleshly body that was strong to a certain degree, otherwise it would not be able to provide a quenching environment. Just like diamonds had to be produced under high temperature and pressure, the requirement of solid chi and blood for the environment was actually a requirement for the strength of the martial artist's physical body. There was no doubt that Genie's physical body had reached the standard, and not only had it reached the standard, it was also far superior to that of an average grandmaster. A large amount of chi and blood was forcibly compressed into a single drop and integrated into Genie's flesh and blood, filling in the gaps between the cells and allowing the strength of Genie's flesh to once again begin to rise and become even more substantial. If someone were to measure Qi with a scientific instrument at this moment, they would be astonished to find that Qi, a person whose flesh and blood density was actually increasing crazily, comparable to that of gold and stone. The reason the immortal deities of the heavenly clan's corpses were still so terrifying after their deaths was because each piece of flesh and blood contained an infinite amount of solid chi and blood, and if they casually emitted a trace of it, it could be dispersed into patches of blood pools. Of course, all of this cultivation process was taking place automatically, and there was no need for Qi to bother much about it at all. After the 5th order spirit fruits were thoroughly processed, the first thing Qi saw when he opened his eyes was Elder Wang in front of him, guarding himself. His heart warmed as he hurriedly got up and said, "Tough luck, Master." Elder Wang waved his hand unconcernedly, but his pair of eyes did not leave Qini's body. The depths of his eyes filled with thoughts. He actually saw that the aura was actively drilling into Qini's body, while Qini's flesh became stronger and stronger, and the power of Qi and blood contained within it became more and more surging. "Is it my old eyes?" Elder Wang blinked, but the vision on Qini's body still hadn't been eliminated and remained as it was. It was only a matter of being able to refine solid Qi and blood at the martial master stage. But this, passive cultivation, method required an extremely high degree of aura affinity, and as far as he knew, only the martial god body and the natural god body had the ability to do so. Why does Qin have it too? Isn't your special physique immune to spirit poison? Seemingly seeing the lingering confusion on Elder Wang's face, Qin lightly coughed twice, and without blushing, he snorted, "Does Master see something strange on me?" Elder Wang nodded, with a puzzled look on his face. Qin continued, "I don't know what's going on with my disciple, but after I ate the fifth order spirit fruit, I suddenly realized that the surrounding aura was drilling into me uncontrollably, and it was helping me to cultivate. Doesn't Master know why?" 2. Elder Wang shook his head. "I'm not sure of the reason. Maybe it's still related to your physique? After all, Master has never heard of a divine physique like yours. In the heavens and the worlds, there will always be physical qualities that are not clear to normal people, and you don't have to worry about it. At least the traits that have been revealed so far are all good for you." Seeing that his master not only did not pursue the matter, but also took the initiative to help himself round up the lie, Qin's heart was relieved and slightly ashamed. Although it was bad to deceive his master, the existence of the system was too important. Even the remnants of the giant god could suppress it. He really didn't dare to tell others. With the trouble temporarily covered up, Qin did not continue to dwell on the issue, and the conversation turned to inquire about the issue of the Zone Master's breakthrough. Speaking of this, Elder Wang's expression also became 3 times more grave as he solemnly said, "A martial master breaking through to a sovereign master requires the opening of the sea of consciousness, which is highly dangerous. A little bit of a turn into a cutie, all count as minor injuries." Elder Wang, who had done much research on the Zhongshe realm, instructed, "The opening of the brain domain must be gradual. First use a trace of qi and blood as a vanguard to explore the path, and feel out where you can touch and where you can't before continuing. Everyone's brain is nuanced, so someone else's route may not be right for you, and you're better off." He thought of imparting Qin's experience in opening up his brain domain, but he saw Qin smile sarcastically, his expression slightly subtle. "Why? Do you have any questions?" Elder Wang frowned, only to see Qin pointing at his own head. He replied, "Master, disciple opened the brain domain sea of consciousness by mistake when I was in the martial artist realm, and now I want to know how to expand the sea of consciousness." Elder King, the martial realm opens the sea of senses? Why don't you go to heaven? The sea of consciousness was the most important place for a person, even more important than the heart, belonging to a strange place that was half void and half real, which was why Elder Wang hadn't noticed that Qin already had a sea of consciousness before. Only when one breaks through to the true king realm will one's soul and sea of consciousness be transformed from virtual to real and be able to be seen with the naked eye or even touched in person. It was as if Qin had once snorkeled in the sea of consciousness of a giant god. Before completely materializing, it would be difficult for an outsider to detect the existence of the sea of consciousness if not specifically probed. Now that Elder Wang had specifically separated a strand of his divine mind to dive into Qin's brow, he carefully explored it, and indeed saw a small slice of the seam-like sea of consciousness. The seawater here wasn't exactly plentiful. It could barely fill the gap, and it was weak for him, but considering that Qin had this kind of sea of consciousness and spiritual power at the martial artist realm, it could already scare a bunch of bigwigs silly when he said it. Even the long-suffering Elder One was a bit struck. The soul is against the sky, the flesh is invincible, and the qualifications are unparalleled. What kind of demon did I accept as a disciple? You're so perverted. How can you let the pride of your generation live? Nope, it wasn't just the same generation of heavenly prides, but those pushed up 2 generations could also be caught up by Qin, or even defeated over the level. I didn't realize that you already have almost 150 points of spiritual power, since the sea of consciousness has been opened. On the occasion of your breakthrough to Zhongshe, you can try to expand the sea of consciousness in all directions, and try not to widen and deepen the sea of consciousness downwards first. Elder Wang pondered a little and told Qin about his experience. As for why it's best not to open down the road, he gives reasons for that as well. The master martial artist stage's control over qi and blood is still very rough and weak. It can't be done in a fine and subtle way, and opening downwards, it's very likely that an accidental mistake will break a key cerebral nerve and lead to an accident. And opening it up to the sides, as long as you don't open it up too much, you basically won't have a problem because you've already opened up a seam there and nothing happened, and that basically means that a large area connected around it is openable. Qin was taught. He still has a problem, though, according to what you said. Then if my level of controlling qi and blood reaches a meticulous level, can I try to deepen my sea of consciousness downwards? Subtle? This was the level that princes and lords pursued, and Elder Wang had only reached this level a few years ago. After listening to Qin's words, Elder Wang had thought to speak out to refute them and educate Qin so that he wouldn't be overly ambitious. But when he thought of all the miracles that had happened to Qin, he he was a bit afraid to say it. It's also a good thing he didn't say what was on his mind, because in the next second, he saw Qini stretch out his index finger and slightly hooked it. A strand of qi and blood immediately leapt out from his body, like a toy, being kneaded and played with by him at will, flying recklessly in the air according to his command. Elder King, why don't you be my master? Chapter 72 Heaven Opening Sword. Star Breathing Technique. To be able to play with qi and blood so easily was already enough to illustrate Qini's level of control. Wan Lao didn't know what else to say. All he wanted to do now was to turn away and be alone. However, before leaving, he still needed to hand over 2 items to Qini, which were the introductory techniques that he had previously promised. Considering that Qini had already opened up his sea of consciousness, there was no need to use a physical object as a medium for the transmission of the gongfu. Elder Wang's mind moved and condensed a special strand of divine thoughts that flowed in turn to instantly drill into Qini's brain area. Immediately afterward, 2 memory images appeared out of thin air in Qini's mind. Precisely the 2 immortal beheading sect techniques given to him by Elder Wang. Casually clicking on a memory to look through it, he saw an immortal sword that penetrated the heavens and the earth, running through the void, chopping down from the vault of heaven and destroying the world. The sword aura spreading for 1 billion miles, even if it was just a memory image. It made Qini feel a penetratingly harsh sword intent, his scalp tingling. This was the top technique of the immortal beheading sect, which was also of divine quality, and was named about the heaven opening one sword. This memorized sword technique was definitely the strongest sword Qini had ever seen, and was most likely demonstrated by the founding ancestor of the immortal beheading sect, 10,000 Thunder's heavenly father Chen Ziluo himself. Even the spear thrown by the big dog master earlier was not as terrifying as this heaven opening sword. However, I don't use sword techniques and specialize in cultivating my physical body, so this technique is slightly ribbed for me. Is it hard to specialize in practicing swordsmanship again? Qini continued to watch the heaven opening sword backwards, and gradually, he realized a hint of the gist of this killing technique. That picture beginning through the heaven and earth immortal sword, after chopping, actually disappeared in this way. The original place only left a handsome young man in Chinese clothes, gentle and elegant, but the body but also vaguely exudes a great contrast with the appearance of the killing temperament, harsh as a sword. This person must be Chen Ziluo. For some reason, Qini was extremely certain with this determination in his heart. Chen Ziluo stood blandly with his feet on the celestial dome. Below him were sword marks like an abyss of 10,000 feet, unfathomably deep. He stood quietly like this, not saying a word, not making a single movement. Yet Qini sensed the true meaning of the heaven opening sword from him. This sword is not meant to be a sword. The root of their immortal beheading sect was the soldier seed art, where one's own body was combined with a spirit soldier seed, and one's physical body was several times stronger than a martial artist of the same rank, so one could use one's body as a sword to cut out this move. The emphasis is not on the word sword, but on opening up the sky. Enlightening the Taoist meaning of the word open heaven was the key point. Late generation Qin. Thank you, elder ancestor. Qini's cultivation of the heaven opening sword instantly refined, and instead of rushing to continue comprehending it, he ended the memory with a respectful bow from his soul body. He was curious as to what the other feat was, opening another unfamiliar memory to rummage through. This time, Qini didn't see anything. There was only absolute darkness in his mind, absolute nothingness, and as far as the eye could see, everywhere was filled with death and emptiness. This situation was maintained for a long time as Qini waited patiently. And when even he didn't know how long he had been waiting, a change occurred in the darkness as a bit of starburst brightened slightly, and then it became more and more brilliant, bursting out with billions of luster. And after that, a second asterisk, a third asterisk, a fourth asterisk. The originally dark night sky was starry like a dream in an instant. A star intermingled and embellished the entire dome of the sky in a brilliant and eye-catching manner. But, what does this mean and what feats does it represent? Qini carefully observed the sea of stars in the night sky, and slowly, he detected something. Every star in the sky was flickering regularly, as if it were a churning ocean wave, rippling layer by layer. It was as if these stars were alive. They were breathing, the breath of the stars. The second technique given to him by Elder One was actually a precious breathing technique, and it wasn't of a low grade. It was at least A grade. This is something that can be sold for an astronomical price in the martial world. This breathing method uses the stars in the sky as a guide, and by visualizing the flickering of the stars and adjusting the breathing to enter a subtle state, not only can it increase the rate of cultivation by more than 10 times, but it can also give one a certain probability of on-the-spot enlightenment in the future. One must know that after the Grand Master realm, if one wanted to increase their strength, just having qi and blood wouldn't do. One must make progress in comprehending the Tao intent. The state of enlightenment is the best state to realize the great Tao. Ordinary great masters want to enter, can only go to seek external objects. such as the legendary enlightenment leaf. To naturally enter the state of enlightenment, the requirements for root bones and enlightenment were very high, and it was not possible for a celestial pride to do so. Worshipping the immortal beheading sect, I actually got so many good things. Chini suddenly had a feeling of happiness at being adopted. He couldn't help but be on the spot to utilize the breathing technique to start cultivating, to see exactly what realm he could reach after 15 days under his dedicated cultivation. With the 19th level of aura affinity plus the A-ranked breathing techniques enhancement, it's not even possible to say that Xiao Shi doesn't even need to go to the city to ask for foreign aid anymore. He himself can blast and kill all incoming enemies. But he glanced at his phone and realized that the spirit fruits and techniques he had bought from the martial realm side were also about to be delivered, and the courier would be at the door soon. It's better to put your practice at night for a while. There's no rush. He got up and said, "Master, I have a few more deliveries coming in right away, so I have to go sign for them now." The corner of Elder Wang's eyes jumped. There wouldn't still be a 5th order spirit fruit, would there? Is it hard to believe that it's the 6th rank? Don't you scare old me. This old man was really tossed around by Chini. In just those 2 days, he'd had far more mood swings than he'd had in the last 10 years. Chini was amused by his master's reaction. How could there still be a 5th rank spirit fruit? It's just a 3rd rank spirit fruit, plus 2 feats, a B-ranked breath masking feat and a C-ranked body technique. He had thought about it before on the subway, but he still spent the bulk of his contribution points on the breath masking technique, which cost him 700,000, while the body technique only cost him more than 100,000, and there were still more than 200,000 contributions left under the current account. Oh, Elder Wang's heart inexplicably loosened as he expressed his approval of Chini's purchase idea. With your natural talent, you should indeed cover up a bit, but this cover-up is not about pretending to be a pig in the face in human society. You buy masking feats mainly to deal with the ferocious beasts of the foreign races and the secret realm. As for the human society, you need not conceal any strength or qualifications, and indulge as much as you need to, even if it draws the attention of the human alliance's ally. Chini was stunned. It was said that wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. He had thought that Elder Wang was going to exhort him on this truth as well, but he had not thought that it was not the case. Instead, Wang Lao supports him in pretending to be in human society? Why? Elder Wang glanced at Chini and laughed lightly with a cloudy smile. Are you wondering why I didn't tell you to keep a lower profile? The reasoning is simple. The more you shine, the more the brass will invest in you. As for danger, you are my disciple. No one can touch you in the human alliance. Once these words came out, the negative emotions accumulated in Wang Lao's heart for a long time poured out, and he only felt refreshed. Looking at Chini, who had stars in both eyes, he could finally realize the thrill of being a master. Finally, I can pretend in front of my apprentice for once. That's how a master should feel. If Chini knew what was going through Wang Lao's mind at the moment, he would have secretly snickered, thinking that this little old man was quite cute. Chapter 73, The Dark Tide is Raging. Elder Wang was very strong, but Chini didn't know just how strong Elder Wang was so far. He had always been curious about this, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked his master about the doubts in his mind, only in a more tactful tone. Master, disciple still doesn't know what realm of martial artist you actually are. You tell me the realm. I can also weigh. In the future, which people cannot be messed with, which can be messed with, or messing with the end. Other people chasing me, you cannot cope with can be embarrassing. At those words, Elder Wang couldn't help but darken his face. So I just said I'd cover for you and you're ready to mess with people? He waved his hand in a good-natured manner and said helplessly, Your master, I have stepped into the True King realm for many years, but the True King barrier has almost stuck me, and there should be no chance to go further in this life. Speaking of this, Elder Wang's expression was slightly gloomy. A True King was almost already the strongest person in the human alliance on the surface, but the entire human alliance had a total of 128 True Kings, but they couldn't come out with a single, exalted one, so it was evident that breaking through to the exalted one was difficult. Since ancient times, those who could be called kings were all celestial prides who had shone brightly for an era, but they were miserably dull in front of that one and only Heavenly Father. The area of this world was more than dozens of times larger than the earth of Chini's previous life, and even if you subtracted the various types of cavernous secret realms, it was definitely 10 times the size of the earth. The population of the Chinese territory exceeded 5 billion, yet there were only 68 people who claimed the title of king, which was still already the region with the highest number of true kings in the human alliance. It was said that there were only 32 true kings in the entire European Union. Chini thought that it was impossible for him to be stuck at the true king realm, and even the heavenly monarch realm couldn't get him stuck. But faced with a silent master, he weighed his words, ready to relax and liven up the atmosphere. Looking at the introduction on the internet, the true king realm can live for more than 800 years. You're actually still very young, so it's not necessarily that you don't have a chance to break through. Besides, even if you don't have a chance to break through, isn't there still me here? When my disciple develops an invincible body in the future, I will help my master find a spiritual substance to help you break your bottleneck. Although this passage was said in a joke-like tone by Qin Yi, it was full of sincerity, and Elder Wang could hear it. Wang Su has lived for so many years. Since his master Chen Ziluo died in battle, he has been alone, and today is the first time he has heard the concern of his relatives. With a warmth in his heart, he also said to Qin Yi in a joking tone, "You must not fool around after you leave, and I will not stop those who want to challenge you brightly. In addition, there are some bizarre organizations in the outside world. If you are too wild, you may suffer from their assassination. You still need to be careful in normal times. Nowadays, all human beings are united as one. But it is inevitable that there will be people who are chickens and dogs, secretly colluding with the foreigners. It is impossible for me to follow you all the time, but if you encounter troubles that cannot be solved, you must come to me." Qin Yi nodded heavily. After this conversation, the relationship between master and disciple had become much closer in a subtle way. At the end of the conversation, Wang Su drifted away and continued to stay at the front desk to collect the cashier. Qin Yi went to collect the express parcel, sat down and began to refine the third-order spirit fruit. The third-order spirit fruits were no longer useful to him, but the refined pure energy could be watered to the spirit soldier species in the heart chamber to help it grow. Counting the heaven-opening sword, the seed soldier technique, the star-breathing technique, as well as the 2 techniques purchased from the martial realm and the 7-injury madness fist, Qin Yi currently needed to cultivate a total of 6 techniques. Other than that, he had to start preparing to break through to the sovereign. There were still 13 days left in the 15 days agreed upon with Xiao Shi, and in those 13 days, Qin Yi should be able to live a fulfilling life. Just as Qin Yi was grasping for cultivation, "I don't know how far away from you hang. The sky is dark, pouring rain, bean droplets smashed on the leaves of the trees, emitting a pop sound. Under the huge sky-high maple tree, there was a rounded stone table. Dozens of stone chairs were placed around the table from the inside to the outside, and each of the chairs had a silhouette sitting on it, stalwartly. If one were to watch from afar, one would be surprised to find that the downpour of rain that poured down did not wet these people in the slightest, and every drop of rainwater turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared without a trace before it touched them. The martial artist's chi and blood quenched to a certain degree, will have a kind of chi, or pressure, not only can deter low-realm martial artists, but also play a certain role in isolating the body protection, so that the rain is difficult to get close to the body. Scorpion Girl has been captured, and she has failed. Among the many figures, a figure Qin Yi was extremely familiar with stood up from the outermost stone chair and took the lead in speaking. This person, with a gloomy face and sharp features, was none other than Lu Yi, the member of the Altered God Society who had tried to capture Qin Yi earlier. All the people currently present were members of the Altered God Society. The weakest was also at the Martial Master realm, and were divided according to their contribution and strength. The stronger they were, the closer their seats would be to the inner level, near the stone table. The elite of the Alien God Society in the Jiangnan province are all here. Regarding the matter of the scorpion woman that Lu Yi had mentioned, it was actually the issue of Zhuang Mushi and Qin Yi. The members of the Altered God Society would give themselves a name after having a certain amount of strength and status, and Scorpion Woman was Zhuang Mushi's surrogate name. As for Lu, he had just been promoted not long ago, and his pronoun had just been named Maniac. Since Lu Yi couldn't eat Qin Yi, the big fish, by himself, he had no choice but to report back to the organization's senior management and ask for support from the top. Therefore, those present had grasped Qin Yi's details, knowing that Qin Yi might have obtained a high-grade spiritual object in his hands, which could rapidly enhance a martial artist's realm and strength. Oh, originally a martial arts practicing loser. In just a month, he actually broke through to a middle-ranked martial artist. I think the spirit he has at his disposal will not be lower than the 5th rank. I heard that before that being left, he left 2 things behind. A bloody sword hanging in the secret realm to guard the spatial rift. There is also a mysterious spiritual object hidden on Earth that no one has yet acquired. Perhaps this Qin Yi has obtained his inheritance. There are 6 circles of stone chairs placed outside the stone table. At this time, ranked in the 2nd circle of the silhouette spoke. She is graceful, plump, although the whole body is a black, but with a charm, so that the members outside the 4 circles do not dare to look directly at them, have bowed their heads. The existences that ranked in the 2nd circle were at least at the Grandmaster level, and even in the Altered God Society, there were only 10 existences of this realm, and this woman was even more extraordinary. Her name was Shadow Stinger. Just by looking at her name, she knew that she was a member specializing in assassination and assassination. Lu vaguely remembered that when he had just joined the Altered God Society, he had heard the old man say that Shadow Stinger had tried to hunt down a famous marquis and almost succeeded. This woman is said to be at the mountain and sea realm to say the least. Is she going to make a move? Lu Ye's heart was bitter. The chances that originally belonged to him had nothing to do with him once they were reported. At most, he would share a small mouthful of soup with Qin after he succeeded in robbing him of his chance. It's a shame. It's hateful. Thinking of that youth who stood tall in the midst of his own frantic bombardment and even spoke out in ridicule, Lu Ye only felt filled with hatred with no way to vent it. Good thing too. If Shadowthorn is out, he will be able to capture Qin alive, and then he will apply to send Qin, who has lost his utilization value, to his own hands, and then torture him ruthlessly to get out of his anger. Chapter 74 Heavenly King of Jin, Demon Race. The whole place was silent. No one made a sound, and you could only hear the sound of the crashing rain. Shadowthorn looked around and laughed softly. Then I will take on this task and go and try it out. What do you all think? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. No one dared to offend Shadow Spike. After all, she was a high-ranking member of the Altered God Society who had the strength to sit in the second circle. The Shadowthorn's words of testing it out actually meant that he was ready to take Qin Yi's wonders for himself. How could an existence with a high probability of being in the mountain and sea realm make a move against a mere martial master? How could there be an accident? Even if Qin Yi was more gifted and capable of fighting across realms, it would be impossible for him to cross 3 great realms in a row and escape from a mountain and sea realm powerhouse. The so-called mountain and sea realm was an existence that was qualified for the title of Marquis. But this little guy named Qin Yi threw the Scorpion Woman to the police department, perhaps involved with Yuhang officials and secretly guarded by someone. You should be careful, don't get in the gutter. Beside Shadow Spike, a burly man with a physique as tall as a mountain and muscles as gnarled as boulders opened his mouth. This person, codenamed Stone Man, also sat in the second circle and was qualified to speak with Shadow Spike. His words were ostensibly a reminder of Shadow Spike, but they were secretly mocking and slightly conspiratorial, contrasting with his tall and positive appearance. Shadowthorn's face was pitch black, and his demeanor could not be seen, but everyone present felt an icy aura permeate the room, sending chills down one's spine. Let Shadowthorn go. With her stance, even if she encounters that Marquis who stays in Yuhang, she will still be able to save her life. Right at this moment, the stone table placed in the center of the crowd actually made a sound, causing everyone's hearts to startle. This matter actually caught the Lord's attention? The information investigated on the official side was indeed accurate, and the key to the pagan society being able to form was not the human martial artists present, but this stone table in the center. This stone table was a spiritual object used by the foreigners to communicate with them, and if one looked down from a high altitude, one could see a large number of black-purple runes engraved on the tabletop of the stone table, which were connected in a circle and filled with a sinister aura. The Fey God Society. The Fey God Society, as its name suggests, believes in the true gods of the Fey and works for the immortal gods of the Fey. If it wasn't for the hand of an immortal deity in the dark, they wouldn't have been able to survive the strict scrutiny of Huaxia. Unfortunately, the immortal deities of the foreign races had lost the ability to enter the Blue Star for the time being, which, according to their words, was called "the time has not yet come." Currently, the foreign races that could infiltrate the blue planet could only be true kings at most, or half-step exalted. But just because the main body couldn't get through didn't mean that the power couldn't get through. And the immortal deities spent some cost to send something over as long as they established a connection with Blue Star. The links are the weird organizations they have created. The 3 first circle martial artists closest to the stone table looked horrified and prostrated themselves on the ground, facing the foreign deities without any semblance of the dignity of a strong man. Those who could sit in the first circle were at least in the Seal Marquis realm, but they were worshipping so quickly now, so it was clear that the foreigners had taken complete control of them. These 3 had followed the Fey True God for many years and knew their Lord's character well enough to know that the Lord was not looking at the wonders that Qin might possess in his hands, but rather, he cared about that man's information. That man who had risen strongly a dozen years ago, taking the initiative to decimate 3 A-rank secret realms, sealing the title of Marquis and King, and nearly killing his way through the Woyue Cave Heaven. Jintian Wang Lin Changcheng. At the mere mention of this name, the 3 of them couldn't help but tremble, their minds conjuring up that terrifying and overwhelming shot. After he claimed the title of king, he pacified all the restless secret realms in the entire Jiangnan province. He then traveled far away from the Arctic Ocean, leaving behind a stunning blood sword and a mysterious inheritance in his hometown of Yuhang. This mysterious inheritance might have recorded the whereabouts of Lin Changqing. This person definitely possessed the qualifications to ascend to heavenly exaltation. And the foreign race hierarchy didn't want the human race to be able to produce another heavenly exalt, and had been frantically prying for news about him for more than a decade, wanting to use forbidden means to forcibly decapitate him. Unfortunately, he could not be found. Rumor had it that the divine race had once had an immortal deity spend a large price to step into the blue star and discover Lin Changqing's trail. However, before he had time to send it back, he disappeared without a trace and was suspected to have died. In the 10,000 realms of the heavens, the divine race was also known as the celestial race, and it was probably a few thousand years ago that the celestial race produced an existence that was close to claiming sainthood, which gave it the courage to change its name to the divine race. The small clans at the bottom would honor them as the divine clan, but the major ancient clans of about the same strength continued to call them the celestial clan. After guessing what was on his lord's mind, Shadow Stinger's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and assuring, "Please don't worry, my lord. My subordinate will definitely bring Qin back, along with the wonders on him. This trip will not go half wrong." Knowing that this was a good opportunity to gain attention in front of her lord, she instantly resolved in her heart to put her best foot forward on this outing, and even if the other party was only a martial master, she could not give the slightest chance. There was no response to her words on the other side of the stone table, only in mid-air, an eye that looked like a blazing sun slowly opened and glanced at her, then closed again, and all the fluctuations subsided as before. Shadow Stinger felt a great incentive from that glance, and shivered with excitement until his lord had been gone for a long time before he slowly rose to his feet. The efficiency of official work has always been slow. If you want to hire an expert to protect Qin, it will take at least 5 days before the request can be passed up one layer at a time for approval. I'll set out to find Qin now, so I guess the odds are that the officials still think that I won't make an appearance. My fellow officers, I will take my leave, so you guys keep talking. He. Shadowthorn's waist was shapely and stretched out, her figure gradually dimmed, blending into the shadows and disappearing. When the surrounding crowd saw that she couldn't wait to leave, their eyes flickered and they were slightly envious in their hearts. To get the Lord's attention, the future is unlimited, especially when the Fae have finished dividing up Blue Star. There will still be big opportunities for the Shadowthorns who have done this. Everyone in the room was convinced about the fact that the Fae could defeat all humans and carve up the Blue Star. If they didn't believe it, they wouldn't have betrayed it. Only after seeing the hidden strength of the foreign races could one realize how desperate the future of the human race was. There wasn't a single exalted in front of the human alliance of the Blue Planet in plain sight. But what about the Fae? The demon race alone, to which they had defected, had 72 pillar gods, all of which were honored. In the future, their group of human races that had defected early would be merged into the subordinate races of the demon race, and would be sheltered by the demon race, just like the Inferno race and the Corpse race. And those stubborn humanoids will just be slaughtered to death. They are the true future of the human race, the true fire. With Shadow Spike gone, the rest of the crowd had nothing more to say, and with the consent of the 3 men from the first circle, they went their separate ways. As for that Qin, it's just an insignificant little thing that no one cares about. Under the Shadow Stinger's full force, it was impossible for him to escape, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. The Altered God Society has always been cautious, and this time, when faced with a martial master, they directly dispatched a mountain and sea realm powerhouse, spanning 3 great realms. How else can this go wrong? Those present gradually dispersed. Lu Yi, who was on the outermost periphery, also got up and prepared to leave. Looking back at the circle of stone chairs surrounding the stone table, his eyes filled with burning and expectation. He also wants to sit in the innermost circle, the first circle. Someday. Lu Yi crushed the jade talisman in his pocket and the space around him rippled, sending him out of the secret realm. That's right, the headquarters of the Alien God Society was set up in a secret realm somewhere. It was also only the secret realm that could circumvent the human alliance's scrutiny and allow them to party in peace. And one of the spatial rifts in this secret realm was controlled by their lord and handed over to the current president of the Alien God Society. This spatial rift was independent of the official entrance to the secret realm, and its location was hidden and extremely difficult to discover. A secret realm often has more than one entrance. Even in the Xian Tian secret realm, there were special hidden entrances that could be entered. They just hadn't been discovered for the time being. It is often the gates and front doors that are controlled by the crown, while many dog holes are not monitored. By taking the secret entrance, you'll be able to circumvent official scrutiny and be safe. Chapter 75, Merit Cultivation. Unlucky Shadow Stinger. The view returns to the eastern suburbs supermarket. During this period of time, Qin stayed in the eastern suburbs supermarket treasury, cultivating his mind. First refining the third-order spirit fruits he had purchased to act as fertilizers, and watering the spirit soldier seeds planted in the heart room. Unfortunately, the quality of the third-order spirit fruit was still too low, and the spirit soldier seed remained 5 centimeters in length after absorbing it, growing by a few millimeters at most. This thing was indeed difficult to cultivate and required a fine-tuned approach, and there was a reason why he was able to trap Wang Lao for almost 2 years in the rooting stage back then. Qin had also taken the divine spirit blood qi to water it earlier, which had a noticeable effect. Divine spirit blood qi? But it was the equivalent of a sixth-order spirit. Qin currently only had a little remnant left in his body as well, and had to save it for breaking through to the zone master. It took Qin more than an hour to water the spirit soldier seed, while the rest of the time, he was concentrating on practicing his techniques, especially the star breathing technique. This A-grade breathing method was quite extraordinary, and it took Qin a full 2 hours to completely master it. However, his so-called mastery is not to be understood, but to be able to turn the breathing method into a state of automatic maintenance in the same way as qi and blood cultivation. If someone patiently observed Qin's breathing, they would be surprised to find that his seemingly ordinary breaths and inhalations were hidden mysteries in mysteries. That's right, Qin had turned the use of the star breathing method into his instinct, and in the future, as long as he was still breathing, then he was using the star breathing method. In other words, he was enjoying the bonus of doubling his cultivation speed every moment. Qin suspected that level 19 aura affinity had not only enhanced his rate of absorption of aura, but had also strengthened his root bones, resulting in him being able to manage to permanently maintain his breathing technique state. Scary as hell. I wonder what exactly happens when you raise your aura affinity to 100 levels. You're not going to become a god in one breath, are you? Throwing away his two distant fantasies, Qin began to seize the time to cultivate the 2 feats he had purchased from the martial realm again. He first tried to comprehend the B-grade breath concealment technique, mist in the clouds, which could catalyze the surrounding aura to cover the surface of one's body, forming an invisible and secretive layer of isolation in a special way, making it impossible for outsiders to pry into the real situation. The mist in the clouds had an excellent concealing effect and could isolate a martial artist of the same rank from probing. However, as a B-grade feat, its abilities certainly wouldn't stop there. As its name suggested, the aura isolation layer formed through mist in the clouds was infinitely manufacturable and infinitely stackable. When you penetrate a thick cloud, you will still be obscured by the fog, and you will never be able to see the real thing. And this is the origin of the 3 words fog in the clouds. As long as he was idle enough and patient enough, Qin could even create 10,000 layers of aura isolation layers, and the effect of the 10,000 layers of aura isolation layer was comparable to an S-class concealment technique, which could circumvent the probing of martial artists 4 great realms above him. Of course, Qin was now pressed for time and couldn't afford to create 10,000 layers, so he just casually built 100 layers to try out the effect. 100 layers of aura isolation layers were enough to block the prying eyes of great masters, and even the Li family members who specialized in pupil arts and whose strength was less than the Seal Marquis realm could not see through his reality. In addition, Qin also noted with surprise that mist in the clouds could likewise be cultivated automatically. Because of his level 19 aura affinity, the surrounding aura had been actively drilling into him, and with a slight variation, he could allow a portion of it to remain on the surface of his body and coalesce automatically as an aura isolation layer. Seeing how efficient this is, it's probably 1 more layer a day. Even if Qin did nothing, he would still be able to obtain 10,000 layers of aura isolation layers after 9,900 days. In other words, for a long time, there would be no need for him to change his breath concealment technique. The cultivation of mist in the clouds took Qin a full 9 hours, which was considered extremely time-consuming. After ending the cultivation of the concealment technique, Qin continued to start comprehending the C-grade body technique, the flowing light treading steps, without stopping his hooves. The cultivation difficulty of this method was not high, but the bonus to agility was significant, allowing Qin's speed to increase by a notch through his special pace and borrowing method. A normal high-ranking martial artist had a speed of roughly 200 meters per second. Almost reaching 0.5 times the speed of sound. The standard speed of sound was 340 meters per second. Qin had never been very good at speed, and now with the C-rank stance, his speed finally completed a breakthrough, reaching 300 meters per second, infinitely close to the speed of sound. No wonder it is said that the pride of the family is difficult to deal with. People are born to learn all kinds of high-level techniques for free, even if they are in the same realm as ordinary martial artists. Relying solely on the addition of techniques can violently beat ordinary martial artists. All C-grade stances cost more than 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to the income of an ordinary martial artist for almost a year. Qin silently sighed. It was a good thing that he was a little moneymaker, and when he ran out of money, he could go to the second-order female insect nest in the Xiantian mysterious realm to have some fun. In this world, there shouldn't be any more than Qin who wished for that second-stage female insect to advance to the 3rd stage. Including the second-order female worm herself. If the second-stage female insect was raised to the 3rd stage, it would be too useful for Qin, as she would be able to produce unlimited overlord-level ferocious beasts, and special overlord-level ferocious beasts specifically for him after analyzing Qin's condition. Such monsters could easily allow him to activate adaptive evolution to make up for his deficiencies. The cultivation of the flowing light treading steps took 3 hours. Counting the time spent before, Genie had already used up close to 16 hours, and a day and night were about to pass. He gathered his scattered thoughts and prepared to start wholeheartedly comprehending the most difficult technique, the heaven opening one sword. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the door to the supermarket warehouse was opened. Genie scratched his head and raised his eyes to see that Master Wang Su walked in, hunched over with a flat expression, his right hand grasping a dainty woman covered in pitch black. The woman looked like she had been strangled by the throat of her destiny, completely without the slightest bit of resistance. And even though her face was pitch black, Genie still felt the unconcealable panic in her. Master, this is? Genie's gaze locked onto the woman's body. He vaguely detected an extremely dangerous aura. Although it was far from the immortal deities he had felt earlier, it was definitely not weak either. At least it's better than Zhang Tianfeng. This woman's realm, beyond that of a great master? This woman secretly sneaked into the supermarket with a killing intent that is difficult for normal people to detect, heading straight for your direction. She should be specifically here to kill you. With a casual throw of his hand, Wang Lao threw the shadow thorn in front of Qin Yi, lying there like a dead fish, unable to move. Since it's here to kill you, it's up to you to deal with it. I've placed a restriction on her body, so she can't do anything, so you can handle it without worry. After saying that, Elder Wang gave Qin Yi a deep look and said without a trace of humor, your kid turns out to have already provoked the big guys. There are mountain and sea realm powerhouses chasing after you at the martial master realm. What exactly did you do that the heavens are jealous of? Qin Yi, his heart is also bitter. Who did he provoke? Obviously just want to quietly develop to the invincible and then out of the mountain. But this foreign gods will not let him rest in peace. At this point, how could Qin Yi not have thought that the woman lying on the ground was someone from the Altered God Society? Still, the bitterness in his heart was no match for the bitterness in Shadow Stinger's heart. She was so hard to receive a job that can change their fate, a million cautious to perform, thought it can be simple to take, did not think the target was actually followed by a true king. Grass, didn't you say Qin Yi had no background and was a bottom dweller? A bottom-feeding grassroots with no background can have the true king with him for protection? Lu Yi, what kind of crap intel did you provide? It's killing me. Chapter 76, Molestation. After briefly explaining to Elder Wang about his experience with the Altered God Society, Elder Wang nodded and said indifferently, when you leave the customs in more than 10 days, I will also protect you in the dark. You don't need to worry about it, just let go of your hands. The Altered God Society's side had invested too much energy and resources in Qin Yi and would definitely not stop until they saw results, especially with the high-ranking Shadow Stinger within their organization also planted. The next time they raided Qin Yi, they feared that it would be a martial artist above the mountain and sea realm. It was even possible to have a true king condescend to obliterate Qin Yi. To be honest, Qin Yi did still worry a bit that the people coming from downtown weren't strong enough to cause them to roll over. Now that he had his master's assurance, his hanging heart relaxed. It's nice to have resources and contacts. Qin Yi gradually understood a little bit why the son of the world's family would turn into a dude. Maybe that's what it's like to be adopted. Elder Wang left quietly after leaving these words, and soon only Qin Yi and Shadow Stinger were left in the storehouse. He glanced at Shadow Thorn's strange appearance and didn't think much about it, intending to seize the time to break through the sovereign realm first before caring about anything else. The pressure from the Altered God Society was a bit too much for him, and if he didn't even have the sovereign realm, he really lacked the ability to defend himself. Qin Yi doesn't like to put all of his body and life on others, and more or less relies on himself a little bit. He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, preparing to mobilize his spiritual power to penetrate deep into his brain area and broaden his sea of consciousness. However, the shadow thorn lying on the ground inexplicably popped out. Don't even think about torturing me with the soul method. My soul is forbidden by my master. And once I come into contact with the hidden secrets about the alien God Society, it will dissipate on its own and will not reveal any information. Want to know the secrets of the organization through me? You're thinking too much. It is common for most of these demonic and evil human treacherous organizations to put some means on the souls of their core members to prevent someone from defecting or leaking secrets. Because no matter whether it was the official forces or the rest of the lineages and organizations, they all possess so many one or two soul-searching methods that could forcefully go through the memories in other people's souls and learn everything. But Qin Yi closed his eyes just to broaden his sea of consciousness, and he didn't want to search his soul. What's your hurry? Loyalty? Qin Yi opened his eyes and looked down at Shadow Stinger, saying in amusement, your Altered God Society is playing quite flowery. What with all the masters and slaves? It's not possible that you came to assassinate me as a master's mission, is it? Shadow Strike's face darkened. Although her face was already ink black, Qin Yi's words made her face even more gloomy. She heard the sarcasm in Qin Yi's words, but there wasn't much she could do except to recognize her own bad luck. Shadowthorn didn't say anything, but Qin Yi didn't intend to let her go. This woman interrupted his cultivation. So let's have a good chat. Don't try to stay silent. He laughed and continued. That so-called master of yours, wouldn't he still be a foreigner? Would he? You're playing host with the Fae. TSK, 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 man beast, aren't you? What a taste. Shadow sting. If she didn't have 5 senses, I'm afraid that her teeth would have been gnawed by Qin Yi's anger at this point. The man's mouth is truly venomous. Qin Yi bent down and curiously observed the Shadowthorn's flesh while gently running his hand over the pitch-black skin with a strange expression. This black skin of yours is a bit interesting. Is it some kind of special technique? The concealment was very good. If I hadn't happened to bump into my master, I could have been hit by you in one blow. Qin Yi kept on sizing up his hands, causing Shadow Spike's heart to be so humiliated that his body was trembling slightly. Pust. Suddenly, Qin Yi stretched out a finger, recalling the sword that broke everything in his mind, and gently swung it towards the Shadowthorn's waist, instantly chopping out a powerful sword chi that broke through the Shadowthorn's skin, nourishing and popping out a large amount of blood. But after a few seconds, Shadowstinger's wounds healed quickly, only to regrow skin that was no longer pitch black, but normal white skin. The small patch of white skin stood out against her all-black leather. I see. Your concealment technique is about a flawlessness, but any time you break through a loophole, it will be mostly ineffective. Qin Yi nodded silently, seeing through Shadowthorn's secret, while Shadow Spike's heart was shocked. Although she had lost her ability to resist, her flesh was still that of the mountain and sea realm. How could she be easily cut through by a high-level martial artist? The sword that Qin Yi had just simply swung out had even caused Shadowstinger to feel palpitations. This sword is by no means ordinary. Qin Yi absolutely cannot be the poor boy recorded in the intelligence. This person has a monstrous background. With a true king watching over him, it is impossible to say that he is a Qilin son from one of the hidden families that has gone out to practice. Snap! Qin Yi lost interest in Shadowstinger for the time being, and with the idea of breaking through to the clan master rekindled within him, he gave Shadowstinger a kick into the corner. Don't lie on the ground scratching your head. I'm not a womanizer. It's useless to seduce me. For an enemy who wanted to take his life, Qin Yi couldn't be generous enough to forgive. When the breakthrough was finished, first keep it for a while to study, and after it lost its value, then give it to the Eastern Suburbs Police Department in exchange for contributions. How many contributions must be exchanged for a mountain and sea realm powerhouse? At least 1 million, right? Qin Yi thought prettily, then sat down again, gazing and holding his breath, controlling the movement of his spiritual power. The other side, rolling to the corner before stopping. Shadow Spike felt so angry that her body's chi and blood were on fire, but she was never able to break the means left behind by Elder Wang, and could only endure Qin Yi's humiliation. A dead virgin, talking about not being close to women. I think it's because he can't resist my seductive intentions, right? Shadowthorn pressed down his fire and regained his composure, wanting to speak out to provoke Qin Yi, but he didn't expect the other party to ignore himself and cultivate wholeheartedly. Damn! Shadowstinger put his best foot forward and raised his head slightly, able to see Qin Yi's current state. Cultivation? What's the use of cultivation now? There are also true kings present in the Alien God Association, and this mission to capture Qin Yi has even gotten the attention of the Lord, so I believe that the president will inevitably take a trip himself. At that time, the president would hold the true king beside Qin Yi, and the rest of them would be able to get Qin Yi killed with just a few random people. In Shadowstinger's opinion, she might not survive, but Qin Yi was certain death, unless another true king can bail him out. 2 true kings protecting one martial master? Big joke. It is only possible for the chief ruler of a country in Huaxia to have such treatment. Shadowstinger thought darkly, coldly noticing that Qin Yi's brow lit up with a dark light. His heart froze. The center of the eyebrows glowed, a symbol of the imminent opening of the Sea of Sense. She hadn't noticed just now that Qin Yi, who was only in the middle-ranked martial master realm on the intelligence, had actually broken through into a high-ranked martial master again in just 2 days. His chi and blood were like the sea, and his foundation was so deep that he even looked like he had been stepping into a high-ranked martial master for several years, and had settled down very sufficiently, and could break through to the sovereign master realm at any time. It's only been a few days? Qin Yi is about to break through to the Grand Master? Shadowstinger was appalled. With this kind of natural talent, this son must not be allowed to continue cultivating. If he was spared, the one who would be exterminated would definitely be the pagan society. Chapter 77, Breaking Through the Sovereign. Divine Thought's first appearance. At the moment, Qin Yi didn't know what was going through Shadowthorn's mind. His full attention was immersed within himself, pulling a sliver of chi and blood from his own flesh and blood, directing it to run all the way upward, over his chest and neck. and into his brain area. The human brain consists of countless neurons, and the so-called sea of knowledge is opened here, which is a special space between the real and the unreal, and can store the soul and spiritual power. Even though Qi possesses the solid foundation and Pei Yuan, and his control of Qi and blood has surpassed the subtle level, reaching the legendary Tongshen level, he still dares not be careless. After all, the brain is the most important organ in the human body, and the slightest mistake can lead to cerebral palsy, or death on the spot. From the time of their initiation, martial artists had been drawing spiritual Qi into their bodies, circulating their meridians, and moisturizing their organs and sinews, so every martial artist had an extremely good understanding of their own situation, which included the structure of their own brain. The opening of the sea of knowledge is that it requires the martial artist to find the heavenly element on his or her brain, and open the sea of knowledge at the heavenly element in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Generally speaking, after a martial artist became a high-ranking martial artist, he or she would need to spend at least half a year determining the location and range of the heavenly yuan before daring to embark on a breakthrough. However, according to the records, some geniuses with souls that were different from the norm might appear to have no need to search for them, and the heavenly element would appear on its own. And such geniuses could easily step into the realm of the patriarchs as long as they had enough substance to be uniquely blessed by the heavens. There was no doubt that Qi was this kind of talent. Although his physical body had no martial talent, his soul was inexplicably powerful, and along with his brain, he also possessed the qualification of heavenly elemental self-expression. And not long ago, within the remnants of the giant god's corpse, he even managed the feat of opening the sea of senses in the martial realm. Now that he had determined the location of Tian Yuan and a small slit had opened up in his sea of consciousness, the subsequent works were much simpler. He divided the Qi and blood transported from below into two, with half of it responsible for widening the sea of consciousness and the other half for deepening it, a two-pronged approach that was extremely efficient. This kind of action of carrying out delicate operations with two minds was sure to astonish outsiders if they saw it. No one would dare fiddle with their brains like that, even if they had entry-level control. Qi also chose this tactic because he was absolutely confident. He felt that the remaining 10 days or so were very insufficient. The immortal beheading sex-killing technique, the heaven-opening sword, was too profound. He might need to comprehend it for a long time before he could initially master it. More time must be set aside for one sword in the open sky. Although Qi was confident, he was not conceited, and he would not mess around with his own little life. He meticulously maneuvered his Qi and blood for the expansion of his sea of consciousness, dismissing distractions and keeping his mind calm. The sea of knowledge expanded a little bit, and time passed by second. Without realizing it, another day and night had passed. In the storehouse, Shadowstinger stared at Qi with unblinking eyes, seeing that the luster on his brow was getting brighter and brighter, and there was no sign of it dimming, so he knew that the opening of the sea of consciousness was progressing steadily, without any problems. Breaking through from a martial master to a patriarch was often a matter of a few hours, and the longer the time dragged on, the more it showed that the person's soul qualifications were extremely high, and that the sea of consciousness had just opened up and was larger than an ordinary patriarch's. Qi spent a whole day and night without waking up. This sea of consciousness has to open up to how big? Is a lower-grade sectarian comparable to a middle-grade sectarian? Shadowstrike was unimaginable. The total amount of spiritual power of a first-time cleric was almost around 100 points, which didn't seem like much, but had actually doubled tenfold. Because before the sovereign, martial artists were unable to exercise their spiritual power, and the total amount of spiritual power was basically fixed at 10 points. Only by taking some special spirit fruits would it be possible to increase. Only after he had finished stabilizing his realm and had spent a few years in the lower grade sovereign would his spiritual power grow to around 300 points. Spiritual power was different from Qi and blood. The difficulty of quenching it was exaggeratedly high. Using aura alone to quench spiritual power was not only slow, it was also very mind-consuming. There were only specific spiritual objects or environments that could accelerate the quenching of one's spiritual power. For example, the illusory dream room that has been set up by martial arts federations all over the world is a place that specializes in giving martial artists a place to exercise their mental power. With 1,000 contribution points an hour, the price is so high that ordinary patriarchs would feel a pain in the neck if they used it. After the lower grade sovereign, the middle grade sovereign had roughly 500 points of total spiritual energy, while the upper grade had 800 to 1,000 points. When the total amount of spiritual power exceeded 1,000 points, the sea of consciousness would be able to gather a small pond, and the spiritual power would be able to metamorphose in the direction of divine thought. As I said earlier, divine thought is one of the symbols of a great master. The spiritual power attribute shown on Qinyi's previous personal panel was 150 points, and this 150, in fact, meant 150 points of total spiritual power. he felt that it was very little. In fact, to an outsider, a martial artist who hadn't yet broken through to Sovereign Master possessing a total of 150 points of mental power was simply out of this world. Sure, those 150 points of total mental power are a thing of the past. When a martial artist breaks through to Zongshi, their spiritual power will inevitably increase drastically, to the point of doubling insanely. Buzz dash. After another 2 hours, a circle of ripples shook violently in the supermarket storehouse, setting off an invisible storm that shook the miscellaneous items on the shelves non-stop. And at the center of the storm, Chini sat indifferently, the luster on his brow growing brighter. Corner. Shadow Stinger's gaze was dull, his ears were ringing more than a little, and his brain was similarly affected, slightly dazed. She was a mountain and sea realm powerhouse, but she was actually shocked to her core by the little guy who had just entered the Sovereign. This description is for Chini's spiritual energy had already condensed and crystallized into divine thoughts. 1,000 points of total mental power for a first-time clan master? Are you kidding me? Shadowstrike looked away from the still shifting goods on the shelves, reaffirming this. Under normal circumstances, mental power couldn't affect external entities unless one concentrated and pushed their mental power with all their might on an item. But Chini was still in seclusion, and the spiritual power released purely passively set off a spiritual storm that caused physical objects to tremble. God's thoughts, definitely God's thoughts. It was also only divine thoughts that could affect the shadow spikes of the mountain and sea realm. Chini's breakthrough from Martial Master to Sovereign Master was so surprising that he directly possessed 1,000 points of spiritual power. The Altered God Society and I. What level of people are we scheming for? Shadow Spike murmured to himself, but immediately after, his eyes slowly glowed again. The fact that he can show such a terrifying potential is even more indicative that the inheritance of the Jintian Heavenly King is in his hands. Breakthroughs are breakthroughs. No matter how demonic you are, you won't have enough time to cultivate, and you'll still die under the president's hands. If even I am planted here, the president, who is cautious by nature, will surely be alarmed and send his strongest forces to kill you forcefully. Snap. Just as Shadow Spike mumbled, Chini had already completed his Zongshi breakthrough, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and at some point came in front of Shadow Spike. Hearing her words, he kicked her again. Why are you so full of crap when you're like this? Are the people of the Alien God Association not very good in the head? Saying that they will assassinate me with all their might in front of me. Do they really think that I'm stupid? And that I can't hide in the secret realm? Can't I just leave you hang overnight? It's not like I'm a one-track mind. If I really can't hold off your people, I'll just hide and come out one by one when I'm invincible and kill you all. Chini revealed a smile like a spring breeze. Shadow Stinger looked at his face for a moment, not knowing what he could say. She seems to be intellectually despised as well. Chapter 78, Chief Yuhang. Early morning, downtown Yuhang, the ruling building. Xiao Yang drove to the front of the building on time, responded to the greetings of his subordinates around him, and with a smile on his face, walked into the elevator and arrived at the top floor of the ruling building. There were only 2 rooms on the top floor of the ruler's building, the chief ruler's office, and the most important storage room for the original archives in all of Yuhang. Xiao Yang's identity was already self-evident as he was able to arrive here unimpeded. As to why the chief consul's office is on the top floor, this is actually a tradition in all of China, because whenever a crisis erupts in a building, the people on the top floor are often the most dangerous and the last to escape. Since sitting in the position of the chief of a city, naturally, we have to have the consciousness to bear all the risks. Xiao Yang stepped into the empty office and had just taken off his jacket and sat on the chair when he saw a sealed document staged in the center of the desk. To be able to deliver the document to this place, it was either an extremely important event, or the identity of the person delivering the letter was very unusual. With a heavenly background, Xiao Yang was not surprised by this anymore. As he casually opened the document bag, his eyes skimming over the densely packed contents, and first glanced at who the person presenting it was. Eastern Suburbs Police Department. Xiao Shi? If it isn't my daughter. Xiao Yang was a little curious about the contents of the document. Although this daughter of his family, but has always been impartial case, never favoritism, not to mention the precedent of seeking help from the family, today even used the relationship to take the initiative to send him a document. Think things are not small. The Xiao family was entrenched in the South Central Province and had little power in the Jiangnan Province, and it was for this reason that the father and daughter were sent out to take up positions here. There has always been an agreed-upon unspoken rule in the human alliance, and that is that the official government cannot refuse the children of the world's families to participate in politics, but the children of the world's families can also never stay within their own sphere of influence to take up their posts. Xiao family has been operating in the South Central Province for generations. Their father and daughter want to join the official. They must leave the South Central, which led to the south into the Yuhang matter. Xiao Yang's expression took a few moments of seriousness as he read his daughter's document word by word, his face inexplicably a little odd. According to the letter, Xiao Shi wanted the officials to send at least 2 Grand Masters, or even a Grand Master or above, to protect a youth who was only at the Martial Master realm. This youth had been targeted by the Alien God Society because of the great opportunity he possessed, and had already escaped from its hands twice in a row, and she guessed that the next time, there might be a member of the Alien God Society of a very high realm striking out, and that's why she wrote a document for the officials to cooperate with her in fishing, and weakening the strength of the Alien God Society. Xiao Yang is aware of this organization. Rooted in the Jiangnan province for almost 10 years, the scope of influence is intricate, down to the street loan sharks, up to collusion with the foreigners to plot rebellion. All proficient, no evil. Officials had been out to suppress it all these years, but unfortunately they could never find where the headquarters of the Altered God Society was located. The minutiae revealed by the Pagan Society was useless even if they erased it. As long as the roots are still there will still be a steady stream of nuances growing out in a few months. But, the file named Qin Yi Youth looks good. Maybe a pride, but after all, the strength is weak. Can really attract the senior foreign gods will be shot? It couldn't be that he had sent out 2 great masters, only to have a tiny master on the opposite side ready to assassinate Qin Yi. Xiao Yang hesitated. It was his responsibility to protect the citizens who might be killed. He would not push back, but if he kills a chicken with a bullseye, he will be held responsible. In particular, the few serving Grand Masters in Yuhang City might be upset with him for making a trip for nothing. Trouble. Xiao Yang also didn't like to abuse his power to help his daughter. He put down the first document and wanted to consider it for a while longer, but his eyes glanced over and happened to see the cover of the second document, Qin Yi's profile, with a raised eyebrow. Xiao Yang opened the information. The first document only briefly outlined Xiao Shi's problems, while this second document listed Qin Yi's biography in detail. Even what Qin Yi had done and where he had gone in recent months was clearly written. Xiao Yang briefly glanced at it, and in an instant, he could not move his eyes. Innocent, born at the bottom, with no background, yet he was able to leap from a martial arts wastrel to a mid-ranked martial artist within a month? It was definitely a martial artist of that class of absolute heavenly pride. It's worth cultivating. A major core of the establishment of the Human Alliance was to protect the geniuses of their own families who had not yet grown to their full potential, to help them accelerate their growth and to stimulate their potential. If a human race heavenly pride came out and was slapped to death by a foreign race at once, the human race would be finished sooner or later. After looking at Qin Yi's shocking performance in the recent month, Xiao Yang thought about it and decided to send 3 grandmasters to make the trip. Who asked people to have the qualifications and potential? Geniuses are always officially tolerated and coddled. He gently tapped his index finger on the tabletop, making a thumping sound, while his mind considered which archmage to send out. TCH, why don't we just have all the free grandmasters make a trip to my place and give them a chance to decide for themselves? Xiao Yang felt that he might still offend others by assigning people out, so it would be better to let them choose for themselves, and if no one wanted to go by then it wouldn't be too late to assign them again. He picked up the landline placed on the table and said to the secretary of the liaison office, "Have all the great masters who have been free in the last month to come to me? There are important matters to discuss with." Halfway through his words, Xiao Yang frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Slow down. Slow down. This Qin Yi has been. Where has he been for the last month? He put the phone down and picked up the information again, fixing his eyes on it. The words Eastern Suburb Supermarket appeared in his eyes several times, causing his to gulp involuntarily. Isn't that one of the big guys, just in the Eastern Suburb Supermarket in seclusion? This Qin Yi has been in and out of the Eastern Suburb Supermarket many times, and even just came back from the secret realm and went there, and hasn't come out so far. Anyone could tell that Qin Yi was related to that being, right? Wang Lao's existence was not a secret to the top people of Yuhang in Jiangnan province, and the patriarchs of these big families were also worried that the fops in their clans would be ungrateful and go to piss off any hidden masters. So there were often people who spent a great deal of effort to collect information about hidden masters from all over the world and sell it to the families. Even the most unorthodox son of a lineage could memorize the list of these hidden masters, and among these hermits, Wang Lao was undoubtedly the highest grade of the category. So far no one had poked around to find out his specific strength, only knowing that it was suspected that he was associated with that sole heavenly father of the human race. This is coming from bigger than the sky. Hello, are you still there? A puzzled inquiry came from the other end of the phone, waking Xiao Yang up from his contemplation. He snatched the phone and hurriedly changed his words. The Grand Masters will look for those 6 strongest ones, and there's no need to look for the rest. Go directly to the Marquis of Smoke and Rain and the Marquis of Chang'an. Saying this, he still felt that it was a bit insufficient and added, try to contact the Jiangnan King, and if he's free, Have him come here as well. Operator? The operator on the other end of the line was a little confused in the head. Gathering so many powerful people at once? Is it time for a race war? Chapter 79, True King's Domain. Shin Yi, who was staying in the eastern suburbs in peace, didn't realize how big a wave he had created in the city. He had just broken through the sovereign and was still admiring his personal panel. Name, Shin Yi. Life level, race stellar human, 15%. Power, 315. Body mass, 600. Agility, 240. Spirit, 1000. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, soft and boneless. No red face. No jumping heart. Aura affinity LV19. Immortal golden body LV1. Pain tolerance LV5. Poison resistance LV5. Iron stomach LV4. My heart is like iron LV2. Mindfulness and brightness LV1. Battle evaluation, invincible at the same level, but can also be defeated across levels. Resistant to poison, heat, cold, and illusion, with strong defense and fast recovery. Nowadays, Shin Yi could be called invincible in all directions without any dead ends, and for the time being, he couldn't think of anything to be afraid of. However, he was not afraid of the same rank, but he was afraid that some old guys with extremely high ranks would pop up and forcefully kill him. Right now, it seems that apart from spiritual power, 200 points of attributes is roughly the level of an inferior grandmaster, while 500 points of attributes is the level of an ordinary grandmaster. His strength was far stronger than the average lower-ranked sect master, while his agility only slightly exceeded it. As for physical and mental strength, they were already at the level of a grandmaster. He didn't know how perverted his various attributes would be when the spirit soldier seed began to integrate into his meridians and augment his bones in the future. Not to mention the future. Currently his attributes were actually increasing, thanks to the fully automated cultivation of level 19 aura affinity and the star breathing method. Every once in a while, one of his attributes would increase a little bit. For example, the strength attribute, which had just looked like it was still 315, had now become 316, specifically on the total amount of chi and blood. The current total amount of his chi and blood was 500 cards. On average, a day even if he did nothing, he could still gather 500 cards of chi and blood. The standard total amount of chi and blood required for an upper grade sect master was 20,000 calories, which meant that in the next 10 days, even if Shin Yi slept every day, he would open his eyes and realize that he was about to arrive at the pinnacle of an upper grade sect master. It's incredibly fast. Of course, the breakthrough of the grandmaster also needs to widen the sea of consciousness to a certain point, so that the spirit and flesh to reach a balance, or else just cultivate the flesh, chi and blood, which may lead to the soul's control over the body gradually weakened, and problems occurred. However, this could likewise not be a bottleneck that prevented Shin Yi from becoming stronger, as he had widened his sea of consciousness to a size of 58 meters back when he had broken through to become a zongsher, far exceeding the 50 meters required by the top-grade zongsher. The unit of meter used here is actually a term for the illusory spiritual space, not a pit of more than 50 meters that Shin Yi has made in his own head. His brain isn't that big. How many cubic meters of total volume of the sea of consciousness? Then how many meters of divine mind can be outwardly extended? Shin Yi's current God's mind limit outward distance was 58 meters. It's a pity that when the realm is raised to Grand Master, the benefits from automatic cultivation won't be as much, and when the chi and blood cultivation reaches its limit, further breakthroughs won't be possible without comprehending the Great Tao. Shin Yi estimated that perhaps by raising his aura affinity to level 30, this natural aptitude would also have an enhancing effect on his enlightenment. However, the difficulty of aura affinity enhancement was too high. He had eaten the 5th rank spirit fruits, and it was near impossible to find the 6th rank next. Gotta try something else, like the kind that fights with high-ranking martial artists and fights to the death. He also remembered that he had fought Lu Yi of the Altered Gods Society a month ago, and his aura affinity had been similarly elevated at that time. Also, Shin Yi had just tried to comprehend the one sword of heavenly opening for another 3 hours and gained very little. He guessed that he couldn't completely master the one sword of heavenly opening by simply comprehending it. He should have to hone it in battle. All of the reasons piled on top of each other, making him unable to resist glancing back at the silent shadow stinger in the corner. It just so happens that there's a tool man right here who can be a whetstone. Shadow Strike, who was facing the wall, suddenly noticed a strange sensation behind him. She squirmed and struggled to turn around just in time to see Shin Yi staring into her eyes. Under the 4 eyes, an ominous premonition grew in the bottom of her heart. Half an hour later, East Suburban Supermarket, front desk, with an odd expression on his face, Elder Wang scanned Shin Yi and Shadow Spike, who was lying in a hidden corner, and reconfirmed, "You want Master to unblock her and then find a place spacious enough for you to fight her?" Shin Yi nodded. All the prohibitions are lifted without lowering her realm? Qin nodded once again. She's in the mountain and sea realm. You've only just crossed into the lower grade zone, sure. There's a difference of 2 great realms between you. Elder Wang's tone was a bit heavier. In haste, I may not even be able to save you. However, Qin was still nodding. I know, master. It's fine. I just want to try. If I die, let it be my fate. If the Shadow Stinger's strength was lowered to that of a grandmaster, then she would be no threat to Qin. Only a Shadow Stinger in full bloom could put Qin in danger and trigger adaptive evolution. Because Shadow Spike was an enemy, she would definitely not keep her hands off when she hit Qin. Qin's master, Wang Su, on the other hand, would most likely stay his hand, making it difficult to have a grinding effect. Seeing that his disciple's mind was made up, Elder Wang understood his desire to get stronger quickly inside. It's not bad to be young and reckless. Sometimes a breakthrough in martial arts is just short of such a breath, a force that doesn't want to die. Wow! Wang Lao's mind moved. This heaven and earth, as if a book turning pages, suddenly converted the scenery, from the original flat and strange supermarket, into the sky-high, green grass-like grassland area. As far as the eye can see, the sight, even if it extends to the border of the horizon, can only see large areas of grass, changing heaven and earth. Here, Qin sensed a tranquil, transcendent aura that drifted about like an immortal. As for his master, Wang Su, he was sitting on top of the 9 heavens, looking down and faintly said, "In 3 minutes, I will undo the restraints in her body. Whether you live or die is up to you." A soft breeze blew in his face as Qin squinted his eyes and looked a few hundred meters away. There, a small depression in the grass, in which lay the immobilized Shadow Stinger. This place was the mountain and sea realm within the true king's body, combining the true meaning of the great Tao that the true king had comprehended to become a small world, also known as the true king's realm, a symbol of ascending to the king's realm. Since a martial artist stepped into the mountain and sea realm, he or she birthed a mountain and sea realm within his or her body. But this realm was incomplete and lacked the great Tao to contain living beings, and only after stepping into the true king realm to form a realm could living beings be allowed to enter. Stepping into this world, Qin realized why Master had captured the Shadow Thorn without making a single sound. I'm afraid that Master has pulled Shadow Thorn into this realm, which has suppressed her in silence. Only a fellow true king could resist the other party's small world devouring. Otherwise you can only be pulled in. Within the realm, the true king was the absolute ruler of the small world, turning over the clouds and controlling everything. Elder Wan was actually able to save Qin, no matter how critical the situation was. However, he deliberately didn't tell Qin in order for this life and death grinding to have a real effect and not allow Qin's state of mind to be affected. He stared at Qin, his expression carrying a touch of anticipation. A martial artist who could cross 1 minor realm to kill an enemy was called a genius, and crossing 2 minor realms was a super genius. Those who crossed a large realm to kill their enemies were called the greatest generation of heavenly pride, and one could almost appear out of 10 million people, and across 2 big realms to kill the enemy. That is the legendary immortal seed. The probability of an immortal species appearing cannot be measured in terms of numbers, but rather in terms of years. Statistically speaking, a race with a total population of over 100 billion continued to develop for 1,000 years before an immortal breed could be produced. Will you be the one immortal seed of the human race that came out before the Great Rebellion? Elder Wang secretly muttered to himself. Chapter 80 Fear of the Shadow Thorn. The grass in the distance. Shadow Thorn lay quietly on the ground, feeling the ban in his body slowly dissipate. Surprised and happy, she didn't think that Qin, this person, could be so bold as to think of releasing herself for a fair fight even though she had clearly caught herself. I don't know if it's ignorance or hubris at its finest. Do you really think that mountain and sea realm powerhouses are made of paper? Gradually, Shadow Stinger regained control of her body. She stood up. The original waist was broken open by Qin. A small piece of the defect instantly healed. The whole person back to the black. All in one. The breath is hidden without a trace. Obviously, she was standing right across from Qin, but it was extremely difficult for Qin to capture her figure and aura. After a few more minutes, strands of aura converged from beyond the heavens and were inhaled by Shadow Stinger. Her chi and blood regained their fullness, and her every move contained a secret charm that captured people's hearts. Boo! Bubble bursting sound vibration. Restore the strength of the Shadow Thorn. Blink of an eye appeared in front of Qin. Actually did not make any offensive. Flat smooth dark face instantly changed back to its original state, revealing the white and tender skin. A demonic charm poor city gooseegg face clearly appeared in front of the eyes of Qin. Vermilion lips slightly raised. Under the willow eyebrows is a pair of heart-stopping phoenix eyes. Eyes in the autumn water flood. Love seems to overflow out of the eyes. Pure. Flirtatious. These two diametrically opposed words appeared on one face at this moment. This face has been described as a scourge. As long as it is a man, The first second you see it will be unconsciously attracted, lost in a trance. And the shadow thorn also incidentally released a special divine thought that blasted into Chinese brow, heading straight for the soul. Fifth order illusion. Enchanting bones. This method was enough to charm a strong person of the same mountain and sea realm off guard, even if they were of the same sex. Once his soul was enveloped by the enchanting bone Tianchang, it would be impossible for Elder Wang to save Qin Yi, even if he was within the realm. This charm technique is equivalent to placing a compulsion into a person's soul. Once successful, the compulsion and the soul intermingle with each other and are no longer distinguishable from each other. And the effect on Qin Yi will last forever, and no one will be able to save him. Shadow Thorn had thought early on that Elder Wang would strike at a critical time, and that if he wanted to kill Qin Yi, he would still have to take the risk of coming up with a killing move. Above the 9 heavens, Elder Wang's face changed drastically for the first time. He saw Shadow Spike's intention, not having thought that the previous suppression of this woman suppressed too quickly. We're not clear about what means this woman actually have, but instead led to trouble. Rumble. His complexion stared as he stretched out his right hand, wanting to grab the Shadow Thorn. However, right at this moment, Qin Yi suddenly laughed softly and coldly threw a punch towards Shadow Stinger's head. Shoo! This punch had no rules to speak of. With a sense of madness, speed as fast as lightning, and even smashed out a sonic boom in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it was about to land on Shadow Stab's solar plexus, Shadow Stinger's face showed a strange color, and his figure flickered, avoiding the punch in milliseconds and reappearing in an area tens of meters away. A bloodstain cracked at her forehead, which was injured by the wind of Qin Yi's fist. With the wind of his fist alone, Qin Yi broke through the defense of the mountain and sea realm powerhouse. But what surprised Shadow Spike even more was the fact that Qin Yi had ignored her charm technique. Only now did she react to the fact that Qin Yi had deliberately allowed himself to be compelled, in order to close the distance and take advantage of her defenselessness to make a vicious move. If she didn't possess a special stance, the punch would have been enough to injure her. What exactly is so divine about your soul? It's just that you have divine thoughts directly after breaking through the sect master, but you're also immune to fifth order charm techniques? Shadow Stinger's face was flooded with darkness, reshaping back to a flat, pitch black appearance. Even his features were smoothed out. Joking aside, with the level 2 my heart is like iron and level 1 mind bright in eyesight, the remnants of the departed giant god couldn't even compel him, let alone a charm spell cast by a 5th-ranked mountain and sea realm? Couldn't even keep his 2 spirit resistance passives evolving. Too wasted. Qin Yi did not reply to her words. His feet gently stepped, and 2 brilliant streams of light flashed up as he rushed out tens of meters away in an instant, lifting his hand to deliver the 7 injury madness fist, flowing like treading steps. This body technique that he had just learned could be honed at this moment. Qin Yi came with a strong force. The Shadow Spike, who was 2 realms higher than the other side, actually wimped out and didn't meet the battle head-on. His figure darkened and disappeared once again. The air whistled with the 7 injury mad fist, and in the next instant, Qin Yi felt a coldness in his back and fiercely tried to turn around. But unfortunately, he was a step too late. Pust! Only to see Shadow Thorn appear behind Qin Yi, his left hand like a sword, aiming at Qin Yi's heart with an all-out stab, opening a bloody big hole in Qin Yi's back on the spot, with a large amount of blood and meat spilling down, staining the green grass. Fortunately, Qin Yi reacted quickly enough to not give Shadow Thorn a chance to stir, immediately taking a step back, drawing his hand sword, and sparring with Shadow Thorn for a round with his injuries. This time, both of them were a little surprised. Qin Yi was surprised by Shadow Thorn's bizarre stance, while Shadow Thorn was surprised by Qin Yi's physical strength. The sword she had just stabbed into Qin Yi's body could definitely kill a top-grade sect master in seconds, but in Qin Yi's case, she felt a sense of blockage. Qin Yi's physical body forcefully blocked the sword, not allowing her to touch the crucial heart. I am a mountain and sea realm. Pull down the face to play Enin cannot die a patriarch. Shadow Thorn felt that her face had been disgraced, so she gritted her teeth and stopped dodging, directly coming head-to-head with Qin Yi. In a split second, drops of blood were splattered and blood flowed. Qin Yi was being pressed by Shadow Thorn with his extremely fast speed as well as his mountain and sea realm cultivation, barely able to fight back, his body frantically revealing a scar, with his morose white bones clearly visible and exposed through the wound. Injured so seriously, but Qin Yi seems to fight like crazy, a pair of iron fists hunting ringing, killing gas lingering and vertical and horizontal, just like a pair of injuries for injuries to fight. Not a little bit of concern for their own lives, desperately want to bombard Shadow Spike's life. This type of fight was something Shadow Stinger had never seen before. She had never seen anyone so desperate or so crazy with their fists. This son's punches, which already implied the meaning of the Tao, were quite extraordinary. This kind of killing technique that touched the level of Tao intent only had the chance to take the life of a mountain and sea realm martial artist. That is to say, Qin Yi was qualified and capable of killing Shadow Thorn. Sheenie was like a machine that didn't know how to get tired, shaking the shadow stab hard for more than 10 minutes. With over 100 injuries of various sizes and not a single piece of good flesh on his entire body, he was able to persevere and didn't see the slightest bit of tiredness. Not only that, Shadow Stinger carefully observed that those old injuries on Sheenie's body had nearly all healed, and the ones that currently appeared were all new injuries. Knowing that each strike of the Shadow Thorn had specifically left behind a strand of the power of the Great Tao to thwart Sheenie's fleshly body from recovering and persistently destroying his meridians and organs. Under normal circumstances, not only would Sheenie be unable to recover from his injuries, but he should also become more and more severely injured until he collapsed from exhaustion. The patriarchal realm will be able to smooth out the power of the Great Tao and restore injuries. What kind of monster are you? Previously, Shadow Spike had only been shocked by Sheenie's performance, but by now, a hidden fear had arisen in the bottom of her heart. Would this kind of demon really die under the siege of the alien god society? Is there really no hope for mankind? Chapter 81, Sword Chopping Mountains and Seas. Sheenie didn't care what was going on in Shadow Stinger's head. Once he entered a fighting state, there would be no more distractions in his mind. The Insane Fist intent contained in the 7-injury Insane Fist could injure the Shadow Stinger's tendons and bones, and the violent murderous aura was even more likely to pose a life-threatening threat to the Shadow Stinger. Shadow Spike was knocked back by Sheenie's fierce counterattack, and his eyes turned cold as he stopped fighting his opponent head-on. Phew! When another crazy fist went straight to her head, Shadow Spike's figure violently disappeared, and in the next instant, appeared behind Sheenie. And in the moment Sheenie made a move to turn back, he violently struck out, leaving a bloody wound behind him. If Sheenie hadn't reacted quickly enough, I'm afraid he would have risked being killed in seconds again. However, after this move ended, the Shadow Thorn didn't give Sheenie half a chance to react, and his figure disappeared from Sheenie's sight once again. Swish! In the next second, Sheenie felt a coldness in his head, and when he looked up, the Shadow Thorn had appeared above his head at some point. In his haste, he could only do his best to twist his head away to avoid being hit in the vitals. Shadow Spike's right leg was like a whip, lashing at Sheenie's shoulder, exploding a circle of airwaves and directly kicking Sheenie out tens of meters away. Whoa! A large amount of blood spiked out desperately. Under these circumstances, Sheenie still didn't die. This kind of injury was considered to have knocked out half of his life for him, and it would take about 3 minutes to recover. Unfortunately, Shadow Strike wouldn't give him the time of day. Before Sheenie, who was flying horizontally in mid-air, could land on the ground, he realized that Shadow Spike had dodged to his rear again, aiming another palm at the injury that had just appeared on Sheenie's shoulder. What kind of stance was this, and why was it able to achieve infinite instantaneous movement? Alarm bells rang in Sheenie's heart, and in a moment of crisis, he didn't care. He merged his fingers into a sword, recalling in his mind the sword that his ancestor Chenziluo had chopped out, and swung it forward. Miso! The gusts of wind howled and the sword chi was rampant. Even the heaven-opening sword that had not been fully comprehended had erupted into an extremely powerful force, and was able to resist the Shadow Spike's attack. However, the terrifying recoil rippled throughout Sheenie's entire body, causing nearly half of the organs in his body to break, and black clots of blood continued to spill out of his mouth. The sovereign realm against the mountain and sea realm was still too much of a stretch. Sheenie's strength was in protracted battles, constantly getting stronger through the refinement of his enemies, but with Shadow Spike's moves rushing to take his life, coupled with his undefendable stance, his decadence had already appeared. However, Sheenie didn't care about his body's injuries, as he plunged his toes into the dirt and cut a long gully, which stopped the recoil and landed from mid-air. After his feet stood firmly, he didn't dare to hesitate for half a second. His sea of consciousness stirred, and more than 1,000 points of spiritual energy condensed into divine thoughts, fully dispersed, covering a range of 5 meters beside Sheenie's circumference, and bringing everything that blew in the wind and grass all into the scope of observation. Immediately after, when Sheenie's sentiments arrived, a weed to his right inexplicably swayed. He was incredibly alert and immediately turned to his right, and without even thinking about it, his killing chi gathered in both fists and blasted out with all his might. Boo! This punch did not hit the air, but instead smashed solidly on a piece of flesh. Sheenie could clearly feel his fist sinking slightly into a few centimeters, and even touched a bone that was as hard as gold and stone. Killing chi and blood power, everything that could be used for an attack. Sheenie used all of them. Then, thunderous waves of sound exploded out. His fist blade was raw and painful, the bones in his hand cracked, and he was knocked back several meters by the recoil. But this time, Shadow Stinger was similarly wounded by his strike, a fist-sized hole breaking open at the location of his abdomen, revealing his white skin. When Shadow Stinger's pitch-black exterior is broken, her scent reveals itself to be broken, no longer flawlessly concealed. Sheenie stared intently, detecting the key point through his divine mind from this hint of a break in the shadow thorn. Swish! The gaping hole in Shadow Thorn's abdomen recovered in the blink of an eye, and she was once again hidden without a trace. Yet Qin saw through her means of concealment. His gaze quickly descended and landed on the weeds that filled the ground, his chi and blood booming outward like the autumn wind sweeping away leaves, sweeping across hundreds of meters in a circle. Within these hundreds of meters, all the weeds were instantly burnt to ashes by the scorching hot chi and blood, and only a muffled grunt could be heard coming from the Shadow Thorn steeply appearing on Qin's side. Shadows break, and Shadowstrike has no place to hide. Her stance, in fact, relied on the shadows of everything to flash, and on the prairie, the least conspicuous shadows were the shadows of the weeds everywhere. If she were to utilize Qin's shadow tendency, she would probably attract Qin's attention after using it once. Shadowspike's stance was of high quality and her abilities were extremely perverse, making it impossible to defend as long as the opponent didn't realize the nature of her stance. But by forcibly removing the shadow while she still stays in it, Shadowstrike takes a heavy hit and is forced back to reality. Looking at the Shadow Thorn, who had temporarily lost the power of resistance, Qin could not let go of this opportunity, and with a single movement of his mind, the killing and destructive chi mixed with his body's chi and blood surged out, condensing a heavenly blood sword in midair, and chopping it suddenly. Heaven and earth lost their colors, and the storm clouds broke. This sword is called Open Heaven, a sword that opens up the sky without the need for a real sword. Fingers can be swords, branches can be swords, and chi and blood and killing power can likewise become sharp blades. All things are swords. All beings return to the ruins and reopen the heavens. At this moment, Qin's mind was enlightened and he finally realized the first layer of the connotation of the heaven-opening sword. Sword intent roared, space distorted, and the world trembled. The white light in the sky drowned out everything, causing the entire true king's domain to return to silence. On the vast and boundless grassland, a deep bottomless sword scar was clearly visible, and at the bottom of the sword scar, the Shadow Thorn was dripping blood all over his body, and his pitch-black outer skin had already broken, revealing his real body completely fainting. Above the 9 heavens, Elder Wan's expression shook, and it was as if he saw the shadow of the founding ancestor, Chen Ziluo, in that young man who stood alone on top of the sword marks. The immortal beheading sect is coming out. The ancestor of the immortal beheading sect, Wan Jiatianzuan, had once left his last words to Elder Wang before he died. Before the next exalted one appeared in the immortal beheading sect, one must not come out into the world, much less expose the sect's identity. The reason was simple. The various great techniques of the Zhanxian sect were either created by Chen Ziluo after exhausting his efforts, or were ancient legacies that he had obtained while exploring the cave heaven. So even the starry ancient clan had to be wary of their Zhanxian sect's heirs. If the identity of the immortal beheading sect's personal disciple was exposed, he would definitely be surrounded and killed by countless foreign races. Therefore, it was especially crucial to conserve the identity of the clan before ascending to the level of an exalted one. Apart from Qin, Wang Lao had never told outsiders about his identity in the immortal beheading sect, and the major organizations in the outside world had only guessed that Wang Lao had a relationship with the 10,000 Searches Heavenly Father, and had not thought of that layer of the sect's inheritance. Elder Wang quickly dropped down and came over to Qin's side. Seeing that he was standing there motionless and pale, he knew that Qin had been seriously injured and was in dire need of treatment. He took out a spirit fruit with a strong life breath, was thinking of handing it to Qin, but Qin waved his hand and rejected the spirit fruit. Master, I'm not seriously injured. I can just heal myself. Elder Wang observed Qin. Half of the meridians in his body were broken. Almost all of his organs were shattered except for his heart and brain. His bones were full of cracks, and the surface of his body was chafed everywhere, and he was still spilling blood outward. Dying, just a breath away. You call that a minor injury? Don't try to be brave. How can this injury of yours heal itself by the recovery power of a patriarch? Halfway through his words, Elder Wang was speechless when he suddenly realized the strange phenomenon from Qin's body. Chapter 82, Immortal Golden Body Upgrade. Elder Wang's divine thought swept through Qin's fleshly body, noticing that every cell of his disciple was not as withered as he had imagined, but instead nurtured a vitality that was staggeringly active, obviously without receiving any treatment or eating any healing spirits. Relying solely on self-healing, Qin stabilized the grievous injuries on his body. Shadow Thorn was after all in the mountain and sea realm, and it was hard to say how it would end if Qin didn't resort to a little ingenuity. The healing spirit fruit that Wang Lao handed Qin was not accepted. Qin just asked Wang Lao to bring him a couple of high-level nutrients from the supermarket. This kind of nutrient Qin had eaten when he had just crossed over, which was rich in all kinds of nutrients needed by the human body, and a single one could keep an ordinary person full for a day. The advanced nutrients were made from the grinding and roasting of the blood and flesh of first-order and second-order ferocious beasts, which not only contained huge amounts of energy, but also tasted good, and was no longer the same plastic texture as the original. I've heard that if ordinary people eat it for a long time, it has many other benefits for the body and can prolong life. A single stick of advanced nutrient could be sold for 10 contribution points, but any martial artist with a little bit of family money would purchase large quantities of it to consume for their secret realm explorations. Before the mountain and sea realm, martial artists needed to eat and were unable to dispel the grain. However, the advanced nutrients only served to fill the stomach, and did not have any healing effect. As far as the injuries on Qin Yi's body were concerned, it would be difficult for an ordinary second-order spirit fruit to save him, let alone a high-level nutrient. You've only stabilized your injuries by relying on your physical body's restorative power. Are you sure you want to spend time like this without going to heal your injuries? Elder Wang couldn't help but ask. He was really worried that something might happen to Qin Yi. His own disciple crossed 2 big realms to defeat Shadow Thorn. Proper true immortal qualification. If because of an accident halfway down, Wang Lao will be remorseful to vomit blood. He stared at Qin Yi's face. Seeing that there wasn't a trace of blood on his face, his cheeks were dried out and sunken in, and he looked weak, so he really wanted to immediately step in to heal Qin Yi's injuries. But Qin Yi insisted on refusing the treatment of external objects. Master, I'm really fine. I'm just hungry. I'll recover after eating. Joking aside, he had managed to find a chance to give himself a half-hearted beating without a fight. How could he adaptively evolve if he let someone else heal him? Qin Yi could feel that his cells would be able to metamorphose right away, and he was just missing a stream of energy before he got stuck in the middle. Seeing that his master was still relieved, he added, "Master, there's no need for me to joke about my life. You can just go and get a few more advanced nutrients for me now really." At those words, Elder Wang finally gave up on the idea of stuffing spirit fruits and elixirs. His figure flickered, and in less than a second, 10 advanced nutrients appeared in his hands. A single advanced nutrient could satisfy a martial artist's exercise needs for a whole day, and even a martial artist with a big appetite could consume up to 3 of them in a day. As for the patriarch, he could only eat up to 6 roots. The advanced nutrients were rich in rich blood qi, and although they were not of high quality, they took a while to digest. However, Elder Wang did not expect Qin Yi to swallow 10 advanced nutrients in a single breath and still looked as if he had not yet finished, so he smiled sarcastically and asked him if he still had any more. The corners of Elder Wang's mouth twitched as he directly fetched a whole box from the storehouse over and threw it in front of Qin Yi. There were a total of 36 advanced nutrients in this one big box, and Qin Yi spent only half an hour to gulp it down and destroy it cleanly with the wind, without even a single drop of residue remaining. Hiccup dash. 46 advanced nutrients went down. This time he was completely full. Every cell was bathed in a sea of energy, drawing energy and nutrients recklessly, and his dried and sunken cheeks were back to normal. As Elder Wang observed, Qin Yi's entire body was glowing with life, containing so much life force that it was overflowing and drifting from his pores to the outside world. His cells were metamorphosed in constant death and new life, and the injuries that were originally enough to kill him actually began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Qin Yi only felt his body warm and comfortable to the point that he wanted to moan out. He sat down in place, looking into his meridians and carefully comprehending the changes in himself, when the sound of the system's prompt suddenly rang beside his ears. Your muscles, meridians, organs, and bones have been impacted by the qi and blood of a 5th order, Shanghai realm, martial artist, and have been reborn out of the brokenness, and you have successfully evolved the innate aptitude Immortal Golden Body LV2. As the words fell, every inch of Qin Yi's skin lit up with golden lines, and an age-long immortal aura came out. Elder Wang, who was on the side, captured the immortal aura and revealed an incredulous expression. Losing his temper for the first time. Immortal spirituality? ISNT. This is a symbol of the honorable realm. Why Qin Yi? Wang Lao's heart was full of mixed feelings, both surprise and loss. The surprise was the immortal spirituality that his own disciple possessed at the sovereign stage. Even if it was just a trace, it meant that he was bound to become an exalted in the future and only needed time to cultivate. What was lost was that what he had pursued for most of his life, Qin Yi had so easily. This feeling of loss is part of the human condition. After the complex emotions, Wang Lao came back to his senses, and his first thought was to keep this secret, not to be known by outsiders. His divine thoughts spread out fully, covering nearly the entire eastern suburb, and he didn't find anyone spying on the supermarket before settling down. It's fine for Qin Yi to show how talented he is on the outside, but he definitely can't let anyone find out that he's immortal, because with even higher talent, outsiders would think that the exalted pass would be stuck on him, and the foreign races wouldn't go all out and hunt him down at any cost. The threshold of an exalted one was simply too high, and after Chen Ziluo, There hadn't been another human exalted one for decades. However, having spawned immortality in advance, the exalted realm became inevitable. The immortal golden body talent aptitude fused several of Qin-Yi's passive skills, such as copper skin and iron bone and flesh recovery. So the upgrade of this one talent aptitude brought about all-around improvement. And the evolution Qin-Yi had gotten through this sparring match was more than that. Ding! Your cells withstood the spiritual energy chi and blood rush of a 5th-ranked martial artist, mountain and sea realm, and successfully evolved the natural skill, Aura Affinity LV20. The physical combat with the mountain and sea realm martial artist had allowed Qin-Yi to fully endure the 5th-order spirit energy chi and blood within the Shadow Thorn's body. And this level of chi and blood was close to a 5th-order spirit fruit in terms of enhancement for Qin-Yi. The 5th-order spirit fruit gave a 10-level boost to Aura Affinity. And this time, although it was only a 1-level boost, it broke the 20-level barrier. But Qin-Yi actually didn't feel any changes in himself for a while. In the past, after the Aura Affinity upgrade, the changes were obvious. He was slightly hesitant to try it out, and was ultimately delighted to find that level 20 Aura Affinity had improved his enlightenment and root bones. And when he opened his eyes to look at the air again, he saw not only the drifting aura, but also the hidden patterns of the aura's movement. This law is the law of heaven and earth. That is, the Great Way. Chapter 83, The Great Path to Immortality. Qin-Yi tried to observe something else, and finally realized with regret that he could only tell the Great Tao from the movement of aura for the time being. Aura Avenue? It was reasonable. After all, Aura Affinity was only related to aura from its name. And if one wanted to see through the reasoning behind the workings of all things in the world, one would probably have to evolve some other talent. Miscellaneous thoughts aside for now, Qin-Yi came back to his senses, looked at the stagnant master in front of him, and came over to him and waved his hand. It was only at this point that Wang Lao finally reacted to the fact that while he appeared to be in a cloudy state on the surface, the waves that had been set off by Qin-Yi within his heart had still not subsided. An injury this severe could heal itself with advanced nutrients alone combined with the restorative power of the flesh. This disciple of his, it was likely that there was more than just a trace of immortality contained within his body. Elder Wang's face solemnized for a few moments, the first time he told Qin-Yi about the issue of immortality, urging him to be as high profile as he wanted to be on the outside, but never to divulge the immortal aura in his body. Otherwise the ones chasing him would not be the altered god society, but the countless starry ancient races. Originally, Qin-Yi was just a martial arts path novice, not clear about such a great killing chance hidden behind the immortal golden body, and now that he was reminded by his master, his heart settled down quite a bit. Sure enough, it's always good to have a famous teacher to guide you. However, he was at the same time curious about the breakthrough threshold of the exalted realm. How difficult was it to break through this legendary realm? He posed this question to Elder Wang and was quickly answered. After you cross into the mountain and sea realm, a small world will gradually be pieced together within your body, called the mountain and sea realm. And the sea of consciousness of a mountain and sea realm martial artist has been roughly transformed into real space, and can be integrated with the mountain and sea realm, becoming part of it. At this moment, a mysterious ladder will appear in the mountain and sea realm, leading from the bottom all the way to the sky without end. This ladder, called road by us martial artists. This road is not road in the unusual sense, but means great way, an illusory and ancient celestial path manifested in front of Wang Lao's body, illustrated with pictures, and continued to explain. You can also call this path the Yi Great Tao Ascending to Immortality path. On the path of the Great Way to Immortality, there are countless steps, and your soul will act as a climber, moving upward. Each rung of the ladder is a threshold, and with each step upward, you can gain all-round improvement, enlightening the Tao intent, condensing the prototype of the immortal path in the sea of consciousness, and creating the prototype of the mountain and sea realm. And the Dantian was the process by which a Grand Master broke through to the mountain and sea realm. And after the mountain and sea realm, the increase in cultivation was tied to the number of steps to ascend the immortal path. Most of the unusual mountain and sea realms were only hovering at the level of the 10 sections of the ladder, such as Shadow Spike, who, according to Elder Wang, had only managed to climb the second section of the ladder, and was considered to be one of the weaker classes in the mountain and sea realm. If the mountain and sea realm that had climbed 5 sections of the ladder faced Qin-Yi, it was estimated that the fight wouldn't be so scorching, and it was likely that he would be able to suppress Qin-Yi, who was only at the lower grade Zongshi realm. In an instant, the road to immortality was cruel and incomparable. 99% of the martial artists were trapped under 100 sections of the ladder, and those who could cross the 100 sections of the ladder were all top-tier heavenly prides. But 100 steps is nothing. If a martial artist stayed at the 100-section staircase, their future potential would only be that of a false king at most, and they wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the true king realm. Only by stepping into the 101-section ladder could one hope to be crowned king. As for the martial artists who stepped into the 101 section ladder in the mountain and sea realm, they were honored as Ho, and although they belonged to the same mountain and sea realm as the outsiders, their strengths and battle power were worlds apart, and thus a separate small realm was opened up, the seal of the Marquee realm. The extremely strong person that Chini had learned about back then was actually someone who had completed 100 steps in the mountain and sea realm. As for martial artists who touched the 101 section ladder, they were called limit breakers. They broke the bottlenecks and constraints imposed on them by the heaven and earth great Tao and transcended, and from then on, they could no longer guess their true strength by using their unusual battle power and realm. Hearing his master's detailed answer, Qin Yi then completely understood why Su Jinhe, the initial president of the Martial Arts Federation, had to set up such a martial artist limit list. Su Ruoxu hadn't lied to him. This list was created to incentivize the human martial artists so that they could stay at the limit in every realm, making it easy for them to be crowned as kings in the future. Hovering over 101-200 sections of steps was known as the first breaking limit realm, 201-300 sections were the second breaking limit realm, and so on. It was said that there were a total of 10 breakthroughs, but no one had ever gone that far. The strongest person currently recorded in the human race was the 10,000 tribulation heavenly exalt Chen Ziluo, who had walked through 650 steps for the 6th breaking limit realm. Speaking here, Wang Lao was full of despondency inside. I was as spirited as you were back then, boasting of being a heavenly proud teenager, but unfortunately, with all the effort, I only reached the level of 3 breakthroughs, and it was difficult to take a step upwards thereafter, and due to the dark wounds settling in the body, which cannot be cured, perhaps in another 10 years or so, it will be the time for the chi and blood to decay and the soul to wither. At that time, the great Tao immortal ascension path in my sea of consciousness will also dissipate, and there will be no more opportunity to ascend to the heavens. The prerequisite for becoming an exalted one was the 4 breaks limit realm, which meant walking through 500 sections of the ladder. In Wang Lao's life, he really doesn't have much of a chance. I have witnessed my master's breakthrough, and the moment you step on the 500th section of the steps, an immortal aura will be bred out of you, allowing your flesh, blood, and meridians to derive immortality. Immortality, that is the reward for 500 sections of the ladder. Elder Wang suddenly remembered something, and a look of remembrance appeared on his face. Back then, the master stood at the 634th step and looked upward, and at the 700th step there he saw a tombstone and was filled with curiosity, but unfortunately until his death he did not go there to see clearly what was written on the tombstone. I hope you can fulfill his long-cherished dream. Qin Yi nodded heavily, keeping this matter in his heart. Because of his natural aptitude immortal golden body, he contained immortality without having traveled the great Tao immortal ascension path, which meant that in the future, even if he couldn't walk down the 500 sections of the ladder, he still had the hope of becoming an exalted one. Of course, if he could walk, he still had to try his best to climb a little to try, and Qin Yi was curious how high he could go by then. It is said that the path of immortality is treacherous, and that every step is difficult, so when you think about it from another angle, wouldn't it be true that every step you take is under tremendous pressure? This difficult environment was just right for Qin Yi's adaptive evolution. I just don't know if my soul can adaptively evolve. In essence, the soul is born from the cells of the physical body, and stressing the soul should be the same as stressing one's brain cells, right? Qin Yi wasn't quite sure about this, and no one had ever explored the connection between the soul and brain cells before, so he could only try it out for himself when the time came. Through Elder Wang's narration, Qin Yi had gained a new understanding of the martial arts realms after Grand Master, and if he had not paid homage to his master early on, he probably would have had to personally spend some effort searching for information on these realms. This matter is over. Qin Yi's looked ahead. Not long ago by their own chopped out of the huge sword mark has disappeared. All the scenery has returned to the prairie's initial appearance. 70 to 80 meters away on the grass, Shadow Stinger was passed out and motionless. Qin Yi looked at her distantly as an interesting thought popped into his mind. Chapter 84, Thread of Qi and Blood. Self-created technique prototype. Master, this woman is still at my disposal, right? Qin Yi asked. Elder Wang was selfless. He had little interest in dealing with this kind of miscellaneous fish. However, as he watched Qin Yi ask this question towards himself with a playful look on his face, he was again a little curious as to what this disciple wanted to do. With a hook of his finger, the shadow thorn was moved directly from the distance to the feet of the master and disciple. This person still had Qin Yi's heaven-opening sword chi remaining on his body, and the bizarre black skin used to conceal his aura on the outer layer was tattered and lost its effect, revealing a strip of snow-white skin. Uninterested in this fragrant scene, Qin Yi leaned down and reached out to grab the artery at Shadow Stinger's wrist. It was at this moment that Shadow Strike's eyes snapped wide open. Awakening from his stupor, she stared at Qin Yi, a look of shock and disbelief filling her eyes under the cover of her black skin. As the one who had struck, she knew very well what kind of lethality the move she had struck on Qini had. I thought that Qini is now not dead but also waste, at most by the guard beside the true king hanging a mouth of life, but did not expect to open his eyes, but saw the other side alive and while squatting in front of his own. I must not be awake yet. Shadow Stinger wanted to close her eyes again, but a warm touch came from her right hand, and when she raised her eyes, Qini looked like an old Chinese doctor, holding her meridians with his fingers. Wisps of hot qi and blood power seeped into her meridians through her skin, and she felt a tingling pain that was incomparable, wanting to resist, but she couldn't lift her strength at all. What is the meaning of injecting qi and blood power into my body? Torture me? Shadowstrike didn't think it through. Her body began to produce a fierce reaction, the slight amount of qi and blood remaining in her flesh and blood fluctuating crazily, fighting against the foreign invasion of qi and blood, wanting to exclude the qi and blood injected by Qini. Unfortunately, the remaining qi and blood in the Shadow Spike's body was too weak, and in a single breath of time, it was annihilated by Qini's mobilization of his killing qi, with not even dregs left. After this, there was no more obstruction in the Shadow Spike's meridians, and Qini could pour his qi and blood in large quantities without hindrance. These qi and blood he poured in were gradually diverted under his subtle control, gradually flowing from the Shadow Thorn's aorta into the rest of the meridians and blood vessels, and finally even the capillaries were brought under control. Qini's qi and blood slowly penetrated into the Shadow Thorn's flesh and blood through his meridians and veins, and immediately after, as he went down with a single thought, the originally dying Shadow Thorn shivered coldly, raised his right leg, and kicked himself. Her limbs looked like they each had their own ideas, extremely uncoordinated and twisted and tangled before she barely managed to get up from the ground. Just as he got up, however, he accompanied his right foot with his left, and came down flat on his face, falling in the mud. You are using your qi and blood control power at the subtle level to allow a large amount of your own qi and blood to dive into this woman's flesh and blood, reaching a marionette-like control? Elder Wang's eyes lit up as he understood his disciple's idea. I have to say, it's very creative. The sky's the limit. Elder Wang had only heard of controlling outsiders with divine idea illusions. He had never heard of forcible control with qi and blood. This attempt of Qin Yi's was described as the prototype of an original Gong method, only that he was currently very unfamiliar with it, and had not figured out the purpose of each piece of flesh and blood, which had led to the incoherence of the limbs just now. Wait, such fine, wide-ranging control had to divert the qi and blood into millions of strands. Was it really possible to do so with just the control power of the entry level alone? I'm afraid that's not going to work. Elder Wang similarly had entry-level control, but he didn't think he could do this. If one wanted to manage to control a martial artist with qi and blood like Qini did, it was estimated that one would have to be at the Tongshan level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Qini a few more times, his heart shaken. This disciple of his, just how many more surprises can he bring to himself? This qi and blood filament control method of yours can probably be rated as a B-grade Gong method after perfecting the writing of a systematic text. Elder Wang sighed in admiration. Unfortunately, it is difficult for unusual martial artists to reach your level of qi and blood control, and even if this B-grade Gongfu is written out, not many of them will be able to use it. Qini listened to his master's narration and was delighted. A little game that one casually tinkers with for fun actually has a chance of becoming a feat? Interesting. After an hour-long attempt, he finally roughly figured out the roles of the various flesh and blood parts of the human body, and was able to control the Shadow Spike to stand up from the ground and do some simple movements, such as walking, running, standing in place, and so on. In the process, Shadow Stinger's mind shifted from confusion, gradually to consternation, and finally only to trepidation. She didn't expect that she would become a puppet on a string, to be manipulated at will according to Qin Yi's whims. Even though she desperately resisted, she could only watch as her legs and hands made various movements uncontrollably, so much so that after an hour or so, Shadow Stinger's mouth and tongue began to be controlled by his chakra, blurring out sounds. The voice, not at all what Shadow Stinger himself wanted to say. What kind of evil magic is this? How come it feels like Qin Yi is even more of a villain than our alien god society? Master, after I fully familiarize myself with how to control Shadow Spike, can I control her to return to the altered god society and remotely control her as my undercover agent? Qin Yi asked. The biggest trouble with this idea he proposed was that the strength of the divine idea was not strong enough, and once it was too far away from the Shadow Spike, the connection would be disconnected. Now Qin Yi had a total of 100 points of spiritual power, which had automatically increased by 100 points during the deadly fight with Shadow Thorn, which meant that his divine thoughts covered a range of 11 meters, and couldn't reach him if he was far away. Elder Wang thought carefully for a while, then shook his head. Qin Yi's qi and blood silk thread control method. His own divine idea was not enough to be able to remote and those who had enough divine ideas did not have enough level of control. The only way was to wait for Qinyi's spiritual power to rise again. Seeing that his learned master was shaking his head, Qinyi shrugged and was about to stop fiddling, but suddenly had a new thought. Can I leave a program for the chakra inside the shadow spikes, so that they are like robots and can act according to the program even after they leave me? Qinyi said he would do it and tried again, eventually barely succeeding partially. He reserved a small, simple program in advance inside Shadow Spike, and then asked his master to send Shadow Spike out of the True King's domain. Immediately, the master and disciple duo also walked out of the True King's domain and returned to the supermarket. The duo stared at Shadow Stinger's back, seeing her step out of the supermarket, turn left and right, and managed to leave the neighborhood, heading who knows where. Where will the program you set aside end up taking her? King Lao wondered nicely. Qinyi smiled faintly and replied, nowhere, just designated for her to turn herself in to the Eastern Suburbs police station. And by the way, opened her mouth to indicate that it was the three good citizens, Mr. Qinyi, who had captured her, and sensitized her with love for many days, so that she came to her senses, and finally turned herself in. Elder King. Suddenly, the shocked to unrivaled reaction of the officers of the Eastern Suburbs Police Department when they saw this man come in and turn himself in to speak came to mind. Chapter 85, A Little Surprise from Qinyi. Smoke and Rain Marquee. In the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, the weather was clear and cloudless. A certain main street was bustling with people, a constant stream of passers-by and a continuous clamor. With so many travelers coming and going, a woman with a pure black body walked by blandly, looking and dressing like a robber and a cosplayer, attracting the attention of countless passers-by for a while. What kind of novelty play is this? Can you see the road clearly without even missing your five senses? You don't say. The body is really good. Young people nowadays play with real flowers. He. Hey, Missy, can I take a picture? Stop it. Can you hear me? Pedestrians have stopped to watch. There are also bold good people with cell phones want to go up to take pictures. But I don't know if it was because this young lady was too high and cold or she didn't want to care about them. In any case, no matter who went up to her, she would be swept away as if she was ignoring her without a moment's stay. Che, what's the point of acting so high and mighty? Isn't dressing up like this just for people to see? Some pedestrians who were ignored spat out. But there is also a part of the pedestrians with martial arts cultivation to see this woman's dress is very familiar. Took out his cell phone and searched. And then his face changed dramatically, and he fled without looking back. After they casually searched, they actually searched out a Jiangnan province class A wanted criminal named Shadow Spike, with a realm of at least Grand Master and an official reward of up to 5 million contribution points. These 5 million contribution points, even a great master would have to go and work hard for several years to obtain them. Unfortunately, this bounty looks tempting, but not many people have the life to take it. According to the documentation, Shadow Stinger had assassinated a Phonho realm deacon of the Jiangnan province provincial government, and not only did he almost get it, but he was also able to walk away in one piece. Not every member of the Altered God Society was wanted. It was just that a character like Shadow Stinger, who often assassinated important people, would find it hard not to appear on the wanted list. This shape, this scent, it's definitely her all right. How could the Shadow Thorn be so rampant as to be an assassin, roaming the streets directly and openly? A martial artist was disturbed, looking out in the direction of the Shadow Thorn's faraway direction, and worried while being glad that he had escaped. Looking at this direction of Shadow Stinger, the place she's going to is most likely the Eastern Suburbs Police Station. A few of us can't help, but it's good to make a call ahead of time so the East Suburban Police Department can have a defense. Once several martial artists discussed the matter, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and prepared to join forces to report the matter to the Eastern Suburbs Police Department. At the same time, on the other side, Shadow Stinger had disappeared from the sight of the crowd, getting closer and closer to the Eastern Suburbs Police Station. She appeared to be unruffled, but in reality, she was having a hard time inside. As an assassin who hid in the shadows at all times, she had always hated the stares of outsiders, but just now, there were hundreds and thousands of people staring at her. Stark, with all sorts of emotions that annoyed people, Shadowstrike felt like it was worse than killing himself. But she couldn't even kill herself nowadays. She could only watch her body follow a predetermined route to the end automatically. The process was torture. She hated Qinyi in her heart, and even more so, she hated Lu Yi. And if it wasn't for Lu Yi providing false information, she definitely wouldn't have foolishly rushed over to hijack Qinyi. Between her wild thoughts, she finally reached the entrance of the Eastern Suburbs Police Station, and 7 or 8 meters further forward, she would be able to cross into the police station. Directly in front of them, more than 10 police officers were full of solemn faces, waiting in strict formation, seemingly waiting for Shadowstrike for a long time. When they learned that the infamous Shadow Stinger had come to their door, the officers with lesser mentalities almost fainted on the spot with their eyes blackened. Most of the cadres of the Eastern Suburbs Police Department only had the cultivation of a martial artist at the 6th stage to a low-level martial artist, and it was impossible for them to be a match for Shadow Stinger. Even the police department's hand, Xiao Shi, was only a high-ranking martial artist, a half-step Zheng Shi, and it was difficult to escape in front of the Shadow Stinger. They were tense to the extreme at the moment, and in their minds, the only hope of surviving was to wait for support from downtown and do their best to unite and delay Shadow Spike. Among the crowd of police officers, Chen Shen looked old and calm on the surface, but a closer look at his hands would reveal that they had long been clenched and were kneading uneasily. Xiao Shi arrived at the entrance of the police station with the ordinary police officers, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the pacing Shadow Stinger, really not figured out why the other party would look for them to start a fight. Is it because you captured Scorpion Girl not long ago? She doubled down. Although Xiao Shi had a few life-preserving spiritual items given by the family in his hands, he could at most only save his own life, while the circle of colleagues around him would surely die, whether out of duty or heart. She was reluctant to run away alone. You're here to rescue Scorpion Girl? She has already been transferred to the northern suburbs prison and is not with us, Xiao Shi coldly spoke out, wanting to rely on words to stall for time. However, Shadow Stinger ignored her words and just kept walking forward, step by step, approaching the eastern suburbs police station. Obviously, Shadow Thorn had not displayed any strength, nor had he released the pressure belonging to a powerful person of the mountain and sea realm, but everyone present felt a mountainous pressure that pressed on their hearts, leaving them breathless. You can't advance any further. Stop. Xiao Shi's right hand secretly cupped a light golden talisman, somewhat wanting to take the initiative. The Shadow Stinger was less than a meter away from the police station, and alarm bells were ringing in everyone's hearts. But just then, Shadow Stinger stopped his pace and turned towards Xiao Shi, his hands together and stretched forward, his spine slightly bent down. Like a captured prisoner, he stammered and slurred, according to the instructions of the three good citizens, Xin Yi, I, Shadow Stinger of the Society of the Alien Gods, surrendered myself to the Eastern Suburbs Police Station today. Please arrest me. In a flash, the officers froze, and so did Xiao Shi. They anticipated 10,000 possible future scenarios, except 4. Shadow Stinger will come from the first. What did you say? Xiao Shi couldn't help but ask as she felt in a trance. The reserved program on the Shadow Stinger's side seemed to have anticipated this, and began to repeat the same words over and over again like a robot, maintaining the same posture of confessing to the crime. Follow the instructions of the three good citizens Qin Yi. According to the three good citizens Qin Yi, under the mechanized repetition over and over again, Xiao Shi could finally accept the reality and wake up from the trance. Lightly biting her vermilion lips, she personally took out a pair of special handcuffs and took control of Shadow Stinger. This process was simple and easy, without encountering any twists and turns, and it was impossible to believe that a mountain and sea realm powerhouse had been captured by himself just like that. Qin Yi, Shadow Stinger's surrender. Did you have something to do with that? 2. Being able to defeat Shadow Spike and bring her to the police station was already a miraculous event, and Qin Yi was even more exaggerated. Not knowing what means he used, he was able to make Shadow Spike obediently come over to turn himself in personally. It's not possible that this woman isn't the real Shadow Stinger, is it? Xiao Shi had some sort of suspicion because he couldn't believe this mattered too much. A few minutes later, a stream of light streaked across the sky, and a woman wearing a long pale yellow dress with black hair reaching her waist descended from the sky and landed beside Xiao Shi. Observing the complexion of Xiao Shi and the others, and opened her mouth with slight curiosity. Where is Shadow Thorn Man? You're alright? This woman was beautiful in appearance, with a gentle temperament, and spoke in a soft voice, which was described as the most classic type of Jiangnan woman. However, considering her status, the crowd did not dare to underestimate this gentle Jiangnan woman. She was one of the few strongest martial artists in the city, alone guarding the most terrifying B-rank secret realm in Yuhang, the Dragon River Secret Realm. Not many people knew her real name, but the title resounded throughout the Jiangnan province. She was the Marquis of Smoke and Rain. Chapter 86, The Investigation and Attention of Many Great People. Xiao Shi informed the Marquis of Smoke and Rain as much as he could about what had just happened, only to see a hint of hidden surprise spread across the other party's face, which had originally been wearing a gentle smile. She turned her head, her divine thoughts unfolded and swept over the Shadow Spike who was still standing still, nodding her head solemnly. Mountain and Sea Realm. The second section of the ladder. That's the Shadow Spike alright. This layer of black mirage she's wearing on her surface is also Shadow Stinger's specialty, so there's no mistaking it. Xiao Shi's eyes flickered, and she really couldn't figure out how Qin Yi was able to make Shadow Thorn voluntarily surrender. It was good that Marquis Smoke and Rain found some clues and said in surprise, "Every inch of Shadow Spike's flesh and blood is filled with a different kind of chi and blood. A kind of chi and blood that doesn't belong to her. This chi and blood power was like silk threads that penetrated all of Shadow Spike's meridians and flesh and blood, treating her like a puppet on a string and controlling her all the way to her own surrender. Even the speech was said in advance by the person behind it, not by the will of Shadow Thorn himself." Marquis of Smoke and Rain was surprised at the means of control left behind by Chi-Ni inside. The person who left his chi and blood behind is bound to be extraordinary, and to control the actions of a martial artist in such a subtle manner. The level of control of the chi and blood has to be at least at the ingenious level to be able to do so. She turned her face away and saw Xiao Shi's face colorful, and immediately guessed something and laughed. Bureau Xiao is acquainted with this person who arranges the chi and blood silk threads? To be honest, as a martial artist standing at the very top of Yuhang City, the Smoke and Rain Marquis was so powerful that it was impossible for her not to recognize any human martial artist within the boundaries of Yuhang as long as they were strong enough. However, within the martial artists she knew, no one had ever revealed such a hand as the chi and blood silk thread. Can it be that it's an alien martial artist? Xiao Shi gave a bitter smile and nodded. Recognizing is recognizing. Only, this martial artist who controls the shadow stinger, you may also recognize. The Smoky Rain Marquis raised her willow eyebrows. Oh, who the hell is it? She really couldn't think of anyone she knew who had such tactics. Xiao Shi continued to prompt. This person is the Chi-Ni you're going to protect in 8 days. Smoky Ho. In this instant, her first reaction was that Xiao Shi was joking. From the information she had in her hands, Chi-Ni was but a middle-ranked martial artist, and even if he had extraordinary talent, it was impossible for him to break through to the point where he was strong enough to resist a mountain and sea realm powerhouse in just a week. Most importantly, the word fight is not accurate enough. Can control the shadow thorns from the head. Perhaps it is more apt to say play. Is that possible? Does it make sense? She sized up Xiao Shi's face and saw that the other party's complexion did not seem to be faking, so she pressed the matter into her heart with confidence and skepticism. I'll escort Shadow Stinger back first, and your Eastern Suburbs Police Department will take care of the aftermath. As for that Chi-Ni, we'll see it soon. Smoky Rain Ho was interested in this youth named Chi-Ni. She was a person who appeared gentle on the surface, but she highlighted a thunder and lightning when doing things, and soon grabbed Shadow Thorn and disappeared into the sky. A group of Eastern Suburbs Police Department officers were left in place, silent and staring at each other. After a few seconds, the crowd unanimously breathed a sigh of relief, and the elation of the aftermath surfaced on their faces. The Scorpionus of the Altered God Society was taken down by them even though the merit was great, but when it was distributed to the ordinary police officers then there wasn't much fuel left, and this time, the Shadow Stab was different. A mountain and sea realm powerhouse turning himself in was definitely a heavenly feat. Even ordinary police officers are as ecstatic as if they had won the lottery. Only Xiao Shi, whose face had regained its calm, stood silently in front of the gate, looking out at the direction of the supermarket in the eastern suburb, his heart entangled. She kind of wanted to go and check on Chi-Ni, but she was afraid of revealing her whereabouts and being discovered by the people from the Alien God Society, causing the other party to be wary. He himself had an official background after all. So if he could not meet with Chi-Ni, it was best not to. After thinking about it, she still couldn't suppress her curiosity, took out her cell phone, tapped on Martial Realm, and sent 2 words to Chi-Ni. The matter of the Shadow Thorn's surrender in the eastern suburbs had not caused widespread discussion, and it seemed as if someone was making a secret move to suppress the heat of the matter. Otherwise, the matter would have made waves on the internet alone, compared to the startled eastern suburbs police station, and Chi-Ni who was practicing at ease. Fatty Jin's life in the past few days had been a happy one, forcing himself to forget about the matter of the 5th order spirit fruit, and with the large amount of high-quality bug corpses he had gotten from Chi-Ni, he had processed a lot of goodies and made a lot of money. Don't look at Chi-Ni earn so many gold cards from him. When you think about it, how can selling raw materials be as profitable as product processing? Taking one of the most common second-order firefly flying insects as an example, Fatty Jin had spent roughly 3,000 contribution points to collect it from Chi-Ni. However, from the firefly flying insect, the fluorescent substance in the stomach was a second-order spirit, which could be used to create at least 30 luxurious hanging lanterns. This kind of hanging lamp without electricity can automatically emit bright and soft luster for decades, and the appearance of gorgeous, very popular with the upper class, especially the kind of light rich without the strength of the businessman favorite. Merchants whose own martial realm wasn't that high like to buy luxurious products made from ferocious beasts to show off their own strength. Maybe this is what is called showing what is missing. All in all, a glowing fire hanging lantern, with a bit of luck, could be sold for 1,500 contribution points, directly earning several times more than the cost of purchasing the raw materials. All Fatty Jean needed to pay was some forging fees and a channel to sell it. And the Jean family is to do this. The name of the size of hundreds of stores and dozens of auction houses. Do not worry about selling. Making a killing. Hey! Standing in front of the assembly line of the processing plant, Fatty Jean looked at the constant output of spiritual products and revealed an obscene smile. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Chin E, and planned to spend some more contribution points to honor him when this shipment was all sold out, so that the other party wouldn't forget about him. This chain of relationships must be maintained. If you hold on to your thighs tightly, won't the position of the future head of the family be within your reach? Thanks to this batch of goods. In recent days the head of the family often praised him in front of a group of clansmen, which made Fatty Jean already start fantasizing about a brighter future. But in the corner where he didn't see it, several other young masters of the Jean family had begun to take action, either bribing people under Fatty Jean or accessing Fatty Jean's recent whereabouts, all of them investigating the source of Fatty Jean's shipment. To be able to supply so many second-order bugs at once, the supplier's strength was certainly not bad, and they also wanted to flatter themselves to see if there was any chance of getting a piece of the pie. We can't let Fatty Kim have the benefits all to himself, can we? The position of family head is not that easy to take. I can offer a higher purchase price than Goldfong, even at a loss, as long as Goldfong doesn't make a profit anyway. I'm making a profit. Inside a certain room, Jean Yuan, the second young master of the Jean family, looked at the information handed over by the domestic servant in front of him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Gazing at it, above the information, there was a picture of Chin E hanging. Chapter 87. The Jean family's younger generation was engaged in a tug-of-war around Chin E. At the same time, in a distant side of the secret realm, surrounded by mountains, clouds and mist all over the sky, on the familiar flat land of the valley, the crowd of the Altered God Society found their own stone chairs to sit down as usual. From the last assembly meeting in fact only passed not to 7 days. According to reason, the Alien God Association at least a month will only organize a meeting like this frequently organized. There must be a big event. And this time, the big thing they want to discuss is undoubtedly still related to Chin E. The second circle of bigwigs Shadow Spike, who rushed to Yuhang in full armor to catch Chin E, has not been heard from for several days since he left, and he has completely disconnected from the Altered God Society. From the information gathered from various parties by the Isagami Society's own intelligence network, the Shadow Stinger failed. Not only failed, but also surrendered on his own initiative. And if this matter had not been suppressed by the official people to keep the heat down, they, the Isagami Society, would surely have lost all their face. To be able to defeat or even capture Shadow Spike alive, the difficulty factor is extremely high, but it's not completely impossible. The Stone Man, who was also sitting in the second circle, spoke up, and as soon as he did, he felt all the eyes in the room converge towards him. Those Marquis of Yuhang, and even that true king of Jiangnan province, all have a chance to do that as long as they meet Shadow Spike head-on. But, capturing Shadow Strike alive is one difficulty. Controlling Shadow Strike to get her to turn herself in is another. The Stone Man's smooth as marble stone face was expressionless, but the crowd could still feel the gravity. Shadow Spike specializes in the way of illusion, and his soul is highly resistant to all types of illusion control skills, so even the Seal Marquis realm is unlikely to be able to control him. And the Jiangnan King, the only true king of the Jiangnan province in plain sight, has never practiced divine powers or great avenues that can control others. That is to say, there's a high probability that Chin E has a hidden expert by his side, and it's highly likely. It's a true king. When these words came out, the seat was filled with an uproar, and even the 3 members of the top tier sitting in the first circle around the stone table had a strange expression on their faces. True king realm is not something that sucks, even if it is placed in the ancient clans that have a lot of talent and a long history. The true king realm martial artists can occupy a place, and is the mainstay of the existence. To say that Yuhang City was hiding a true king, they were a bit hesitant to jump to conclusions. To be able to control a Shadow Thorn to turn himself in, he's at worst in the feudal Marquis realm, so to be cautious, we can go with the worst case scenario and default to having a true king guarding beside Chin E. The man sitting on the right hand side of the Stone Man concurred. The Altered Spirit Society had always been known for its prudence and stability, or else it wouldn't have let a martial arts master go and arrest Chin E, who had just stepped into the martial arts path not long ago. In the opening scene, if it were any other power, when faced with a budding newcomer who had not long entered the martial way, they would at most send out 2 or 3 high Dan martial artists, and at the very most, they would not exceed 9 Dan. The members of the Altered God Society were able to cultivate to this level, so they naturally had brains, and although they guessed in the wrong direction, they still ended up being crooked and guessed the correct answer. It was true that there was a true king watching over Chin E, but the Shadow Thorn was not controlled by that true king's hand. This person Qin doesn't have much of a background. Is it possible that that true king guarding him was officially transferred from another region? At the outermost level of the meeting around the table, Lu Yi could finally have a chance to speak and spoke aloud. Originally, as the outermost layer of personnel, he did not have the courage to speak, but fortunately, he happened to be deeply involved in the matter with Qin, which gave him the qualification to speak. For a while, the sights of the bigwigs in the inner circle came pouring in, making him slightly agitated and subconsciously straightening his back. You don't say. The moment he knew that Shadowstab had failed, Lu Yi was not only not sad, but on the contrary, he was a bit secretly happy. It's as if the average person who has taken a big loss gloats when they see someone else take the same big loss. I think Qin has definitely contacted the official forces, and at this time, he is surrounded by many strong guards, just waiting for us to continue to take the bait and lose our troops. Lu Yi stated what was in his mind. President, we shouldn't fall for it. It's best to hang Qin out to dry first, only sending people to keep an eye on him in the shadows but not to make any moves, waiting for an opportunity to act. The official people can't watch Qin forever. Sooner or later they'll slip through the cracks. Lu Yi's idea adhered to the consistent and steady style of the Altered God Society, and in the past, without him having to say anything, the crowd would have adopted a similar strategy on their own. But this time, the situation is different. The man sitting at the very center of the room opened his mouth and spoke. He had shoulder-length white hair and a strong twilight color, like a dying old man, but his appearance was young and handsome. No wrinkles could be seen. According to you, Qin was able to make the officials send a true king to personally act as a protector of the Tao. Do you think that qualifications alone are enough? Lu Yi's expression was stunned, and he instantly understood the president's meaning. A bottom-tier martial artist with no background like Qin, even if he relied on his extraordinary natural talent to make some name for himself, it was impossible for the true king to personally watch over him. The only possibility was that Qin had truly obtained the inheritance left behind by that being, Jintian Wang Lin Changcheng. Only by obtaining Lin Changcheng's inheritance could the officials attach such importance to him, to the point where true kings condescended to go and guard him. Lin Changcheng was also a decent martial artist with an official background. After figuring this out, Lu Yi and the crowd around him all changed their faces drastically. And the words of the Alien God Association's president hadn't even ended yet. He continued, how quickly do you think Qin Yi's strength can increase after receiving the inheritance of the Jintian Heavenly King, coupled with the fact that there is full official support to cultivate him? I'm telling you, this is going to be faster than we can imagine. Maybe he's still just a high-ranked martial master today, but in a month's time, there's a possibility that he'll cross over into the upper-rank sect master. The Heavenly King of Jintian, Lin Changcheng, was originally a martial artist who had risen from the bottom, and his technique, which was said to be famous for its speed of cultivation, was dozens of times faster than normal people. The most exaggerated thing was that while maintaining such a high speed of cultivation, Lin Changcheng's gong method was still able to ensure a solid foundation. If they had followed the previous ploy of temporarily letting Qin go and secretly observing him, and waited for half a year, Qin might already have the strength to be a feudal lord and be fearless of assassination. The pagan society did have true kings. Not only did they, but there were two true kings. However, a true king would not necessarily be able to kill Qin in seconds, and martial artists who had stepped into the Seal Marquis realm more or less had life-preserving methods and life-preserving spirit items. Miss an opportunity once and it will be hard to find a second one thereafter. The white-haired man swept his eyes over the crowd and said in a deep voice, this matter concerns the Lord's orders, which can only be followed and not disobeyed. The assassination of Qin cannot be stopped. The master had given them a mission with great difficulty, and if they couldn't fulfill it, they might as well die. President, then who is going to the assassination in 7 days? A member inquired. The white-haired man's eyes lit up with a refined aura as he faintly said, I will lead the team, and all of the people from the first and second circles will go. All go? The members of the second circle and the first circle of seats were at least at the Grandmaster realm, adding up to 12 people. Among them, of the 3 in the first circle, the president and the vice president, who had been silent, were both at the true king realm. This kind of power is already enough to exterminate a weak race. Even if the official side was prepared, they probably wouldn't have imagined that the Altered God Society could be so crazy as to send out all their elites just to capture a youth who had only been practicing martial arts for a month or so. Lu was a little shaken for a moment when he heard this arrangement. With such a terrifying force pouring out, it would be unreasonable for Qin to escape. Chapter 88 Shocked Li Wufeng. A few days passed calmly. The batch of goods that Fatty Jean had acquired from Qin Yi's hands had been successively processed into all kinds of luxurious martial arts supplies, from household decorations to practical armor, potions, and so on. This large amount of windfall profits happy fat gold for several days did not close their mouths, hanging smile all day long, until he realized that a few of his siblings of the same generation were secretly poking around for information about Chini. He immediately realized that these people didn't have good intentions and were definitely here to dig in. Fatty Jean had a long-term vision. The benefits Chini brought him could be much more than just such a one-time insect corpse. As Chini's realm improved, he could not only get the light, but also harvest more spiritual objects from the other party's hands. It could be said that Chini was Fatty Jin's money tree, and he would have to regret it for the rest of his life if it was snatched away by someone else. However, it was not realistic to forcefully stop those siblings from going to find Chini, and it was even more unrealistic to let Chini hide and not be found by them. Thinking about it, Fatty Jean decided to implicitly warm up to Chini in the martial arts realm to express his feelings and solidify their relationship. He took out his cell phone, tapped on Chini's avatar, and chatted privately. "Brother, are you there?" After sending it, he waited for a long time, but did not see Chini reply for a long time. "Is it busy?" Fatty Jin's mindset at the moment was a bit like a licking dog boiling goat, always subconsciously making excuses for the other party. So then, he kept his cell phone and waited for another 2 to 3 hours. However, he still did not receive a reply from the other party. Fatty Jean was a bit tired of waiting, but if he was told to do something else now, he would be easily interfered with, and in his heart, he always thought of taking out his cell phone to see if Chini had called back yet. Finally, he came up with a good idea. He spent 200 contribution points and sent a red packet over to Chini, and then the next second, a small white line popped up on the chat screen. Chini has received your red packet. Chini, yes. What's the matter? Fatty Kim. Are people so realistic nowadays? It was good that Chini had already ignored him. 200 contribution points was nothing. Fatty Jean began to ingratiate himself with Chini explicitly and implicitly, and promised to increase the price of everything he acquired from Chini in the future, only begging Chini to ignore any other Jean family members who might come to his door in the future. His sincerity was sufficient, coupled with the fact that he had given Chini a fifth-order spirit fruit early on. This small matter Chini agreed after a little thought. The other Jean family members might pay him more than expected in order to compete for the head of the family position, but this kind of business would not last long, and it was not as reassuring as Fatty Jean. After receiving Chini's promise, Fatty Jin's hanging heart finally dropped. He took a long breath, glanced at his third brother who hurriedly passed by the door and smiled. "You think I don't know what you're thinking?" Seeing his third brother walk away, Fatty Jean was plotting his next business deal, but unexpectedly, one of his inner circle suddenly stepped forward and whispered beside his ear. "The second young master of the Li family wants to order a batch of second-order bug armor from us." The second youngest member of the Li family? Li Wufeng. That's a big deal. Fatty Jean hoarded a large number of fine second-order bug beetles in his hands, and didn't worry about selling them, only worried that they weren't good enough. Bug armor is even rarer than other armor. Lightweight and toughness in a group of armor to claim the top, always have a price. The main reason for this was that high-level bugs were too hard to find. Wild bugs, even first-order ferocious beasts were rare, and only when a mother bug appeared could a high-order bug be born in large quantities. It was precisely for this reason that Fatty Jean was able to feel comfortable working with Chini. He believed that Chini, in his hands, was bound to keep the coordinate bearings of a mother worm that could be fetched in a steady stream to make money. "Ask him out to meet you," Fatty Jean immediately commanded. The Li family, as a Yuhang family, was not small, and it would be a good place to sell this batch of goods to them. Not only can we make money, but we can also make good karma with the Li family. Wonderful. This night, downtown Yuhang, Tianjiang restaurant. Expensive and luxurious Chinese restaurant was emptied and chartered tonight, and in the large main hall, there were only two figures, one fat and one thin, sitting on the dining table, and 3 waiters stood beside the circumference, as well as the subordinates of each of the two. "Farewell, young Li, I haven't seen you for a few days. I wonder where you've been dashing off to." Fatty Jean had a bright smile on his face as he raised his cup to clink with Li Wufeng. Li Wufeng drank the wine in his cup in one go and laughed bitterly. "Dashing what? My friend and I went to the Xian Tian secret realm, but we went through hardships and suffered so much that we almost couldn't come back." He didn't want to talk much about what happened to him in the Xian Tian mysterious realm, and after lamenting, he immediately shifted the topic to business. The two argued for more than half an hour about the pricing of the second-order bug armor, and in the end, Fatty Jean gave in and struck the deal. But that's just on the surface. Fatty Kim gave in. In fact, Fatty Jean gave up this step and gained the friendship and support of the Li family, which was quite beneficial to his future competition for the position of the head of the family, so it was not a loss. As a capitalist, how could he let his losses go? Business talk is complete. The two are similar in age. In the family status is also similar. Drink. The relationship is close. Slowly began to talk about miscellaneous trivialities. "Brother Jean, Where did you get this batch of insect corpses from? And how can you suddenly have such a large number of them? Could it be that the mother worm has been found? Li Wufeng said. Fatty Jean shook his head, selectively revealing, I just collected it from someone else. And coincidentally, this batch of insects happened to be collected in the Xiantian mysterious realm. Xiantian secret realm. Massive bug corpses? Li Wufeng's heart was shaken, and all his alcoholic feelings instantly subsided for the most part. Insects were already rare. To be able to have so many insect corpses appear all at once, and all of them spawned from the Xiantian mysterious realm. Was this really a coincidence? He suddenly recalled the scene he saw in the Xian heavenly mystic realm. Pieces of insect corpses were stacked on top of each other. Endless blood gathered into a river, and a frightening fisting intent filled that dead slaughterhouse. Li Wufeng shivered and hurriedly asked, can you reveal from whom exactly this insect race was collected? Fatty Jean frowned, slightly suspicious, and glanced at Li Wufeng. The Li family seems to have processing channels as well. This Li Wufeng shouldn't be trying to poach me like my siblings, right? Li Wufeng looked at Fatty Jin's expression before he thought that he shouldn't have asked that, cursing himself for being hasty, and explained genuinely, I'm not coveting the source of the goods. I'm just interested in this man who kills insects. You may not know, but in the Xian heavenly mystic realm, I happen to have seen a battlefield between martial artists and insect clans. In order to make amends to show his sincerity, he told Fatty Jean the secret he had hidden in his heart, desperately describing the horror of the man who killed the bugs, with a monstrous strength, and was at least a marquis sealer. He went down on this call, to Fatty Jean bluffed, and then almost couldn't hold back the ecstatic laughter. So Big Brother Chini is already in the Feng Ho realm? That's good karma for me. Wonderfully made. He heard that Li Wufeng's words did not seem to be fake, and after thinking about it, he still secretly told Li Wufeng 2 words. After hearing these 2 words, Li Wufeng was shocked and stood up directly from his chair with a miso. What did you say? That name. Are you sure you remember it correctly? Fatty Jean had a puzzled look on his face. If I remember correctly, it's Qin, a young man of about 20. Snap. As soon as the words fell, Li Wufeng's face was filled with incredulity, and he fell back into his chair in disorientation. Qin, a young man in his 20s. It's not really the one I know, is it? It can't be, no matter how you think about it. Chapter 89, The Big Dog Awakens. The image of Qin speaking to himself with a bland face unconsciously appeared in Li Wufeng's mind. It was still in the eastern suburb supermarket, when this young man who was new to martial arts faced him, who had already stepped into the martial arts division, leaving behind a sentence, the next time we meet, you don't want to be surpassed by me. At the time he dismissed it as a joke. Looking back now, it may be that the real joke was on him. There's absolutely no way it's him. Why would it be him? Li Wufeng murmured in disbelief, unable to accept the answer that Qin already possessed the strength of the Seal Marquis realm. 1 month. From martial arts initiation to mountain and sea sealing. This is something that people can do? Li Wufeng didn't believe it, although Fatty Jean wouldn't lie to him. But even if that batch of insect corpses was sold by Qin, who could guarantee that the person who killed the wave of insects was also Qin? Qin may be like himself, just lucky, happened to pass by the western heavenly mountain range, also ran into the insect slaughterhouse. They didn't dare to touch the insect corpses out of respect and awe for the powerful, but Qin couldn't say the same. This kind of martial artist from the bottom tier often did anything in order to become stronger, and it was reasonable for them to take the risk of stealing the trophies left behind by the strongest. Qin only took away the bug corpse that the feudal Marquis realm powerhouse didn't fancy. He's not the feudal Marquis realm powerhouse himself. That's a guess that's significantly more logical than him being sealed for a month. Li Wufeng's mind settled down as he asked Fatty Jean for Qin's address, but was refused. Fatty Jean didn't want to reveal Qin's information to outsiders, as it could become an ambush for him to cross paths with Qin. If you really want to know, do your own research and don't come to me. Unlike Li Wufeng, Fatty Jean was determined that Qin had been marquisized and was convinced of it. To risk offending a powerful Seal Marquis realm for no reason to curry favor with a young master of the Li family. Are you worthy? Li Wufeng, who was rejected, was not angry. He had just made a big deal with Fatty Jean. There was no need to spoil the relationship because of a small martial artist. After quietly enjoying his dinner, he was the first to stand up, say goodbye to Jean Fong, and leave the restaurant with his own subordinates. Just as he stepped out of the door of the restaurant, he waved to the shadows in the corner. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe emerged and stood respectfully in front of Li Wufeng. You go and check out a young man named Qin, around 20 years old, living right in Yuhang and mostly moving around the eastern suburbs on weekdays. Yes, the black-robed man led the way, diving back into the shadows and disappearing. Li Wufeng boarded his own black specialized car, and the driver who was driving in front of him asked at the right time, "Young master, where are we going next?" He was silent for a while and wanted to call home, but his heart was inexplicably touched. So he spoke. Take a trip to the eastern suburbs. It's about a 2-hour drive from the city to the eastern suburbs. And when you get there, you can find a random property in the eastern suburbs to rest for the night before heading to the eastern suburbs supermarket. Li Wufeng always felt that he had to make a trip to the eastern suburbs supermarket to meet that reclusive lord. For Wang Lao Wang Su, the Li family got not much information. Only know that the realm-sealed marquee hit the bottom. Other than the official investigation channels, it was difficult for the rest of the intelligence channels to investigate the layer that Elder Wang was related to the Heavenly Father of 10,000 sacrifices. The sound of a car engine rang out. Li Wufeng closed his eyes and began to cultivate at ease. After a series of experiences in the Xian Tian mysterious realm, he had already broken through the low-ranked martial master and crossed into the middle-ranked ranks. Waiting for another short while, he would have the chance to step into the high-ranked martial master, hopefully in time for the martial arts exam in 2 months. The sight shifted to the other side. Late night, eastern suburbs supermarket, depot. Qin sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, his qi and blood steadily strengthening, strands of divine thoughts fluctuating outwards as his entire being fell into a subtle state, constantly recalling the sword that he had chopped out when he fought against Shadow Thorn and benefiting from cross-referencing his own heaven-opening sword with Chen Ziluo's heaven-opening sword. Currently, there were still 6 days left before the agreed-upon 15 days, and over the past few days, Qin Yi had relied on his level 20 aura affinity and automatic cultivation to successfully break through the lower grade Zongshi and step into the ranks of the middle grade Zongshi. There were 3 grades of sect masters: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. Generally speaking, a lower grade sect master could serve as a teacher at a martial arts university, and if they were to be replaced by a martial arts high school, they would be able to directly take on the position of vice principal or principal. As long as Qin Yi was willing, he could even apply for the job as the principal of the Yuhang No. 1 martial arts high school right now and become Chen Xian's teacher. That's right, Chen Xian was enrolled in the Yuhang No. 1 martial arts high school, which was also a prestigious one in the Yuhang area. Someone like Qin Yi, who was detected to have no martial arts qualifications, couldn't enroll in school at all. Even Chen Xian, who had a bit of martial arts talent, was at the bottom level in the Yuhang First Martial Arts High School. But, now that things were not what they used to be, he had the qualifications to go on to become the principal. And Chen Xian had the qualifications to compete for the top spot in the martial arts exam in the Jiangnan province. A strange encounter that changed so many things. Chen Xian had contacted Qin Yi in these recent days, but Qin Yi just told him to go to school and cultivate without worrying about himself. Speaking of which, he could imagine what Bridge Chen Xian, whose qualifications had suddenly metamorphosed, would experience at school. Definitely all sorts of classic pretending to be a pig in a poke. With 6 days left, I should be able to advance to upper grade Zongshi and then get stuck for the time being. To break through from Patriarch to Grand Patriarch, it was not enough to cultivate Qi and blood. One also had to come into contact with the Great Tao and comprehend the Tao intent. In fact, Qin Yi could rely on the epileptic fist intent of the 7-injury madness fist as well as the hegemony of the heaven-opening sword to advance to Grandmaster. But he always felt that this was not enough. Both of these Tao intentions were other people's things. Qin Yi wanted to comprehend a great Tao on his own and then achieve Great Master. Buzz. Suddenly, a slight buzzing emanated from Qin Yi's body, as if some changes had occurred. With a little probing, he realized that his qi and blood had reached the 10,000 card, stuck at the limit of a mid-grade sect master, unable to continue quenching. Automatically quenching the qi and blood was fast, but in order to break through the bottleneck, one had to let the spiritual power keep up. It was a good thing that his spiritual power had long since reached 1,500 points, rushing to the level of a grandmaster. And there was no such thing as a so-called spiritual power bottleneck. Wow! Without any obstruction, he broke through the middle-grade sect master's barrier, and the automatic quenching of his qi and blood continued to run, starting to sprint towards the upper-grade sect master's limit of 20,000 calories of qi and blood. Qin Yi opened his personal panel and was thinking of quietly changing the various attributes, but unexpectedly the third-order spirit beast talisman in his pocket shook a bit. Big Dog is waking up? Ever since he received the Big Dog with this third-order spirit beast talisman given to him by Zhang Tianfeng, Qin Yi had been keeping the rune in his pocket. But unfortunately, the Big Dog had been silent and hadn't moved much. Is the transformation finally complete? Anticipation flooded Qin Yi's heart. Cultivating alone for a long period of time was slightly boring, causing Qin Yi to somewhat miss the days when he and the Big Dog would toss and turn. Chapter 90: Blinding My Dog's Eyes. Inside the third-stage spirit beast talisman was a void in chaotic space, with nothing but the various types of nutrients needed to ensure the spirit beast's daily needs. Most of the spirit beasts that were included in the spirit beast talisman would also fall into a deep sleep. The moment holding the spirit beast talisman. Qin detached a strand of divine thought and drilled into it, so that he could clearly see the situation in the internal space of the spirit beast talisman. In the center of the chaotic void world, a blood chrysalis covered with bizarre veins was quietly suspended here, raging pure life breath rushing and pouring outwards, and the veins on the blood chrysalis were rippling and writhing crazily. Click! At a certain moment, the carrying capacity of the blood chrysalis shell seemed to reach its limit, snaking out a crack that continued to extend, expand, spread, and eventually spread across the entire blood chrysalis. Snap! After a crunching sound, the blood chrysalis collapsed, turning into a sky of blood flowers, into the void, dissipated without a trace. The only thing left in the original place is a mongrel wild dog lying on the ground, lethargic, hair glittering, body chi and blood exuberant as fire. Ha ha, Master Dog, I'm back. Human pets, hurry up and kneel down to throw the ball for me. A wild dog with yellow and black mixed fur stood in the void on two legs like a human, with a pair of dog paws on its forelimbs to support its waist. So imposing. Not bad for a big dog that smells like dog right out of the gate. Now that Big Dog had finished digesting most of the supreme pure divine blood, his realm had directly rushed from the first rank to the third rank, comparable to a human mid-grade sect master. So he definitely had to fool around. Even more, half of the supreme pure divine blood was contained in his various cells, constantly nourishing his dog flesh and enhancing his potential, making his future path of cultivation even smoother. Big Dog was originally a body of recultivation, and with the base and experience of his previous life, he would definitely go farther in this life. And now, the Big Dog couldn't wait to get out of the spirit beast talisman. He had been shocked by Qin Yi's natural talent and various initiatives before, and now that he himself had invincible natural talent, he finally had the capital to pretend in front of Qin Yi. Humph. According to Qin Yi's cultivation speed, right now, he's probably still hovering around the high-ranked martial master. At most, he's only a lower-ranked sect master. I definitely crushed him anyway. With a thought, Big Dog's mental power unfolded and touched the mechanism of the spirit beast talisman, and after receiving Qin Yi's consent, he managed to detach himself from the spirit beast talisman and appeared on the floor of the storehouse. As soon as he came out, he saw Qin Yi sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring at himself with a smile. What are you looking at? Dog master, I am a noble middle-grade master. Is it not for you a small martial artist to peek? The Big Dog wanted to show off, but halfway through his words, he suddenly froze, half unable to speak. He realized that he actually couldn't see through Qin Yi's realm. How is that possible? My titanium alloy dog eyes are comparable to a C-grade pupil art, and coupled with my cultivation of a mid-grade sect master, it is impossible for a martial artist in the martial master realm to cover up in front of me. Qin Yi's smirking look annoyed the Big Dog, and his pair of doggy eyes glittered as he instantly used his own watchful pupil technique. Inside is fire. This was his natural aptitude, an A-ranked pupil art that only the Dog Clan could use. However, under the insightful probing, Qin Yi's aura remained erratic and could not be seen truly. In his eyes, Qin Yi seemed to be enveloped by layer after layer of clouds, his figure appearing and disappearing, blurring, and no matter how much he probed into the interior, he couldn't find his real body. All he had was countless mists. In the end, Big Dog could only barely determine that Qin Yi had surpassed the martial master realm, and was at least a lower grade zone. Sure. What kind of breath-hiding technique have you practiced? Why can't I see through my dog's eyes plus A-rank pupil art? After being defeated, the Big Dog's arrogant aura was extinguished for the most part. Qin Yi smiled without saying anything. During this recent period of time, his mist in the clouds had been producing automatically, coupled with the fact that when he was idle and bored, he would also take the initiative to build a few layers for fun. So by now, there were already 10 layers of aura isolation layers on the surface of his body, which could not be pierced through by martial artists of the same rank with their A-ranked pupil techniques. Not to mention that the Big Dog was still one small realm lower than him and was only a mid-ranked sectional master. No, it's only been a few days since we parted and you're covering up for me? Still not a brother. Big Dog unpleasantly skimmed his dog's mouth as he was genuinely curious about the covering up technique on Qin Yi's body. You think I'm a dog too? Calling me brother and sister? Qin Yi joked, and although he said so on his lips, he still revealed his masking technique to the Big Dog. It's just a B-grade technique. It's not worth much. B-ranked feats? How is this possible? You take a B-rank concealment technique and resist my A-rank pupil observation? Big Dog would be skeptical. But when he finished listening to Qin Yi's introduction to Mist in the Clouds, his expression shook. This technique is a perfect match for you. It can even be infinitely stacked and auto-generated. Wait, when did your qualifications become so heaven-defying? You can actually quench your chi and blood automatically, and your speed is still faster than me cultivating wholeheartedly? The Big Dog had managed to complete his metamorphosis with great difficulty, But he didn't expect Qin to crush himself with ease. Is there any justice? Is there any law of the land? You removed the aura isolation layer. Let me see what level you're really at now. The big dog was still unconvinced. Qin had no choice but to skim off the surface layer of aura isolation, revealing his true cultivation. When the surging qi and blood of the upper-grade patriarch and the power of the divine concept at the level of a great patriarch fell into the eyes of the big dog, he only felt a stinging pain in his eyes and couldn't help but cover his dog's eyes as he yelled, "You pervert! You're flashing my dog's eyes!" More than 10,000 cards of qi and blood, spiritual power into divine thoughts. I should never have compared myself to you, bastard! The big dog was chagrined, and all the good feelings of breaking the barrier were gone. He swung his legs around and sat paralyzed on the floor, saying with disinterest, "You'd better cover it up. Don't show it to me. I'm afraid that my Tao heart won't be able to withstand it." After saying that, he looked around and said suspiciously, "Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you what this place is? Quickly tell me what has happened recently." Qin nodded slightly and began to inform the big dog of all that had happened during his slumber. Returning to the human world, resisting the assassination of the pagan society, and worshipping the Chopper sect. When he mentioned the words immortal beheading sect and altered spirit society, the big dog's eyes showed a contemplative look, as if he had some impression of these two organizations. The Alien God Society. I don't know where I've heard of it, but in short, it's an organization set up by a foreign race, with a demon race behind it. Big Dog deliberated. Usually my kind of tattered memories that only know the outcome but not the process are related to the master. Because the master's part was deleted, I only know the conclusion of the alter ego society's intelligence, and I don't know how I found out about it. In other words, the big dog's knowledge of the altered god society likely came from his master, the existence that had suppressed the heavenly clan's immortal deities with a single spear. Was this being also involved with the pagan society? As for the devil race, Qin's knowledge of the starry sky 10,000 races is too weak, and for the time being, he is not sure what level of race the devil race is, but only from the strength of the alien god society, he estimates that it is certainly not weak. The big dog paused and continued, "In my memory, there is vaguely another keyword for the altered god society. Inexplicably, I don't know what it means." Qin raised an eyebrow. "What keyword?" Yendang Mountain. Chapter 91 Chance in the Secret World. Yendang Mountain? The moment he heard this word, the first thought that surfaced in Qin's mind was the secret realm. The Yendang Mountain range stretches across the south-central part of the Jiangnan province, with the main mountain situated in Wencheng, more than 4,000 kilometers away from Yuhang. He had inquired through the internet that there was a grade B secret realm on the main mountain of Yendang in Wencheng City, which had a high degree of danger and was not completely controlled by the human alliance like the Xiantian secret realm, with ferocious beasts slipping out of the realm from time to time and causing harm to one side. Therefore, the official forces deployed a large number of martial artists there to guard the Yendang Mountain secret realm to prevent any chaos. When Big Dog said that the Altered God Society was related to Yendang Mountain, it couldn't be that the Altered God Society was hiding in the vicinity of Yendang Mountain, under the noses of the official martial artists. Could it? Blackout? Not very realistic. A more likely scenario would be that the Fey God Society was hiding in the secret realm. After all, the secret realm was considered to be a side of a small isolated world. The sky was high and the land was far away, and it was almost impossible for a few hundred people to be discovered when they hid inside. This speculation also aptly explained why, after so many years, the officials had expended countless efforts, but had not been able to find the lair of the Altered God Society. Is it hiding in a secret place? Qin didn't believe that no one on the official side had guessed this, only that even if they had, it would be impossible to raise an army to travel to the secret realm in search of it. Let's not talk about whether or not the people of the Altered God Society could learn the news in advance and escape, making the officials work for nothing. The intricacies of the other forces in the secret realm alone were enough for the official martial artists to drink a pot of water. Like the Xiantian secret realm, which was merely a D-level secret realm, there was basically no foreign races staying there because the environment was too poor to be used as an old home, and the weaker foreign races couldn't look at it. But it's not the same for C and B grade secret areas. Secret realms of this level were often divided among several slightly weaker races, each of these races occupying one side and competing with each other. But when they encountered an invasion of foreign enemies, they would quickly unite to expel the foreign enemies, which was very troublesome. It didn't matter if the human race threw some scattered martial artists into practice on weekdays, but once a large number of high-ranking martial artists entered, it would immediately cause multiple foreign races to be alerted. These weak foreign races, however, often had the shadows of powerful races behind them, and might be pushed to find a few backers to make things more complicated. Seeing Qin Yi's face change color, the big dog carefully looked around, and then immediately transmitted his voice in dog language. After I broke through the third stage, I saw some vague memories, which seemed to be telling that there is still a chance hidden in Yendang Mountain. About my master. I'm not sure about the specifics, but fertilizer doesn't flow outside. If you have the chance, you must go to Yendang Mountain to see if you can find that chance. The big dog was not sure what his master had left behind, but it was clear to him that this item was not reserved for himself, and he could not use it if he took it. Since he had no use for it, he might as well give it to Qin. Yendang Mountain. Nowadays is not the time to go. Whether or not we can go in or not, we still have to see 6 days later. Qin returned to his senses, his eyes lowered in meaning. Currently, it was almost certain that the main camp of the Altered God Society was in the Yendang Mountain secret realm, and he was being targeted by the Altered God Society. And if he wanted to enter the Yendang Mountain secret realm, then he had to exclude the threat of the Altered God Society in advance. In 6 days, how much he could weaken the Alien God Society would determine whether he could enter Yendang Mountain or not. If no one from the Altered God Society came to assassinate him and all the core members were preserved, then he wouldn't have dared to venture to the Yendang Mountain secret realm. He could take risks, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to die. The so-called chance, alive to get the hand to be useful, die in the middle of the road. Heaven's great chance is also empty talk. By the way, didn't you say that you're well versed in the way of runes? Qin suddenly remembers the big dogs bragging about it a long time ago. Now that you've advanced to the third stage Grandmaster realm, can you seal runes for me? The word rune just fell into the ears of the big dog. He immediately raised his tail, wagging it happily, and the dog's mouth boasted, not that I'm bragging about it, but the great master Zheng Tianfeng, whom you met earlier, also has to call me master when it comes to runes. No, it's not too much to call me master ancestor. The big dog's smug demeanor was floating to the sky. Say, what type of rune do you want? Just mention it. At my current level, consuming some divine blood will be enough to raise your strength by another 30%. If it weren't limited by the materials and my own total amount of chi and blood, helping you raise it by 60% would be doable. Qin was currently at the level of a grandmaster, and in a real fight, he would be able to mediate with a mountain and sea realm powerhouse. This was something Big Dog was well aware of, as Qin had told him about his own battle record of defeating Shadow Spike. In the case of understanding this, the Big Dog still boasted and said that the 30% increase, guess it is not blowing. A dog actually understands obscure runic formations? This world is really strange. The requirement for talent in the Rune Dao was even higher than practicing martial arts, and it was extremely difficult. Before crossing over to the martial arts path, Qin had heard from Chen Xian that out of the more than 3,000 freshmen in the entire Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy, only 12 of them had passed the rune test and had the qualifications to become rune formation masters. That ratio on the average person is 1 out of nearly a million. Looking at the chesty Big Dog, Qin's eyes flashed as he thought of an interesting method. If I try my best to satisfy your material needs in unlimited quantities, and find a few runesmiths of a level similar to Zheng Tianfeng's to give you a hand, what caliber of killing array can you set up? Qin didn't mention the matter of inscribing runes in his flesh. Instead, he was more concerned about formations. The Big Dog was happy and grunted. Zheng Tianfeng is considered a 5th order array master and can set up some simple 6th order arrays. If you can find 2 helpers like Zheng Tianfeng, along with an unlimited supply of materials, I'll have no problem setting up a 6th order top tier killing array. Top of the 6th order? What level is this? Qin wasn't too sure about the specific effects of a 6th order top tier killing formation. He only knew that Zhang Tian had placed a 6th order illusion formation in the Xin Tian mysterious realm in the first place, the wind and sand diffusing formation. Perhaps seeing Qin's hesitation, the Big Dog pretended to explain. The difficulty of a killing formation is definitely higher than the rest of the types of formations, and only those who have truly crossed over into the realm of the 6th order formation master can be sure of setting it up. Zhang Tianfeng was able to set up the 6th order wind sand diffuse sky formation in the first place, mainly with the help of the location, as the local area is a desert, which is naturally suitable for setting up this formation. His illusion formation has no problem fooling martial artists below the Seal Marquis realm, but when facing a strong Seal Marquis realm, it's a bit of a stretch, and the probability of covering up the truth is about 50-50. Qin nodded his head slightly and asked rhetorically, then, can your 6th order top kill formation kill a true king? The Big Dog clasped both paws like a human and pretended, of course you can. What do you mean by equivalence? Qin repeated, true king. Big Dog blushed. So Qin wanted him to set up a formation to snipe the true king? This kid's a little too bold, isn't he? Are you sure that the Altered God Society can send out a true king just to kill you? A patriarch? Big Dog couldn't help but be skeptical. The true king is not a cabbage running around anywhere, and there is only one in the entire Jiangnan province on the surface. Qin glanced at him and said indifferently, with my qualifications, What do you think? With your credentials, fairy seed. Well, if Qin Yi's immortal level qualifications were exposed, it could really attract true kings to hunt him down at any cost. Because the Altered God Society stood behind the Demon Clan, the Demon Clan would never tolerate the Human Clan to produce another exalted, especially a heavenly exalted. If Qin Yi's immortal level qualifications were not unexpected, becoming a venerable would be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 92, The Bottom Card. 7th Order Killing Formation. 5 days remained before the agreed-upon period of 15 days. Downtown Yuhang. In the center of the city where every inch of land is gold. Inside a quiet villa area. Having just finished dealing with the trouble of the beast tide in the Xian Heavenly Mystic Realm, Zhang Tianfang brought his disciple Qiuihan back from the Mystic Realm without stopping and rested for a whole day. After his life became stable again, Zhang Tianfang thought back to what had happened in the Xian Tian Mysterious Realm, and became more and more concerned about Qin Yi, and many times moved to take the initiative to contact Qin Yi to make a friend. On this trip to the Xian Tian Mysterious Realm, if he hadn't encountered Qin Yi, the two of them, he and his disciple, would have really risked dying out in the Blood Mist Desert and being buried within the god's corpse. He went to the Xian Heavenly Mysterious Realm in order to pacify the beast tide, and when he investigated the cause of the beast tide, he would definitely not be able to escape the Blood Mist Desert and the divine corpses, and it was highly likely that he would end up taking his disciple in to explore the mysteries. Luckily, they met Qin Yi. The Xian Tian Mysterious Realm incident was perfectly resolved, and Zhang Tianfang not only received a sum of contribution points beyond expectation, but his own disciple, Qiuihan, also had a piece of seniority and contribution, which would be helpful for future promotion in the officialdom. The runic cultivation ended. Zhang Tianfang stood up and looked towards Qiuihan, who was standing by the window in a daze. A smile appeared on his face and he gently shook his head. This disciple of his, ever since he and Qin Yi parted ways, he often looked at the sky in a daze, and as a master who was also a father and a friend, how could he not see what was going through Qiuihan's mind? After all, it is too little experience. Suddenly saw a distinguished boy. Common experience of life and death. The emotion is natural. He walked to the young girl's side without moving, seeing Qiuihan's expression in a daze. A pair of bright eyes flooded with starlight. Teasingly said, "It's useless to just think about it. You have to take the initiative. Didn't you add him as a martial world friend and chat with him?" As soon as the words fell, the young girl's eyes suddenly focused, her cheeks colored with a layer of haze red. Don't turn her head and rant. What are you talking about, master? I can't understand. Look at her blushing reaction. It's a total no-brainer. Zhang Tianfang actually wanted to contact Qin Yi himself, but due to the face of the Grand Master, plus the fact that his disciple and Qin Yi were the same age, it would be better to let the younger generation get in touch with each other more often, and he himself would go to meet them in passing. Thanks to the experience of the Xian Tian Mysterious Realm, Zhang Tianfang had realized something from the Tao intentions left behind by the immortal deities, and both the martial realm and the level of the rune path had a tendency to refine, just missing an opportunity. He hadn't found a miracle under his hard work, so maybe he'd have to hang out more. He looked at his apprentice again and sighed in his heart when he saw the other squirming and unwilling to say more. Originally, he was such a cool and arrogant disciple. How did he become like this? The word love can do a lot of harm. For a moment, Zhang Tianfang thought of many things and urged with the experience of someone who had been there before. Master will not object to you doing anything, but what you are going to do, there can't be 100% success rate, so even if you fail, you have to pull yourself together. Your cultivation is the most crucial thing. Even if you lose everything, those with cultivation are better than those without. This person, Qin Yi, was handsome, his natural talent was not bad, and his heart was top-notch, so he really wouldn't necessarily look at his own disciple. Otherwise, something ambiguous should have happened within the god's corpse. I know, master. Qiuihan nodded her head, seemingly understanding, not wanting to talk about Qin Yi in front of others brightly anymore, and walked away with small steps with a red face. Zhang Tianfang watched him walk away and sat back down on the sofa, hesitating with his cell phone for half a day. But then he suddenly saw a new text message pop up. It was a special phone number, and the fact that he was generally contacted by this number indicated that it was an officially assigned classified mission. I've just finished a mission and I'm ordering a new one? Zhang Tianfang was a little tired, and after entering the various formalities, he successfully clicked on the confidential text message, and immediately afterward, a familiar face came into his eyes. Qin Yi? A new official mission that had something to do with Qin Yi? Zhang Tianfang came to his senses and took a closer look. Then his face showed amazement as he sighed tersely. This guy, Qin Yi, was even more terrifying than he thought. Not only did he get involved with the Fey God Society, he even solved 2 members of the Fey God Society on his own, including a mountain and sea realm powerhouse. If it were any other name, Zhang Tianfang would never believe that someone could suppress the mountain and sea realm at the sovereign realm. But when the matter fell on Qin Yi, he believed it. Having experienced the giant god incident with Qin Yi, he was well aware of the youth's wonders. In less than half a month, it's actually leapt from martial artist to sovereign. Thick and thin? Zhang Tianfang recalled that when he first met Qin Yi, the other party was still just a martial artist, and he had even moved to take on a disciple. It's a little funny now that I think about it. A martial artist of Qin Yi's level could not be taken in by a non-true king, even if it was a true king. It was hard to say how long he could be a master for Qin Yi. This son's cultivation speed was so fast that Zhang Tianfang expected that within 3 years, there would be one more true king in China. This task was naturally taken up by Zhang Tianfang on the spot. He already owed Qin Yi a favor and it was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Even if he didn't owe Qin Yi a favor, he wouldn't ignore the fact that the pride of his own family clan was in distress. After remotely verifying his identity, he signed the mission regulations. It was also just half an hour after taking the assignment. His martial realm probed a private message. Someone had initiated a private chat with him. Zhang Tianfang clicked on it and saw that it was none other than Qin Yi. This was good. He didn't have the heart to find Qin Yi to chat and draw closer. Qin Yi took the initiative to come to him. Zhang Tiannin's head was delighted and he replied in a hurry, nagging Qin Yi and shushing him. But he didn't expect the conversation to change the picture a bit. Qin Yi seemed to know that he would be there to protect him next, and even took the initiative to chat about his plans for 5 days later. Uncle Jiang, this time the Altered God Society is coming in force. They definitely have the mindset that they will kill me, so they should not be underestimated. I'm going to set up a killing formation as a base card for future troubles. Zhang Tianfang had no choice but to say that he was very good at this killing formation thing, so he volunteered. The killing formation can be handed over to Uncle Jiang. I just don't know. What level of killing formation do you want to set up? Qin Yi's side was silent for a while, and then he sent back 2 words. 7th order. Zhang Tianfang? He nearly spewed a mouthful of tea onto the screen. A 7th order killing formation? You want to kill the true king? None of the ruling halls in Yuhang used 7th order formations. This formation, Zhang Tianfang couldn't set up. However, Qin Yi said that he had someone here who could set it up, but he just needed Uncle Jiang to bring along a fellow rune master of about the same caliber, plus plenty of supplies for setting up the formation. With that, he sent a long, densely packed information sheet filled with the spirit items needed for a 7th order killing formation. These things were enough to empty the family fortune of a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse. It was impossible for the officials to provide Qin Yi with it for free because no one could be sure whether the Altered God Society had sent a true king or not. It was good that this was also expected by Qin Yi. I won't take these materials for nothing. Regardless of whether or not the Alien God Society assassinates me, I will gift you and the officials with 2 runic diagrams of the 7th order kill formation, as well as the insights of a 6th order top runic formation master. After the deployment of the formation is complete. Chapter 93, Discrimination Against Dogs. Right? Trading tuition for materials? This kid Qin Yi is a good calculator. Zhang Tianfang leaned back slightly and leaned on the sofa, thinking for a moment, feeling that he wasn't at a disadvantage in agreeing to this exchange. 2 7th order formation drawings, coupled with a 7th order formation master's hand-on teaching, was already considered priceless, more valuable than the seemingly expensive cost of materials. Only, Zhang Tian put in the Chinese territory has been described as a prestigious runic array master. Rank higher than him runic array masters usually see the head of the dragon. Qin Yi were to come to the channel to contact them? Can it be that it's a rune formation maker from a few other federations? Zhang Tianfang vaguely remembered that over in the European Union and North America, there were a few 7th order rune formation masters who were very active and often held lectures to teach rune this piece. The Westerners are very deep research. With the method of science, the Chinese side is biased metaphysics. Zhang Tianfang naturally had trust in Qin Yi, but this time the matter was important, so he still couldn't help but ask one more question. Are you sure you're not joking? Qin Yi's side quickly replied. The 7th order rune formation master is right next to me. You guys can come tomorrow. Seeing the other party responded so painfully, Zhang Tianfang also does not drag mother. Immediately responded, good. Tomorrow I will bring people. The Eastern Suburbs supermarket, right? Qin Yi, aha. The conversation between the two ended. Zhang Tianfang did not put down his cell phone, rummaged through the phone book for a while, and finally selected a close friend and dialed the phone. During the call, he briefly explained some of the ins and outs of the matter, and Zhang Wei, the 5th order top rune formation master on the other end of the phone, was fooled, and repeatedly determined that there was a 7th order formation master who was willing to pass on their experience before agreeing to do so for the sake of his best friend. The 2 auxiliaries who gave the killing array a hand had been prepared. and the next step was to go and acquire a large number of materials needed to organize the array. Zhang Tianfang glanced at the list Qin had sent and was secretly staggered. Void Stone, Fire Phoenix Heartfeather, Black Dragon Beard. The list listed a large number of 6th-order spirit objects, of which there were even more rare and precious ones, and even a 7th-order spirit object was needed as the core of the formation. Even though the 7th-order spirit items didn't need to come out of their pockets, there were still a lot of things left over. This is to empty out my and Lao Zhang's family's fortune. As 5th-order top runic array masters, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei were extremely capable of making money, and were described as rich, with countless treasures at home, never lacking money. But trying to put together the spirits on the list would definitely hurt. The two of them put their heads together, and after spending a whole night's work, they still managed to harden their hearts and get all the spirits. Early the next morning, with a stuffed space storage bag, Zhang Tianfang tiptoed away from his home, met up with Zhang Wei, and headed to the supermarket in the eastern suburb of Yuhang. On this mission, he didn't want to bring along his disciple, Zhou Yihan. According to Qin Yi, the likelihood of the pagan society sending out a true king was very high, and it would be better for his apprentice not to take that risk, and it would be best not to even know about it. Halfway through the journey, Zhang Wei kept asking Zhang Tianfang about that 7th-order runic array master, obviously not feeling at ease in his heart. He had taken out such a precious spiritual object in exchange for a chance to break through the 6th rank, and if he had been deceived, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Zhang Tianfang acted calmly to pacify Zhang Wei, repeatedly assuring him that there was no problem, but in reality, he had no bottom in his heart. I can only pray that Qin doesn't lie to himself. Within a short time, the two arrived at the eastern suburb supermarket. At this time there are still not many pedestrians on the street, although the supermarket door hangs the license plate, in business, but inside only an old man sitting in front of the cash register. Slightly cold. A 7th-ranked rune formation master would live in a place like this? It's not the old man at the front desk, is it? You're not hiding anything, are you? Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei didn't rush in. Instead stayed at the door and watched for a while, which looked and looked. Zhang Tianfang then suddenly remembered something, pulling Zhang Wei's right hand and whispered, "This place, it seems to be one of the residences of the hidden powers." Zhang Tianfang, who had an official background, also knew about that list of hermits in Yuhang City. Zhang Wei got a jolt of excitement from his reminder and said excitedly, "I remembered too. The reclusive powerhouse living in the eastern suburb of Yuhang seems to be quite mysterious, with terrifying strength, and so far there is no clear intelligence. Can it be that he's actually a 7th-ranked rune formation master? When you think about it that way, it makes sense. A 7th-order rune formation master was equivalent to the true king realm level, and was even more difficult than an ordinary true king when there was advanced preparation." In a flash, the two looked at Elder Wang with a little more awe. "I didn't realize that Qin Yi had such a relationship. No wonder he couldn't see me at all," Zhang Tianfang thought secretly. The two of them walked into the eastern suburb supermarket in a regular manner, and were about to greet Elder Wang, but they didn't expect Elder Wang to be the first to open his eyes, glancing at them for a moment, and faintly saying, "The person you're looking for is in the storage room." Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei froze. "The warehouse? Meaning that the 7th-order formation master is not you?" The two of them were in a state of shock, but they didn't dare to defy Elder Wang's wishes as they paced and crossed into the back of the storehouse. In the middle of the warehouse, there were piles of all kinds of daily goods, as well as crowded shelves, with only an empty space in the corner, above which a small bed was placed. Looking up, there was a handsome young man sitting on the cot, as well as a tawny mongrel dog. At this moment, a man and a dog, with strikingly similar expressions, were both staring at the two of them with smiles and grins. It was none other than Qin Yi and Big Dog, Zhang Tianfang, Zhang Wei. In the same instant, both of them had the feeling that they had been duped. Zhang Tianfang subconsciously observed Qin Yi, but was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Qin Yi's cultivation. What kind of breath-containing technique is this? It can actually block my Grandmaster-level divine thoughts. Zhang Tianfang was slightly startled and came up to take the initiative to ask, "We're already here, and we've brought all the spirit items. Where is the 7th-ranked rune formation master?" Qin Yi rose to meet him and snorted, his gaze pointing to the big dog on his side. Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei looked at the weedy dog with legs upright and hands wrapped around his chest, looking like a tugging master, and their faces sank. "What do you mean by that? I'm asking you where the 7th-order formation master is. Why are you looking at the dog?" The two men stared at Qin Yi with puzzled faces. "Ahem." Qin Yi scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sarcastically. "Well, this big dog is what I call a 7th-order runic array master." At this second, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei's complexion could no longer be described in words. They suddenly wanted to laugh, to release the laughter. spending so much effort and collecting so many spirits. I wanted to find a top teacher, but you tell me the teacher is a dog? It is hard to describe the feelings of the two. The big dog on the side, who could also see that these two humans were looking down on them, was indignant and grunted coldly. What's wrong with dogs? Discriminate against dogs? Dogs can learn formations too, and better than you. He stretched out a claw and made a stroke out of thin air. The surrounding aura suddenly stirred, and a radiant golden rune coalesced, transmitting a mysterious aura as it unfolded in front of Zhang Wei and Zhang Tianfang's eyes. The two men looked shaken and fixed their eyes, straight up dumbfounded. Chapter 94, Void-Killing Formation. With a casual wave of his hand, the big dog actually outlined a fifth-order rune. Although it was only a relatively simple rune, it was not something that could be done by those of them who had not yet stepped into the 6th rank of rune formation master. Outlining runes out of thin air was even more difficult than sealing runes on the human body, because the human body was no longer a solid body. Outlining it out of thin air was actually sealing the runes onto the ethereal aura. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. With just this hand, it can already convince Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei. If the big dog wasn't a dog, to be honest, it's a bit hard to make them learn after a dog. Generically, seeing that Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei were shocked by Big Dog's hand, Qini was also a bit curious and looked at Big Dog a few more times. What level of runic array master was the Big Dog from the previous life? According to Big Dog, his reincarnation was merely a return of his body and soul to their original state. A fresh start, but most of the memories of his previous life remained. Humph. If you guys follow me and learn well, breaking through the 6th rank will be easy. The big dog's nose turned up high, grinned, and pulled out a dog's tooth from its mouth. This dog's tooth looked no different from an ordinary dog's tooth on the surface. But in the eyes of insiders like Zhang Wei and Zhang Tianfang, it was permeated with the aura of high-grade runes, subtle to the extreme. This dog's tooth was enchanted with a large number of 6th and 7th order runes, just the ones Zhang Tianfang could see. There were 6th order, firmness, runes and 7th order, toughness, runes, and there were hundreds more runes that he didn't recognize. These runes were densely combined together to produce a marvelous reaction, which was the so-called formation. Each of the big dog's teeth was enchanted with high-grade runes, so it was no wonder that it was able to easily bite through 2nd order spirit wood before. This tooth has been treated by me and can act as the core of a 7th order killing formation. The big dog turned back to Qini and said with a face of flesh, "Where do you want to set up the killing formation?" This mouth of his dog's teeth were all the essence left over from his previous life, pulling out one less than the other, and using one of them up at this time made his heart ache. If Qini didn't need to use it, he definitely wouldn't have taken it out. Qini had an answer to this question long ago, and immediately replied, "Arranging it elsewhere could have gone wrong, so I thought I'd simply arrange it on me. I am the killing formation itself, a moving killing formation. What do you think?" Runes could be inscribed on any object, so it wasn't impossible to make a slight variation and inscribe the formation on a person. But formations, after all, needed a stable layout, and once they were set up, moving one place would require the whole to follow. So moving formations could be had, but they were very, very difficult to set up, and non-senior high-level formation masters didn't even have the ability to try. Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei's gazes couldn't help but fall on Big Dog, only to see Big Dog nodding his head in a cloudy manner and swearing, "No problem. Just use you as the centerpiece to set up a set of void-killing formations. Void-killing formations that can constantly move through space." Big Dog had the experience of his previous life and knew a little bit about all kinds of formations, including the extremely rare void formation. Hearing that he had easily agreed to set up the void-killing formation, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei glanced at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. If they could personally participate in the arrangement of the void-killing formation, it would be of great benefit to them. This is the equivalent of having a teacher hand-holding you through the finals. This little brother Qin, arranging the void-killing formation on your body may produce great pain, and your physical body will also bear a great burden. Can you hold out? Zhang Wei, as an official rune formation master, would try to avoid affecting the local residents when setting up formations in the past, so he unconsciously asked for Qini's opinion. The mist in the clouds on Qini's body was too strong in its ability to conceal him, and he couldn't tell exactly what realm this little brother was in. Normally speaking, a 7th order killing formation would require a mountain and sea realm level martial artist to undertake it anyway. "Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine." Qini smiled. Not only was he not worried about something going wrong in his heart, he was instead vaguely looking forward to it. What kind of metamorphosis could a 7th order killing formation bring to him when placed on himself? Seeing that the parties involved didn't have any opinions, Zhang Wei naturally wouldn't say anything more, and immediately took out his storage bag, and together with Zhang Tianfang, he followed the big dog and began to list the required spirit materials. preparing to set up the formation. Qin Yi, on the other hand, took off the vast majority of his clothing, leaving only a pair of pants, and sat on the ground, waiting for them to seal. It had to be said that after many metamorphoses, his physical body was magnificent to the extreme. His 8-pack abs were clearly visible. The muscles of his 2 arms were not the kind of big, gigantic muscles, they were exquisite and incomparable, and every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with explosive power. Once the work officially began, the big dog's demeanor became a bit more serious, no longer tinged with jokes. Sealing a killing formation on a person's body was actually highly dangerous, and even he had to treat it solemnly to prevent any mistakes. After carefully inspecting every bit of the spirit, he familiarly crushed a piece of the gelatinous spirit and dabbed it on the dog's paw, hooking up the way of the runes and dots of the Daoi densely came out, diffusing and spreading out as he kept waving his little short hand. The power of the great Tao was branded onto Qin Yi's bare skin through some kind of subtle format, using a high-grade spiritual object as a carrier, vaporizing a large amount of smoke, as if it were an ancient iron branding punishment. As a matter of fact, this kind of runic seal engraving was even more painful than the fire iron branding punishment, and the escaping power of the great Tao would rush into one's heart chakra and even soul, wreaking havoc. Not far away, Jiang Tianfang and Zhang Wei, with Qin Yi as the center, each stood at a corner of the storehouse, setting up external formations. While they were setting up, they were fully focused on observing the state of Big Dog and Qin Yi, not daring to lose focus. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at Qin Yi's face. He didn't know how painful it was to seal engraving a 7th-order killing formation, but he knew the misery of a 5th-order killing formation. He almost passed out from the pain at the time anyway. However, at this moment, Qin Yi's face was half rippled, so calm that it was as if nothing had happened. This surprised Zhang Wei. What had this young-looking youth gone through to actually be able to ignore the pain caused by the seal engraving of the 7th-order killing formation? He suddenly understood why the big dog and Jiang Tianfang did not speak out to remind Qin Yi whether he could bear the pain. Obviously, these two knew Qin Yi better and knew that this youth could easily resist such pain. And it is true, compared to the severe pain that tore through the soul within the giant god's corpse in the first place, the suffering of this rune branding could be completely ignored with a level 5 pain tolerance alone. No difficulty. 10 minutes later, the first rune inscription on Qin Yi's body was completed. At first glance, it looked somewhat like the word, death. But the strokes were distorted, so at most, it could only be said to be 40% similar. As time passed by, more and more runes were inscribed on Qin Yi's body, and gradually, the runes condensed into one, transforming into formation patterns that surrounded Qin Yi's body surface like swimming dragons. And that's when it happened. The Tao force that invaded Qin Yi's body surged, causing him to feel the pressure. Chapter 95, The Role of Taoist Power. Qin Yi's meridians had been eroded by the Qi of Slaughter as well as the giant god's blood mist, evolved twice, and gained the immortality enhancement, with a strength that far exceeded that of all same-ranked patriarchs, even if it was placed in the great patriarch realm. However, Qin Yi's mastery of the 7-injury crazy fist was still stuck at the 2nd level, and the level of the killing Qi was only at the level of a martial master. So nowadays, except for when he would use it in a fight with someone, he didn't have much of a sense of the killing Qi stored inside his body anymore. As for the giant god blood mist, after all, it is the remnants of the molts left behind decades after the death of the giant god. The grade is far inferior to that year, and only barely has the quality of a 6th-order spiritual object, equivalent to the feudal marquis realm. As for the array pattern that Qin Yi was now sealing on his body, it was something at the 7th level, and the pressure on his physical body was naturally several times greater. Click, click, click. After only the first array pattern was sealed, Qin Yi's body surface cracked with fine fissures, and light golden blood continuously flowed out from the wounds, dripping onto the ground and swooshing out. Gradually, a monumental aura dents out. The wounds on Qin Yi's flesh rapidly healed and continued to crack with the inscription of the 2nd array pattern, pulling repeatedly in the healing and cracking. Keeping in mind the instructions of his master, Elder Wang, Qin Yi utilized the breath-converting technique Mist in the Clouds to conceal his own leaking immortal aura, preventing outsiders from noticing it. With the exception of the big dog in the room, Jiang Tianfang could probably be trusted, but Zhang Wei was still just a stranger, and he couldn't be allowed to discover that he had immortality. The icy cold power of the great Tao was pervasive, stimulating Qin Yi's cells and meridians as black blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, a symbol of the great Tao wound. It was fortunate that he had upgraded his immortal golden body to level 2 through Shadow Stab, or else a level 1 immortal golden body alone would never have been able to carry the seal inscription of the 7th stage killing formation. Qin Yi was bold and careful, and while enduring the pain, he released his divine thoughts to pierce the Tao power running rampant within his body. The vast majority of his divine thoughts annihilated and dissipated the moment they came into contact with the power of the Tao. but with multiple attempts, it always allowed him to find the opportunity to observe two distinct strands of Tao power. One of the wisps of breath was erratic and profoundly difficult to understand, and his divine thoughts clearly wrapped around the Tao power, but it felt like nothing was wrapped around it, and it flopped. It's the way of the void. Another strand of Tao power flowed in his chest position. The killing aura was overpowering and sharp, as if it was a sharp sword that could cut through nothing. It was also unknown whether it was the way of the sword or the way of killing. Genie noticed that this strand of Tao power seemed to be tugged by some sort of pull, and had been hovering near his chest, a little bit closer to the location of his atrium. Is this an attempt to get close to the spirit soldier seed planted in my left atrium? In these recent days, Genie did not obtain any more spiritual objects, and could only take the thin route for the cultivation of the spirit soldier seed. Thus the spirit soldier seed remained at 6 centimeters in length, and its growth was very inconspicuous. But at this moment, perhaps the spirit soldier seed had also sensed the overriding Tao force, and had even begun to cheer within the left atrium, its 6 centimeter long tender roots gently swaying as it attracted that Tao force. Could it be possible to feed the spirit soldier species with the power of similar avenues? Genie had something else in mind. He did not block the Tao force from approaching the left atrium. Instead, it flowed with him and eventually stabbed into the atrium. But, in an instant, a sharp pain that drilled into his heart swept through, and Genie spat out a large mouthful of blood, scattering it on the ground. This mouthful of blood was a mouthful of heart blood that was darker in color and contained a thicker immortality than the light golden blood that dripped from the surface of his body. Other ordinary blood loss in large quantities wouldn't hurt, but this mouthful of heart blood would be a big blow to Genie. His face instantly paled by 8 points, his breath withered, and even his waist was vaguely bent a bit, losing the strength to straighten up. Qin-Yi, are you alright? Zhang Tianfeng, who had been paying attention to Qin-Yi, hurriedly expressed his concern. Qin-Yi reluctantly shook his head. It's fine, just concentrate on the job at hand. I won't hold on for dear life. If something really happens, I'll definitely say it at the first time. Aha! Hearing that the other party could still speak, Zhang Tian released his heart in relief. Due to the concealment of the fog in the clouds, Zhang Tianfeng couldn't see through Qin-Yi's realm, nor could he capture Qin-Yi's aura, and he basically had 2 eyes for Qin-Yi's real situation, and could only rely on his naked eyes to observe his face. So what he didn't know was that although the overpowering Tao force stabbed into the heart gave Qin-Yi a cut, the benefits that came with it were even more gratifying. Qin-Yi realized that the spirit soldier seed in his left heart chamber swayed more and more cheerfully. The length of the tender roots did not change, but the power of the origin mutated. This 6th-order spirit soldier species had been nourished by Ling Li's Tao force, and its origin had been enhanced, raising from its original ordinary 6th order to a medium 6th order level. This increase in potential is better than a direct increase in length. The pouring of the same type of Tao power could actually cause the spirit soldier species to complete an essential metamorphosis, like a sparrow nirvana turning into a phoenix. In that case, wouldn't it mean that as long as Qin-Yi could provide a steady supply of the same kind of Tao power, he could have his 6th-ranked spirit soldier species upgraded to 7th-ranked, or even 8th-ranked or 9th-ranked? Qin-Yi felt that he had found the path after the seed soldier art was perfected. But just then, before he could be happy for long, another wavering void Tao force within him suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next second, this wave of void Tao power suddenly appeared at the location of his brain area, blossoming with an appalling power. The brain area is Qin-Yi's weakest position, and if he were to withstand Taoist power here, he would turn into a little cutie in no time. It's all good luck. Qin-Yi's heart tightened as his sea of consciousness stirred and all his divine thoughts fluctuated out in unison, trying to thwart the spread of the void Tao force. But unfortunately, his single 1,500 point level of spiritual power could do too little in the face of Tao power, and once he got close, he would be dimly extinguished. The big dog didn't say that the power goes to your head either. Cold sweat seeped out of Qin-Yi's back. In fact, under normal circumstances, the Tao force really wouldn't enter the brain. The situation he encountered was clearly not normal. The crisis came too quickly, and Qin-Yi, unprepared, wanted to shout out to interrupt the seal engraving of the killing formation, but just as the words reached his throat, he had a flash of insight and suddenly thought of another way. Seizing the time, he mobilized his divine thoughts, compiled the remaining divine thoughts into a large net, fished towards the deepest part of the sea of consciousness, and then threw it upwards. Immediately, a dark golden residual soul was thrown out by Qin-Yi's net of divine thoughts, precisely crashing into the way of the void. This is the residual soul left behind by the giant god of the sky race. Qin-Yi had originally been silently drawing on the power of the remnant souls to enhance his soul and spiritual power, but today, the remnant soul clearly had a new role to play, and could be taken to suppress the void Tao force. The void Tao force that entered Qin-Yi's brain domain was actually not much, and the remnant soul of the giant god, no matter how one put it, was once an existence that had almost reached the end of the great Tao, and should be able to suppress the void Tao force regardless of whether it was in terms of power or bitterness. Or, perhaps the void Tao force inexplicably appeared in his brain area, attracted by the remnants of the giant god's soul. Chapter 96 Absolute Divine Power, Tao Xan Tong Ming, Buzz Dash. The remnant soul of the giant god that had been thrown out of the sea of consciousness still hadn't awakened, but only instinctively released a kind of mysterious fluctuation the moment it touched the void Tao force. Qin didn't see the effect of this fluctuation. He only saw that the originally wavering and ethereal void Tao force had steeply solidified 100 times, as if it had transformed from an illusion into a solid entity all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, the void Tao force was like a thin stream that slowly flowed into the giant god's remnant soul, and was devoured by the remnant soul without even a bit of dregs remaining. The void Tao force that continued to pour in from the outside was similarly sucked away like this, no longer wreaking havoc in Qin's body and unable to cause any damage. Although the process of the giant god's residual soul absorbing the void Tao force was uneventful, Qin watched with a thrilling heart, not daring to be distracted. He was truly afraid that the giant god's remnant soul would awaken in the cold. Fortunately, after the void Tao power was eaten, the giant god residual soul did not wake up. What's all this about? Could it be that what this dead heavenly clan venerable was comprehending during his lifetime was precisely the way of the void? Qin had originally been speculating that this celestial race exalted one had participated in the way of gravity, which was why a large number of gravity crystals, mines had been formed after his death. But today, it seemed as if it might also be the way of the void. Otherwise, how could it inexplicably attract the power of the void to come of its own accord? Wait, who says that an exalted one can only comprehend one path? This heavenly clan venerable one was perfectly capable of both comprehending the gravity avenue and being proficient in the void avenue. Come to think of it, if this dead celestial race venerable is proficient in the void avenue, then it's reasonable to take the secret method to sneak into the human world from the outside world in advance. Otherwise, according to Elder Wang, within the last 10 years or so, the foreign venerable should not be able to penetrate the world membrane and enter the blue star. Qin guessed in this way. After the troubles with the Lingli Tao force and the void Tao force were resolved, the big dog sealing of the formation pattern had reached its end, and the next step was to set up the core of the formation and incorporated dog's tooth. Speaking of which, although Big Dog had expected Qin to be able to resist the seal engraving of a 7th-order formation pattern, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he actually did what he did. He was aware that Qin's current realm was only that of an upper-grade sect master. As a rune formation master, he was more than aware of how difficult it would be for an upper-grade patriarch's physique to harden against a 7th-grade formation pattern. Anyway, he had been a rune formation master for so long, and this was the first time he had seen it. But it was precisely because of the difficulty that Qin gained a large harvest after getting through the difficulty. The harvest this time had been so large that it had exceeded Qin's imagination. Ding! Your meridians, flesh, bones, and organs have been honed by the way of killing, and have successfully evolved into the natural aptitude Immortal Golden Body LV3. Ding! Your soul and divine mind have been in contact with the way of the void for a long time, adapting to the aura of Tao power, and successfully evolving the natural aptitude Tao Enlightenment LV5. Great Taoist enlightenment. This was the thing that Qin lacked when he broke through to Grandmaster. It seems that the soul is also a kind of cell, or a product of the cell, and can undergo adaptive evolution. Anymore, nerve cells are cells. Qin was overjoyed, but the benefits he received this time didn't stop there. The system's announcing voice continued. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the power of the 2 great avenues, evolving the natural aptitude Aura Affinity LV22. Ding! It is detected that you have qualified for the fusion of natural aptitudes. Automatic fusion is on. Aura Affinity LV22 plus Great Way Enlightenment LV5 plus Mindfulness LV1 plus My Heart is Like Iron LV2 equals Taoist Mindfulness LV1. You have successfully evolved the Supreme Divine Ability, Tao Xan Tong Ming LV1. The greatest avatar? Qin only knew that adaptive evolution could evolve passive skills, natural aptitude, and active skills, and this was the first time he had seen the so-called unparalleled aptitude. The name sounds fierce. He hurriedly quieted his mind and carefully comprehended the effects of the Supreme Divine Ability, Tao Xin Tong Ming, and then the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted slightly, adding 10% more joy to his heart. This Tao Xin Tong Ming don't look like it's only level 1, but it combines all the advantages of Tao Enlightenment, Aura Affinity, Mindfulness, and My Heart is Like Iron, and even derives advantages that are uniquely its own. A mere level 1 of Tao Xin Tong Ming allowed Qin to be immune to all illusions, charm spells, and pupil spells up to the 6th rank, and drastically increased the total amount of mental energy as well as the strength of his soul. In addition, The fully automated cultivation granted to him by level 22 aura affinity was still there as well, and not only had it not disappeared, the efficiency had become much faster. And those aren't even the keys. The most exaggerated thing was that the Dao Xin Tongming allowed Qin Yi to possess the ability to enlighten all the great avenues of events, and every week, he could actively enter the state of enlightenment once, choosing for himself which great avenue he wished to enlighten. This is outrageous. One must know that the state of enlightenment was a state that even the pride of the greatest generation might not be able to experience, and even the legendary, immortal seed, was only able to try to enter the state of enlightenment after finding the feeling, not actively enlightenment as Qin Yi generally did. It could be said that a level 1 Dao Xian Tongming would be enough for Qin Yi to use until he reached the true king realm, but following up, Qin Yi's Dao Xian Tongming was definitely more than level 1. It was also unclear how perverse the increases and abilities of a level 2, 3, or even a level 10 Dao Xian Tongming were. Other great masters are still just comprehending Dao intent, like fist intent, sword intent, and so on. I directly perceive the origin of the great Dao, and I'm innately 2 notches higher than them. It's the equivalent of everyone else still in elementary school, and I'm already learning what's in college. Qin Yi suppressed the joy in his heart and secretly thought. In the meantime, the big dog also began the final wrapping up stage of the 7th order void killing formation. His taut heartstrings loosened a little, and laying the array up to this point was basically equal to success. Not only him, the 2 formation masters who were giving him a hand were also relieved, feeling that they had learned a lot this time and were almost about to cross the bottleneck of a 6th order runic formation master. Zheng Wei and Zheng Tianfan were as heartfelt as they could be, and it was estimated that they should be able to make a breakthrough when they got the rune formation master experience tips given by the big dog and settled down for a few more days. It was a win-win deal, with the only losses being the big dog's teeth and strength. However, Qin Yi had a great favor with Big Dog, and the 2 of them were friends, so Big Dog would naturally do his best to help without complaining. At this moment, he placed the dog's teeth into the core of the formation pattern on Qin Yi's body, and immediately afterward, he suddenly noticed some changes in Qin Yi. But after half a day of careful scrutiny, I can't tell what's changed. After the array formation is set up, it's best to test it to see if there are any mistakes. The big dog thought about it and decided to take the initiative to trigger the killing formation on Qin Yi's body to try out its power. Of course, rune formation masters would all leave backdoors on the formations they set up, so this 7th order killing formation would definitely not kill the person who set it up. His dexterous dog paw pinched out an arcane spell and was thinking of opening the formation. Just in time, the door of the eastern suburb supermarket was once again opened. The person who came in with a respectful face was clearly Li Wufeng, who had rushed here in a hurry. Chapter 97, Li Wufeng's brainstorming. Li Wufeng had a feeling in his heart after negotiating a deal with Jin Feng, Fatty Jean, so he didn't go home to rest and recuperate. Instead, he hoofed it to the eastern suburb without stopping. However, when he arrived at the eastern suburb of Yuhang, it was already late, and he didn't want to toss the mysterious Wang Lao in the middle of the night, so he casually found a hotel near the supermarket in the eastern suburb and stayed there until 10 o'clock the next morning before going out. The occasional whims and palpitations of a martial artist are not empty words, but are often a warning. Just like the big dog's natural aptitude to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck, there were actually some human martial artists who possessed this ability, only that the chances of triggering it were very low and the accuracy wasn't too high. Li Wufeng had always been meticulous and would not ignore this inexplicable feeling, so he still came to the eastern suburb supermarket. The neighborhood doesn't have a lot of residents. Plus it's still early in the morning and the residents of the eastern suburbs are still at work, so traffic is sparse and the stores are cold. As soon as he entered, he saw Elder Wang sitting behind the cash register, staring at himself with a smile on his face, and other than that, there were no outsiders. Facing Elder Wang, he didn't dare to let the secret guards of his home follow him in. The atmosphere in the supermarket was a bit heavy. Li Wufeng sensed that the aura was slightly trembling and fluctuating, emitting a dangerous aura. He followed the scent all the way to the door, and eventually his eyes landed on the door leading to the storehouse. Gollum! Li Wufeng secretly swallowed his saliva. For a moment he felt his mouth dry and his voice trembled. Wang! Elder Wang! Good morning! Elder Wang observed him for a moment and seemed to see through the man's mind. His expression unchanged. You came to look for Qin Yi? Li Wufeng's heart went cold, and a feeling of being penetrated arose. The rickety old man in front of him had squinted his eyes and had a kind face, but underneath his calm appearance, he hid a vast greatness that could even see into the hearts of people, those whose realm was lower than Wang Lao's and who did not put up defenses in their thinking. It was almost impossible to escape Wang Lao's insight. From the beginning to the present, the only exception was his disciple Qin Yi. The reason why Elder Wang would take the initiative to strike up a conversation with Qin when he first encountered him was because he was surprised that the seemingly ordinary youth's thoughts were so blurred that Elder Wang could not see clearly. Even the most superficial mind cannot truly see. Yes, Senior wanted to verify a guess, which is why I came to your place to see if I can find Qin. Li Wufeng had met Elder Wang several times no matter what, and quickly stabilized his mind and said truthfully. Elder Wang suddenly fell silent. He knew that Qin was now sealing the void-killing formation on his body, which was a backhanded defense against the alien god society, and the fewer people knew about it, the better. Li Wufeng went over it this time. No. He sat down in his chair without making another sound. When Li Wufeng saw that Elder Wang didn't say anything, he of course didn't dare to take the initiative to disturb him himself. The supermarket once again fell into silence, and after waiting for almost 10 minutes, Wang Lao seemed to have caught something moving, before he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Qin is in the storehouse. You go. Li Wufeng was relieved and hastily thanked him. Yes, thank you. Once upon a time, he and Elder Wang were chatting alone like this, and he didn't see this much pressure. This time, he was really practical to experience the other side of the pressure. That is an invisible pressure. Wang Lao obviously did not do anything, but Li Wufeng always felt that there is a big mountain pressed in his heart. As the son of a family, he had come into contact with many bigwigs and knew what it was. This is the so-called spiritual pressure, a kind of pressure that only appears after a person is crowned as a king. Those who had sealed their lords and claimed the title of king had stepped out too far on the path of the great Tao to ascend to immortality, and the essence of their physical bodies and souls had gradually moved closer to the great Tao origin, and their mere presence could subconsciously influence the surrounding aura. The root cause of the creation of aura is the great Tao, but this psychic pressure can be controlled under normal circumstances. Wang Lao used to have control. This time there is no control. But it is special. It couldn't be that Qin and Elder Wang already had some sort of connection, could it? For example, master and disciple? Li Wufeng had some bad feelings. Qin frequently appeared in the eastern suburbs supermarket and managed to stay in the storehouse. How could he not look like a passerby who occasionally came to the supermarket to buy things? In the midst of his complicated thoughts, Li Wufeng still silently pushed open the door of the storehouse. Immediately after, he felt a surge of qi and blood surging out, stirring up a baleful wind that caused the clothes on his body to hunt. Then, 4 gazes landed on him, causing the hairs on his body to stand up violently and his heartbeat to miss a beat. In this instant, he felt that he was being targeted by a third-order overlord. No, a fourth-order beast general. Fierce, cruel and cold. He looked back stiffly and saw 3 men and a dog, all staring straight at him, and that gaze that gave him the fear of death came from Qin. At this moment, in Li Wufeng's line of sight, Qin was naked with half of his body. His expression bland, sitting on the ground, a haze of light flowing on his body surface, a lurid wound recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, locking the escaping qi and blood within his body. This is, just got out of a fight? Wait, why can one look from Qin scare me like this? Li Wufeng remembered that more than half a month ago, Qin was still just an introductory martial artist, not to mention scaring him with a single look. Even if it was a real fight, he alone would be able to violently beat 10 Qin. In fact, by this kind of time, Li Wufeng had already guessed the truth of the matter, or rather, as long as a person with a normal IQ could guess the truth, but he just couldn't bring himself to accept the truth. The aura leaking out from Qin's body was being continuously restrained. Just now, in order to test the 7th order void-killing formation, Qin withdrew the aura isolation layer, preventing the 10 layers of aura isolation that he had managed to coalesce with great difficulty from being crushed by the void-killing formation. Also as a result, his masked realm and aura leaked out, able to be known by outsiders. Li Wufeng lifted his head with difficulty, taking advantage of the fact that Qin had completely returned to his astringent state before he sensed a wisp of aura emanating from him. This wisp of aura was majestic, far-reaching, and vast, at least above that of a lower-grade sect master. Li Wufeng unwillingly tested it multiple times, but the conclusions he finally reached were consistent without exception. Qin, who had already broken through to the realm of a upper-grade zongsure, had even the realm of the upper-grade sect master has been brought to a grand completion. One must know that cultivating to a top-grade zongsure, even if one was a genius, would take 10 years, during which time one would have to supplement it with various types of spiritual substances. It takes about 3 years for a Jedi, and Qin, Li Wufeng had witnessed with his own eyes that it took Qin a month and a half to leap from ordinary person to upper-grade grandmaster. The scariest part is, Qin might still be hiding his realm, not letting Li Wufeng see his true strength. Because based on the misery of the sea of insect corpses he saw within the Xin Tian mysteries, Qin had to be a Grand Master level martial artist or even the mountain and sea realm at any rate. A person, Just how genius did one have to be to break through the mountain and see realm in a month and a half? Li Wufeng tried to comfort himself, tried to deceive himself by saying that Qingyi had actually been hiding his realm the entire time, and that he already had the strength he had today when he first met with him, available at. When he first met with Qingyi, Elder Wan was on the sidelines, and judging by Elder Wan's reaction at the time, how could Qingyi have hidden his realm? Chapter 98, Formation completed. Eve of the Great War, the son of a family, the pride of a great generation, Li Wufeng had many titles on his head, symbolizing talents and backgrounds that were enough to make ordinary people envious for the rest of their lives. All along, he had been a proud man, proud of his natural talent, proud of his strength. This could be glimpsed from the disdain and contempt he showed when he first encountered Qingyi. But now, in front of Qingyi's demonic talent, he subconsciously compared himself to the other party and then lost. A thick sense of frustration surged through his heart as Li Wufeng looked towards the subtly colored Qingyi, his lips trembling slightly, wanting to say something but unable to do so. Eventually, the words Qingyi had said to himself not too long ago surfaced in his mind once more. Next time you meet, you don't want to be overtaken by me. Swish! In the blink of an eye, his face was ashen, and he couldn't squeeze out another word as if he had a stone in his throat. He stood in the doorway for a few seconds, then turned and walked away, stumbling and almost falling due to his hasty pace. Hey, you! Qingyi scratched his head and tried to call out to Li Wufeng. However, when Li Wufeng heard Qingyi's voice, his movements sped up several times again and disappeared in an instant. Qingyi was confused and didn't understand the situation. Li Wufeng, whom he knew, had lost a bet to him for a few first-order spirit fruits back then, which was considered to be the cost of giving him a head start. Although the two had some verbal arguments, Qingyi didn't take it to heart, much less think about punching his face or anything. I didn't expect that after meeting again, Li Wufeng was as bewitched as he was, running away when he saw himself. This person seems to be the second young master of the Yu Hangli family. Right, Qingyi, you know? Zhang Tianfeng stroked his chin, looking in the direction Li Wufeng had left in thought. Qingyi nodded. Sort of know each other, but not too well. Ginger Sky release, he's coming for you? I'm not sure. He left without saying a word. Let's ask Elder Wine later. While chatting with outsiders, Qingyi didn't reveal his and Elder Wine's identity as master and disciple. The existence of the immortal beheading sect was very sensitive, and it was better to pay attention to it as it could cause unnecessary trouble if one was not careful. The killing array setup was successfully completed. Qingyi and Zhang Tianfeng both chatted with each other, while the big dog on the side was tiredly lying on the ground, spitting out his tongue and panting. It was absolutely impossible to force a 7th-order killing formation with Big Dog's current realm. However, if one borrowed the most pure divine blood, there was a chance of converting the impossible into the possible. However, even with the supreme pure divine blood, the big dog had expended a great deal of energy, and his eyelids were as heavy as Mount Taishan's, almost about to close of their own accord. But even when he was so tired that he was about to pass out, the big dog didn't forget to brag about himself. I'm not ashamed of it. I was actually able to set up such a difficult formation pattern at the sovereign realm. He endeavored to turn his head and lay on his side, surveying the void-killing formation that was hidden without a trace on Qingyi's body, revealing a dementedly stupid smile. This time, it was rare that Qingyi didn't utter a word to spit out the big dog's words and actions. No matter what, the big dog was trying his best and still helping himself, so let him be happy for once. He was silent, and Zhang Tianfeng in the corner not far away was even less qualified to make a sound. Zhang Tianfeng had already been completely convinced by the rune level of the big dog, and even if the other party was a dog, he had moved to worship his master. But he's still a little hesitant. This hesitation was not for fear that his master was a dog and that his reputation would be bad if he spoke out, but that the big dog would not accept him if he worshipped him. He could see the dog's arrogance and worried that he wasn't qualified. It's better to wait and see and familiarize myself with the big dog office first, Zhang Tianfeng thought darkly, and his vision flowed to Zhang Wei, who was standing in the other corner. At this time, Zhang Wei's national face was entangled with shock, hesitation, confusion and many other emotions. The whole person was like a puppet in general, standing in place in a daze, lost in thought. Zhang Tianfeng thought that Zhang Wei was shocked by Big Dog's rune level, gently laughed and used his divine mind to secretly transmit his voice in a private chat. Old Zhang, what are you gawking at? Shocked by Master Dog's tactics? Qingyi did not want to call Master Dog. Zhang Tianfeng has already called, but also very smooth. Upon receiving Zhang Tianfeng's voice transmission, Zhang Wei came back to his senses and asked rhetorically with a complex expression, "You're not shocked?" Qingyi can only be at the upper grade Grand Master realm, but he was actually able to resist the formation seal engraving of the 7th order void killing formation. It was only after these words came out that Zhang Tianfeng suddenly reacted. Right, Judging from the aura Qin just leaked out, he's only an upper grade zone sure. How could he possibly resist the 7th rank formation pattern? Knowing that the Tao power in the array pattern would invade the carrier's body and wreak havoc, one would need to be in the mountain and sea realm to attempt it at least, and so on. How did Qin suddenly become a top-grade sect master? Zhang Tianfang was surprised again. He remembered that when he and Qin first met, the other party was still just a martial artist. He forgot how many stages. In any case, it couldn't be more than 9 stages. It's only been a few days? 13, 14 days? Zhang Tianfang subconsciously compared Qin to himself at the time, before letting out a long breath and sighing. People still can't go and compare themselves to monsters in vain. The more you compare, the harder it gets. The more unstable the Tao heart is going to be. Zhang Tianfang's age was there, and he would not take the bull by the horns like Li Wufeng, gaslighting himself and ultimately causing the Tao to become unstable. He still looks away. On the bright side, at least Qin didn't know the way of runes. However, what he was not aware of was that after Qin had evolved his natural divine ability, Dao Xin Ton Ming, it could be easier than them to learn the runic path. It wasn't even impossible to later rise to the top and spend a few years sprinting to the 7th rank level. It was just that there were many great paths that he wanted to enlighten, but they did not include the rune path. Thank you both for your help. I'll personally send you both the payment from the big dog's side when this matter has passed. The backhanded arrangement completed. Qin's mood was also greatly improved as he cupped his fists and thanked Zhang Wei and Zhang Tianfang. The assassination of the Altered God Society may affect the two of you. Why don't you guys go back first and wait for the good news? Seeing Qin being so polite, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei both glanced at each other and also hurriedly waved their hands, saying earnestly, "We still want to stay and observe the poise of the 7th order void-killing formation. As for the reward, there's no need to rush. Let's wait until Master Dog rests first." Just kidding. 7th order void-killing formation. Many rune formation masters can't see it once in a lifetime. They get this chance. Take life, all have to stay to see it. Good. Seeing that the two of them had made a decision, Qin did not waste his words to dissuade them. The main target of the Altered God Society's assassination was him, and the bystanders were at most implicated, so the danger shouldn't be particularly great. After thinking about it, he was ready to go to his master to ask if there was still a place to live in for Zhang Tianfang and the two of them to rest. But before he could get very far out, his cell phone, which was sitting on his bed, vibrated. Picking it up, it was a missive from Xiao Shi. "My side is all set. How do you want to set it up?" Chapter 99, Zhongnan King. Finally, Xiao Shi's side has rarely contacted himself since he reached a verbal agreement with him, and Qin is also a little apprehensive in his heart, fearing that in the end, apart from his own master Wang Su, no one will officially come to work with him. Now that he looked at it, the official people were still paying more attention to their own heavenly pride. Qin immediately replied, "How's the staffing on your side? Give me a list to look at first?" He thought he would encounter only two things on this outing: either nothing would happen and the Fey gods would press on, choosing to observe in the shadows, either directly use the top of the battlefield to try to take themselves down in one blow. Anyway, as long as the altered gods would strike, it would definitely be at full strength. Therefore, for the official martial artists who came to protect him, Qin took it very seriously, assuming that if the realm was lower than the mountain and sea realm, it would actually be better not to come. When a martial artist below the mountain and sea realm came, it might be him protecting the official people instead of the unofficial people protecting him. Xiao Shi, don't worry, the people sent by the officials this time are definitely beyond your imagination, so there's no problem keeping you safe and sound. To be honest, when Xiao Shi received the list of missionaries from her father, she was a bit shocked. The gusto of this list is more than enough to bail out a provincial consul. She sent the list to Qin, and then looked forward to the movement from Qin's side. In Xiao Shi's memory, it seemed that he had never seen Qin reveal a startled demeanor, and it was as if this not-so-young youth had always maintained a cloudy and relaxed demeanor. It's about time you had a different reaction after reading the list of mission personnel this time, right? Xiao Shi clutched her cell phone and quietly waited for Qin to reply. However, to her surprise, Qin's reaction was very flat. Just returned ahum, and then nothing more. The only true king in the province in plain sight comes in person, and this is how he reacts? Xiao Shi was surprised and lost his smile. Even for a child like her who came from a family, it wasn't that easy to see the true king. True king, not a martial artist walking around the streets. In many online novels, it often happens that when the map is changed in the middle and late stages, the realm that seemed to be very strong is instantly ruined. But the reality is different from the novel. According to the research of many scholars of the Human Alliance, even if it is the 10 ancient races of the starry sky, the true king is also a phoenix-like existence, an ancient race of hundreds of billions of living beings, which produces the number of true kings will never be more than 500. Coupled with the fact that the territory controlled by the ancient clan was extremely vast, the fact that this group of true kings had scattered out to take charge of their own side made it even more difficult to find the traces of true kings. One must know that the talent of the starry ancient race far exceeded that of ordinary races, and it was said that the young dragons of the true dragon race had martial master level chi, blood, and flesh when they were first born, and naturally grew to adulthood, and even if they didn't cultivate at all, they still had a grandmaster level physique. The physique was innately transcendent, and then cultivating it later in life would result in twice the result with half the effort. Just like Qin Yi, who could make a sudden progress in just a few days. Maybe this is Qin Yi. Xiaoshi shook his head and did not dwell much on this matter. Quickly turning the topic to the most important place, she asked, with so many high-ranking martial artists lurking around you, how can you be sure that the Fey God Society will definitely come to assassinate you? Xiaoshi was afraid that after going through half a day's trouble, he would end up with nothing, and the Fey God would turtle in the dark and never show his head again. This would make the Marquis of Smoke and Rain and the King of Jiangnan come in vain. Regarding this point, Qin Yi hadn't been particularly sure about it originally, but after revolving again an hour or so ago, the certainty was great. I can't say 10%, but I'm 80% sure that I can make the Altered God Society unable to resist coming out to assassinate me, and it's the kind where the main force comes out. Just feel free to watch me perform. Qin Yi stated his plan roughly, and Xiaoshi over there was astonished after reading it. You can do that? This kind of thing? Is it really something you can do just because you want to? She was stunned. But remembering all the miracles Qin Yi had created in the past, she finally chose to believe. Besides, the officials are here, so she can't kick them out? In the meantime, near the supermarket in the eastern suburb, a man and a woman emerged from a rented bed and breakfast and wandered down the street, their pace scattered and their faces serene, talking softly from time to time, as if they were taking a walk. The man had an ordinary figure, about 1 meter 78, in his early 30s, with an average appearance, but with clear eyes and a soft temperament. He looked like a gentle little uncle. He was dressed in a crisp white practice suit, with no half of his chi and blood fluctuating, no different from an ordinary person. But in reality, his cultivation was monstrous, and he was one of the strongest martial artists in the Jiangnan province. His name was Shin Mo. Not many people knew this name, but there were quite a few people who knew his other name. King of Jiangnan was his title. This little friend Qin Yi is not ordinary. At the martial master realm, he was able to attract two of us to protect the road. Shen Mo passed by the eastern suburb supermarket, glanced at it with his afterglow, stopped and said, when I was still a low-ranked martial master back then, I crossed 2 small realms to suppress a high-ranked martial master, and bragged about it for years. I didn't expect that nowadays there's a freak who practiced martial arts for a month to suppress the mountain and sea realm. Shen Mo stopped and stood on the side in front of the supermarket store, and the gentle woman beside him stopped with him, turning back to survey Jiangnan Wang and blinking her watery eyes. You're getting up the idea of taking on a disciple, aren't you? It's a pity. This Qin Yi has stayed in the eastern suburb supermarket for so long. He must have befriended that being. You don't have a chance. Marquis of Smoke and Rain saw the Jiangnan king's mind and gently laughed. Compared to the Yuhang officials and other forces, they obviously knew more about Elder Wang, who was reclusive in the eastern suburbs. But this kind of no, but also limited to some of the means of Wang Lao. About the immortal beheading sect and other things, no one in the outside world know. The Jiangnan king had specially come to protect the Dao this time. In addition to observing Qin Yi for this purpose, he also had the idea of seeing some of Elder Wang's strength. He was curious as to what realm of existence Elder Wang was. The information they had obtained showed that Elder Wang was at least in the Seal Marquis realm. You said, will the Altered God Society really have a true king come to assassinate him? As if the Smoky Rain Marquis had thought of something, such a sentence suddenly popped out of his mouth. The Jiangnan king shook his head slightly and said indifferently, it doesn't matter if they come or not. I just kill people. Me so. Suddenly, the gentle aura of the Jiangnan king's body was violently cold, as if it was a harsh long sword, causing the Smoky Rain Marquis heart to tremble as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, this kind of atmosphere only maintained for a moment. The next second, Jiangnan king has recovered the usual spring breeze appearance. Crane standing on the street corner, looking at the eastern suburb of the supermarket. I do not know what to think. The surroundings were once again quiet, with only the occasional vocalization from a passing pedestrian. A few minutes later, a car siren sounded, and a luxurious black sedan drove into the street and stopped in front of the eastern suburb supermarket. Chapter 100, Three Sisters and Brothers of the Jean Family. Before this limousine could stop, a roar came from the street, and a red sports car sped up, also stopping in front of the eastern suburb supermarket. This level of luxury car, Ordinary people cannot afford to drive. The eastern suburbs of Yuhang also rarely appear, but this one showed up, and it was actually two. No, there are more than two. After the red sports car, came a black business car, looking low-key, but in fact, the price is expensive. The same tycoon's toy. At this time, 3 luxury cars were parked side by side in front of the entrance of the eastern suburbs supermarket, so quiet that it was weird. No one got out of the car, and no one made a sound. The Jiangnan King and the Smoky Rain Marquis looked at the 3 cars parked in front of them with surprised expressions, obviously not expecting this to be the case. As early as the moment these 3 cars appeared in this neighborhood, the 2 men's divine thoughts had gained insight into everything inside the cars, and they could be certain that it was not someone from the alien god society, because the realm of the person carried in the car was too weak. A martial artist of this level coming over to assassinate Qin would be sending Qin to his death for nothing. The perspective changed. Inside the 3 luxury cars, in addition to the driver who drove the car, there were 2 men and 1 woman sitting in the back seat, with quite some similarities in appearance, looking like a family. Well, it doesn't really have to look that way. They are indeed family, and their last name is Kim. These 3 people, the new generation of Jin family's family head contenders, were Fatty Jin's older brother, younger brother, and older sister. They spent a lot of effort and managed to inquire about Qin's residence, which led them to come here at a rapid pace without wasting a second of time. Now, each of the 3 were sitting in their own cars, surveying each other through the windows with knowing smiles on their faces. Sure enough, you 2 are here too. We all have the same mind. A top-tier source like Qin definitely could not allow Fatty Jin to continue to monopolize it all by himself, or else the competition for the position of the head of the family would immediately lose its suspense. It doesn't matter if they can't find a better source, just cut off Fatty Kim's supply. Of course, we can't let the other brothers monopolize the supply channels on Qin's side. Brother and sister, why don't? Let's cooperate and divide this channel of second brother, Fatty Jin Fong, the youngest of the 3, the third brother of the Jin family, transmitted his voice. The Golden family's eldest sister laughed and echoed, "Hey, don't rush to talk about cooperation first. Let's go individually to try to see if we can get hitched first, and if it really doesn't work, then the 3 of us can work together." If the 3 of them were to team up, taking down this source of Qin's goods would definitely be the nail in the coffin, because they can put profits to Qin at any cost, even 91 open, 10-0 open. Who can refuse to buy your goods and give you money exponentially without making a cent of profit yourself? As long as Qin didn't work with Fatty Jin, everything was fine. In the Jin family's opinion, there is no one in the world who cannot be bribed with money, and if there is, it must be that not enough money was given. I think Big Sister has a point. Fatty Jin's brother agreed. The 3 of them reached a consensus for the time being, stepped down from their respective luxury cars, adjusted their appearance and demeanor, and walked slowly towards the eastern suburb supermarket. However, right at this moment, the Golden family's eldest sister's footsteps gave a sudden lurch and froze in place. She reached out and rubbed her eyes vigorously, suspecting that she had misread, but after half a day's rubbing, the person in front of her still stood there elegantly, unmoving, staring at herself. "Smoke, Lord Smoky Ho? Why are you here?" The eldest sister of the Jin family hurriedly reversed her direction, currying favor and flattery spreading across her face as she came up to the Smoky Rain Marquis. As a woman who stepped into the upper circles, she adhered to the Jin family's usual family style of making friends by light, so she naturally knew the Smoky Rain Marquis. But this man beside Marquis of Smoke and Rain, she sneaked a half a dozen glances but did not recognize him. But it didn't matter if she didn't recognize him, she could detect the extraordinary temperament of this man, and knew deep down that he was a big shot, and didn't dare to be slow. The eldest sister of the Jin family began to warm up to the Marquis of Smoke and Rain, and the 2 brothers of the Jin family at the back looked at each other in dismay. But they also knew how to read words and colors, and when they heard the word Marquis in their sister's words, how could they not know the honor of the woman in front of them? So they came along and started exchanging pleasantries. As a Marquis, he had already stepped into the topmost circle of China. Even if he was a son of a family, he had to be treated respectfully and not be careless. The 3 of them were curious as to why the famous Marquis of Smoke and Rain would appear in the eastern suburb with a strange man, but they dared not ask more questions due to their status. While they, the 3 Jin family siblings, were ostensibly greeting the Smoky Rain Marquis, their secret sound transmission had been uninterrupted. This was their Jin family's unique self-created sound transmission technique, with a quality as high as A rank, which was specifically used to discuss business secrets and family matters, so that even a true king would not be able to eavesdrop. "Sister, do you recognize this man by Smoky Ho?" "I don't recognize it, but this person is definitely not ordinary. Look, he's standing with Marquis of Smoke and Rain, and he's actually letting Marquis of Smoke and Rain take him as his master." Obviously this person's status is even higher than Marquis of Smoke and Rain. Higher status than a feudal lord realm powerhouse? The Jean family brothers' hearts were flabbergasted, and their attitudes were even more solicitous, vaguely steering the topic towards the man beside the Smoky Rain Marquis, wanting to see if there was an opportunity to make some acquaintance. As for Qin Yi, he had long been left behind by them. No matter how mysterious Qin Yi was, he was still a suspected Seal Marquis realm existence. How could he compare to these two people in front of him? As the few people chatted, King Shenmo of Jiangnan and Marquis of Smoke and Rain could see the intentions of the three Jean family siblings. The Marquis of Smoke and Rain was slightly displeased. She didn't want the identity of the King of Jiangnan to be leaked as it could lead to the failure of the plan. If the Altered Gods Society knew that the Jiangnan king had appeared in the eastern suburb, wasn't it obvious that they were telling others that Qin Yi had a true king on his side to protect his path? However, Shenmo was not prudently concerned about this and transmitted his voice to Marquis of Smoke and Rain. There's no harm in you telling them my identity. The three Jean family siblings, including the entire eastern suburb of Yuhang, were actually under Shenmo's control, and he had left a strand of his divine thoughts on these three, so that once they made a move suspected of mutiny and leaking of secrets, they would immediately be known by the king of Jiangnan. Only after receiving Shenmo's approval did the Smoky Rain Marquis put his heart down. Shenmo had always been calculating in his work, and since he had agreed, it meant that there was no possibility of the three Jean family siblings leaking the information. Thus, she took the initiative to introduce herself. I am following the Jiangnan king out for a walk today. Jiang what? The king of Gangnam? One expert in the Jiangnan province, who was a god and a dragon, was something that none of them, the Jean family heads, had ever seen before. Today they actually had the honor of seeing it with their own eyes. The youngest third brother of the Jean family, whose heart was reeling with excitement, could not help but ask out loud, "You came out with the Jiangnan king, is there something you want? If it's troublesome, little brother can take over." At these words, the hearts of the Jean family's eldest sister and the Jean family's eldest brother trembled as they hurriedly glared at their youngest brother. What the king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain are joining forces to do? How can it be something we can pursue? My little brother is so confused. Oh no, this is going to be heavy. Although the three Jean family siblings were competitive with each other, they always put the family first. This statement of Jean Shouty's was likely to have an unfavorable effect on the entire Jean family. The Jean family's youngest brother also said these words without thinking because of a moment of excitement, and just after he said it, he regretted it. Regret to the point of paleness and cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, Shenmer didn't pay much attention to that. Not only did he not care, he answered the question with a smile. I've come to find a little brother named Qin Yi. Chapter 101 Ways to Seduce the Fey God Society. Qin Yi? Hearing this familiar name, all three of the Jean family siblings drifted off for a moment. Being in the eastern suburb and having the same name Qin Yi, there are not so many coincidences in the world. The king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain are looking for Qin Yi. The same person they are looking for. What exactly was this Qin Yi's status that caused a true king and a feudal marquis realm to personally seek a visit? The three Jean family siblings instantly felt like a joke for their earlier confident belief that they would definitely be able to pin down Qin Yi. This youth named Qin Yi's status might be beyond their imagination. The king of Jiangnan had traveled thousands of miles to personally seek them out. So how were they supposed to talk to Qin Yi about cooperation when they were just a few members of the Jean family? Benefit lure. I'm just afraid that the benefits they'd come up with all their money would be nothing in Qin Yi's eyes. The three Jean family siblings coincidentally glanced at each other, seeing the same shock and helplessness as themselves in each other's eyes. What tactics had Fatty Jean used to actually hook up with a character of Qin Yi's caliber? With Qin Yi's help, is there still a chance to fight for the position of the head of the family? Thinking of this, the three instantly became very disheveled and gloomy. And if they weren't still facing the king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain, it was estimated that they couldn't even put on a smiling face. By the way, what are you guys doing here in the eastern suburbs with such fanfare? The Smoky Rain Marquis eyes glazed over as he scrutinized the three of them. The three Jean family siblings hurriedly waved their hands and laughed bitterly. It's fine. We siblings were bored and came out to stroll around. I've heard that the air and scenery in the suburbs are good, so that's why we came here together for a fall trip. At this point, they didn't dare to say that they were here to find Qin Yi. Not that qualified, you know. Seeing that she had finished saying what she could, the eldest sister of the Jean family was too embarrassed to stay on for fear of annoying the Jiangnan king, and pulled her two younger brothers to leave in a hurry. The three luxury cars started together and disappeared into the street in a puff of smoke. Not even the taillights could be seen. The king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain watched them go away for a long time before they withdrew their gazes. The two stood quietly in the street, watching the oncoming pedestrians replace one group after another, but did not continue to talk or enter the eastern suburb supermarket. Strangely enough, none of the passers-by coming and going on the street even noticed the gaze of the two men, as if the Jiangnan King and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain did not exist at all. In fact, the duo was nowhere to be found, either in their line of sight or in the surveillance hanging in the streets. Suddenly, Jiangnan King's eyelids twitched as he lightly lifted his eyes and turned his head to look at a shadow not far away, and was about to do something when an inexplicable voice transmission came from the back and landed in the brain area of the two of them. Don't alarm him, let him lurk. Receiving this voice transmission, a trace of faintly inaudible surprise flashed through the eyes of the Jiangnan King, who then nodded and did not make a move. On the side, Marquis of Smoke and Rain was even more shocked. She knew that the transmission had come from the eastern suburbs supermarket and had easily broken through her defenses and drilled into her brain area. In other words, I'm afraid that the mysterious Elder Wang in the eastern suburbs supermarket is more than just a feudal lord level. A true king? She hid the strange mood swings and quickly regained her composure. Why did this Elder Wang stop you from moving the scouts of the Alien God Society? Marquis Smoke and Rain wondered. Jiangnan King Shenmo's divine thoughts covered almost the entire eastern suburb, so as soon as the scouts of the Alien God Society touched in, they were detected by him. It's not clear, but it doesn't need to be clear either. Shenmo said indifferently. We only care about protecting the Tao. We don't need to care about anything else. If we should kill someone, we should kill them. If we don't kill them. From the beginning to the end, Shenmo's mind was calm and casual, and his every move seemed to allude to some kind of Taoist intent. Since he was so unconcerned, the Smoke and Rain Marquis naturally couldn't say anything more. The two reverted to their original state of silence. The other side. Inside the eastern suburb supermarket, Elder Wang had actually discovered the presence of the Altered God Society scouts, and originally, according to normal circumstances, he would have made a move to leave something on the Altered God Society's scouts' bodies. However, this time, due to Qini informing him in advance that he should refrain from touching any scouts that might appear from the Altered God Society, it was only then that he stopped, and also persuaded the Jiangnan King in the process. He looked up at the relaxed Qini in front of him, and for a moment, he wasn't sure what his disciple wanted to do. I can't see through it. I can't see through it. Qini played with his cell phone, and only after he had double-checked with Xiao Shi that the Jiangnan King and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain were already in place did he turn off his cell phone and say to his master, Master, I'm going out to lure the people from the Altered Spirit Society here. Elder Wang nodded silently, choosing to secretly follow Qini out together. He didn't ask Qini how he would lure out the people from the Altered God Society, but by looking at his confident appearance, he knew that his disciple already had an idea and that the success rate was extremely high. Just wait and see. No need to ask. Master and disciple, one after the other. Out of the eastern suburb of the supermarket, on the roof of the supermarket, there are still squatting two people and a dog, secretly observing Qini. Big Dog, Zhang Tianfeng, and Zhang Wei were not yet qualified to participate in this chaotic battle, so they could only lie on the roof and watch. As soon as Qini went out, he felt a strange fluctuation not far ahead. He relied on his Taoist mind to vaguely see two silhouettes. One was very clear, a gentle and beautiful woman, while the other was blurry and seemed to be a man. These two should be the King of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain. Sensing Qini's line of sight, Shenmo and Smoky Ho glanced back and happened to meet Qini's eyes. At this moment, both of their hearts were in shock. They didn't expect that Qini had actually spent less than 10 days to break through from the middle-ranked martial master shown on his profile to an upper-ranked Zongshi. And with his qi and blood full, he might break through to a grand Zongshi at any time. It's even more exaggerated. Qini, at the level of a superior grandmaster, saw through the two of them's concealment stances. This is outrageous. They were able to see through Qini's mist in the clouds because of the absolute crushing of their realms. Grandmasters in mountain and sea realms were unable to see through Qini's realm, but the feudal Marquis realm and true King realm could. Not to mention the two of them, even Elder Wang, who was following Qini, froze for a moment. He didn't expect that in addition to his superb battle prowess and extraordinary natural talent, this disciple of his was also so strong in his eyesight. Is it practicing some kind of advanced pupil technique? Can't see it. Wang Lao kind of felt that he had been a master for nothing. Qini just realized that the Altered God Society's scouts had arrived, so he took the initiative to come out. What is he trying to do? Seducing someone from the pagan society to initiate? That's a bit too obvious. The Smoky Rain Marquis glanced at the lurkers stirring in the shadows in the distance, her willow brows slightly furrowed. The Jiangnan King shook his head and didn't say anything. Only the color of curiosity and anticipation on his face grew stronger. He could tell from the first moment he saw Qini that this youth was in the same category as himself. It's the kind of person who was confident in himself to the point of seeming humble, but in reality, he's wild. People like them, once they make any move, they must be well assured. Snap, snap. Qini walked towards the street step by step. His steps were light but landed with a resounding sound. Walking like this, he suddenly paused the moment he was about to step into the road, followed by closing his eyes and not moving for a moment. Smoky husband? Pagan society scout? Everyone present also followed Qini for a second. They did not expect that Qini would suddenly make such a move. What's that supposed to mean? Qini stood on the street, his breath steady, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was oblivious to the fact that he was traveling to the heavens. Falling asleep where he stood, Marquis of Smoke and Rain and King Jiangnan observed Qini, and suddenly, they caught a strange fluctuation. It was a hint of fluctuations emanating from Qini's body. Great Tao fluctuations. An incredulous look spread across the Smoky Rain Marquis face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "He's attained enlightenment? After so many days at the grocery store, the moment you come out for a walk, you take 2 steps and become enlightened? Are you kidding me?" Those who didn't know thought that enlightenment was something as simple as eating and drinking. Chapter 102, The Way of the Flesh. It was extremely difficult for a non-top tier heavenly pride to enter the state of enlightenment. Even the top heavenly prides had to have some chance and luck if they wanted to realize the Tao. This is a metaphysical and mysterious state. During enlightenment, a person's soul will float far away to the legendary place of the origin of the Great Tao. Find a Great Tao origin that most closely matches one's own, and begin to zero in on the enlightenment. If you insist, it's not impossible to walk and suddenly become enlightened. Still, when the crowd saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but feel appalled. There's no way around it. The level 1 Tao mind is just so perverted that it can actively enter the state of enlightenment once a week. What was even more perverse was that one could still choose for themselves what origin of the Great Tao they wanted to enroll in. In other words, as long as Qini was given ample time, he might even be able to comprehend the 3000 Great Tao, becoming the only martial artist in history to expound on all the Great Tao. Of course, the so-called 3000 Great Roads is only a vague statement to emphasize the number. In fact, there are more than 3000 Great Roads. There are probably countless. What Qini had taken the initiative to comprehend this time was the Great Tao of the flesh body. Generally speaking, the vast majority of martial artists preferred to comprehend the way of the sword, way of killing, and other great paths, but for Qini, his physical body was the strongest way of killing, while the way of the sword could be comprehended from the memory images left behind by his ancestor, Chen Ziluo, so he didn't need to waste the opportunity for the time being. The flesh-body avenue should be the current avenue that could best enhance his strength in a short period of time. He felt his soul rising, through the clouds, through the atmosphere, and looking down, he could even see the wildly shrinking blue star. He didn't know how long had passed, but he came to a land of nothingness, dark, dead and empty, and as far as the eye could see, within billions of miles, there was only a tiny drop of red blood suspended in the void. He subconsciously approached the drop of red blood, and found that the blood was uncommonly red. It was an extreme red, unable to see any mixed colors, pure and incomparable. Obviously there was only such a small drop, but it brought Qini an endless sense of fulfillment, as if he had seen a large, majestic sea of blood, a vast expanse of shocking waves, but in the next instant, the image in front of him shifted again, and his vision continued to lift as the original sea of blood turned into a small pool of flowing blood and water that flowed inside a behemoth. The world! How could there be such a huge creature? Qini's gaze couldn't accommodate a creature that large, and he couldn't see through the creature's essence. He could only sense that this strange creature's body was constantly emanating all types of pure auras, permeated with Tao intent. Dominant, huge, weak, tough, alive. The avenue of the flesh was seared, and different people had different understandings of the flesh. Some people believe that big is strong, and the more massive the physical body, the stronger it is. There were also those who believed that small was strong, and that a physical body that was so small that it was pervasive and drilled into nothing could perfectly avoid all strikes, and could also easily attack the enemy's weaknesses. Each of the great avenues contained an uncountable amount of Tao intent. Facing the billions of Tao intent that came surging in, Qini's heart was certain and he chose the most interesting path. I want it all. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. Just as Qini was intoxicated in the realm of enlightenment, on the street outside the supermarket in the eastern suburb, time seemed to have stood still for a second. The passing passers-by, as if they had gotten some psychic cue, strutted eerily and left the street at a quick pace. After that, no new passers-by came in. The Smoke and Rain Marquis, Jiangnan King, and Wang Lao stared straight at Qini, and they could be certain that Qini was truly in enlightenment. Judging from the fluctuations of the Great Tao emanating from his body, it should be the flesh-body Great Tao. No wonder. The city is so anxious that even the Jiangnan King and I called out to him just to be his protector. The Smoky Rain Marquis murmured, his tone tinged with a bit of envy and emotion. This kind of natural talent is truly worth it. The topmost heavenly prides in Tianjing, Shanghai, and other super-tier cities in China actually had existences at the level of feudal marquis and true king to protect their path. Of course, this is just a good-sounding statement. The actual situation is that these top heavenly prides follow the true king to experience. No matter what, the importance that Huaxia placed on top-tier heavenly prides was definitely not just talk. Now that he had seen it, Qini was naturally qualified to have the true king protect his path. He wasn't inferior to the top-tier heavenly prides of those super-tier 1 cities. Qini asked me not to alarm the scouts of the Alien God Society, so it was for this step. At the back, Elder Wang glanced at the Altered God Society scouts sneaking out of the shadows, and his heart finally understood. Qini was trying to achieve enlightenment in the street, and then let the scouts of the Altered God Society spread the news back. When a person is in enlightenment, they are basically at their weakest point, which is a good opportunity for the pagan society to assassinate them. And Qini had shown such a terrifying talent at the upper grade sect master realm. The people of the Altered God Society were definitely going to sit up and take notice. This level of genius, give him a few more years to grow up. With Qini's undying relationship with the Alien God Society, he would definitely go all out to search and hang the Alien God Society. It was self-evident which was easier to kill, a weak upper-ranked patriarch or a future true king, just as Qini had arranged. The scouts of the Altered God Society hidden in the shadows had already been unable to hold back, using some means to drive away passers-by and obscure the surveillance. Quietly stepping out from the shadows, wanting to get close enough to Qini to ascertain that the other party was truly in enlightenment. If it's convenient, he could also take a stab in the hand and take it directly to Qini. The Altered God Society upheld their usual caution, and the scout they sent out this time was a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse, one of the 3 people sitting in the first circle. Confused Marquis. He was the weakest of the 3 in the first circle, but then again, he had sat in the first circle and was especially good at stealth and spying. If he hadn't been facing true kings and existences of the same level, it would have been impossible for him to reveal himself. At this time, the confused Heart Marquis was not aware that he had been targeted by the 3 bigwigs. He was the one standing in the light, while Elder Wang and the others were in the dark. As the bewitching Marquis drew a little closer, Elder Wang coldly transmitted his voice to the foolish Jiangnan King and the others. Don't make a move. I'll just make a move when the time comes. According to Qin Yi's arrangement, he was required to take the initiative to leak out a trace of his aura and make a move to scare off the confused Heart Marquis. He could be exposed, but the King of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain could not be exposed. The death of the Shadow Thorn had probably made the Altered God Society realize that Qini had someone beside him for protection. If Wang Lao did not do anything, it would rather look like a problem. Time passed by. The confused Marquis was still secretly testing the waters. Both he and the organization guessed that Qini was surrounded by high-ranking people for protection. Thus they didn't dare to easily get too close. Wow! Suddenly, his footsteps lurched as he caught a hint of imperceptible fluctuation behind Qini, and his heart was horrified. The true king? Sure enough, Chapter 103, King Seal Jedi Peak. Acting. The confused Heart Marquis didn't even think about it, and immediately used every means available on his body to flee in fear. There appeared to be only a difference of 1 realm from being a marquis to being a king, but the gap in strength could be described as a rift in the heavens. And not every martial artist had the same ability to fight across levels as Qini. The Altered Gods Society had anticipated that Qini would have a true king by his side, so Marquis Bewildering had saved quite a few cards in his hand, and without any luck, he threw them all out in an instant. Swish! An old hand stretched out of thin air, slowly grabbing towards the confused Heart Marquis. This hand looks only the size of an ordinary person, but in the eyes of the confused Heart Marquis, it is covering the sky and enveloping a side of heaven and earth, making it unavoidable. At the same time, a brute force of attraction pulled at his body and soul, dragging him down as if it was trying to pull him into an endless abyss. The bewitching Marquis knew that this was a means that belonged uniquely to true kings, the true king's domain. Those whose realm was lower than that of a true king couldn't refuse the mandatory pull of the realm, and in the work of a single thought, they would be pulled into the real king's realm and left to be slaughtered. Fortunately, the confused Marquis was prepared for this. Tear it up. Only a loud tearing sound could be heard erupting, and the bewitching host's flesh body flickered with a sinuous and coiled array pattern, as if dozens of ghostly black and thin snakes were lying on the surface of his body, shaking up a circle of spatial ripples, using one's body as a formation, a 6th-order top-tier teleportation formation. Among the members of the Altered God Society, there were also rune formation masters of notable strength. The current distance between the confused Marquis and Elder One was not too close, and there was a chance to escape if he triggered the 6th-order top-level teleportation formation in time. But the opportunity, not great. Rumble. The right hand that reached out leisurely seemed to be extremely slow, but in just less than a breath of time, it had already appeared in front of Marquis Bewildering Heart. and the true king's spiritual pressure emanating from the hand alone suppressed the fluctuations in space, causing the sixth-order top-level teleportation formation to freeze in place. The Marquis of Confusion was not panicked. Taking advantage of the chaos of the scene, his eyes gnarled up with a line of blood, his eyes glazed over, sneaking a glance at Qin Yi, recording Qin Yi's current state in his sea of consciousness. Afterwards, he lightly bit his tongue, and a drop of dark green strange blood burst out of his mouth, turning into a blood mist in an instant and spreading out. A terrifying demonic aura exploded, actually blocking Elder Wang's right hand and the coverage of the true king's domain for a short period of time. Wow! The sky cracked open a narrow slit, and immediately afterward, an eye filled with gloom and violence suddenly opened. Cold, dead, and demonic. The pressure emanating from that eyeball was such that even an ordinary true king would have to bow his head when he came, just because. That's the eye of a demon lord. For the second time, the Jiangnan king revealed a different demeanor and no longer remained calm. The first time he was shocked was when Qin Yi became enlightened in the street, just a few minutes ago. According to his cultivated Taoist heart, it was usually very difficult for him to show his shocked face, but after coming into contact with Qin Yi, he was actually shocked twice within 3 minutes. The shocking glance of this demon lord temporarily subdued the scene, allowing the confused heart Marquis a chance to escape. He didn't dare to be careless, not to mention relying on the devil's eye to kill back. As soon as he dropped his head, he stealthily entered the darkness, unleashed the sixth-order top-level formation, and the space stirred and disappeared without a trace. The destination of the sixth-order top-level teleportation array was set in a barren mountain more than 300 miles outside of Yuhang, although it was already very hidden. But the confused heart Marquis was still not at ease. He first took out a bottle of thick green juice from his storage pouch and poured it on his body. Emitting a bared burning sound, he endured the pain without uttering a sound, until after his body was purified cleanly, and it was impossible for there to be any true king's means left behind. Then he was slightly relieved, and without stopping, he took out a fourth-ranked teleportation talisman from his storage pouch, and activated it once again. He had been rolling around and leaving more than 1,000 kilometers, and when he was about to enter the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, he finally felt completely at ease. Caution is always the number one thing for members of the pagan society. If there was a true king's backhand left in his body, if he returned to his old home rashly, he would probably call for a clean sweep, returning to the secret realm of Yendang Mountain through a special secret passage. The confused heart Marquis let out a long sigh of relief, secretly saying that the president and master had anticipated things as God had, and that this mission was truly perilous. His eyes lit up slightly before a smile appeared. Good thing, after all the menace, what's right is right. As long as he passed his recorded memories to the president, he would be able to determine whether Qin Yi had entered the state of enlightenment or not. Once a person is enlightened, he cannot easily quit, and besides, he does not want to quit. This was a state of enlightenment. An ordinary person couldn't even enter this state if they wanted to. The other side. In the eastern suburb of Yuhang, the eye of the devil in the sky existed for less than a second, and chains were wrapped around it. These chains were not the hand of Elder Wang and Shenmo, but the resistance of the Blue Star's origin law. The Blue Star was resisting the alien race's existence beyond the true king realm from touching this place. The devil's eye's aura grew weaker and weaker, and its figure dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But even before it disappeared, the eye was staring at Qin Yi with a deadly glare. If one were to look closely, one would be able to see a hint of scorn and hesitation in the depths of the devil's eyes. Finally, after roughly 5 minutes, the eye of the devil was completely bound by the rule chains and expelled from the Blue Star without a trace. Elder Wang watched as the rule chain disappeared along with the eye of the demon and didn't say anything. On the side, the king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Smoke and Rain, who had watched this big show from the shadows, were staring at the location where the rule chains had disappeared, pondering. Rumor had it that the death of the 10,000 Tribulation Heavenly Father wasn't just as simple as suppressing the South Sea Cave Heaven. He seemed to have used some means to sacrifice something and tampered with the origin rules of the Blue Star world. It was precisely for this reason that the foreign race's exalted level existences were unable to enter the Blue Star, giving the human race a chance to catch their breath. After a few more minutes, Jiangnan King Shenmo withdrew his eyes and turned his head to look at Elder Wang behind Qin Yi, revealing a kind smile. Fellow Daoist put on a good show, so I'm afraid that the Altered God Society will really have to have a true king out. Shenmo could tell that Elder Wang was by no means an ordinary true king, because he sensed a crisis, a deadly crisis, in Elder Wang's body. Although he didn't want to admit it, if the other side made a move towards him, he really couldn't stop it. There was also a gap between true kings and true kings. Shenmo currently probably belonged to the top existence among true kings, but was by no means the strongest, because the strongest group of people, distinguished from ordinary true kings, had specialized titles. They are known as the Sealed King Jedi. This was a group of martial artists who had broken the limits of true kings, and even if they faced an exalted, they had room to resist. Shenemo suspected that Elder Wan was such a Seal King Jedi. When the Seal King's absolute peak made a move, even if that feudal marquis realm martial artist of the Alien God Society had more means, he would only end up being killed in seconds or instantly suppressed. And the reason why the confused marquis was able to escape was not because of the drop of Demon Lord's blood in his mouth. It's just that Wang Lao deliberately let him go. When you act, you have to act real. If Qini didn't have a single protector beside him and still dared to strut out, it would be a bit of a sham. A true king made a move to let a feudal marquis-level martial artist return from the dead and bring back key information. That's what makes it seem genuine enough. Chapter 104, The Devil's Finger. Yendang Mountain's Secret Realm. A certain valley hidden amongst the mountains, under the shade of the skyscraping maple tree, an old stone table was set up, around which a circle of stone chairs was arranged outwards, with the vast majority of the seats occupied, and the occasional empty seat appearing in a particularly conspicuous manner. In the last few days, the Altered God Society had lost troops, not to the point of breaking bones, but it was still a call for annoyance. This was because the one who had captured their member was not some famous high-level martial artist, but just an unnamed bottom feeder. But nowadays, this bottom dweller had been confirmed to have a true king protecting him, making it slightly tricky to take him down. Under the watchful eyes of many members, the president of the Alien God Society, King Mo Yuan, stretched out a finger and lightly struck the brow of the bewitching heart marquis, extracting a memory image, which was projected like a projection and placed in mid-air, so that the crowd could clearly see the image. As the memory images were gradually released, all the members of the Altered God Society present changed color, especially the several circles of members in the periphery, who were even more shocked by Elder Wan's greatness. This simple reaching out and grabbing, without any traces of kung fu, yet it screamed that one could not breathe. The pressure was as great as Tarzan. The secret method of the Marquis of Confusion can record perfect memory images that contain breath, pressure, and Tao power. Like a dream, it could give onlookers a sense of being there. It was the first time many of the members of the Altered God Society had seen a true king make a move, and the shock in their hearts was not small. Fortunately, subsequently, their esteemed demon Exalt also stepped in, and with a single look, he subdued that powerful true king and managed to save the confused heart marquis. Early defection to the demon race. Indeed, no problem. The strength of the human race just rely on the blue star origin rules of favor. Wait until the starry sky 10,000 races to break open the curtain. Descending into the human world, all patterns will be rewritten. This is the big irreversible trend. And they are the ones who have ridden the wave. A group of wise men, of the outermost periphery. Lu was especially grateful. He realized that he could no longer solve this trouble of Qini. But it didn't matter. In the future Qini was always going to die, while he could live well and even follow the demon race and live a happier life than he was living now. Watch the action on the outside, but watch the action on the inside. The head of the Alien God Association, King Mo Yuan, observed Elder Wang, who was only showing his hand, and felt a great terror that this protector might not be an ordinary true king. As the president of the Altered God Society, King Mo Yuan was naturally not an ordinary true king. He had the strength of an absolute true king, and was only one step away from being at the absolute peak of the Sealed King. Originally, his title was King of the Devil's Abyss, but as he was not a pure-blooded devil, using the word devil as the title of a true king would be a taboo for the devil race, so he changed to the harmonic word Mo. Skimming over Elder Wang's image, he stared intently at Qin, who stood in front of the supermarket store, and by capturing the Tao rhythms in his body, he could ascertain that this person was indeed enlightening the Tao, and that he was in deep, flesh-body avenue. This Qin Yi's talent is truly demonic. We can't let him grow any further. King Mo Yuan's eyes glazed over as he made up his mind. Qin Yi's protector was indeed very strong, but they had more than one true king in the Alien God Society. The Vice President Broken King was likewise a true king and was of medium to high strength. Suppressing ordinary true kings was not a problem. Plus, they also had 9 Grand Master or above martial artists who could assist them. Overall, it's still more of them. Seeing that the president had made up his mind, a member of the third circle raised an objection. President, it's too much of a coincidence that Qin just came out and became enlightened. There can't be a trap, can there? King Mo Yuan glanced back at the man, and before he could say anything, the Vice President Broken King on the side sneered. Where can the state of enlightenment be laid out as a trap? If you want to seduce someone into taking the bait with a state of enlightenment, you have to make sure that you can enter the state of enlightenment at any time. Is there really such a person in the world? The word enlightenment symbolized too many things. It was exclusive to the top heavenly prides. It required fate and opportunity. It was never possible to be enlightened just because you wanted to be enlightened. Not to mention, as long as strength crushes, even the most subtle trap is useless. King Mo Yuan lightly laughed. He knelt down respectfully towards the stone table in the center, his mouth chanting as if he was trying to communicate with the demon lord. Half a day later, the stone table lit up with a ghostly light, and the formation patterns engraved on the tabletop seemed to come to life, as one by one the runes floated out on their own, forming a blurry face with a devilish aura in the air. Looking down at the crowd below, Qin Yi must die. The protector of the Tao behind him is a martial artist who has stepped into the absolute top. The two of you together can't handle it. More cold divine thoughts rippled out, echoing in every member's heart. Immediately afterward, the sky of the entire Yendang mountain mystic realm darkened violently, and a broken finger stained with black blood tore through the endless void, penetrated through thousands of obstacles, and appeared above the heads of the crowd, burning with layers of bizarre flames. It is sufficient for me to grant you a devil's finger for the purpose of killing the Seal King Jedi. As early as the moment the devil's eye saw Elder Wang and Qin Yi, he could tell a lot of things, such as Elder Wang's approximate realm, as well as some of Qin Yi's potential. He couldn't make a move due to the shelter of the Blue Star's origin rules, so he could only watch. But the Yendang Mountain's secret realm was an alien space, dependent on the Blue Star world, which was essentially different from the Blue Star world, and was subject to very little control by the Blue Star origin rules. From this, it was only then that the Demon Father was able to send one of his severed fingers across countless worlds. This severed finger was suppressed at the Zunshur realm, which did not match the Heavenly Father strength of the Demon Zun himself, but it could only be suppressed to this extent before it could be sent in. In addition, it was also necessary for the Blue Star's indigenous Mo Yuan king to personally use his essence blood to wash the exotic aura on it, or else something else would happen if he took the demon finger and entered the Blue Star. The cost of using such a Heaven's Father finger was very high, showing the suppressive power of the Blue Star origin rules, but it was all worth it. With this demonic finger and the two true kings, capturing Qin Yi alive would be a snap. The blurry face of the Demon Father dissipated in midair, and the crowd of the Alien God Society bowed in awe for a long time before rising. Vice President Broken King looked at the president and inquired, "When do we leave?" King Mo Yuan put away the demon finger and spoke while quenching it with his essence blood. Quenching the demon finger at full strength will take about 3 hours. But the confused Heart Marquis making such a big commotion in the eastern suburb of Yuhang is bound to draw the attention of the officials. By normal logic, our men just escaped and couldn't have gone right back to the crime. King Mo Yuan paused and showed his teeth with a cold smile. We'll do the opposite and act on the side of tonight, killing him back and catching him off guard. After I finish quenching my demon finger and recover for a while, I'll move out right away. This time, bring everything you should. Take the head of that Seal King Jedi and kick it as a ball for your master. Chapter 105, The Great Battle of the Night. The afterglow of the setting sun dotted the firmament, and dots of stars eclipsed the sky, gradually becoming brighter. Unconsciously, it was already the evening of this day, and the 996 working people at the bottom of the eastern suburb appeared on the streets of the eastern suburb when it was time for them to leave work. But the odd thing is that these streets near the eastern suburb supermarket, there was not a single passerby who stepped on them, and they were empty like ghost streets. At the roof of the supermarket in the eastern suburb, Big Dog took Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei, the two rune formation masters, to take advantage of their free time to set up an illusion formation to conceal the figures and breaths of a few people in case they were caught up in the upcoming battle. Although this illusion formation was only at the top level of the fifth order, if the enemy martial artist didn't look closely, he wouldn't necessarily be able to see it right away. The two men and a dog were lying on the roof, looking out into the night sky, and then looking at Qin Yi, who was standing still below, his face slightly tense. Do you think that the altered gods will come tonight? Zhang Tianfang asked Big Dog. After spending some time with the big dog, his attitude towards the big dog also changed from disapproval at the beginning to respect, and the speed of the change of face was comparable to the weather in June. It can only be said that strength is the best option to change the outsider's view of oneself. If the strength is strong enough, even if you are a pig, no one will dare to mess with. I don't know, but I feel like it's too quiet tonight, too quiet for its own good. The big dog gazed at Qin Yi, noticing that the qi and blood fluctuations on Qin Yi's body were becoming more and more vigorous, appearing extremely dazzling in the dark and lightless streets, as if it were a scorching red sun, radiating endless light and heat, overbearing, majestic, icy cold, burning hot. The aura emitted by Qin Yi was too varied, and for a moment, it was impossible to guess what specific Tao intent he was comprehending. It wouldn't be possible to have realized all the Tao intentions of the Flesh Avenue, would it? Big Dog couldn't help but think. It sounded heavenly for a person to realize all the Tao meanings of a great Tao, but there were quite a few brave warriors in history who dared to try and do so. A lot of people boasted of invincible talent, enlightenment against the heavens, did not cherish the rare opportunity to enlightenment, chose to want all. The final result is invariably a waste of this opportunity to enlightenment, nothing to realize, and thereafter, there was no more enlightenment. He was afraid that Qin would be high-minded and overambitious, and end up in the same situation. Not only him, but in fact, Wang Lao Wang Su, who was silently protecting behind Qin, was also a bit worried. Noticing Qin's strange state, he also guessed that Qin might have chosen to take it all. After all, his own disciple was such a character, seemingly humble, but really wild to the extreme. With his roots, this enlightenment will definitely not be the last. It's not bad to consider it a lesson learned. Elder Wang secretly sighed. When this calamity passes, I have to go remind and knock him around a bit. Young people still have to guard against arrogance and impatience. Hoo. The sky continued to darken, and the October evening breeze blew away the clouds drifting in the sky, slapping at Wang Lao's body with a cool feeling. In the dark, Jiangnan King and Smoky Rain Marquis both did not leave, standing on the street as if they were settled, their bland expressions mixed with a few points of faintly unheard of gravity. Shenemo had a premonition in his heart that the big battle was tonight. Qin hadn't lied to them, nor had he exaggerated. Those who came tonight were most likely the strongest ones of the Altered God Society. Once this organization meets a tough opponent, it will never send another weakling to die, and if it wants to come, it will come directly to the big one. Wow! This thought had just arisen when the space around him was flooded with an unusual ripple, and in the next second, Elder Wang looked up suddenly and his figure disappeared under the night sky. Without God realizing it, the two true kings engaged in battle. The commotion of the true king's battle was extremely loud, so in order not to affect the surrounding residents, Wang Lao chose to spread out his domain and enter the strange domain space to engage with the enemy true king. A true king's realm was just like a secret realm or a cave. It could be projected into the real world or located beyond the endless void, pulling outsiders in. When two true kings fought, the first thing that was dueled was the domain. Being able to drive away another true king's domain would be a big advantage in terms of geographical location. Buzz. Right at the moment when Elder Wang disappeared, the night curtain of the street rippled madly, as if a pool of still water had been thrown into a stone and was no longer calm. After the ripples, the confused Hark Marquis and an unfamiliar red-robed true king stepped out without the slightest hesitation, heading straight for Qin Yi's direction. After luring away Elder Wang, they wanted to capture Qin Yi alive. A true king plus a feudal marquis realm catching a top-grade sect master almost made it impossible to think of the possibility of failure. It seems like it's time for us to make a move. Jiangnan King Shenmo's eyes were gentle, and even when he faced his enemy, he still did not show any ferocious intent. He lightly raised his right hand and was about to pull the confused Hark Marquis and the red-clothed true king, Broken King, into the realm. But unexpectedly, the dome of the sky above the street violently exploded. A red crack appeared, and from the crack, a black-clothed true king fell. This person was dressed in rags and bruises, with an incredulous horror on his face, and it was the president of the Altered God Society, King Mo Yuan. He pulled Wang Lao into the true king's domain, and without any resistance, the other party went in with him. And then, within the strange space, after only one move with the other party, his domain collapsed and he escaped in a hurry. If he didn't escape, he was bound to be killed by Elder Wang in seconds in the true king's domain. Sealed King Extreme Top. You are indeed a sealed King Extreme Peak. The trepidation on King Mo Yuan's face receded. He had long had a guess about Wang Lao's strength and had prepared a backhand. Elder Wang stood in the air, looking disdainfully at the collapsing Mo Yuan king without speaking, and with a movement of his thoughts, he once again pulled the Mo Yuan king, who had just fled, back into his realm. Surprisingly, King Mo Yuan likewise did not resist. On the endless prairie, Wang Lao stared at the emboldened King Mo Yuan, raising his guard 3 times, not holding back and fighting with all his might. A vast vitality was birthed in his meridians, heart, and brain domain and sea of consciousness, and in the vitality, it was mixed with supreme killing intent that surged out. Elder Wang came from the immortal beheading sect, so naturally, he also practiced the seed soldier art. Moreover, the spirit soldier species he cultivated had been raised to the most mature stage, branching out and spreading throughout his body, which could add up to several times the battle power. He was invincible within the same rank, let alone the fact that King Mo Yuan was still 1 rank behind him. King Mo Yuan's expression was grave. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately took out a withered and scorched black finger. Once this finger came out, Elder Wan's eyes suddenly condensed. In the meantime, on the other side, the assassination that had just been interrupted by this little episode of King Mo Yuan was still continuing, and the Broken King had brought along the bewitching Marquis, heading straight for Qin Yi, wanting to take him captive. But right at this moment, the heaven and earth around the Broken King suddenly changed drastically, and a breath as pleasant as a spring breeze slowly blew in and swept the broken king and the confused heart marquis into another world. Birds and flowers, ancient trees, gurgling streams and mountains. This place, the true king's domain of the Jiangnan king, was, as its name suggested, a beautiful and clear spring landscape of Jiangnan. The breaking king and marquis bewildering hearts fluttered as they instantly realized that Qin was still hiding a true king and a seal marquis realm protector behind him. Fortunately, they have people out there too. Moreover, even if Elder Wang was at the absolute peak of the sealed king, he would definitely be unable to defeat King Mo Yuan, who had sacrificed his demon finger. The plan worked. We just need to defend with all our might, stall for time, and make sure we don't die. The broken king smiled coldly as he looked toward Shin Mo, who was standing on top of the mountains with a crane, and looked as if he had not panicked. Chapter 106, The Great Dao Infection. In a flash of lightning, the two sides have exchanged around, and in the outside world, even just barely see what is happening. On the roof of the supermarket, Big Dog and Zhang Tianfang were fine. They had always seen the world and knew the strength of the true king, while Zhang Wei, who had a slightly lesser origin, was rather dumbfounded and felt like he was watching the gods fight. Did I read it right? Not only did the altered god society come with true kings, but also two of them? We only have one true king officially in Jiangnan province, right? Zhang Wei didn't look too good. Zhang Tianfang, on the other hand, explained, there's just one true king on the surface, but in reality, there are still some old guys hiding in the shadows. As the leader of the previous generation of the Zhang family, he knew many hidden secrets and nodded a mouthful. That supreme ruler of the Jiangnan province, I heard that there is also a true king realm. Within the scope of China, there were a total of 68 kings on the surface, but if those who were hidden from the world were counted, as well as the true kings who sealed themselves in the secret realm of the bottom, it was estimated that the total number could break 100. But, the total number of true kings exceeded 100, but there were definitely no more than 10 Seal King Extreme Peak realm powerhouses. I didn't realize that this kid Qin secretly hooked up with a Seal King Extreme Peak. TSK, this is already no worse than my master was back then, isn't it? The big dog deduced through his vague memories that his master should have been at the Seal King Extreme Peak realm when he settled himself. The Sealed King Extreme Peak beating the True King realm was a crushing game. A crushing game without any suspense. Unless the enemy True King was hiding some kind of card. Currently, 3 minutes had passed, and Wang Lao still hadn't killed the black-clothed True King to show up, indicating that the black-clothed True King had really used certain cards, a high-grade runic formation, or some kind of spirit? The big dog shall not know. In terms of runic array levels, the first order of arrays corresponded to the martial realm, the second order corresponded to the martial master, the third order corresponded to the sovereign master, the fourth order of grand sovereign master, the fifth order of the mountain and sea realm, the sixth order of the feudal marquis realm, and the seventh order of the true king realm. If you wanted to fight against a Seal King Jedi, you would have to use an 8th rank formation. What was the concept of an 8th order formation? In Big Dog's impression, only the capital city and those few A-rank secret realms in Huaxia had 8th order formations laid out. The apex of Big Dog's last life was only a 7th order top runic array master. As for the higher 9th order, maybe in a dream. While the big dog thought furtively, the street below once again underwent a strange change. After the first wave of the murky Abyss King appeared, and the second wave of the Broken King and Confused Heart King appeared, the third wave of spatial teleportation was activated, and 9 more unfamiliar martial practitioners appeared on the street, and as soon as they landed on the ground, they rushed towards Qin. 6 Grand Masters, 3 mountain and sea realms, plus the 2 true kings and 1 feudal marquis from before. This alien god society has already deployed a full 12 high-ranking martial artists. This organization, is it so powerful? Zhang Wei looked at the 9 martial artists with ghostly figures under the night, his face showing astonishment. Should we make a move? The situation doesn't seem right. Zhang Tianfang stood up, already wanting to leave the illusion formation to save the others. Officially this time, just 2 people came, Jiangnan King and Smoke and Rain Marquis. According to their words, all the high-end combatants that Yu Hang could use had already come, and any more other martial artists coming over would be just sending them to their deaths. Those words looked fine, but the only thing that was problematic was that it was not expected that the Fey God would have 2 true kings, and one of them had an undercurrent capable of resisting the Seal King's absolute peak. Seeing that those people were about to approach Qin, Big Dog was also a bit anxious, but as he was in a hurry, he realized that things were going a bit strange. 6 Grand Masters and 3 mountain and sea realm martial artists actually inexplicably slowed down their pace after approaching Qin, as if they were drunk, staggering and swaying left and right. Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei had never seen this kind of scene before, and were so shocked that they cast an inquiring glance at the big dog. If you don't know something, you should definitely ask the most knowledgeable person. Oh no, dog. The big dog pretended to stroke his chin and pondered. They seem to be impregnated by the Tao intent emanating from Qin Yi's body. The probability of this kind of Tao intent immersion occurring is very low, and it has to be a very similar Tao intent comprehended by both parties to produce it. The Tao of the Flesh Avenue was a Tao that almost every martial artist could be said to have envisioned, just to a different degree. Because as long as one is a martial artist, they will refine their flesh. At least Big Dog has not seen a martial artist who does not refine their flesh so far. When a martial artist who has realized one kind of Tao intent of an avenue coincidentally encounters another martial artist who is realizing the same avenue and the same kind of Tao intent, it will form this special avenue infection state, like a drunkard, becoming confused. This kind of great Tao infection situation was originally very, very rare. After all, the conditions are too harsh. Not only must be enlightened, but also must be enlightened with the same Tao, or even the same kind of Tao. It can be said that 100 years rare to see. However, in Qin Yi's case, the appearance of the great Tao infection state is very unusual, because Qin Yi chose to want it all. A person to understand all the Tao of the avenue of the flesh. The sea has a wide range of tolerance. Everything can be understood. The great Tao infected state is passive, especially for martial artists at the Grand Master realm and above. It is difficult to resist this attraction. Just like how it's difficult for a martial artist to exit the state of enlightenment on their own accord. This group of people who came to assassinate Qin Yi actually fell into a state of inferior Tao enlightenment. For at least 2 hours, they can't come back without an outside blow. Big Dog's face was complicated. The great Tao sense state was originally a good thing that came once in 100 years, but when it fell on this group of enemies, it became a bad thing that delayed time. For the side that is assassinating, the longer it drags on, the more likely it is that the situation will be unfavorable. Now, for example, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei had begun to use their cell phones, use their contacts, and call on their friends to help them. It was estimated that in an hour's time, there would be many great masters in mountain and sea realms arriving at the eastern suburb of Yuhang. TSK, can it be that this is also in Qin Yi's calculations? The big dog stared at Qin Yi, who was as steady as Mount Taishan and at ease with his enlightenment, baring his teeth in speechlessness. It would be a stretch for a person to calculate that far. Could it be that Qin Yi had deliberately chosen to participate in all the Tao intentions of the Flesh Avenue? It's better to keep the 7th order void killing formation on Qin Yi's body, and not use it if you can. I have a feeling that something else will happen afterward. Big Dog gazed at the night sky, his heart anxious and inexplicably bottomless. The 7th order void killing formation, apart from Qin Yi himself being able to activate it on his own initiative, Big Dog also had control in his hands. This was Qin Yi's trust in him, as well as his fear that if anything happened, he wouldn't be able to stay awake and activate the killing formation. This night, the neighborhoods of the eastern suburbs were quiet, yet destined to be anything but. In the dark, the horrifying killing continued, and a certain prairie was filled with demonic aura. In another area of mountains, the smoke and rain were hazy and the snow was heavy. Above the 9 heavens, Qin Yi, who was in the place of origin, was hungrily drawing on the Tao Yi, like a gourmand who could not fill his stomach, constantly eating knowledge, and even losing himself in the boundless Tao Yi. Chapter 107, Harmonizing with the Way. The Tao force and Tao intent of the great Tao origin were both highly addictive, or else they wouldn't be able to make the enlightened addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Even the Taoist profile released by the Taoist intent, but also secondary infection outsiders, so that the outside martial arts into the state of enlightenment of the great Tao. Originally, with the help of his level 1 Tao mind enlightenment, Qin Yi was able to ignore the addictive and disorienting nature of the great Tao and maintain his true self, but he was just too greedy and chose to embrace all of the Tao intentions of the Flesh Avenue the first time he came in, and taking too big of a step was going to rip his balls off in the end. At this moment, the endless Tao intent drowned Qin Yi in it, and no matter how he tried to draw on it, he didn't see the Tao intent cut down by half, and it was still growing. Qin Yi's consciousness was gradually blurring, and his perception of the Tao intent had turned into a numb instinct, proceeding mechanically. Outside his flesh, every cell of his body was glowing, constantly emitting a thick fragrance outward, not a meat fragrance, but a fragrance of the Tao that penetrated the heart, causing the group of surrounding alien God Society martial artists infected by the Tao to become more and more engrossed, almost losing their minds. Taoist intent and Taoist power soaked into every cell of Qin Yi's body, fermenting a mellow fragrance just like brewing wine, and even a slight sniff of the nose from Big Dog and the others, who were dozens of meters away, almost caught on and fell into bewilderment and intoxication. The body has the fragrance of the Tao. Isn't this the sign of a fleshly body becoming a saint? What's going on with Qin Yi? Big Dog turned off his sense of smell. His complexion shook, a bit unable to see what had happened to Qin Yi. Legend had it that only saints could emit a rich fragrance of the Tao when they became saints. symbolizing that every inch of their flesh and blood was fused with the great Tao. The saint realm was a realm above the heavenly exalted. And in Blue Star, saints were even more of an existence that only existed in myths, and no one had ever seen a living saint. Perhaps only those individual ancient clans in the stars possessed the sacred realm. Isn't this a good thing? What are you concerned about? Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei on the side also followed the big dog's example of blocking their breathing. As great masters, creatures that could survive in the starry sky, it didn't really matter if they didn't breathe for several days. In the eyes of the two of them, wasn't it a heavenly good thing that Qin had become a saint in the flesh early on? Those who don't know are not guilty. The big dog glanced at them and explained, a saint's flesh and Qin's flesh. Can that be something on the same level? Only a physical body that is nearly holy and eternally immortal can become a carrier of the great Tao origin and live to withstand the immersion of the great Tao origin. No matter how strong Qin's physical body is nowadays, it's impossible for him to be as strong as a near saint, and his premature immersion in the great Tao origin is likely to spoil his foundation and lead to a tragedy. Being reminded by him, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei probably understood, and worry surfaced on their faces, but it was useless for them to worry. Even the big dog had met this situation for the first time and had absolutely no idea what they could do to help Qin. Zhang Tianfang stared at the 6 Grand Masters of the Altered God Society who surrounded Qin like walking corpses, and after observing them for a while, he could ascertain that it would be very difficult for the 6 of them to wake up, even if they had been subjected to external stimuli. Thus, he silently struck out, cooperating with Zhang Wei to take down the 6 Great Masters of the Altered God Society, killing them one by one without holding back. Of course, their strike wasn't to get close to Qin, but to set up a killing formation to carry out a long-distance attack to resolve the enemy Grandmaster. Being at the same Grandmaster realm, those 6 enemy Grandmasters were in a state of disorientation, almost equal to being slaughtered, so there was naturally no problem in dealing with them, and in just more than half an hour, they were killed cleanly by Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei. As for the remaining 3 mountain and sea realms, it would be a bit troublesome to deal with them. Their Tao minds were more solid and they didn't seem to have completely lost their minds, so taking the risk of making a move on them might instead save their lives and make them come to their senses. Better to wait for reinforcements first. Zhang Tianfang estimated that in another 10 minutes, there will be a few reinforcements arrived in the eastern suburbs. After doing what they could, the 2 men and the dog plopped back down on the roof of the supermarket and stared at Qin. The fragrance of the Tao on Qin's body became more and more mellow, and had begun to diffuse and spread out in all directions. And in the eyes of the crowd, Qin was even on the verge of not looking like Qin anymore, but rather had turned into a great Tao origin. At this rate, Qin might have to be assimilated into the great Tao. The 2 men and a dog looked anxious, but could not intervene and could only stare. This is beyond the expected changes. Without any advance preparation of the solution, want to break the situation? The only way to rely on Qin himself. At this point, Qin's soul glowed in the void, and the illusory physical avenues surrounded him. Floating slowly, he felt that his power was increasing crazily. His soul was little by little becoming a part of the physical body of the great Tao. He was about to merge with the Tao, incarnated as the origin of the great Tao, and possessed invincible combat power. Invincible. Invincible. Isn't that what I've been after? But why? I don't particularly want it? Qin examined himself in doubt, and he suddenly realized that he was already somewhat indifferent to the harmonious Tao and to invincible battle power. Live? It doesn't matter. Dead or alive? No, I'm not particularly survivalist. Why would you think it's okay to die now? Qin recalled the time when he had just crossed over. Those days, bleak, suffering from cancer, no money for treatment, originally could only wait for death, but he was still struggling, begging for life, otherwise he would not have gone to the hospital. After he was cured of cancer, his desire to survive became even stronger, practicing martial arts, making deaths, exploring secret places, all in order to become stronger and to live a better life. How could I possibly feel indifferent? Qin suddenly woke up. He sensed that something was subliminally draining from him. It was his emotions, his humanity. After merging with the Tao, one could indeed have near invincible battle power, but the price to pay was all of one's humanity and emotions. The world was fair. A great Tao origin could be very strong, but could not possess emotions and humanity. This was the iron law of the heavens and the worlds. What am I doing? I become enlightened. I take risks in order to become stronger. And to become stronger is to live. What's the point of living when you've lost your humanity and your emotions? Qin's eyes gradually brightened as his mind came to a realization that the bizarre Taoist fragrance was slowly dispersing and disappearing. I have come to master the great Tao, not to become the great Tao, much less to be mastered by the great Tao. Buzz dash. At this moment, his Tao heart was clear and his soul was as radiant as white jade, transmitting a boundless and magnificent Tao rhythm. My way is to be in control. To control everything, to contain everything, to have everything. Flesh Body Avenue. I take it. Click. The illusory Tao that surrounded Qin Yi's soul began to buzz and vibrate, and the luster in Qin Yi's eyes grew brighter and brighter, already overshadowing the Tao light. Clank. In the real world, thousands of lights burst out and lit up the night sky, and there were immortal spirits bathing in the light of the sky, dropping to the ground and singing softly. Under the mysterious and clear Tao Song, the youth standing on the street slowly opened his eyes. Also at this very moment, a corner of the dome of the sky was torn apart, and Wang Lao's figure fell from the sky as boiling demonic chi erupted, sweeping through the entire neighborhood in an instant. Chapter 108, Hoof. Want to escape? The Devil's Finger was already something that touched the Zun realm. Sending it from the other world to the Blue Planet had cost a great deal of money, and King Mo Yuan had put just as much effort into quenching this finger, and it hadn't even stayed in perfect condition. The good thing is, it was all worth it. When King Mo Yuan sacrificed the demon finger, the offensive and defensive situation was instantly reversed, and Wang Lao, the Seal King Extreme, was instantly plunged into a bitter battle. The human race had only produced such an exalted one as Chen Zi Luo in so many years, and from this, one could see the gap between the exalted one realm and the true king realm. The two are not even in the same league. If an ordinary true king were to come, he would only be suppressed by the devil finger in the blink of an eye, and could only choose to flee in fear. As for Wang Lao, as a sealed king extreme peak, he was able to maneuver with the devil's finger for a while, and although he was slightly decrepit, he was able to remain undefeated for a long time. It was only a pity that as he fought, the demonic aura from the demon sovereign's finger halo defiled Wang Lao's true king's domain, and he had no choice but to withdraw the domain. A true king's domain, in fact, is essentially a kind of Tao domain, which is a side of the strange world created by the true king based on his own summarization and generalization of the great Tao to innovate, and if it is infested with the great Tao of an outsider, it is equivalent to damaging the foundation, and it is very difficult to recover. The battle on Wang Lao's side was over for the time being, and after returning to the real world, he waved his hands and used his supreme Tao power to create a side of the canopy, shackling the power of the devil's fingers within the neighborhood and not spilling out. He and King Mo Yuan began a new round of confrontation, each of them occupying a corner of the firmament. The Seal King Jedi was, after all, a limit-breaking powerhouse that could touch base with an exalted one, and King Mo Yuan was able to use his demon-exalted fingers to suppress Elder Wang, but he couldn't kill him. Well, King Mo Yuan's target was not originally Wang Lao. He and the Broken King had used some sort of secret method to contact each other, and this contact could be maintained even when they were within the true king's realm. He could sense that the situation on the Broken King's side was bad, and he could die under Jiangnan King Shen Mo at any time. In this situation, King Mo Yuan's first thought was not to save the Broken King, but to seize the time to take Qin Yi away and fulfill his master's mission. As for the dying king of destruction and marquis of confusion, dead is dead. This kind of human pride that wants to defect to the demon race is too good to find, comparable to consumables. No need to care about heartache. Thinking of this, King Mo Yuan secretly glanced at Qin Yi, who was not far below. It's a shock not to look at it. Qin Yi, who was originally still immersed in the state of enlightenment, had actually ended his enlightenment, and not only did he end it, but he apparently also obtained a great creation. His skin was alive with light, and there were marks of the Tao on the surface of his body, and the whole person was bathed in the light of the Tao, as if he was about to ascend. The aura of the 100 miles in a radius received some sort of tug, converging crazily in Qin Yi's direction, a sign of a breakthrough. Breaking through from upper grade master to grand master required 1,000 points of spiritual energy, a total of 20,000 or more chi in blood, as well as comprehending a type of Tao intent, which could be fist intent, or sword intent, and the enhancement to the martial artist after breaking through to grand master varied from one Tao intent to the next. Overall, the deeper one's understanding of the Tao intent, the stronger one would be after breaking through. When King Mo Yuan looked at Qin Yi's state, he didn't look like an ordinary grandmaster breaking through in any way. The Tao Yi emanating from the other party's body was too pure. It was simply not something that an ordinary grandmaster could possess, and it was more or less the same for a true king. Just how far has this realized the Tao of the flesh body? Other people break through to great masters only mastering a small Tao intent, but you directly comprehend an entire Tao? King Mo Yuan sized up Qin Yi, and the more he looked at him, the stranger it became, for the Tao intent emanating from Qin Yi's body was quite refractory, with all sorts of auras, and even two diametrically opposed Tao intents appeared. He wouldn't have comprehended all of the Tao intentions of the flesh avenue, would he? Isn't it said that if you choose to have it all, you're doomed to fail? Regarding this, not only did King Mo Yuan feel odd, Even Qin Yi's master, Elder Wang, looked a bit dumbfounded. As soon as he came out, he realized that his disciple had detached himself from the state of enlightenment, but he had not gained nothing. Instead, he had gained more than he expected, breaking the barrier of the Grand Master realm in one fell swoop, and was ready to break through at any time. This kid really can't be reasoned with. Elder Wang and King Mo Yuan are silently focusing on Qin Yi, and both of them are not sure to what level Qin Yi has enlightened the way of the flesh to. But King Mo Yuan didn't bother to go deeper, because Qin Yi was bound to die. Why waste time on a dead man? With a thought, a charred and withered finger slowly drilled out of his mouth, accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura, and suppressed it towards Wang Lao. Elder Wang stood in strict formation. His sea of consciousness stirred, and thousands of divine thoughts roared and chopped out like divine swords. Clang! The night sky and dome seemed to have been torn in half by this sword, and the lingering sword intent erupted with a roar, resisting the might of the devil's finger. This was the immortal beheading sex town technique, the heaven-opening sword. Compared to Grandmaster Chen Ziluo, Wang Lao's heaven-opening sword was a little less domineering, but it had a little more harshness and murderousness to it, and was even more ferocious, and seemed to show a different side of Wang Lao that was unknown to him. Qin Yi observed Elder Wang's Dao intent and saw something special. He hadn't guessed wrongly. A true king didn't necessarily master only one Dao. What was more likely to happen was that a true king had enlisted in multiple Daos, only that the degree of enlightenment of each Dao was different. With his level 1 Dao mind Tongming, Qin Yi was able to clearly distinguish the three great Dao paths in Wang Lao's body, which were the pupil's way, emotion's way, and killing and destruction's way. Of these, the pupil's way should be the avenue with the deepest degree of enlightenment, while the emotion's way comes second. Qin Yi did not know that Elder Wang had the ability to see into people's hearts. If he did, he would have understood how this ability came about. That's right, Wang Lao combined the pupil way and the emotion way with each other and evolved an innate divine ability, which could gain insight into the hearts of people, similar to mind reading. But Qin Yi currently couldn't afford to think more about those messy things. It was because King Mo Yuan had already struck out, waving his sleeve robe and whisking away a piece of starry sky, wanting to grab Qin Yi in the palm of his hand. This move of his was also some sort of divine ability, as if it was like a sleeve of the sleeve, which could actually force people and things to shrink and be taken away by it, making it difficult to resist. At the moment, Elder Wang was fighting against the demon finger and had no time for him. King Jiangnan had yet to finish dealing with the broken king, so the only one who could save Qin Yi was himself. However, Qin Yi, didn't have the slightest intention of resisting and continued to maintain his realm breakthrough posture, allowing King Mo Yuan to take himself away and pinch himself in the palm of his right hand. With the target person already in hand, King Mo Yuan's heart was slightly relieved, and he didn't get involved in the battle, once again separating a strand of his divine mind to manipulate the demon finger and Elder Wang in a fierce battle, while he himself turned around at a fast pace, tearing through the space, wanting to escape. But just the moment he turned around, before he could make a move to tear the space around him began to shake violently. A crack broke open, and silver-gray turbulence ran amok in the cracks, gradually forming a vast storm of spatial turbulence. A sharp pain came from King Mo Yuan's right hand, and as he looked down, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Right in the center of his hand, the shrunken version of Qin Yi's upper body was naked, and the black-purple formation patterns gradually coalesced, setting off a terrifying wave of killing intent that strangled large chunks of his flesh and blood. Hey, trying to escape? Qin Yi stood over his tattered and blood-dripping palms and laughed softly. The seventh-order void-killing formation suddenly unfolded. Chapter 109. The void turbulence was like a gate knife, and in the blink of an eye, it harvested away the lives of 3 mountain and sea realm powerhouses. These 3 were the only 3 remaining mountain and sea realm martial artists of the Altered Spirit Society this time around, who had originally been controlled by the Dao intent emitted by Qin Yi, and as soon as they had come to their senses, they were again taken into the palm of the hand of King Mo Yuan and stayed together with Qin Yi. At this moment, when the 7th order void-killing formation erupted, they would be the ones to bear the brunt of the disaster. Rip! The silver-gray spatial turbulence scurried about, and the 3 mountain and sea realm martial artists were instantly split into tiny mists of blood that floated in the air, wandering along with the turbulence. The 7th order killing formation was enough to rival the Seal King's absolute peak. Even if Azun sure came, he could still resist for a moment or two. It was impossible for a mountain and sea realm martial artist to have a chance to resist when faced with this kind of absolute killing formation. Even King Mo Yuan, the president of the Alien God Association who was at the True King realm, was still painfully stirred by the 7th order void-killing formation in his right hand. King's blood splattered everywhere, and his thick palm was filled with messy blood traces, which was miserable to see. That's not all. Qin Yi's body is only engraved with the core of the array pattern. The current activation is only the core part of the 7th order void killing array. In the surrounding space, there are still the rest of the array pattern hidden. Buzz off. A burst of violent fluctuations exploded, setting off huge waves in the sky, with Qin as the center. Within a radius of tens of meters turned instantly lit up thousands of fine ons. Subtle void formation patterns like swimming dragons coiled around, stirring up the winds and clouds, suppressing a side of the sky and the earth. King Mo Yuan's face changed drastically, and he finally couldn't maintain his composure, because he felt that the space around him had been locked up, and he couldn't break through in a short period of time, unless he could set up a space formation of the same 7th rank. However, King Mo Yuan didn't know anything about formations at all, and the only one who did was the vice president of the Altered God Society, the Broken King. The Broken King was still desperately delaying the Jiangnan King now, so where would he find the time to come out and help him? King Mo Yuan fell silent, and the divine thoughts that wanted to tear through space at first were withdrawn from his sea of consciousness. His face was gloomy as he gazed at Qin in the palm of his hand, knowing that he had fallen for this young man's trick. Now, the formation patterns on Qin's body grew darker and darker, constantly extending outwards, entangling and colluding with the formation patterns around him, completely laying open the 7th order void killing formation. And the terrifying void turbulence coalesced into a giant knife that was about to chop off his right hand, allowing Qin to escape from his bonds. You let me catch it on purpose, in order to completely cut off the possibility of my escape. King Mo Yuan has a devil's finger to help him. If he really encounters a life and death crisis, he can abandon his devil's finger and save his own life to escape. If the eastern suburbs of Yuhang had another Seal King Extreme Top, this would make it possible to leave him behind. But one Seal King Extreme Top was already a legendarily rare character, and the tiny eastern suburbs of Yuhang couldn't even dream of coming up with two. Therefore King Mo Yuan's heart had not been considered anxious and high. However, Qin activated the 7th order void killing formation so close to him, which was equivalent to creating an additional combatant close to the Seal King's absolute peak level out of thin air, hardening the conditions necessary to kill him. Boom! In the face of the raging void turbulence, King Mo Yuan finally withdrew his hand and did not take it hard, dropping Qin on the ground. Seeing that Qin looked bland and relaxed, still at ease with his breakthrough to Grandmaster and ignoring himself, he huffed and laughed coldly while dodging the turbulent impact in the narrow space. Breakthrough? You still want to break through at ease? Even though I'm going to die here today, I'll take you with me before I die. Within the 7th order void killing formation, the space was locked up, and even a true king would have to spend some effort to break through, and even the true king's domain could not be utilized. Click, click. Not only that, the space around the Ink Abyss King was still shattering, with large chunks of debris peeling off like eggshells, revealing a mysterious dark void, and in the void, raging turbulence was constantly being generated, surging towards the real world, causing the Ink Abyss King's space for survival to become more and more narrow and the pressure he faced to become more and more intense. Mo Yuan Wang previously quenched the devil's finger, has been injured. The follow-up and then Wang Lao fight for a while. The injury is even heavier, and now trapped in the 7th stage void killing array. The decadence of the situation. The body's robes are tattered. In the frantic to avoid the turbulent flow of the impact of the process of the performance of more and more difficult, body has appeared in the large and small hundreds of wounds. Deep visible bone. Shocking. On the contrary, Qin sat steadily and fearlessly, breaking through at ease. The more King Mo Yuan looked at Qin, the angrier he became, and almost somewhat out of character. He stretched out his hand and stiffly resisted the void turbulence, trying to forcefully wrestle Qin. His right hand pierced through several layers of spatial obstruction, ignoring the churning of the turbulence, and did not retract it even though blood and flesh were flying, pointing straight at Qin. This was a true king's fight to the death, and perhaps there was a real chance to break through the guard of the 7th order void killing formation. After all, the killing array was not known for defense, but only for attacking instead of defending and killing amazingly. In the void killing formation, the space around Qin was folded into layer after layer like origami, and King Mo Yuan appeared to be only 4 or 5 meters away from Qin, but this palm penetrated thousands of meters before closing in on him. The short distance of 4 or 5 meters was like the end of the world, making the palm seem like it had been slowed down thousands of times, slowly advancing. On the roof, Zhang Wei and Jiang Tianfang saw that the devil's palm was almost touching the tip of Qin's nose, and were so nervous that they couldn't help but stand up, wanting to shout loudly for Qin to avoid it. The big dog, on the other hand, was calm, with a pair of dog paws wrapped around his chest, looking at Qin, who was ignoring the situation and whose breath was constantly rising, without saying a word. Unconsciously, Qin had broken the 20,000 qi and blood barrier. His total qi and blood rushed to 25,000 calories, and it was as if his entire body was about to burn up, radiating a scorching aura like the blazing sun. At the center of his brow, the sea of consciousness boiled and swirled. The billions of Tao intentions of the avenue of flesh transformed into seawater and washed down. And the souls bathed in the depths of the sea of consciousness birthed thousands of vitality and continued to metamorphose into a new look. Absorbing the Taoist intent, the soul metamorphosed, and thereafter was no longer a mortal soul, but a divine soul. If someone could carefully observe Qin Yi's sea of consciousness at this moment, it would not be difficult to realize that the Tao intent that washed over the soul was bloated with all kinds of Tao intents, and the sea was full of them. However, if one were to look more closely, one would realize that most of Qin Yi's enlightenment was shallow, and only 3 of them could be described as more complete. Qin Yi had only been enlightened for about a day or so anymore, and it was impossible to really enlighten the entire flesh-body Tao at once. However, in a single enlightenment, the 3 Tao intentions were brought close to perfection, and it was already called a heavenly talent. It's worthy of being a Tao Xin Tong Ming. It's only level 1 and it's this strong. Snap! King Mo Yuan's palm was still a little bit closer to Qin Yi's brow, and the distance between the two could already be calculated in millimeters. But it was this millimeter difference that made it difficult to move forward even a fraction of a second. However, although he was unable to directly attack and kill Qin Yi, King Mo Yuan's palm wind had already pressed down on Qin Yi's body, with bizarre Tao power interspersed with it, like black sludge, invading Qin Yi's flesh along his pores. Boo! Between the snap of his fingers, Qin Yi's flawless flesh crumbled out into a black gap, disgusting ink-black Tao power overflowing from it, constantly flowing and dripping, looking extremely terrifying. Chapter 110, King Mo Yuan in anger. The Tao force belonging to King Mo Yuan blasted into Qin Yi's body along with the wind pressure of this palm. Just as when he was invaded by the 2 strands of Tao force from the 7th order void killing formation, Qin Yi's meridians began to rupture inch by inch, and the black Tao force frantically festered, wanting to fill up Qin Yi's flesh and blast into the sea of consciousness to defile his divine soul. The 5 senses were shielded, unable to see, smell, or touch, and even the thoughts felt like they were glued on, making it difficult to think smoothly. King Mo Yuan's slap was almost going to obliterate Qin Yi based on the Tao force attached to the palm wind alone, and if he really took such a slap in real life, he would definitely be killed in seconds. Half-step Grandmaster and true king, the realm gap was like a heavenly rift that could not be crossed. Fortunately, Qin Yi has a 7th order void killing formation to protect his body. This palm is destined to not be able to slap him, and these bizarre Tao forces that he is enduring now should be the limit. With the experience of enduring the void Tao force and killing Tao force last time, Qin Yi's immortal golden body had been upgraded to level 3. Coupled with the level 1 Tao Mind Tongming sheltering divine soul, the current situation only seemed bad, but in reality, everything was under his control. However, Qin Yi's current state looked genuinely miserable, as if he had been infected with some unknown. The wounds on his body were continuously oozing out black viscous liquid, which dripped down on the ground and made a bared sound, corroding a large area of concrete slabs. Qin Yi's entire body, as if wrapped in a layer of sludge, concealed all breath and fluctuations. This is the Tao power of the Dark Avenue. King Mo Yuan majored in the Tao of darkness, and the main Tao intent that he envisioned seemed to have something to do with darkness and gloom. Thus the effect displayed was extremely treacherous. Is Qin Yi really alright? On the roof, Zhang Wei and Zhang Tianfang, who had just sat down, stood up once again, trembling with fear. The big dog, on the other hand, remained in a cloudy manner and waved his hand, signaling the two to be quiet and just wait quietly for Qin Yi to pretend. How far has this come? When he was in the Xian Tian mysterious realm, the body of the Honored One was much more dangerous than it is now, and Qin Yi survived it just the same. If you look at Qin Yi's calm demeanor, you know that this kid has a backhanded approach, so there's no need to worry. Big Dog felt like he knew Qin Yi too well. Hiss! A large amount of dark Tao force flowed into the ground, corroding and vaporizing a hazy mist that completely obscured Qin Yi's figure. At the same time, an appalling killing force swept up, wrapped in a terrifying amount of void turbulence, chopping down like a sharp sword. Miso! Silver-gray air currents shot out in all directions. A flash of scarlet flashed by, and the right hand that King Mo Yuan had blasted out was instantly chopped off and flew in the air, swept into the turbulence, and annihilated into thin air. This wasn't the end of it. After the 7th order killing formation finished beheading the arm, the remaining power hadn't dissipated, and it chopped straight towards King Mo Yuan. The murky abyss king with the broken arm was in pain and swung his body in a hurry, using his divine thoughts compiled as a net to impede the speed of the killing force, and managed to avoid the strike. He glanced back at the amputation of his right arm and realized that there was void Tao power remaining on it, blocking him from restoring his flesh, and he had to spend some effort to get rid of the Tao power. In fact, at this point, his defeat was finalized, and there was no more power left to return to heaven. However, when he thought that his dark Tao power had successfully invaded Qingyi's body, he did not get frustrated, but instead laughed out loud, feeling unimpeded. I'm a lousy person, so I'll just die. But Qingyi is not ordinary. He has the stature of a venerable person. It would be an honor for me to fall at my hands and give me a burial. Ha ha. Insanity surfaced on King Mo Yuan's face, and in the face of the sweeping turbulence, he no longer evaded, but even directly met it. When Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei heard his words, their anger and blood rose to their heads and they said indignantly, "This person can no longer be considered a human being. To the point of death he is still plotting to harm my human race's heavenly pride and working for that demon race. I don't know how his brain grows." Big Dog shrugged. "You guys haven't been human traitors, so you don't understand. This kind of traitor who steps into the true king realm often cultivates his master's self-created Tao intent. The Tao intent enters his brain, and he already doesn't think of himself as a human being. They are the equivalent of brainwashed." When these words came out, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei looked strange for a moment and looked at the Big Dog in unison. "I've never been an adulterer, so I don't know. What does this mean? It's hard to believe that you've been one. Ahem. You guys don't look at me with such eyes. I definitely haven't been a human traitor. I'm a dog. How can I be a human traitor?" The Big Dog innocently shrugged. "It's just that when I followed my master, I also went through a process similar to brainwashing, only the degree wasn't that deep. It's not hard to understand. After all, I'm not human, and as much as my master trusts me, he has to add a layer of safeguard to prevent me from wreaking havoc on the human race." Zhang Wei and Zhang Tianfang came to a realization. The two men and the dog regained their senses and looked down at the battlefield below. At this moment, King Mo Yuan was taking his life to break into the killing formation. The sound in the king's blood became a river, and it looked as if there was so much chance of success. On the other side, the battle between Elder Wang and Demonic Finger continued, but Elder Wang had gradually regained the initiative and was about to suppress Demonic Finger. Anymore, the Devil's Finger was just a stump that had lost the support of its own body. It couldn't afford to fight a protracted battle, and the longer it fought, the weaker it would become. The current situation was great, and the only thing that needed to be worried about was the uncertainty of the life and death of Qingyi, who was wrapped in the mist. There's no need for you guys to worry about Qingyi's. Don't believe that if you wait for a few more minutes, you'll be able to see how he breaks through the barrier, and not only is nothing wrong, but he also manages to make a breakthrough. Big Dog skimmed his mouth. As expected, not even 5 minutes after he finished his words, a piercing beam of light pierced through the mist and suddenly lit up. Mist was dispersed. A black silt composed of eggs appeared. Above the dark way power did not flow. Seems to have dried up, solidified into a shell. Click, click. The Taoist eggshell was crumbling a little bit, and that pillar of piercing white light was shot out from a certain gaping hole. Along with the pillar of light, there was also a palpitating aura emanating out. Ding! Your cells have successfully endured the baptism of the true king level, 6th rank, Dark Tao Force, evolving the natural aptitude, Tao Xin Tong Ming LV2. King Mo Yuan's Dark Tao power didn't raise Qingyi's immortal golden body to level 4, but it raised Qingyi's Tao mind. That's not bad at all. Boom! Waves of astral wind and air exploded, and the dark way power binding Qingyi's flesh was broken as much as it could be, revealing an exquisite body of flesh. Big Dog guessed correctly. Not only was Qingyi fine, but he had also evolved even stronger with the help of King Mo Yuan's Tao power. His aura was already solidified. His realm had officially broken through to Grand Master. His chi and blood totaled 28,000 calories, his spiritual power 2,000 points, and the strength of his physical body was comparable to that of a peak mountain and sea realm powerhouse. Feeling the metamorphosis of his fleshly body, Qingyi smiled faintly, raised his eyes to look at King Mo Yuan, who was still desperately trying to break through, and said sincerely, "I also have to thank Senior for stepping in and helping Senior break the bottleneck." Seeing the living and breathing Qingyi, King Mo Yuan was now completely desperate. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his anger attacking his heart. How could he not see that Qingyi had utilized his Tao power and gained benefits? Rich and powerful, this kid is determined that the 7th Order killing array can weaken their own combat power, so that they cannot kill him, which obediently stood and let himself fight. Chapter 111, The Deadly Strike. At this moment, Qingyi looked into his own body and could see 3 slightly dull white threads lingering around his soul, permeated with the aura of the great Tao of the flesh. In his last enlightenment, he had barely comprehended 3 Tao intentions of the Tao of flesh and body, which were, simply put, extremely large, extremely small, and pounds of chi and blood. These 3 Tao intentions symbolized the 3 cultivation paths of the flesh-body avenue, which were growing flesh body, shrinking flesh body, and accumulating and sedimenting chi and blood. It had been said earlier that a great Tao, composed of countless Tao intentions, each of which symbolized a different understanding, regardless of right or wrong, to the extreme was to become stronger. Generally speaking, a great master is to comprehend a kind of Tao meaning, so that it surrounds the divine soul, grows with the deepening of comprehension, and eventually condenses into a Tao branch, which is completely integrated into the soul. When the soul gave birth to the Tao branch, and the Dantian birthed the mountain and sea, the Grand Master broke through the bottleneck and officially crossed over into the mountain and sea realm. And then the marquee realm is the Tao branch, grows, green leaves, bloom, Tao flower, symbolizing a variety of Taoist ideas on a major road. Each green leaf is a kind of Taoist ideas. The subsequent Tao flower is a martial artist to touch, through a long period of enlightenment of the Taoist ideas, and ultimately summed up a brand new Taoist ideas belonging to oneself. Qin had just crossed into the Grand Master realm, and had nearly mastered the 3 Tao intentions of the flesh-body avenue. And once he grew the Tao branch, his progress would immediately catch up with the mountain and sea realm powerhouses who had been cultivating for decades. Moreover, this wasn't all. Thanks to the blessing of the Taoist mind, Qin was able to actively enter the state of enlightenment every other week, and when he grew the Taoist branch in the future, he was afraid that it wouldn't be green and leafy just as it grew out. Also, who says that the Grand Master realm can only cultivate one Tao branch? Qin wanted to try and see what would happen if he grew 3 or 4 Tao branches at once and then went on to break through the mountain and sea realm. However, currently, the lingering King Mo Yuan had to be dealt with first. Seeing that Qin escaped unharmed, and his strength had even advanced a step further, King Mo Yuan was a bit angry and wanted to laugh. It seems that when a villain like him meets a son of luck, the more he fights, the stronger the other party becomes. Qin was like that, and so was Lin Chongcheng, the heavenly king of Xintian many years ago. In fact, he had already learned a lesson from the last time. Facing the enemy suspected to be the son of fortune, he would not send weak subordinates to give away the experience, and always send subordinates 1 or even 2 realms higher to assassinate. But even so, Qin still grew up. Ha ha ha, if there's a next time and I see human martial artists like you who have a chance to be sealed as kings and become revered, I'm bound to start and go down myself, directly crossing 3 or 4 great realms to crush you without giving any chance. King Mo Yuan laughed miserably. His eyes glanced, not far away from the demon Zun, who was still in a stalemate with Wang Lao. His fingers suddenly fixed, and then a finger poked through Wang Lao's Tao force barrier, broke through the void turbulence, and instantly appeared in King Mo Yuan's hand. Pust! King Mo Yuan's complexion shriveled up, spitting out blood in a large mouth, while the devil finger suspended in front of his chest was bathed in his true king's heart blood, lighting up with a dark luster, as if it had transformed into a black hole, absorbing away everyone's gazes, so deep that it could not see the bottom of the earth. In an instant, Qin's sweaty hairs stood on end as a penetrating coldness ran through his entire body. His heart was alarmed and palpitating, and he subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but realized he couldn't move his body. Looking at the Mo Yuan king, whose face was as withered and almost drained by the demon lord's fingers, Qin understood that the Mo Yuan king was trying to fight to the death, exchanging his life for his own. Hey, I'll be down here waiting for you, and you'll die just the same. Inch by inch, King Mo Yuan's limbs disintegrated and crumbled, dissolving into the fingers of the demon lord, and in just a few seconds of work, he flew away in ashes, leaving behind only such a maniacal sentence in heaven and earth. He took his life and urged the devil's finger to force out a desperate strike. Rumble! Beneath the dome, the devil's finger pressed down on Qin. The violent demonic chi swirled up a strong wind, and the terrifying pressure subdued the earth to tremble, causing half of Qin's body to be pressed into the earth. Seeing this scene, originally had been to remain calm big dog cannot sit. Swish a moment stood up. Elder Wang even didn't care about the injuries on his body. His divine mind probed forward, wanting to tear apart the power of the demonic father's fingers that were imprisoning Qin and save him. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds were constantly emanating from Qin's body, and an ink-black invisible chain was tautly broken, but then recoalesced in the midst of being tautly broken, firmly shackling Qin's figure. At the top of his head, the demonic father's fingers slowly pressed downwards, and Qin only felt as if every cell in his body was carrying a huge mountain, at risk of disintegrating at any moment. His skull was trembling, cracks were showing, and his divine soul was buzzing. A finger from a demonic father was not something that the current him could withstand, and his adaptive evolution wouldn't work. He would only be killed in seconds. I had to save myself. I had to save myself. At the critical moment, Qin didn't have the luxury of expecting anyone to come to his rescue, and he placed all his hopes for survival on himself. Thoughts flowed wildly, and in the blink of an eye, one rose and broke. The Seventh Order Void Killing Formation had been mobilized at full strength to stop the devil's finger from advancing, and hundreds of layers of space were stacked on top of Qin's head, but one by one they were crushed by the devil's finger. shattering into dregs as if they were glass. His bones had been almost completely tensed. The active skill, soft and boneless, that hadn't been used for a long time came in handy, and the current Cheney was like a puddle of mud, spread out in the pit, sharing the pressure, and ultimately not dying. In the case of an unusual Grand Master, or an unusual mountain in sea realm, the Devil Sovereign's fingers wouldn't even need to touch them, and they would be able to crush them to death with just the mighty pressure and strong wind. What the hell is gonna save me? At the brink of death, Cheney realized that his mentality, on the contrary, did not go on being impatient, but instead returned to calmness in an uncharacteristic manner. He lifted his head with difficulty, looking up at the tips of the fingers that were slowly growing larger in his vision, and a thought snapped into his mind. I still have a card I'm not using. How can I forget him? Cheney had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly composed himself. The sea of consciousness fluctuated, and a large amount of spiritual energy steamed out, weaving into a divine idea that transformed into a large hand that probed into the depths of the sea of consciousness and fished downwards. Wow! A radiantly silent remnant soul was fished out by the divine mind, and without the slightest hesitation, it was thrown outside of the brain area, heading straight for the devil's finger. When the crowd saw this remnant soul fly out of Cheney's head, no one realized what would happen next. There was no one to stop it, and this dead residual soul flew towards the devil's finger, even easily integrating into it. Buzz! In an instant, all the pressure disappeared. The devil's finger stagnant in mid-air, actually inexplicably lost control, constantly shaking, a moment to the east, a moment to the north, as if there are two consciousnesses competing for the control of the devil's finger. Chapter 112, Soul-Chasing Seal. Master, do it! An explosive cry that poured out all his strength rang out, and Wang Lao awoke from his trance, his eyes fixed. The power of heaven and earth rippled, tearing through space, and a hand pushed the wobbling and uneasy demon finger in. The roiling demonic chi followed the devil's fingers into the unknown spatial crack. The sky suddenly flickered. A drop of demonic blood shot out, dripping down on top of the back of Cheney's right hand, corroding a mark in an instant, as if a lotus flower had blossomed, dark and pitch black, transmitting a morose devilishness that was difficult to erase. The devil's finger still left some backhandedness behind at the last moment before leaving, carving a mark on Cheney's body. Cheney could feel that the seal on the back of his hand was vaguely cold, as if it was hooking up with an existence beyond the heavens in the netherworld, and that a pair of eyes had fallen on him through this lotus seal, through countless worlds. It was an existence that could not be looked at directly, could not be described, and could not be elucidated. And if it were not for the fact that Cheney possessed a level 2 Dao Xan Tongming and a solid state of mind, I'm afraid that such a shocking glimpse alone could cause his soul to disintegrate and plunge him into insanity. Although the Altered God Society was nearly completely annihilated, the Supreme Demon clan behind it had personally set its sights on Cheney. As long as this mark was not worn out, that demonic father's gaze would not be withdrawn. Cheney, are you alright? Seeing the sudden change and the crisis temporarily lifted, Big Dog and Zhang Tianfang and the others hurriedly came down from the roof and brainlessly stuffed the spirit medicine and spirit fruits used to heal injuries from their storage bags into Cheney's mouth for him to swallow. Today's Cheney, already miserable to the point of being impersonal, was more like a soft, boneless puddle of silt, flattened out on the ground, gradually arching up and trying to regain its original shape. Elder Wang also rushed over from a short distance away, his divine thoughts sweeping over Cheney's body, his heart slightly at ease. As those spirit fruits and spirit medicines were consumed, Cheney's digestive system began to rapidly digest the spirituality, breeding vitality and nourishing the tattered flesh. After some time of recuperation, you should be able to recover and your life will be safe. Wang Lao sighed in relief, turned around and disappeared in place, going to Jiangnan King's domain to help Jiangnan King Shenemo wrap up. I'm fine. Don't worry, it'll heal in a day at most. Cheney's bones and meridians were gradually remodeling, relying on his level 3 immortal golden body. This recovery speed was not considered slow. This time, he was still able to survive such a big injury, and when healed, the immortal golden body should be able to be raised to level 4, a blessing in disguise. After receiving Cheney's weak reply, Zhang Tianfang's few people also finally let go of their hearts. Looking around, this block was already in a mess. The 7th Order Void Killing formation that had been arranged on Cheney's body had also been destroyed, with 10 of the formation patterns not surviving. King Mo Yuan was truly too crazy, exhausting his entire body's essence before he died, integrating it into his demon dignity finger, and nearly striking an attack that was infinitely close to the dignity realm. If he fronted up and fought hard, even Elder Wang couldn't guarantee resistance and could only dodge. So, what did Cheney rely on to survive this finger? Zhang Tianfang recalled the last few images just now. That demonic father's fingers began to move around as if they were out of control, which gave Cheney a chance to catch his breath. and Elder Wang was able to take advantage of the opportunity to knock him into the void rift. How did this happen? He was puzzled, but he was too embarrassed to ask Qin Yi. After all, this might touch on the other party's deep hidden secrets. Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei couldn't figure it out, but Big Dog could see something. He remembered that Qin Yi had suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god in the giant god's corpse, imprisoning it in the depths of his sea of consciousness and never releasing it. And the soul that Qin Yi had just thrown at the demon lord's finger was presumably the giant god's remnant soul. This residual soul had an extremely strong appropriation of powerful flesh, and it was attracted to Qin Yi's flesh in the first place that it actively awakened and appropriated it. It was only later that Qin Yi was allowed to reveal the secret of the system before being subdued. When Qin Yi threw him out of the sea of consciousness, the strange pressure of suppression exerted on the remnant soul was expected to subside immediately, and the giant god's remnant soul immediately encroached on the devil's finger and fought for control with the divine thoughts left behind by King Ma Yuan in the devil's finger. This was what led to the scene where the demon lord's fingers were fidgeting. This method Qin Yi thought of to break the situation. It was risky, but it worked. However, a huge hidden danger was left behind after the giant god's residual soul awakened. It was aware of Qin Yi's secret of possessing the system. Once the secret was leaked out again, the repercussions were feared to be even greater than leaking immortality. That is the system. After his injuries were healed, Qin Yi had to go and dispose of the remnant soul of the giant god that had possessed the demon's finger at the first opportunity. After entering the void rift torn open out of thin air, roughly where will we be transported to? Qin Yi inquired to Big Dog and the others. The two men and a dog pondered for a while, and shook their heads. Who knows where they will be teleported to? This kind of temporarily opened void rift, the coordinates are randomized, and it's possible to go anywhere. Qin Yi was silent. He has always been cautious. In fact, he also left a trace of his own divine idea and Tao power in the body of the giant god's residual soul. But it is a pity that now go to sense. Can only sense a large area of fuzzy scenery? Can not really see, or need to get stronger to sense the exact location. The devil's finger and the devil himself were also connected, and he was afraid that by then the devil himself would have found the devil's finger before him and gotten his secrets from the remnant soul of the giant god. Let's take one step at a time and get stronger first. Qin Yi thought about it and spent another round of effort, stretching out his right hand and letting Big Dog and Zhang Tianfang and the others observe the ink-colored lotus flower imprint on his hand. As soon as Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei slightly touched the seal, they let go of their hands as if they were electrocuted, their faces in shock. The Tao power contained in this is very aggressive. The two of us can't touch it. If we touch it for a long time we will be infected, and I'm afraid that we'll grow ink-colored lotus marks on our hands as well. We'll have to wait for Elder Wang and King Jiannan to come out and let the two of them take a look. The Big Dog did not take the initiative to touch the ink-colored lotus flower imprint. As if he knew something already, he said in a deep voice, "This imprint, I have vague memories of it, and it seems to be related to my master. What my master was branded with, however, was not the mark of a demon. Slightly different. Well, this seal seems to be called soul-chasing seal. Slightly stronger foreign races have learned it, usually placed on their own family's heavenly pride soul. If their own family's heavenly pride is assassinated, this seal will automatically attach itself to the assassin's body, making it easy to take revenge. A soul-chasing mark made by someone of whatever realm requires a martial artist of whatever realm to help you erase it. This soul-chasing seal of yours was put on by a demon clan venerable, and the current blue star is afraid that no one can solve it, so you can only bring it with you. But you don't have to worry too much, because of the special nature of the blue star. It's hard for the seal to monitor you all the time, and the probability is that the demon lord will only be able to see some fragmented and blurred images. At most, your approximate coordinates will be determined by the imprint." Qin Yi nodded. With the protection of the blue star's origin rules, the alien venerable couldn't come after him personally for the time being, and it didn't matter if he was imprinted. As for the foreign races below the level of an exalted, he wasn't afraid. The big deal is that he will just stay in seclusion, relying on his qualification of level 2 Dao Xan Tong Ming, seclusion for 3 years and 5 years, and then come out to be a true king, and then casually push the alien true king sideways. Chapter 113, Bringing Down the Curtain. The thick smell of blood wafted out, and Elder Wang, Shan Mo, and Smoky Rain Marquis walked out of the true king's domain side by side. Elder Wang and Shan Mo looked unchanged, but Smoky Rain Marquis' complexion was slightly tired. She had thought that the Altered God Society wouldn't send out too many of their main forces to assassinate Qin Yi, and even if they did come out in full force, there would only be one true king. But never would I have thought that such a small foreign power was hiding 2 true kings and a great killing weapon like the Devil's Finger. Although she was a strong Seal Marquis realm powerhouse, she was, after all, the weakest of the participants in the battle, and thus she was not dealt a small blow. The fact that the 3 of them appeared, and that the Broken King and the bewildering Marquis were nowhere to be seen, already indicated the battle situation. But, Shenemo and Marquis of Smoke and Rain had always come here with the mindset of easily crushing all foreign enemies, while the final battle situation was not dominated by them. Jiangnan King's mind is calm. This is not much thought. The Smoke and Rain Marquis looked at the calm outside world, but a rare show a trace of embarrassment. Fleeting. The main force of the Altered God Society seemed to have been resolved by the two of them, Elder Wang and Qin Yi, and had little to do with them. Swish! A sound of breaking air came from the sky, and only after the battle ended did the helpers that Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei had shouted for arrive, one after another, belatedly. It was no wonder they were late. Even if the group had arrived earlier, it wouldn't have helped the situation. However, the courtesy that should be fulfilled should still be fulfilled, and after Qin Yi's physical body had barely recovered enough to stand and walk, he took the first opportunity to thank the group of martial artists one by one. The martial artists who had cultivated to the Grand Master in Mountain and Sea realms were basically all human beings, and seeing that Qin Yi had dominated the extermination of the Altered Spirit Society and had a great relationship with the two true kings, each of them wore a good face and did not dare to accept Qin Yi's gratitude. Politely. Little brother Qin Yi doesn't need to be polite. We old things weren't helping much in the first place. Most of these Grand Masters in Mountain and Sea realms came from other cities within the Jiangnan province outside of Yuhang, and Qin Yi was no different from a rising star in their eyes, who would surely be able to occupy a place in the Chinese martial arts in the future. At this time to say hello, sell a person, is considered to be a good friend in advance. The face-saving greeting session was over, and the crowd, seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat solemn, excused themselves and went far away without staying long. Not long after, the eastern suburb supermarket returned to tranquility, and only Qin Yi, Wang Lao, Big Dog, Jiangnan Wang and his group were left again. Jiangnan King and Elder Wang had just come out of the realm when they saw the soul-chasing seal on the back of Qin Yi's right hand, and their eyes were both tinged with gravity, and they didn't take the initiative to bring up the matter until after the outsiders had left. This soul-chasing seal was placed by the demon Heavenly Father, your master, and I can't break it. If you want to completely lift the soul-chasing, you either need to seek out some legendary spiritual objects or your realm breaks through to the Exalted One, neither of which are very realistic in a short period of time. Shenemo thought for a moment, flipped his wrist, and a light white ball of light appeared in his palm, permeated with a comforting aura that was like a spring breeze, and seemed to be a ball of concentrated Tao power. Nature's way. Breeze, do nothing, rule nothing, fear nothing, and follow the divine numbers. This is the Tao that King Shenemo of Jiangnan majored in, and separated a strand of essence from the Tao fruit and put it in his palm. With the combined efforts of your master and I, we should be able to temporarily seal the soul-chasing seal for a period of time, or at least shield your coordinates to prevent the demon Exalt from sending someone after you. Saying this, Shenemo looked at Elder Wang who was silent at his side. Wang Lao sensed no impossibility, the same from their own Tao fruit to separate a strand of essence, and Jiangnan King Shenemo very different essence. It was a ball of light like an eyeball, glittering with the luster of emotions, and just by looking at it, one could make one sense many emotions, a multitude of emotions. The two strands of Tao fruit essence levitated under the control of the divine mind and covered the back of Qin Yi's right hand, making no waves and disappearing uneventfully. Along with them, there was also the ink-black lotus flower mark on the back of Qin Yi's hand. Unfortunately, this was only a temporary disappearance, and when it was 3 months later, unless the two true kings used the same method to make something like this again, the soul-chasing seal would still change back to its original form. But 3 months, it's enough. Thank you, Jiangnan King. Thank you, Master. Qin Yi once again realized the benefits of having help from his own family. It should be. The Jiangnan King nodded, his expression not changing much. Once your injuries are stabilized, remember to make a trip to the Martial Arts Federation to update yourself. This information update will be beneficial to your future. If you really don't have time to go, you can also contact me directly and I'll arrange for someone to register you remotely. Shenemo took out his cell phone and added Martial World Friends with Qin Yi, a human pride of Qin Yi's level, with a pure bloodline, a clean family background, and a life-and-death feud with the foreign races, belonged to the most valued talents of the officials. Once the information was updated, and Jiangnan Wang took the initiative to report on this trip, Qin Yi would immediately be able to obtain a large amount of official resources. The free kind. The Human Alliance officials did not ask for the pride of the human race to be able to immediately return to their race. They only asked for them to safely grow to the peak and become the future pillars of the race, and that would be enough. When I recover from my injuries, I will personally make a trip to the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation. Qin Yi agreed to this matter. He just happened to also want to make a trip to the Martial Arts Federation to update his information first, and incidentally, he was also able to meet with the president, Zhang Ruoxu, to ask questions about the martial arts limit list. Now that he was clear, the martial Dao limit list was created so that human martial artists could be better able to be crowned as kings. However, he did not know much about how to break the limit in it, and about the knowledge of breaking the limit. Some time ago, he had asked his master Wang Su about this issue, but he knew that Wang Lao blew his beard and shook his head. I'm also not sure what knowledge and secrets there are in the limit realm. Our disciples from the immortal beheading sect have never been limit-breaking powerhouses naturally, and don't need guidance. Well, that's a pretty cool answer to hear. Our immortal beheading sect is really full of talents. In addition, there was another thing about the Martial Arts Federation that interested Qin. That is the so-called illusory dream room, a place that specializes in cultivating spiritual power for martial artists above the Zhongshu level. The price is high, and I heard that cultivating for an hour requires 1,000 contribution points. The illusory dream chamber was effective for martial artists below the feudal marquis level, and Qin wanted to try it out. If you encounter any trouble within Jiangnan province, you can contact me. Jiangnan King Shen Mo was very optimistic about Qin, and specifically left behind such a sentence before going far away. On the side, Smoky Ho was in no hurry to leave, and added the martial realm with Qin, smiled warmly and said to him, "My name is Wen Cheng, remember to add a note name for me. Since Big Brother Shen has already said that he will cover you, then I won't say anything. After all, my face isn't as useful as Big Brother Shen's." After saying that, Smoke and Rain Marquis Wen Cheng leisurely left. Along with their departure, this preparation for many days, without any danger of fishing action, finally came to an end. Just after today, too, the eastern suburban neighborhoods returned to their usual blandness at first light. The relevant information about the Altered God Society in Qin was encrypted to the provincial level in the official archives, second only to the Zhenguo level of secret information. Qin's personal file, on the other hand, had been secretly encrypted to the Zhenguo level, and not many people had been qualified to access it since then. Chapter 114 After the Great War, Lightspeed Boost. With this matter out of the way, Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Wei also left one after another, leaving only Elder Wang and Qin, the master and disciple, with a big dog behind them, to return to the eastern suburb supermarket. Elder Wang handed Qin a storage pouch containing more than 100 second and third order spirit fruits of a wide variety, and even a third of the varieties Qin had never seen before. These spirit fruits were not Wang Lao's own accumulation. After he broke through to the Seal King Extreme Peak, ordinary spirit objects were basically useless, so it was impossible for him to waste time collecting spirit fruits. However, when Wang Lao was traveling around in the clouds and wandering around in the secluded world, there would often be children of the world's families who would take the initiative to visit their homes and send some spiritual fruits as snacks, and it was not possible for Wang Lao not to want it, because if he did not want it, those children of the world's families would mistakenly think that Wang Lao was angry, and they were terrified and kept on thanking him for the mistake, which made it even more troublesome. Under no circumstances, Wang Lao had to accept as much as possible. Over time, they hoarded a large number of second and third order spirit fruits, and now just clearance thrown to Qin to eat, right as a master to take care of disciples, to their own injured disciples to restore the body, the things of his own family. Qin naturally wouldn't be polite, although the spirit fruit didn't have much effect on him, but if his cells wanted to adaptively evolve, they had to have sufficient energy, and it just so happened that there was plenty of energy in the spirit fruit. Thus, in the next 2 days, Qin ate the spirit fruits as if they were meals, eating 20 of them at a meal, 5 meals a day for 2 days and 2 nights, relying on his level 4 iron stomach. He digested all the spirit fruits in his storage bag without wasting any of them. 2 days and 2 nights of rest had also finally healed him completely. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the Exalted One's aura of killing intent, evolving the natural aptitude Immortal Golden Body LV4. Not to be outdone, the Immortal Gold Body improved again and rushed to level 4. Qin had never had an injury where he had to rest for 2 days in a row in order to recover, so it was evident that this time, the devil's finger had impacted him. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Opening his personal panel, his various attributes had increased substantially again, not what they used to be. Name, Qin. Life level, race stellar human, 80%. Power, 1083. Body mass, 2000. Agility, 850. Mental power, 2645. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, soft and boneless. No redness in the face. No jumping in the heart. Dao Xin Tong Ming LV2. Immortal Golden Body LV4. Battle rating, some people who appear to be new to the Grand Master can actually hang and hammer the mountain and sea realm. Looking at the latest evaluation of himself on the panel, Qin's mood was soothing and indescribably refreshing. Good fair comment. Objective. He now looked like he was only at the beginning of the Grand Master realm, but his chi blood was already 26. 000 calories, far exceeding the 20,000 calories at the beginning of the Grandmaster realm. As for the spiritual power, it was more than twice that of a martial artist who was at the beginning of the Grandmaster realm. One must realize that a first-time Grandmaster's spirit only just had enough quality and quantity to weave into divine thoughts, barely over 1,000 points, but Qi had a full 2,645 points of spiritual energy. Looking inward into his brain area, his sea of consciousness could be more than just a small pond. Perhaps a large reservoir would be a more appropriate description. 2,000 points of physique. It should be at the peak level of the mountain and sea realm, infinitely approaching the seal marquee realm. As for the 1,083 points of strength, it is just at the mountain and sea realm level. The average line of attributes in the mountain and sea realm, other than spiritual power, should be 1,000 points. Qi nodded his head repeatedly, secretly marveling at the strength of the immortal golden body. That wasn't all. When the spirit soldier seed in his left atrium finished rooting, there would be an increase in all attributes. The future's bright. The only hidden danger was the remnant soul of the giant god that knew the secrets of the system. TSK, got to hurry up and get stronger. Sense the location of the remnants of the giant god's soul and go get rid of it for him. Qi secretly kept his eyes peeled and reminded himself. Ding! Your cells have adapted to a large number of different varieties of spirit poisons in a short period of time, and you have evolved the passive skill Poison Resistance LV6. Ding! Your passive skill Poison Resistance LV6 is empowered by immortal spirituality, metamorphosing into the natural aptitude 100 poisons. Aha! There's a surprise? Qi froze for a moment. His poison resistance was originally at level 5, so by all rights, the spirit poison produced by second and third order spirit fruits should be ineffective against him. It was estimated that quantitative changes produced qualitative changes. Different spirit fruits produced different spirit poisons, and a large number of spirit poisons mixed together evolved higher order toxicity, which allowed Qi to unknowingly evolve once more. Poison masters blending poisons. There were originally examples of using a few low-rank poisons to match up with high-rank poisons, so looking at it like this, it's really skewed. I'm pretty lucky, Qi laughed. And what made him even more delighted was the next sentence after the poison resistance was raised to level 6. Immortal spirituality is added, and passive skills morph into natural aptitudes. That's a lot of information in such a small sentence. After learning more about it in detail, Qi came to a realization. The immortal golden body was raised to level 4, and there was already a surplus of the immortality generated, which could be used to increase his passive skills, allowing them to complete their metamorphosis. Of course, the prerequisite was that the passive skills level was high enough and that it was only a passive skill itself, like the Dao Xin Tong Ming, which was a natural aptitude in itself. Even at a higher level, one couldn't continue to metamorphose with immortality. Interesting, I didn't realize there was so much more to develop with this system. When Qi took a moment to think about it, he felt that he could try to evolve a few new passive skills to fill in the gaps. Nowadays, he wasn't afraid of heat, poison, illusions, or lack of oxygen, but he still had weaknesses. For example, hearing, smell, and hypothermia are 3 areas where skills have not yet evolved. My life level has evolved to 80% of a stellar level human, and I reckon that the moment I seal my marquee will be the day that I break through the stellar level human and complete the qualitative change once again. It's also not clear what level comes after stellar level humanoids. Turning back to look at the heart again, the spirit soldier seed in the left atrium was nourished by the killing Tao power and thrived, currently touching the heart's barriers and about to penetrate through the barriers to reach the brain area and take root in the sea of consciousness. This would have been an excruciatingly painful process, but under the suppression of Qi level 5 pain tolerance, it became senseless. Qi's veins were roaming with a sea of killing Qi, something he had quenched by practicing the 7-injury insane fist, which was originally supposed to be manic and violent, impacting his meridians and organs all the time and causing irreversible damage. However, under the terrifying defense of the immortal golden body, the second level's killing Qi was like a toothpick, unable to cause damage to Qi's heart veins at all. Well, evolution has to evolve, and the cultivation of feats can't be left behind. I haven't practiced the 7-injury madness fist for a long time. Let's raise it to the 4th or 5th level in one breath first. Qi sank his heart and found a small piece of open space in the supermarket storehouse and started practicing his boxing style. With his level 2 Dao mind enlightenment, the originally obscure and difficult to understand epileptic Dao intent was as simple and clear as an elementary school math problem at this moment, which made Qi feel the exhilaration of practicing for the first time. Solving a few questions like 1 + 1 = a few, and you can become stronger. Who wouldn't love this kind of cultivation difficulty? It was just really cool that day. Chapter 115 Mad King Lu Jun. Qi didn't hurry to go out. Like in those internet articles he read in his previous life, the protagonist could obviously be invincible if he developed in place, but he often couldn't hold back the throbbing and went out to cause trouble like a madman, which was really unwise. Day 2. He first rested peacefully in the depot for most of the day, emptying his mind of distractions and minding nothing, lying salty on his bed and brushing through short videos until sunset and dusk before ending his rest. After swinging for so many half a year, Qin Yi's mind, which had been kept taut for so long, finally relaxed, and the pressure on his body was not so great. And, when he put away his cell phone and looked back, the total amount of his own qi and blood had already rushed from 26,000 calories to 28,000 calories, constantly approaching the 30,000 calories mark. His mental power had likewise grown, prompting from the original 2,645 points to 2,900 points. His divine thoughts could be outwardly extended to cover a distance of 290 meters in a square circle, and his brain area sea of consciousness had expanded to a size of 290 cubic meters. Fully automated cultivation is simply too comfortable to worry about or work on yourself. Nope, Qin Yi was able to have the talent he had now, relying on his own efforts. If not for his efforts in the early stages to adapt to the tough environment, he wouldn't be able to evolve into a level 2 Dao Xin Tongming now. It's time to cultivate feats. Rest time is over. Qin Yi immediately changed back to a serious state, no longer distracted. Opened the cell phone memory of the 7 wounds crazy fist exercise video, began to observe and learn frame by frame. In the video, the white-haired middle-aged man suspected to be the crazy king was still standing in the courtyard, waving the same fist, but in Qin Yi's eyes, the middle-aged man's fist was very different from the previous one, and even Qin Yi would have a different understanding every time he watched it. The heart of the way is clear. With this innate aptitude, Qin Yi's sense of Dao intent was especially keen, and he was able to observe Dao intent that ordinary people couldn't see through. Hula. Like this time, Qin Yi followed the Mad King's swinging fist, and vaguely, he realized a kind of sadness mixed in with the Mad King's madness. Crazy with sadness. But why is the Mad King sad and what is he sad about? Qin Yi couldn't help but be mesmerized. Completely immersed in the Mad King's punching technique, unconsciously, time passed quietly, the sun set in the west and rose in the east, and another day passed. This day was already the 4th day after the booby-trap alien god society, when the first ray of sunlight in the early morning threw itself into the dimly lit storehouse through the window cracks. Qin Yi then leapt over and ended his fist maneuvers, glancing down, already sweating profusely, having rehearsed for a full dozen hours. Yesterday, he practiced 7 injuries crazy boxing practice to obsession. The follow-up actually set aside the crazy king in the boxing contains the meaning of sadness, mixed with their own understanding. Out of a unique belongs to their own 7 injuries crazy boxing road. Qin Yi did not change the essence of the 7 injuries madness fist. The epileptic moral intent is still the base, but according to his own understanding, he got rid of the sadness, fully implemented the word madness, and developed the madness into a hegemonic intent. The word madness was fully implemented, and the word madness was carried forward, giving rise to a hegemonic meaning. According to Qin Yi's words to explain, he is a person born do not like tragedy, also hate the misery, as long as his boxing, must go invincible horizontal push road. The 7 injury madness fist had 7 layers, of which layers 1 to 5 were the process of quenching the killing chi and initially mastering the fist technique, symbolizing the 5 realms from quasi-martial practitioner to Grand Master. Qin Yi himself was at the Grand Master realm, and coupled with his Taoist mind, it wasn't excessive for him to spend more than 10 hours to raise the 7 injuries crazy fist from the 2nd level to the 5th level under the high level. It's just a pity that the killing aura nourished by these 5 layers of fist intent is useless to my fleshly body. His physique was supported by a level 4 immortal golden body, which was infinitely close to the level of the Seal Marquis realm, and a little bit of killing chi couldn't damage his heart veins at all. Perhaps one would have to cultivate to the 7th level in one breath to have any effect. According to the instruction manual when he first purchased it, the 7 injury insanity fist involves the Insanity King's core avenue from the 6th level onwards, and forcing one to learn it, one would inevitably suffer the backlash of the epileptic avenues, and it is still a divine soul backlash, directly acting on the martial artist's weakest soul. Qin Yi didn't quite understand what this epileptic avenue reversal meant when he was still a white boy, but he understands it now. It should be just like the previous invasion by the Void Dao force as well as the Inkwell King's Dao force, where the divine soul suffered the erosion of the epileptic Dao force. The most dangerous part of this technique was not the damage to the flesh and heart veins when practicing the first 5 layers. The most terrifying part was the subsequent epileptic Dao power. Only those who had personally experienced the power of the Dao entering the body could understand how terrifying it was. A martial artist of Qin Yi's physique would have died a horrible death under the invasion of Dao power if not for adaptive evolution. The Seal Marquee realm and True King realm are able to crush martial artists of lower realms. And in addition to the crushing on the physical body and soul, there is also the crushing on the source of power. Martial artists of the Feudal Marquee realm and True King realm can utilize Tao power, whereas martial artists of the Grand Master and Mountain and Sea realms can still only use spiritual power. It's not something on the same level at all. Fortunately, the True King's Tao power is as good as a precious spirit to me, so as long as the one-time amount isn't too big and doesn't kill me in seconds, I'll be able to become stronger. Xin Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he tapped on the cultivation instructions for the latter 2 levels of the 7-injury Mad Fist realm and frowned. The cultivation guidelines for the last 2 levels of the technique. It's a bit brief, isn't it? In all, there are just a few useful descriptions. He had purchased the 7-injury Mad Fist at that time and had only skimmed through it roughly without looking at the contents carefully. Today, it seems that this gongfu, which was purchased from the martial arts world at a cost of 100,000 yuan, is a remnant. It's a loss. I have to return it. Do you really think $100,000 is not money? With a stroke of his finger, Xin Yi directly scratched to the last page of the description of the feat, and upon fixing his eyes on it, there were several lines written on it. No one other than myself can cultivate the realm beyond the 5th level of this gong method, so I am too lazy to write about it. It is very tiring to write guidelines for feats. If someone can really cultivate to the realm beyond the 5th level, then come to me again, and I'll teach you personally. Hey, I guess I won't be able to wait for such a person when I die. This crazy king, rather a funny little old man, by listing his core gongfu for sale at such a low price, he probably wanted to popularize it and see if he could produce a seedling to take over his mantle, right? Interesting. Xin Yi opened the martial realm and from his consumption record, he found the seller who had sold him the 7-injury Madness Fist in the first place, and immediately sent a private message over. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but this time I realized that the seller's ID is called Lu Jun, the attending physician of Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. The avatar is a middle-aged man wearing a white coat and looking like a doctor. Exactly like the Mad King in the exercise video. It's really full of grooves. Elder, I bought a copy of the 7-injury Madness Fist from you about 2 months ago, and have practiced the first 5 layers so far. Dare I ask where are the details of the subsequent 2 layers of the technique? This paragraph was sent over, like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not receive a response for a long time. Xin Yi wasn't in a hurry either, and while he was comprehending the heaven opening sword, he waited for that sigh to reply. It was only in the early hours of this day that his cell phone shook unexpectedly. Pick it up. Dr. Lu Jun, attending physician of Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, are you having an attack? Do you want to come to me for treatment? Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Jun, who had just come out of the Yen Mountain mystic realm, was naked, pinching a 5th-ranked ferocious beast that did not dare to struggle in his right hand, holding a cell phone in his left hand, and a sneer surfaced on his face that was stained with a large amount of blood. Here comes another one who cheated me of guidance. They say that Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. How come these young martial artists caught me cheating exclusively? I'm crazy, not a cutie. It's better to believe that you've mastered the first 5 layers of the 7-injury Madness Fist than to believe that I'm the first emperor of Qin. Chapter 116, Pride of a Foreign Land. Starry Sky Ancient Race. The way of madness is actually 2 great roads, one crazy and one mad, and under normal circumstances a martial artist would be king, specializing in only one road and bearing a single Dao fruit. However, the crazy king was after all the crazy king. He had to go off the beaten path with his sword, one person specializing in 2 Daos and bearing 2 Dao fruits, which allowed him to have almost invincible battle power within the same rank, but also added a few points of instability in vain. The fruit of the Tao of Madness was eroding his humanity, causing him to gradually fall into complete insanity and lose all sanity. In order to guard the last vestige of clarity and humanity, Lu Jun must from time to time do things that ordinary people should do to make himself realize that he is still a human being. Compiling the 7 injuries Mad Fist and listing it for sale in the martial arts world is one part of his experience of ordinary life and solidifying his humanity. Incidentally, he was also able to bring up some of the pride of the human race and find a successor to pass on the mantle. As such, the 7-injury Mad Fist's selling price was exceptionally low, so low that it didn't even require contribution points, and could be taken for $100,000 alone. As long as one was an initiated martial artist, no matter how poor their family was, there was no way they could not afford to pay out $100,000. Because of this, the 7 injuries Crazy Fist has spread particularly widely in Chinese martial artist circles. Basically everyone knows this boxing style, just not many people can learn it. It can't be helped. It hurts too much to learn this style of boxing. In these recent years, Lu Jun has not received few private letters, none of which claimed that they had finished practicing the first 5 layers and hoped that Lu Jun would come out to give them a few pointers. As a result of the investigation, all of them are half-assed and come to cheat Lu Jun to help. But, although there are many crooks, Lu Jun has been fooled quite a few times, but he is only cursing with his mouth, and he will not be ambiguous about what he should ask for. With a squeeze of his right hand, Lu Jun casually crushed the 5th-ranked ferocious beast and typed quickly, "How do you want to prove that you have mastered the first 5 layers of the 7-injury madness fist? Video punch me or come to me in person?" After receiving Mad King Lu Jun's response, Shinee did not reply immediately and turned to ask a rhetorical question. "I would like to ask, why is there a hidden sadness underneath the madness in your boxing style? What are you grieving for?" Lu Jun, his eyes flashed with a wisp of dismay, really not expecting that the other party would ask such a sentence. Immediately afterward, he began to laugh up to the sky, his laughter wild and indulgent, echoing on the top of Yin Mountain for a long time without dissipating. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, my human race has a successor." This martial artist named Shinee, who had even tasted out his concealed sadness Dao intent, had definitely mastered the first 5 layers of the 7 injuries madness fist. This was because trying to perceive the Dao intent of sadness was 100 times more difficult than mastering the first 5 layers of the 7 injury madness fist. With such a commonplace remark, Shinee not only proved himself, but also surprised the Mad King. Is a random seed planted years ago finally going to sprout? Lu Jun's smile turned silent for a split second as he didn't avoid Shinee's question and typed a reply. "Have you ever left the blue star and traveled to the outside world? Outside? Does it mean beyond the stars, or the world where the Fae live?" To Shinee, he had never been to either the universe or the other worlds, except for the blue star's own realm, where he had at most gone to the Duotian Tian mysterious realm that counted as the blue star's subworlds, which remained within the blue star. So he replied, "Not ever." After ascertaining Shinyee's natural talent, Lu Jun appeared patient and reminisced. "I've been to the otherworldly realm before. That's the world where the ancient races of the starry skies live. Vast and boundless, billions of times larger and more prosperous than our side of the universe. I once boasted that I was invincible at the same level, but when I jumped out of the dry well I realized that I was just a frog sitting in a well watching the sky." Although Lu Jun's narration was only typed in words, between the words, Shinee could feel various emotions, and even see the images and be in the scene. This was the effect of the true King's Tao force. When Shinee first traveled to the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, he had seen a plaque with the 5 big words, Martial Arts Federation, with dragons flying and sword intent, as if someone was wielding a long sword. Lu Jun's story was neither too long nor too short, and with the immersive effect, Shinee quickly understood the whole thing. It turned out that Mad King Lu Jun had managed to become a king with dual Dao fruits before him, but unfortunately, the side effects were so great that he nearly went crazy and eventually relied on various means to stabilize his humanity. After that, Lu Jun swept across all the same ranks in Blue Star. Even the true king from the foreign races could not block one of his punches. Back then, Lu Jun, a man with one fist, had blown away 3 alien true kings by himself, his fists stained with blood, and he fought with great fame. Under his spiritedness, he even utilized a certain super-large 7th-order teleportation array in the South Sea Cave Heaven and took the initiative to travel to the world where the foreign races were located, wanting to kill them in the enemy's rear. Then, Lu Jun was then struck. The first ancient race he met was called the Celestial race, and there were dozens of true kings and one exalted one on just one of the life source stars in the Celestial race's border wilderness. Among the dozens of true kings, there was a new generation of heavenly clan's pride who had come to this place to practice, named Tian Yu, and this person, with the realm of a first-time true king, easily suppressed Lu Jun, and didn't even bother to kill him, casually letting him go. According to Tian Yu's words, he was just an ordinary proud son of the heavenly clan, who couldn't even make it to the heavenly pride ranking of his own clan, and Lu Jun couldn't even defeat him, so he couldn't possibly be a threat to the heavenly clan in the future. Do humans let the ants live and worry that one day the ants will come back to kill them? Joke. Tian Yu's indifferent attitude caused Lu Jun to receive the first blow in his life, the blow that shook his Dao heart. That's when his hair went gray. Overnight. On the night he was spared, he spent the night thinking about the future of the human race, but saw no semblance of hope. A behemoth like the Celestial race can crush the human race with 1/10,000th of its power, and now they are only relying on the Great Curtain to keep them alive. What was most disempowering was that the Sky race was just one of the countless groups that had invaded the Blue Planet. Do you know? In fact, the ones who have been paying attention to Blue Star are merely a faction of those clans, or even a force formed by 1 or 2 clansmen in the clans. The 10,000 races of the foreign lands, as long as they are a strong race, all have the strength to crush the entire Blue Star. Lu Jun's words are permeated with despair, and there is a saying that the more a person knows, the more he or she will realize the horror and the more desperate he or she will feel. No one knows how long the Great Curtain will last, perhaps tomorrow, Perhaps the day after, it will shatter and the Fae can pour in. Who will be able to guard the human race when the time comes? Lu Jun had never actually talked to anyone about this experience, but after opening up with Qin Yi today, he couldn't stop anymore, constantly pouring out words that he had been holding inside for years. Being able to make a top true king despair like this already highlighted the strength of the foreign domain. But the fact that you're still passing down your own techniques and still contributing to teaching young martial artists shows that deep down, you still retain hope. Qin Yi said seriously, "Can you tell me more about the other world? And the Grand Curtain you keep mentioning, what exactly is it?" Chapter 117, Astonishing Hidden Secrets in a Foreign Land. From Lu Jun's words, Qin Yi realized that the so-called Great Curtain was actually the origin rules of the Blue Star. After the abstract world rules materialized, it turned into a colorless and transparent curtain that enveloped the Blue Star world, like a filter that could isolate foreign races whose realms were higher than that of a true king, and only those with slightly weaker strength could enter. If a foreign venerable was to force his way through the Great Curtain, he would be subjected to tremendous rule pressure, equivalent to being an enemy of the entire world, and would be pulverized in an instant. After you seal your title as king, your divine soul goes out of your body and flies in one direction all the time, and you'll be able to touch the Great Curtain's existence in person. This Great Curtain is the last barrier of our human race. It was not there many years ago, but it was mysteriously born after the fall of the Heavenly Father of 10,000 tribulations. Most of the top echelons of our human race speculate that this Great Curtain is the backhand left behind by the 10,000 Searches Heavenly Father. Lu Jun briefly outlined the definition of a Grand Curtain. When chatting about major matters related to martial artists in Blue Star, it was always impossible to escape this Grandmaster of Qin Yi's 10,000 Thunders Heavenly Father, Chen Ziluo. According to Crazy King Lu Jun, the Great Curtain could stop Heavenly Exalted, or even foreigners in the Heavenly Exalted realm or above. An ancestor Chen Ziluo was only a Heavenly Exalted, so where did he get such a strong power to set up the Great Curtain? There should be another part of the story that is not known to outsiders. Qin Yi stroked his chin, intending to find an opportunity to ask his master Wang Su if he knew the hidden secrets about the Great Curtain. Lu Jun replied very quickly to the curtain's explanation, but with regard to the many situations in the foreign realm, Lu Jun described them extremely vaguely and briefly, apparently not wanting Qin Yi to know too early. It couldn't be helped. The Mad King was just battle mad, not brainless, and he was afraid of striking his own good seedling. So the information about the foreign lands, to summarize, he said two things. First, the territory of the foreign domain is vast to the extreme. At least in the information Lu Jun knows, no foreign race has ever reached the border of the foreign domain and found the end of the world. Within this nearly infinite jurisdiction, countless races survived, both weak and strong, and the overall situation was similar to the spring and autumn and warring states period in China more than 2,000 years ago, where each race was a state, cutting off a side of the starry sky. Secondly, the strongest force in the foreign domain is the 10 ancient clans in the starry sky. The depth of the 10 ancient clans are rumored to have beyond the Tianzuan level of martial artists dormant in the depths of the clan. Usually never show up. Only when the community encounters a major crisis will show up. These reserves that surpassed the level of heavenly dignitaries were also an important reason why the 10 great ancient races had survived for so long. There are only 4 ancient races that Qin Yi has learned about, namely the heavenly race, the demon race, the dragon race and the phoenix race, of which the heavenly race and the demon race were learned by him. Among them, the celestial race and the demon race are what he himself has learned, while the dragon race and the phoenix race are what Lu Jun has told him. 10 ancient clans, each set up a list of heavenly pride, also known as the ancient clan sequence. Is the ancient clan according to their own heavenly pride talent potential, combat performance, heart and loyalty and other factors to comprehensively examine the arrangement of the sequence. This sequence signaled the strength of the cultivation of the heaven's pride within the community, as well as the status identity. Like the proud son of the celestial clan Tianyu who killed Lu Jun in one blow, he is the 9th in the sequence of the celestial clan, and above him, there are 8 others who are stronger than him, stronger in all aspects. Coming from an ancient clan, the environment is unique, but the roles are also really roles, surrounded by basically all geniuses, but only the top 5 of the sequence of pride, only qualified to compete in the universe pride list, with the entire foreign domain of billions of living beings to compete. The cosmic heavens pride general ranking, only 100 seats were set up. The top 5 of the sequence of the 10 ancient clans were all on the list, and their 10 clans alone occupy 50 positions, which was terrifying. This was still the result of the ancient race specially letting a hand go, otherwise the sequence 6 and sequence 7 in the ancient race might not have the ability to compete for the top 100. The cosmic heavens pride ranking is very mysterious. and some ancient clan giants have speculated that it is a legendary ninth-order spirit object that possesses self-awareness and is capable of autonomously screening the top 100 heavens prides within the entire universe. But anyone who makes the list will be rewarded in some way. Lu Jun spent a long time in the foreign domain back then, and with a handful of disguise change techniques, he disguised himself as an ordinary race in the foreign domain, and even became friends with many weak foreign races. He had experienced the competition of the cosmic heavens pride ranking back then, and it was precisely because he had experienced it personally that he knew how terrifying it was. The supreme geniuses born out of these tens of billions of people of the human race were nothing when placed in the foreign realm. From Lu Jun's simple narration, Qini was already able to visualize the waves of the foreign lands, the vibrancy, and the scene of all beings competing to cross the border. But things are so exciting in the other world. Why is this universe that Blue Star is in so dull? Is Blue Star too weak to make contact, or even to detect the existence of other communities within this universe? Qini sent his query to Lu Jun. On the other side of the martial realm, Lu Jun was silent for a while and did not reply immediately. The question Qini asked him actually plagued the high-level martial artists of the human race for many years until Chen Ziluo, the heavenly father of all realms, spent several years traveling throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy, plus the great Andromeda galaxy next to the Milky Way galaxy, and only then did he discover the truth. The truth is Blue Star may well have been the only remaining source of life in this universe, and the human race is the last native race in this universe, because no matter whether it was the Milky Way or the great Andromeda galaxy, out of the billions and billions of planets, Chen Ziluo didn't find a single life, and only occasionally could he see patches of dilapidated ruins appearing on the planets, symbolizing that in the distant past, there was still life surviving on these planets. It was a pity that, without knowing what bizarre things had happened, those groups had all gone extinct at about the same time, leaving not even a single record of the civilization in question. Apart from the crumbling remnants of the buildings, Chen Ziluo did not even find a single remnant of the aliens' bodies. According to the survey, the dilapidated buildings were all wrecked around 10,000 years ago. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago? No one knows. Even if they use heavenly means to look back at the long river of time, they can only see a blur. Lu Jun deliberated for a while and finally told the secret story to Qini. He wasn't afraid of Qini going out and leaking secrets. After all, this kind of thing, when you say it out others won't necessarily believe it. Instead they'll think you're a psychopath. Qini digested the knowledge sent by Lu Jun, and there was a saying that these statements had somewhat subverted his common sense. The normal idea is that the universe is so big and there are so many planets that the presence of aliens should be a given. But suddenly, one day, someone says to you that aliens do exist, but they died a uniform and violent death en masse 10,000 years ago, and anyone would be surprised. The only native race left in the Blue Star universe is the human race, and the other world is invading the human race. Why did only the human race survive? 10,000 years ago, the human race has already appeared. Is it a coincidence? Or is the human race actually a heavenly destined race favored by the great cosmic chi? Usually only net novels would set it up like this, right? Why do I get the feeling there's some kind of shocking secret hidden in here? Qini was thoughtful. Chapter 118, Abducting a True King? The information about the great racial extinction event 10,000 years ago was too little, and it was impossible for Qini to surmise any truth out of thin air, let alone wasting time on imagining things. After knowing so much hidden information from the Mad King Lu Jun, Qini was actually a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Mad King to be so good at talking and say so many things before he even knew himself. Speaking so much to me, a stranger. Are you not afraid that I am a spy of the Fae? He couldn't help but ask. I didn't expect Lu Jun to send a shaking head emoticon over, and faintly said, not afraid. Since I dared to talk to you, I naturally have the confidence to handle everything. If you are a spy of the Fae, I will find you and kill you immediately. A dead man knows no more than he knows. Lu Jun's words carried a strong sense of self-confidence, which contrasted strongly with his previous words of despair. The Mad King is really a madman. He can't move without killing someone, or going down the net. Perhaps it was this absolute confidence that caused Lu Jun to brand a shadow of despair in his heart after being struck. This shadow would not be shown to outsiders on weekdays, and the Mad King was still the same conceited Mad King, only after he met Qini. He opened up his box of words and only then did he reveal the secrets of his heart. A lot of things that are hard to talk about are often easier to pour out when talking to strangers. After chatting about miscellaneous topics for almost 5 hours, Qini had received a reply from the Mad King in the early hours of the morning, and now it was almost noon. Lu Jun collected his interest in chatting and returned to the main topic. Where are you now? Can you come to me? Online teaching is always a bit spaced out. A lot of the Tao meanings are difficult to perceive, and the effect is a lot worse. The other party is the public 7 injuries crazy fist so many years. The only one to meet the requirements of his guidance. Not only to meet, but also oversensing the sadness and the madness. Lu Jun early on Qini took up the heart of the disciple, or else would not have said so much hidden secrets. This was cultivating Qini as a successor in advance. According to Lu Jun's words, those who could sense the dark sadness of his epileptic ways must not be bad people. Qini, where are you? If it's close, I can come to you. Lu Jun sent a precise location to Qini. Fixing his eyes on it, this localization was clearly pointing to Tianjing, China. At the foot of Yinshan Mountain, Tianjing is tens of thousands of miles away from Yuhang. It's a full day's flight. Qini hadn't planned to leave the Jiangnan province right away. He had to make a trip to the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, and he also had to explore the Yendang Mountain's secret realm, and incidentally, dispose of the corpse of the celestial race venerable in the Xiantian secret realm. At least for a short period of time, it was impossible for him to leave the Jiangnan province. I still have some trivial matters left to deal with in the Jiangnan province, and Tianjing is too far away from me, so it'll probably take a few months before I can go there. Qini euphemistically described his troubles. On the other side, Lu Jun was a bit amused when he saw Qini's shirking words and said bluntly, "A true king has personally come to instruct you, and you're still thinking of refusing?" Not many martial artists under the sky could refuse the one-on-one teaching of a true king, and even the children of the world's families rarely had the experience of being instructed by a true king. If not, there wouldn't be so many liars to trick Lu Jun into giving guidance. However, for Qini, he already had a true king master, and he was still at the absolute peak of the Seal King realm, stronger than the crazy king, so it was too easy for him to get guidance on weekdays. If you send me the detailed explanation of the 7 injury mad fist's subsequent 2 layers of the technique, or record a cultivation video of the latter 2 layers, it should be enough for me to cultivate. Qini wasn't so low in emotional intelligence that he would say something like he had a true king master and couldn't look at other true kings for guidance. Lu Jun raised his eyebrows and said in amusement, "The latter 2 layers of the 7 injury madness fist focuses on the Tao intent, and across the video, there is very little Tao intent that you can comprehend, and the difficulty of comprehending it is extremely high, making it almost impossible to succeed." He was sincere in his remarks, and really didn't lie to Qini. Watching a video across the internet to realize the meaning of the Tao was basically the same as daydreaming. No, you can't even dream of such episodes. The first 5 levels of the 7 injury insanity fist focus on formal fist maneuvers, and the fact that you can glean the Taoist meaning from the movements of my swings proves that you are exceedingly enlightened. However, the cultivation of the latter 2 layers of Gongfu is purely meditation without any movement, and no matter how good your perception is, you won't be able to see the meaning of the Tao. For the first time, Lu Jun was so patient in typing an explanation to a young martial artist, yet Qini still insisted on his method. Who knows the outcome unless you try? He typed, "Yo, there's personality." Lu Jun nodded slightly, still not moving to anger. Like Qini, this kind of talented proud son, will appear this kind of arrogance, is really normal. He can understand. Young people, that is, they are full of energy, have to go through some blows and trials to recognize themselves. He agreed to the request to record a video of his Gongfu exercises for Qini, and asked in passing, "How long did you practice the first 5 layers of the 7 injury madness fist before you reached perfection?" Qini, 10 hours or so. "Oh, 10 days, that's definitely considered top talent." "Slow down. How long did you say?" Lu Jun looked stunned and coldly asked again. Qini earnestly returned, "Around 10 hours, to be precise, about 10 hours and 32 minutes. Lu Jun, I've spent countless hours of my life, years of deduction and polishing, and have compiled countless insights into the great Tao, and you finished the first 5 layers in 10 hours? Are you kidding me?" Lu Jun's expression was a bit dazed, but looking at Qin Yi's words in reply, it didn't seem like a joke. Without saying a word, he dialed a video call over. A few seconds later, the video call was connected, and a youth with a clean-cut appearance and a smile appeared on the screen. This youth was clearly only at the Grand Master realm, but his body surface was flowing with light, and the aura emanating from his body was even more astonishing. Lu Jun pierced through the layers of clouds and mist and saw Qini's true realm and situation. "This son is extraordinary, quite extraordinary. Is this the unicorn son of some super family?" Lu Jun's face showed his appreciation, finally realizing why Qini was not too excited about his personal teaching. "Hit me with a set of 7 injury crazy fists?" Lu Jun proposed. Qini had nothing to do with it since, and came to the open space of the storehouse. His right leg stepped forward, and his double fist swung out, tigerishly, with chi and blood rushing out. Wow! The 7 injuries mad fist has no rules to speak of. Qini's every punch has hit a sonic boom. If there is an enemy, this fist is until the enemy's death point and go. natural and self-contained. Qin Yi's 7 injuries crazy fist was not like learning someone else's technique. It was more like his own original creation, and it had already reached a higher level, a level that was out of this world. What surprised Lu Jun the most was, the fist technique that Qin Yi wielded was clearly the 7 injuries insanity fist that he had created, but the demeanor was vastly different. The hint of sadness disappeared, and underneath the insanity, there was only more insanity, more madness. This extreme madness even gradually evolved into a new Dao intent, the hegemony, ignoring enemies, ignoring obstacles, ignoring all circumstances, attacking and killing all dominance. Blue is better than blue. Lu Jun watched, for a time a little obsessed, immersed in Qin Yi's 7 injuries crazy fist, face constantly changing, seems to have some understanding. Boom! As Qin Yi swung his last punch, Lu Jun suddenly woke up and laughed. Good, good, you don't have to come to me. Ha! What's this? Watch me finish my fight and then don't want me? 2 question marks popped up in Qin Yi's head, but immediately afterward, Lu Jun's next sentence made him immediately understand the other party's intention. Lu Jun said, you don't have to come to me, and I don't have to record a video for you. Send me the exact coordinates. I'll get you myself. Chapter 119 Heavenly Dignity Harmonization. The conversation with Lu Jun is over. Qin Yi looked at the resting screen of his cell phone, and his brain was still a little buzzed. What the hell? I casually chatted with a true king for a while and I abducted him? Should be good too. Qin Yi felt that the Mad King had come over personally in such a hurry, presumably because he wanted to take himself as his disciple, and he didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he saw that he was followed by a Seal King Jedi Master beside him. Ahem. Qin Yi hadn't mentioned to Lu Jun that he already had a master, mainly because the other party didn't ask, and for him to take the initiative to say such a thing would seem a bit narcissistic. Lu Jun didn't say that he would take Qin Yi as his disciple, he only said that he would personally instruct him. Anyway, this matter would be over for the time being, and Qin Yi couldn't cultivate the 7 injury mad fist due to the lack of the contents of the subsequent 2 layers of the technique. After harboring at home for so many days, his total qi in blood had already reached 30,000 calories, and was expected to automatically rise to 50,000 calories within the next half a month before getting stuck. 50,000 cards of qi blood was the limit of the Grandmaster realm, and one needed to break the bottleneck of the realm in order to continue to grow. Of course, Qin Yi seemed to have broken some of the limits of his physical body himself, and he might be able to raise his total qi and blood volume to 55,000 calories, or even 60,000 calories, at the Grand Master realm. As for mental power, the limit of a Grand Master was 5,000 points of spiritual power. The volume of the sea of consciousness was 500 cubic meters, and the divine thoughts could also be outwardly extended by 500 meters, which covered a considerable area. There was no need for Qin Yi to worry about these things, they would all grow automatically. These last few days had passed. In addition to his qi and blood and spiritual power, the B-grade breath-containing technique Mist in the Clouds practiced by Qin Yi had also automatically condensed several layers of aura isolation layers, and the aura isolation layer that currently wrapped around Qin Yi already had 15 layers, and it was gradually moving towards 100 layers. By the time the aura isolation layer accumulated 100 layers, even a true king at the very top would not be able to see through his true realm, much less capture his aura. Everything is going steadily better. Qin Yi felt that he had rested about as much as he could, so it was time to set off for a trip to the Martial Arts Federation in downtown Yuhang. Opening the back door of the storehouse, a blast of fresh air greeted him and swept him off his feet. Qin Yi looked towards the cashier's counter not far away, where Wang Lao sat quietly as usual, checking out customers and collecting money for the supermarket. The seclusion is over? Elder Wang glanced back at Qin Yi after handling the last guest and nodded secretly. In just a few days' work, Qin Yi's strength had become stronger again, and it had become much stronger. Such natural talent, when it is really no words, envy not come. Qin Yi greeted Elder Wang, and before leaving the supermarket, he asked some questions about Grandmaster cultivation. Naturally, Elder Wang patiently replied one by one. Ordinary great masters do not have the same level of enlightenment as you. They cannot demand that they enter a state of enlightenment, and so they can only continue to refine and realize their own Taoist intentions from certain specific things or initiatives, and continuously perfect the branch of the Tao in their hearts. For example, a martial artist who majors in fist intent will need to constantly rehearse his own punches, absorb and learn from other punches, and only then will he have the opportunity to realize the perfect fist intent from it. From what Wang Lao had said, the elevation of the Grand Master realm was not purely an elevation of qi, blood, and spiritual power, and if one wanted to break through to the Grand Master and achieve the mountain and sea realm, daily enlightenment was absolutely indispensable. This is something like a watermill, which needs to be considered in the long run, step by step and slowly, and it is not possible to become fat in one breath. Since the comprehension of Tao intent was a mysterious matter, many martial artists might have excellent chi and blood cultivation talent, but they could not perfect their Tao intent in their entire lives, and could not condense the Tao branches, and were forever stuck in the Grand Master realm. However, apparently Qin Yi didn't have such worries. He was able to actively enter the state of enlightenment once a week, similar to the great guarantee of the game's card draw. No matter how unenlightened he was, if he spent 3 or 4 months, he would be able to break through the Great Master and become the mountain and sea realm. Even more so, Qin Yi was able to condense his flesh-body avenue, Tao branch to the perfection level, comprehending all the known Tao intents. Of course, he could also choose to condense multiple Tao branches and go for a multi-Tao flow like the Mad King. As long as the talent was high enough and the enlightenment was unbelievable enough, there were many options for the future of a martial artist. After drawing on Elder Wan's cultivation knowledge, Qin Yi deliberated for a while, but still informed his master of the hidden secrets he had learned from the Mad King, and hoped that he would answer his doubts. The Great Curtain, the racial genocide of the Blue Star universe. These hidden secrets are not known to the common man. Elder Wan was slightly surprised to hear that Qin Yi knew almost all of it, but did not bother to ask his disciple about the source of the information. The great racial extinction of our universe was indeed discovered by ancestral master Chen Ziluo. A look of remembrance surfaced on Elder Wan's face. Back then, I saw that the ancestor master had been out on a tour for many years, and came back as if he was in a state of great distress, which is why I pursued this matter. But when asked about the root cause, the ancestor was tight-lipped, saying outright that the matter had a heavenly killing chance in it, and that it could not be deeply entangled until the Heavenly Father. Otherwise, even just knowing the truth of the matter will touch certain existences in the underworld and cast a watchful eye. It is not to be delved into until it reaches the Heavenly Father. This statement alone is enough to show how deep the waters run on the matter of genocide. Although Qin Yi liked to play dead, he was not a reckless person and naturally understood that some hidden low realms were equivalent to looking for death if they listened. He put the matter aside and inquired about the Big Curtain. About the Grand Curtain, Elder King also knows a lot of secrets. The piece of through-the-sky curtain that protected the Blue Star was indeed related to Chen Ziluo, the ancestor of the immortal beheading sect. It could even be said that this curtain was lifted by Chen Ziluo, but the question was, how could the ancestor master, with the realm of a heavenly father, raise a curtain large enough to stop countless alien heavenly fathers? When Qin Yi asked this question to Elder Wang, Elder Wang's expression intensified a few points as he said in a deep voice, the way the ancestor master lifted the great curtain. You have experienced it as well, Qin Yi? I've been there? When? He frowned, carefully reviewing all that had happened in the last 2 months, and gradually, sensed a hint of what was going on. You mean, Hido? Hapkido status. Just a few days ago, during Qin Yi's first enlightenment, due to the fact that he had enlisted in too many of the Tao intentions of the Flesh Avenue in one go, his soul was swept away by the power of the Avenue, and he almost completely lost himself in the Flesh Avenue, merging the Tao with his body, and was reduced to being an offshoot of the Flesh Avenue. At that time, he could clearly perceive that if he succeeded in merging with the Tao, he would instantly gain unparalleled greatness, and even if he only had the cultivation of an upper-grade Zongshur at that time, he would still be able to obtain the battle power to violently beat a true king through merging with the Tao. Unfortunately, the price of merging with the Wei is also very high, requiring the martial artist to give up all of his humanity and emotions, and become no longer a human being. Without emotions, without humanity, there's no difference between a person and a dead person. Seeing Wang Lao's slight nodding appearance towards himself, Qin Yi's heart fluttered, realizing that Grandmaster Chen Ziluo had truly merged with the Tao. At the last moment of his life, he suppressed the South Sea Cave Heaven with his physical body, and then he used his divine soul to merge with the Tao, setting off a great curtain to keep the Blue Star safe and secure for decades. It could be said that Chen Ziluo had dedicated everything he had to the Blue Star and to the human race. Chapter 120 Elder Wang's sense of urgency. Most martial artists with a high enough level of enlightenment will be given the opportunity to merge with the Tao when they attend the Great Tao. If one can hold fast to one's heart, one will be able to cross over safely. If one is lost in the endless Tao, one will be completely reduced to being a part of the Tao, with no further possibility of breaking free. Ancestor. It was after that tragic battle back then that he actively chose to merge with the Tao. Elder Wang's expression was filled with indignation and helplessness. After merging with the Tao, a martial artist's strength can often be skyrocketed, instantly rising several notches. The ancestor master was the one who took advantage of the few seconds before his own humanity completely dissipated, and used all of his own Tao power to pry the rules of the Blue Star origin, pulling together the Grand Curtain. He paused and sighed. In fact, Even the ancestors after harmonization are not yet capable enough to pull together a great curtain. But the Grandmaster took a different approach and thought of another way to successfully lift the curtain. The ancestor of the immortal beheading sect, Chen Ziluo, was originally in the Heavenly Father realm, and after he merged with the Tao, his strength would certainly surpass that of a Heavenly Father. So could he not even pull together a great curtain? The existence above the heavenly dignitary was a legendary story like a myth. Qin was stunned and hurriedly asked, "What solution?" Elder Wang organized his utterances for a while and said quietly, "The more powerful an existence is, the higher the degree of the Great Tao they can control after merging with it. If you only merge with the Great Tao at the Great Master realm, then after you become a part of the Great Tao, no matter how desperately you try to activate it, you'll only be able to activate a small portion of the Great Tao's original power. But if a Heavenly Father merges with the Tao, it is possible to catalyze the entire Tao in an instant." It was in the last few seconds before the passing of humanity that the Ancestor Master tampered with the rules of the Blue Star origin, pulling his own major Tao into the Blue Star universe, transforming it into a curtain and blocking the foreign passage. What outsiders refer to as the Great Curtain is actually the Grandmaster Chen Ziluo's Great Tao, the way of the human emperor, using the Great Tao as a curtain, enveloping a world and blocking the entry of foreign realms. Such heavenly means. Qin could hear his heart pounding just by listening. The Great Tao was relentless. Chen Ziluo dragged the human emperor Tao at the last moment before his death, straddling the outside of the Blue Star world. But no one could be sure when the human emperor Tao would leave. So it is. Qin completely understood. The higher the level of existence, the stronger the ability to sense the Great Tao. And conversely, the easier it was to be detected by the Great Tao and stopped outside. That's why alien races above the true king level couldn't enter the blue planet. He was silent and said no more, as if digesting this great hidden secret. Elder Wang didn't bother him either, and the master and disciple stayed so quietly where they were for a long time without making a sound. Halftime, with a solemn expression, Qin promised, "In the future, I will make a trip to the South Sea Cave Heaven to pay homage to the ancestral master." Elder Wang nodded and smiled gratefully. "It's good that you have this heart." After such a conversation, the master and disciple had gotten a lot closer. Not wanting to continue dwelling on this sad topic, Qin turned his words around and spoke. "Master, I'm going to leave later to go to the Martial Arts Federation in downtown Yuhang. After I leave, a gray-haired middle-aged man will probably come to the eastern suburb supermarket in the next few days to look for me, so you should tell him to wait for now. It will take me a while to come back." The address that Qin gave Mad Wang Lu Jun was of course not the original old apartment, but the old Wang's eastern suburb supermarket. The corner of Wang Lao's eyes jumped and he said in confusion, "A white-haired middle-aged man? Who is it and what is he looking for you for?" He had always advocated for the release of his disciples, and had hardly ever delved into their privacy. But this person was coming to the supermarket to find him, so it was still only proper to ask the other party's identity in advance. Qin responded, "Didn't my disciple once learn a fist technique called the 7-injury madness fist, which was learned by me at the top, and I wanted to know the contents of the subsequent 2 levels, so I contacted the original author. After communicating with him for a while, the original author hurriedly wanted to meet me in person and teach me the subsequent 2 layers along the way." 7 injuries madness fist? Isn't this the Mad King's Kung Fu? This Kung Fu was so famous that even Wang Lao had heard of it, and it was rumored that no one had practiced it up to the 5th level over the years, except for the original author, Crazy King. I didn't realize his apprentice had practiced. Not bad for my apprentice. Not bad. Elder Wang glanced at the blandly self-contained Qin and suddenly felt that something was wrong. How can I let an outsider guide my disciple? This outsider was still a true king. For a true king to come over from thousands of miles to personally instruct a great master. When this was said, others would definitely think it was a joke. Elder Wang's face changed. The Mad King has a problem. The big question. This man is trying to steal my disciple from me. He was very satisfied with Qin as his disciple, and he couldn't let anyone else. Between the flow of thoughts, Elder Wang had his own plans. His face returned to its original color, and he promised, "Go ahead and go. I'll receive that person when he comes. A mere true king is still too tender to come and snatch a disciple under my seal King Jedi." "Okay, thank you master." Qin smiled happily, then he said goodbye to his master and left the eastern suburb supermarket in quick steps. Elder Wang looked at his disciple's distant back and couldn't help but lament. Once he goes out this time, he'll be stirring up the wind and clouds again, shocking the party. It's estimated that there will be a few old guys who will be shocked out by him and want to make a move to take in a disciple. In normal circumstances, Elder Wang, a Seal King Extreme Peak, had always been the one to select his disciples, who cultivated in fear and trepidation, lest they would be removed by their master if they did not do well anywhere. But when it came to Qin, Elder Wang instead began to worry about his disciple being pried into. No, I have to think of a way to cultivate as well. It's still not safe to stop at the Seal King Jedi Peak. Those old things have strengths close to mine, and after being in seclusion for so many years, they can't be said to have broken through. Elder Wang, the master, was being urged in reverse by Qin Yi, the disciple, and with a sense of urgency in his heart, he actually began to search for a new method of breakthrough in a rare manner. He sank his heart, gazing and holding his breath, his attention devoted to his sea of consciousness and divine soul, lifting his eyes to look at the great Tao ascending immortal path in his brain area, which was filled with immortal qi and rose up to the heavens, and once again began his climbing attempt. In the meantime, on the other hand, inside the eastern suburbs police station, Xiaoshi received a message from the city that required her to go to a meeting, and the content of this meeting was related to Qin Yi. Looking at Qin Yi's file in her hand, Xiaoshi sighed as her two long, well-proportioned legs changed positions and stacked together. At first glance, you're still just an initiated martial artist, less than 2 months, and already crossed into the upper grade sect master. No, it might even be a grand master already. Even the Altered God Society, which has been rooted in the Jiangnan province for many years without incident, suffered a great defeat because of you. Your body, just how many more secrets are there? Xiaoshi put down the file and stood up. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a ghostly light. Silent. Outside the police station, the special car to the city was ready and waiting for her to be seated. Chapter 121 Unfathomable Background. Lingering autumn winds blowing in his face, Qin Yi stepped on and stepped through a cloud, leaving no traces, flashing through a small piece of airspace. At this moment, he was stepping into the air and flying towards downtown Yuhang. After crossing into the Grand Master realm, a martial artist would be able to use his divine idea to defend his aura to fly in the air, traveling 100 miles a day. The initial speed was not fast, but if the strength of the divine idea was high enough, and with some body techniques, it would be possible to increase the speed of movement to the point where one could travel thousands of miles in a day, which would be comparable to an airplane. In the empty sky, Qin Yi was like a stream of light, performing the stream of light treading steps, continuously weaving forward, cutting through the clouds and fog, and in less than half an hour, he flew out of the eastern suburbs of Yuhang and entered the city. Switching to the subway, it takes about an hour to reach the station in downtown Yuhang. After being able to fly on his own, he definitely won't be taking the car or the subway anymore. Being in the airspace of Yuhang, the prosperous and tall buildings below gradually appeared. Qin Yi was thinking of flying to the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation in one breath, but unexpectedly just came in, felt that there was a piece of invisible film to stop themselves, as if the physical body fell into the deep sea. Every move produced a great resistance, and it is difficult to continue to move forward. Looking into the distance, one could see the center of Yuhang City, faintly exuding subtle fluctuations, with a forbidden rune suspended in the sky. A stroke, extending a long array of patterns, enveloping a side of the sky. Turning his head again, he could occasionally see figures flashing swiftly in the distance, seemingly unimpeded and speeding along unimpeded. Qin Yi recalled that he had heard from Zhang Tianfan that the downtown areas of all major cities in China were equipped with high-level air-banning arrays, and that if you wanted to pass freely without being stopped, you had to go to the Wudao Federation or the office of the executive to register your information and apply for a pass order. After this pass order was applied for, not only could Yuhang use it, but the rest of the Chinese cities would be able to play a role. Flying without an order is equivalent to driving without a license, and once discovered by inspectors, you will have to suffer penalties and a lot of trouble. Adhering to the attitude that it was better to do more than less, Qin Yi still ended his flight and found a remote and uninhabited Hudong dead end to land. Preparing to walk to the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, Grandmaster level walking. Don't see literally called walking. In fact, walking faster than driving. The street passers-by only feel a gust of wind whisking across their faces. Even Qin Yi's silhouette cannot be seen. Utilizing his almost psychic control, Qin Yi accurately found the gaps between the crowds, and in a matter of moments, he traversed dozens of streets on foot without touching a single passerby. The top of the Grand Master realm, running at full speed. The speed can be close to 10 times the speed of sound, the equivalent of a second to run out of 3,400 meters. In the eyes of ordinary people, indeed, and a gust of wind makes no difference, and careful observation can only see the blurred shadow. As for Qin Yi, he had reached 10 times the speed of sound without using his full strength after executing the flowing light treading steps, and he estimated that if he were to sprint with his full strength, he feared that his speed could break through 15 times the speed of sound. Starting from the Grand Master realm, a martial artist's physical qualities have already surpassed the so-called superhuman and developed towards an incredible level. An ordinary Grand Master's physical body could resist all firearms at will at close range. including sniper rifles fitted with armor-piercing bullets. Xin, who had a level 4 immortal golden body, was even more perverted, and nowadays, it was no problem for him to resist the missiles hard, not to mention that the missiles flew so slowly that they didn't necessarily catch up with him. It was because the physical qualities of middle and high-level martial artists were too exaggerated. So since the recovery of aura, the development and updating of all kinds of armaments had slowed down a lot, and the human alliance's focus was all on practicing martial arts. But, Xin, so blatantly running around in the downtown area, still have the suspicion of disturbing the peace, did not go long to attract the attention of the patrol on duty. This patrolman, who majored in pupil art and stayed in the surveillance room, originally just felt strange, and later used modern technology software to slow down the surveillance screen by more than 100 times, which made him see Xin's flashing figure. With speeds like that, if you hit a person or a car, there's going to be chaos right away. Who the hell is this person? Don't they know the rules of Yu Hang? If they can run so fast, why don't they fly? The policeman was puzzled. Judging from Xin's speed, the other party was at least a powerful person of the mountain and sea realm. He could have taken the empty road. Why did he have to take the risk of squeezing the road? Could it be that once a martial artist's realm was high, their IQ would become lower as their chi and blood entered their brain? Patrolmen do not dare too easily out of the police to stop this person. On the one hand, this person has not hit people, not illegal. Secondly, the realm of such a high level of martial arts, absolutely have a big background. His small a patrolman cannot afford to mess with, but, he himself cannot afford to control. Does not mean that really have to sit back and do nothing. The little man also has the principles of the little man. As the People's Patrol Police, he must be responsible for the residents of the district. So he reported the matter to the police department in the first instance, so that the higher-ups could make a decision. After receiving the news, the Yuhang Police Department hurriedly launched an investigation, relying on slightly blurred surveillance photos and searching for information about Qin from electronic archives. Subsequently, the senior archivist in charge of the electronic repository then saw a blank space, with the only thing written in the center in one large line, your level is too low to access this file. Archivist, how can I say that I am a senior administrator, with a rank equivalent to that of a suburban director, and say that I am too low? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately rushed to the director, asking him to use his authority to investigate. Then, the director saw the same picture as the archivist. Your level is too low to access this file. In the electronic filing room, the two men looked at each other and fell into silence together. The head of the Yuhang Police Department was able to check the information of even the chief consul of Yuhang City. However, he couldn't find any information on Qin's file. Even the website warns them that they are too low level. This too low is too solid, isn't it? I guess it's the son of one of the hidden families. It's his first time in the world. He doesn't know the rules, so it's understandable. The director cleared his throat. He didn't hit anyone, much less disturb the security of the city, so it's fine to leave him alone. The archivist chimed in. You're right. But we, as supervisors, will have to step in, give him a brief verbal education, and admonish him not to do it next time. The director's two eyes lit up and nodded. You have a point. Then the matter will be handled by you personally. Remember to have a better attitude. The archivist's face darkened on the spot. He didn't expect that his unintentional words were actually lifting a stone to stone his own feet. He was thinking of finding a reason to shirk the matter, but when he saw the director staring at him with a solemn face, he was speechless. Got it. I'm going now. The archivist had no choice but to harden his head, get up resentfully, and leave with the order. Based on the analysis of Qin forward path, he had to drive ahead to the next intersection to wait for someone. Chapter 122, You're making a big name for yourself. Yuhang City, Budo Federation. It was late in the afternoon, high in the fall. The sun was soft, the breeze was pleasant, and bustling crowds of people were coming in and out in front of the Martial Arts Federation, in an endless stream. This is Qin's second visit to this place. Standing in front of the gate, he looks at the plaque hanging on the gate, and when the 5 big words Martial Arts Federation come into his eyes, the feeling he can experience is very different from the first time. Qin very clearly perceived the lingering sword intent contained in one stroke. This sword intent, déjà vu. It seems to be somewhat similar to the bloody sword at the entrance of the Xian secret realm. Strangely enough, the Xian secret realm was clearly only a weaker D-level secret realm. So why would a human martial artist specially leave a high-grade blood sword to suppress the entrance channel? Could it be that the drunken master was not actually suppressing the Xian heavenly mysteries, but rather the other existences in the Xian heavenly mysteries? Qin immediately thought of the corpse of the giant god that he had presumptuously attempted to resurrect. Of course, it wasn't entirely certain that it was the one that suppressed the giant god's corpse, after all, The giant god's corpse already had a war spear stuck in its neck, so there was no need to add another bloody sword. According to this line of thought, it is possible that there are still some big guys hidden in the depths of the Shin Tian secret realm, right? District a D-level secret realm, to appear so many terrifying existences. Shin-Yi was somewhat helpless and shook his head as he was about to walk into the Martial Arts Federation, but he suddenly sensed someone from the rear running hurriedly, suspected to be looking for him. He turned around ahead of time and instantly saw a middle-aged man in a police uniform stop in front of him, his face embarrassed, and he smiled sarcastically. Looking for me for something? Although Shin-Yi's strength had become stronger, his attitude was still very proper, not pompous. His kindly attitude also put the other man at ease. It's nothing major. It's just that you happened to visit Yu Hang and sped down the street. We were worried about hitting someone out of place, so we came over to warn you. With your strength, it's best to apply for a pass as early as possible, so that you can take the empty road when you enter the city later on, which is also a lot more convenient, the archivist said in a pleasant voice. He had seen all the great masters of Yu Hang over the years, but yet he looked at Shin-Yi as if he looked unfamiliar, which meant that the other party was either a newly promoted high-ranking martial artist or a big shot from out of town. No matter what type of person it was worth putting on a good face and attitude. After all, it didn't cost anything to smile, just in case the other person could help him or her in the future. Understood. Thanks. Shin-Yi had originally planned to apply for a pass at the Martial Arts Federation. It was just that he didn't expect that Yu Hang's control was so strict that he would be warned for simply utilizing his stance within the city limits. But that made sense. If there wasn't strict control and all the martial artists were running around the city, the traffic was going to be chaotic. After the archivist finished saying this, he didn't waste Shin-Yi's time and immediately returned to the police car and left, and Shin-Yi also took a step towards the gate. However, as he walked, he inexplicably felt that the people around him were secretly staring at him, their mouths murmuring, "Is he? Absolutely. I saw him with my own eyes when he first came here. It's him all right. Holy, so young and handsome, truly worthy of the pride of heaven. What's the deal? Am I that famous?" When he passed by certain martial artists, those martial artists would consciously give him the right of way, their faces showing worship and awe. Could it be that the matter of me pitting a true king has been spread? Shin-Yi was bewildered, and just as he walked through the door of the Martial Arts Federation, he saw President Su Ruoxu walking over with a smile on his face, patting his shoulder and saying in relief, "Good boy. You've been making a big name for yourself lately." Shin-Yi followed Zhang Ruoxu to a quiet room, avoiding the sight of outsiders, before wondering, "Elder Su, what do you mean by what you're saying? Why can't I understand? Also, how come the martial artists who come to the Martial Arts Federation all seem to recognize me?" Su Ruoxu smiled and stroked his beard, and with a movement of his divine mind, he violently pulled the curtains of the room open, and when he looked out through the window, he happened to be able to see the huge list of lists hanging in the hall of the Martial Arts Federation. Martial Artist Limit List. Fixing his eyes on it, the first place of that martial artist limit ranking had the word Shin-Yi written on it, and the data was extremely exaggerated, crushing the second place, Cloud Confusion, in all aspects. Shin-Yi looked stunned. "I didn't test the specifics, so why would I still be on the list and become number one?" Su Ruoxu took in Shin-Yi's reaction and explained nonchalantly, "The reason for this is simple. Because as long as you've tested your body data once at any of the martial arts federations, you'll be memorized by the limit rankings, thus making real-time, fully automated updates. When you become stronger outside and your realm breaks through, the limit list will deduce your general attributes and display them on the list. Fully automated, real-time updated listings? This limit list, it's really extraordinary. I guess it's at least a 6th-ranked magic treasure." Shin-Yi gazed at the list and spied a hint of hidden Dao power from the limit list, flowing along the names on the list. As he looked at his name, his perception of this Dao force was especially obvious, and he even immediately surmised the name of this Dao force, Karma Avenue. The martial Dao limit list, with its causal Dao power, contacted every human martial artist who had ever tested within the Federation, and in Shin-Yi's body, it was estimated that a faintly unheard of strand of causal Dao power had remained. Su Ruoxu had intended to introduce the martial Dao limit list in detail, but as he sized up Shin-Yi's face, he felt that Shin-Yi had already seen through the nature of the martial Dao limit list on his own. One look at the avenue. Your kid is getting sicker and sicker. Su Ruoxu's mind was startled, thinking to take a look at what realm Shin-Yi was currently in, and then was surprised to realize that he actually couldn't see through Shin-Yi, couldn't even catch a whiff of it. "It's only been a month since I've seen you. You can't already be at the mountain and sea realm?" Su Ruoxu was incredulous. His own realm was the mountain and sea realm, and he also cultivated a B-rank pupil art. So it was reasonable to say that even a martial artist of the same rank would find it difficult to conceal his true condition in front of him. But Shin-Yi did it. Shin-Yi humbly shook his head. Not yet. I've just become a grandmaster. It'll take a few more weeks to cross over into the mountain and sea. A few. How many weeks? The one who could talk about the mountain and sea realm as being so easy to break through. Su Ruoxu had only ever seen such a person as Qin in his life. In that case, it seemed that Qin should have practiced some top-notch breath-containing technique. What technique a martial artist had practiced was a private matter that concerned his life, so Su Ruoxu naturally would not pursue it. Because of some special reasons, he wasn't actually particularly shocked by Qin Yi's breakthrough to Grandmaster. You should have already seen that the martial Dao limit list is sustained with causal Dao power. This list of the Yuhang chapter is merely a split of the main list, and every city's martial arts federation has such a split hanging around. The split and totality of the martial Dao limit list are similarly linked with causal Dao power. The main body hangs in the Tianjin headquarters. You can go and take a look when you have time. It might be beneficial for you to realize the great Dao. Su Ruoxu explained briefly. Qin Yi nodded, listening while gazing at the martial Dao limit list, and suddenly realized that the list flickered for a moment before changing names. Originally it was the martial artist limit list, but now it had become the martial master limit list. Looking around, the first place on the martial artist limit list, it's still Qin Yi. In a flash, Qin Yi had a bold guess in his heart. No wonder all the martial artists around the Martial Arts Federation know me. Chapter 123, The Chamber of Dreams. Elder Su. It wouldn't be possible that the first place on the sect master list in the back would also be me, would it? Qin Yi could not help but take the initiative to ask. But just after the words were said, the martial arts limit list outside the window changed once again, from the martial artist limit list to the patriarch limit list, and upon fixing his eyes on it, the first place was indeed still Qin Yi. No wonder all the martial artists around the Martial Arts Federation know me. Previously, when Qin Yi had first come to the Martial Arts Federation, he had put on a big show because of the strength and system test, and at that time, there were many passerby martial artists present who had seen his face and knew his name. When he gradually became stronger subsequently, and his name appeared on the 3 limit lists of martial artist, martial master, and grandmaster one after another, anyone with a brain would be able to associate him with it. For a stranger to come out of nowhere and strongly dominate the top of the 3 extreme lists, it was indescribable how much of a storm this could create in the martial artist community. The most frightening thing was that Qin Yi had done this in just over a month's time. It was clear to the group that more than a month ago, he was but an introductory martial artist, only for a paragraph. When Elder Su relived the scene where the crowd realized that Qin Yi kept reaching the top and setting new records, he still felt shocked and reminisced. Speaking of the records of the list of martial artists, the original first place Cloud Confusion, the limit of strength for 2 tons, Qin Yi slightly higher than him a few hundred kilograms, but also acceptable. However, in terms of physique, Cloud Bewilderment was able to match a mid-ranked martial artist, and could resist a punch from a high-ranked martial artist without dying. And Qin Yi, with his physique at martial artist 9th stage, he could already stand still and let a high-ranked martial artist attack, exhausting the opponent alive. The difference is a downward spiral for the average person. It was even an achievement that was difficult to look up to for a Jedi heavenly pride. Not only in Yuhang, since the martial extreme rankings are interconnected everywhere, you've become famous in the entire martial artist community of China. And in the last 3 days, my cell phone has been busted, full of martial artists who came to ask for information about you. Although Su Ruoxu was accustomed to seeing great storms, it was really the first time that he had personally experienced a situation such as Qin Yi's that shocked martial artists across the country. Fortunately, Qin Yi's reputation had only spread, and the number of people who knew his face and were able to match his face with his name was not too many, and was limited to some of the martial artists within Yuhang City who could do so. This time, being famous came out completely outside of Qin Yi's expectations, and he didn't have any special feelings. Scratching his head, he asked again, is the martial way limit list only a list of the 3 realms of martial artist, martial master, and grandmaster? Su Ruoxu shook his head. It is true that the sublists around the world only have these 3 realms, but the main list in Tianjin has an extreme list that registers Zongshi and above. Above the patriarchs, there is the Great Patriarch limit list and the Mountain and Sea limit list. However, due to the fact that after the grandmaster, the martial artist's realm is already somewhat higher, and carries with itself the ability to blur the heavens and the ability to be detected and projected by the great Tao of cause and effect is also much more difficult. Therefore there is a certain delay in both the Great Grandmaster's list and the Mountain and Sea list, and the headquarters has changed it to a fixed half-yearly release of the lists, every June and December. Even if you're not in Tianjin, you can see the video of the release and the list of top names on the internet. After saying that, Su Ruoxu looked Qin Yi up and down with some suspicion and tried. If you're asking me this, you can't be saying that you've already cultivated to the Grandmaster Perfection realm and are ready to ascend the list, right? No. If it's you, Topping the list is still a bit of a downer. You should say topping the list. Rank 1 of the Great Master Limit list. You're already a handful? Genie hurriedly waved his hand and snorted. No, I'm just casually asking. Since the list hasn't been released yet, I wouldn't dare to book the position of top 1 in advance. He was still modest with his hand. In fact, he didn't even need to cultivate to Grandmaster perfection. Just based on his current state, he was qualified to compete for the first place in the Grandmaster Limit ranking. Level 4 A Mortal Golden Body increased his physical body, and Level 2 Dao Mind Enlightenment strengthened his soul. No matter whether it was his physique or his mental strength, he was far beyond that of an unusual great master, and killing his enemies across realms was as simple as drinking water. If that's not pushing the boundaries, then I don't know what boundaries are. Putting the topic of the martial limit ranking aside for now, Genie still wanted to try out the rumored and famous, illusory dream room, this time around, and apply for a pass in the process. Of course, it would be fine to take another test of general fitness. Just a shame. Our Yuhang Martial Arts Federation chapter can only test the physical qualities of a lower grade zongsher at most, and at your level, if you still want to measure a specific value, you can only go to Tianjing, Su Roaxu explained. But the Chamber of Illusion is still effective. At least until you're sealed as a marquis, it's definitely effective. As for the pass, I'll just wait and go get it for you. You're in the Grand Master realm now, right? Come on, just fill this form out and give it to me. As he spoke, he took out a white questionnaire from his waist, along with a fountain pen, and handed it to Genie. Genie took a look at the questionnaire, which was nothing more than some basic personal information to be filled out, including ID number, current realm, ethnicity, and the like. He quickly filled out the questionnaire while Su Roaxu on the side continued. The illusory dream room cultivation is almost 1,000 contribution points an hour. How long will you use it? Su Roaxu and Genie did have a good relationship, but as the president of the Martial Arts Federation, he certainly couldn't show favoritism and give Genie a fee waiver. Of course, if Genie couldn't afford the fee, it was fine for him to help advance a sum. I'll just buy 3 hours to try it out first. Genie finished filling out the questionnaire and paid another 3,000 contribution points through the martial realm before following Su Roaxu out of the private room. He and Su Roaxu had just stepped out of the room and were immediately stared at by the martial artists coming and going around them. Genie only felt that hundreds of pairs of eyes were looking at him in a split second, as if he was put under a spotlight. These people looked at Genie, and did not say anything, just quietly watching. It seemed slightly bizarre. Genie didn't care about their gazes and waited for Elder Su to submit the questionnaire to his subordinates before he was guided by the other party towards the illusory dream room. Behind the two of them, the martial artists coincidentally stopped what they were doing and silently followed. As Genie and Su Roaxu passed through the hall and an aisle, the team of martial artists following behind grew bigger and bigger, and as word spread among the martial artists present, even many of the ones who stayed outside and did not come and rush to see the fun, there was no way around it. Genie's reputation was indeed a bit big during this period of time. Is this the legendary Genie? It's really a talented guy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend yet. What? You moved? Don't you dare say that. I just want to introduce my daughter to him. Of course, if he doesn't mind, I'll go on by myself. Don't get a fever if you're a big old. It makes me sick. Oh, the young do not know the goodness of young women, and insist on treating young girls as treasures. Ahem. Where do you guys think Genie is going? I heard that the first time he came to the Martial Arts Federation, he tested various aspects of his physical fitness, which could have shocked the onlookers miserably. This time he won't still be testing his physical fitness, right? You're overthinking it. He's a martial arts demon. In just 1 month he broke through from martial artist to zongsher, and after the lower grade zongsher, our Yuhang chapter doesn't have that instrument to test physical fitness. It seems to make sense. I see nah. This time he's going to the illusion dream room. Rustling murmurs continued to come from the tumultuous crowd at the back. Genie and Su Roaxu turned a deaf ear and slowly stopped in their tracks. In front of them, a silver-colored closed gate stood in a dignified manner, and on the gate, there was a doorplate with 3 white characters written on it. Phantom Room, Chapter 124. I seek also sister out of the problem. I'm sure it's here to try the Phantom Dream Room. Someone in the crowd following Genie nodded slightly when they saw him open the door to the illusory dream room and walk in alone. The average cultivation level of the martial artists within Yuhang City was not considered high, so there was a small portion of people who were not sure about the purpose of the illusionary dream room and sent questions to the passers-by around them. Soon, there was a general introduction to the Chamber of Illusions. This is an enclosed space built with a 6th-order illusion formation, paired with various types of psychedelic mist, in which martial artists can choose the strength of their illusions, and polish their souls and spirituality by resisting illusions and breaking free of them. Due to the certain danger, One must be at least at the sovereign realm and have opened up their brain domain before they are qualified to enter the illusory dream chamber. When these words came out, everyone understood. It was no wonder that some people were not clear about the role of the illusory dream room, mainly because most of their realms were only 4th or 5th stage martial artists. Even the martial master realm was called a phoenix, so they could not use the illusory dream room at all. It's only reasonable to be in a situation where you don't know anything about something you may not have access to in your lifetime. Like the martial artists above the level of sovereign within Yuhang City, most of them kept a low profile when they came to the Martial Arts Federation, and there wouldn't be anyone who dared to follow them all the way, tracking down the sovereigns and grand sovereigns and spying on their traces. One could only say that Qinyi's temper was still too good to take the initiative in dispersing this group of eaters. Otherwise, if he casually spread out a bit of spiritual pressure, all the melon eaters would have to be scared and rush away, not daring to look at Qinyi again. As Qinyi walked into the illusory dream room, the gazes of the crowd followed along. The phantom room is a separate piece of room, surrounded by 3 white walls, with the remaining side made of special psychic glass that is transparent and visible enough to see what's going on inside. The main reason for this design was to prevent any martial artist from completely sinking within the hallucinatory dream chamber, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves and ultimately leading to their souls falling apart. Generally speaking, there would be a special administrator outside the illusion dream room to keep an eye on the situation, and as soon as they realized that something was wrong, they would immediately interrupt the illusion. Right now, for example, there was a bald young man huddled in a dense crowd, his head full of black lines. His name is Ma Not Far. His family is not bad, but there is not much motivation. Want to avoid disputes, seek a life of peace and stability of income, so with great effort to enter the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, became specialized in the management of the Phantom Dream Room Administrator. Phantom Room Administrator, this job. A monthly salary of 30,000 merit points, especially easy. 7 days of work, almost 6 days are in the touch. Lying in the office to play the phone on the line. Do not need to come out. This was because the illusionary dream chamber had to be used by martial artists above the level of Zhongshe, and the number of martial artists above the level of Zhongshe in Yuhang was very small, and each was so busy that they might only be able to meet 3 or 4 in a month. However, when someone really comes to quench their spiritual power, Ma is not far away from being quite responsible. After all, if something goes wrong, he is offended, but it is a Zhongshe. Inside the illusory dream chamber at the moment, futons were placed on the floor, surrounded by empty nothing, but in addition to Qinyi, there happened to be a great master sitting there, looking 30 or 40 years old, with a superior temperament, not angry and not extraordinary. He was seated on a futon and seemed to have fallen into an illusion, sweating profusely and his body trembling from time to time. This person's name was Li Yuan, and he was none other than Li Wufeng's father, the head of the Li family in this generation. He had come to the Martial Dao Federation today to try and endure the grinding of the 5th order illusion formation, which was extremely stressful for the Dao heart and soul, and only then did he show his fatigue. A 4th order illusion formation was one that was used to trap and kill great masters, while a 5th order one was already able to act on mountain and sea realm powerhouses. In addition to the 5th order psychedelic array within the illusory dream chamber, it was also filled with mist with hallucinogenic and stupefying effects, which made the illusionary array even more terrifying, with a caliber that far exceeded that of its peers. Qinyi casually found a futon and sat down, looking towards Li Yuan, who was not far to his right, his eyes glowing with a pale light. He could see complicated array patterns suspended above his head, which intertwined with each other to form the word 5. Li Yuan's soul was trapped in the 5 formation pattern, like a candle in the wind, fluttering, constantly swaying, bright and dark. Immediately afterward, a serious transmission sounded in Qinyi's ears. Please meditate, contact the 6th order illusion array pattern with your divine mind, and select the difficulty of the illusion on your own. This transmission was coming from outside the illusory dream room, and it was exactly what that administrator, Ma, hadn't been saying for a long time. Following his cue, Qinyi closed his eyes and detached a strand of his divine thought, drifting upwards and touching the array pattern perched on the ceiling. Immediately, there was a heavenly rotation within his brain, and 5 options coalesced and manifested, leaping into his sea of consciousness. These 5 options: 2nd order difficulty, 3rd order difficulty, 4th order difficulty, 5th order difficulty, and 6th order difficulty, signified the rank of the phantom array. Qinyi thought about it and still chose a 3rd order difficulty to test the waters first. Just the moment he determined 3rd order difficulty, inside the illusory dream room, the array pattern fluctuates, the ceiling ripples, and several golden runes shoot down, hovering above Qinyi's head, encircling and extending, forming a 3 array pattern. Did Qinyi just pick a 3rd order illusion formation? Seeing this scene, The onlookers were feeling a bit spoiled. They had thought that a proud son like Chini would come up to challenge the fifth-order phantom array. Third-order illusion formations were only at the level of a zongsure. And even though the illusion formations of the illusionary dream room were far stronger than those of the same order on the market, it was impossible for Chini, who was ranked first on the zongsure limit ranking, to find it hard to resist. I bet Chini will come to his senses within 10 minutes. Someone asserted without thinking. 10 minutes? I think you're looking down on the big brother who was ranked number 1 on the 3 extreme lists. I'll bet 10,000 contribution points that I'll be awake in about 5 minutes. There were also old martial artists who knew what they were doing who snorted and retorted. These two people's conversation aroused the interest of other martial artists, and immediately another person spoke out. It's not like the Grandmaster limit ranking examines a martial artist's spiritual power and soul strength. Only the limit ranking after the Grandmasters will take these two factors into consideration. So even the top of the limit list doesn't necessarily have a strong soul or spiritual power. The one who just wanted to bet 10,000 contribution points. I'll bet with you. Come and add a martial realm. Ordinary Patriarchs challenged the third-order illusionary dream room. It is estimated that it will take most of the day to wake up, if it is the first time to try. It may also never wake up again. And you have to go not far from the scene to save the scene. However, when this matter was placed on Chini, the crowd naturally wouldn't feel that Chini couldn't wake up, even if it was Chini's first attempt. Seeing that the bet was established, the discussion outside the illusory dream room became more and more lively, and more martial artists joined this bet. But just then, inside the illusory dream chamber, Chini suddenly opened his eyes, his head slightly tilted, his face full of doubt. Is the illusion chamber broken? Why did I wait half a day for the illusion to appear? Onlookers. Su Ruaksu. Chini had just sat down for less than a minute, and he woke up? No feelings at all? Everyone in the room froze. Ma not far from the heart is even more anxious. His top boss Su Ruaksu was on the side looking at himself. It would not be Phantom Dream Room really at this time out of the question, right? He hastily utilized the relevant authority, detached his mental power, and carefully scanned the formation pattern above him, in order to get into the position of the illusion dream room. He also specialized in studying illusion formations, so he could roughly read the formation patterns of the illusion formations, or at least distinguish whether or not they were operating normally without a problem. After a quick examination, he was a little skeptical. I seek this illusionary dream room also sister out of the problem Chapter 125, that's it? The illusionary dream room was fine, and the array pattern was functioning normally. Then why did Chini say he didn't feel anything? What about the illusion? Ma did not go far and swallowed, a bold idea arising in his mind. It can't be. The third order enhanced illusion formation is simply ineffective against Chini, right? It is said that when a martial artist's soul is strong enough, they will be immune to most of the low and middle ranked illusions and illusion formations. At these words, the crowd awoke with a start. It seems like it might actually be the case. But Chini, as a Grand Master, directly ignored the third order enhanced illusion formation, which was really a bit outrageous. At least the martial artists present had never seen such a strong soul. This matter may seem exaggerated, but Chini is, anyways, a heavenly pride who has pushed his way across the 3 major martial Dao limit lists, so it's acceptable for him to be able to do this. That makes sense when you put it that way. Indeed. Ever since this group of martial artists had been shocked by Chini's operation of consecutively topping the 3 major extreme lists a few weeks ago, their emotional thresholds had been raised quite a bit, and ordinary pretending to hit their faces no longer managed to produce much of a reaction from them. And after receiving Ma's not-so-distant explanation, Chini also roughly reacted. His natural aptitude, Dao Xie and Tongming, fused the two passives, my heart is like iron, and, my heart is bright and eyes are bright, which originally possessed the ability to increase the strength of the soul and mitigate the effects of illusions. And after fusing them into Dao Xie and Tongming, the effects naturally became better. The only thing that slightly surprised him was that level 2 Dao Xie and Tongming's resistance to illusion spells was ridiculously good, directly allowing him to ignore the third stage enhanced illusion formation and the mist within the illusion dream chamber. Well, since the third order is ineffective, let's just try a fourth order illusion. Chini's mind moved, and once again touched the core of the illusory dream room's array formation with his divine mind. In the next moment, a scarlet runic symbol that looked like blood dropped down and hovered above Chini's head, changing and spreading, transforming into a 4-shaped array formation that enveloped a small area like a spider's web, exuding a mesmerizingly profound aura. Fourth order enhanced illusion array is really not bad. Chini only felt his soul was hot. The original calm sea of consciousness rippled. There is a burning power from the outside world surging into the brain area, wrapped around his soul. Seems to be to bring the soul into another world, warm and very comfortable. Is the quenching about to begin? Chini closed his eyes, his mind serene, and stopped talking. Seeing Qin Yi fall into silence, the martial artists watching outside the illusory dream room began to talk again. Last time, their bet had ended before it even unfolded, but this time, the difficulty of the illusion formation had been raised to the 4th rank, so it should be impossible for Qin Yi to instantly come to his senses again. What do you say? Another game? The old martial artist who had originally instigated the bet looked around the circle and faintly laughed. Still betting 10,000 contribution points. I guess Qin Yi will wake up within 10 minutes. The difficulty of the 4th stage was not at all on the same level as the 3rd stage. Even if it was a Grand Master's first attempt at the 4th stage enhanced illusion formation, the chance of passing was less than 30%. But if Qin Yi's soul could be strong enough to be immune to the 3rd stage difficulty, then clearing the 4th stage would definitely be a nail in the coffin. And no one would doubt that. The only thing they have to gamble on is the clearance time. 10 minutes is a bit too fast. I'll bet on half an hour. A young martial artist with an extraordinary demeanor was the first to speak. This person was named Li Yi, at the mid-grade Grandmaster realm, born from the Yu Hangli family, and had once seen a supremely talented Grandmaster attempt a 4th-order illusion formation for the first time. That Grandmaster majored in the soul and was exceedingly strong, but it also took half an hour to successfully clear the level. To be honest, Li Yi initially didn't want to get together for this, but seeing Qin Yi pass the 3rd-order illusion array so easily, he couldn't help but be reminded of the scene when he himself attempted to pass the 3rd-order illusion array not too long ago. The image was truly miserable, and had it not been for a clan member forcibly pulling him out of the illusion formation, a few minutes later, he would have sunk in for the rest of his life. It was also because of his last experience with the phantom array that caused a shadow to be branded in his heart, and he wouldn't dare to try a second time. He came to the illusionary dream room this time to follow his uncle Li Yuan, and his main purpose was to act as Li Yuan's confidant to prevent Li Yuan from having problems in the illusionary dream room. The danger of the illusory dream chamber was not low, and many years ago there were great masters who were trapped alive in the illusory dream chamber, so it was considered routine to bring along one's own beloved to guard it and increase the safety factor. Li Yi's appearance was still slightly famous amongst the younger generation of martial artists, and quite a few bystanders recognized his identity and immediately chose to believe him, betting with him on the half-hour option. At the end of the day, at least half of the people who participated in the betting game had voted for half an hour, which made those who chose other times look a little less than good, feeling like they were going to lose contribution points. However, there was also an unnamed female martial artist who bet on Qin Yi to come to his senses within 5 minutes. This behavior is tantamount to giving away money in the eyes of others. More than 3 minutes had passed by the time their bet was officially talked over, and with 2 minutes left, could Qin Yi really wake up? The crowd's gazes were projected through the glass, and just as they focused on Qin Yi, they realized that he shifted his body, raised his eyebrows, and opened his eyes in slight surprise. Shasta! The faces of all the onlookers were a bit dumbfounded. Some people rubbed their eyes and repeatedly watched Qin Yi, others grew their mouths, forgetting their language, unable to speak for half a day. 3 minutes. You took down the 4th-order enhanced phantom formation? You're kidding. The mood of the melon-eating crowd was a bit suppressed. They had actually tried to pull up Qin Yi's strength as much as possible in their minds, but they didn't expect that the other party's true level would always be above their expectations. It's unbelievable. Ordinary martial artists don't know enough about the 4th-order enhanced illusion array, but Li Yi has personally experienced the 3rd-order illusion array, and the 3rd-order illusion array has almost killed him, let alone the 4th order? The more people who understood the power of the 4th-order illusion formation, the more they could understand how perverse it was for Qin Yi to clear the 4th-order illusion formation in 3 minutes. Looking at Qin Yi's expression, he had a complete look of "is this all?" He had a feeling that he hadn't finished yet. Damn! What level has your soul evolved to? It can't already be a divine soul, right? Ma not far, who had guarded the illusory dream room for many years, was also frightened by Qin Yi. Mortal souls wishing to metamorphose into divine souls needed to absorb a large amount of Dao intent, and they had to be at least in the Seal Marquis realm before they could succeed. If Qin Yi had metamorphosed his divine soul at the Grand Master realm, just how many Dao meanings had he realized? They couldn't have imagined even if they thought about it. But Qin Yi had gone through almost all the Dao intentions of the Avenue of the Flesh, and had mastered roughly 3 Dao intentions, but the number of Dao intentions that he had simply comprehended was too numerous to count. Actually, Qin Yi was the one who had broken through the 4th-order enhanced illusion formation in less than 3 minutes, and he had pretty much woken up while the melon eaters were still discussing the bet. It was only because it was his first time trying an illusion formation and he thought that the 4th-order illusion formation wasn't that weak and that there would be a follow-up. Thus he waited for a while. Didn't realize. That's really all. It was too weak. A 4th-order enhanced illusion formation that couldn't produce any pressure on his level 2 Dao Xian Tongming enhanced divine soul. The illusion that seemed like the real thing. He saw through it with a single glance and instantly came to his senses. Try the fifth order straight away. Genie shook his head and sank his heart, preparing to open the fifth order trial immediately. But before he had time to put out the divine idea, the illusionary dream room will be filled with a fresh aroma. Turn your head and look. Lingering in the fog around Li Yuan gradually dissipate. His head of the 5-word array pattern crazy buzzing, luster dimming. This one Li family head who had stayed with him in the illusory dream chamber to quench his spirit seemed to be coming out of the gate. Chapter 126 Fifth Order Illusion Formation really isn't that simple. Genie's eyes lingered for a short while on the body of Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, who majored in pupil art, which naturally has the ability to break through illusions and see through phantom formations. And there were people who said repairing the pupil is also repairing the heart, which means that practicing the pupil art has the same effect of strengthening the soul and spiritual power. It was for this reason that Li Yuan dared to challenge the Fifth Order Phantasmagoria over the level with his Grand Master realm. I see. Is the illusion formation's refining of mental power and soul such a process? Genie's eyes flashed with a faint essence. He sensed a Tao power from Li Yuan, a Tao power that descended from the heavens. This Tao power nourished Li Yuan's sea of consciousness and soul, causing his spiritual power to continue to become stronger with remarkable effects. After breaking the illusion formation, the martial artist can receive the feedback from the great Tao of illusion, which converts the Taoist power into pure spiritual power, thus strengthening his soul. The fresh scent that inexplicably filled the air was Tao fragrance, the odor of the purified power of the illusory way. Of course, only illusionary formations that could have an effect on a martial artist would have a Tao force feedback when broken, like the third and fourth order illusion formations that Genie had just experienced. He didn't even feel anything due to them being too weak. So naturally, it was impossible for him to be able to feed back with his Tao power. This process of falling into an illusionary formation and breaking it open was also essentially a process of realizing the great Tao. According to this trend, in 5 minutes or so, Li Yuan would be able to wake up and completely break the effects of the fifth order illusion formation. A fifth order illusion formation. It can always give me a little surprise, right? Genie withdrew his gaze and quieted his mind again, gazing and holding his breath as he traveled beyond the heavens and began to touch the fifth order array pattern. Outside the phantom room, the melon eaters were also attracted to Li Yuan's mutation and cast their gazes. Among the crowd, Li Yi looked especially excited. He had waited for 10 days and 10 nights outside the illusionary dream room, and he was finally going to wait until the family head, Li Yuan, came out of the gate. The family head had actually managed to break the fifth order illusion formation. He and the rest of the Li family were actually not optimistic that the head of the family would succeed this time, but no one expected Li Yuan to perform a miracle. A great surprise. Being able to break through the fifth rank illusion formation at the Grand Master realm showed that Li Yuan possessed the potential to be a vassal. That's right. In a lineage, the strongest strength was often not the head of the family, but some elders and ancestors who hadn't died. However, like the Li family, a family whose influence is limited to one province, the strongest person in the family is usually a feudal marquis realm, and there has never been a true king born. Only a super family like the Shao family, which was so powerful and had intricate roots, had true king underpinnings within their clan. It looks like the head of the family will be fully awake in half an hour. Li Yi's heart was ecstatic. The corners of his mouth could not be suppressed and rose. The embarrassing incident of just being miserably punched in the face and losing 10,000 contribution points was instantly forgotten. As for the rest of the martial artists, those who had a bit of status also rushed forward to thank Li Yi. Those who did not have status and were not qualified to contact Li Yi, most of them showed envious and jealous eyes and were silent. 10 days and 10 nights to break open the fifth rank illusion formation. This kind of time-consuming is the normal situation. To kill an illusion formation in seconds like Genie did, even Su Rawaksu had never seen it before. Fifth order illusion formation. It's always impossible to be killed in seconds, right? This time, the onlookers tacitly chose to quietly watch, and no one came out to set up a bet again. This person Genie was the biggest variable. No one dared to continue betting with him as the game. At this very moment, Genie's consciousness is blurred. His eyes are hazy, blankly opened his eyes, and found himself lying on a simple wooden bed, with a candle lamp picked out at the head of the bed, and holding a few booklets in his hands. The booklets to be used in the imperial examinations. They felt that the situation was a bit odd, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. I was trying to take the imperial exams, and I picked a lamp to read at night, and I fell asleep. Nope, why do I need a science fair? And who am I again? Genie's mind was messed up into a paste. He realized that he was missing a lot of memories and wanted to try to recall them, but his headache was splitting when he thought about it. In desperation, he reopened his books and read. Outside, in the eyes of the crowd, Genie had been caught in a fifth order illusion formation for 3 minutes, his face as flat as water. with no sign of waking up for the time being. This made them vaguely relieved. They really didn't know what kind of mood they would be in if all the fifth order enhanced illusion formations were broken by Qin in seconds. In the meantime, the smell of Dao incense was so strong that Li Yuan swept away his fatigue, and the cold sweat on his forehead evaporated and dissipated, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and clear, and when the people looked into them, their hearts were inexplicably bottomless, as if they had been seen through all the hidden secrets. Congratulations, Family Master Li, for successfully exiting the gate. A marquee can be expected. The prosperity of the Li family is set. As soon as Li Yuan woke up, he received a flood of transmissions, all of which congratulated him. He turned his head to see that the outside of the phantom room was filled with people at some point, both known and unknown. What's the situation? They all know that I'm going to successfully leave the gate, so they've specially come to congratulate me? Oh, it's nice to have a heart. Though, Li Yuan was in an excellent mood right now. After this fifth order illusion array refinement, his soul had metamorphosed into a divine soul ahead of schedule at the Grandmaster realm, and he had made tremendous progress, and it was only a matter of time before he was crowned a marquis in the future. A marquis with a lifespan of over 1,000 years is enough to ensure the prosperity of the Li family for hundreds of years. However, soon after, Li Yuan received Li Yi's voice transmission, and his face stiffened as he gradually realized that the people outside were not specially coming to congratulate him, but were following Qin Yi, this mysterious martial artist named Qin Yi. He was equally curious and had been sending his men to search to see if there was any chance of pulling him in. Now that he raised his eyes, Qin Yi happened to be sitting on a futon 3 meters to his left, motionless, his breath ethereal. This is the first time he's come to try the illusory dream room, isn't it? I wonder which difficulty illusion formation he's currently caught in, Li Yuan asked in a voice transmission. The answer came back quickly from outside a fifth order illusion formation. 5th degree? Li Yuan was shocked, secretly saying that Qin Yi was young and frivolous, not knowing the heights of heaven, and asked, "What realm is he in?" Li Yi replied, "President Su said that, like you, he is also a grandmaster. 2 months, and you've risen from martial artist to grandmaster? This son really has the capital to be arrogant." The shock in Li Yuan's heart increased, but when he thought about what he had experienced in the fifth order illusion formation, he still couldn't help but shake his head. Realm cultivation and Dao heart honing are ultimately two very different paths. Just because realm cultivation is fast, it doesn't mean that the Dao heart must be stable, and the soul must be strong. As soon as he finished saying this, Li Yi couldn't help but respond. Family Master, Qin Yi has just immunized himself against the third order enhanced illusion formation and broke the fourth order enhanced illusion formation in 3 minutes. Li Yuan, what kind of monster is this? Even though he specialized in pupil arts, the first time he attempted a fourth order illusion formation, he almost sank, and it took him 3 days to come to his senses. You're telling me you'll break the formation in 3 minutes? Li Yuan's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Qin Yi. But, he was still a bit self-confident as a person, and it was impossible for him to lick Qin Yi on the spot and request the other party to join the Li family and become an offering. And the fifth order illusion array really wasn't that simple. The current him actually had the confidence to break through the fourth order illusion array within 10 minutes. But the fifth order, it would still take at least 3 days. When he wakes up, you reach out to him and see if you can pull it together. Li Yuan stood up and moved his muscles while instructing Li Yi. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange movement occurred on Qin Yi's side. Chapter 127, The Li Family's Attraction. Inside the illusory dream chamber, Qin Yi's entire body was bathed in holy light, as if he had transformed into a man of light. Under the incomparable luster of this statement, at the location of his brow, a wisp of fire kept swaying, clearly visible, constantly rippling out. Li Yuan stared at the wisp of fire with a deadpan expression of astonishment, and his eyes flashed as he instantly remembered what this fire was actually a thing. This is the divine soul that he has put in countless hours of hard work, and fought to the death to get. The mortal soul metamorphosis into God that he had been pursuing for 3 years. Qin Yi had unexpectedly accomplished it a long time ago. The divine soul is a soul made of mortal souls melting and polishing a huge amount of Dao intent. It can maintain clarity and enlightenment in an illusion formation. Unless the illusion formation is of too high a level, it is impossible for ordinary illusion techniques to have an effect on the divine soul. No wonder Qin Yi was directly immune to third-order illusionary formations, and even fourth-order illusionary formations were able to break through the confusion within 3 minutes. But the fifth-order formation is too much stronger than the fourth order, and the fifth-order illusion formation in the illusion dream room is still a strengthened version. So even if it's a divine soul, it would have to be bewildered for most of the day before it could come to its senses. Right? Li Yuan, who had just metamorphosed out of his divine soul not long ago, had studied the divine soul very deeply. However, what he wasn't aware of was that not only did Qin Yi have a divine soul, but he also had a level 2 Dao Xin Tong Ming. Under the superposition of 2 and 2, the impact caused by the fifth order enhanced illusion formation on him weakened by half, and in less than 15 minutes, he recalled his original mind in the illusionary realm and struggled to come to his senses. In other words, although the fifth order enhanced illusion formation was effective against Qin Yi, it was just like that, and could only be considered ordinary difficulty. Clang! The calm illusory dream room violently resounded with a sharp chirping whistle, resembling a phoenix's roar and a dragon's roar, sweeping across with an extremely domineering, world-visiting pressure. Li Yuan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran his gongfu to protect his body, but even though he actively resisted, he was still knocked back several meters by the cyclone set off by the sounding whistle, and leaned against the wall of the illusionary dream room. Seeing this scene, the corners of the eyes of all the people in the outside world jumped and their mouths went dry. Qin Yi was able to suppress a grandmaster of the same rank with just his aura and pressure. Qin Yi's strength. It was evident. Let's not forget that Li Yuan was a veteran grandmaster, a grandmaster with the potential to be crowned, worthy of being a demon who has dominated the three extreme lists. His battle power is extraordinary. It's no longer something that ordinary people like us can go and imagine. Not far from staggering, he stood in the closest place to the illusion dream room, obviously separated from a whole illusion dream room, but still can feel the monstrous influx of pressure pouring out. Almost shocked him on the spot to get down. With such a terrifying aura, Qin Yi would definitely have no problem defeating the mountain and sea realm by crossing the levels. I can't say. I can even maneuver around the seal marquee realm. On the other side, Su Ruox's brows were tightly locked as he gazed intently at Qin Yi, who had been transformed into a ball of light, and detected a ray of unbelievable Dao intent from Qin Yi's body. In theory, breaking through the fifth order illusion formation would only result in the commendation of the great Dao of illusion, and the power of the Dao of illusion would appear on one's body. But Qin Yi's body, not only is there the illusory Dao force, there is also a lingering unfamiliar Dao force coiled, which is mixed with a shocking killing breath. Su Ruoxu just glanced at it faintly, and he felt that both his eyes stung, and there was blood flowing out of his pupils. This power, this Dao intent, it's too sharp, too overbearing. It's like it's going to open up the sky. Actually, Su Ruoxu's thoughts were not wrong. This strand of Dao power flowing from Qin Yi was none other than the heaven-opening sword. He gradually realized his true nature in the illusion, and did not keep struggling in trying to escape from the illusion as normal people do. He directly used his divine thoughts as a sword and attempted to chop out a heaven-opening sword in the illusionary realm, cutting through the entire illusionary realm. Escaping the illusionary realm was not Qin Yi's style. Now that he's here, it's only natural that he should leave in style. So, in the world of illusion, an earth-shattering sword aura ran through heaven and earth, erupting into a brilliant flame of light. Under this sword, the world seemed to have been split into two halves, in which was a flat and smooth sword mark. The colors of the two halves of the world slowly faded into black and white, eventually collapsing like a broken mirror. Endless nothingness wrapped around, and only Qin Yi's divine soul remained in the heavens and earth, floating alone. Next, white light flickered in the void, and Qin Yi opened his eyes with a huff. Swish! The 10,000 sword intent swung sturdily, and then returned to silence in the blink of an eye. Qin Yi stood up from the futon and briefly inspected his body before he was pleasantly surprised to find that his total amount of spiritual energy and the strength of his divine soul had been boosted to varying degrees. What was most refreshing was that the sense of the heaven-opening sword had gotten a little deeper. A sword that opens up the sky is about a nothing that can't be chopped. The sky can be chopped, the earth can be chopped, and the ethereal spirit world can naturally be chopped as well. The fifth order enhanced illusion formation, although it didn't last long, was effective against him. He gathered his mind and looked around, but he saw the eaters outside the illusory dream room each staring at themselves in silence. In this moment, all is silent and the world is focused on him, but being stared at like this, Qin Yi didn't feel anything special. Where is this? If you guys are shocked like this when you pass the fifth order phantom array, then when I pass the sixth order, won't I be shocked to the point of fainting on the spot? You don't say. There were a few onlooker martial artists who had once attempted the illusory dream chamber and collapsed in the third order illusion formation, and they really almost fainted from watching. They knew that the gap between people had the potential to be very large, but they never thought it could be as large as this. It feels like it's not even a species anymore. However, if we were to say who was most shocked by Qin Yi's 15-minute speedy passage through the fifth order enhanced illusion formation, it would be none other than Li Yuan. Li Yuan had just experienced the fifth order enhanced illusion formation and knew very well how terrifying it was. In addition, he was also the one who was closest to Qin Yi, and had felt the most of the heaven-opening sword intent the moment Qin Yi's sword had cut through the illusionary realm, and at this moment, his heart was trembling, and he had yet to slow down. When he recovered his mind and dispelled the effects of the heaven-opening sword intent, He stood up at the first opportunity and staggered over to Qin Yi's side. His face was piled with smiles as he enthusiastically approached Qin Yi's side and softly said, "Truly a hero comes out of a young man. I've heard of young friend Qin's great name long ago, and have admired it for a long time, and when I saw it today, it was more of a sight to behold. I don't know if you've joined any house masters, little friend? My Li family has always loved and cared for heavenly pride, and is good at cultivating the proud sons of the human race. So if little friend Qin has any intentions, he can come to my Li family as a guest and take a tour. All the families within the human alliance have the practice of cultivating secretaries, which is essentially a kind of mercenary who works for their own family. Of course, if you are strong enough, it is not necessarily a part-time job, but may also be cooperation, or even become a subsidiary family, attached to the name of the strong. Like the Li clan, the treatment provided for the senior guest secretary was extremely considerable, and it was also safer than fighting for your life outside. However, pulling in the guest ministers was pulling in the ministers. The martial artists present had never seen that the contemporary head of the family had personally come down to pull in the guest ministers. And look at Li Yuan, that demeanor. Not quite like pulling together, more like fawning and currying favor. Gee, changing your face is too fast, isn't it? Outside, Li Yi saw his eldest uncle Li Yuan fawning, awkwardly scratched his head, remembering that his eldest uncle a few minutes ago was still righteously saying that his hallowed Li family head would not personally go to pull Qin Yi. Absolute strength, indeed, can change all promises. Chapter 128, Stacking Formations. Chief Meeting. Going to sit in the Li family and become a high-ranking guest of the Li family? Qin Yi thought of the expression on Li Wolfeng's face when he saw him after he became a senior guest secretary, and suddenly felt a bit happier. However, he didn't want to become a wage earner for an individual family, even if the other party offered a high price. There was no high price, higher than the contribution points he earned for free action. In short, not interested. Of course, not interested in the return of no interest, the surface of the work, or to do enough. After all, the hand does not hit the smiling face of the people. Li Yuan to their own so polite, but there is no need to be too crazy, too direct. To give him to stay a little bit of face is also good. Senior is too kind. I've only been practicing martial arts for less than 3 months. There are still a lot of things I don't understand and lack. Qin Yi returns a polite smile. As for the matter of sitting as a guest, why don't you wait for me to pass the 6th order illusion formation first? Then find a quiet place to chat in detail? Li Yuan. Phantom room, outdoor crowd. They looked at Qin Yi's humble face and thought that he would say something modest, but they didn't expect to say something that looked modest, but in reality, he was so wild that he had no boundaries. You say that you have only practiced martial arts for less than 3 months, and then you have shown such an exaggerated comprehensive strength nowadays. How can you ask these old guys who have practiced martial arts for decades to live? Can't even hang on to my face. The first half of the sentence is barely audible. And this second half, listen to this. Is this human language? You, Qin Yi, are only at the Grand Master realm, and you actually want to challenge the 6th order enhanced illusion formation? That was a high-level formation used to sharpen the marquee. Challenging a 6th order illusion formation across 2 great realms in a row, or a strengthened version. You must think clearly. Ma did not go far and said in a deep voice, a Grandmaster caught in a 6th order strengthened version of the illusion formation is likely to experience a special situation and completely sink. Even outsiders using external force cannot wake you up by shouting. Generally speaking, when a martial artist is caught in a phantom array, even if he or she can't wake up voluntarily, he or she can still rely on outsiders to stimulate him or her to wake up passively. But the 6th order illusion formation was different. The illusion created by it could cause martial artists to fall into an extremely deep level of disorientation, even ignoring outside influences, so that one would never be able to wake up. To be honest, even though Qin Yi was confident and had the probability of clearing the 6th order enhanced illusion formation, it was best not to try. Fear not. Fear not. Being endowed with heavenly talent, there was absolutely no need for Qin Yi to gamble on such a risk. Not only was Ma not far away, even Li Yuan and Su Ruoxu began to advise Qin Yi not to venture into danger and open the 6th order illusion formation. Seeing their all solemn appearance, Qin Yi was also a bit hesitant. 6th order illusion formation. Is it really that outrageous? Although he had confidence in himself, he was not a reckless person, and after some thought, Qin Yi took out a spirit talisman from his waist, held it in his hand, and separated a strand of divine thought to dive into the spirit talisman. This spirit talisman was none other than the 3rd order spirit beast talisman that Zhang Tianfan had given him. Some time ago, after laboring to set up the 7th order void killing formation, Big Dog was so emaciated that he took the initiative to enter the Spirit Beast Talisman to sleep and rest when he saw that Qin Yi had survived the Altered God Society's killing rebellion unharmed. When Qin Yi left the eastern suburbs supermarket, he was bound to have taken this spirit beast talisman with him as well. If you want to talk about formations, no one here should know more about them than Big Dog, right? Whether or not the killing power of the sixth order enhanced illusion formation on oneself was as horrifying as what they had told, one could tell by asking, shaking the huffing and puffing Big Dog awake with his divine thoughts. A series of barking complaints came in the next second, straight into Qin Yi's sea of consciousness. I haven't even rested for long, and you come to disturb me? Have a fart. The Big Dog looked disgusted, but in fact had a knife's mouth and a tofu heart, and didn't reject Qin Yi's intention at all. Qin Yi used his divine thoughts to weave memory images and channel them to the Big Dog, informing him of the general situation of the illusory dream room. Immediately afterward, the Big Dog let out a light eek, and the dog's paw stroked his chin, saying in wonder, "The runic formation master who set up this illusionary dream room is really a genius, and this kind of formation pattern is a bit interesting. The illusion formation in this illusory dream room is very unusual. On the surface it looks like it's just a sixth order reinforced formation, but in reality it's a stack of third order, fourth order, fifth order, and sixth order illusory formations, together with a few special spiritual objects to construct it, and the overall strength is infinitely approaching that of seventh order formations. This kind of overlapping formation is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2, and it's almost impossible to set up an overlapping formation when the level of the formatter isn't high enough. Interesting. I wonder who the array maker really is. You'll have a chance to ask around for me." Qin Yi didn't know much about formation-related things. He only wanted to know now if he could attempt the sixth order difficulty. The Big Dog considered carefully for a moment and nodded. That illusion dream room administrator's statement is justified. There is a real possibility that a Grand Master who attempts a sixth order illusion formation across two great realms may never wake up again. But well, the formation in this illusionary dream room is not meant to put you to death. So there is a backdoor that can be used to temporarily shut down the formation and forcefully liberate you. It's just a pity that those runic array makers out there are at such a poor level that they didn't see the insurance left behind by the one who laid the array. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, seeing the Big Dog's pair of paws wrapped around his chest, God in a godly manner, knowing that he had already seen the back door. In this way, it can be called foolproof. I'm going to turn on the sixth order difficulty, so stay awake for now and keep an eye on things for me. Qin Yi withdrew his divine thoughts and prepared to continue experiencing the illusion formation. The effectiveness of the fifth order illusion formation in improving him was not obvious enough, but if it was the sixth order, it was estimated that there would be a big improvement. If he really trapped him in the illusion, his adaptive evolution might even take effect and evolve new spirit-related skills. Qin Yi guessed that spirit-related skills should be caused by the evolution of brain cells and nerve cells. Alas, I am truly a busy dog. What would you do without me? The Big Dog climbed up from the void and looked out with a smile, pretending and sighing. But despite me helping you like this, you're still unwilling to call me Master Dog. It can't be helped. After all, Master Dog is Master Dog, and doesn't care about people in general. So I'll help you one more time. The Big Dog detached a few strands of spiritual energy, penetrated the spirit beast talisman, and dived into the illusionary dream room, seemingly hooking up to the core formation of the illusionary dream room and seeking out the so-called back door. It's ready to go. After he made sure that he had everything under control, he immediately transmitted his voice to inform Qin Yi. Qin Yi received the news, not caring about the persuasions and gazes of the outsiders around him. He sat down indifferently, dismissed distractions and began a new round of grinding. In the meantime, Yuhang City Center, Ruling Hall. A special car with an official logo stopped in front of the ruling hall, and the top figures from all districts of Yuhang got off one after another, either greeting each other or walking alone with an indifferent face, all of them walking towards the ruling building. These bigwigs who controlled Yuhang were summoned together by Yuhang's chief ruler, Xiao Yang, and were about to open a big meeting of unprecedented proportions. Inside the conference room, the handlers of the districts took their seats one after another, flipping through the meeting materials in their hands, their stony faces mixed with a hint of strangeness. In the meeting materials they had on hand, it was clearly written that this was the topic of the meeting, and the theme. It was none other than Qin Yi. Chapter 129 Official Awards. This high-level meeting in Yuhang, they don't talk about people's livelihoods, they don't talk about construction, they only talk about Qin Yi. Not long ago, Qin Yi led the booby-trapped killings of the Altered Spirit Society organization, with remarkable results, and received the strong esteem and recommendation of Jiangnan King Shenmo. With this heavenly feat, Qin Yi had completely stepped into the sights of the top management of Jiangnan province. Or not only Jiangnan province, but also there were bigwigs over at the Tianjing who had taken notice of Qin Yi. There was no way around it. Qin Yi had created too many miracles in these 2 months, transforming from a wasted body of martial arts to a top-level martial arts practicing demon, breaking through 3 major realms in 2 months. leaping from an ordinary person to a grandmaster, and with a solid foundation and extremely strong real-world combat abilities. On this point alone, even if he didn't make a heavenly achievement, it was enough to make the top management of Jiangnan province pay attention. The Human Alliance's protection of its own heavenly pride wasn't just a matter of words. There were actual actions. Once included in the official Heaven's Pride protection list, not only would they be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual supplies, but secretly, they might also have an official expert personally escorting them. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. A region produced a top-tier heavenly pride, and when this pride grew up, this region would also be rewarded. Just like the Education Bureau in the previous world would reward the city that produced the top scholar. It's all about performance. It is for this reason. Xiao Yang is particularly concerned about this matter. Just got the news from the provincial high-level side. Will not stop to convene a group of people under the meeting. Qinyi's family lineage is clean. Basically we can rule out the possibility of an undercover agent of a foreign race. After all, no foreign race would be stupid enough to throw out a genius with such a terrifying talent as a spy. Xiao Yang stood in front of the conference table, scanning the people below as he said aloud. According to my observation and analysis, as long as Qinyi doesn't die, his future is guaranteed to be a king seal, guaranteed to seal the deal. The endpoint that countless martial artists could hardly look up to in their entire lives. But in Qinyi's case, it was only a guaranteed realm. Yu Hang. No, in the entire Human Alliance, there hasn't been a genius of this level for at least 50 years. The subordinates' hearts were in awe. None of them were stupid and naturally heard the deeper meaning in Chief Zhao's words. Qinyi is not a pond. The future is bound to transform into a dragon. But before the transformation of the dragon, the Yuhang city, as Qinyi's hometown, have to be more meaningful, give some benefits, and establish a good relationship in advance. If a true king or even an exalted person had been born in the city they managed, and they, the group of executives, were unaware of it and did not give any help at all, they would likely be held accountable afterward. In fact, more than a decade ago, something similar happened in Yuhang. That time, a teenager named Lin Chongqing came out of nowhere, crushing all the pride of his generation, suppressing the sequence of foreign races, shining brightly, and being crowned king in the midst of all the attention. His title is called Xintian Wang, Lin Chongqing. Although the king of Xintian had disappeared for many years, his residual power still survived in the hearts of the elderly in Yuhang and never dissipated. Chief Xiao, according to your opinion, how would it be better to commend Qinyi? The consul of the northern suburb of Yuhang flipped through the information in his hands and frowned. The specifics about Qinyi in this information are too brief, and we won't be able to prescribe the right medicine to deliver what Qinyi needs the most. Rewards and gift-giving also have a doorway in them. Giving spiritual objects indiscriminately, it is likely that the other party will accept them but not be able to use them, adding to the waste. It's best to give the person something they desperately need or are in dire need of. It's always better to give them something in the snow than in the icing on the cake. Being reminded by the consul of the northern suburb of Yuhang like this, the rest of the crowd realized that the information in their hands was indeed a bit sketchy. By all rights, they should have gotten a copy of the information that was so detailed that it was documented in which hospital Qinyi was born. But this profile, apart from the name, ethnicity, age and some of the most basic information, there is nothing, not even a photo. In response, Xiao Yang was helpless. Qinyi's information has been encrypted. I can't open it or read it with my authority. Ha! The chief executive of Yuhang. Even within Yuhang, there are still residents who cannot see the information? The crowd felt enlightened. Even the chief consul couldn't look at it for fear that it wasn't a town-state level of secrecy. In other words, they were not even that qualified to look at Qinyi's information. As for the intelligence that was printed out before the encryption, according to the encryption regulations of the Human Alliance, Xiao Yang has to destroy it immediately, and can no longer continue to look through it, not to mention that it cannot be leaked to outsiders. Failure to do so is a first-degree theft offense. Regarding Qinyi, we know nothing about him except that he has a demonic talent and some basic experiences. How can we arrange kudos for him if we don't know anything? The subordinates are guilty of this. If the rewards weren't good enough, Qinyi might feel that the officials didn't value him. If they're too nice, the other party won't necessarily accept it, and they'll worry that they have ulterior motives. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a cool female voice came from the corner, causing the crowd to subconsciously raise their heads and look towards the source of the sound. This is Xiao Shi from Yuhang East Suburb Police Station. I once read Qinyi's detailed file, and I have a few things to know about him, Xiao Shi said in a deep voice. She was one of the few people present who had gone through Qinyi's file in detail several times, and could be said to have memorized Qinyi's life and history backwards. She knew that Qinyi was born in an orphanage in the eastern suburb of Yuhang, and that his parents had both died. and that he had grown up with a boy named Chen Xian. It could be said that the Yuhang Dongjiu orphanage and Chen Xian were the things Qini cared about the most. We can repair all the orphanages in Yuhang, focusing on the orphanages in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. In addition, it will also give Qini a layer of official status and enhance his connection with the officials. Xiao Shi's tone was cold, but in the coldness, it carried leanness and thunder. His official status can't be given too high at once, or it won't be in line with the rules and he won't necessarily accept it. That's why I suggested that he become the principal of one of the local martial arts high schools in Yuhang. A status that's just right. Principal of Budo High School. This is indeed an official capacity and in accordance with the rules. Positions such as the principal of a martial arts high school were always reserved for those who could do it. The stronger and more talented they were, the more qualified they were to hold it. Hearing this flurry of arrangements from Xiao Shi, the vast majority of people felt good. I just wonder, which martial arts high school do you want him to go to? A consul asked. With regards to this question, Xiao Shi had already had an idea, and immediately replied, Yuhang no, one martial arts academy. What do you guys think? The first martial arts academy of Yuhang is the best high school in Yuhang, but that's not the point. The point is, Qini's closest friend Chen Xian was studying at the first martial arts academy in Yuhang and was about to take the annual winter martial arts exam, repairing the eastern suburbs orphanage, appointing the principal of the martial arts high school, and rewarding a 5th rank spirit fruit and an A rank stance. That's pretty much it. Xiao Shi summarized it thus. Chapter 130, New Uses for the System. In the meantime, Yuhang Budo Federation, Room of Illusion. Qini was still unaware that he was about to be awarded a series of commendations by the officials, and now that his mind was free of distractions, he was concentrating on maneuvering his divine thoughts, touching the core array pattern and opening the 6th order illusion formation. Not long after, 4 runes of different colors, gold, red, white and blue, descended from the sky and surrounded Qini's head, extending and linking up with each other, condensing into an overlapping formation in the shape of 6, covering a small area. Immediately afterward, Qini's consciousness instantly blurred, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, and there was no more movement. The 6th order illusion formation grinding has officially begun. Just like the last 5th order illusion formation, Qini woke up from his sleep with a groggy head, and when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an environment that was both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. He didn't know why he was here or that he was in an illusionary realm, only that new memories kept pouring out of his mind, filling in the gaps and irrationalities of logic and giving Qini a new identity. Desks, computers, cell phones. Looking at the illuminated cell phone screen on the bedside table, Qini drifted away and stared down. Mr. Chen, there's a new bug in this program. You remember to fix it and go back to sleep after fixing it. I want to see the result tomorrow morning. It's 1:30 a.m. And his immediate boss, Mr. Chen, is still supervising his work and modifying code bugs. I'm a programmer? Did I come back again and become a 996 social animal? Qini was in a trance for a moment, then realized that something was wrong. Why would I say something like, come back again? Haven't I always been a social animal? He suddenly felt a headache, holding his forehead and sitting on the bed, wanting to sleep, but then remembered the face of the boss tomorrow morning, as well as 6,000 a month, have to pay back 18 years of mortgage, and gritted his teeth, did not rest, stayed up all night to change the code bugs. There was no talk all night. By the time he got up in the morning, he was depressed, with 2 thick dark circles under his eyes, and drained. Looking at his disheveled self in the mirror, he laughed bitterly, shaking his head and laughing to himself. This is such a boring life to live. I might as well reopen it earlier. He packed up his things and casually shuffled around before hurriedly squeezing onto the subway to get to work. During the boring and painful commute to work, he always inexplicably suspected that he was dreaming. But when I pinched the flesh of my thigh, the sharp pain was so real. I'm an exploited social animal, and it's all true. He suddenly said this to himself. So for several days in a row he lived the same life, waking up at 6 in the morning to catch the subway, arriving home at 9 in the evening to work overtime. He became more and more silent, and more adapted to this early morning and late night life, as if his life was supposed to be like this. What? I don't know. On this day, at 3 in the morning, he had completed the extra tasks assigned by the company nearly overnight, and was now standing in front of the sink, gazing at himself in the mirror with a full mouth of scruff and a scruffy haircut, when a sudden anger rose in his heart, an anger that wanted to break everything with a single punch. My life shouldn't be like this. What am I doing? What's the difference between living like this and dying? Snap! He didn't know where he got the courage to raise his fist and punch the mirror. Click, click, click. Several gaps snaked out of the flat and smooth mirror surface, and scarlet blood spilled out of Qini's fist blade. staining the lens a light red. The pain instantly spread from his right hand to his brain. His eyes regained some clarity, looked at his broken self in the mirror and frowned. I have a level 5 pain tolerance. How could I possibly feel pain from such a small injury? When he finished speaking, he suddenly changed his face and said in surprise, "What was I talking about? And what is level 5 pain tolerance?" Shini's heart throbbed as he felt like a piece of his brain was missing, a layer of his memory broken. He tried hard to think along the keyword, level 5 pain tolerance, but the more he thought about it, the more his brain hurt, tearing pain, so much so that he hunched over, unable to stand up. Something was preventing him from recalling it. Shini is all about recall. His forehead rippled with a vein, his face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth. Damn. If it hurts, but the worst thing is that it hurts me to death. And that's a relief. I'm going to think. The throbbing in his heart became stronger and stronger, and points of light gradually emerged in his mind, which continued to flutter and converge, eventually changing into a scene of bizarre images that renewed the broken pieces of memory. In a split second, Shini's eyes widened as a memory image flashed in the depths of his eyes, blurred memories clearing up again as suppressed emotions rushed out. Practicing martial arts, illusionary formations, grinding, the words squeezed out of his throat, and then the next second, break, an explosive shout exploded, and 10,000 sword intent shot out in all directions, tearing apart this false world and cutting through this void sky. Wow dash! The entire world was sliced into countless portions of debris, drifting down from the sky as the stern sword intent pierced through the firmament, carrying the greatness of destroying all things and blasting into the void. Clang! Immediately, Shini's eyes snapped open. Familiar transparent glass walls, familiar futon, dumbfoundedly Yuan, excited-looking President Su. When these things were introduced to his eyes one by one, Shini knew that he had passed the barrier. A sixth-order illusion formation. Nothing more. He grinned, enjoying the people around him competing to be the first to brag about him, enjoying the Li family head's desperate attempts to draw him in, when suddenly, a drop of cold sweat seeped out of his back. Nope. Very wrong. Did I really break through the sixth-order illusion? Ignoring the pleasantries of the outsiders, he took out the spirit beast talisman from his waist and inquired to Big Dog, "Can you try turning off the sixth-order illusion formation in the illusion dream room?" The Big Dog gave him a puzzled look and shrugged his shoulders. "Sure, but didn't you already return safely, so why waste my time closing it?" Saying that, the Big Dog ground its dog teeth, and the stacked array above the illusory dream room suddenly calmed and fell silent, no longer fluctuating. Just, is it closed? Shini still felt that something was wrong. It was too unreasonable. The sixth-order phantom array had stuck him for so long and cost him so much effort to break through. Why? No response to adaptive evolution? His neuron cells and brain cells, they should have evolved. Before entering the sixth-order illusion formation, Big Dog had instructed him that the sixth-order illusion formation would cause him great trouble. This level of trouble is absolutely to the bottom line of adaptive evolution. Mental power-related parts are also evolvable. I should still be in the illusion array. The illusion formation can simulate everything I've experienced, but it can't simulate the system. The avenue of illusions can't penetrate the system. A term flashed through Shini's mind, a term that shook his heart. Stacked formations. Illusion formations can stack. So what about illusions? Is it possible for there to be a layer of illusion wrapped around another layer of illusion? Chapter 131, The Li family is not worthy. Shini poked around with his afterglow, but no matter how carefully he looked, he couldn't discern any clues. What's wrong with you? The sixth-order illusion formation has finished quenching, so we should go, right? The Big Dog asked somewhat strangely as he watched Shini look around. Shini did not pay attention to him. He always felt that his thinking had become stiff and sluggish. The answers to many questions could clearly be figured out with just a little bit of brain power, but he just couldn't figure it out, and his thoughts wouldn't go in that direction. Just realized the problem with the system in a mere flash of insight. Hold on. System? Since the illusion couldn't simulate the existence of the system, then wouldn't I be able to determine whether I was in the illusion or reality by opening the system panel with the thought in my mind? Shini was enlightened. His thoughts were definitely affected by the illusion, and such a simple method hadn't even occurred to him in the first place. Obviously, he was thinking about the system, but in the next second, he left the system behind. The avenue of illusion. Not only does it create a false illusion, it also tampers with the thoughts and memories of those who enter the formation, constructing real illusions. This was one kind of Tao intent of the Tao of illusion, while tampering with memories and thoughts was another kind of Tao intent of the Tao of illusion. Shini's eyes lit up as he realized something in his heart. Following this feeling of realization, he muttered system panel and instantly, nothing happened, as expected. I was still in the illusion. The sixth order enhanced illusion formation, layer upon layer, shackling martial artists with stacked formations, was extremely dangerous, and there was indeed a possibility that one would not be able to get out for the rest of their lives. No wonder Big Dog and the illusory dream room administrator both reminded him that once the sixth order illusory formation was opened, it was likely that there would be a terrifying situation that people from the outside world would not be able to awaken. Swish! Since he had already determined that he was still in the illusionary formation, Genie would not hold back any longer, and with his heart in his mouth, he transformed his divine thoughts into a sword and chopped out horizontally. Terrifying sword chi erupted in all directions, instantly shattering the walls of the illusory dream room, penetrating through space, and chopping out a deep, bottomless crack in the void. When the surrounding onlooker martial artists saw this scene, they were all horrified and shouted, "Genie, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Taking the initiative to destroy the buildings of the Martial Arts Federation is a capital offense. Don't you want to die? Aha! Stop it!" The onlookers angrily rebuked Genie, and some martial artists who were closer to the illusory dream room were even chopped into pieces by the sudden sword chi. However, Big Dog and Su Roaksu, who were more familiar with Genie's character, were astonished and stared at Genie without saying a word. Seemingly pondering over Genie's purpose for doing so, they reacted as if it were real. Those who were closer to Genie didn't raise their voices to scold him, while ordinary passers-by broke into curses. These are the most normal reactions. A sixth-order illusion formation, when it was truly terrifying, if not for the fact that Genie was completely certain that everything in front of him was fake, he would probably have fallen into self-doubt as well. The domineering sword chi swept away everything Genie could see. He didn't bother with the bitter rebuke and obstruction of those outsiders. He who determined that the illusionary realm existed, disregarding any obstruction, like a god of killing who was going to break through the entire world. He didn't spare even a crumb. In the end, everything in the world was decimated by him, and the entire world turned into nothingness, with only the lingering sword intent surging across the world, never dissipating. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi condensed into a single point as the heaven-opening sword intent climbed to its peak, piercing through nothingness and allowing endless light to penetrate in from another world, spilling onto Genie's face. Wow! He once again opened his eyes once again. This time, the heaven-opening sword intent did not leak out even a single trace. All the sword chi and sword intent was collected by him, as if nothing had happened. Just an ordinary opening of his eyes. Looking around, Li Yuan, Su Roaksu, and the eaters were all standing there peacefully, jaws agape and silent. All eyes were focused on Genie. Finally, "I'm awake. I'm going to rest." To his ears, the big dog's words came in passing, telling Genie that he was going to continue sleeping and resting. Genie didn't say anything and looked up to see that the six formation pattern suspended above him was showering down brilliant Dao aura, which merged into Genie's body and transformed into soft and pure Dao power, constantly nourishing his physical body and soul. In the brain domain, the sea of sense was boiling and active like a fountain, with a large amount of living water surging madly upwards, widening and deepening the sea of sense and allowing Genie's total amount of spiritual power to grow. Ding! Your brain cells and nerve cells have been nourished by the illusory way power, and have successfully evolved into a supreme divine ability, Dao Xian Tong Ming LV3. Ding! You have broken through the sixth order illusory stacking formation, realized the meaning of the illusory way, illusion, and have successfully evolved your natural aptitude, divine illusory eyes. Third level Dao Xian Tong Ming, plus an active pupil art, God's illusory eye. The gains obtained from clearing the sixth order illusionary formation were indeed quite a lot. Third grade Dao Xian Tong Ming aside, this pupil art divine illusionary eye granted him the ability to meticulously hold on to illusions, and just by looking at another person, he was able to make them fall silent in the illusion he constructed. If the mind is not strong enough, it is even possible for a person to become permanently addicted and never wake up. This divine ability didn't have a rank, but it involved Dao power, and the deeper his understanding of the Dao of illusion in the future, the stronger the divine illusion eye would be. If one were to make a hard analogy, the divine illusionary eye is equivalent to a growable A-rank pupil art with divine grade potential. Above S rank, it's a holy product. Above that, it's a divine product. In addition to the two divine abilities, Genie also felt that all of his attributes had improved, and when he looked into his brain area, he could see his divine soul bathed above the sea of consciousness, with 4 Dao intentions lingering around it. Of these 4 Dao intentions, 3 came from the flesh avenue, and the remaining one was the illusion Dao intent fantasy, which had just been comprehended. The so-called fantasy is to directly work on the other person's soul, pulling them into the illusion they have constructed. The appearance of 4 Dao intentions symbolized that Genie could bear 4 Dao branches and grow 4 Dao fruits in the future. Family Masterly, I wonder how long I've been asleep. Genie withdrew his attention, turned his head to look at the disoriented Li Yuan, and asked out loud. Hearing Qi Ni's voice, Li Yuan then shivered and awoke with a start, smiling bitterly. About a day and a half. Less than 2 days. Less than 2 days to break through the sixth order illusion formation. What kind of monster could do this? One must know that Qi Ni was only a grandmaster. At the same level as him, Li Yuan sighed and silently walked out of the phantom dream room, pulling Li Yi, who hadn't regained his senses, and slipped home without looking back. It wasn't until he walked out of the door of the Martial Arts Federation that Li Yi, who was being dragged by Li Yuan, came back to his senses and gulped in disbelief. Family Master, this Qi Ni's natural talent is so perverse. Why don't you continue to keep it to try and draw him in? What's the point of leaving so early? Li Yuan glanced at him and shook his head. A genius of his level can't pull it together. Our Li family is not worthy. At this point, he recalled Qi Ni's previous words to himself. Try the sixth order illusion formation first, then talk about being a guest, and could finally react to what exactly it meant. This was to make him ashamed of himself and actively give up pulling in Qi Ni as a guest minister. Good high emotion statement. Chapter 132. Please call me Principal Qin. Name, Qi Ni. Life level, race stellar human, 85%. Power, 1150. Body mass, 2100. Agility, 924. Total mental power, 3800. Total amount of Qi and blood, 38,000 cards. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, illusory god's pupil. Pain tolerance LV5. Immortal golden body LV4. Taoist mind LV3. No redness in the face. No jumping in the heart. Tenderness without bones. Impervious to all poisons. Battle evaluation. Some people appear to be new to the Grand Master on the surface, but behind their backs, they can already fight the feudal marquis realm. Of course, you can't beat the Feng Ho realm to death, and it's hard for the Feng Ho realm to beat you to death. 2,100 body points. If the original 2,000 points of physique was infinitely close to the level of the feudal marquis realm, then the current 2,100 points was formally crossing the threshold of the feudal marquis realm, standing at the same starting line as the feudal marquis realm. As the system's evaluation of his battle power said, in the future, it would be very difficult for the feudal marquis realm to kill him, but he didn't have any special meritorious means to kill the feudal marquis realm either. The total amount of Qi and blood and the total amount of spiritual power are constantly approaching the upper limit of the Grand Master realm, and it will be capped in a week at the latest. Qi Ni estimated that his upper limit should be far higher than that of a Grand Master of the same rank. The total Qi and blood of a Great Master of the same rank was capped at roughly 50,000 cards. He had to have 60,000 cards anyways, right? As for the total amount of spiritual power, he has actually surpassed the upper limit of an ordinary Grand Master. An ordinary Grand Master's total mental power was capped at roughly 2,000 points, and he was currently not only exceeding it, but it was almost more than double that. In 2 more days, he would be able to enter the state of enlightenment once more, and this time, Qi Ni intended to perfect the way of the flesh that he had comprehended. Striving to bear the branch of the Tao in 2 enlightenments. The brain area bears the branch of the Tao. The Dantian breeds the mountains and seas, and the sea of consciousness illuminates the immortal path. When all 3 of these symbols were achieved, the martial artist had completely crossed over into the mountain and sea realm. The line of sight moved downward. Qi Ni noticed that the location of his abdomen, there has been a large number of light golden Qi and blood convergence, concentrated into a ball, exuding a majestic atmosphere of great power. Similar to the rumors of the immortals in the Jindan, this golden Dan was still gradually getting bigger, and when the total amount of Qi and blood in his entire body exceeded 50,000 calories and were all integrated into the golden Dan, a world would be birthed within the Dan, called the mountain and sea realm. The so-called mountain and sea realm is a pseudonym from the mountain and sea realm. After reading the personal panel, Qi Ni glanced at the eating crowds outside, seeing that they were still dumbfounded and unable to speak. He no longer continued to stay in the illusionary dream room, and took a big stride out, coming to Su Ruoxu's side. Yu Hang's illusory dream room could only experience a 6th order illusion array at the highest, and now that the 6th order illusion array had been broken open by him, there was naturally no need to stay any longer. Qi Ni excused himself to Su Ruoxu, and with a brisk pace, he disappeared into the Martial Arts Federation before anyone could react. He was going to go to the martial realm to purchase information and maps about the secret realm of Yannan Mountain. And in the meantime, he was going to go to the Yu Hang No. 1 Martial Arts Academy to meet Chen Xian again. After returning to the eastern suburb supermarket to finish learning the second 2 layers of the 7 injuries crazy fist, Qi Ni will be able to set off to the Yendang Mountain secret realm in pursuit of the great opportunity that Big Dog has been talking about. Walking out of the gate of the Martial Arts Federation, Qi Ni had just lifted his foot when he felt his divine soul tremble, and his eyes unconsciously looked towards a corner of the sky. This is the positioning of the giant god's remnants? In order to save his life, Shinji threw the remnants of the giant god's soul onto the devil's finger, and along with the devil's finger, he tore through space and teleported out of sight. At first, he couldn't sense the location of the giant god's remnant soul because his spiritual strength wasn't strong enough. But now, he sensed it, vaguely, but definitely. The distance, within 10,000 miles, not particularly far. It's just kind of weird, like being stuck at the junction of the blue planet and other worlds. Shinji felt it with his heart, but unfortunately, he could only sense it to this extent at most. Anyway, it seemed that the demon finger in the giant god's remnant soul hadn't been discovered by the demon race's people. That would be okay. With this in mind, he turned back to the door of the Martial Arts Federation and watched it carefully, pondering. During his first visit to the Martial Arts Federation, he had discovered that the Martial Arts Federation was actually shrouded by a very secretive top-level formation that could prevent the infiltration of foreign races. And when he left the Martial Arts Federation, he immediately sensed the approximate location of the giant god's remnant soul. This showed that the hidden formations of the Martial Arts Federation had the effect of isolating divine thoughts. Rune Formation I. It's interesting, extremely versatile and applicable. Shinji nodded silently. He still didn't intend to practice formations. Anyway, having Big Dog, a grand master of formations, was already enough. His legs gently stomped downwards, and his entire body rose up into the air, not entering the clouds. This time, he flew freely over Yuhang, towering over the city, and received no more hindrance from the forbidden formations. Looks like the pass is in effect. Shinji scanned the buildings below, and with the vast array of buildings, he sought out the teaching building of the Martial Arts Academy at the shorter end of the building, and was thinking of flying towards there, when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, it was a message from the martial world. Xiao Shi, is she looking for me for something again? Shinji looked at the note name of the letter writer, opened the martial realm, and briefly flipped through it. Whirling around, he understood. The Yuhang City ruling office actually wants me to become the principal of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy? Shinji's expression was stunned, not expecting such a turn of events. He was a person who was afraid of trouble, and was thinking of rejecting Xiao Shi. But unexpectedly Xiao Shi sent a few more paragraphs, getting his words of rejection stuck in his fingertips without sending them out. Xiao Shi, don't worry, being a principal doesn't require teaching or accomplishing anything. You just need to show your face once in a while and speak casually to motivate your students. Xiao Shi, the position of principal is dependent on enrollment and graduation targets, but you're so young. As long as you keep cultivating to become stronger and stronger to a certain extent, you'll become the school's gold standard, and the top students will enroll on their own asses. So there's absolutely no need for you to do anything. Xiao Shi, in addition, the principal of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy has a monthly salary of roughly 100,000 contribution points, not counting bonuses. You don't have to do anything and you can get over 100,000 contribution points for nothing? Pie in the sky really does fall, doesn't it? Shinji realized that he had no reason to refuse. Is this how geniuses are treated? You don't know. It's kind of cool. Shinji had once again experienced the benefits of heaven's pride. There's something to be said for not hiding your strength. You don't hold back. You can pretend if you want to, and you can experience the joy of heavenly pride. After considering it for a few minutes, Shinji agreed to the official commendation from Yuhang. He asked, when am I officially on the job? Xiao Shi, the moment you uttered those words, it was already, beloved headmaster of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy. Shinji, 0. In his impression, wasn't Xiao Shi a high and cold career woman? Why would she suddenly say such playful words? Chapter 133 Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy. At 2 p.m. The sun was shining and there were no clouds. Shinji landed from a high altitude and stopped at the entrance of the First Martial Arts Academy of Yuhang, and before he even got close, he saw several maturely dressed martial artists with smiles on their faces walking towards him head-on. You are Principal Qin, aren't you? It's really as young and handsome as rumored. A young man is a young man. The middle-aged man at the head of the group came up with a line of horse's ass. This person had the lower grade Zhongshu realm. His physique was slightly chubby, and his stomach was slightly bulging, but not so much that he had a big belly. Looking at him, he seemed to be the leader of the school, and already knew that Shinji would come to take over today, so he brought a group of school executives to greet him personally at the school entrance. Shinji had thought that there would be a situation where the school's security guards would not recognize him and stop him as a stranger outside the school, and then he would light up his identity and start pretending to hit his face. I didn't realize that the school didn't even give him that chance, and the vice principal and the director of the faculty ran out of their asses to greet him. Sadly, It looks like the bad plot of the Netflix novel won't be able to happen to me. Qin Yi's surface was unmoving, but his heart was slightly regretful. Right now, the school's party came over to Qin Yi's side, led by the middle-aged man, and introduced themselves to him one by one. I am Yang Jiandao, the vice principal of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy. You can just call me Little Yang. Yang Jiandao patted his chest and continued. I'll be responsible for all the trivial matters within the school. You don't need to worry. Of course, if you want to personally come down and instruct the school on matters related to the school, naturally you can do so, and we will certainly do our best to help. Yang Jiandao's meaning is very simple. Although Qin Yi is the principal of the school, he can be a shirker, enjoying all the principal level treatment without having to work. However, if Qin Yi had a desire for power and wanted to take control of the school, then the teachers and senior management of the school would not resist and all of them would be able to comply with Qin Yi's wishes immediately. In short, Qin Yi could do whatever he wanted in school as long as he didn't do anything harmful. In addition to Vice Principal Yang Jiandao, Director of Academic Affairs Fang Lingyun and the three special teachers all expressed the same to Qin Yi with a look of loyalty. Where in the real world was there so much pretending and face-punching? Qin Yi didn't hide his identity and strength, and the other party definitely wouldn't be foolish enough to offend Qin Yi. After all, on the surface, Qin Yi had swept the three major limit lists, and was involved in an extremely deep relationship with the officials, so how could he look at it? He had a great future ahead of him. For a future pride with a promising future like Qin Yi, taking the initiative to make friends was definitely better than making enemies. Just don't know. Who was the original principal of the Yuhang First Budo Academy? There won't be a bridge where I squeeze him out and then he holds a grudge and contacts a large group of family forces to forcefully come and disgust me, right? Qin Yi asked this question to Yang Jiandao and the others, and was quickly answered. As it turned out, the last principal was actually held concurrently by Yuhang's chief ruler, Xiao Yang, and now that Xiao Yang had ceded the position to him, there would surely not be any problems. After some mutual understanding, Qin Yi walked into the school surrounded by the school's crowd. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed an inexplicable power enveloping him, and raising his eyes towards the center of the school district, he found that the powers originated at the flower bed in the center of the school. Formation? A special formation was set up to keep the students safe? Seeing Qin Yi's gaze on the flower bed, Yang Jiandao busily spoke out to explain. In order to prevent students from fighting privately, there is a fourth-order spirit prohibition formation set up in the campus, which prevents martial artists below the level of upper-grade Zongshi from manipulating spiritual chi for combat on a wide scale, but it has no effect on cultivation. This formation is too low in rank to be effective for you, but if you don't mind the trouble, you can also take a trip to the faculty office and add the white list so that it won't be affected. So it's used to prevent students from fighting privately? It was also true that 17 or 18-year-old children were most likely to be angry and bloodthirsty, and in case they moved their hands without any lightness, it was likely to lead to a tragedy. There were occasional schoolyard bullies in the normal schools of his previous life, let alone the schools of the high martial arts world. Definitely a huge potential hazard if not closely guarded. But isn't this a martial arts school? And after banning spirits, how can the students exercise their practical combat abilities? Qin Yi was like an old leader who came to the school to inspect and patrol, constantly asking questions. Yang Jiandao and the others replied with diligence, using words carefully for fear that they would say the wrong thing. There is a martial arts hall set up near the school's playground, a small unique space that was specially carved out, and as long as one obtains permission from the teachers, one can enter the space of the martial arts hall and hone their skills in actual combat. The space of the martial arts hall will not be controlled by the forbidden spirit formation, and there are also some areas dedicated to testing the strength of students that are not controlled by formations, only monitored by the teachers. There's a small special space in the school dedicated to honing practical combat, TSK. It's worthy of being the best martial arts academy in Yuhang. All kinds of teaching resources are top-notch. Qin Yi had risen from the grassroots, had never attended a martial arts school, and in his last life, he had only attended an ordinary school, and now it was the first time he had seen the layout and teaching mode of the Blue Star World's Martial Arts Academy. This is the meditation room, built with special third-order spirit wood, with the effect of allowing one to meditate and nourish the mind. This is the martial arts training building. There are 4 floors in total, and each floor is set up with different exercise levels, such as the first floor to exercise strength, the second floor to exercise stance. This is the North Cafeteria. Our school has 2 student cafeterias and 1 faculty cafeteria. Along the way, Yang Jiandao, Fang Lingyun, and the 3 special teachers were constantly introducing Qin Yi to the school, while the rest of the ordinary teachers were dismissed by Qin Yi and went back to their own business. Because the accompanying lineup was so luxurious, they attracted the attention of many students along the way. What's the vice president and dean of faculty doing hanging out together? What loitering? Can't you see that the two of them are accompanying that young man on his tour of the school? Asterisk 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 can let the vice chancellor and the director of the faculty accompanied. This young man what status? The only son of the world family? These few families in Yuhang, although their strength is good, it's not so bad that the vice principal and the director of academic affairs are smiling like this. You don't say. I've never seen the vice principal and the dean of faculty laugh so much. I feel a little sick to my stomach. Yeah, don't they usually stay unsmiling and deadpan? The students stared at Qin Yi and his group in shock until they walked away, but they didn't retract their gazes, instead sneakingly trailing behind them. Gradually, more and more people followed behind Qin Yi, and the chattering voices of the students kept coming, causing Yang Jiandao and Fang Lingyun to frown slightly, feeling very unruly. However, Qin Yi didn't even say anything, so they were even more unable to actively drive away the students. After wandering around like this for a long time, Yang Jiandao and the others brought Qin Yi to a school building. In the teaching building, the space was vast and flat, with many equipments neatly arranged, and the students were arranged in pairs in front of the equipments, which seemed to be conducting some tests, because there was only a little over a month left before the winter martial arts exam in December. The Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy had opened a busy final sprint phase, with a small test in 3 days and a large test in 7 days. Qin Yi briefly scanned the area, and then his gaze was fixed as he saw a familiar figure. Chen Xian. Chapter 134, The Old Face-Slapping Routine. Since living back from the giant god's corpse, Chen Xian completed the Metamorphosis has been living a life like a protagonist of a cool article, from a martial arts slag originally ranked at the bottom of the school into a sweeping leaderboards, all the way to the rise of the god of martial arts. There were a total of 500 people in the senior year section of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy. Chen Xian had originally been hovering around the 450th rank. But after completing his metamorphosis through divine blood, his talent had reached an overwhelming level, and in just 1 month's time, he had caught up with his classmates' 3 years' worth of progress, and rushed from the 450th rank to the top 300. By the time this school-wide test was over, he estimated that he could climb into the top 100. What's the concept of the top 100 of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy? To put it boldly, he could just pick any martial arts university in the country. He just might not be able to be admitted to certain special majors and classes. Chen Xian knew that his potential was much more than that, and all he lacked was time. This last month left before the martial arts exam was his best chance to race against time to catch up with all his competitors. He wants to sprint to the top 10 in the school. The top 10 of the First Martial Arts Academy of Yuhang had all come from major families in the last 10 years, and if he succeeded, he would be the only student to rise to the top from the bottom in these 10 years. Chen Xian understood that there was still a big gap between himself and brother Qin Yi. And this gap was not only in terms of talent, but also in terms of heart, enlightenment, and roots. Qin Yi's strength was all-encompassing and deathless, a complete and utter crushing. It would be hard for him to have a chance to catch up with Qin Yi in his life, and Chen Xian didn't expect to catch up with brother Qin Yi. He only wanted to be able to keep watching brother Qin Yi's back, and wouldn't be forgotten by brother Qin Yi because he fell behind. So he worked hard, worked his ass off, and didn't want to waste even a minute. Nowadays, he already had the middle-ranked martial master realm, and as long as he utilized the last month well, he would be able to break through to the high-ranked martial master before the martial exam. Unconsciously, the cue reached Chen Xian, who took a long breath and without hiding his strength, he exploded with all his might and threw a punch at the special wooden stake. There was a roaring explosion. The stake was in pieces, and not far away, on a large screen, a number was revealed. 8 tons. The strength limit of a middle-ranked martial artist was roughly 3 tons. And Chen Xian had just crossed into this realm not long ago, and to be able to fight at this level was already arrogant. Of course, if one were to compare it to Qin Yi, it still wouldn't be enough. When Qin Yi was in the middle-ranked martial artist realm, he didn't need to swing his fist with all his might, and a casual blow could have a force of around 5 tons. I'm afraid this number would scare a large number of students to death if it appeared in the school's testing grounds. Chen Xian's results came out. Discussions arose among the group of students who had gathered around. Most of them envied Chen Xian, but there was also a portion of them who had grim faces, staring at Chen Xian with an unkind look on their faces. In the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy, there were ordinary students as well as the children of the world's families, and among the children of the families, it was inevitable that there would be a few dilettantes and despicable people, who took pleasure in suppressing their peers on weekdays, loitering and oppressing ordinary people based on the talent and family background passed down from their ancestors. As it happened, there was just such a dude who had set his eyes on Chen Xian. To be honest, most of these types of people suppress others for no particular reason. and it's possible that they simply look at people with displeasure. It was natural for someone like Chen Xian, who was initially mediocre and unknown in the school, to become suddenly famous, and naturally make people jealous. Kim Baek-mok is one of the wildest of them all. He was born in the Jin family, the youngest of the third generation of Jin family heirs, now just 16 years old, and due to his age, he was not in the running for the position of family head. But fortunately, his natural talent was so great that he jumped 2 grades in a row and joined the martial arts examination queue at the age of 16. Just a few days ago, he had humiliated Chen Xian in public, and had wanted to stir up a dispute and go to the martial arts center to punch Chen Xian in the face, lose Chen Xian's fame, and put on a show. However, he did not expect that in the face of his humiliation, Chen Xian was not humble and completely ignored himself. This disregard made him even more furious. Ever since he was a child, he had been the star of the show, the center of attention everywhere he went, and no one dared to ignore him like that. So, he made a bet with Chen Xian on the results of this test. Jin Baekmu was full of confidence at first, but when Chen Xian finished measuring his strength, he instantly chilled his face. Chen Xian's progress was too great. 10 days ago, his various attributes were still far inferior to Gold White Curtain, but 10 days later, it was not what it used to be, and he had been surpassed. Originally, he wanted to punch his opponent in the face, but now he was going to be punched in the face. No, he couldn't lose face in front of so many people. Otherwise, how could he still mix in the circle of the children of the family in the future? Jin Baimia thought about it and decided to pull in a few of his fox friends to secretly trip and poison Chen Xian. Of course, this kind of poison would not poison people to death. It would just make the martial artist breathless and unable to perform at their best for a short period of time. Third-ranked top-ranked poisonous powder that can melt into the air, colorless and odorless. Even top-ranked masters can't detect it. It's a waste to use it on you. Jin Baekmu looked toward Chen Xian and skimmed his lips. He. Identity and background are also part of strength, so don't blame me for being a jerk. Blame it on the fact that you're a straw man. Jin Baimia took 2 friends and walked to Chen Xian, pretending to be enthusiastic and pulling Chen Xian to talk. But on the other hand, he secretly let his friend on his side take out a small white jade bottle, pinching it in his hand, gently opening the mouth of the bottle, and shaking the powder towards Chen Xian, seeing that the poisoning is about to succeed. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. A strong divine idea covered the pressure down, and even directly put the 3 people pressure prostrate on the ground, unable to climb up. The student who was clutching the poison vial even screamed in pain. His right hand cracked a bone. The vial dislodged his hand and fell to the ground. Chen Xian's expression was stunned as he looked at the white jade bottle on the ground, and with some bad premonitions in his heart, he hurriedly took 2 steps backwards and looked towards the back. Immediately, a familiar face came into view. Qin, brother Qin Yi, why are you here? Chen Xian looked at Qin Yi, pleasantly surprised. If I don't come, you're going to be bullied. Qin Yi smiled faintly. His figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Jin Baekmu and the others, casually picking up the jade bottle and recapping the mouth of the bottle, smiling with interest. The students of Ru Hang No, one martial arts academy are really bold. All of them dare to poison their classmates? Yang Jiandao and Fang Lingyun's hearts were startled, and they hurriedly came forward, and with a sweep of their divine thoughts, they immediately understood the situation. This Jin family's kid, has he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts? The 2 men's faces turned blue, their eyes lowered to the 3 Jin Baekmaku who were sprawled on the ground like dead fish, and they chided. Poisoning your compatriots is a serious violation of the school's disciplinary rules, and expulsion is unavoidable. Today's matter won't end easily, and you'll have to call your parents along. The 2 fox friends who followed Jin Baiqiu were scolded by the vice principal and shivered, and they were expelled before the martial arts examination, and their lives may be finished. While Jin Baekmu did not feel anything, he thought he had the backing of the family. Even if the matter of poisoning was discovered, it was only a small punishment. The problem was not big. It was impossible to really fire him. But here's what he didn't expect. This matter involved Qin Yi. How could it still be as simple as he expected? Chapter 135, Kicked Out of My Mind. Jin Baekmu backed by the Jin family, arrogant and domineering habit, even if the mistake was caught in the right line, did not show fear and repentance. He was lying on the ground, feeling that all the students around him were staring at him. A sense of humiliation was born in his heart, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and let me up. I made a mistake in poisoning, but it wasn't like I was thinking of poisoning Chen Xian to death, but I was just playing around. In public, you're bullying a student of mine in school. Don't think you'll be better off when the time comes." The children of the world's families generally have 2 extremes, either extreme intelligent educated, or extreme dude, the most care about face. In order to face anything can be done. Undoubtedly, Jin Baekmu is the latter. He was suppressed on the ground by Chini with a single divine thought. Not only did he not feel nervous and worried, instead he felt that Chini had lost his face and must find a chance to retaliate to make up for it. Obviously, the pampered son of the world hadn't thought about what would happen next. Chini looked at him condescendingly, not moved to anger by Jin Baekmu's words, and even wanted to laugh a little. After being in this world for so long, it finally gave him a brainless target to punch in the face. He walked in front of Jin Baemu and was thinking of doing something when Chen Xian, who was on the side, hesitated a bit and pulled Qin Yi's corner, saying softly, "Brother E, he's the youngest son of the Jin family. Messing with him won't leave you with any trouble, right?" Chen Xian seemed to want to stop there. He was not clear about Qin Yi's current identity, but knew that Qin Yi's future was unlimited, and he must not make a few more enemies because of himself, by turning against the world family in advance. However, Qin Yi only laughed softly, then lifted his right leg and kicked Jin Baekmu's face hard. Snap! A wave of sound exploded, and Jin Baimaku's face was instantly distorted by the force, and the whole person flew out dozens of meters horizontally, rubbing a long blood trail on the ground before stopping half a day later. That kick stunned Kim Baekmaku on the spot. The teeth in his mouth were mostly broken. His head was buzzing. Beside his ears was a continuous ringing in his ears, and his wails of pain spread in all directions. He was like a stranded fish, constantly struggling and thrashing. This kick caused a tremendous amount of commotion, startling the students who were eating around them. Jin Baekmu was very high profile in the school on a regular basis, so most people knew him. No one could have imagined that Chini would actually dare to aim a kick at the right side of Jin Baekmu's face in full view of everyone. Who exactly is this person? Guts are too big. Don't you know that Kim Baekmak is a member of the Kim family? Even though they were both sons of the same family, people from other families wouldn't dare to beat up Jin Baekmu like this. Not to mention the ordinary onlooker students. Even Vice Principal Yang Jiandao couldn't help but jump at the corners of his eyes after Qin Yi's kick. The new principal's temper. It's even more explosive than he thought. But I have to say, it was a really painful kick. Even if it wasn't from them, it had a sour taste to it. After Jin Baimia was kicked out, the two doglegs who stayed at the same place were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They were so close to Jin Baimia that they could practically experience the strength of Qin Yi's kick. If it landed on their heads, it would definitely give them a kick in the ass. Of course, what they were not aware of was that this kick was still the result of Qin Yi's intentional retraction. I didn't expect your face to feel quite good on your feet. Qin Yi laughed cheerfully, and on his face, he could not see any fear of angering the worldly family at all. He beckoned, and his divine thoughts emanated out, dragging the gold and white curtains that had flown out a long way back in front of him like a dead dog again. Jin Baicho's mouth was overflowing with blood. He had never been so abused in his life, and at this moment, he was angry like a gray wolf that had lost its mind, his eyes looking up angrily, staring at Qin Yi in death. Good, great, you kicked me today. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you in the future? Qin Yi squatted down with a cloudy face and shrugged. Downfall? What downfall can there be? Are you going to cry for your mom and dad to teach me a lesson? The corners of his mouth were tinged with playfulness, and the provocative meaning in his tone was even thicker, almost giving Jin Baekmu the anger to spit out blood again. It's a pleasure to pretend here now, but when my clan learns about this, let's see if you can still laugh. Jin Baimaku was kicked but was still talking tough. You have the guts to let me get up and contact my family right away. As expected, the pampered worldly dude, after encountering setbacks, the life-saving straw is always the family power. What a waste. The surrounding students heard Kim Baekmak's words and unanimously cast disgusted stares at him. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Jin Baekmu felt honored instead of ashamed and laughed out loud. What are you looking at? Family power is also part of a martial artist's strength. If you don't submit, you guys go reincarnate. Now looking at me with such eyes, if you were to become the first son of the Jin family, wouldn't you still be the same as me? As Jin Baekmaku spoke, he suddenly realized that the relaxation of the pressure on his body disappeared, and his torso regained its freedom and stood up from the ground. He froze for a moment, then laughed even more wildly, shaking his head at Qin Yi. I thought you were some kind of person with a backbone, but I didn't realize that you're still afraid of retaliation from the lineage? Come and apologize to your grandfather on your knees and I promise not to pursue this again. Jin Baekmu thought that Qin Yi had wimped out, which was why he chose to let himself up, but he didn't expect that just after Qin Yi had put him up, he coldly kicked him again. This time, the kick was to the left side of the face. Boom! Blood spattered. And once again, the gold and white curtains flew out tens of meters away. And just as they landed, they let Qin Yi pull them back with his divine thoughts, pestling them on the ground like a wooden stake. His face was swollen like a balloon, and his mouth was stuttering and slurring his words. You're still not honest even after I gave you a kick. You have to continue to mouth off. Aren't you in need of a kick? Chini glanced at Jean Baimu's pig-headed face in disgust. If you keep screaming, I'll kick you until you can't speak. With that, he made a smooth move to lift his leg again. This action directly gave Jean Baekmaku a frightening stress, falling back several steps in a row and stopping his hands in front of his face. Seeing that Chini didn't throw a leg and was only scaring himself, he felt ashamed of his over-exaggerated reaction again, only to feel that the students around him were laughing at him. Chini 2 feet down. The gold-white curtain kicked out of the psychological shadow. At the moment obediently shut his mouth. Do not dare to talk nonsense in front of Chini. However, he didn't want to speak, but Chini had to make him speak, only to see Jean Baekmu's pocket shake a little. The cell phone placed in it automatically floated out and tucked into Jean Baekmu's palm. Come on, call and contact your family. Chini made a please gesture. Tell them that a man named Chini kicked you twice in public, sending you flying dozens of meters away, your face swollen into a dog. Looking at the cell phone that was forced into his hand, Jean Baekmaku gulped blood and fumed for a long time before coming back to his senses. Really put me in touch? Be my guest. Seeing Chini's move, the onlookers, including Chen Xian, were stunned. They've never seen anyone so crazy. After beating up the first son of a worldly family, you let people tell on you in front of you? Is there really no fear of retaliation? Chapter 136 kicked a steel plate and broke his foot. Kimber Curtin turned on the speakerphone without much rummaging and quickly dialed a phone number. Not long after, the phone connected. A male naive voice came out from the phone. Just listening to the voice, the person on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be too old. Not like Jean Baekmaku's father. Some students with family backgrounds heard the voice coming out of their cell phones and their hearts fluttered as they distinguished the person's name. It was the voice of Jean Fong, the third oldest member of the Jean family. Jean Fong was considered the most outstanding one within the new generation of the Jean family, commonly known as Fatty Jean. I heard that he had completed a large order in recent months, giving the Jean family a large amount of contribution points in blood, and had vaguely become a successor to the next generation of the Jean family's family head. All the matters of the Jean family, big and small, had basically been transferred to Fatty Jean to handle. Fatty Jean was Jean Baekmu's third brother, and his level of favoritism towards Jean Baekmu was not low. At least on weekdays he would satisfy any request Jean Baekmu made. This time, when Jean Baekmu informed Fatty Jean of what had just happened at the school one by one, the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then he pretended to be angry and pacified. This matter is your fault first, but the other party took a shot at you. This grudge is considered to be too clear. If you are not angry, you still have to let the clan elders intervene. Fatty Kim replied seemingly softly, but there was a hidden secret. The clan elders in his words were actually the main combatants that the Jean family had secretly cultivated, and were usually used to deal with some unseemly matters. Hearing third brother imply that he was going to stand up for himself, Jean Baimu was overjoyed and couldn't help but look at Chini, who was not far away, trying to see fear and remorse on the other party's face. Unfortunately, Chini did not do as he wished and remained in an unperturbed manner. Just keep pretending to be calm. When the clan elders really strike, let's see how you can still pretend. Jean Baimu heart secretly vicious, but on the surface but do not dare to show ridicule, mainly by Chini kicked afraid. Brother, can you help me? Kim Baekmaku whispered into his cell phone. Fatty Jean smiled brightly. I'm your brother. Of course I'll help you. I can contact the clan elder side on your behalf. But, what was the identity and name of the person who kicked you? Fatty Jean has always been careful in his work. Even if he is helping his family to take revenge, he has to ask the other party's specific situation first. Speaking of this, Jean Baekmu looked up at Chini again, then at Chen Xian, and speculated. Not much of a background, but his own strength and talent are good, so he's estimated to be at least an upper-grade zongsher. Golden White Curtain was not a little cutie. From Chini's attitude towards Chen Xian, and the conversation the two of them were chatting about, these two must be acquaintances and have a great relationship. As the saying goes, things come in groups, and those who could get a bottom feeder like Chen Xian to hook up with them couldn't be the powerful nobility by any stretch of the imagination. From this, it could be seen that Chini was most likely a grassroots as well, only his strength was not bad, coupled with a bit of talent, which made him fall into the eyes of certain powerful people as a dog. Jean Baekmu's speculation couldn't be said to be wrong. After all, Chini was indeed a grassroots at the bottom with no background just like Chen Xian, but by now, he could no longer be considered a grassroots, but a martial generation with a strong background. Jean Baimu still lacked the training of the children of the world's families in the area of observing words and colors, and only saw that Chini was well acquainted with Chen Xian, but didn't notice how the vice principal and the director of the academic affairs office were treating Chini with respect and dignity. To be able to make a patriarch with an official background so respectful, could Chini's status be inferior? After chatting with third brother for a short while, Jean Baimia's mindset recovered quite a bit. His face had lost most of its swelling, and his confidence was back at its peak, only feeling that he could call for help to stomp Qin-yi to death in the next second. Brother, that guy's name is Qin-yi. In his early 20s, Kim Baekmaku said. Oh, not much background, called Qin-yi? Okay, leave this matter to me. I'll go help you later. Fatty Jean firstly answered the matter with confidence, but as he spoke, his voice inexplicably became gradually smaller, and eventually became so small that nothing could be heard. Then the next second, a shout came from the cell phone, nearly shattering Jean Baichio's eardrums. What did you say the man's name was? Say it again. Jean Baekma was confused by third brother's sudden exclamation of surprise and said again. Qin-yi. 20-something? Yes, 20-something. Is it short hair, good-looking, with a hidden aura, so you can't see through the cultivation? Jean Baekma sized up Qin-yi and nodded his head repeatedly. Brother, you really anticipate things like a god. Indeed. The Jean Baimaku on this end was still complimenting his third brother, while the Jean Fatty on the other end was already gloomy when he heard the word, Qin-yi, and almost had the intention of killing his blood relatives with his hands. You're a god? I predicted you. My ass. You'll die at school. Jean Baekmaku was sprayed by Sango. He had never seen Sango lose her temper like this before. What did I do? Your brother was bullied by outsiders and asked for your help. And you scolded me? Jean Baimu was aggrieved and muttered. Are you going to help me or not? If you don't help, I'll find my father. At these words, Fatty Jin's face blackened with anger. Help my ass. Your brother, I'm pretty good-tempered. I just scolded you. If you go to your old man, he'll rush to the school and beat you to death himself in no time. Qin-yi's existence has long been known to the Jean family's old man. This is the Jean family's big client, a big nobleman, a potential stock that is enough to be crowned king in the future. If it is because of Kim Baekmak that a relationship rift occurs, expelling Kim Baekmak from the Jean family would be considered a light punishment. Qin-yi should be near you right now. Right? You give your cell phone to Qin-yi. Now. Right now. Fatty Jean gave an ultimatum, and although Jean Baekmaku was reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey his third brother, and Ghostly did as he was told. After Qin-yi casually took the cell phone, Fatty Jin's sardonic laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Brother Qin, you're a generous man. Don't be general with children. As soon as Fatty Jin's words came out, the people present changed their eyes together and looked at Qin-yi with an increasingly shining gaze. From the sound that just came out of the cell phone, it could already be seen that Fatty Jin knew Qin-yi, and it didn't seem like a superior/subordinate relationship. And now that these words had appeared, everyone could hear that not only was Qin-yi not Fatty Jin's subordinate, but he was also probably a notch higher than Fatty Jin. What kind of status does it take to make the future successor of the Jin family fawn in curry favor? Yuhang chief consul are hard to do. However, when Qin-yi's response fell into the ears of the crowd, the shock in their hearts increased tenfold. Qin-yi said, what if I have to get on his bad side? When these words came out, the flavor of gunpowder was already so high that it was bursting, almost equivalent to slapping Fatty Jin in the face. But, Fatty Jin, however, still maintained the posture of an inferior and said righteously, Jean Baekmu made a great mistake in the first place, and it is only right that you punish him. No, the entire Jean family will have no objections. For the next day, the golden white curtain will be at your disposal. As you please. Snap. Fatty Jin's words came out of the cell phone only 1 second, and in the next second, Jean Baekmu was filled with incredulity and collapsed to the ground. The usual smiling, scheming, deep-rooted third brother. Why does he seem to be Qin-yi's lapdog? Chapter 137, I am your biggest background. Looking at the burning Qin Xian with his eyes and the indifferent Qin-yi, Jean Baimu's heart cooled halfway in the blink of an eye. As things had developed to this point, even if he was an idiot, he realized that he had mentioned the iron plate this time. Moreover, the hardness of this iron plate was astonishing. Even the Jean family he backed up had to curry favor with, and did not dare to indulge himself at all. Who doesn't get his shoes wet when he walks by the river? Surrounding the onlookers of the melon crowd there is no lack of other families' children. Some of them in Jean Baimia relationship is good. Had thought to come out to save a brother, but saw at this time Jean Baimia miserable face. All are glad that they did not stand out when the head. At the same time, their gazes focused back on Qin-yi. What was the identity of this young man who didn't look too old to actually make the Jean family voluntarily back down? On that, the list of the children of the world's families not to be messed with, that they had memorized since childhood. There was no record of this person. Could it be a powerful man who just rose from the bottom? The powerful and noble sons and daughters from the worldly families had fallen into deep thought, while those poor students who also came from the bottom of the social ladder were all starry-eyed, staring at Qin-yi without being able to take their eyes off of him. Someone like Qin-yi, who came out of nowhere and violently beat up a worldly dude at the drop of a hat, could easily gain the adoration and admiration of the students. What's more, Chini seemed to have come from the lower class as well, which made them feel even more vicarious, as if the injuries on Jean Bekmaku's face had been kicked out by them. Rules. Reason. You said that I should be disciplined for violating the school rules, but this Chini has also violated the school rules by beating up students in the school. So why didn't the vice principal and the dean of faculty come out to help me? Under the mass rebellion, Jean Bekmu was still gritting his teeth, trying to find his own protection from the rules that he had always scoffed at. It's not true that I've made a mistake, but even if it's a punishment for making a mistake, it's the teachers of the school who will punish me. What right does Chini have to dispose of me as an outsider visiting the school? In Jean Bekmu's eyes, although Chini had always had a smiling demeanor, he was actually an unabashed demon, and he couldn't help but shiver at the thought of falling into Chini's hands. No matter what, even if they were punished, they would have to let the vice principal punish themselves. This is the last quest for Kim Bekmak. After listening to his ridiculous remarks, Vice Principal Yang Jiandao's face huffed and was about to take a step forward and take the initiative to explain. But he didn't realize that Chini waved his hand at him and personally stepped forward. He looked around at the crowd of teachers and students, nodded, and said aloud, "I was in such a hurry to get here that I forgot to introduce myself. While I have the time, I'll make a brief introduction. I, Chini, am a grasshopper, but as of today, I'm officially taking over the principal position of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy. I don't spend too much time at the school during the week, but any of you can come to the principal's office and leave a letter if you have anything you want to discuss with me." Saying that, he looked meaningfully at Jean Bekmu and continued, "For example, if you want to poison your classmates for a major evil like today, you can come to me on your own initiative, without fear of the identity of the offender. No matter what his status is, if he makes a big mistake in school, he's under my control." This statement, deafening and deafening, echoed in the testing room for a long time, including Jean Bekmu. Everyone present revealed a dreamy and dumbfounded look, looking at Qin Yi's serious expression, and then looking at the respectful attitude of Vice Principal Yang Jiandao at the side. They immediately understood that Qin Yi was not lying. This youth, who was only so many years older than them, was actually really the new principal of the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy, Principal Qin. In a flash, Jean Bekmu's complexion completely paled. His lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he miserably realized that he couldn't say anything. Does the head of a school have the authority to control him? The answer is self-evident. Not only are there, but they are regulated however they want to be. No wonder. Third brother said that if this matter was brought to the head of the family, he would be even less able to get away with it. Now it seemed that he had been abandoned by the Jean family and acted as an outcast to curry favor with Qin Yi. The clan politics of the world's families are so realistic, and the Jean family, which has been in business for generations, is the best of the best, with all decisions made in the interests of the family. Obviously, giving him up in exchange for Qin Yi's goodwill was the most favorable decision for the Jean family. Jean Bekmu's heart was like ashes, and for a while, as if he had lost his mind, he hung his head disheveledly, no longer fluctuating. What emotions could he have right now, other than regretting that he had bullied Chen Xian for the sake of momentary face? But even at this point, he still regrets only bullying Qin Yi, who has a heavenly background, rather than his own behavior as a student who took the initiative to poison his classmates. If Chen Xian didn't have Qin Yi's backing, he was afraid that he still wouldn't be remorseful. This was a son of the family who had been raised to be wasted. His heart was too poor. Even if he grew a few years older, it would be impossible for him to compete for a position with the other 4 older siblings of the Jean family. Of all the people present, the one who was most shocked when he learned that the youth in front of him was the new principal must have been Chen Xian. Although Chen Xian had anticipated that brother Qin Yi would have some great deeds in the future, he had not expected that the other party would already have the momentum to take off and directly become the principal of the No. 1 Martial Arts Academy in Yuhang. Yat, brother Yat, when did you get involved with the officials? And what's the deal with this principalship? Brother Qin Yi helped him out in public. Chen Xian was grateful in his heart, but he could not help but feel an extra trace of passive estrangement, which was not an emotional incompatibility, but rather a result of inferiority due to low self-esteem when the difference in status was too great. Like a lot of brothers in reality, when the end of the micro together, but once the gap between the status of the two sides is too large, will produce unavoidable gap, and ultimately go their separate ways, become 2 worlds of people. The only way to circumvent such a problem is for those who are lagging behind to redouble their efforts to catch up with their brothers. Chen Xian had been cultivating desperately just to prevent such a gap, but he didn't realize that even after he tried so hard, he still couldn't catch up with brother Qin Yi. It's okay for brother Qin Yi to help me once, but if it continues for a long time, and I need brother Qinyi's help every day. Am I still a brother? Chen Xian sighed sadly. However, however, laughed toward him, patted his shoulder, and softly said, "Didn't Jean Bakemu say that you don't have a background? It's fine. From today onwards, your brother Qinyi is your biggest background." Chen Xian's heart shook as he raised his eyes to look into Qinyi's clear eyes and unconsciously nodded his head vigorously. He knew that Qinyi had seen his little mind, but he also knew that Qinyi didn't care about his request for help, nor did he care about helping him, because the two of them were brothers who had supported each other since childhood, from the orphanage to society. "I'll redouble my efforts and work until I can help brother Qinyi." Chen Xian looked resolute and made up his mind in his heart. Chapter 138, The Ku Family's 100-Winged Shop. Qinyi spent half a day at the Yuhang First Martial Arts Academy, getting to know most of the teachers and finishing familiarizing himself with the campus environment before he bid farewell and left early in the morning of the next day. As for how exactly to gold-white curtains, Qinyi was simply too lazy to waste his brainpower and simply threw the gold-white curtains to Chen Xian for Chen Xian to dispose of on his own. Escaped from the hands of the Qin demon king Jin Baimyo as a relief. No longer the original conceited and arrogant. In front of Chen Xian into a living licking dog, which cannot be helped. After all, Jin Baimyo's family life all depends on the hands of Chen Xian. Chen Xian didn't really do anything to Jin Baimyo. He just took him as a little brother and occasionally made him do some trivial things. The winter martial arts exam was just around the corner. Chen Xian needed to prepare for the exam with all his might to sprint. His goal was the best majors of the two best martial arts universities in Tianjin, China. So the martial arts exam was extremely difficult. At least he had to rush into the top 10 in the entire Jiangnan province to have a chance. And there was no room for relaxation. Naturally, Qinyi wouldn't continue to stay and disturb Chen Xian's cultivation. He left some cultivation insights of the Zongshe realm and then left the campus silently. He didn't continue to provide Chen Xian with cultivation resources, such as spirit fruits and contribution points. Not because he couldn't afford to give them, but because he knew that if he continued to give them, the relationship between the two brothers might deteriorate. With Chen Xian's talent, it was enough for him to cultivate independently on his own without him having to pay too much attention. After walking off campus, while flying towards the eastern suburb of Yuhang, Qinyi opened the martial realm and looked for information about buying the secret realm of Yendang Mountain and a map of the secret realm. Yendang Mountain secret realm is a B-level secret realm. The difficulty is definitely not a mere D-level Xian secret realm can touch the porcelain. Just the secret realm area is 30 times bigger than Xian secret realm. It is comparable to some of the small provinces in Huaxia. The B-level secret realm was so vast. What about the more advanced A-level secret realm? And the cave heaven above the A-level secret realm? Qinyi didn't dare to think about it. He had heard from his master, Elder Wang, that the size of an A-class secret realm could be comparable to that of Huaxia, and that the vastness of the cave was in the shape of a brand new world. Secret realms and caverns were the marginal intersection of the foreign realm and the blue star world, which contained a mishmash of rules, and some secret realms would even have incomplete avenues and laws, or sole respect for one avenue rule. It was also for this reason that secret realms and caverns were also weak spots covered by the blue star's origin rules. If not, it would be impossible for the devil's finger to wash his breath through the secret realm as a junction and avoid the suppression of the blue star's origin rules. Not long after, Qinyi bought what he desired. The detailed Yendang Mountain secret territory information with the map on his hand cost a total of 50,000 contribution points, so it was obvious that selling information was also a very lucrative way to make money. Most of the secret realm intelligence for sale on the martial realm allowed buyers to flip through a few pages in advance, and after comparing a number of stores, Qinyi finally selected a store called Ku Family 100 Wisdom Shop. This Ku family also seems to be a family, like the Jin family, which is famous for business. The Ku family is famous for its intelligence, and its intelligence channels are extremely wide, and there are rumors that the officials have bought intelligence from the Ku family stores, so their reputation is very secure. In addition to selling intelligence, the Ku family itself also buys intelligence, and the price is not low, and once verified, payment is made immediately, very quickly. Before Qinyi could open it after buying the intelligence on the Yendang Mountain secret realm, he saw the intelligence acquisition list that the Ku family had been actively searching for recently. In this list, it is clearly written, recent intelligence acquisition by the Alien God Society, Grade A. The details of the secret realm of Yendang Mountain were defined as Class C information, worth 50,000 contribution points. Grade A information, on the other hand, was worth at least 500,000 contribution points. A huge sum of money. Is the Altered God Society actually worth this much? Qinyi's heart trembled when he saw that the Ku clan had defined the Altered God Society as Class A. He said in amusement, the Altered God Society is really a good organization. with members actively sending themselves to their deaths to earn contribution points for me when they're alive, and helping me evolve. When you die, you can still make a fortune selling information. After all the core members of the Altered God Society had been booby-trapped by Qin Yi, the organization itself had collapsed, but not many people were aware of this news, because after the initial operation, King Shinmo of Jiangnan had given an order to prohibit all those who had participated in the booby-trapped operation from leaking information. Coupled with the fact that Qin Yi's file was encrypted in layers, the possibility of this matter leaking was even less likely. The Altered God Society itself involved the demon race of the 10 ancient races of the starry sky, and there were 2 true kings in it, so the value of the intelligence was naturally high enough for an A grade to be considered reasonable. The Jiangnan king had closed the news to protect Qin Yi, but Qin Yi would not necessarily be doing himself a disservice if he took the initiative to sell the relevant information. With his own mouth, he could have selectively revealed the truth and concealed his own information, singling out the issue of the Altered God Society and letting the Ku family try to find out the truth on their own. With this in mind, Qin Yi didn't continue flipping through the Yendang Mountain secret realm information, but instead tapped on the private chat interface of the Ku clan's 100 Wonders shop and asked, "What's the price for the recent information on the Altered Gods Society?" A few seconds later, the person in charge of the store sent a response, depending on the level of detail of the information. Once it is determined to be true, the reserve price will be 800,000 contribution points. The minimum price is 800,000 contribution points? The money is too good to be true, isn't it? Qin Yi scared. The money for this kind of intelligence may seem easy to earn, but there are not many people who can eat this kind of food. He also stumbled upon it to get such a bite. Only, how do you determine whether the information is true or false? Qin Yi was most curious about this. Is it hard to believe that the Ku family will have to personally investigate some more based on the information? The response from the end of the Ku family's 100 Wings shop was interesting, not answering directly, but instead asking him, "Is it true that little brother has only recently come into contact with martial arts, and hasn't heard of the Tianjin Ku family's name?" The other party had really guessed right. Qin Yi indeed hadn't heard much about this name. Listening to this tone, "The Tianjin Ku family is so famous that you must have heard of it?" Qin Yi opened his browser and searched, and immediately realized that the Ku family was really unusual. This family is suspected to have had an exalted one, only no one is sure. In addition, the Ku family also had an 8th order divine artifact, the source sound conch, which could verify the truth of a matter by paying a certain price. The reason why the information sold by the Ku clan was so credible was because of this 8th order divine object, an 8th order divine artifact, equivalent in rank to an exalted one. And it was precisely because of the appearance of this divine artifact that many people speculated that the Ku family had produced an exalted one. The martial realm is really big. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Since he had already determined the integrity of the Ku family, he didn't hide anything, and roughly wrote about the situation of the Altered God Society, but hid his own information, only saying that a mysterious person set up a trap to kill the 2 true kings of the Altered God Society. When he sent the intelligence file, a long silence fell over the Ku family's 100 Wings shop. There was no response until more than half an hour later. When you fix your eyes on the screen, there is only a huge message text. Ku family 100 Wings shop transfers 1.5 million contribution points to you. Please confirm within 24 hours.